Chapter 1. The Ruins. Riga struggled to open his eyes, but the scene before him was shrouded in a crimson haze due to the blood vessels in his eyes. A buzzing sound filled his ears, and his head felt heavy, as if it were encased in a thick fog. He shook his head vigorously, half rising to a sitting position, shielding his eyes from the harsh sunlight. Squinting, he attempted to survey his surroundings. Everywhere he looked, there were shattered walls and remnants of structures, steel and concrete haphazardly exposed to the frigid air. The ground was charred black, with objects resembling scientific instruments buried beneath the debris, shards of glass scattered everywhere, and in some places, smoke still billowed. The wind howled, swirling the snowflakes into a chaotic dance. Staring at the catastrophic scene, Riga was momentarily stunned, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to utter his first words. What in the name of hell is this place? Struggling to his feet, Riga staggered forward while glancing around. After a few uncertain steps, he suddenly spotted some bloodstains on the ground. To his horror, he discovered a severed arm standing upright among the cracks of the ruined concrete. Though charred, it was unmistakably human. Following the arm with his gaze, he saw a corpse partially concealed beneath a slab of concrete. Like the arm, the body was also scorched beyond recognition, its features distorted, with charred tissue intertwined with patches of unburned, pink flesh. The gruesome contrast of red and black made Riga's stomach churn violently. Damn it! How can there be a human corpse here? Where the hell am I? Fighting the urge to vomit, Riga turned away from the repulsive sight, trying to calm himself. At that moment, as if the corpse had pressed a button, a torrent of information flooded his mind, bringing with it a sharp headache. After a lengthy pause, he straightened up, pressing his hands against his head, his jaw clenched, his expression contorted with the strain. Soldiers, experiments, explosions, and I share the name Riga, he murmured. Could it be that I've crossed over? As a young man of the 21st century and a successor to communism, Riga had faced numerous challenges. The SARS virus, avian flu, earthquakes, tsunamis, he had encountered them all. He was no stranger to the concept of crossing over. After reading countless novels featuring heroes who transcended worlds, he had often fantasized about joining their ranks, never expecting his wish to manifest in such a shocking manner. Yet he hadn't done anything to warrant this. Aside from his heart condition, he had always been cautious, careful with electricity, avoiding heights, and checking the road multiple times before crossing. He possessed no family heirlooms, and though he had experienced a pang in his heart that day, it was not unusual for him. He had grown accustomed to such feelings. With this thought, Riga's lips twitched in a grimace. Have I already died? I must have crossed over into this person's body after death. But if I've crossed over, the surprise is rather overwhelming. Damn it! Riga cursed again. Taking a few deep breaths, the cold air filled his lungs, sharpening his senses somewhat. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. First, I need to figure out how to survive. Where on earth is this place? The wind continued to howl, and Riga cursed a few more times, trying to gather his thoughts as he picked up some clothing to wear. Only then did he take a moment to examine his new body. He was tall and robust. Although he lacked clarity on the specifics, he was undoubtedly in better shape than in his previous life. His muscles were well-developed and proportionate, and his palms were calloused and thick, evidence of years of training. Is this fellow a martial artist? Riga muttered to himself, picking up a shard of glass to use as a mirror. He was taken aback when he saw his own reflection. Isn't that me? Perhaps I didn't die. No. Earlier, my mind was flooded with information. It cannot be my own. Could it be a parallel universe? Do parallel universes truly exist? Regardless of the thoughts racing through his mind, Riga knew he had no time to ponder such matters. The immediate priority was survival, and he would assess the situation later. He began to wander around, finding the area vast yet largely reduced to rubble. Numerous vehicles littered the landscape, most of them charred beyond recognition. After some searching, he finally stumbled upon a few morsels of food and water, though they were hardly appetizing. Yet, given his current predicament, he could not afford to be picky. After consuming a small amount of food, Riga felt a surge of energy return to his body. He continued his search for useful items and spotted a military dagger lying on a gray concrete slab, still glinting in the sunlight despite being coated in dust. He approached and picked up the dagger, a wave of familiarity washing over him. Unconsciously, he twirled it in his fingers, marveling at how it danced with ease, his initial shock gradually giving way to a smile. It seems this fellow has a story to tell. No, I should say, I was the one with a story, for this individual bears my likeness, and now his spirit resides within me. Yes, that's it. Nodding to himself, he sheathed the dagger at his waist, collected some more food, and found a usable vehicle to place the supplies inside. Since I don't know where I am, I'll just drive along and see where it leads. With that thought, Riga settled into the vehicle, oriented himself, and pressed the accelerator, racing forward into the desolate expanse, the wind howling behind him, sending snowflakes swirling into the air. Chapter 2, Marvel. After an indeterminate amount of time, Riga finally caught sight of signs of life. Upon spotting a tavern, he felt as though it were the most beautiful day of his existence. He quickly brought the vehicle to a halt, tumbling out and rushing toward the tavern's entrance. With a creak, he pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside, only to find himself momentarily frozen. The interior was filled with foreigners, their high noses and deep-set eyes surveying him with curiosity. The patrons of the bar stared in disbelief at the sight of a yellow-skinned man, especially one who appeared as disheveled as a vagrant, with unkempt hair and a face smeared with dirt. "What would you like to drink?" Riga followed the voice to the bar, where a man was polishing a glass, his interest piqued by Riga's presence. Do you have any food? I haven't eaten in a long time." As soon as he spoke, Riga paused, realizing that the bartender was speaking in Russian. Having watched television in his past life, he recognized the language, yet he was astonished to find himself responding fluently in Russian, as if it were an instinctual reaction. While Riga remained bewildered, the bar owner was equally astonished. A disheveled, yellow-skinned man had appeared in Siberia, dressed like a homeless person, yet speaking impeccable Russian without a trace of an accent. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare. What a curious fellow, the owner mused internally. "Still wanting food? Do you have the money to pay for it?" A brash voice interjected. Riga furrowed his brow and cast a glance towards the source of the voice, where a disheveled man, reeking of alcohol, was staggering towards him. The onlookers around turned their attention to the unfolding spectacle, eagerly anticipating the drama. Despite Riga's robust physique, he felt dwarfed by the drunken man before him. The latter's brazen demeanor made Riga's gaze darken with disapproval. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Why aren't you answering?" The inebriated man, noticing Riga's silence, felt a surge of anger. How dare he ignore him? With that thought, he swung a powerful right hook towards Riga. Instinctively, Riga's body reacted, leaning back to evade the punch. Seizing the moment, he grasped the man's right wrist with his right hand, while his left arm swept in a wide arc, trapping the man's neck under his armpit. In the blink of an eye, before the audience could react, Riga had the man's life firmly in his grasp. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Riga had no intention of releasing the man, who had foolishly sought trouble. It was evident that the man possessed a hidden history, likely as an agent or assassin, for he could not so easily subdue an ordinary person with such lethal intent. The man, now completely terrified and trapped, realized that this young man was no pushover and felt a wave of regret wash over him. However, it was too late for apologies. He dared not utter a word, fearful that any misstep might provoke Riga's wrath, sealing his fate. Thus, Riga contemplated his own affairs while the instigator hung precariously, and the onlookers held their breath, the bar enveloped in an unusual silence. "Ahem, my friend, he was merely joking, without any ill intent. How about you let him go? I could offer you some food and drink in the house." The bar owner, sensing the tension, cautiously interjected. Riga glanced at the owner and nodded. It was not his intention to dispose of the man here. Reluctantly, he released his grip, causing the troublemaker to lose his balance and crash onto the floor. The man scrambled to his feet and bolted for the exit, fearing Riga's potential change of heart. "Where do you hail from?" the bar owner inquired as he placed a platter of food and a glass of beer before Riga. "I'm not certain," Riga replied, swallowing a mouthful and washing it down with beer. "What is this place?" Riga asked. "You don't know?" The owner seemed surprised. Indeed, sensing the owner's curiosity about the earlier incident, he hastily added, in broader terms, "This is Siberia, and we are situated in a small town to the east." Riga acknowledged him with a non-committal grunt, returning to his meal. The bar owner, at a loss for words, stood silently nearby. Perhaps sensing the atmosphere was overly quiet, the owner switched on the television, and a cacophony erupted from the screen, flicking through channels aimlessly. Riga continued to eat heartily, but upon noticing the television, he looked up in astonishment. "You must envy this, for such things are not easily achievable even with wealth," the owner remarked, relieved by Riga's astonished expression. Riga mumbled an agreement before asking, "Do you know in which direction the Bering Strait lies? Are you planning to set sail?" The owner asked curiously. "If you're heading north, there should be boats available. I have a map you can follow. It shouldn't be too far." "Thank you." Riga quickly rose, took the map, and hastened towards the door. The owner watched Riga's hurried departure, perplexed, ready to speak when suddenly a glint of steel flashed through the air. A dagger lodged itself deep into a wooden pillar, quivering slightly. "I can't pay you, so consider the dagger a token of gratitude," Riga's voice echoed from afar. Outside, the wind and snow howled, and standing on the open ground before the tavern, Riga couldn't suppress a smile at the scene he had just witnessed. Is this the world of Iron Man? Marvel's realm? Life seems to have become much more intriguing, he mused. Riga climbed into his vehicle and drove northward. Chapter 3. Abilities. The journey north was neither too short nor excessively long. Though fraught with minor obstacles, Riga's years of conditioned reflexes and memories allowed him to navigate these challenges with ease. At last, he arrived at his destination. Yulin, perched by the Bering Strait and facing the coast of Alaska, represents the easternmost point of Russia. This area serves as a military outpost, replete with defense infrastructure and station troops. Crossing the narrow Bering Strait would lead directly to Alaska, marking the closest route for Riga to enter the United States. After exploring Yulin and earning a bit of extra cash, although he didn't require much, it was essential for traversing the Bering Strait, especially since he intended to employ smuggling as his means. Given its unique geographical position, the smuggling trade was not hard to find in Yulin. Soon, leveraging his exceptional qualities, Riga located a smuggler. Though it was April, the region was still frozen over, with thick ice connecting the Bering Strait, allowing for direct passage to Alaska via sled. Caution was imperative, for with smuggling came the risk of being caught. Americans were vigilant in this regard, and adverse weather conditions only heightened the danger. Riga handed a substantial sum of rubles to the smuggler, unbothered by the expenditure as it wasn't his own money. Swayed by the allure of wealth, the smuggler assured Riga he would successfully transport him to Alaska. The group set off. The Bering Strait spanned only a few dozen kilometers, and with favorable conditions, they could reach their destination within hours. Indeed, the journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of significant difficulties. "Just a bit further ahead lies Alaska, my friend. I can only take you thus far. I cannot proceed any further," the smuggler announced. "Thank you," Riga replied, disembarking from the sled. The remaining distance was manageable alone. Indeed, if his abilities were somewhat greater, he wouldn't have to go through such trouble. For now, however, this was the best course of action. The sled sped back in the direction it came. Riga pressed on, step by step. The fierce wind and snow made him appear frail from a distance, yet it did nothing to diminish his resolve. Gradually, a dark line emerged on the horizon, and Alaska was within reach. Riga's heart raced as he quickened his pace. Feeling the solid ground beneath his feet, Riga could not help but spread his arms wide. At this moment, he had completed half of his journey. Indeed, from the instant he laid eyes on Iron Man on television, Riga resolved to travel to New York, the very epicenter of Marvel, where a plethora of superheroes and villains converged and numerous significant events unfolded. Thus, embarking on a journey through the Bering Strait, entering Alaska, and then descending through Canada to New York became a natural course of action. As Riga indulged in thoughts of his future life, a cacophony abruptly jolted him back to reality. "Hands up! Don't move!" A thunderous voice commanded from behind him. Riga glanced around to find a group of heavily armed soldiers slowly advancing toward him, and he could not suppress a roll of his eyes. The Americans were indeed timely, having discovered him so quickly. However, he had no intention of engaging in a prolonged encounter. With this thought in mind, Riga focused on his target, exerted force beneath his feet, and in an instant appeared before one of the soldiers. With a clenched fist, he struck the soldier's abdomen with tremendous force, causing the soldier's body to contort into a shrimp-like shape, the gastric juices uncontrollably spilling forth before he collapsed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Riga had incapacitated one soldier, while the others stood frozen in shock, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Fire! Fire! A commander finally reacted, bellowing his orders. Upon hearing the command, the soldiers hastily pulled their triggers, unleashing a torrential storm of bullets that surged toward Riga. Having swiftly dealt with the incapacitated soldier, Riga turned to face the remaining adversaries. As the commander shouted his shooting orders, Riga forcefully exhaled, and a violent explosion erupted in the clearing before him. The powerful shockwave dispersed the oncoming bullets, causing the surrounding trees to tremble, while dirt and broken branches were sent soaring into the air, obscuring the soldier's vision. Every one of them was knocked to the ground by the force of the blast. When the commander managed to rise and assess the situation, all that awaited him was a scene of utter devastation, while Riga had long since vanished from sight. Chapter 4. Saber-toothed tiger gazing at the severed branch before him. As thick as a bowl, Riga widened his eyes in astonishment. Compared to his time in Russia, his strength had significantly increased. Not only had his power grown, but his speed now surpassed that of ordinary people, though he remained uncertain about the precise extent of his enhancements. To his surprise, he discovered that he could augment his physical attributes using his newfound abilities. Riga marveled at the sheer might of the explosion fruit. It was indeed formidable, and he resolved to make the most of it. Indeed, it was the power of explosions that had enabled him to evade the gunfire of American soldiers. In his previous life, while watching One Piece, he often lamented the underutilization of the explosion fruit, a seemingly potent ability squandered by a trivial character. Had it fallen into the hands of one of the Yonko's subordinates, it would undoubtedly have been wielded as a weapon of immense power. In Riga's mind, this fruit was on par with the Logia-type abilities. Its immunity to all forms of explosions alone was enough to render it extraordinary, not to mention its other potential. Thus, each recollection of this matter elicited a deep sigh from Riga. During his time in Russia, en route to the Bering Strait, he had experienced a tremendous explosion. It was a stroke of misfortune that, while dining, he encountered a gas leak, resulting in the entire building being sent skyward. Naturally, Riga was not spared from the incident. However, in the aftermath, he discovered that not only was he unscathed, but his clothing bore not a single mark of damage. It was then that he realized his mind was now infused with the knowledge of the explosion fruit. Nonetheless, his abilities appeared to be akin to those of the explosion fruit, seemingly mutated since his arrival in this world. Regardless, possessing such capabilities was undeniably advantageous. As he absorbed the information coursing through his mind, Riga secretly reflected on the benefits of being a transmigrant. His inherent combat skills, combined with the powers of the explosion fruit, promised an even more thrilling existence. Riga laughed heartily, acknowledging that although his abilities were still in their nascent stages, they were already impressively formidable. His strength, speed, reflexes, and overall physical condition had undergone comprehensive enhancement. Each punch and kick, when empowered, erupted in a flurry of explosions. He was akin to a human bomb. Should his powers continue to develop, each blow could potentially unleash the force of a nuclear explosion, allowing him to stride confidently through the Marvel Universe. With such thoughts, Riga couldn't help but chuckle to himself. While he had yet to delve deeply into his other abilities, he was confident that mastering his immunity to explosions would lead to a plethora of new powers. However, whether it pertained to nuclear explosions or emerging abilities, those considerations belonged to the future. For now, he would tread steadily onward. After several days of travel, Riga had arrived at the border region between the United States and Canada, soon to cross into New York. Yet, he found himself still surrounded by dense forest. As he ambled leisurely forward, he was suddenly confronted by an uninvited guest, a towering figure with a fierce gaze, muscles straining against a thick jacket, exuding an aura reminiscent of a wild beast. Riga fixed his gaze intently upon the stranger, aware that he could not afford to let his guard down for a moment. He could sense the threat emanating from the imposing figure before him, and judging by his appearance, the man had undoubtedly taken many lives. Although his own physique had undergone rigorous training and his combat skills were exceptional, he lacked the battle awareness to match this opponent. Consequently, he could only rely on instinct and habit to fight, achieving merely a fraction of his potential. The adversaries he had previously encountered were trivial, easily bullied by him. However, the individual before him was of an entirely different caliber. Relying solely on his physical prowess would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, he still possessed the ability of explosive fruit, and despite any former prowess, the man was still an ordinary human. Now, however, his strength had undergone a radical transformation, rendering him incomparable to the past. Moreover, he could hardly believe that this formidable foe could survive an explosion. With this thought, Riga's heart settled, and he relaxed his body, ever ready to counter the impending attack. The man, observing Riga's demeanor, narrowed his eyes and roared in fury, lunging forward in an instant. Riga perceived a massive shadow hurtling toward him with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to evade or contemplate further. Clenching his right fist, he echoed the man's roar and swung his arm forcefully forward. The impact of Riga's fist struck the man's left shoulder with a resounding explosion, sending him crashing to the ground. Riga swiftly leapt aside, scrutinizing the situation. To his astonishment, the man, as if unscathed, effortlessly turned and stood back up. What transpired next left Riga utterly speechless. The wounds inflicted by the explosion were rapidly healing before his very eyes, vanishing within the span of mere breaths. The man rose, swaying his head side to side and loosening his shoulders, his expression dark and menacing, seemingly enraged by Riga's attack. He spread his arms wide, his fingernails elongating ominously, then forcefully flung his hands back, fixing a fierce gaze upon Riga. Riga watched in disbelief, unable to suppress an expletive. In the Marvel Universe, only a select few possessed such healing abilities, and this man was evidently a saber-tooth. Like Wolverine, he fought recklessly, seemingly impervious to death, exchanging injuries or even lives without hesitation. With his beastly instincts, formidable physique, and extraordinary healing capabilities, these brothers were among the most formidable mutants. As he observed Sabretooth bend low, Riga realized the gravity of the situation. This transformation signified that Sabretooth was now genuinely intent on attacking, a development that boded ill for him. With another furious roar, Sabretooth lunged at Riga again, his speed amplified beyond the previous assault. Riga's pupils constricted as he swiftly darted to the side. Thankfully, his enhanced physical attributes had fortified him, for otherwise, he would surely have met his demise in such circumstances. After exchanging a few blows with the saber-toothed tiger, Riga suddenly had an epiphany. His combat awareness was rather lacking, and this presented an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills. Although the saber-toothed tiger possessed formidable abilities, Riga was confident in his own prowess. Even if he were to falter, a strategic withdrawal would not pose a significant challenge. Opportunities to engage in combat with a saber-toothed tiger were indeed rare. The saber-toothed tiger roared in fury as Riga's explosive punches landed on him. He had never encountered such an adversary before, and in his current state of agitation, he failed to pause and strategize, consumed only by the desire to obliterate the loathsome opponent before him. Determined to treat this encounter as a practical training exercise, Riga refrained from utilizing his fruit abilities and opted for a pure brawl with the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger, elated by Riga's decision to abandon his peculiar powers and engage him directly, quickened his strikes. The ensuing barrage was relentless, akin to a tempest, leaving Riga gasping for breath. A momentary lapse in focus resulted in several gashes across his body. The scent of blood heightened the saber-toothed tiger's excitement, flooding his mind with a ravenous thirst for carnage, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. Observing the wounds on his arm, Riga sighed inwardly, recognizing the necessity of enhancing his combat instincts. Otherwise, even with a treasure trove at his disposal, he would be unable to utilize it effectively. Yet, in just this brief encounter, he felt his movements becoming increasingly fluid, with the martial skills he had previously learned gradually resurfacing. Thus, Riga and the saber-toothed tiger engaged in a fierce exchange. A punch from Riga met with a claw from the tiger. The tiger, reckless and undeterred by his own injuries, fought with ferocity, while Riga, mindful of his own vulnerabilities, maintained a more cautious approach. Fortunately, Riga's superior strength made his strikes painful for the tiger, and his swiftness afforded him greater ease in evading attacks. As time progressed, Riga's proficiency grew, his movements became more seamless, and various techniques flowed effortlessly from him. Conversely, the saber-toothed tiger, relying on raw instinct honed from real combat, displayed a brutish yet effective fighting style, characterized by its ruthlessness and reckless abandon. A moment of inattention from Riga could lead to a potentially fatal opening. After a prolonged exchange, Riga gradually sensed his stamina waning. If he continued this way, he might truly meet his end here. Having tested his capabilities sufficiently and noting significant improvement, it was time to withdraw. Resolute. Riga clenched his fist and seized an opportunity to unleash a powerful explosive punch aimed at the tiger's abdomen. The saber-toothed tiger let out a pained wail as he was propelled 10 meters away, crashing into a tree before collapsing onto the ground. Riga exhaled a sigh of relief and waved at the tiger, thanking him for the exhilarating bout. However, he was pressed for time and needed to take his leave, promising to return another day. With that, he sprinted away. Meanwhile, the saber-toothed tiger, having endured the devastating blow, remained incapacitated, helplessly watching Riga depart, unleashing a frustrated roar of defiance. Chapter 5. Hostage-taking. New York, the largest city in the United States, can be regarded as the epicenter of the Marvel Universe, where a multitude of superheroes converge and numerous significant events unfold. Riga stood on the bustling streets of New York, observing the incessant flow of vehicles and the vibrant billboards. A wave of excitement surged within him. After nearly 2 weeks of travel, he had finally arrived here. The management of the U.S.-Canada border was rather lax, and thanks to his exceptional capabilities, he encountered no unforeseen incidents along the way. However, his identity remained unresolved. He was still using someone else's credentials, a predicament that posed a challenge wherever he went. Although he was not afraid of the police, it was undoubtedly a hassle. Fortunately, this inconvenience could soon be rectified. Riga hailed a taxi with ease and directed the driver straight to Stark Tower. Upon entering the vehicle, he engaged in casual conversation with the driver and learned that there had been no major incidents recently, which eased his mind. After his last encounter with Sabretooth, Riga had made a swift exit, only to realize that Sabretooth had pursued him. He suddenly recalled that this individual possessed a beast-like sense of smell, and without masking his scent, he was quickly tracked down. The two inevitably clashed once more, although Sabretooth did not gain any advantage and Riga managed to break his bones. Riga himself sustained considerable injuries. Sabretooth was not merely ferocious. He became even more perilous when wounded. In their confrontation, Riga suffered significant harm, but fortunately, his physical prowess was extraordinarily formidable, and his wounds healed at an accelerated rate, albeit still slower than Sabretooth's. Riga estimated that with a few more skirmishes, he would regain his peak condition. Subsequently, Riga took measures to eliminate any traces of his journey, successfully shaking off Sabretooth, though this delay cost him precious time. He had worried about missing crucial developments, but now it seemed he still had ample time to execute his plans. While seated in the cab, Riga reflected on the unfolding narrative. Based on the information he had gathered, Tony Stark had already become Iron Man, having triumphed in a battle against Obadiah and secured absolute control of Stark Industries. It appeared to be set in the aftermath of Iron Man 1, indicating that he still had significant opportunities ahead. Although Tony had become Iron Man, he was gradually succumbing to mortality. Palladium poisoning was no trivial matter. Had he not fortuitously discovered a new element among his father's artifacts, this billionaire playboy would have long since met his maker. Presently, it seemed that Tony had yet to uncover the new element, presenting Riga with a potential opportunity. Upon alighting from the taxi, Riga slowly approached Stark Tower. He understood that conventional means would not allow him to meet Tony, making any attempt to alert him impossible. Therefore, he would need to pursue an unconventional path. However, it seems prudent to adopt a diplomatic approach before resorting to force. It would not hurt to give it a try. With this thought in mind, Riga approached the reception desk, cleared his throat, and with a smile, announced, "Excuse me, I am here to see Miss Potts. I have some urgent matters to discuss with her." The receptionist, maintaining a professional smile, inquired, "Do you have an appointment?" "No," Riga replied, shaking his head. "I'm afraid without an appointment, you cannot meet Miss Potts." The receptionist politely declined. "This matter is truly significant," Riga insisted, unwilling to relent. "Regrettably, without an appointment, that is not permissible. However, you may share your message with me, and I will ensure Miss Potts is informed," she suggested with a smile. "I must speak with her directly to convey this information," Riga insisted firmly. "Oh, I see," the receptionist acknowledged, her expression shifting to one of realization. "I'm terribly sorry, but Miss Potts is quite busy today. Perhaps you could return tomorrow?" Sighing, Riga conceded, "It appears the conventional route is indeed futile. I truly do not wish to resort to this. I apologize for the inconvenience." Just as the receptionist remained in a state of bewilderment, Riga, with a sudden surge of force, overturned the reception desk and seized her, pulling her close. In the blink of an eye, his hand was firmly grasping her neck. The rapidity of the event left the unfortunate receptionist in shock as she became a hostage. Panic erupted around them. The crowd screamed and rushed toward the exits, while the security personnel stood in stunned silence. This audacious act within Stark Tower, a hub of arms dealing, was unprecedented. The receptionist, now realizing her predicament, emitted a piercing scream that resonated painfully in Riga's ears. Instinctively, he tightened his grip, silencing her cries in an instant. It must be said that the security response at Stark Tower was remarkably swift, as armed guards quickly surrounded the scene. Observing their formidable weaponry, Riga could not help but grimace. Naturally, they were equipped with superior arms. Yet, he was unconcerned, for they posed no genuine threat to him, even without superhuman abilities. Subduing them would be a trivial matter. Surveying his surroundings, Riga declared, "Listen carefully. Have Miss Potts come to see me immediately, or I cannot guarantee the safety of this young lady." Upon hearing these words, the girl in his grasp turned pale, trembling involuntarily. Noticing her fear, Riga leaned closer and whispered softly into her ear, "Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you. Rest assured, I am not a monster. You are merely a means to an end." However, to the girl's ears, it bore an entirely different significance. She felt herself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, realizing with dread that her captor was not only a murderer, but also a perverse individual who spoke to her in such a bizarre manner before committing his heinous acts, declaring her merely a tool. If she were but a tool, her worth was minimal, thus sealing her fate. The girl bit her lip tightly, stifling her tears, terrified that any inadvertent provocation of Riga might cost her life. She was still young, with a multitude of beautiful moments ahead, and she could not afford to squander her existence at the hands of a deviant. Regrettably, Riga was oblivious to the turmoil within her mind. Had he known, her chances of survival would have diminished significantly. Riga clutched the girl, gradually retreating to a corner of the wall. Although this was typically an unfavorable position, he was not an actual robber, so he merely needed to guard against any potential ambush. With his back against the wall, he could focus solely on the front. After a short while, accompanied by security personnel, Potts made his entrance. He appeared little different from the cinematic portrayals, yet exuded an even greater aura. Upon seeing that familiar figure, Riga found himself momentarily lost in thought. "You wish to see me? Here I am. Release the girl, and I shall acquiesce to your demands," Potts asserted with commanding presence. "Very well, my request is quite simple. You shall come and replace this girl." A collective gasp echoed among the security personnel. Should anything befall the girl, it would merely be a matter of compensation, but if Potts were harmed, the repercussions would be monumental. Instantly, the sound of firearms being readied filled the air, indicating readiness to fire at any moment. Hearing this commotion, Potts quickly intervened. "Hold on." Drawing a deep breath, he slowly continued, "I will take the girl's place." With that, he began to approach Riga. Riga raised an eyebrow, surprised by Potts' audacity and sense of responsibility. Agreeing to his demands was no small feat, and it was evident that as head of the Stark Group, he possessed exceptional qualities. Upon hearing Potts' consent to Riga's request, alarm spread among those present, who hastened to dissuade such reckless behavior. "Enough. My decision is made," Potts reprimanded, turning to Riga and asking, "You assure me that once I approach, you will release the girl?" "Of course. My target is you. I hold no interest in her," Riga replied nonchalantly. Potts steadily advanced toward Riga, and the onlooker's eyes brimmed with respect, yet also with a fervent hatred directed toward Riga. Witnessing this, Riga found himself somewhat speechless. Truly, evildoers were despised. Nevertheless, his objective was nearing fruition. As Potts stood before Riga, he calmly stated, "Release her." "As you wish," Riga replied, loosening his grip on the girl's neck, only to swiftly seize Potts in his control. The girl escaped from Riga's grasp, immediately fleeing with tears in her eyes. As the surrounding security personnel rushed to her aid, "I advise you to refrain from any sudden movements. Otherwise, a mere slip of my hand could lead to dire consequences." As the head of the Stark Group, Riga harbored doubts about Potts being devoid of any self-defense items. Upon subduing her, he promptly issued a warning. Hearing Riga's threat, Potts froze. Her initial plan to catch him off guard and use the items Tony had bestowed upon her to subdue him now appearing perilous. It was evident that this man was exceptionally vigilant, and it would be prudent to avoid any risks for the time being. "Relax, I have no intention of harming you. In fact, I am here to assist you. After our conversation, you might even find yourself grateful to me," Riga reassured her. Upon hearing this, Potts felt herself relax. Having demands indicated that there was a way forward, making the situation more manageable. What would you like to discuss? She inquired. This hardly seems like the appropriate venue for a conversation, does it? Let us find a more comfortable place, just the two of us, to converse properly. Your office would suffice, Riga suggested with a smile. The surrounding security personnel exchanged bewildered glances. This man was audacious, brazenly flirting with Miss Potts amidst a sea of weapons aimed at him. Potts, too, felt a surge of anger, evidently misinterpreting Riga's intentions. This insolent fellow will pay for this, she thought resentfully. However, she maintained a calm facade, replying, Then let us proceed to my office for a proper discussion. Riga, oblivious to the misunderstanding his words had caused, was unfazed. His mind was solely on his goal, and he readily agreed. Accompanied by a contingent of security personnel, Riga and Potts finally arrived at the office. She instructed them to remain outside, assuring them of her safety. Subsequently, under the watchful and lethal gazes of the security staff, Riga slowly closed the office door. Chapter 6. News. Potts' office was spacious and well-lit, adorned with a simple yet elegant decor that aligned with Riga's aesthetic sensibilities. Although she recognized the office's sophistication, she felt untroubled and thus released Potts, reclining on the sofa, crossing his legs, and smiling as he introduced himself. Allow me to present myself. I am Riga. Potts was taken aback by how easily he had relinquished his hold on her. Casually lounging on the sofa with a disarming smile, devoid of any hostility, and seemingly harboring a glimmer of admiration. Admiration? How peculiar, Potts mused. She had initially planned to employ some tactics, but it appeared unnecessary. This individual genuinely seemed intent on negotiating with her. Upon contemplating this, Potts swiftly regained her usual composure, gracefully approaching the table and pouring herself a drink. She then inquired, Mr. Rieger, what would you like to drink? Rieger looked at Potts in astonishment. His perception of her refreshed by her presence, a woman of both courage and intellect, possessing beauty and decisiveness. Truly, Tony's discerning eye for women is remarkable. I'll pass. Thank you, Rieger replied, inclining his body slightly in acknowledgement. Holding her glass, Potts made her way to the desk and took a seat. So, you mentioned wanting to discuss something. What is it you wish to talk about? Rieger tilted his head, asking, Is your office secure? Potts immediately understood, reassuring him. It is sufficiently secure, rest assured. This is Stark Industries. Not necessarily, Rieger replied noncommittally. However, since you assert it, I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Potts regarded him with curiosity, pondering whether Stark Industries harbored any issues. Yet, it was not the time for such considerations, as Rieger was poised to speak. What I wish to address is Iron Man, Tony Stark. Potts straightened herself. Matters concerning Tony always piqued her concern, while the world lauded Iron Man's glory. She was acutely aware of his deteriorating health. Indeed, one could say he was gravely ill, his life hanging by a thread, Rieger stated slowly. Regrettably, this remark did not capture Potts' attention. Instead, it incited her ire. Rising abruptly, she exclaimed, Mr. Rieger, such jesting is not to be taken lightly. Your ability to sit here safely is contingent upon my allowance. Should you continue with such nonsensical talk, I shall be compelled to take measures. Rieger remained unfazed, responding calmly. Do not be so quick to dismiss me, Miss Potts. Have you not noticed that Mr. Stark's behavior has been rather peculiar of late? Before you respond, think carefully. Potts paused, realizing that indeed, Tony had been acting strangely. Firstly, he had entrusted Stark Industries to her, and while she had performed admirably, Tony was still in the prime of his life. Although he appeared disinterested in the company's daily affairs, he was the very soul of Stark Industries. Without Tony Stark, could it still be called Stark Industries? Moreover, why had he engaged in a reckless car race without her knowledge, resulting in the presence of a bizarre individual? Had luck not been on his side, he might have met with dire consequences that day. Then there was the outrageous behavior he exhibited at his birthday celebration. Though he often indulged in revelry, this instance was excessively outlandish. He frequently spoke of death and the meaning of life, which was utterly uncharacteristic of Tony Stark, not to mention his sudden emergence as a renowned philanthropist, generously donating his wealth. Such fervor for charity should not follow this rhythm. The more Potts contemplated, the more he found Rieger's words plausible. His expression morphed into one of sheer horror, and he instinctively covered his mouth, finally exclaiming, Oh my God, it seems you have come to believe my words. Rieger remarked lightly, observing Potts' change in demeanor. Mr. Riga, I implore you to save Tony. I cannot bear to be without him. Whatever you desire. I will do my utmost to fulfill your request, as long as you can spare Tony's life. Please do not let him leave me, Potts exclaimed, unable to restrain himself as he rushed forward, grasping Riga's arm in desperation. Rest assured, I will not abandon him in his time of need. Although his situation is indeed unique, I possess a method to save his life, Riga reassured him. Potts clutched Riga's arm tightly. Is what you say truly genuine? Indeed. Riga continued to speak with an air of nonchalance. Perhaps the commotion within had grown rather loud, for a sudden knocking resonated from outside, followed by a slightly hoarse female voice asking, Miss Potts, are you all right? Realizing someone was inquiring after her, Potts quickly replied, I am fine, Natalie. There is no need for concern. At the mention of the name Natalie, a barely perceptible smile crept onto Riga's lips. Who was that? He inquired. Natalie is my assistant. Oh, it seems she cares for you quite deeply, Riga remarked with a hint of significance. Natalie is an exceptional assistant, Potts responded, oblivious to the undertone in Riga's voice. After this brief interruption, Potts' mood had calmed considerably. Rising to her feet, she took a few deep breaths and said, If you can save Tony, the entire Star Corporation will owe you a debt of gratitude. Riga chuckled at this. I have no need for Star Corporation's favors, nor yours, nor Tony's. Potts was taken aback. A favor from Star Corporation was no trivial matter. One must understand that the influence of Star Corporation was immense. If Riga did not desire such a favor, what could he possibly want? Perhaps he sought Iron Man's armor? Though rare, Potts considered that nothing could compare to Tony's life. Taking a breath, Potts fixed her beautiful gaze upon Riga. Then what is it that you desire? To live, one requires material resources, and to obtain such resources, one must possess a certain economic foundation. Therefore, my first request is quite simple. A single word, money. I would like my future expenses charged to Star Corporation's account. Do not worry. I have no grand concept of wealth, nor do I require much. I merely find myself lacking at present and have seized this opportunity to voice my needs, Riga explained, waving his hand dismissively. Potts found herself at a loss for words. To refuse a favor from Star Corporation in favor of money seemed absurd, akin to ignoring a mountain of gold to pick up a single coin. That is not an issue. I shall provide you with a credit card shortly, allowing you to spend freely anywhere in the world, Riga replied with satisfaction. The second request is somewhat unconventional. To put it simply, I entered the United States illegally, so I need you to arrange for my identity. No problem. This is hardly an issue for Stark Industries, and Potts readily agreed. Thank you very much. Riga stood up and said, These are my only requests, nothing more. Once again, I appreciate your assistance. Potts was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe her ears. After all this fuss, only 2 requests? This was hardly a demand for Stark Industries. Are you certain there are no other requests? Potts couldn't help but ask. None at all, Riga confirmed. Now, would you kindly accompany me downstairs? Although I can leave on my own, it would be more convenient this way. With that, Riga gestured politely and prepared to exit. Hey, you haven't told me the news yet, Potts urged. I'll naturally inform you at the door, Riga replied with a playful shake of his head. As the office door opened, Riga and Potts emerged calmly, leaving onlookers astonished. They had been contemplating how to ensure Miss Potts' safety, even notifying Iron Man, yet within mere minutes. The two appeared as if nothing had transpired. Spotting the crowd outside, Potts waved her hand and said, It's all right. You can all return to your duties. It was merely a misunderstanding. Mr. Riga is not a bad person. Everyone, please disperse. Mr. Riga? When did this fellow become Mr. Riga? Though the personnel were filled with skepticism, they complied with Potts' instructions and began to leave. As the crowd dispersed, Riga caught a glimpse of a flash of red, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, Riga inquired, Miss Potts, you mentioned your assistant? Potts, puzzled, asked Natalie. What's the matter? Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly thought of another request. I assure you, this will be the last one. Would you be able to arrange for me to meet your assistant? Riga stated. Though it was peculiar, Potts agreed. No problem. Splendid. Then I shall take my leave for now, and I hope we meet again soon. You still haven't told me the news, Potts pressed. Ah, Riga turned back, whispering in Potts' ear. The solution lies within your office. It consists of only 5 words. Your father's legacy. Farewell, Miss Potts. I look forward to our next encounter. Oh, by the way, here is my number. Don't forget to arrange for your assistant to meet with me. With a wave, Riga smiled as he departed. Left standing at the entrance, Potts murmured, "Your father's legacy." Your father's legacy? What could that possibly mean? This man is truly enigmatic, but at least I now know his name. Riga. I wonder what he intends to do. Regardless, I should inform Tony about this matter. Hopefully, this news proves useful. With this in mind, Potts hurried to the office. Chapter 7. Capability Analysis After Leaving Stark Industries. Riga wandered through New York. Lacking a formal identity, buying a house was impractical, so he temporarily resided in a hotel. This provided an excellent opportunity to explore the city, as New York's reputation is legendary, and he would soon be living there, making it essential to familiarize himself. Riga hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take him on a tour. The driver, eager for business, obliged happily. After wandering around Manhattan, Riga alighted from the cab, reluctantly watched by the driver, and chose a nearby luxury hotel. He rented a presidential suite, prioritizing spaciousness and brightness over mere comfort. With ample financial backing from Stark Industries, this was a trivial expense. After a refreshing shower, Riga reclined on the sofa, contemplating his future path. It became evident that the Marvel Universe was not merely the realm of the Avengers. The emergence of characters like Sabretooth hinted at the existence of the X-Men, and consequently, Spider-Man, and perhaps even Deadpool. The thought of these two chatty characters brought a smile to his face. Encounters with them would undoubtedly be entertaining. However, the immediate priority was to analyze and enhance his abilities. The challenges ahead would become increasingly formidable, and his current skills were insufficient. Riga supported his chin with his left thumb, his index finger resting against his temple, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. Outside, he was cautious about experimenting with immersion in water, given the unpredictable variables. If it were indeed a devil fruit, the consequences could be dire. Only moments ago had Riga fully submerged himself in water, yet he felt no debilitating fatigue, suggesting that his powers resembled those of the explosion fruit. Devoid of the weakness typically associated with water, this was encouraging news. In essence, his ability was explosive in nature. However, he had only begun to develop this power, having merely enhanced his physical attributes to deliver explosive punches. Coupled with his training as an operative, he could manage ordinary situations competently. Since his last battle with Sabretooth, Riga had experienced notable increases in strength and speed, though he was uncertain of their current extent due to a lack of testing equipment. His speed and endurance likely surpassed that of an average person, and he was well-versed in combat skills, though he doubted he matched Captain America's prowess, who was rated a 7, mastering all forms of combat techniques at their pinnacle. Riga estimated his capabilities to be at level 6, however, due to the fusion process. While he understood various fighting styles, he could not fully harness them all. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for the time being. In terms of ability, I currently possess only the explosive punch, and I must contemplate the underlying principles of my lack of fear towards explosions. After all, an explosion generates various forms of energy, with the most rudimentary bomb utilizing detonation to propel shrapnel at tremendous speeds, inflicting harm to the human body, essentially kinetic energy. Additionally, the flames produced by ordinary explosions can also cause fatal injuries, not to mention the radiation from nuclear blasts and the high-energy particle beams from planetary explosions. Thus, my indifference to explosions may stem from the ability to absorb energy or perhaps even to materialize energy. Regardless of the method, it is certain that I can release energy. Albeit at present, I am limited to a form akin to shockwaves. The capacity for explosive energy has enhanced my abilities in every regard. Strength, speed, endurance, and neural reflexes have all seen significant improvement compared to the past. If I aspire to grow stronger, the absorption of energy is indispensable. In the Marvel realm, the greatest source of energy is undoubtedly the cosmic cube, a manifestation of the space stone among the infinity stones, containing boundless power, sufficient for my absorption. While I can release energy based on my innate qualities, even attaining the legendary power of a sentinel, equivalent to the explosion of 1,000,000 suns, pales in comparison to the cosmic cube. Hence, this gem is a necessity for me. Currently, the cube resides in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D, and I lack the capability to seize it. Even if I were to obtain it, I would be unable to safeguard it, especially with the Asgardians around. A mere encounter with Thor would render me defenseless, let alone the formidable presence of the Chitauri and Thanos, who could easily overpower me with a mere flick of their fingers. However, when Loki arrives on Earth, Even if I cannot acquire the cosmic cube, I can still seize the opportunity to absorb some energy. Therefore, my immediate need is to grow stronger. Otherwise, I may find myself overwhelmed by the influx of energy due to my limited capacity as a battery, leading to an awkward predicament. Once I have amassed a significant energy reserve, my confidence will naturally bolster. In the following days, Riga ventured outside, practicing boxing daily, merely routine exercises aimed at swiftly regaining my former sensations and retrieving lost techniques, while continuously exploring and developing my abilities. Remarkably, I managed to manifest a new skill, the ability to release energy from the soles of my feet, allowing me to hover momentarily, though I have yet to achieve flight. Nevertheless, this is exhilarating in itself. Since discovering this capability, Riga has diligently practiced within my home. To enhance my control, I began ascending a celestial ladder using this ability. In simple terms, it resembles climbing stairs, yet I propel myself through energy release, stepping upon the air with each move, creating the illusion of ascending a heavenly staircase to onlookers. Walking in the air also serves as an alternative, though it is comparatively easier than the celestial ladder due to its lesser demands on exertion. Subsequently, leveraging this newfound ability, Riga developed several derivative skills, essentially using explosions to generate acceleration, thereby amplifying his speed and strength. The underlying principle is rather straightforward, primarily revolving around the aspect of control, which necessitates extensive practice. Moreover, Riga noted that he was constantly being followed, regardless of where he went. There were always eyes upon him. However, he remained unfazed by this surveillance, possessing a vague understanding of the individuals trailing him, and continued to conduct himself as he saw fit. Meanwhile, in a certain location in the United States, a tall African-American man wearing a black eye mask scrutinized the reports that his subordinates delivered daily, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Although Riga's abduction of Pabwa did not cause noticeable ripples externally, it had certainly captured Fury's attention. What exactly is this individual attempting? His past remains a complete mystery, devoid of any information online, with only a plethora of disorganized data surfacing. This enigmatic figure suddenly seized Potts, and subsequently, the two emerged unscathed. What could be his motive? Is he perhaps intent on the armor? Fury's gaze fell upon the young Asian man depicted on the screen, his eyes shimmering with contemplation. Continuing down this path would likely yield no fruitful results. It seemed prudent to allow Natasha to make contact. Resolute in his decision, Fury pressed the special contact device in his hand. Chapter 8. New elements. After seeing Riga off, Pepper Potts promptly returned to her office and dialed Tony Stark's number. Hello? Tony, where are you right now? Pepper inquired anxiously. Pepper, are you all right? I just received a report that you were abducted. I'm on my way. Tony's voice came through, filled with urgency and concern. He was already battling a terminal illness and could not bear to think of his beloved encountering any peril. When he first heard the news, he felt as though he might explode. Pepper was undoubtedly the person he cherished the most. The audacity of someone attempting to abduct her in broad daylight at Stark Industries was utterly intolerable. If he discovered who was responsible, he would not hesitate to unleash 100 missiles upon them, his thoughts simmering with rage. I'm fine, Tony. It was merely a misunderstanding. It's too complicated to explain over the phone. Just hurry to my office, Pepper urged. I'm on my way, Tony replied before ending the call. With a resounding thud, Tony, fully armored, entered Pepper's office. Upon seeing her safe and sound, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He rushed forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Pepper felt a surge of emotion, especially knowing Tony's precarious health, which deepened her concern. She kissed him gently, cradling his face in her hands, her gaze piercing into his eyes. Tony, I understand. At her words, Tony stiffened, awkwardly responding, Understand what? Are you still trying to deceive me? I am acutely aware of the perilous situation you find yourself in, Pepper murmured, her eyes brimming with tears. Tony was taken aback. This predicament was a closely guarded secret, known only to himself, that insidious Russian and those agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. Reflecting on this, it seemed that the matter was not as clandestine as he had presumed. Yet, how had Pepper come to know? Gazing into her sorrowful eyes, Tony's heart softened. Indeed, I have been deceiving you, for I wish to spare you the burden of worry. I am diligently seeking a solution, and I am on the verge of discovering it. Pepper's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? What is it? Tony faltered, uncertain of how to respond. He had uttered those words merely to comfort her. In truth, He had no idea how to resolve the issue, only how to alleviate the symptoms. You are still lying to me, Pepper realized, recognizing his deceit. Her brows furrowed in frustration, tempted to strike him, yet upon seeing his expression, her heart softened. That strange man claimed he knows how to save you. What? You cannot be serious. How could he possibly know? Moreover, who is this person? Do you know him? Tony waved his hands dismissively. Honestly, Tony, I do not know him. But he was the one who informed me that your life is in danger. He also mentioned a solution, while he made certain demands. They are trivial in comparison to our plight. By the way, the answer lies here. It is your father's legacy. Pepper exclaimed eagerly. My father's legacy? Tony echoed, puzzled. Yes, that is precisely what he said, Pepper affirmed with a firm nod. Tony turned to observe the enormous city model draped in white cloth nearby. Releasing Pepper, he approached and yanked the covering away. Beneath the pristine glass case, beside a conceptual illustration, a small wooden plaque bore the inscription in golden letters. The key to the future is here. Tony fixated on the model, his eyes igniting with conviction. He sensed that the stranger was indeed correct. This object could undoubtedly save him. Although he remained unaware of the specifics, the answer resided within this model. Regardless of the stranger's intentions, he had spoken a truth. Turning back, Tony planted a heartfelt kiss on Pepper's lips. My dear, I cannot thank you enough. You have saved my life. I shall take this back for further study. Rest assured, I will not perish. After soothing Pepper once more, Tony eagerly disassembled the model with utmost care, securing it with rope before slinging it over his shoulder and soaring into the sky towards his home. Upon returning to his residence, Tony immediately instructed JARVIS to conduct a scan. Once the operational interface was established, he discerned something unusual. After a series of calculations, a new element unveiled itself before him. Father, even after 20 years, you continue to impart lessons, Tony mused, gazing at the mesmerizing blue sphere before him. Thank you, Dad. This new element could potentially replace palladium. Unfortunately, it could not be synthesized. The mechanical voice of Jarvis resonated. With a light chuckle, Tony proclaimed, prepare for a major overhaul. We are reverting to hardware mode. Filled with renewed hope, he energetically sought various materials, creating openings in the walls amidst what appeared to be a chaotic endeavor. After a flurry of seemingly disordered activity, Tony successfully assembled the prism accelerator. At that moment, a suave and gentle man entered the room. After exchanging a few words, he said, Goodbye, I have been reassigned. Director Fury has sent me to New Mexico. If Riga had been present, he would have exclaimed, Coulson, an unconventional agent whose popularity was extraordinary, even leading to the creation of a television series. Of course, New Mexico held great significance as it indicated that Thor was soon to arrive. Coulson was merely a brief interlude. Tony quickly immersed himself in his work. Thus, day by day, Tony devoted himself entirely to the synthesis of the new element, even neglecting to meet with Potts. Time passed unnoticed, and after numerous failures, Tony finally succeeded in creating a new element. Observing the new element merging with the arc reactor, Tony felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He was truly saved. However, he pondered how that stranger had known. He himself was uncertain of the details. No matter, there would be ample time to seek clarity later. For now, he needed to restore his health first. While engrossed in his work, Tony received a phone call. Hello? A heavy Russian accent emerged. Tony, how are you? I've doubled the RPM. Tony felt a jolt of alarm. Why was this man calling? You suggest doubling the RPM to generate more energy. Excellent advice. Ivan Vanko, toothpick in mouth, bloodied hands gripping the phone, stood amidst the swaying corpses of two security personnel from Hammer Technologies. The Stark family legacy is about to be rewritten. Everything your father has done to my family over the past 40 years, I will return to you in 40 minutes. Ivan removed his glasses, his cold gaze filled with hatred. I hope you are prepared. Panic surged within Tony. He had failed to trace the call but had obtained a general location. Although the new reactor had yet to be tested, there was no time to lose. Pepper was in danger, and he could not remain passive. Firmly pressing the new reactor against his chest, Tony resolutely declared, Isn't it time for a test? Let's test it now. Chapter 9, Dr. Lizard. Since leaving Stark Industries, Riga had been living quite comfortably. A few days prior, Pepper had informed him that her identity situation had been resolved, and now he needed to find a proper place to live. There is an English proverb, home, sweet home, and in Chinese, It is said that a gold nest or silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. While staying in a hotel is convenient, it is ultimately someone else's space. No matter how comfortable, there always lingers a sense of vigilance and discomfort. Riga sought the assistance of an agency and, after a thorough comparison, acquired a spacious two-story open apartment at a considerable price. However, such matters posed no concern to him. He exchanged all previous furnishings for items that resonated with his personal aesthetic and intentionally left a designated space for daily martial arts practice. Subsequently, he purchased a Ford Mustang, a vehicle exuding robust power and a rugged appearance. Although deemed a civilian sports car, it embodied youthful vitality, perfectly suited for Riga's current needs. After an extensive shopping spree, Riga finally felt a sense of belonging in his abode within the Marvel universe. Recently, he noticed that the individuals who had been observing him had vanished, likely disheartened by the absence of anything of value, deeming their efforts a fruitless endeavor. Riga practiced indoors, exercising utmost caution to avoid any significant commotion, rendering those onlookers utterly empty-handed. Though life felt somewhat stifling, the enhancement of his abilities was undeniably evident. Due to the necessity of meticulously regulating his strength, Riga's control capabilities had significantly improved. He could now walk and stand in midair, even briefly run aloft. However, the limited space hindered further practice in this regard, and flight remained a distant aspiration. The energy expenditure required for long-distance flight was beyond his current physical capabilities. Yet he felt a profound satisfaction with his achievements thus far. That evening, with no one trailing behind him, Riga prepared to formally test his abilities outdoors and procure some sustenance. Since awakening his powers, he found himself consuming the equivalent of several meals daily. Were it not for the credit card provided by Little Pepper, he would have nearly exhausted his finances. Am I destined to become a glutton like those characters in One Piece? Riga mused to himself. Shaking off such thoughts, he discovered an unoccupied corner, exerted force beneath his feet, and leapt 2 or 3 stories high. Activating his abilities, the explosive reaction propelled him even higher. As he intensified his output, he ascended further from the ground, eventually pausing when fatigue set in. At that point, he had reached an impressive altitude, the surrounding buildings appearing diminutive below. Gazing down at the brilliant lights below, a surge of exhilaration coursed through Riga. To stand atop the pinnacle and survey the mountain small, he exclaimed, arms outstretched, relishing the caress of the night breeze. It became clear why people were drawn to heights. It was not merely the expansive view, but the intoxicating sense of control over the world beneath them. However, such a state could not be sustained for long. His body began to protest. Alas, still too weak. He lamented, realizing that just a few minutes had passed. It seemed imperative to train further, for endurance held significant importance for a man. One could not afford to falter in a protracted battle. With these thoughts in mind, Riga nodded resolutely, preparing to descend gradually to the ground. At that moment, Riga suddenly noticed a commotion occurring on a large bridge. Fortunately, he was not too far away and could swiftly make his way to investigate. The towering buildings around him provided perfect leverage, allowing him to leap from their rooftops. Although it could not compare to flying, it was certainly much faster than navigating through the streets below. Riga landed atop one of the buildings, oriented himself, and hurried towards the scene of the incident. The location in question was the Williamsburg Bridge, one of the spans connecting Manhattan and Brooklyn, now choked with traffic due to a jam. On the bridge, a lizard-like creature stumbled forward, casually pushing cars aside, and in fits of rage, effortlessly lifted a compact car and hurled it into the river. Riga watched in astonishment. A compact car weighs at least over a ton, and for the lizard creature to toss one so easily indicated a strength of at least several tons. He reflected on his own capabilities. While he too could overturn vehicles, he certainly could not do so with such ease as the lizard creature. Nonetheless, he believed his strength was not far behind. Although he pondered these thoughts, it all transpired in an instant. Just as Riga prepared to intervene, a small figure clad in red and blue soared past him, shooting a web that ensnared the falling car and hoisted it back to safety, securing the other end of the web to the bridge. Upon witnessing this figure, a smile crept onto Riga's face. His friendly neighborhood Spider-Man had arrived. This strength, this speed, this reflexes. Though he had only recently donned the mantle of Spider-Man, he already exhibited the qualities of a true superhero. Riga had intended to pay him a visit, and now seemed the perfect opportunity. He tore a piece of cloth to mask his face and quickly made his way towards Spider-Man. The young hero was busy rescuing people when he glanced up and saw a figure rapidly approaching him, astonishingly running through the air, leaving him momentarily speechless. Riga paid no mind to Spider-Man's expression and reached his side, stating, "You save the people, and I'll handle that monster. Together, we can minimize the injuries." Spider-Man, still captivated by the wonder of aerial running, quickly replied, "Oh, right. Be careful, man." Riga smiled and nodded before charging toward the lizard creature. The creature was venting its fury on the bridge when it suddenly noticed someone rushing toward it. Harnessing his momentum, Riga unleashed a powerful punch, catching the lizard creature off guard and sending it flying, crashing into several cars. However, this damage was merely a tickle to the lizard creature. With a furious roar, it scrambled back to its feet and lunged at Riga with claws bared. Yet, to Riga, the creature's combat style was laughably inadequate. All it could do was claw, and its speed paled in comparison to his own, rendering it incapable of posing any real threat. Riga, with his agility and swiftness, unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon the lizard man, much like one would strike a punching bag. The lizard man wailed in despair, filled with fury yet utterly helpless. At that moment, the young spider had rescued everyone and was preparing to assist Riga, only to be taken aback by his ferocity. This creature appeared formidable, and the spider had doubts about his own ability to confront it. The masked man before him seemed to be teaching the creature a lesson, rendering it only capable of defense while the spider felt superfluous. Under Riga's relentless assault, the lizard man sustained numerous wounds that rapidly healed. However, it realized that this was not a sustainable situation. It could sense its physical prowess waning, likely due to the diminishing effects of the potion. Signs of atrophy were already evident in its right arm. If this continued, it would either be captured or meet its end. Such a fate was unacceptable, as it had only just embarked on a grand endeavor. With this thought in mind, the lizard man let out a fierce roar and feigned an attack, prompting Riga to retreat. Unexpectedly, a powerful tail struck him, sending him crashing against the side of a car. Seizing the opportunity, the lizard man leapt off the bridge with a splash into the river, escaping swiftly. All of this transpired in mere seconds, leaving Spider-Man no time to react, and the lizard man vanished without a trace. Seeing Riga take a heavy blow, Spider-Man hurried over to assist him, concerned. "Are you all right, my friend?" "I'm fine, just caught off guard," Riga replied, shaking his head. He had not anticipated the lizard man would so swiftly utilize its tail as a weapon. It seemed that Dr. Connors had adapted quickly to his new role. "That's a relief." The young spider observed Riga and noted he appeared unscathed, feeling reassured. "I truly appreciate your help. Otherwise, more innocent civilians could have been harmed." "It was merely a small effort," Riga replied modestly. "No, I mean it. Most people would have fled from such a situation. Yet you bravely charged in to aid those unfortunate souls, and you drove that monster away. Truly impressive," Spider-Man exclaimed enthusiastically. Riga chuckled and glanced at the young spider. "Aren't you the same?" This made Spider-Man somewhat bashful, though his mask concealed his expression. He scratched his head, then suddenly burst forth excitedly. "How did you manage to run through the air just now? That was incredibly cool. I can move swiftly in the air, but only with my webs. How do you do it? If I could learn that, I'd be the envy of all." Riga, somewhat speechless, thought the young spider was rather exuberant. Even after a fierce battle, he chattered endlessly. With a hint of resignation, he replied, "That's unique to me. Others cannot replicate it." Upon hearing those words, the young spider felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had initially hoped to learn something new to impress Gwen and showcase his talents, but it now seemed impossible. However, this sentiment was fleeting. He quickly regained his composure and inquired with renewed vigor, "I still don't know who you are. If you tell me your identity, I shall reveal mine in turn." Riga teased in response. The young spider fell silent once more, realizing that he could not openly proclaim his identity as Spider-Man, for it was a closely guarded secret. The more individuals who knew, the less secure it would be. Moreover, he worried about the potential malice of others. While he himself might be able to handle it, Aunt May and Gwen lacked such protection. Observing the young spider's silence, Riga couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that there was no rush regarding identities. There would be ample time in the future. "Oh, by the way," Riga said, retrieving a piece of paper and a pen from a nearby vehicle. He scribbled down his phone number and handed it to the young spider. "This is my number. If you ever find yourself in a precarious situation and feel overwhelmed, just give me a call." "What? On our first meeting, you're giving me your phone number? You must be quite generous," the young spider mused. unaware that Riga already understood much about him and his character. After all, how could one so readily share their contact information? Furthermore, Riga hoped to assist the young spider whenever necessary, especially considering the tragedies surrounding Officer Stacy and Gwen. Such support would undoubtedly benefit both the young spider and the city of New York. With Riga's phone number now safely tucked away, the young spider declared earnestly, "Brother, you are a good man." Riga stumbled slightly at this unexpected compliment. "Of course, I am a good man," he replied, though the words felt oddly uncomfortable to him. Suppressing his urge to scoff, he turned to leave. "I'm off now. Call me if you need anything." With a graceful leap, he ascended the bridge's support structure and vanished into the night, leaving the young spider alone, filled with a myriad of thoughts and emotions. Chapter 10. Visitors from all sides. The Williamsburg Bridge incident momentarily dominated the headlines of New York's major newspapers, sparking widespread discussions about the mysterious new creature. Citizens found themselves increasingly anxious about their safety. Officer Stacy publicly pledged to swiftly investigate the matter and bring those responsible to justice. Concurrently, various rumors about Spider-Man and the enigmatic masked figure circulated widely. Witnesses who survived the encounter eagerly recounted the spectacle of the mysterious man battling the creature. Footage from security cameras revealed that this individual possessed the ability to traverse the air, exhibiting extraordinary strength and speed, swiftly making him the center of public discourse. Having one Spider-Man is already troublesome enough. Now there's a lizard-like monster and a seemingly superhuman figure. When did New York turn into a circus? Officer Stacy lamented to herself. Not only were the New York police feeling troubled, but this recent lizard man incident also captured the attention of many others. Riga, however, was indifferent to such concerns. He aimed to showcase his own prowess. He was acutely aware of the watchful eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D nearby, knowing that demonstrating his abilities could serve as a foundation for future endeavors. This time, he seized the opportunity to make a significant impression with the lizard doctor incident. Although his face was concealed, it posed no obstacle for those keen on uncovering his identity. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the outcomes. Despite the sensational nature of the news, Tony Stark remained oblivious, engrossed in synthesizing a new element. It was only after achieving success and allowing himself a moment of relaxation that he stumbled upon the headlines. He initially pondered the emergence of such phenomena in New York and thought it would be intriguing to explore once he was well. But before he could dwell on it further, he received a call from Ivan Vanko, which instantly set him on edge. While Tony was in a frenzy, Riga was far from idle. Observing the striking red-haired beauty before him, he felt a twinge of surprise. "Jean Grey, it is an honor to meet you," Riga remarked. Indeed, the woman standing in front of Riga was none other than the renowned Phoenix, Jean Grey, a level 5 mutant whose power, when unleashed, was nothing short of extraordinary. However, at that moment, she was still under Professor X's restraint, appearing as the quintessential good girl, seemingly harmless. She was known for her tireless efforts to improve the status and conditions of mutants, making her one of the more publicly recognized figures among them. A flicker of surprise crossed Jean's delicate features. "You know me? I often see your endeavors for mutant rights on television. Of course, I recognize you," Riga replied, telling a small fib. Upon hearing Riga's words, Jean blushed slightly, not giving it much thought, and continued, "I am here on behalf of Professor X." Riga simply nodded, falling silent. Noticing the pause, Jean became somewhat anxious. "We are aware that you were the one on the Williamsburg Bridge last time. This is far too dangerous. If others discover your identity, rest assured, they will not pose any threat to me," Riga confidently interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "How can you be so certain? You must understand that we mutants are not held in high regard," Jean replied, increasingly worried. "Apologies, but I am not a mutant," Riga interrupted again. "What?" Jean responded, her disbelief evident. "I am not a mutant. While I possess certain exceptional abilities, I do not fall into that category," Riga explained, raising his hands in a gesture of openness. Upon realizing that Riga was not lying, Jean calmed down instantly. Although she was tempted to probe into Riga's mental realm, she hesitated, recognizing that it might irritate him. Moreover, her current abilities were insufficient to extract information from a distance like Professor X. She needed to concentrate and physically touch the person's head. This thought left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Initially, after learning about Riga, she had considered recruiting him as a new member for the X-Men, believing it would enhance their chances against Magneto. However, it now seemed that plan had been dashed. Perhaps the expression of disappointment was all too evident, which struck Riga as somewhat amusing. At this moment, the phoenix was rather entertaining. There is no need for excessive dismay. For although I am not a mutant and do not entirely concur with Professor X's philosophies, I hold great admiration for his character. I am quite pleased to have garnered his attention. Please convey my regards to him, and I shall certainly pay him a visit when the opportunity arises. Jean let out a soft sound of acknowledgement. It appeared this individual was not so bad after all. While he had not been recruited, this outcome was not unfavorable, as it at least provided some closure. However, how did he come to know of Professor X's character? It is well known that ordinary people tend to regard mutants with trepidation, if not outright hostility, making peaceful coexistence a challenge, let alone admiration. Perhaps sensing Jean's curiosity, Riga smiled and replied, I possess some understanding of Professor X's deeds, though I cannot disclose how I came by this knowledge. Nevertheless, I assure you of my profound respect for him. Upon hearing this, Jean inquired with intrigue, what is your perspective on mutants, Mr. Riga? Much like humans, they are merely another form of life, Riga responded. There exists both good and evil among them. They merely possess unique abilities. Riga was well aware that the universe is home to a myriad of races, and the grand conflicts he had witnessed were truly genocidal wars, where entire planets were enslaved. In contrast, the discord between humans and mutants seemed trivial, akin to child's play. Jean's eyes sparkled at Riga's response, her admiration and softness noticeably increasing. Thank you for sharing your insights. I will certainly convey your greetings. Then I shall not intrude upon your time further. Do make a point to visit the academy. Here is its address. Until we meet again, Jean said. As she had accomplished her purpose for coming, she rose to bid farewell to Riga. Farewell. And perhaps we may have opportunities for collaboration in the future, Riga remarked. Not long after Jean's departure, Riga's doorbell chimed once more. Upon opening the door, he was met by a young woman with flowing golden hair and a captivating presence. Mr. Riga, is it? She inquired. Indeed, may I ask who you are? He replied. Without answering, the woman strode in and gracefully settled onto Riga's sofa, adopting a languid pose. Riga found himself at a loss for words, yet refrained from reacting harshly. Moreover, given his capabilities, he was untroubled by any potential trickery. He closed the door and took a seat opposite her, observing her with keen interest. Regardless of her identity, she was undeniably pleasing to the eye, and as she chose not to speak, he saw no harm in gazing a moment longer. Aren't you curious about my identity? The woman asked. Are you not about to introduce yourself? Riga countered. With an arched eyebrow, the woman displayed a hint of intrigue, followed by a mischievous smile. Then, to Riga's astonishment, her skin shimmered and rippled, transforming into a wave of scales, revealing her true form as a blue-skinned mutant with chestnut hair. Allow me to introduce myself. I am S.H.I.E.L.D, representing Magneto, and I invite you to join our ranks. Observing Riga's reaction, Mystique felt a sense of satisfaction. Riga, taken aback, realized that the illustrious Mystique had come to him, and wondered if Magneto himself had taken an interest in him. However, having already declined Professor X's invitation, he was even less inclined to join Magneto's brotherhood. Just as Riga was about to speak, Mystique interjected, urging him not to hastily refuse. As she was aware that Charles had sent Jean to seek him out earlier, asserting that their offer was far superior to theirs. Riga, somewhat speechless, thought this to be rather brazen. She was outrightly attempting to entice him. I must still decline your invitation, not due to the inadequacy of your terms. But as I informed Jean earlier, I am not a mutant. Not a mutant? Mystique was taken aback. Indeed, you may find your visit was in vain. Even if I were, I would not join your ranks. Setting aside my disagreement with your ideology, the presence of Sabretooth alone makes it impossible for me to align with you, as I harbor no fondness for him, Riga mused internally. Mystique, profoundly disappointed, lost her interest momentarily. Since he was not a mutant, she pondered the futility of her time spent here. However, upon reflection, she recognized that the Brotherhood currently lacked sufficient strength and might require external assistance. Although Riga was not a mutant, he was certainly not an ordinary human. To the average person, he posed a significant threat akin to that of a mutant, thus making him a potential ally, albeit not the right moment to pursue that path. With this in mind, Mystique's smile returned. Since you, Mr. Riga, are unwilling to accept our invitation, I shall not press the matter. However, this does not preclude us from maintaining a cordial friendship. Would you not agree? Riga smiled, acknowledging Mystique's thoughtful approach. His current capabilities were adequate in the eyes of mutants, and in times of need, he could serve as a formidable ally, despite his reluctance to align with their cause. You are correct. Where business fails, kinship remains. It is beneficial to have an additional friend. Riga extended his hand. Farewell, Mr. Riga. Mystique shook his hand, transforming back into her enchanting blonde persona, casting him a flirtatious glance before departing. Though aware of her true age, Riga could not help but marvel at Mystique's allure. Chapter 11. Tony Stark. After encountering the representatives from the two factions of mutants, Riga returned to his previous routine, indulging in culinary delights, honing his abilities, and familiarizing himself with his surroundings. However, his normal life was abruptly interrupted by a bombshell. Upon rising and glancing at the front page of the newspaper, Riga burst into laughter, realizing that Tony had succeeded. He had defeated Whiplash, and thus the new element had been synthesized successfully. Life, it seemed, was no longer in danger, and the days ahead promised to be even more exhilarating. In the afternoon, Riga received a call from Pepper Potts. Mr. Riga, thank you for your message. Tony's life is no longer in danger. I wonder if you have time to meet. We wish to express our gratitude in person. Not at all. I am available right now, Riga replied. That's splendid. Shall I send someone to pick you up? Pepper inquired, her voice brimming with delight. No need. I can make my own way. Where shall we meet? Originally, we intended to host you at home. However, due to the unfortunate incident last time, our house is still in disarray. Thus, we can only meet at Stark Industries. I hope you won't mind, Pepper said with a hint of apology. Not at all. Stark Industries will suffice. I am quite indifferent to such matters. I shall head over now. Excellent. See you shortly. Oh, by the way, regarding your last request, I have made the necessary arrangements, Pepper mentioned. That is wonderful news. Thank you, Riga responded, genuinely surprised. Not at all. I should be the one thanking you. Until we meet again, Mr. Riga. Until then. With that, Riga ended the call. Riga approached his wardrobe, selecting a slightly more formal outfit, as this would be his first official meeting with the future Avengers. Casual athletic wear would not quite suit the occasion. After choosing his attire, he departed and drove to Stark Industries. Upon arriving, Riga entered the Stark Tower. As soon as he stepped inside, Pepper greeted him, clearly having been waiting. Mr. Riga, welcome, she exclaimed, her face alight with a smile as she extended her hand. Miss Potts, good to see you. I apologize for the necessity of my previous actions, Riga replied, smiling as he shook her hand. Oh, it's quite all right. If it weren't for you, Tony might have been in grave danger. You needn't be so formal. Just call me Pepper, she insisted, waving her hand dismissively. Riga chuckled softly. Pepper. At the sound of her name, her smile widened even further. Shall we go up? Tony is very eager to speak with you. The two ascended the elevator to the top floor of Stark Tower, a place Tony often considered a second home, where he would rest during busy workdays alongside Pepper. Upon entering, Riga observed Tony standing at the bar, pouring himself a drink. You two can converse. I won't intrude, Pepper said as she ushered Riga upstairs. Thank you once more, Mr. Riga. With Pepper's departure, an intriguing atmosphere enveloped Riga and Tony. Mr. Riga, welcome. Thank you for your message. It saved my life, Tony declared, lifting a bottle of wine. Care for a drink? Riga shook his head, bemused by the self-absorption of Iron Man. Thank you, but I shall pass. Even without my intervention, you would have discovered that element eventually. I merely expedited the process. Not drinking? How unfortunate. Your life surely lacks much enjoyment, Tony remarked playfully. May I inquire where you hail from, Mr. Riga? I am Chinese. Riga did not respond directly. Yet to Tony, it bore little distinction. Ah, China. I have merely heard of it, but have never visited, Tony remarked. Riga, seated on the sofa, gazed at Tony across from him and inquired, Might I ask what brings you to summon me this time? Casual conversation is not typically your style, Iron Man. Tony took a sip of his drink and replied, Your words wound me, for I have come solely to express my gratitude. Is that so? Riga responded noncommittally. Of course. Tony shook his head. Did I not express my thanks the moment you entered? Riga was momentarily speechless. This hardly constituted a sincere expression of gratitude, more a mere mention. Aside from conveying my heartfelt appreciation, Tony took another sip, while Riga rolled his eyes. I have several inquiries I wish to pose to you, Mr. Riga. At last, Riga thought, we are approaching the crux of the matter. Pabwa is quite naive. She would not contemplate much, and even if she did, she would remain silent. After all, you saved my life. That much I comprehend, Tony said, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on Riga. "But how did you come to know of my circumstances? How did you discern that my father's relic could save me? What is your true intention?" Riga leaned back on the sofa, listening to Tony's almost accusatory questions, reflecting that things were indeed more complicated than they appeared. "How I know is of my own means. In fact, I am not the only one aware of your situation." "Am I?" Riga countered. Tony paused, realizing that the Russian he had eliminated was aware, as were those from S.H.I.E.L.D, making Riga's knowledge less surprising. "Then how did you learn of my father's relic?" Tony pressed on. "Apologies, but that is a secret I cannot divulge," Riga shrugged. Upon hearing Riga's response, Tony's expression darkened. "Relax, Tony." Riga shifted to a more comfortable position. "I am not your enemy. Otherwise, I would not have saved you, would I?" "True." Tony's demeanor softened somewhat. "Of course, do not think you can rely solely on your iron armor, since I dared to come here. I have my own means of assurance." After speaking, Riga extended his right index finger toward a nearby vase, and, with a slight exertion, a visible wave of transparent energy shot forth, shattering the vase into pieces. Witnessing Riga's abilities, Tony's apprehension grew. "You see, if I wished to do you harm, I could have done so at any moment, yet I refrained, and I saved your life. I believe my sincerity is evident." Riga turned to him with a smile. Tony pondered for a moment. "What is your objective?" "My objective has already been fulfilled, has it not? Did Pabwa not inform you?" Riga feigned surprise. "Pabwa indeed told me, but I find it hard to believe it is that simple." Tony raised his head. "To disbelieve does not equate to the absence of truth." Riga shook his head, observing, "As a billionaire, you naturally perceive these matters as insignificant. However, my circumstances differ greatly. I am destitute and did not arrive in America through conventional means. Thus, what you consider trivial requests are, for me, of utmost necessity." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Of course, I possess alternative methods to fulfill my needs. Yet none are as expedient as the Stark Group, are they? Furthermore, in terms of finances, what profession could possibly be more straightforward than having the Stark Group underwrite my future? Moreover, I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Earning a living is, quite frankly, a time-consuming endeavor." Tony remained silent for a moment, acknowledging that while these matters seemed trivial to him, they were indeed paramount to Riga. Although he professed a desire to forego the Stark Group's favor, both parties understood that the value of the information Riga could provide far outweighed the current requests. Should Riga require assistance in the future, the Stark Group would be unable to refuse him. After a brief silence, Tony regarded Riga intently before raising his glass and smiling. "You are correct. I was overly suspicious. My apologies." Riga, witnessing this, smiled in return. Although Tony did not fully trust him, it mattered little. Riga held no expectations. He understood that there was little more to extract from him, and Tony could not impose upon him, so he allowed the matter to pass. Whether an investigation would ensue was of no concern to Riga. They both knew that nothing would be uncovered. They exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding between them. At that moment, Pepper Potts entered the room. Upon seeing Riga and Tony engaged in lively conversation, she remarked with a smile, "It appears you two are getting along quite well. However, I must interrupt. Mr. Riga, Natalie is waiting for you downstairs." "Natalie? You introduced Natalie to him?" Tony feigned surprise, then turned to Riga and winked. "I didn't realize Mr. Riga was also in the same circle. If it weren't for Pepper, you wouldn't have this opportunity now." Riga thought to himself, "You already know who Natalie is, yet continue to feign ignorance. Truly an actor." Nonetheless, he played along, laughing heartily. "Then I must extend my gratitude to Pepper." "All right, Tony, must you always speak so recklessly?" Pepper chided, playfully swatting him. "Let us head downstairs and not disturb Mr. Riga and Natalie's rendezvous. Natalie is waiting, after all." She winked at Riga as she finished her sentence. Riga chuckled softly and then entered the elevator. Chapter 12. Natasha. As Riga gazed at the woman seated before him, Natasha, he felt a profound sense of reflection. Ultimately, his primary objective in this endeavor was none other than the Black Widow. The previous two targets were merely incidental. Under Riga's intense scrutiny, Natasha chuckled lightly. She had encountered such gazes far too often. As a female agent, Natasha possesses not only exceptional combat skills, but also the allure of her beauty and physique, which serve as potent tools in the execution of her missions. This woman has a terrifying grasp of human psychology, adept at discerning the subtle shifts in her adversaries' mental states. and subsequently exploiting their vulnerabilities to extract vital information. Even those who have undergone rigorous training can unwittingly fall prey to her machinations. Previously, she had been instructed by Nick Fury to infiltrate Stark Industries as an undercover operative to gather pertinent intelligence. Not long ago, she received another message from Fury, urging her to devise a means to approach a man named Riga and probe into his background. According to the reports, this individual is likely the mysterious figure who appeared on the Williamsburg Bridge recently, exhibiting skills that surpass even those of Spider-Man. Such a powerful and enigmatic Asian man poses a significant threat in Fury's eyes until his intentions are fully understood. However, in comparison to the situation in New Mexico, the importance of this matter is considerably diminished. Feeling the intensity of Riga's gaze, Natasha tilted her head slightly and brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, chuckling softly. "Miss Potts mentioned that you wished to meet me. Allow me to introduce myself, Natalia Rashman." "Riga," he replied with a smile, inwardly thinking how long she could maintain this charade. "I know your name," Natasha mentally scoffed. "And your surname, Riga?" Natalia inquired gently once more. "Nothing but a single name, Riga." "Oh, Mr. Riga, where do you hail from?" Natasha asked with curiosity. "I am Chinese," Riga answered. "Ah, China," Natasha mused, resting her chin on her hand while casting a sultry glance at him. "So, Mr. Riga from China, what brings you to seek my company?" Listening to her slightly husky, seductive voice and observing her enchanting demeanor, Riga felt overwhelmed, his cheeks flushing and his heart racing. Natasha instantly detected the change in his demeanor and smiled subtly, thinking that the mission appeared to be progressing smoothly. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Riga finally spoke. "Well, there are several reasons for my interest in you." "Oh, pray, do share," Natasha replied, extending her left hand to gently caress the back of his hand. He thought to himself, is she truly toying with me? There was no resisting Natasha's charm. Had he not known her well, he would have already succumbed to her allure. Clearing his throat and withdrawing his hands, he leaned back in his chair. "First of all, I find your name somewhat challenging to pronounce. Perhaps I should refer to you by another name." Natasha raised an eyebrow, surprised that this was his opening gambit. What could he possibly be up to? Yet she remained composed, pursing her lips slightly before tilting her head with a smile and inquiring, "I wonder how Mr. Riga wishes to address me?" A hook had been set. Riga felt a surge of delight within, suggesting, "Perhaps you could be called Natasha or Natalia. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Natasha's earlier calm demeanor and allure vanished, her expression shifting dramatically. She would not naively believe that Riga merely wished to change her name. If he truly wanted to do so, why choose these two? It was essential to note that Natasha Romanoff was her name within S.H.I.E.L.D, while Natalia Alexeyevna Romanova was her original name. Why did he not mention something else, but specifically these two names? Was he subtly reminding her that he was aware of her identity? How could he know? Her identity was an absolute secret, known only to a select few. Could there be a traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D? Countless thoughts raced through Natasha's mind in an instant, her expression continuously shifting. Observing the captivating change in Natasha's demeanor, Riga nearly burst into laughter. Just moments ago, he had felt flustered and on the verge of losing composure. Perhaps Natasha had never anticipated such a question from him, though this was not a matter of revenge. Witnessing such a vivid expression on the usually unflappable Natasha brought a sense of satisfaction to Riga. Meanwhile, Natasha's heart simmered with resentment. Since becoming the Black Widow, she could scarcely recall the last time she had been the subject of ridicule. She had always been the one to manipulate others, never the one to be toyed with. This man, had he always known her identity? If so, then his earlier shyness had been a facade. How dare he play with her, watching her like a spectacle? How infuriating. If Riga were aware of Natasha's thoughts, he would vehemently cry injustice. While he did wish to tease Natasha, his earlier shyness and awkwardness had been entirely genuine. He had not intended to unveil Natasha's identity so swiftly, but her captivating charm had rendered him defenseless, compelling him to reclaim the conversational upper hand in such a manner. Now that her identity had been exposed, Natasha saw no reason to continue pretending. She quickly composed herself, sitting upright and regarding Riga with a calm gaze, entirely devoid of her previous allure. Witnessing Natasha revert to her cold, agent-like demeanor, Riga could not help but marvel at her swift transformation. However, he found her serene gaze even more challenging to bear, stammering awkwardly, "I apologize. I did not intend to make you the subject of amusement. It is simply that your allure is too compelling, leaving me no choice." At this, Natasha let out a soft laugh, taken aback by the unexpected charm of the young man before her. It was the first time during a mission she encountered someone displaying such innocence. Gazing at this seemingly younger lad scratching his head, Natasha suddenly felt that this mission might not be so dreadful after all. The tension that had previously enveloped them dissipated considerably with that shared laughter. A light chuckle from Natasha left Riga momentarily speechless, causing him to murmur a phrase in Chinese, "A smile that captivates a city." "What?" Natasha inquired. It's a Chinese phrase, a smile that captivates a city," Riga replied. Compared to other languages, Natasha's proficiency in Chinese was somewhat limited, prompting her to ask in confusion, "What does that mean?" This left Riga feeling more awkward. And with a forced demeanor, he explained, "In simple terms, it means that when a beautiful woman smiles, everyone in the city is enchanted by her." At this, Natasha beamed even brighter. Every girl relishes compliments, and even as a spy, she was no exception, especially when the praise was so lofty. "A smile that captivates a city? I shall remember this phrase," Natasha said, returning to her initially alluring demeanor. Riga silently lamented the predicament he found himself in. "All right. You mentioned there are several reasons for meeting me. You've shared the first. I wish to hear the subsequent reasons." Natasha redirected the conversation. Riga took a deep breath, composed himself, and stated, "The second reason is that I wish to help you." "Help me? In what way?" "To restore your body," Riga replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Natasha's expression shifted dramatically. This was a secret she found incredibly difficult to voice, one that ordinary people could not possibly comprehend. Even within S.H.I.E.L.D, few were privy to such knowledge. She cleared her dry throat, her face turning ashen. "How do you know this?" "Because we hail from the same place." Riga's response astonished Natasha yet again. In such a brief encounter, this young man had continually surprised her, overwhelming her with information. "Aren't you from China?" Natasha asked. "I am, indeed, Chinese, but in another sense, we originate from the same place." "Are you also from there?" Natasha trembled as she questioned him. "Yes, Siberia. Those scientists conducted human experiments on us, and when the experiments went awry, an explosion occurred. I was the sole survivor." Riga lowered his gaze, feigning sorrow to prevent Natasha from detecting any inconsistencies. "My word, as someone who had escaped from Hydra." Natasha was acutely aware of the madness and inhumanity of the scientists there. She was merely a victim herself. Her experiences in the Red Room were among the most harrowing memories of her life. She had not anticipated that this boy before her shared a similar fate, perhaps even worse. The thought of human experimentation made her wonder what he had endured. It was likely far more grueling than her own ordeal. Riga intentionally shared this information, for it was not a secret. Ultimately, the truth would come to light, and whether sooner or later, it made little difference. Although Natasha is affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D, she does not harbor any aversion to the organization, nor to the Avengers. In fact, she had contemplated joining their ranks, particularly as she looked forward to honing her combat skills alongside Captain America, a master of hand-to-hand combat. "I apologize for evoking such memories. I had no idea you had experienced such things," Natasha gently consoled as she grasped Riga's right hand. She could profoundly empathize with Riga's ordeal, feeling an immediate kinship with someone who shared a similar past. "It's all right. It's all in the past. I've survived, and in a twist of fate, I've acquired superpowers. The outcome isn't too bleak," Riga replied with a smile, lifting his head. Seeing the forced smile on Riga's face, Natasha was flooded with tenderness. It was a testament to his inner strength that he could still smile despite his experiences. Unbeknownst to her, Riga was desperately suppressing laughter, fearing that his mirth would lead to sorrow, which resulted in a rather awkward smile that Natasha misinterpreted. "Do you believe me now?" Riga inquired. "I do," Natasha responded, her voice soft yet resolute. "So, do you wish for my assistance?" Riga asked again. Natasha fell silent. As a woman, she naturally yearned for completeness. Yet her life had been saved by Nick Fury, to whom she had vowed to repay her debt. If she were to decide otherwise, she felt compelled to inform him. Observing Natasha lost in thought, Riga chose not to press further. After a lengthy pause, he spoke softly. "You have the right to pursue your own happiness. It is what you deserve. Should you reach a decision, feel free to contact me." Rising from his seat, he donned his clothes and added, "Oh, And please inform Nick Fury that if he wishes to recruit me, he should act swiftly. I am quite in demand nowadays. Natasha couldn't help but smile at this remark. I will, she assured him. Nodding, Riga replied, well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Natasha. Farewell, Riga, she echoed quietly as she watched him depart. Chapter 13. A call from the little spider. Riga lay on his bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Although the outcome of his meeting with Natasha was expected, he couldn't shake off a sense of disappointment. Perhaps it was the conversation that stirred memories from this body's past. For Riga had been enveloped in a gentle sorrow during this time. He frequently recalled his days with S.H.I.E.L.D, having been adopted by them as a child, where his days were consumed with training and acquiring various specialized knowledge, eventually being selected for human experiments, until the experiments spiraled out of control, culminating in an explosion that claimed everyone's lives. Had he not fortuitously occupied this body, the name Riga would have faded into obscurity, perhaps to be left as nothing more than a forgotten corpse in the wilderness. Riga turned over, his expression tinged with melancholy. In comparison, Natasha is somewhat more fortunate than himself. Although she too has undergone rigorous training from a young age and has been rendered incomplete due to the so-called graduation ceremony, she has, after all, survived. In their line of work, survival is the paramount aspiration. Each mission harbors the potential for fatality. The more accomplished the agent, the more perilous the tasks they undertake. A moment's lapse in caution could lead to a grim demise, and Hydra would harbor no compassion for them. After all, they are merely instruments of Hydra. Tools, when broken, are simply replaced. There is no need for excessive concern. A surge of anger began to swell within Riga's chest, a visceral response of this body. He sighed deeply. It seemed that Hydra had become a thorn in his side. Only by dismantling this organization could he quell the resentment festering within. Having spent some time in this world, Riga felt a profound sense of confusion, uncertain of his desires. To save the world, to be a superhero? While Riga could engage in noble deeds, he did not believe he could shoulder the same burden as Spider-Man, who takes the happiness of others as his own responsibility. To grow ever stronger? Riga was acutely aware that power within the Marvel Universe is boundless. No matter how formidable an individual may be, there always emerges someone more powerful, even entities that embody the very fabric of existence. The thought felt too distant. To live a stable life? What significance would that hold in the Marvel realm? To protect someone? Alone and unanchored, he had nothing to safeguard. Even in the face of a global crisis, with the Avengers and various superheroes in the open, and the likes of Doctor Strange lurking in the shadows, his presence made little difference. Riga was uncertain of the meaning of his existence. Thus, during this time, he had merely leveraged his foresight to secure some benefits for himself, following the narrative as it unfolded, nothing more. However, this encounter with Natasha illuminated his purpose for the first time: revenge. As long as Hydra persists, he cannot find peace. Riga silently vowed that the annihilation of Hydra would become his life's goal. With this thought, he felt an immediate lightness in his head, as if an invisible burden had vanished, and his thoughts became clearer than ever. The discomfort within him dissipated, and in that moment, he realized he was truly himself, fully Riga. With his mind unburdened, he felt a newfound sense of clarity, and life began to take on meaning. It appeared that his impulsive decision to meet Natasha was indeed a fortuitous choice. Leaping from the bed, he threw a few punches and took a shower, his eyes regaining their sharpness. After dining, Riga prepared to step outside for a stroll, intending to hone his abilities. Just then, his phone rang. Riga glanced at the unfamiliar number. Hello? An anxious voice came through. It was Spider-Man. I need your help. A faint smile crept across Riga's face. It seemed the young hero was in a predicament. What's wrong? Riga inquired. The urgency in Spider-Man's voice intensified. I can't explain it clearly, but please hurry to Osborn Industries. The lizard plans to transform the entire city into a version of himself. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Riga reassured him. Do not fret. I shall be there at once. Thanks, man. Spider-Man quickly hung up. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Riga, Peter returned home. The following day, while having breakfast, he found himself fuming at the nonsensical remarks of the police on television. He had risked his life to save others, yet received no recognition. Had it not been for him, countless lives might have been lost that night. The damage caused by the lizard would have been far worse had it not been for that enigmatic masked figure. It was infuriating that the police, instead of expressing gratitude, sought to apprehend him. Overwhelmed by these bothersome thoughts, Peter could no longer eat and hastily grabbed his backpack, heading to school. He needed someone to confide in. After all, he was merely a high school student, not yet the formidable superhero he would one day become, and his mental resilience was far from what it would need to be. Upon arriving at school, Peter found Gwen and led her to the playground. Sitting on the steps, he gazed at her beautiful face, her gentle eyes, and her caring tone. And in that moment, all his grievances seemed to dissipate. Every bit of it was worthwhile. By the way, I encountered a mysterious individual on the bridge, he mentioned, his voice brightening at the thought of Riga. The mysterious one? Gwen had heard whispers about him. I don't know where he is from, but he is undeniably powerful. I sensed that I could never match him. Gwen's eyes widened in surprise. He can run through the air. It's incredibly cool. And the creature he fought stood no chance against him. Peter became animated as he recounted the encounter. Peter, are you certain this mysterious figure isn't a dangerous person? Gwen expressed her concern for safety. I believe he is not a villain, Peter replied confidently. Why do you think so? It's just a feeling. My instincts have always been accurate, he chuckled. Gwen couldn't help but laugh at his conviction. I enjoy kissing you, Peter said. Watching Gwen's radiant smile fill him with joy. Your kissing skills are extraordinary. The candidness of his words, combined with the memory of their kiss on the rooftop interrupted by his mother, made Gwen blush, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. Lowering her head to mask her embarrassment, she soon lifted it again. It's wonderful for me as well. Is it really? Peter smirked, drawing closer to Gwen. But his advance was abruptly interrupted by a flying football. He instinctively caught the ball and flung it away, striking the goalpost with such force that it bent under the impact, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the bewildered players. This disruption shattered the charged atmosphere between them, leading to a brief chuckle before they parted ways. Later, after conducting some investigation, Peter uncovered that Dr. Connors was indeed the mutated lizard. The two soon found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle in the sewers. Unfortunately, Peter's abilities were still in their infancy, rendering him no match for the lizard. After sustaining several wounds, he seized an opportunity to flee, but in his haste to retrieve his camera capturing evidence of the lizard, he inadvertently revealed his identity to the creature. Staggering to Gwen's house, Peter was met with her shocked gaze at the ghastly wounds etched across his chest. She tended to his injuries, and amidst their intimate exchange, Gwen took his hand, voicing her concerns. I understand, Peter replied, gently cupping her face. I comprehend your feelings. Yet I must stop him, for I am the one who created him. Gwen looked on, puzzled. I provided him with the formula, which set everything into motion. A wave of regret washed over Peter. This is my responsibility. I must atone for this mistake. Hearing his words, Gwen lowered her head in contemplation. Enough of this. Let us take a stroll, Peter suggested, noticing her somber mood, a mischievous grin returning to his face. At that moment, while Peter endeavored to win Gwen's affection using his abilities, the lizard perceived Peter as an obstacle to his ambitions. Having succumbed to the influence of the reptilian form, the vestiges of his humanity were eclipsed by a primal ferocity. Peter Parker had to die for his plans to come to fruition. A chilling malice radiated from the lizard's yellow slitted eyes. As the school day commenced, the lizard emerged from the sewers and rampaged through the halls, searching relentlessly for Peter. No longer fearing exposure, he believed that soon, everyone would evolve to be like him, faster, stronger, and smarter. The sight of a towering lizard-like creature in the corridor sent students into a panic, screaming and fleeing toward the exits, while Peter charged fearlessly toward the lizard. The two clashed vigorously, battling from the corridors to the classrooms and then into the library. Peter, though significantly weaker, relied on his agility to evade the lizard's formidable strength and terrifying regenerative abilities. Yet, he found himself in perilous situations time and again. Fortunately, the distant wail of police sirens reminded the lizard of his disadvantage in numbers, prompting him to retreat along the path from which he came. Peter bore numerous bruises but had narrowly escaped a dire fate. He refused to surrender and followed the drainage system, ultimately uncovering the plans of the lizard men. Aware that he could not face this threat alone, he first contacted Gwen and then dialed Riga's number. Chapter 14. Oscorp Tower. Upon receiving Peter's call, Riga immediately leaped to the rooftop of a nearby building and hastened towards Oscorp Tower. As he adjusted the mask atop his head, a wave of frustration washed over him. This peculiar item, purchased from a store, featured merely 3 openings for his eyes and nostrils, rendering him reminiscent of a terrorist. Yet, Wishing to keep his identity concealed for the time being, he had no choice but to make do, postponing thoughts of a proper mask until the situation at hand was resolved. On his journey, Riga observed that law enforcement had mobilized in full force, with armed personnel patrolling the streets, vigilantly on guard. Their mission was twofold: to apprehend the lizard men and to capture Spider-Man. Since the Williamsburg Bridge incident, Riga had remained in the shadows, leaving the police with no leads. Furthermore, Spider-Man's notoriety far eclipsed Riga's, making him a prime target for the New York authorities. Riga exerted himself to gain altitude, mindful of his visibility while leaping from rooftop to rooftop. He utilized his abilities to propel himself forward and upward through a counter-thrust technique, allowing him to perform a controlled free fall. As he descended, he activated his powers once more, gliding through the air in an elegant arc. This method, though slower, conserved his energy, serving as a makeshift way of soaring until he could master long-distance flight. Turning a corner, Riga spotted a helicopter hovering above, its powerful searchlights slicing through the night sky, illuminating a motionless figure on the ground. A contingent of heavily armed SWAT officers surrounded the individual, gradually closing in. One officer handcuffed the man's hands behind his back and hoisted him up. Approaching from the other side was Officer Stacy, clad in a bulletproof vest. The figure on the ground was none other than Peter, who had been spotted by a patrolling officer on his way to Oscorp Tower amidst the throng of police. Unfortunately, he had been shot under the barrage of police fire, a powerful jolt of electricity rendering him immobile as he plummeted from the air. Officer Stacy approached Peter and swiftly yanked off his mask. At that moment, Peter's eyes shot open, and with a surge of strength, he broke free from the handcuffs. In an instant, he engaged in close combat, utilizing his webbing to incapacitate the surrounding officers in mere breaths. It turned out that Peter had fully recovered and had been waiting for this opportunity, though he had completely overlooked Officer Stacy's presence. "Don't move." Captain Stacy gripped his pistol tightly, bellowing at Peter to drop to the ground with his hands on his head. Immediately, a flicker of struggle crossed Peter's face. A mere firearm posed no threat to him. If he desired, he could swiftly overpower Captain Stacy and escape. Yet, Captain Stacy was the father of his beloved, and he could not bring himself to inflict harm upon him. Gritting his teeth, Peter gradually raised his hands and stood, turning to face Captain Stacy with an expression rife with complexity, anger, confusion, perhaps even a tinge of resentment. Under the glaring floodlights, Captain Stacy was taken aback by the sight of Peter's bloodied visage. Parker. He had never anticipated that the criminal he had relentlessly pursued, the Spider-Man, was, in fact, the boyfriend of his own daughter. Peter Parker, a youth he harbored no ill feelings towards, for he had invited him to their home. Yet, Peter Parker was Spider-Man. How could this be? Captain Stacy's heart was a tumult of emotions. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that Peter was a fugitive, a menace, and it was his duty to apprehend him, even if it meant causing Gwen pain. This was his obligation as a police officer. With this thought, Captain Stacy tightened his grip on the firearm. He was heading towards Oscorp Tower. "Your daughter is there now." Upon sensing the gravity of the situation in Captain Stacy's expression, Peter quickly raised his voice. Stunned by the mention of Gwen, Captain Stacy faltered. Seizing the moment, Peter quietly retrieved his mask, whispering, "You must let me go." Although still aiming the gun at Peter, Captain Stacy's mind was in turmoil. Gwen was in peril, and he could not stand idly by. While Captain Stacy was momentarily distracted, Peter leaped, ready to swing away with his web. At that moment, an officer regained his composure, lifting his gun to shoot Peter in the back as he departed. "Stop shooting," Captain Stacy shouted. Just as the officer was about to pull the trigger, Riga descended from above, landing between them and shattering the ground beneath with spiderweb-like cracks. The tremendous force caused everyone to stumble, and Riga swiftly approached, delivering a chop that knocked the officer to the ground. Noticing the astonished expressions of Captain Stacy and Peter, Riga could not help but feel a sense of pride. He had made a heroic entrance, and it felt rather exhilarating. "Spider-Man, you owe me a life," Riga jested. "Unknown fellow," Peter exclaimed, gazing at the man before him, clad like a figure from a horror tale. Captain Stacy quickly raised his weapon again, demanding, "Who are you?" "Captain Stacy, there's no need to be alarmed. I mean no harm," Riga replied. "In fact, I was summoned by Peter for assistance." "What have you done to him?" Captain Stacy remained unmoved, still aiming his gun at Riga. "He is fine. He merely fainted." Riga shrugged. Peter quickly explained, "Captain Stacy, he is my friend. here to assist in dealing with the lizard men. He harbors no ill intentions. In fact, had it not been for him during the Williamsburg Bridge incident, the casualties would have been far greater. Captain Stacy remained skeptical. You need not take my word for it, nor even Peter's. However, you must understand that the longer we delay, the more perilous your daughter's situation becomes. The lizard men will not pause for us, Riga asserted. Upon hearing Riga's words, Captain Stacy jolted. Gwen, yes, she is in danger. Although the peculiar figure before her did not appear to be a paragon of virtue, Peter knew him. And he was indeed correct. Defeating the lizard men was their foremost priority. Noticing Captain Stacy's wavering resolve, Riga turned to Peter, exchanging a nod. Peter shot out his webbing, and with a powerful leap, Riga swiftly ascended. Both possessed remarkable agility, and before long, they arrived near the Osborne Tower. Riga hovered in the air, observing from a distance. Under the searchlights, the lizard man was scaling the side of the building, carrying something on his back. It appeared he was nearing the top of the launcher. You go find Gwen. I will handle the lizard man, Riga instructed Peter. All right, with you on board, I can confidently check on Gwen's safety and return immediately after. Peter replied, standing at the side of the building. By the way, since we are fighting side by side, I still don't know your name. I don't know yours either, Riga lied. Peter Parker. Riga. Chapter 15, A Fierce Battle. Gwen, clutching the antidote, dashed out of the Osborne Tower in a panic. She couldn't fathom why the lizard man had spared her life inside, but there was no time for contemplation. The crucial task was to deliver the antidote to Spider-Man. As soon as she emerged through the doors of Osborne Enterprises, she spotted Captain Stacy arriving in a vehicle. Dad, I need to get this antidote to Spider-Man, Gwen urged. Get in the car first, Captain Stacy replied coolly, attempting to pull Gwen inside. This can stop the lizard man. You don't understand, Gwen protested as she struggled. I know, Spider-Man is your boyfriend, Captain Stacy said, taking the antidote from her. Hand this to me, and you get in the car now. Gwen was momentarily taken aback. He knew. All right, she acquiesced. Please, Dad, do not let anything happen to him. Gwen's voice tightened with worry. Captain Stacy nodded and prepared to enter the building. Hey, there's no need for all this. I'm perfectly fine. A flippant voice chimed in. Gwen turned her head and spotted her boyfriend crouched beside a nearby vehicle. Peter, she exclaimed, rushing over to embrace him tightly. Oh my goodness, how did you find the time to come here? Do you remember that guy I mentioned? I called him for assistance, Peter replied, gently caressing Gwen's face. But first, I must ensure your safety. Ahem. Police Chief Stacy, unable to bear the scene any longer, cleared her throat forcefully. At the sound of her cough, both Gwen and Peter felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, Peter's mask concealed his expression, while Gwen buried her head in his chest, unable to face her father. Thank you, Chief Stacy. I'll take the antidote. You need to get Gwen out of here as quickly as possible. Peter stepped forward to receive the antidote from Chief Stacy. I misjudged you, Peter, Chief Stacy said apologetically. This city needs you. Upon hearing her apology, Peter scratched his head. Go stop that lizard man, Chief Stacy encouraged, giving Peter's shoulder a reassuring pat. Nodding resolutely, Peter once again launched his webbing, swinging towards the Osborne building. Just as he secured his girlfriend, the lizard man had nearly reached the launcher, poised to insert the toxin. Riga, calculating the angle, extended a finger, unleashing a transparent shockwave that swiftly pierced the lizard man's wrist, causing the vial of toxin to drop from his grip. The sudden pain made the lizard man tumble off the launcher. Riga quickly activated his abilities, catching the green toxin before landing atop the building. Upon seeing Riga, the unexpected intruder, the lizard man instantly recognized him as the one who had brutally attacked him on the bridge. With old vendettas and new grievances intertwined, he roared and lunged at Riga. As the lizard man charged, Riga's heart raced. This speed was far greater than that day on the bridge. And with the toxin in one hand, he could only fight with one hand, greatly hindering his ability. The lizard man struck with a powerful downward slash, his massive claws glinting ominously. Before they even clashed, the fierce wind from the lizard man's arm struck Riga's face. Not only was the speed unmatched, but the strength had also significantly increased. Riga leaped aside, narrowly evading the lizard man's ferocious attack. Failing to connect, the lizard man raised his left arm and swung violently at Riga, who was sent crashing into a nearby steel pillar like a cannonball. This is not like that day on the bridge. I am faster and stronger now, the lizard man taunted as he advanced. Do you think you could defeat me if I weren't protecting this toxin? Riga silently scoffed to himself, brushing away the scattered steel rods as he rose to his feet. Human beings are hypocritical and frail creatures, destined to be supplanted by superior races, the reptilian creature proclaimed. I am assisting the entire human race in its evolution. Yet you foolishly endeavor to impede me. Evolution? Evolving into a clumsy and grotesque lizard such as yourself? Riga scoffed. The lizard man's gaze hardened, and with a fierce roar, he lunged forward once more. Riga quickly rose, evading the attack. He parried the reptilian claws with his left hand and delivered a punch to the creature's abdomen with his right. The lizard man staggered backward from the blow, his fury intensifying as he charged again. His resilience has indeed strengthened. Although I did not exert my full power, this is already impressive. Had this encounter occurred earlier, the lizard man would certainly have been sent flying. Thus, Riga continued to evade and counterattack while perceiving the lizard man's transformations. His movements had grown more agile, his instincts sharper, and his combat acumen heightened, particularly with that tail, which he wielded with remarkable dexterity. Unbeknownst to Riga, he had already taken several painful hits. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, leaving the rooftop in disarray, with even a few containers of liquid nitrogen shattered during their skirmish, spilling its contents everywhere. At that moment, Spider-Man ascended, greeting Riga with a cheeky remark. Hey there, buddy, how's it going? Upon seeing Peter holding the antidote, Riga rolled his eyes. Finished with Gwen, have we? Ahem, that is not the case. I merely came up to deliver the antidote, Peter hastily denied. The lizard man noticed the blue vial in Spider-Man's hand and realized the peril. If this were to be successfully deployed, all would be lost. Instantly, a look of alarm crossed his face, and he lunged toward Peter. Seeing this, Riga tossed the toxin upward, saying, "Take this. You launch the antidote while I hold him off." He then propelled himself directly at the lizard man with determination. Peter used a strand of web to retrieve the antidote, waved his hand, and said, "It's all on you, buddy," before climbing toward the launcher. Due to Riga's interference, the lizard man was unable to seize the antidote. His heart filled with rage as he turned to glare menacingly at Riga. Clenching his fists, Riga felt a surge of confidence. There were no more reservations, and he could fight without hesitation. Both combatants were intent on vanquishing one another, abandoning any further words as they clashed head-on, each throwing punches, claws, kicks, and tail swipes. Riga needed to evade the lizard man's claws, yet his own strikes elicited cries of pain from his adversary. The thrill of battle invigorated Riga, since his power had surged. This was his first true fight. Through the now augmented lizard man, Riga gained a more profound understanding of his own capabilities. The lizard man grew increasingly desperate, astonished by the strength of this masked figure before him. In truth, had it not been for his extraordinary healing abilities, he would have already met defeat. And with Spider-Man poised to deploy the antidote, he pondered, what could he do? Indeed, the launcher, the lizard man thought grimly. Since the antidote is unattainable, I shall destroy the launcher. He cast a determined glance at the support structure frozen in liquid nitrogen. Unbeknownst to him, Riga charged forward with another punch. The lizard man braced himself against Riga's strike and propelled himself toward the support. With outstretched claws, he shattered the brittle structure into fragments. Realizing the impending disaster as he observed the lizard man's ascent toward the support, Riga's heart sank. It was too late to intervene. If the support was destroyed, the launcher would follow, leaving many mutated individuals without hope of restoration. In a desperate rush, Riga dashed forward and braced himself against the collapsing structure. The pure steel support weighed well over 100 tons, and with Riga's current strength, it was a burden far beyond his capacity. Fortunately, supporting it from the side alleviated some of the strain. Yet, it remained an immense challenge, especially as he struggled to maintain his ability to float in the air. Riga's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck as he exerted all his strength to hold up the tilting pillar, letting out a loud cry from the exertion. Peter, having installed the antidote, was just preparing to assist Riga when he suddenly felt a jolt and stumbled sideways. He then witnessed the lizard man's destruction of the support and Riga's desperate effort to prop it up. Upon seeing Riga trapped, the lizard man's old ambitions resurfaced: recover the antidote, unleash it, and transform everyone into lizard-like forms. The moment Peter's gaze met that of the lizard man, he realized he had become the target. Without hesitation, he leaped from the pillar and charged toward the lizard man. The lizard man harbored a deeper hatred for Peter than for Riga, launching vicious attacks. Lacking sufficient strength and finding himself evenly matched in speed, Peter was at a disadvantage. After enduring a powerful tail swipe, Peter exclaimed, "Hang on, buddy. The antidote is about to be launched." Riga could not respond, his focus entirely on supporting the structure. Alarmed, the lizard man realized he could not allow the launch to proceed. He must stop Peter at all costs. If the boy were to be distracted, Riga would falter, and the launcher would inevitably be destroyed. Peter recognized this urgency and pushed himself to buy Riga as much time as possible. One sought to attack, the other to defend. As Peter and the lizard man became entangled in fierce combat once more. As time wore on, the lizard man grew increasingly anxious. When he felt he could not break through, he resorted to hurling steel pipes at Riga. In those moments, Peter skillfully shot webs to catch the projectiles. Ultimately, however, Peter could not withstand the lizard man's onslaught. In a moment of carelessness, he found himself ensnared by the lizard man's grip. His hands captured while a tail coiled around his neck, lifting him into the air. Poor Peter, devoid of parents or guardians, felt a profound loneliness. The lizard man tore away Peter's mask and mocked him with disdain. He was not alone. A voice, resonating with righteousness, echoed as Captain Stacy gripped her shotgun, the chamber clicking into place, and she decisively shattered the pipe connected to the liquid nitrogen. Seizing the moment, Peter grasped the pipe and unleashed a torrent upon the lizard. A billowing cloud of white mist enveloped the scene, freezing the lizard in the frigid embrace of the liquid nitrogen, thus granting Peter his reprieve. Captain Stacy took advantage of the situation, firing relentlessly, shattering the lizard's arm. In one swift motion, Peter delivered a flying kick, sending the lizard tumbling into a nearby pit. "Thank you," Peter remarked. "It seems you can't do without me," Captain Stacy replied with a smile. A countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7. The synthesized female voice resonated, a celestial melody to Riga's ears. The lizard, utilizing its formidable regenerative abilities, quickly reformed its entire body. As it emerged from the pit, the countdown echoed in its ears, prompting a mixture of shock and fury as it roared, "No." With a thunderous boom, akin to fireworks, a brilliant blue cloud erupted. From this cloud descended a myriad of blue particles resembling ash. Upon contact with the lizard's face, its body began to shrink at an observable rate, ultimately reverting to its human form. Gazing at his now empty right arm, Dr. Connors, the lizard, could not restrain his tears. He had genuinely wished to heal his affliction, to create a world devoid of imperfections. Alas, he had failed, a world without flaws. That is perfection, and perfection is an unattainable ideal. Upon hearing the explosion, Riga swiftly sidestepped, finally able to catch his breath. The massive launch tower subsequently collapsed, crashing heavily against the building's edge, breaking in two as it fell. At last, "It's over," Riga slumped to the ground, initially believing this would be a simple task, only to find himself ensnared in a multitude of complications, nearly exhausting himself. Being a superhero was no easy feat. He glanced at Peter, who gave him a thumbs up, prompting Riga to roll his eyes once more before gazing up at the blue cloud in the sky, closing his eyes. Chapter 16, Aftermath. Dr. Connors was apprehended by Captain Stacy, facing serious charges this time. Fortunately, everyone had returned to normal. Some had sustained injuries, yet there were no fatalities. However, the panic instilled in the populace would not dissipate swiftly, and Dr. Connors would have to reckon with the consequences of his recklessness. Following this incident, the New York police's perception of Peter underwent a complete transformation. Once deemed an outlaw obstructing justice and abusing vigilante power, he was now hailed as a hero, Spider-Man, the savior of New York. Captain Stacy lauded Peter, yet he could not share in her joy, for he had lost his girlfriend, in a bid to safeguard her daughter. Despite her deep appreciation and gratitude towards Peter, Officer Stacy delicately conveyed her desire for Peter to distance himself from Gwen. If Peter were merely Peter, he might have refrained from intervening, perhaps even bestowing his blessings upon the couple. However, Peter is Spider-Man, and with that identity comes a multitude of adversaries. This time, it was the lizard, who had already placed Gwen in peril, and the next threat was uncertain, making it exceedingly dangerous for her. As a police officer, Stacy understood all too well what fulfilling one's duties meant for one's family. The constant worry for her daughter was burdensome, and the addition of Peter to the equation would not bode well for Gwen. Thus, Officer Stacy hoped for Peter to part ways with Gwen. Peter was profoundly saddened. Even weeping bitterly, as he had believed that vanquishing the lizard would allow him to be with the girl he cherished. Yet, he rationally acknowledged that Officer Stacy was right. If he truly loved Gwen, he ought to choose to leave. Although this decision would inflict immense pain upon both of them, it was preferable to prolonged suffering. Should anything untoward happen to Gwen, Peter might never forgive himself. Choosing to end things now would at least preserve some beautiful memories. Consequently, Peter fabricated a reason and broke up with Gwen. Gwen, of course, understood the underlying reasons, yet she remained indifferent to the dangers. Her sole wish was to be with Peter. However, his demeanor left her heartbroken, feeling that he had truly given up on her. While Gwen could overlook external obstacles, Peter's resolve weighed heavily on her. Since he had chosen to let go, she would acquiesce. As for Riga, due to the late hour of the battle that day, the surrounding crowd had been evacuated, and the confrontation took place atop the Osborne Group building. Moreover, Riga wore a mask and had requested Officer Stacy to keep him out of the public eye for the time being, resulting in minimal coverage about him. All attention was directed towards Spider-Man. After experiencing 2 battles together, Peter and Riga forged an extraordinary friendship. Peter admired Riga for stepping up during a critical moment to withstand the launch tower, while Riga was moved by Peter's determination to thwart the lizard during his hour of need. This pre-existing fondness for the civilian superhero further deepened their bond. Following his breakup with Gwen, Peter found himself devoid of anyone to confide in, thus seeking out Riga to vent his frustrations, feeling despondent. Each time, Riga would simply listen without speaking. At such moments, Peter did not require consolation, only an outlet for his pent-up emotions. Eventually, to divert Peter's attention, Riga suggested they engage in combat training, which would enhance their fighting skills while serving a dual purpose. To facilitate this, Riga purchased a large warehouse in the suburbs for their training sessions. Peter's qualities were rapidly improving, and the modifications brought about by the spider virus were becoming increasingly evident. Each encounter between the two left the surroundings in disarray. On one occasion, the commotion was so intense that it nearly shattered the warehouse. In his battles with Peter, Riga's physical prowess was also on the rise, with his stored energy gradually increasing. If he were to conserve it judiciously, his explosive punch could sustain an entire fight. At this point, Riga had truly ascended to a higher level of skill. The explosive punch required a significant amount of energy, which previously he could not maintain for long, using it merely as a trump card to evade certain dangers. However, the situation had changed. His energy reserves had grown substantially, bolstering his confidence. After all, the ability to effectively unleash energy was a crucial criterion. Previously, Riga could at most be considered a capable fighter, unable to devise effective strategies against the likes of Iron Man. As for Captain America being able to hold his own against, or even defeat, Iron Man, Riga could only attribute that to the demands of the storyline. In reality, just the various missiles within Iron Man's armor would be enough to overwhelm Captain America. If Riga had once been on par with Captain America, now he had officially elevated to a new tier, capable of inflicting damage on Iron Man with his explosive punch. A full-force strike, even with armor protection, would leave Tony in a precarious situation. As time progressed, Peter's mood did not improve significantly. He remained filled with confusion and distress. Did becoming Spider-Man mean he could not be with the one he loved? Could one truly not have both fish and bear's paw? Must he choose between obligation and love? During his moments of leisure, he would sometimes sneak to the rooftops to catch glimpses of Gwen. He watched her turn the corner, visit her favorite shops, and share laughter with her classmates. Peter's heart brimmed with a tumult of complex emotions: discomfort, grievance, envy, and affection. At times, he even contemplated abandoning his Spider-Man identity to be simply Peter Parker, to laugh with Gwen and comfort her in her tears. Yet, he could not bring himself to do so. With great power came great responsibility. This lesson had been imparted to him by his uncle at the cost of his life. He could not abandon it. He could not betray the memory of his deceased uncle. On one side lay duty, on the other, love. One path led to public righteousness, while the other promised personal happiness. Each time he saw Gwen, the weight on his heart grew heavier. The only solution seemed to be avoiding her. Yet he found that impossible. A cacophony of thoughts flooded Peter's mind, leaving him in turmoil. Riga crossed his arms to block one of Peter's sweeping kicks, the force of which left his arms tingling. He sensed that Peter was not quite himself. Seizing the moment to step out of the fray, he suggested, "Let us call it a day. Perhaps we should head back and rest." Peter, in a daze, merely nodded and prepared to swing away. Wait, Riga interjected, I drove today. Let us share a ride home. Riga observed that Peter was in a rather dismal state, alone on the road, and he feared the potential consequences of an unfortunate incident. Time seemed to slip away as the two returned to Riga's abode. Upon entering, they shed their outer garments, and Riga gestured for Peter to take a seat. He then rose and retrieved a bottle of beer from the refrigerator, handing it to Peter. Peter glanced at it, accepted it, and swiftly twisted off the cap. Downing a hearty gulp, Riga sat across from Peter, silently observing him. Brother, must this world compel us to make a choice? Is it truly so impossible to attain both? Peter slowly articulated, his voice tinged with despair. Riga, noting the sorrow etched on Peter's face, sighed. Sometimes, we are compelled to make choices, such as life. Perfection is a rarity. But I yearn for perfection, Peter exclaimed, suddenly standing, his voice rising with fervor. I desire to be Spider-Man and to be with Gwen simultaneously. I understand your sentiments. Riga replied. Peter took another swig of beer, collapsing onto the sofa in desolation. I genuinely relish the sensation of being Spider-Man. It is not merely a duty, but a choice I embrace willingly. I wish to assist others, and I derive immense satisfaction from it. When I witness others in distress, I cannot remain indifferent, especially now that I possess such formidable abilities. Yet, I also long to be with Gwen. I have cherished her for a long time, and I deeply miss the moments we shared. Brief though they were, they are invaluable to me. However, due to my role as Spider-Man and the dangers it entails, I cannot be with her. I cannot expose her to peril. I simply cannot. But this anguish is unbearable. What should I do, brother? Please tell me. What course should I take? Peter inquired, tears streaming down his face. Riga sighed once more. Is there truly a way to achieve both without forsaking one? Looking at the tearful Peter, Riga felt a profound sadness. We all wish to obtain the finest things in life, yet reality seldom aligns with our desires. Everyone encounters such crossroads, but Peter's dilemma has arrived prematurely. In truth, if you are willing, there are alternatives. After a prolonged silence, Riga finally spoke. Peter abruptly lifted his head, his tear-filled eyes sparkling with newfound hope, eagerly asking, Really? Is there a way? Please don't jest with me. There exists a method that allows you to be Spider-Man while also being with Gwen, Riga revealed. Splendid. I knew you wouldn't let me down, brother. What is this method? Pray, tell me swiftly. Peter exclaimed, his sorrow giving way to joy. Riga sighed again. This solution may not align with your expectations. It is not as ideal as you might envision. Regardless, as long as it fulfills my wish, I am willing to pursue it, Peter responded hastily. Very well. Riga adjusted his expression. The solution is simple. Go to Gwen and express your desire to be with her. She will undoubtedly agree. That's all there is to it. Peter was taken aback by this suggestion. What kind of solution was that? His turmoil stemmed from the very fact that he couldn't approach her. Yet Riga was now urging him to do just that. Sensing Peter's confusion, Riga continued, Your bewilderment is entirely understandable. I shall elucidate this matter for you gradually. Chapter 17. Untangling the knot. Peter, how much do you truly care for Gwen? Riga inquired. Peter was momentarily stunned. He had never contemplated this question before. He had harbored a secret affection for Gwen for quite some time, and their relationship had deepened, yet he found himself at a loss to quantify his feelings. I don't know, Peter stammered. Now, here is the second question. Are you aware of how much Gwen cherishes you? Riga pressed on without pause. This left Peter utterly speechless. How could he possibly gauge Gwen's feelings for him? I do not require an immediate answer, but you must ponder these two questions, for they form the foundation of any resolution, Riga stated. Peter furrowed his brow. Peter, you are a good person, a remarkable superhero, a paragon of good citizenship. Your contributions have earned you the admiration of the city's inhabitants, Riga continued. But with this honor comes an even greater responsibility. I understand, Peter replied calmly. Regarding the recent incident with the lizard, fortunately, Gwen was unharmed. But truthfully, do you consider yourself a match for the lizard? No. Peter's tone was somewhat somber. Do you believe that if you had been alone, there could have been unforeseen consequences? Riga pressed further. Peter fell silent. He was grateful for Riga's assistance, as he knew he was ill-equipped to confront the lizard alone. In fact, in the film, it was Officer Stacy who sacrificed her life to buy Peter time. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly failed. I can assure you that the lizard is not the worst you will face. There are far more perilous entities out there. If Gwen were to be with you and something were to happen, how would you respond? Moreover, if Gwen's family were to suffer due to such circumstances, What would your feelings be then? Peter lowered his gaze, clenching his fists. What are you trying to convey? Riga paused before continuing. Gwen is a remarkable girl. Unlike any other, she possesses a bravery and resilience that is rare among ordinary individuals. If you wish to be with her, she will certainly agree. I know, but I cannot. Peter's voice was filled with despair. No, you can, Riga insisted firmly. What? Peter was somewhat bewildered. If you desire to be with Gwen, then be with her. Nothing can stand in your way, Riga declared. But Peter wished to explain. I understand that Captain Stacy disapproves, yet he is not the real issue. Regardless of his prowess, he cannot control you or Gwen, even if he is her father. Riga gazed at Peter, asserting that the true barrier to your union lies not with others, but within yourself. Peter was taken aback. Riga's words rang true. Captain Stacy merely wished for Gwen to distance herself, but he could not forcibly sever their bond, nor could Gwen allow it. The one who ultimately concludes this relationship is you. Through recent events, you have harbored the notion that Gwen's presence poses a danger, as you fear you may not be able to protect her, even if it is not from monstrous aberrations like those mutated lizards. Once your identity is revealed, ordinary criminals could inflict harm upon her. You have recognized this peril, and thus, you will inevitably suggest a separation. Captain Stacy is merely a catalyst in this scenario. Riga remarked. You are right, Peter admitted, his gaze dimming. I am indeed troubled. I fear my inability to safeguard her may lead to her suffering. And should anything happen to her, I could never forgive myself. Yet, parting is equally painful, Riga replied. Peter remained silent. This is why I assert that the solution is rather simple. If you wish to be with Gwen, all you need to do is voice that desire, and your wish will undoubtedly be granted. Riga paused, then slowly continued. However, you must understand that being with Gwen entails not only joy but also responsibility and sorrow. When you propose a relationship, you are inviting her down a perilous and arduous path. Peter cradled his head in his hands, enveloped in silence. This is precisely why I initially inquired about the depth of your feelings for Gwen and the strength of her affection for you. Is your bond robust enough to traverse this treacherous journey? You are Spider-Man, endowed with superhuman abilities, capable of self-preservation even in the face of adversaries. Yet, Gwen is merely an ordinary girl. This path will be exceedingly arduous for her, presenting dangers far greater than those you face, which is simply unfair to her, Riga stated. Observing Peter's increasing distress, Riga gently remarked, however, just because this path is fraught with difficulties does not render it a dead end. Peter lifted his gaze. If the thorny road is filled with brambles, then all you need to do is clear the way ahead, Riga encouraged. Peter's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, if I can clear the thorns, Gwen can traverse it. What must I do? He asked earnestly. Strength, Riga replied gradually. Enhance your abilities, become more formidable, and strive relentlessly to protect her, severing all obstacles in your path. Is that all that is required? Peter questioned, somewhat incredulous. Power is essential, but it is merely one facet of the equation, Riga elaborated. What else? Peter eagerly inquired. Most importantly, should an unforeseen circumstance arise, would you find yourself regretting your choice? Would you, indeed, feel remorse? It is essential to recognize that, regardless of your formidable prowess, you cannot entirely eliminate all perils. Riga's gaze was fixed intently upon Peter. Would I regret it? Peter murmured. This matter is not as convoluted as it seems, Riga asserted. Every individual in this world, whether a superhero or an ordinary person, is confronted with a myriad of choices. Each choice inevitably yields a spectrum of outcomes, both favorable and unfavorable. In the absence of foresight into the future, one must rely on the information at hand and instinct to navigate these decisions. However, irrespective of the eventual outcome, you must ask yourself during the decision-making process, will I regret this? Peter listened in a daze. People frequently experience regret, lamenting their actions, wishing they had acted differently, and at times even yearning for a chance to start anew, though such desires are often unrealistic. Regret stems from the disparity between the present outcome and our initial expectations. The chasm between reality and our anticipations can be jarring. Many individuals, at such junctures, tend to assign blame to others, to circumstances, to every external factor, neglecting the fact that the choices made were ultimately their own. We invariably aspire to achieve favorable results, which is certainly not misguided. Yet, one must also prepare for adverse outcomes, particularly when aware that such outcomes may indeed materialize. You must cultivate the capacity to endure unfavorable results, Riga pronounced solemnly. The ability to withstand adverse outcomes, Peter echoed. Good outcomes and bad outcomes are inextricably linked. If you are cognizant of the possibility of negative consequences, yet still opt for a certain decision, it implies that, at that moment, the potential rewards outweigh the risks in your estimation. Consider your current situation. Being with Gwen undoubtedly poses a threat to her safety, yet if you choose to invite her, it reflects your belief that the happiness derived from your union surpasses those risks, or perhaps you feel equipped to mitigate those threats. Riga softened his tone, adding, more crucially, if you and Gwen are together, it indicates that she is aware of the dangers yet still chooses this path, suggesting that, in her view, the joy of your togetherness outweighs the threats she faces. A revelation struck Peter like a bolt of lightning. He had never contemplated these notions before. Adverse outcomes are not inherently terrifying. What is truly fearsome is the regret that follows, which can inflict greater harm on both individuals involved. If you choose to be together, then embrace the moment without regret, savor the time you share, and relish this world. Riga spoke gently, asserting that even when danger looms or unexpected events arise, you may experience sorrow and tears, but you will certainly not regret your choice. To do so would not only be a disservice to yourself, but also a profound disrespect to your partner. Thus, Peter, my counsel is to strive toward greater strength, enabling you to shoulder more substantial responsibilities and to honor each other's choices, as well as your own. Most importantly, do not dwell in regret. Exercise caution in your deliberations and refrain from acting impulsively. If you can accomplish that, then go seek her out. Peter bent forward, resting his arms on his knees, gazing vacantly at the ground, while Riga sat opposite him, observing. After a considerable pause, he lifted his head and remarked, "You remind me of Uncle Ben." Riga chuckled softly. Peter smiled in return, declaring, "I've made my decision. Have you thought it through?" Riga inquired. "Yes." Peter emphatically nodded. "Then go forth, and may happiness be with you." With a sudden leap, Peter sprang to the wall, opened the window, and gazed outside at the flowing traffic beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds. His smile grew ever more radiant. Since the incident with the lizard people, this was the first time he had unveiled such an easygoing and genuine smile. "Thank you, my friend," Peter waved before vaulting out the window. It seemed remarkably effective. He anticipated possessing an innate talent for psychological counseling. Riga settled back on the sofa, took a sip of beer, and grimaced at its taste, quite unpleasant. Yet, he soon chuckled, for the familiar Spider-Man had returned. Chapter 18. Fury arrives. Since that fateful conversation, Riga had only seen Peter once, accompanied by Gwen. Witnessing their reconciliation filled him with a sense of accomplishment. After getting to know Gwen, Riga wisely excused himself, preferring not to intrude upon their intimate world, which would be quite inconsiderate. However, leisurely days were short-lived, as another guest soon arrived at Riga's home. Upon seeing the towering, one-eyed black man before him, Riga sighed, acknowledging that the main character had arrived. However, his gaze quickly shifted from the S.H.I.E.L.D. director to the formidable Natasha beside him. Her form-fitting combat attire accentuated her curves, and her fiery red hair, coupled with her alluring gaze, made Riga inwardly exclaim in admiration. Noticing Riga's reaction, Natasha smiled, saying, "Riga, allow me to introduce you to Nick Fury, my superior." "I know who you are, Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Welcome." Riga extended his hand. Fury regarded Riga with his remaining eye and reciprocated the handshake. "Come in. What would you like to drink?" "I have a variety of juices." Natasha stifled a laugh, while Fury remained unfazed. "How about orange juice? I enjoy it. Tangy, refreshing, and packed with vitamins." Riga opened the refrigerator. "Of course, if you're not fond of juice, I also have milk." Natasha felt she could no longer contain herself, while Fury's expression darkened further. He had taken great interest in Riga after hearing Natasha's report. Coming from the same Hydra background, Riga was formidable, and listening to Natasha's briefing made Fury suspect that this individual was privy to many secrets. It was likely that the first operative he had dispatched to surveil this man had already been detected, which explained the carefulness in not revealing even a hint of their presence. Ordinary individuals encountering their own reflection would undoubtedly experience discomfort, for they are not inherently virtuous, having emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Yet, this fellow exhibits no such sentiment. Moreover, the fact that I hold the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is highly confidential, knowledge that should elude the grasp of most. Yet this individual seems to possess this insight. Coupled with the recent confrontation between the Osborn group and the Lizard Men, my regard for Riga has ascended to remarkable heights. His combat prowess has surpassed even that of Captain Rogers. To overlook such a talent would be a grave error. Additionally, according to Natasha, this character does not harbor aversions towards S.H.I.E.L.D. and has even expressed a willingness to join, a prospect I cannot afford to dismiss lightly. However, I was taken aback by this individual's amusing demeanor. A myriad of thoughts swirled in Fury's mind, yet his expression betrayed none of these musings. As the king of spies, he had reached a level of composure that rendered even the most daunting situations inconsequential. In response to Riga's somewhat frivolous inquiry, he simply replied, "I'll pass, thank you. I would like a glass of juice." Coming right up, Natasha replied with a smile. Handing the juice to Natasha, Riga turned to the steadfast Fury across from him, eschewing pleasantries to inquire directly, "Are you here to invite me to join S.H.I.E.L.D.?" This fellow was indeed straightforward, Fury mused. "So you are Riga?" After reviewing Natasha's report, "I find myself intrigued by you." "Apologies, but I hold no interest in you," Riga responded, raising his hands in a gesture of dismissal. Natasha chuckled again, surprised by this facet of his character. Fury's facial muscles twitched slightly, and a glimmer of resignation flickered in his remaining eye. Natasha had failed to mention that this individual possessed a sense of humor. Nevertheless, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., engaging in verbal sparring was a trivial matter for him. "Let us not rush to conclusions, Mr. Riga. Time will tell if there is mutual interest." Riga's eyebrows arched, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Fury's words did not align with his established persona. "Rest assured, I am absolutely uninterested in you," Riga interjected as he noticed Fury's lips begin to move again. "My interest lies solely with Natasha." At this declaration, Natasha's cheeks flushed slightly. She had encountered such direct confessions before, but those were mere games, and the context was entirely different. This individual was unique. And to proclaim such sentiments in the presence of Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and her immediate superior, was indeed audacious. A quick glance at Fury revealed no reaction, which alleviated some of her tension. "You fancy Natasha?" Fury inquired. "Yes," Riga replied succinctly. "Why?" Fury pressed further. "Does one require a reason to like someone?" Riga countered. "Is it unnecessary? Must it be? To some, it may seem unnecessary, but to you, it is essential. Natasha is my employee. I cannot allow her to accompany a man of dubious origins." Riga felt a twinge of frustration. What does it mean to be an unknown individual? "My background is quite clear, thank you very much." "Where do you hail from?" Fury's lips curled slightly in a barely perceptible smile. Noting the youthfulness of the lad, how swiftly he surrendered. "Siberia." "Siberia? We're in Siberia? How should I know? That land is vast, and the places where experiments were conducted are classified. Besides, it is a remote wilderness. Who knows where that is? I do not care. Merely surviving is the greatest fortune I could ask for," Riga replied. Natasha, overhearing this, felt a surge of complex emotions. Unfazed, Fury continued. "How did you come to know Natasha's past? Such information is not accessible to the average Hydra soldier." "Of course, but I am no ordinary Hydra soldier," Riga declared with pride. "Although the original owner of this body has perished, and the suffering inflicted by Hydra is immeasurable, that sense of pride remains deeply embedded in his very being." "And what are you?" Fury's gaze bore into Riga. "The Winter Soldier." Upon uttering that phrase, an unusual sensation welled up within Riga. Indeed, he was a Winter Soldier, Hydra's elite warrior. While Bucky Barnes is the most renowned among them, he is not the sole Winter Soldier. Riga and his peers were cultivated and selected for human experimentation, aimed at creating more formidable humanoid weapons to further Hydra's ambitions. Unfortunately, the experiment went awry, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that claimed everyone's life, including Hydra's elite warriors, the Winter Soldiers. Upon hearing Riga utter that term, Fury's eyes widened in astonishment, while Natasha gasped in disbelief. Chapter 19. Joining the Winter Soldier. Within Hydra, being a Winter Soldier signifies the pinnacle of combat prowess, representing the utmost in strength. Even within Hydra, the number of Winter Soldiers is exceedingly scarce. The title of Winter Soldier is a golden emblem, synonymous with power, boasting a 100 mission success rate that leaves others in Hydra in awe. If there is a task deemed insurmountable, dispatching a winter soldier renders all challenges trivial. This is the essence embodied by the title. No wonder he displayed a sudden surge of pride. It was indeed a delightful surprise to discover he is a winter soldier. Contemplating this, Natasha's eyes sparkled with admiration for Riga, elevating her esteem for him several notches. This was not merely a matter of romantic inclination. It was a natural respect for a top-tier warrior. Fury exhaled deeply, realizing that this young man was indeed a winter soldier, a remarkable revelation indeed. However, this revelation allows for a coherent understanding of how he could possess numerous secrets, as it is only fitting for someone of such paramount status to be privy to certain clandestine matters of Hydra. Taking a moment to compose himself, Fury continued, "So, Winter Soldier, why did you not return to Hydra? What prompted your defection? Why would I? Hydra is hardly a desirable place. I was already contemplating my escape when this explosion occurred. They believe me to be dead now, so I intend to embrace a life that is distinctly different." Riga replied with a dismissive smirk. Fury remained silent, rapidly assessing the myriad possibilities. Apart from the fact that Riga was indeed the Winter Soldier, he found it difficult to fully trust anything else he claimed. This skepticism was a hallmark of a seasoned operative, particularly for someone as wary as himself. He harbored concerns that Riga might be an undercover agent sent by Hydra, yet he found no flaws in Riga's demeanor, although his responses appeared somewhat illogical. This very inconsistency offered Fury a modicum of reassurance. For if Riga were truly an infiltrator, he would not be so casual in his speech. He would undoubtedly exercise greater caution. Unlike Natasha, Riga was not someone he had rescued. Thus, Fury had little familiarity with him. The notion of potential danger loomed large in his mind. Should Riga indeed be an operative, the ramifications could be catastrophic, given the sheer destructive capability of such a formidable warrior. Observing Fury's pensive silence, Riga quickly discerned his thoughts. This man was indeed suspicious, still questioning his motives. Clearing his throat, he addressed Fury. "I understand your skepticism regarding my words. It is only natural, as you are not one to place your trust in others easily." Fury cast a fleeting glance at Riga, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. This statement was far from simplistic. His propensity for distrust often bordered on excessive. Even for a spy, the fact that Riga was aware of this was unexpected. Disregarding Fury's internal musings, Riga continued, "What if I were to inform you that your S.H.I.E.L.D. is not as secure as you believe?" Fury remained unresponsive, aware that within such a vast organization, it was improbable that Hydra lacked any infiltrators. "Do you think I am merely stating the obvious?" Riga remarked, taking a sip of the juice before him, which, unbeknownst to him, belonged to Natasha. She watched in bemusement, realizing he had intentionally poured a glass for himself. Feeling Natasha's gaze upon him, Riga maintained his composure and continued, "What if I told you that the Hydra mole within S.H.I.E.L.D. is not an ordinary agent, but rather a high-ranking operative?" At this, Fury could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. His expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched upon his features as he questioned, "What did you just say?" Riga, undeterred, pressed on with his unsettling revelations. "What if I were to tell you that there is not just one high-ranking operative embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., but multiple?" Fury rose abruptly, grasping Riga's shoulders with fervor, and inquired, "Are you truly serious? Did you hear that?" Riga tilted his head back, smiling in response. The man was indeed tall. At a height of 1.84 meters, Riga considered himself considerable, yet in the presence of Fury, who stood at nearly 1.90 meters, he found himself craning his neck. Upon receiving these two explosive revelations, Fury was instantly disinterested in lingering. He had always presumed that even if Hydra had infiltrators, they would be mere grassroots operatives, incapable of causing significant upheaval. However, if agents with high-level access were indeed moles, it signified an entirely different realm of concern. He needn't even inquire how Riga had come by this knowledge. Given his nature, any suspicion would naturally lead to action, especially in matters that could determine the fate of S.H.I.E.L.D., leaving no possibility unexamined. In comparison, the situation in New Mexico faded to secondary importance. Fury mused that with Coulson present there, a capable subordinate of his, and Hawkeye dispatched to ensure their safety, summoning him back was out of the question. He couldn't afford to lose Coulson's presence, nor could he ascertain whether he was an infiltrator. Observing Fury's actions, Riga discerned his intentions. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "There are two individuals you can trust completely, S.H.I.E.L.D and Coulson. They are beyond reproach, of course. Whether you choose to believe that is entirely up to you." Upon hearing Riga's words, Fury felt a sudden calm wash over him. The search for a mole was a monumental task. Haste would serve no purpose and could lead to mistakes. Yet, this young man could indeed be of use. With this thought, Fury regarded Riga intently. Just as Riga began to feel uneasy under Fury's gaze, the latter abruptly stated, "Weren't you just asking if I was inviting you to join S.H.I.E.L.D? I hereby extend that invitation to you. Will you accept?" Riga raised an eyebrow, questioning whether there were no examinations or evaluations involved, deeming it rather unscientific. "Will you accept?" Fury pressed once more. "Of course, why not?" Riga replied with a smile. "Then welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D, Fury declared, extending his hand, pleased to have another pair of hands on deck. "Thank you," Riga responded, shaking his hand in return. "Now that you are officially a member of S.H.I.E.L.D, I have a task for you," Fury stated matter-of-factly. Riga's eyes widened in astonishment. Mere seconds into his new role, and he was already being assigned a task. Was this his true intention all along? He felt as though he was being utilized with alarming efficiency, and he glared at Fury with a mix of frustration and disbelief. "In New Mexico, an incident has arisen. I have already dispatched Coulson to the location, yet I still sense a shortage of manpower. Your combat capabilities are substantial, therefore, I would like you to assist him. For further details, consult Coulson upon your arrival." Fury seemed entirely oblivious to Riga's gaze as he spoke calmly. "New Mexico is at Hammer? This task appears promising, and I had initially contemplated it. Now, it presents an opportune moment to investigate. However, I cannot let this individual off so easily. I am willing to go, but I require Natasha to accompany me," Riga asserted, voicing his condition. Natasha glanced at Riga surreptitiously upon hearing this. "Very well, Agent Romanoff shall also partake in this endeavor," Fury replied without the slightest hesitation. "I feared you would not ask. Since you have, it is fortuitous to have Natasha by your side for close observation. You may feign for a time, but not indefinitely." Riga felt as though he had been ensnared yet again, unable to articulate why. It became evident to him why Fury was not particularly well-liked. He consistently ensnared others in such a manner. Who would appreciate that? "All right, I shall take my leave. You two tidy up and make haste to New Mexico." Fury waved his hand, discreetly signaling Natasha with a glance. Natasha instantly comprehended and accepted the mission without hesitation. It was an opportunity for her to gain further insight into Riga. Once Fury departed, Riga exhaled deeply, muttering, "That irritating fellow has finally left." Natasha chuckled softly at his words, having lost count of how many times she had smiled since her arrival. She was not inherently a cheerful person. Yet for some inexplicable reason, this young man before her had a knack for eliciting laughter from her. Riga regarded Natasha, about to speak, but she interrupted, stating, "The mission is paramount. We must not delay. Let us proceed to New Mexico." Riga felt a twinge of disappointment, but said nothing, merely grumbling, "Then let us be off." Observing Riga's despondent demeanor, Natasha chuckled once more, silently uttering, "New Mexico." She sensed that this mission would undoubtedly prove to be quite intriguing. Chapter 20. New Mexico. Upon Riga's arrival at the destination, Coulson had already established a secure perimeter, complete with barbed wire, patrolling soldiers, and searchlights. Not a detail was overlooked. Remarkably swift, Riga remarked as he stood atop a mound of earth. "Let us hasten to meet Coulson. He awaits us," Natasha urged. Watching Natasha's graceful form, Riga felt a sense of resignation. They had traveled by plane, and it had only taken a few hours to reach this point. Although the journey had been enjoyable, it was not the kind of enjoyment Riga sought. It is worth noting that Natasha was a top-tier agent, and conversing with others was a fundamental skill. They had shared much dialogue, yet it had not yielded the effect Riga desired. "Never mind, there is ample time ahead of us," Riga thought to himself. Coulson stood at the entrance, seemingly having received news of their arrival well in advance, poised to greet them. Beside Coulson stood a man with piercing gaze. Wielding a compound bow, even from a distance, Riga could feel the sharpness of his stare. Truly, he was Hawkeye. Few could withstand such an intense gaze. A chuckle escaped Riga as he wondered how this Hawkeye compared to the one from the pirates. The image of the two engaging in a staring contest amused him, eliciting a soft laugh. Natasha cast a peculiar glance at Riga. Despite having witnessed his sudden bursts of laughter before, she still found it unsettling and rather unsavory. At times, she questioned whether he had truly been the Winter Soldier, for the Winter Soldier was meant to be a stoic and unyielding assassin, not someone who chuckled foolishly. It was a disgrace to the Winter Soldier's reputation. Coulson and Hawkeye were also sizing up Riga, having received a call from Fury informing them that Natasha was bringing a newcomer to assist and replace Hawkeye. They harbored some reservations about this arrangement. After all, a newcomer executing a mission seemed rather inappropriate. Yet, Fury was adamant about his decision, leaving them with no alternative. Moreover, Fury had emphasized that this newcomer was no ordinary individual, possessing formidable abilities, and advised Coulson and the others to treat him with caution. This stirred a sense of discontent within Hawkeye, who found it absurd that he, a seasoned agent, would be replaced by someone untested. However, Coulson had no objections, for his genteel demeanor was unparalleled among agents worldwide. Watching Riga's silly laughter, Hawkeye felt further irritation. Surely, they hadn't sent a fool to take his place. A flicker of unease crossed Coulson's mind, but he reassured himself that if Fury deemed this individual capable, then he must be. With his own uncertainties about the situation, he hoped this newcomer might bring unexpected surprises. Regardless of his thoughts, Coulson maintained a warm smile as he addressed Riga. "Mr. Riga, greetings. Director Fury has informed us of your and Natasha's impending arrival, and we extend a heartfelt welcome." "Agent Coulson," Riga replied with a broad smile, feeling the palpable warmth radiating from his counterpart, which brought him great comfort. "Thank you. I too am eager to be here." After exchanging pleasantries with Riga, Coulson turned to Natasha, saying, "It has been a long time." "Agent Coulson," Natasha smiled in return, "I apologize for the trouble this time." "Not at all. You are most welcome," Coulson replied cheerfully. In contrast, Hawkeye's demeanor was far less cordial. He merely acknowledged Natasha and then stood stiffly, pointedly ignoring Riga. In truth, had it not been for his impeccable professional decorum, he might have sought to provoke Riga instead of greeting him. Feeling sidelined, Riga could not help but feel a twinge of displeasure. Hawkeye's demeanor seemed excessively displeased, casting a pall over the atmosphere. Coulson, sensing the tension, promptly intervened, explaining that Agent Barton was experiencing some personal issues and requested understanding. Riga waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he bore no ill will. If Hawkeye chose to ignore him, he would reciprocate, indifferent to the situation. Natasha, astute as ever, quickly discerned the reason for Hawkeye's discontent. However, she chose to remain silent, merely casting a glance in Hawkeye's direction. Acknowledging her unspoken cue, Hawkeye relented, albeit reluctantly, and welcomed Agent Riga. A curt nod was all Riga offered in response, and an awkward silence enveloped the room. Coulson, attempting to alleviate the tension, suggested they proceed inside as numerous tasks awaited their attention. He decided not to join them, recognizing that with Natasha's arrival, his presence was no longer necessary. Having already acknowledged the newcomer, Hawkeye felt no reason to linger and bid farewell to Coulson, for Fury required his assistance elsewhere. Coulson nodded, watching Hawkeye depart. Riga quickly comprehended the source of Hawkeye's attitude. After all, who would feel pleased if their superiors suddenly appointed a newcomer to take over their duties? With a shrug, Riga remarked, "All right, Agent Coulson, let us proceed to examine that object." Chapter 21. The Hammer, Myth or Reality. Riga found himself irresistibly drawn to the legendary hammer of Thor, contemplating the possibility of giving it a try. It was understandable, as this was the fabled weapon. Failing to attempt to lift it might leave him with a lingering sense of regret. Although he was acutely aware of the improbability of success, he was nonetheless compelled to try. With Thor's consent, every member of the Avengers had previously attempted to lift the hammer, but apart from Captain America, who managed to elicit a slight movement, no one else could budge it, regardless of their efforts. Of course, Vision could lift it, but his unique nature as an artificial being rendered him an exception. Steadying himself, Riga rolled up his sleeves, grasped the hammer's handle firmly, and assumed a solid stance, preparing to lift Thor's hammer from the ground. Coulson chuckled at Riga's determination. This was a natural reaction. Seeing such an unusual hammer compelled everyone to give it a try. Yet, regardless of the myriad attempts, whether using cars, cranes, or even helicopters, none succeeded in moving the hammer. They even speculated if the hammer had become one with the earth itself, attempting to uproot it along with the surrounding soil, but to no avail. With no alternative, Coulson established a temporary camp at the site, setting up layers of security to shield it from prying eyes. He summoned a group of scientists from S.H.I.E.L.D. to conduct research, but thus far, apart from knowing that the hammer is indestructible, they have achieved no results. We have tried various methods, yet no one could budge that hammer even the slightest bit. Observing Rieger's flushed face, bulging veins on his arms and neck, straining with all his might in vain, Coulson chuckled from the side. It truly seems to be the hammer of the thunder god. Rieger released his grip, exhaling deeply, and muttered, "What?" Coulson immediately inquired. "Nothing. Just pondering what a ridiculous hammer this is," Rieger replied with a grin. Natasha stood nearby, smiling as she watched Rieger. She thoroughly enjoyed the scene before her. This boy had a way of making her feel remarkably at ease, a true luxury for her. "Natasha, want to you give it a try?" Rieger called out loudly. "No. Thank you. This is something best left to you gentlemen." Natasha waved her hand dismissively. "All right," Rieger shrugged, not surprised, as he was merely asking casually. "Mr. Rieger, do you know what this object is?" Coulson asked as they walked back to Rieger's room, sensing from Rieger's gaze that he was quite familiar with the hammer. "Of course," Rieger replied confidently. "Really? What is it?" Coulson inquired with excitement. Natasha was once again astonished. Did this fellow truly know everything? "Coulson, do you have an interest in mythology?" Rieger did not directly answer Coulson's question. "Mythology? I haven't studied it much. Those tales are merely the fabrications of human imagination." Coulson responded, puzzled by the sudden shift to mythology. "You are mistaken. Mythology has its foundations," Rieger countered, shaking his head. "Some myths and legends are indeed products of our imagination and fabrication, but not all." "Are you suggesting that mythology is real?" Coulson exclaimed, his surprise palpable as he grasped Rieger's arm. Natasha was equally shocked. If that were true, their worldview would be fundamentally altered. A faint smile crept across Rieger's lips as he turned to gently pry Coulson's eager fingers away, saying, "If you have the time, you should explore Norse mythology. It will greatly benefit your future endeavors." With that, dismissing Coulson's astonished and contemplative expression, Rieger continued on his way, adding, "By the way, you may expect a visitor in the coming days. Do remember to inform me." In the following days, Rieger diligently amassed his strength, for Thor was soon to arrive. Along with Sif and her companions, and more importantly, the destroyer would also be making an appearance. A fierce battle loomed on the horizon, and Rieger needed to be in peak condition. Ever since Rieger mentioned Norse mythology, Coulson promptly had someone procure a book on the subject for him. Within the pages of this weighty tome, he discovered the origins of the mysterious hammer. Mjolnir, the exclusive weapon of the thunder god, could only be wielded by its rightful owner. Coulson raised his head and gazed out at the hammer nestled in the muddy pit. Could it truly belong to the thunder god? The deity of lightning and storms, the legendary Asgard, did it genuinely exist? If so, that would spell great trouble. A sense of heaviness enveloped Coulson's heart. According to the texts, Norse mythology encompasses not only the thunder god, but also the world tree, the All-Father Odin, the malevolent Loki, the frost giants, and the fire giants, among others. Should they all come forth to invade, the current earth would stand defenseless. Thus, he could only hope that the myths were true, that Odin and his kin were indeed safeguarding the planet. However, reliance on such hope was not a sustainable strategy. One must ultimately depend on oneself. With this thought in mind, Coulson steadied himself and stepped out of his room. Rieger was deep in meditation in his own quarters. Ever since he discovered that entering a meditative state accelerated his energy absorption, he had frequently employed this method to draw in vitality. He sat upon his bed, palms facing the heavens, eyes closed, attuning himself to the subtle energies flowing into his being from the surrounding air. This could be considered a form of extracting the essence of the universe. Suddenly, a thought crossed Rieger's mind. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Rising, he opened it to find Coulson standing there. "Did I disturb you?" Coulson inquired. "Not at all. Please come in." Rieger stepped aside, inviting Coulson into his chamber. "Ever since you shared the news about Norse mythology, I have been diligently researching these matters." Coulson spoke rapidly, his tone grave. "Oh, what discoveries have you made?" Rieger asked with a hint of mischief. "I simply want to know how you discerned that the hammer outside belongs to the thunder god." Coulson fixed his gaze intently on Rieger. Rieger chuckled. "Patience, Coulson, soon enough. The truth will reveal itself." Coulson was dissatisfied with this answer, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Rieger continued, "I know you have many questions, but do not rush. Maintain your patience. Some truths will emerge in their own time." Though uncertain of Rieger's intentions, Coulson resolved to bide his time. If Riga wished to keep his counsel, it would be unwise to press him. As Riga had said, in due course, the truth would indeed come to light. Chapter 22. The Hammer Guy. That night, two small figures, a male and a female, approached the restricted zone established by S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite their efforts to conceal their presence, they were swiftly detected by the ever-watchful Coulson. However, in order to avoid alarming them, Coulson feigned ignorance. Standing on the steel walkway, Riga observed Thor and Jane on a small hillside under the veil of night, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the moment has arrived, granting an opportunity to witness the god of thunder up close. This marks the first true deity in its essence, and the thought ignites a spark of excitement within Riga. Standing beside him is Natasha, who observes his enthusiasm with a hint of perplexity. Is that truly the god of thunder? Apart from appearing slightly taller, more robust, and undeniably handsome, he bears no stark differences from an ordinary person. Coulson, surveying the situation outside, turns to Riga and inquires, "Are you certain he is the god of thunder?" He adds, "We shall soon find out, shall we? Moreover, even if he is not, with such formidable security here, we need not fear any upheaval he may cause." Riga chuckles in response. Coulson nods silently, choosing not to elaborate further. On the hillside, Thor sheds his garments and drapes them over Jane, stating, "You shall require this shortly." Jane, bewildered, questions why. "We are in New Mexico, where the heat is quite intense. Who needs a coat?" At that moment, a rumble of thunder resonates from the horizon. Thor glances upward, seemingly sensing the arrival of the god of thunder. As dark clouds begin to amass in the sky, Thor delights in this ambience, feeling invigorated. He grins and declares, "Stay here. Once I reclaim Mjolnir, I shall retrieve your belongings for you. All right?" "No way," Jane responds incredulously, perceiving Thor's notion as absurd. "Look at the situation over there. Do you truly believe you can waltz in, grab what you desire, and exit unscathed?" "Of course not." Thor raises an eyebrow. "I shall fly out." With that, he departs, leaving Jane in a state of bewilderment. Riga gazes skyward. The clouds thicken, and lightning intensifies, prompting him to inwardly comment, "Indeed, he is the god of thunder. He is distinctly different, arriving with his own special effects, and the sheer presence he commands is unparalleled." Coulson and Natasha also notice the peculiar weather. Yet they remain skeptical that it could shift due to one individual, quietly awaiting the outcome. Within the camp, computers and electronic devices, including staff mobile phones, begin to malfunction, rendered useless as Mjolnir emits a powerful electromagnetic pulse. Suddenly, a shrill alarm blares throughout the camp, with guards reporting an intrusion. In an instant, the entire camp springs into action. Accompanied by a deafening crack of thunder, another flash of lightning streaks across the sky, and rain begins to pour. Thor looks up, unable to suppress a grin. He is, after all, the god of thunder, relishing the raging winds and the electric storm. This is the environment he adores. Does Mjolnir sense his return? Filled with exhilaration, Thor strides purposefully into the passageway. The god of thunder remains just that, even stripped of his divine powers at this moment. He is undeniably beyond the realm of mere mortals. Thor advanced with relentless determination, effortlessly overcoming every adversary in his path. One unfortunate soul even plummeted from the passage. Observing this spectacle, Riga chuckled and remarked to Coulson and Natasha that they were approaching the crux of the matter. As agents, Coulson and Natasha were swiftly captivated by Thor's formidable prowess. His golden hair, cerulean eyes, towering stature, and handsome visage prompted Natasha to jest that, whether divine or not, such looks were certainly worthy of a god's title. Riga rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that he was well aware of Thor's attractiveness. Otherwise, he would not have garnered such a devoted following in his previous life. However, Natasha's unabashed admiration seemed rather excessive, bordering on discriminatory. Noticing Riga's reaction, Natasha chuckled lightly before returning her attention to the unfolding events. Thor had reached the edge of the passage, his heart racing with excitement as he beheld Mjolnir amidst the rain, and he prepared to sprint forward to reclaim his hammer. At that moment, a sudden blow struck his chest, causing him to lose his equilibrium and tumble to the ground. He looked up to find a formidable black man standing before him. Unfazed, Thor smiled and quipped, "You may be large, but I've faced foes even bigger." With that, he delivered a powerful right hook. The man retaliated instantly, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle, crashing through the plastic covering the passage and landing in the mud. The slick earth proved treacherous, complicating their combat as they wrestled and rolled about. Yet, the god of thunder ultimately prevailed. A well-placed kick sent his opponent sprawling, followed by a decisive blow that concluded the skirmish. Wiping the mud from his lips and tossing his hair, Thor gazed longingly at Mjolnir through the rain. The display of his earlier combat had left everyone in awe. His raw, unrefined style, striking with palpable force, was undeniably impressive. It was no wonder Natasha's eyes sparkled with admiration. Even Riga had to concede that Thor's entrance was undeniably masculine. Gazing at Mjolnir on the ground, Thor smiled broadly, his eyes brimming with eagerness, excitement, and nostalgia. He extended his right arm, slowly grasping the hammer's handle, and applied gentle pressure, preparing to lift Mjolnir as he had done countless times before. Yet, the hammer remained utterly immobile. Thor's smile faltered, replaced by a look of disbelief. While it was understandable that others could not wield it, how could he, its rightful owner, be unable to lift it? Unwilling to accept defeat, he extended his left arm, gripping the handle with all his might, gritting his teeth as he bent his knees. His muscles straining and veins bulging, letting out a series of primal roars in an attempt to summon sheer strength to raise the hammer. Still, there was no result. After several more futile attempts, Thor released the hammer's handle and stepped back, gazing at his hands, a profound sorrow welling up within him. He was the god of thunder. This was Mjolnir, his sacred weapon. How could he not lift it? Was it his father's doing? He abandoned himself. Should he also allow Mjolnir to forsake him? Is he truly so callous as to leave himself with nothing? The more Thor pondered, the more his anger swelled. He lifted his gaze to the relentless raindrops cascading from the heavens, letting forth a mournful roar into the obsidian night, venting his resentment and dissatisfaction. Then, as if all strength had drained from him, he knelt helplessly before Mjolnir, his once proud head bowed low, his face indistinguishable between rain and tears. Allowing the guards arranged by Coulson to cuff him, his tragic expression evoked deep sympathy. Natasha, observing the towering figure kneeling in the rain, furrowed her brow. Her sorrow for Thor extended beyond mere pity. It was his origins that weighed heavily on her mind. If he truly was, as Riga claimed, the god of thunder, then he should wield the hammer. Yet, why was he unable? If he was not the god of thunder, the exhilaration upon encountering the hammer and the subsequent despair of being unable to lift it could not be feigned. Such emotions are reserved for those who have genuinely possessed something. This left Natasha perplexed. Who was this man? It seemed essential for her to inquire personally. Riga watched as Thor was escorted away by the security personnel, feeling a wave of lamentation wash over him. Odin, in his efforts for his son, had indeed labored tirelessly to mature his prideful heir. Odin had gone to great lengths, not only stripping the god of thunder of his powers, rendering him a mere mortal, but also tampering with Mjolnir, the very essence of Thor's identity. The inability to lift his own hammer was a profound blow. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, Heimdall observed the unfolding events with a heavy heart. If it were possible, he too would wish Thor to be spared such anguish, but growth often necessitates enduring storms. Yet, this punishment felt excessively harsh. He could only hope that Thor would emerge transformed, that this effort would not be in vain. Chapter 23. Communication. Thor sat in a chair, his head bowed, silent. The walls around him were stark white, devoid of any adornments or color, a deliberate choice made for him. This extreme sterility, prolonged, could drive a person to madness. Natasha stood before Thor, scrutinizing him intently. Riga also stood nearby, observing Thor seated in the chair. Thor's lineage was undeniably pure. His hair gleamed golden, his beard was golden, his eyebrows followed suit, and his azure eyes sparkled with clarity, presenting a striking visage. Alas, the former vigor had vanished without a trace, leaving only despondency and despair, a heavy aura of sorrow enveloping him. At that moment, Natasha glanced at Riga, her eyes inquiring. Riga nodded affirmatively. "What is your name?" Natasha inquired. Thor remained silent, his head still bowed. "My friend says your name is Thor. Is that true?" Natasha gestured towards Riga. Upon hearing someone call his name, Thor lifted his head and glanced at Riga in the direction Natasha was pointing. He was somewhat taken aback, as he had never spoken of himself, and Earthlings had long deemed myths to be untrustworthy, mere superstition, with the current era being one that champions science above all. To his astonishment, there were still those who recognized him. Noticing Thor's gaze upon him, Riga offered a smile as a gesture of goodwill. Although the current god of thunder was not in his full form and posed no real challenge to him, Riga was aware that it would not be long before Thor reclaimed his divine powers and wielded Mjolnir once more. At that time, he would indeed be the formidable god of thunder, a force to be reckoned with. After casting a brief glance at Riga, Thor lowered his head again. His spirit was utterly crushed. The loss of Mjolnir had dealt him a grievous blow. His earlier surprise at hearing his name was fleeting, and he had no desire to engage in conversation. Seeing Thor's reaction, Natasha's eyes widened in astonishment. He truly was named Thor. Could it be that Riga's words held truth? Was he indeed the god of thunder? Suppressing her astonishment, Natasha continued, I have always been fascinated by myths and legends. Just recently, I delved into Norse mythology, where I encountered a god of thunder who shares your name. Surely, your parents did not bestow upon you a divine name on purpose? She paused, hoping to gauge Thor's response, but he remained indifferent. The hammer outside bears a striking resemblance to the one described in the tales, Natasha continued. As written in the texts, no one can lift it except Thor. At her words, a flicker of pride crossed Thor's face, only to be quickly subdued. Though the moment of pride was subtle and fleeting, Natasha caught it instantly, her conviction strengthening. However, you cannot lift it, and while you share the name Thor, you cannot be the god of thunder, can you? She retorted. Thor appeared increasingly tormented, lowering his head further as he murmured, I am no longer. The words were barely audible, more like a whisper to himself, and if not for Natasha's specialized training, she would have missed it entirely. Natasha's expression shifted dramatically, her shock evident. No longer? What did that imply? He once was. He truly is the god of thunder. Could it be that the myths of humanity hold truth? Does magic truly exist? Moreover, if these deities from the myths are real, how many powerful beings might inhabit the vast universe? Should an alien invasion occur, humanity would be utterly defenseless. Earth is perilously vulnerable. What are we to do? Observing the tumult of emotions on Natasha's face, fear, anxiety, and astonishment, Riga found the situation somewhat amusing. Yet, it was understandable. Anyone would be shocked by such explosive revelations, especially those from S.H.I.E.L.D, an organization dedicated to the protection of Earth, which would naturally feel a heightened sense of unease. Natasha was likely engulfed in a torrent of associations, which explained her palpable terror. Riga approached, gently placing his hand upon her shoulder. As Natasha languished in her frantic imagination, she suddenly felt the warmth of his palm resting on her. Raising her gaze, she encountered Riga's tender smile. Do not worry. The mysteries of this world far exceed your imagination, he softly reassured her. Riga's voice possessed an uncanny charm, instantly easing Natasha's tension. Indeed, her worries were futile. After all, this man was already aware of these matters yet exuded an air of unshakable confidence. He must possess some formidable secret, or perhaps he was simply surrounded by extraordinary individuals. Regardless, there was no need for her to be anxious at present. Natasha's eyes settled with a newfound calm, and she smiled, murmuring, Thank you. Not at all, Riga replied, turning slightly. Let us step outside. I have some matters to discuss with you. Thor cast a glance at Riga. This man felt distinctly different from any earthling he had encountered, the reason eluding him. Yet it was an undeniable intuition. Despite having lost his divine powers, as the god of thunder, he sensed an immense strength coursing through Riga's being, one not to be underestimated. Ordinarily, he would have eagerly invited him to a friendly duel, but now, Thor lowered his head again. Riga and Natasha stepped outside, leaning side by side on the railing, observing the diligent staff below. Do you believe now? Riga inquired. Natasha nodded in affirmation. Riga sighed, reflecting on the vastness of the universe, teeming with countless beings. Some races were exceptionally gifted, while others were utterly mundane. The powerful could traverse the stars, while the weaker ones languished in the Stone Age. There were beings capable of shattering celestial bodies, enslaving planets, and obliterating worlds with the ease of a meal. Our Earth is truly fragile, he lamented. Natasha turned her head, quietly studying the contour of Riga's profile. Look at us, embroiled in petty schemes, be it S.H.I.E.L.D, Hydra, or mutants. To those divine beings, it all resembles a child's play. They could extinguish us with a mere wave of their hand. This sentiment resonated with Riga. The Marvel universe was rife with powerful entities. Although he felt he had made significant strides in strength, in the eyes of those beings, he was but an insignificant insect. Each time he contemplated this, a wave of self-deprecation washed over him. However, he possessed a power akin to that of a destructive fruit. Drawing from the experiences of his past life, he understood that in the realm of devil fruits, nothing was impossible, only unimagined. As long as he dared to dream and diligently sought to develop his abilities, one day he too would stand atop the pyramid, impervious to the whims of others. With this thought, a powerful confidence ignited in Riga's eyes. Natasha, witnessing the unwavering assurance radiating from him, felt a stirring within her heart once more. "Do you really think extraterrestrials will invade Earth?" Natasha inquired. "Indeed, although Earth is fragile, it holds immense significance. Aliens will undoubtedly come," Riga replied slowly, foreseeing a catastrophic event. Natasha shivered at the thought. If such a day were to come, she would certainly ensure they would regret their intrusion. Riga clenched his fist. Natasha chuckled lightly. The boy before her sometimes exuded maturity, yet at other times appeared rather childish. What could he possibly do alone against aliens? Nevertheless, she chose not to shatter his illusion and simply observed Riga, captivated by the unique charm he possessed. "You might not suffice alone. Count me in when that day arrives," Natasha said with casual ease. Riga's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at her. What did this mean? Was she hinting at something deeper? Could it be that his efforts might yield rewards? Indeed, perseverance often bears fruit. Yet, the ease with which events unfolded exceeded his expectations. Perhaps he had underestimated his own allure. Riga began to drift into daydreams. Natasha, noticing his distracted demeanor, understood he was lost in fanciful thoughts. With an exasperated sigh, she playfully nudged him and rolled her eyes. "I'm off to find Coulson. He needs to be apprised of the situation here." With that, she turned and gracefully departed, leaving a beautiful silhouette for Riga to admire. Chapter 24. Visitors from Asgard. As he watched Natasha walk away, Riga could hardly contain his elation. He felt a step closer to success. Although there was still a long way to go, he reassured himself that there was no rush. Just as he was reveling in his joy, he suddenly sensed a surge of energy in the atmosphere. To his astonishment, Loki, exuding an air of British elegance and charm, sauntered past him, effortlessly passing through the closed door and entering Thor's chamber. Riga found it hard to believe. The people around him surely hadn't noticed Loki. Otherwise, he would not have been allowed to stride in so brazenly. Loki must have employed a minor spell. It was well known that this trickster god possessed extraordinary magical talent. But why could he see him? Had his own eyes undergone some transformation? Were they akin to the Sharingan, Byakugan, or Rinnegan? In a hurry, Riga pulled out his phone and activated the front camera. His eyes remained unchanged. No white, no red, and certainly no swirling patterns. Just the normal hue of black. This was indeed perplexing. Could it be that his abilities were affecting his vision? Why would this happen? Was it possible he could see through magic? Riga was left bewildered. Yet no matter the mystery, this was undoubtedly good news. After all, having multiple skills is never a disadvantage. In the moment when Riga was lost in thought, Loki had already successfully breached Thor's psychological defenses, instilling in him a sense of guilt that rendered him willing to remain on Earth, forever exiled, thus ensuring that Loki's claim to the throne would face no threat. Now that his objective had been accomplished, there was no need for him to linger on Earth. It was time to return to Asgard. As he passed by Mjolnir, Loki cast a glance at the hammer and grasped its handle with one hand. He wondered if, now that he was the king of Asgard, he could lift this mighty weapon. Yet, despite exerting all his strength, gritting his teeth, and flushing with frustration, the hammer remained immovable. At that moment, a muffled laugh echoed from above. Loki froze, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Was someone here to witness his humiliation? Enraged and embarrassed, he turned towards the source of the laughter, discovering an Asian man chuckling at his phone. Loki couldn't help but chuckle softly. He had been too sensitive. After all, he was currently invisible, and no one could see him. That fool must have stumbled upon something amusing, startling him in the process. Shaking his head, Loki mused that lesser beings truly were simple-minded, squandering their limited lives on trivial pursuits such as mindless scrolling through their phones. It was foolish, indeed. A fitting trait for those destined for subjugation. Just wait. I shall soon conquer the 9 realms, and then you all will kneel before me. With his head held high, Loki departed from the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp. Watching Loki leave, Riga shifted his gaze from his phone. The sight of Loki attempting to lift Mjolnir had been amusing, provoking an unrestrained laugh from him. Fortunately, He had the presence of mind to feign distraction with his phone, avoiding any slip that might reveal his amusement. After all, he had no desire to confront Loki just yet. The time was not ripe. However, had Riga been privy to Loki's thoughts, he would likely have delivered a resounding blow that Loki would never forget for daring to call him a fool. Following this brief interlude, Riga received a message from Coulson, indicating that someone wished to meet Thor and urging him to hurry. Standing at the camp's entrance, he watched as Sylvage rambled on with a serious demeanor, both he and Coulson feeling a sense of exasperation. They were now aware of Thor's true identity. Yet here stood this balding old man spouting nonsense. It seemed he was unaware of who Thor truly was. Even if he held suspicions, they remained unconfirmed. He was a good person, merely in a state of distress. Sylvage continued his charade. Exchanging a glance with Coulson, Riga nodded slightly. Very well, you may take him. Coulson conceded. Sylvage's face lit up with joy. As he and Thor were about to exit, Coulson called out once more, Dr. Sylvage. Sylvage's expression changed. Had he been exposed? Do not allow him back into the bar, Coulson shouted. I will ensure it, Sylvage replied, struggling to steady his trembling voice, before swiftly departing with Thor. Why let him leave? We have already identified this Thor. He is a significant asset, a true extraterrestrial, Coulson remarked, watching Sylvage and Thor as they exited. Coulson, do not be hasty. We must consider the long game. There are plenty of aliens. One does not make a difference. Besides, who knows? He may once again become Thor one day. A little kindness now may yield no harm, Riga replied nonchalantly. What shall we do now? Coulson inquired, his expression still grave. You are the ace agent. Must I instruct you? Riga waved his hand dismissively. Coulson, taken aback, fell silent. Well, it's getting late. Rest is paramount. The real show has only just begun. Be patient. The main event is yet to come. Riga yawned widely. I shall retire. Do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. I require recuperation. Days later, Coulson rushed to find Riga. An incident has occurred. I need you to come and take a look. Also, bring Natasha along. With that, he hurriedly ushered Riga into a vehicle, heading toward the site of the event. What transpired? Natasha asked. We detected an immense energy surge, far beyond your imagination. Coulson's face was grave. What? Natasha was still processing the information. This energy could open a wormhole, Coulson elaborated. Natasha gasped, realizing how swiftly events were unfolding. Have the aliens truly arrived? She glanced worriedly at Riga. Let us first assess the situation, Riga replied, his face devoid of expression. The group soon arrived at the scene, which was a desolate desert, dotted with a few scraggly bushes, the rest being barren yellow earth. Several SUVs were parked in one area, surrounded by figures clad in black, all gathered around an object, engaged in animated discussion. Riga and Natasha exited the vehicle and approached quickly, discovering a perfectly circular formation on the ground, adorned with intricate, esoteric lines, exuding an unusual beauty. This was discovered earlier today. It is evidently not of human origin. We are seeking linguists to decipher these complex symbols, Coulson explained. That will not be necessary, Riga said, studying the pattern before him. Natasha raised an eyebrow. Do not tell me you recognize what this is? The Bifrost, Riga uttered solemnly. Noticing Riga's serious demeanor, Natasha's heart sank. What is it? Nothing. The main event is about to commence, Riga said, his gaze fixed intently on the sky. Coulson and Natasha also lifted their heads as a thick blanket of ominous clouds began to gather overhead. Strangely, the skies remained clear in other areas, with the encroaching darkness confined solely to this locale. Gradually, these clouds began to swirl, forming a vortex at their center that emitted a brilliant light, accompanied by the crackle of thunder and the howling of the wind. At that moment, all the staff looked up, captivated by the rare and terrifying spectacle above. The clouds grew denser, so thick that they seemed to ooze ink. The layers continued to rotate slowly, as if the collective consciousness of the onlookers was being drawn into their depths. However, Riga understood that this dark mass intended to do the exact opposite. I fear this is not a good omen, Natasha remarked, shielding her eyes as she gazed at the unprecedented sight above. Riga remained silent, his focus unwavering on the heart of the storm, his demeanor vigilant, for the destroyer was about to arrive. Chapter 25. The destroyer at this moment. The townsfolk in the distance were also drawn to the extraordinary phenomenon, rushing out of their homes to witness the unfolding events. Meanwhile, in Jane's residence, Thor, Sif, Jane, Sylvig, Darcy, and the other three warriors observed the scene with faces tinged with concern. Indeed, Sif and her companions had ventured from Asgard without permission, hoping to bring Thor back, only to be discovered by Loki. They had traversed the Bifrost to Earth, and the scene before them was one they recognized all too well, the prelude to the activation of the Rainbow Bridge. Could it be that Loki had dispatched someone to apprehend them? Suddenly, an unknown entity descended from the heavens with formidable force, crashing down upon the desolate earth and sending shockwaves rippling outward, stirring up clouds of dust. Through the haze, a towering figure became vaguely discernible at the center. It has come, Riga thought, his body trembling slightly with excitement. The destroyer has arrived. As the swirling dust began to settle, the form of the destroyer emerged clearly before all, standing approximately 3 meters tall, clad in striped armor that enveloped its body completely. With only 2 small openings for its eyes, the silver metal glinted coldly in the sunlight, evoking a sense of dread. Although the destroyer exuded an aura of chilling ruthlessness, the presence of Iron Man, that metallic figure, rendered Coulson and the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents unfazed. They surmised it was just another one of Stark's eccentric inventions. Thus, upon discerning the appearance of the destroyer, despite a lingering unease, Coulson calmly picked up a megaphone and stepped forward to address it. As he approached, the destroyer seemed to awaken, its eyes suddenly gleaming with light. Without any warning, the mask opened instantaneously, unleashing a massive golden beam directed straight at Coulson. Riga stood behind Coulson, having watched him advance without intervening, eager to gauge the true extent of the destroyer's destructive power. As he beheld the golden beam of light hurtling towards them, a sense of foreboding filled his heart. He swiftly grabbed Natasha beside him, then gestured in the air with his right hand, releasing a surge of energy that pulled Coulson down, causing the 3 of them to drop to the ground. The golden beam sliced through the air above their heads, striking a parked vehicle and igniting a series of explosions. Several unfortunate agents were directly hit by the beam, their bodies instantaneously vaporized. Rising from the ground, Riga surveyed the chaotic scene around him, gasping in astonishment. The destroyer was far more formidable than depicted in the films, yet it was unlikely to be insurmountable. While he himself might not stand a chance, he was certain that Hulk would have no such issues. "Do you know what that thing is?" Natasha inquired, spitting out the dirt from her mouth. "Yes. This creature is quite a challenge," Riga replied gravely. "That goes without saying." Natasha rolled her eyes. As they spoke, another beam of destruction was unleashed, and the surrounding vehicles had already been obliterated. Panic ensued as people screamed, frantically seeking escape. "Coulson, take Natasha and get to safety. I will deal with this creature," Riga shouted decisively. The suddenness of the previous attack had taken Coulson aback, but upon regaining his composure, he did not question Riga's resolve. The immediate priority was to evacuate personnel. He and Natasha would only be a burden. Thus, he exchanged a deep, grateful glance with Riga, imbued with trust. "Are you out of your mind? Taking on that thing alone?" Natasha exclaimed, incredulous. Despite their brief acquaintance, she did not wish for Riga to meet his demise so soon. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Riga turned his head, smiling reassuringly. "With you concerned for my well-being, I have every reason to survive." Natasha felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Even in dire circumstances, he maintained his levity. "We must hurry. This is only the beginning. If that creature goes berserk, I won't be able to hold it off," Riga urged, waving his hand. Natasha wished to say more, but hesitated, ultimately settling on a simple, "Be careful." With that, she and Coulson hurried into a nearby vehicle. "Remember, head towards the town," Riga called after them, then turned his full attention to the destroyer. Forged by Asgard, the destroyer possessed an indomitable form. Its master was the All-Father Odin, though at this moment, Odin was ensnared in slumber, leaving Loki as the true architect of the destroyer's actions. Seated upon his throne, Loki observed Riga, a flicker of familiarity igniting in his mind, as though he had seen this man before. In response to his puzzlement, the destroyer's movements came to an abrupt halt. Riga dismissed such notions, fully aware that he was no match for the destroyer. His sole intent was to gauge his own strength. Without hesitation, he took the initiative, propelling himself forward. With a few powerful strides, he leaped high into the air, his right fist clenched tightly, and unleashed a devastating punch aimed squarely at the destroyer's abdomen. With a thunderous crash, even the destroyer's massive form was sent sprawling back, raising a cloud of dust upon impact. With his strike successful, Riga couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Loki, seated upon the throne of the gods, was rendered speechless. He had never witnessed the destroyer being struck down before. For years, it had only been the destroyer who dealt blows to others. Never had he seen anyone retaliate, let alone send the destroyer flying. It was utterly preposterous. After the shock subsided, Loki erupted with fury, anger surging from within him. How dare this insignificant insect dare to resist? He had been careless, allowing Riga to gain the upper hand. But such a mistake would not occur again. Loki promptly summoned his divine staff, a surge of divine power emanating from it. The destroyer, receiving the command, rose from the ground and immediately unleashed a golden beam towards Riga. Riga, fixated on the direction where the destroyer had fallen, did not let his guard down for even a moment. He understood that the earlier encounter had merely been a fluke due to Loki's negligence. Now, the true battle had commenced. Indeed, from the cloud of dust emerged a golden beam hurtling toward him, and Riga was ready, swiftly leaping aside. At that moment, a colossal silver metallic fist materialized before him. Riga's eyes widened in horror. Evasion was no longer an option, and he could only watch helplessly as the destroyer's fist crashed brutally against his face. It felt as though he had been struck by a freight train, sending him flying several meters away. Rubbing his swollen cheek, Riga spat out a mouthful of blood, acknowledging the pain. Despite believing he had adequately prepared for the destroyer, the disparity in their power was staggering. He could not endure many more assaults of such magnitude. It appeared that a strategy of mobility was his only recourse. In the brief interlude, the destroyer had closed the distance, launching another powerful kick that sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, aimed directly at Riga. As Riga had yet to regain his footing, he activated his energy, gliding low along the ground to evade the attack. The destroyer's strike missed its target, causing the ground beneath him to cave in dramatically. Witnessing the exaggerated aftermath, Riga's lips twitched in disbelief. Loki was excessively ruthless. Was it truly necessary to resort to such brutality over a matter that was not a life-or-death feud? Nevertheless, pushing such thoughts aside, Riga quickly adjusted his stance and charged towards the destroyer. The destroyer's towering physique and immense strength were formidable, yet he lacked agility. Riga capitalized on this weakness, skillfully maneuvering and evading as he engaged the destroyer in a relentless dance of combat. Witnessing the chaos unfold, Loki roared in frustration within the celestial palace, yet found himself at a loss for effective measures. After all, he was not the All-Father Odin, capable of commanding the destroyer with effortless authority. On the other hand, Riga felt equally helpless. His fists proved ineffective against the impenetrable metal of the destroyer, and he was constantly preoccupied with evading its beam attacks. Thus, he could only manage a tenuous stalemate, and the prospect of victory seemed utterly unattainable. In this dire situation, the two found themselves locked in an impasse. Chapter 26. The four warriors following Riga's counsel, Natasha and Coulson sped towards the town. Seated in the passenger seat, Natasha glanced through the rear window, catching a glimpse of Riga being hurled away by the destroyer. Unable to contain herself, she covered her mouth, her expression deepening with concern. Coulson, his face ashen, stole a glance at the rearview mirror before turning to Natasha to offer words of solace. "Do not fret. I have a premonition that he will be all right." Natasha swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. Indeed, he would be fine. He was the Winter Soldier, not one to succumb so easily to death. Coulson's own worry was palpable, yet he refrained from turning back. There was little that he and Natasha could contribute, and returning would only serve to increase their burden and waste precious lives. Since Riga had suggested heading towards the town, they would proceed as such. The site of the battle lay not far from the village, and they arrived swiftly. In the distance, Coulson and Natasha spotted several figures ahead. Among them 4 oddly dressed individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, alongside the tall man and Sylvig whom they had encountered at the camp, as well as 2 unfamiliar women. Thanks to their recent studies of Norse mythology, the duo quickly recognized that these 4 embodied the very essence of the legendary warriors who followed the Thunder God. Overwhelmed by astonishment, they hastened to seek their assistance. "Please help us. Someone is battling that armored figure. Am I hearing correctly? There are individuals capable of confronting the destroyer here? Surely you jest." The rotund man with a red beard laughed heartily. Upon hearing the mockery directed at Riga, Natasha's gaze turned icy. This was not merely an insult to Riga, but to all of humanity. That insufferable fool, she seethed inwardly. "Whether true or not, you will know if you venture forth," Regardless, our immediate priority is to halt the destroyer you speak of. Though Coulson felt a similar discontent, he concealed it behind a calm demeanor, offering a reminder. Indeed, he speaks wisely, the thunder god interjected, striving to mediate. The Thor of now was no longer the arrogant, reckless youth he once was. Having lost his powers and Mjolnir, he had traversed the tumultuous path of life, emerging significantly transformed. My friends, we must unite to thwart the destroyer. Upon finishing his words, he turned to Natasha and remarked, Rhaegar is the man who was with you at that time, isn't he? I can sense that he is a formidable warrior. Natasha's face revealed a hint of pride upon hearing this. The four warriors exchanged glances, each displaying a different expression. It is worth noting that few have earned Thor's acknowledgement, and the fact that Rhaegar could be deemed a powerful warrior by Thor indicated that he indeed possessed remarkable skills. Consequently, their curiosity about Rhaegar deepened. Without further ado, let us depart swiftly. Delays may lead to unforeseen circumstances, Coulson urged from the side. The group split into two vehicles, hurrying towards the scene of the incident. From a distance, they could see dust swirling, stones flying, and the continuous roar of explosions. Occasionally, bright golden beams of light streaked across the sky, while the ground resembled a plowed field, riddled with gaping trenches and scars. Upon their arrival, they were met with an astonishing sight. A young man was engaged in a fierce battle with the destroyer. He relentlessly pounded his fists against the destroyer's form, while the destroyer retaliated with both punches and kicks, emitting energy beams from its face that narrowly missed the young man on several occasions, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Natasha's anxiety and concern intensified. Rhaegar, utilizing his agility, continued to maneuver around the destroyer. Suddenly, he caught sight of two vehicles approaching from the corner of his eye, followed by a few figures disembarking. A glance confirmed Thor's presence, which immediately calmed him. Finally, the main force had arrived, and he could escape his predicament. Seeing Rhaegar hold his own against the destroyer for such an extended period, Sif and the others exchanged incredulous looks, unable to conceal their astonishment. After all, even they found it exceedingly challenging to confront the destroyer. How had humanity grown to such strength? Thor, with a hearty laugh, declared, Indeed, he is a powerful warrior. The destroyer is one of our palace's top-tier battle automatons, and he is managing to fight at this level. Natasha and Coulson exchanged glances, both surprised by Rhaegar's formidable prowess. Natasha's eyes reflected a mix of worry and pride, while Coulson wore an expression of astonishment. Such destructive power could likely be matched only by Iron Man within S.H.I.E.L.D. It seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D. had stumbled upon a treasure this time. Sif, you must hurry and assist in defeating the destroyer, Thor commanded. Despite Rhaegar's outward strength, Thor discerned the underlying truth. Lacking suitable weaponry and facing the destroyer's exceptionally tough material, Rhaegar had not inflicted any substantial damage, merely managing to momentarily restrain the adversary with his peculiar abilities. Though Thor had lost his divine power, to Sif and the others, he remained the mighty and proud god of thunder. At that moment, upon hearing Thor's command, they charged forward without hesitation. As they advanced, Sif spoke to the other three, instructing them to divert his attention while she took care of the rest. Rhaegar, upon seeing Sif and the others rush to his aid, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Assistance had arrived, for he knew he could not endure much longer. The destroyer was a formidable adversary, possessing a tough exterior and extraordinary defensive capabilities. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to breach its defenses. Additionally, it could unleash energy beams, rendering it fearless in both close and ranged combat. It seemed to have no weaknesses, save for its inability to fly. By this time, the trio had reached the heart of the battle. The red-bearded warrior bellowed, My friend, take a breather, we shall handle the rest. Rhaegar glanced at them, somewhat incredulous, unsure of where their confidence stemmed from. Nevertheless, he was fatigued and welcomed the opportunity to rest and recover. Thus, he seized a moment of respite, launching a flurry of fierce attacks before gracefully leaping out of the fray. Far away in Asgard, Loki observed the three through the destroyer, his fury escalating anew. These wretched fools, he seethed, daring to defy my orders and secretly journey to Earth to seek out Thor. Is Thor truly so remarkable that you would risk treason to find him? Loki ground his teeth and declared, If you wish to accompany him, then may you remain with him forever. With that, disregarding Rhaegar, Loki commanded the destroyer to charge directly at the trio. Chapter 27. The greater good. Though Sif and her companions had heard of the destroyer's notorious reputation, it had always been an adversary of Asgard's foes. They had never encountered it in battle. Once engaged, they finally grasped the profound despair of being the destroyer's enemies and understood more deeply the struggle and strength Riga had exhibited earlier. Against the trio, the destroyer exerted little effort. With a mere flick of its hand, it sent two of them flying, leaving the last, armed with a rapier, seemingly incapable of inflicting any harm upon the destroyer. Truly pitiful, Loki scoffed, shaking his staff dismissively. The destroyer's mask suddenly opened, golden energy swirling within, poised to obliterate the bothersome intruders. Suddenly, a sharp blade descended from above, piercing through the destroyer's neck and pinning it to the ground. Subsequently, the energy within the destroyer seemed to extinguish, and all motion ceased entirely. Sif stood atop the destroyer's back, a serene smile gracing her lips. The destroyer is merely this. This was the strategy they had devised. The trio would restrain and create an illusion to attract the destroyer's attention, while Sif executed a surprise attack from behind, delivering a lethal blow. They had undergone this coordination countless times, and it had long since become second nature to them. When confronted with formidable adversaries, they have always acted thus. Yet this time, their opponent is none other than the destroyer. Before Sif could fully relish her moment of triumph, the destroyer suddenly seemed to come to life, its body twisting a full 180 degrees. The mask then opened, and a golden radiance erupted, aimed directly at Sif, who was too close to evade. "Be careful," the crowd shouted in alarm. To presume one could so easily vanquish the destroyer was indeed naive and laughable. Far away in the realm of the gods, Loki looked on with disdain. At a critical moment, Riga leaped forward, delivering a powerful kick to the destroyer's midsection, causing it to lose its balance. The energy beam veered off course, striking the ground and carving a deep trench into the earth. Seizing the opportunity, Sif quickly jumped away from the destroyer. With a complex expression, she cast a glance at Riga, astonished that this earthling had saved her life. Has Earth truly grown so powerful without her noticing? Riga, however, was indifferent to Sif's thoughts. He held a favorable impression of the valiant Valkyrie, and out of both sentiment and reason, he felt compelled to save her life. Future dealings with the gods would surely arise, and it was prudent to establish a favor now for smoother transactions later. "Sif," Thor exclaimed urgently upon witnessing her peril, rushing over to assess the situation. He too had not anticipated the destroyer's overwhelming might, which even the four warriors could not withstand. Watching as the destroyer gathered energy once more, poised to obliterate them all, Thor felt a profound anguish. "Loki, do you truly intend to exterminate us?" He surveyed the devastation around him. The ground was scorched, riddled with craters from the battles and explosions. Thankfully, this chaos was not in a town, for countless innocent civilians would have surely suffered injuries or even death. Grateful, he nodded appreciatively at Riga, who returned the gesture. In his current state, Riga knew that engaging the destroyer was exceedingly daunting. The destroyer remained unscathed while he was utterly fatigued, with barely 30% of his stored energy left, just enough to ensure his own escape. Thor turned to Sif, urging, "You must return to Asgard at once. You cannot remain here. Loki still requires your aid to intervene." "And what about you?" Sif sensed an ominous foreboding. Thor smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, I have a plan." Rising to his feet, he approached the destroyer, locking eyes with it. As Thor neared, the golden energy on the destroyer's visage began to dissipate. The two brothers stood there, one a mere mortal, the other seated upon the throne of the gods. With a sigh, Thor softly spoke, "Brother, whatever wrongs I have committed against you, driving you to this desperate measure, I sincerely apologize. But these people are innocent. Killing them would yield no benefit to you." He raised his head defiantly. "If you must, then end my life and conclude this ordeal." Loki gazed at Thor, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. After all, this was a brother who had grown up alongside him, sharing thousands of years together. The thought of taking his life caused Loki some hesitation. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to weave a web of deceit to ensure Thor willingly remained on Earth. Unfortunately, these individuals were relentless, still seeking him out. As a ruler, Thor represented an element of instability for Loki. Even stripped of his divine powers, Thor retained a revered status in the hearts of the Asgardians, a fact that Loki could not abide. As long as Thor existed, Loki's position would remain precarious. With this realization, Loki's gaze hardened. Forgive me, dear brother. Do not blame my ruthlessness, for it is your brethren who are to blame. With his resolve solidified, the light of the destroyer ignited once more. With a swift motion, as one might swat a fly, he sent Thor hurtling through the air. Thor soared backwards before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several times and landing in a bloodied heap. At that moment, he was but a mere mortal, unable to withstand such a violent blow. Even a casual strike from the destroyer was beyond his capacity to endure. No, Jane cried out, witnessing the scene unfold, rushing toward him in a frantic tumble. Anxiously checking on Thor. It's over, Thor said with a gentle smile. No, you mustn't be hurt. It cannot end like this, Jane implored, shaking her head fervently. Her voice trembling. What I mean is, you are safe now. Thor managed a faint smile, exhaling softly. It is over. He bore no resentment towards Loki. Surely, Loki had his own burdens to bear. Nor did he harbor anger towards his father. Without him, he would not have come to Earth and met Jane. To die in her embrace felt worthwhile, the only regret being that he would no longer indulge in hardy drinking or reckless battles. That Earthling seemed promising a worthy adversary. If he were to survive, he would challenge him to a duel, returning only when intoxicated. Farewell, Jane. Farewell, Selvig, Darcy. Farewell, my friends. Farewell, Asgard. Farewell, Mother. Farewell, Father. I am sorry I could not become the son you hoped for. Farewell, Loki. Thor's consciousness began to fade, and he slowly closed his eyes. No. Jane cried out in anguish. Though their time together was brief, she had fallen deeply in love with this extraterrestrial man. It was not just his imposing stature and handsomeness, but the way he had opened the door to a new journey for her, an experience unlike any other. As she saw Thor succumb to death, the destroyer turned away, preparing to depart. No, Jane whispered, unable to accept that Thor was truly gone. She felt the urge to scream, yet found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she buried her head against Thor's chest, her muffled sobs echoing her profound sorrow. The remaining individuals wore expressions of profound sorrow, for Thor had sacrificed himself to save them. The 4 brave warriors were heartbroken, yet their hearts brimmed with an infinite loathing for Loki. Meanwhile, Natasha and Coulson supported Riga, who, although sharing a sense of regret, had not known Thor long enough to feel the same depth of grief as the others. Riga, aware that Thor was far from dead, remained indifferent, internally scoffing at Odin's willingness to let Thor experience death as a means of fostering his growth into a worthy king, all while contemplating the potential consequences of such a gamble. Chapter 28. The thunder god Natasha, assisting Riga, observed those around her either engulfed in sorrow or lamenting with sighs, which weighed heavily on her heart. After all, this was a warrior deserving of respect, and it was indeed a pity that he had perished in such a manner. However, upon turning her head, she noticed Riga's nonchalant demeanor, prompting her to curiously inquire, "Do you not feel sorrow for his death?" "If I were to mourn each person who dies daily, it would surely exhaust me," Riga retorted with a scoff. "Moreover, this fellow isn't truly dead. Why should I grieve? Not dead." Upon hearing Riga's jibe at the thunder god, the crowd, initially brimming with anger, was suddenly filled with astonishment and delight at his latter statement. Is that true? Of course. He is the thunder god. How could he succumb so easily? No sooner had he spoken than, as if to corroborate Riga's words, the previously inert hammer began to tremble, soaring skyward, swiftly breaking the sound barrier, tracing a graceful arc in the air towards the prostrate Thor. Selvig, witnessing this spectacle, immediately pulled Jane away from Thor's side. Just as the hammer was about to strike Thor, he seemed to awaken abruptly, extending his right hand to grasp the hammer's handle. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, thunder roared, and dark clouds rapidly gathered overhead, casting a shadow upon Thor. Soon after, a thick bolt of lightning erupted from the heavy clouds, striking down toward the hammer of the thunder god. The lightning enveloped Thor entirely, and amidst the blinding blue radiance, his resplendent armor gradually adorned his form. Jane stared in astonishment, while Sif and the others were filled with ecstatic joy. Riga merely smirked. "See, it's as if he has risen from the dead." Natasha chuckled at his words. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, Loki was both astonished and enraged. He had not anticipated Odin's clever ruse. Ultimately, that man had never intended for Loki to inherit the throne. In Odin's eyes, there was only Thor, while Loki remained a mere pitiful half-breed. Thor. Loki's face flushed crimson as he clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with an intense murderous intent and hatred. Confronted with the Thunder God, who was gradually completing his transformation, Loki decisively commanded the destroyer to unleash its energy beams. As the destroyer lifted its mask in preparation for an assault, a hammer soared through the tempest, striking the destroyer squarely in the face, causing its energy beams to veer off course. In an instant, Thor delivered a sudden and powerful blow, sending the destroyer crashing to the ground. Enraged, Loki took control of the destroyer, launching a counterattack. Waves of energy beams were unleashed recklessly, illuminating the sky with a brilliant golden hue. Thor, wielding his hammer, deftly evaded the onslaught. Loki's furious strikes lacked precision, despite their intimidating appearance. They posed little threat to Thor, who, if caught unprepared, could simply use Mjolnir as a shield, sustaining minimal harm. Thor swiftly closed the distance to the destroyer. Arriving at its forefront, with a firm grip on his hammer, he executed a powerful upward strike that impacted the destroyer's jaw, propelling it skyward. He followed suit, hammer in hand, taking advantage of the destroyer's inability to regain footing in the air, delivering another blow that sent the destroyer soaring. A relentless barrage of attacks rained down upon the destroyer, granting Thor the upper hand in the aerial combat. The once formidable destroyer now resembled a mere ragdoll, subjected to a relentless onslaught. As dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, the thunder grew deafening, and the lightning intensified. Thor ascended high into the sky, gripping his hammer with both hands, and unleashed a devastating strike imbued with the full force of thunder upon the destroyer, driving it deep into the ground and creating a vast crater from the impact. With a sense of pride, Thor descended gracefully from the heavens, emerging from the billowing dust. The onlookers were left in awe, unable to fathom the immense power of the God of Thunder. The destroyer, which had been an insurmountable challenge moments before, now lay utterly defenseless against Thor's might. Riga stood in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before him, having witnessed the destroyer's formidable strength firsthand. He found it astonishing that Thor had so easily subdued such a formidable foe, while Mjolnir played an essential role in Thor's victory. It also underscored the inherent strength of its wielder. Mjolnir was not merely a weapon, it was an extension of Thor's power. Thus, in comparison, Riga recognized that he still had a long journey ahead to reach Thor's level. The thrill of battle coursed through him. Indeed, the God of Thunder lived up to his legendary reputation. As he gazed at the approaching Thor, Riga's eyes sparkled with determination. Though he may not match Thor's strength now, he was resolute in his belief that with continued growth, he would one day rival the mighty Thor. After all, in the comics, Thor had the ability to reduce a sentinel to ashes, and the sentinel was renowned for wielding the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns. Such was the magnitude of Thor's strength. While it may seem that Thor's power is not as exaggerated as depicted in the comics, it is undoubtedly far greater than his portrayal in the films. After all, the destroyer is significantly more formidable than in the movies, and a Thor capable of effortlessly vanquishing such a foe would inherently be even stronger. Observing the imposing figure of Thor, both Natasha and Coulson wore expressions of grave concern. The might of the Asgardians surpassed their wildest imaginations. Until today, they had never fathomed that an individual's strength could be so overwhelmingly potent, akin to a nuclear bomb. Nay, even more terrifying. After all, this was a mobile nuclear weapon, possessing a lethality surpassing any on Earth. Although Natasha had heard Rhaegar speak of such power before, it was not until this moment that she truly grasped the capabilities of extraterrestrial beings. The thought of such entities surrounding Earth left her increasingly uneasy. Coulson was preoccupied with how to report to Fury and knew he must swiftly devise a countermeasure. Otherwise, should an alien invasion occur, Earth would be utterly defenseless, leading to devastation and ruin. Noticing the somber expressions on their faces, Rhaegar chuckled lightly, reassuring them that there was no need for such alarm. Asgardians were generally amicable, and not all aliens were as formidable as Thor. Most were considerably weaker. Moreover, our own strength should not be underestimated. Coulson raised an eyebrow, surprised by Rhaegar's confidence. Rhaegar grinned mischievously but offered no further explanation. Natasha, hearing this, also smiled, questioning whether Rhaegar's words held any validity. "What about the aliens?" she inquired. "Of course. Just give me time, and I shall trample the destroyer and the God of Thunder beneath my feet," Rhaegar declared boldly. Natasha and Coulson exchanged glances, not taking Rhaegar's bravado too seriously. They did not expect him to reach Thor's level, as the god of thunders might seem insurmountable. Meanwhile, the four warriors had extolled Thor's virtues to the heavens, and Jane's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. The fact that the man she admired was a great hero was irresistible to her. As the banter continued, a series of metallic clinks echoed from the deep pit, abruptly freezing their smiles. Turning their heads, they beheld the destroyer emerging slowly from the chasm, emanating an icy aura. Its once pristine metallic armor was now marred and pitted. Yet this did not hinder its movement. In fact, the pressure it exerted upon the group was now even more profound, resembling a wounded beast, increasingly ferocious and bloodthirsty. As the destroyer advanced, Thor spoke in a grave tone. "Sif, you and the others must leave at once. This place is far too perilous." Sif nodded firmly in agreement. Rhaegar, fixated on the destroyer, added, "Natasha, Coulson, you should also depart. The ensuing battle may have far-reaching consequences." "And you?" Natasha asked, concern etched on her face. "I wish to remain here. Perhaps Thor will require my assistance." Natasha had more to say, but upon seeing Rhaegar's solemn expression, she ultimately uttered a cautionary remark. "Be careful." She then swiftly departed with Coulson. At that moment, Rhaegar found himself devoid of any inclination for levity. He could sense that the destroyer had grown significantly more formidable than before, its energy surging within it like an unfathomable ocean. Rhaegar even speculated that had the destroyer not possessed a unique composition, it might have been overwhelmed and burst from the sheer magnitude of its internal energy. The destroyer came to a halt approximately 5 meters in front of Thor, who gripped his hammer, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Rhaegar, too, tensed his body, adjusting his breath, prepared for any reaction. The tense atmosphere permeated the air, heralding the imminent clash. Chapter 29. The ice destroyer. Thor's gaze was fixed intently on the destroyer, acutely aware that this incarnation was of an entirely different caliber. Previously, he had merely sensed the immense energy contained within, but now it emanated a bone-chilling cold, a profound chill radiating from the heavy metallic exterior. Suddenly, the destroyer instantaneously opened its visor, unleashing a torrent of deep blue energy that surged directly towards Thor. His eyes widened, and he swiftly leaped aside to evade. When he regained his footing and turned to look back, he was astounded to see a gash over 100 meters long where he had just stood. Even more alarming was the thick layer of frost that enveloped both the chasm and its surroundings, glistening like a resplendent blue ribbon under the sunlight. "What is this?" Thor's expression turned to one of shock. Observing the destroyer unleash this freezing energy, Rhaegar too was filled with confusion. Was it not supposed to emit golden energy? How could it also possess an icy effect? Unless... A realization struck Rhaegar. Years ago, Odin had defeated the frost giants and taken as spoils their prized possession, the frost crystal, which was stored in the celestial treasury. Now that Loki had ascended as the ruler of that realm, he had unfettered access to the treasures within, including the frost crystal. Moreover, Loki bore the bloodline of the frost giants, granting him the ability to wield the crystal when others could not. Could it be that Loki had harnessed the energy of the frost crystal, resulting in this transformation of the destroyer? Cursed Odin, cursed Thor, and all you pitiful insects, today, none of you shall escape. From the throne of the celestial palace, Loki held a blue box in his hand and proclaimed with fierce authority. The object he possessed was indeed the frost crystal, the most cherished treasure of the frost giants. Lacking the strength to confront Thor directly, he resorted to using the crystal to empower the destroyer. The frosted treasure chest is reputed to possess the ability to freeze an entire planet, with energy contained within that is unimaginable. This is also the reason for the destroyer's transformation. Today, it intends to eliminate all obstacles in its path. After a missed strike, the destroyer did not falter. It swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful beam of energy, sweeping horizontally towards Thor and Rhaegar. Thor swung his hammer and ascended into the sky, while Rhaegar propelled himself upward with great force, evading the attack. Observing the two airborne figures, the destroyer fired another wave of icy energy, engulfing the entire area. With no refuge available, Thor and Rhaegar had no choice but to withstand the onslaught. However, the potency of that energy far exceeded their expectations, instantly sending them crashing to the ground. After propelling them away, the destroyer moved swiftly, closing the distance in mere moments despite its inability to fly. It then delivered a devastating punch from above, striking Thor with tremendous force and driving him deep into the earth. In contrast, Rhaegar was considerably more fortunate. Perhaps due to Loki's primary focus not being on him, he merely stumbled to the side. The icy energy not only bore immense impact, but also carried a freezing effect. Riga had just endured a direct hit, leaving him covered in ice shards. Grimacing in pain, he managed to rise, feeling the significant decline in his agility. Had he been an ordinary individual, he would have been reduced to an ice sculpture, shattering at the slightest touch. Yet, Riga's physical prowess far surpassed that of the average person, and with the aid of an energy shield he hastily conjured, he avoided fatal injuries. Nevertheless, the prior blow inflicted considerable damage, proving the destructive capacity of the icy energy to be formidable. As the destroyer was engulfed in a surge of blue energy, preparing to strike Thor again, Riga, disregarding his own state, acted swiftly, landing an explosive punch on the destroyer's side, interrupting its attack. Originally, Loki had intended to eliminate Thor in one swift motion before turning to deal with Riga, underestimating him entirely. Unexpectedly, Riga thwarted his plans. Consequently, Loki abandoned Thor and charged directly at Riga, determined to crush this insignificant insect with his own hands. As Riga saw the destroyer pivot towards him, he cursed inwardly, realizing there was no time for regret and that evasion was imperative. Against Riga, the destroyer need not even lift a finger. Unlike before, there was no need to conserve energy. Now, an inexhaustible supply of energy was at its disposal, allowing it to unleash its full might without concern for depletion. Thus, the destroyer planted its feet firmly, lifted its visor, and unleashed a torrent of icy energy beams that blanketed the entire space. Staring at the overwhelming display of energy, Riga was momentarily stunned. It was an extraordinary sight. However, reality demanded his immediate action. Survival took precedence. Riga turned and fled, while the destroyer remained stationary, unleashing relentless attacks like a fortified artillery. Never before had Riga felt that escaping for his life was such a grueling endeavor. It was akin to an ordinary person sprinting 100 meters at full speed for 3,000. Soon, he sensed his strength waning. The earlier exertion had drained him significantly, and now, fleeing with all his might became an overwhelming burden. Observing Riga's desperate evasions, Loki felt a surge of satisfaction. Pitiful insect, today marks your demise. With this malevolent thought, the destroyer intensified its energy output. Riga, unable to evade in time, was swiftly engulfed by a surging tide of energy. When the onslaught ceased, he found himself completely encased in ice, transformed into a colossal ice block. The once barren plain was now blanketed in a thick layer of frost, and the chilling temperatures prompted delicate snowflakes to begin descending from the sky. Riga, Natasha, witnessing the sight from afar, was filled with disbelief as she saw him frozen by the destroyer. Panic gripped her heart, and she instinctively prepared to rush toward him. "Calm down, Natasha. Rushing over there would be tantamount to suicide," Coulson interjected, grasping her arm in a bid to dissuade her. "I know, but Riga." Natasha's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "At this point, we are powerless. All we can do is believe in him," Coulson sighed. "Riga, please don't die," Natasha implored. Her hands clenched tightly as she gazed towards the battlefield. Though her acquaintance with the young man had been brief, a profound connection lingered between them, perhaps born from their shared origins. This bond transcended mere romantic feelings. It was a deep sense of camaraderie and mutual understanding forged by hardship. The harrowing experiences of Hydra could only be truly comprehended by those who had endured them, and both Natasha and Riga were elite members of Hydra, one as Black Widow, the other as Winter Soldier. Previously, Natasha had been the sole representative of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D, perpetually enveloped in a sense of isolation. Regardless of the warmth surrounding her, everyone else had been directly recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D after systematic training, while she had joined midway, emerging from the ranks of her adversary. Consequently, she channeled her focus into missions, allowing tasks to fill the void in her life. Even in the presence of Nick Fury, the man who had saved her, she maintained a degree of emotional distance, not solely due to his identity, but also their disparate backgrounds. Her existence had always been thus, first serving Hydra, now dedicating herself to S.H.I.E.L.D, never living for herself until Riga's arrival. In the brief moments spent with him, she experienced a sense of ease she had never known before. For the first time, her life felt vibrant, and she realized she could live for herself. Riga had truly come to understand the essence of life, yet now, his fate remained uncertain. Chapter 30, Battle. Loki. A furious roar echoed from the chasm, prompting the destroyer to turn its head. In its line of sight, a hammer rapidly loomed larger, striking it fiercely in the face and knocking it to the ground. Thor leapt from the pit with vigor. Although blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes blazed with fury, electric energy swirling around him, emanating a formidable presence. Grasping the returning hammer, Thor unleashed another thunderous roar and charged directly at the destroyer. Loki was consumed by a murderous intent and deep-seated hatred. While Thor seethed with rage, the two were locked in a fierce standoff, neither willing to yield. The sky was thick with ominous clouds, and bolts of lightning accompanied by deafening thunder crackled through the air. Thor raised Mjolnir high, drawing down the myriad of lightning from the heavens. In mere moments, he was enveloped by a cocoon of electricity, obscuring him from view. Meanwhile, the area surrounding the destroyer was shrouded in ice and snow, as howling winds whipped up a flurry of snowflakes, creating a blinding white landscape. Lightning faced off against frost. Asgard clashed with Jotunheim. The two engaged in a relentless barrage of strikes, transforming the terrain around them into a wasteland marked by charred earth and blue ice. The crackling of thunder and the howling blizzards erupted from their fierce confrontation, rendering the vicinity a no-go zone, perilous for anyone who dared approach. Natasha and Sif stood speechless, gripped by a sense of dread, utterly astonished by the cataclysmic battle unfolding before them. The sheer power capable of altering climates and reshaping landscapes within moments was a profound shock to all. Riga remained encased in thick ice. Although immobilized, his mind was alert, witnessing the fierce clash between Thor and the destroyer, feeling a mix of awe and escalating anxiety. Their actions grew increasingly violent, and he realized that he could easily be caught in the crossfire. If this continued, his life would be in jeopardy. At that moment, a surge of lightning crackled down, splitting the air with tremendous energy and causing the thick ice to splinter. What fortuitous timing, Riga thought to himself. The ice released from the frostbox was no ordinary ice. It harbored immense magical power, contributing to its formidable nature. With the little strength Riga had left, he could not possibly break free from the icy prison forged by the destroyer. However, Thor's lightning had provided him a chance. With this newfound aid, he gradually widened the fissure, ultimately breaking free from his confinement. Riga supported himself with one hand, kneeling on a single leg, the effects of the frigid air weighing heavily upon him. The energy within him, already dwindling, had been nearly expended in a desperate bid for survival, defense, and breaking free from the ice. At this moment, he lacked the strength even to rise, his body trembling uncontrollably, enveloped in a faint blue hue. Loki. Riga ground his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. Thor, engaged in battle with the destroyer, felt a surge of joy upon witnessing Riga's return. He had thought Riga perished, only to see him emerge from the ice, a display of strength and resolve that he greatly admired. "Hey, friend, are you all right?" Thor called out. Riga no longer possessed the energy to shout. He merely waved a hand. Loki, hearing Thor's words, turned his attention to Riga. Upon realizing that Riga was unharmed, a mix of surprise and fury washed over him. Noticing the destroyer's gaze shift towards Riga, Thor felt a pang of concern. Riga was in no condition to withstand any attacks. Thus, he struck the destroyer with a mighty blow, propelling it away, and hurried to Riga's side. Thor too was not in the best shape. His once vibrant crimson cape lay in tatters, and his gleaming armor was now marred and battered, covered with various wounds and shards of ice. The destroyer, though dented from Thor's assault, remained in better condition due to its inexhaustible energy reserves. Despite Thor's formidable strength as the god of thunder, he still fell short compared to the destroyer. "You alone are no match for me. And now you bring an additional burden. I wonder how you intend to oppose me," Loki sneered. "One must try to know," Riga replied, a hint of cold amusement gracing his features, seemingly aware of Loki's disdain. Seeking death. Upon seeing Riga manage a smile, Loki's expression darkened as he commanded the destroyer to continue its assault. "Last time you escaped by chance. This time, I shall finish you off in one go." "Thor, I must ask you for a favor," Riga whispered softly to Thor. "Can you manage this? It is far too dangerous. Let me handle him. Trust me. I will win in the end." Thor was taken aback and worried upon hearing Riga's thoughts. "Thor, I have faith that you can defeat the destroyer, but look around. The town cannot withstand much longer. The ice may fall at any moment, and more than one life could be lost then. Riga gestured to their surroundings. Thor surveyed the scene, which had transformed into an apocalyptic tableau. Moreover, I have compelling reasons to secure victory in this battle, Riga declared solemnly. An extraterrestrial openly rampaging on Earth must be taught a lesson, otherwise, it would be a mockery to our kind. This transcends mere victory or defeat. It pertains to the honor of humanity. You, my friend, Thor chuckled. I too am what you call an extraterrestrial. Riga chuckled lightly. Forget it. I won't hold it against you. Thor replied earnestly. You are right. As a warrior, it is only natural to uphold the honor of one's planet. I will lend you my utmost support. Excellent. Riga grinned. Then let us commence. Without waiting for the destroyer to react, Thor swung his hammer once more and charged forward. Again with this routine, my brother? Do you possess nothing novel? Loki scoffed as he observed Thor's advance towards the destroyer. At that moment, Thor executed a sharp 90-degree turn, soaring skyward, once again summoning lightning and gathering all the thunder upon Mjolnir. Then, amidst the astonished and fearful gazes of onlookers, he aimed the hammer at Riga. Subsequently, a formidable bolt of lightning surged toward Riga. Standing resolute before the oncoming lightning, Riga did not flinch or evade. Instead, he spread his arms wide and closed his eyes. For he understood that this bolt bore no malice but was here to assist him, more precisely, to bestow energy upon him. The azure lightning enveloped Riga completely, and to the incredulity of those watching, the electricity surrounding him gradually seeped into his being, ultimately vanishing entirely. What is this? Loki, observing from Asgard, furrowed his brow. Riga clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him, a wave of exhilaration washing over his heart. The strength of the god of thunder was indeed formidable. His previously depleted energy was now replenished, though the overwhelming nature of the lightning still caused him sharp pangs of discomfort within. This cannot be. Loki's eyes widened in disbelief, gripping his staff tightly as he muttered fiercely. Riga lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the destroyer. Now it is my turn. Gradually channeling the energy beneath his feet, Riga levitated into the air, surveying the destroyer from a commanding height. Perhaps provoked by Riga's defiant stare, the destroyer's body pulsed with blue light, preparing to unleash another energy beam. At that moment, Thor swiftly rotated his hammer again, generating a powerful spiral current that gradually lifted the destroyer off the ground. The dark clouds in the sky began to swirl due to the force of the vortex, resembling a vast black funnel spanning the heavens. Before the destroyer could launch an attack, Thor unleashed a barrage of lightning, striking the destroyer repeatedly. Though the destroyer had intended to target Riga, it was forced to abandon its original plan, focusing instead on fending off Thor's relentless assault. Observing the exchange of energy strikes between Thor and the destroyer in the sky, Riga inhaled deeply. He raised his arms above his head, palms facing each other as if cradling an invisible sphere. Then, he began to slowly draw upon the energy within him, directing it toward his outstretched palms. Gradually, a cerulean orb of energy manifested above Riga's head, radiating an astonishing aura, standing out remarkably against the stormy sky. What could it be? The expressions of the onlookers varied greatly. The destroyer, too, noticed the situation unfolding with Riga, and the sheer energy contained within the sphere left him utterly astounded. Upon witnessing this, Thor roared with laughter, affirming that indeed, a valiant warrior had triumphed. Although to outsiders, Riga appeared to be a force of nature, he was internally grappling with his own suffering. The magnitude of energy he was expelling exceeded all his expectations. At that moment, the energy sphere had yet to reach its zenith, yet Riga's muscular arms were already being torn apart by the ferocious energy, blood streaming down his arms. No, he could not abandon this now. To do so would render all efforts futile. Riga clenched his arms, gritting his teeth as the muscles in his face twitched. Letting out a muffled roar. Resolute, he accelerated the output of energy once more, causing the orb above his head to shine even more brilliantly. Loki, observing from the celestial palace, felt an increasing tide of unease. He realized that Riga could not be allowed to continue this way. The destroyer pivoted, aiming his energy cannon at Riga. Thor, witnessing this, quickly intervened, disrupting the destroyer's attack. Thor, Loki bellowed in fury, commanding the destroyer to forsake Riga and concentrate all efforts on assaulting Thor. If Thor could be eliminated, there would still be room for maneuver. Thor, on the other hand, laughed heartily, utilizing his ability to fly to evade the destroyer's strikes. Yet, he was already wounded. and the significant energy he had bestowed upon Riga had caused his own strength to dwindle rapidly. As the destroyer intensified his assault, Thor found himself in a precarious position, perilously cornered. Soon, just a little longer, Riga thought, observing Thor's dire predicament. The brilliance of the energy sphere intensified, eclipsing even the sun in the sky. Finally, it was accomplished. Riga's face was alight with uncontainable ecstasy. However, his condition was dire. His arm muscles were nearly shredded, and his shoulder and back were ravaged by the rampant energy, riddled with countless small wounds, blood gushing forth. Now is the moment. Thor! Riga shouted emphatically. Thor, being relentlessly pursued by the barrage of energy blasts from the destroyer, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Riga's cry. He promptly turned, summoning the remnants of his strength, and raised Mjolnir before his chest, charging towards the icy energy column unleashed by the destroyer. The cerulean energy blast was forcefully repelled by Thor's thunderous might, splitting into two as it dissipated into the surroundings. Thor advanced towards the destroyer, swinging his right arm, encased in thick ice crystals, and Mjolnir, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Riga's direction. Witnessing the destroyer being struck by Thor's mighty blow, Riga's face lit up with exhilaration. He let out a roar, forcefully pressing his hands downward, unleashing a colossal blue and white energy sphere that surged toward the destroyer. A thunderous explosion erupted, akin to a nuclear detonation, as a massive mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens, the deafening roar of the blast reverberating through the air. A powerful shockwave rolled across the terrain, hurling earth and snow in a tumultuous frenzy. The onlookers were momentarily blinded by a brilliant flash, engulfed in an all-consuming whiteness, rendering them unable to see anything. When the smoke cleared and the dust settled, those observing from a distance were shocked to find that the ground resembled the aftermath of a meteorite impact. A gaping crater over 100 meters in diameter and several meters deep had formed. The once indomitable destroyer, now reduced to heaps of twisted metal, lay scattered at the bottom of the pit. Riga was slumped at the edge of the crater, bloodied and unconscious, his neck awkwardly tilted to one side. Riga! Natasha rushed over, supporting him and anxiously gazing at his face. He is fine, merely unconscious. However, his body has sustained injuries from the overwhelming energy he could not endure. He will require rest. Overall, he is all right. Thor's voice, though weak, still bore its characteristic depth. Natasha glanced at Thor, noting his own battered form. His body marred with wounds and smeared with blood, a stark contrast to his earlier imposing stature. Mjolnir lay discarded beside him, but his condition was significantly better than Riga's. Thank you, Natasha expressed her gratitude with a nod. Do not thank me. I merely did what was necessary. The true gratitude belongs to him. Had it not been for his valiant efforts, the devastation caused by the destroyer would have been far greater, Thor remarked, acknowledging Riga as a true warrior worthy of respect. Natasha lifted her gaze to survey the surroundings. The icy landscape was utterly ravaged, with not a single intact patch of ground, and remnants of smoke still lingered in the air. Within the crater, the remnants of the destroyer lay scattered. Despite it being summer, the chilling winds howled around them. As she took in the scene before her, Natasha silently resolved to take action. Thor, Sif, and the other 4 warriors, along with Jane and the others, gathered around, inquiring with concern. Thor responded to each question with hearty laughter and ease. Coulson approached Thor, preparing to speak, but Thor raised a hand to interrupt him, then stood upright. Listen, we are all fighting for the same cause, to protect this world. From this day forth, I shall be your ally. Of course, you must return what you took from Jane, he stated. Jane, harboring a poor impression of the suit-clad men who had pilfered her research, promptly interjected, stole, borrowed. Silvage quickly intervened to smooth over the situation. Coulson seemed unconcerned, recognizing Jane's need for the materials to continue her research. Thor nodded in satisfaction, turning to Jane and asking, would you like to see the rainbow bridge I mentioned? Absolutely, Jane replied with a smile, her enthusiasm evident. Thor embraced Jane tightly, and then turned once more to Coulson, saying, inform Riga that this time I shall let it pass. Next time, I shall certainly seek him out for a friendly contest. By the way, since he has vanquished the destroyer, that means the destroyer is now his trophy. Without allowing Coulson a chance to respond, he ascended into the sky, cradling Jane in his arms. Thor and Jane reveled in their affection, while Coulson was left in neglect. The departure of the 4 warriors did not capture Natasha's attention. Her thoughts were solely focused on Riga. She held him close, gently caressing his cheek, anxiously watching him in hopes of his awakening. Yet, Riga remained unresponsive, his head tilted in unconsciousness. Coulson, he has not yet awakened. We must devise a plan, Natasha exclaimed. Coulson gazed at the retreating figures of the Asgardians, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, it was imperative to attend to Riga's recovery promptly. Although Thor had assured him that Riga was not in mortal danger, it was crucial to confirm this. Losing such a formidable ally would be unacceptable to their superiors. Coulson retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 31. Conversations. Riga gradually opened his eyes. The first sight greeting him was a pristine expanse of white. The walls, the ceiling, and the sheets were all white. He sensed something clinging to his fingers, and a rhythmic beeping filled the air. It was the sound of a heart rate monitor. Only then did Riga comprehend that he was in a hospital. As he sat up to survey his surroundings, the door to his room swung open, revealing Natasha, who entered holding a glass of water. Upon seeing Riga no longer in a state of unconsciousness but rather propped against the headboard, observing his surroundings, Natasha paused momentarily. However, she quickly regained her composure and smiled warmly. You must be somewhat familiar with hospitals, I presume? Hearing her slightly hoarse voice, Riga turned his head to find Natasha holding a glass of water, her expression charmingly radiant. She still wore her agent attire, the black bodysuit accentuating her exquisite figure perfectly. Every hospital is different, I suppose, Riga replied awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Natasha, unfazed, smiled broader, pulled up a chair, and sat down, her gaze intently fixed on Riga. Feeling slightly bashful under her scrutiny, he scratched his head and was about to speak when Natasha interjected. How are you feeling? I'm all right. I don't feel anything in particular. How long was I unconscious? 3 days. Oh, a brief silence followed. Thank you for saving me that day, Natasha said softly. Huh, Riga responded, somewhat perplexed. When that metal man attacked, you saved me, Natasha reiterated. Ah, it is of little consequence. Even in the absence of myself or you, I might have perished. Natasha interjected, asserting that it was not just herself, but also Coulson and the entire town whose survival hinged upon you. Heh. Riga, at a loss for words, tilted his head and scratched it in confusion. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, he hastily added, and thank you for saving me. Natasha, following Riga's lead, inquired, how do you know it was I who rescued you and not Coulson? Riga's expression stiffened. Observing his reaction, Natasha chuckled softly. Well then, as long as you are well. That is what matters. Natasha's tone shifted to seriousness as she continued. Nick Fury wishes to meet with you. You have been in a state of unconsciousness, and now that you have awakened, it is time to inform him. Riga, upon hearing this, became agitated. Why the rush to notify that fellow? I have only just regained consciousness and wish to delay our meeting. After speaking, he pressed his right hand against his forehead, adding, in fact, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. Perhaps I am not fully recovered yet and should avoid meeting anyone for the time being. Seeing Riga feigning illness with his hand on his forehead, Natasha held no anger. Her comments were merely professional. She did not genuinely wish for him to meet Fury so soon, as she had several matters to discuss with him. Riga, Natasha spoke softly. I truly believe I am not fully recovered. Mistaking her concern for persuasion, Riga began to mumble in protest. I have a question for you. Riga noted the peculiar tone in Natasha's voice and ceased his pretense, turning to look at her in confusion. Do you think all extraterrestrials possess such formidable strength? Natasha's gaze fell to the ground, her eyes slightly unfocused. Riga's expression turned grave. The previous battle had profoundly shaken Natasha. Despite her origins with Hydra and subsequent allegiance to S.H.I.E.L.D, she had always understood the dangers of her missions. The distinction lay in the caliber of individual agents. However, the last confrontation was entirely different. The destroyer, Thor. And even Riga had shattered her previous understanding of combat and forced her to re-evaluate her perception of the world. Since returning from New Mexico, Natasha had been plagued by unease. She pondered what she would do if such a scenario were to arise again. If one day extraterrestrials descended upon Earth once more, what would become of her? What of the planet itself? This time, Riga had risked his life to save her. What about the next time? Would events unfold with the same level of peril and uncertainty? Could she not do something to change this? For the first time in her life, Natasha felt a yearning for strength. She despised the feeling of helplessness in the face of circumstances beyond her control. as if she were a lamb at the mercy of others, left with no choice but to await her fate. Thus, she yearned to alter her circumstances, seeking power not for the sake of destruction, but to safeguard. What if extraterrestrials invade Earth once more? You thwarted them this time, but what of the next? Natasha whispered. You need not be concerned. Have I not mentioned that this world is far more formidable than you can fathom? Many individuals are here, Riga reassured her. Yet they have not appeared, have they? Natasha abruptly lifted her gaze. Riga discerned something amiss in Natasha's demeanor, yet he was at a loss for words. You told me this world is enigmatic and powerful. I believe you. However, such formidable beings cannot always be present when needed, much like this instance, when we required assistance. No one came. Natasha's agitation was palpable. I understand, Riga replied, equally uncertain of what to say. Natasha spoke the truth. While Earth does harbor many strong individuals, their presence cannot be ensured at every critical juncture, and numerous individuals remain indifferent to such matters. An oppressive silence enveloped them. Riga, you know I was raised within Hydra. Natasha's tone softened unexpectedly. Indeed, growing up in such an environment, I developed a profound aversion to missions, yet I had no choice but to accept them. For that was my destiny. Riga remained silent. My disdain for these missions has fostered a loathing for power, and at times, I wished to escape it all, to flee to any place far removed from this existence. Natasha continued. Riga continued to listen in silence. Yet now, I have changed. I desire strength. I detest the feeling of helplessness in the face of circumstances. You once stated you could assist me. Natasha's gaze was fixed intently on Riga. Indeed. Then, can you aid me in this endeavor? Natasha quickly inquired, her eyes sparkling with hope. Observing Natasha's transformation, Riga's expression grew complex. Natasha had emerged from her graduation ceremony physically diminished, and among the few capable of restoring her form in the Marvel Universe, the most effective was Wolverine's healing factor. Moreover, their previous encounter with Sabretooth confirmed the existence of the X-Men in this world, thus providing a potential source for the healing factor. Hence, Riga felt emboldened to make such a claim. Furthermore, should Natasha successfully integrate the healing factor, she would inherently possess considerable strength. While she may not be capable of cataclysmic destruction in future battles, self-preservation would be more than sufficient. Yet, he had not anticipated Natasha would make such a request. If Natasha were to succeed in her integration, it would indeed be fortuitous, but the risks were immense. A momentary lapse could lead to genetic collapse, rendering any remedy futile. Riga bowed his head, grappling with his internal conflict. Observing Riga's silence, Natasha's disappointment deepened. Just as she was on the verge of despair, Riga lifted his head. There is a way to assist you, he sighed. Natasha's eyes brightened. But it is highly probable that you will perish, Riga stated solemnly. Hearing his words, Natasha exhibited no change in her gaze. Noticing her unwavering determination, Riga felt a twinge of resignation. Since you have made your decision, I shall respect your choice. He sighed once more. Before we proceed, I must prepare. I will seek you out when the time comes. Natasha nodded. Thank you. No need for gratitude. I genuinely wish it were otherwise. Riga leaned back. The risk inherent in restoring your body is already significant, but this would exponentially elevate that risk. If I had a choice, I would prefer not to assist you in this endeavor. Natasha's expression softened. Rest assured, should anything go awry, it will be my choice. And I shall not hold you accountable. But I will, Riga replied, tilting his head back and closing his eyes. Natasha was taken aback by his response, pausing before feigning nonchalance. Well, that is merely the worst-case scenario. Perhaps fortune will favor us, and everything will go smoothly. Riga opened his eyes, gazing into her light green ones, and offered a faint smile. You are right. It shall not come to pass. Chapter 32. The Plan After Natasha Departed. Riga soon encountered Nick Fury, who exhibited a noticeable shift in demeanor towards him. Evidently, the battle in New Mexico had significantly altered the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's perception of Riga. Regardless, selflessly aiding civilians is always worthy of respect. Naturally, this also encompasses the particular attention Fury paid to Riga's formidable strength. Riga, however, was unconcerned with Fury's thoughts. His mind was consumed with how to assist Natasha in achieving her goal of becoming stronger. After leaving the hospital, he returned to his residence, meticulously reflecting on the Marvel storyline. First and foremost, the healing factor was indispensable, a trait both Wolverine and Sabretooth possessed. According to Marvel's lore, Wolverine's healing abilities were undoubtedly superior. Thus, acquiring this was essential. Next was the question of whether to transform Natasha into Lady Deadpool or to carve a new path. Riga furrowed his brow, his mind racing. Deadpool was undeniably powerful, yet his greatest asset was his immortality. However, Natasha could not attain the same level of invincibility. Deadpool was cursed by Thanos, while Wolverine relied on his healing factor, and the two were fundamentally different. Then there was Cyclope's Optic Blast, a highly practical skill capable of obliterating a meteorite, thus considered formidable. Teleportation was, of course, essential. This ability was remarkably convenient. Yet, Riga placed the utmost importance on the abilities of Iceman and Jean Grey. Both individuals are classified as level 5 mutants. The Iceman is reputed to possess the ability to freeze the entire universe, while Jean Grey's atomic disintegration capability is equally formidable, complemented by her telepathic powers. However, the true strength of Jean Grey primarily derives from the Phoenix Force within her. While this force is immensely powerful, it is notoriously challenging to control. It is advisable to refrain from engaging with it until one reaches a certain level of mastery, as missteps can lead to dire consequences. Reagan shook his head, dismissing her as a viable option. The remaining abilities appeared quite promising. If successfully merged, they would undoubtedly result in a cataclysmic force, particularly with the potential for further enhancement of the Iceman's powers. Reagan secretly devised a plan, solidifying his intentions. Washington, the capital of the United States, is home to numerous military and political dignitaries. That night, with the night wind howling, Reagan hovered high above, scrutinizing a heavily guarded courtyard, meticulously assessing the surroundings and the situation within. The security forces were formidable. In addition to static sentinels, Reagan noticed several mobile patrols. Yet, he regarded these defenses with contempt. To a winter soldier, the conventional measures of defense and security appeared utterly ineffectual. Reagan, being a product of the Winter Soldier program, possessed such formidable confidence, especially now that he wielded extraordinary abilities. Suddenly, one of the doors to a room within the courtyard swung open, revealing a man of modest stature, slightly portly, with graying hair and beard, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. His gaze was piercing, exuding an undeniable air of authority as he surveyed his surroundings. His movements were assured and devoid of hesitation, unmistakably embodying the demeanor of a soldier. Beside him, a woman of Asian descent remained at his side, inseparable. Reagan's eyes narrowed. It was William Stryker, and the woman beside him was presumably a mutant under his control. Stryker, a scientist associated with the U.S. military, had a son who possessed extraordinary mutant abilities. Believing his son to be afflicted by a malady, he had entrusted him to Professor X, hoping for a cure. However, upon returning, the son began to manipulate the thoughts of both parents, ultimately leading to his mother's tragic suicide. Henceforth, Stryker developed an intense hatred for mutants. Vowing to eradicate them all, he extracted a liquid from the brain secretions of his own flesh and blood, using it to control numerous mutants for his purposes while conducting various experiments. The Asian mutant accompanying him was the product of his modifications, transformed into his personal bodyguard. Reagan silently observed as the two entered a vehicle, which then started and exited the courtyard, heading towards the outskirts of the city. An opportunity. Reagan activated his abilities, trailing the vehicle as it sped away from the city. Since the last encounter with the destroyer, Riga's strength has ascended to new heights. Not only has his combat experience become more profound, but his mastery over his abilities has matured significantly. Furthermore, the energy reserves within him have surged, now enabling him to sustain brief flights. This arduous battle has bestowed upon him numerous advantages. The car continued its journey beyond the city limits, with Riga leisurely following in its wake. As the vehicle exited the urban confines, the only illumination came from the dim glow of streetlights, while the surroundings plunged into darkness. In a swift descent, Riga plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the roof of Strick's car, causing a substantial dent to form instantly. With a swift motion, Riga raised his right arm, piercing through the windshield to grasp the steering wheel. With a forceful tug, he wrenched the entire steering wheel into his possession. A grin spread across Riga's face as he discarded the wheel and leapt upward once more, landing gracefully beside the vehicle. The now uncontrollable car swayed precariously on the road, quickly losing its balance before it overturned with a thunderous crash, rolling several times under the influence of inertia. producing a cacophony of screeching sounds and sparks as it scraped against the ground. As the momentum gradually diminished, the car's tumbling slowed, and eventually, it came to rest. Upside down, Riga began to stroll towards the overturned vehicle. Strick, still reeling from shock, was momentarily dazed. He could scarcely fathom that someone would dare to hijack his car with such brazen violence. Nevertheless, he remained composed, confident in the prowess of his female bodyguard, believing she could handle even the likes of Wolverine. Regaining his composure, Strick issued a command to his bodyguard. Meanwhile, Riga remained unfazed by Strick's thoughts, resolute in his intentions. He approached the front of the car, grasped the door with one hand, and with a slight effort, effortlessly tore it off. At that moment, 5 slender needles shot towards him, glinting ominously in the moonlight. Riga leapt backward, evading the attack, and observed the commotion within the vehicle. Suddenly, the car's chassis was rent apart as if it were mere fabric, and to Riga's astonishment, an Asian woman emerged, supporting Strick as she stood. Strick, dazed and bleeding profusely from his head, bore various scrapes on his face and arms. Fortunately, aside from these superficial injuries, his body remained largely unscathed. He regarded Riga coldly, and, in a grave tone, inquired, "Who are you?" Riga remained silent, his interest in Strick unwavering. Strick's gaze hardened. The lack of response was inconsequential, for soon enough, Riga would have much to say. He then calmly instructed his bodyguard to ensure that Strick remained alive. With that, he rose and moved aside to sit down, as if Riga's fate had already been sealed. The mutant received the command, her expression devoid of emotion. Yet her movements were decisive. With a swift extension of her hands, 10 sharp claws emerged from her fingertips, glistening with a metallic sheen. Then, she lunged towards Riga. Under ordinary circumstances, Riga might have entertained the idea of engaging her in play, but time was not a luxury he possessed at that moment. With a quick shift, Riga surged forward in response. Her assault was fierce, yet to Riga, it was still lacking. After deftly evading her strikes, Riga accelerated once more, appearing as if he had teleported to her left side. He then lifted his right leg and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to her waist. The impact resonated with a violent explosion, and she let out a piercing scream as Riga's kick sent her soaring through the air, tracing a graceful arc before disappearing into the distance. Sitting nearby, Strick had anticipated watching Riga be subdued, but to his astonishment, before he could even settle, his bodyguard was sent flying, leaving him momentarily dazed. After dispatching his opponent, Riga approached Strick with measured steps. "You are quite formidable," Strick remarked. "There's no need for you to delay. She will not come to your rescue," Riga interjected, shattering Strick's illusions. "Even that woman would require time to recover from my onslaught, not to mention the distance she would have to cover, which complicates matters further. Of course, do not entertain thoughts of alternative means." Strick's expression shifted, revealing that Riga's understanding of him was profound. "My knowledge of you surpasses your imagination," Riga chuckled. Strick attempted to respond, but Riga raised a hand to interrupt him. "Enough of the pleasantries. We have business to attend to." Before Strick could regain his composure, Riga appeared behind him as if by teleportation and struck him unconscious with a precise blow. Supporting Strick's limp form, Riga searched his pockets, ultimately retrieving an object resembling a syringe filled with a pale yellow liquid. Satisfied with his find, Riga nodded approvingly. Chapter 33. Controlling Strick, feeling someone calling his name. Strick slowly opened his eyes. Through his blurred vision, he saw Riga smiling down at him. Shaking his still dizzy head, Strick surveyed his surroundings. They were in an abandoned warehouse, cluttered with various disordered items, a thick layer of dust covering everything, and the dim yellow light flickering sporadically. "This is a temporary location I found. It's remote and somewhat lacking in comfort. My apologies," Riga explained as he noticed Strick had regained consciousness. "William Strick, allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Riga." Despite being bound to a chair by Riga, Strick remained remarkably composed. Having participated in countless wars and endured enemy captivity, he was no stranger to such predicaments. Throughout his experiences, he had consistently managed to escape and exact fierce retribution upon his adversaries. He lifted his gaze, refraining from foolishly inquiring about his captor's identity, and instead coldly posed the question, "What do you desire?" True to his character, Strick demonstrated formidable inner strength. Riga, impressed, replied, "Unfortunately, what I seek is something you cannot willingly provide." As he spoke, he moved behind Strick. A surge of intense unease washed over S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, asking, "What is it that you want?" Leaning closer, Riga whispered in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ear, "Your loyalty." S.H.I.E.L.D.'s expression shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware of the implications. There were myriad ways to gain a person's loyalty, yet Riga's approach was undoubtedly not one of integrity. Having secured the loyalty of many mutants through direct and violent means, S.H.I.E.L.D. surmised that Riga would employ a similar method to attain his allegiance. S.H.I.E.L.D. began to struggle violently, desperately attempting to free himself from the bindings, but to no avail. He toppled over with the chair. "It seems you have guessed it," Riga chuckled softly, retrieving a syringe from his pocket and removing its plastic cap. Upon witnessing this, S.H.I.E.L.D. intensified his struggles, unable to suppress his cries of anger and fear. Riga swiftly lifted the chair and delivered a punch to S.H.I.E.L.D., causing his head to buzz. He then pressed his left hand against S.H.I.E.L.D.'s neck while holding the syringe in his right, aiming for the base of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s spine, and allowed a few drops of the liquid to fall. The liquid met S.H.I.E.L.D.'s neck with a sizzling sound, akin to cold water splashing onto a hot iron plate. Upon contact with his skin, the substance spread out in a perfectly round shape before seeping into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s body. His struggles gradually diminished until he completely relaxed. The method proved effective. Riga stowed the syringe and scrutinized S.H.I.E.L.D., who now slumped in the chair, his gaze vacant and expression dazed, devoid of any desire to resist. Riga nodded in satisfaction. He casually pulled up another chair and sat opposite S.H.I.E.L.D. "Now, Colonel S.H.I.E.L.D., we must discuss matters of significance," Riga grinned before inquiring. "What is your name?" "William S.H.I.E.L.D. "What is your son's name?" "Jason S.H.I.E.L.D. "What is your weight?" 83 kilograms. "And your rank?" "Colonel." "Who was the woman beside you just now?" "She is a mutant. I have modified her and controlled her with a serum to serve as my personal bodyguard." Riga nodded. The situation appeared satisfactory and continued to inquire, "What are your plans outside the city?" "I intend to visit a secret base to prepare some plans." "What plans?" "To assassinate the President of the United States," S.H.I.E.L.D. replied mechanically. Riga was taken aback. This fellow was already plotting such matters, though he felt no concern about it. "Are you conducting experiments involving mutant genes?" "Yes." "What are the results?" "The success rate is not particularly high," S.H.I.E.L.D. replied blankly. Riga felt a weight in his heart upon hearing this. "Why?" "The main issue lies with the infusion of adamantium. Many individuals cannot withstand the associated pain and perish during the experimentation process. Adamantium is indeed a formidable weapon, yet it demands exceedingly high physical standards from the test subjects. Even a saber-toothed tiger could not endure such torturous trials in the past. What if we refrain from using adamantium?" Riga asked with a hint of urgency. "If we do not inject adamantium, the success rate would reach 70%. At this point, seemingly touched by the conversation, S.H.I.E.L.D. added, "However, without adamantium, the value of the test subjects would significantly diminish." Riga cast a surprised glance at S.H.I.E.L.D. The man's obsession with adamantium was indeed extraordinary. "You need not concern yourself with that." Riga waved his hand dismissively. S.H.I.E.L.D. remained silent, still appearing dazed. "What if you were to integrate 4 types of genes?" Riga inquired. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s blank expression. Evidently, even in his controlled stupor, he was startled by Riga's ambition. "Integrating 4 types poses too great a risk. The success rate would be very low," S.H.I.E.L.D. stated. Riga's expression darkened, though he was somewhat prepared for this. Only one successful case occurred in the past, which involved the integration of 3 genes along with the injection of adamantium. S.H.I.E.L.D. continued, "Even with current experience, the success rate for integrating 4 genes would likely be only 20%. Riga nodded, understanding who S.H.I.E.L.D. was referring to. Deadpool, to date S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most successful creation. A superweapon embodying laser eyes, teleportation, self-healing, and adamantium. What about 3 genes? Riga pondered before asking. The probability for 3 genes is approximately 50%, S.H.I.E.L.D. replied. 50%. Riga thought to himself, nodding. That success rate was acceptable, higher than he had anticipated. Initially, he had estimated only a 30% chance. Considering the integration of 3 distinct mutant genes, only with a success rate of 50% could S.H.I.E.L.D. achieve such feats. His extensive research on mutants and the experiments he conducts have rendered him exceptionally experienced. For anyone else, even the prospect of acquiring just one of the 3 abilities would be quite formidable. What genes do you currently possess? The abilities of teleportation, self-healing, and laser emission were among the myriad of genes S.H.I.E.L.D. enumerated. Rhaegar couldn't help but marvel at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vast resources, still abundant even now. Whose self-healing factor is it? Rhaegar inquired. Wolverine S, acquired back in the day. Will its efficacy diminish? Rhaegar expressed concern regarding this matter. Not at all. Wolverine's self-healing factor is immensely potent and remains highly active, S.H.I.E.L.D assured him. Rhaegar recalled that it was indeed this very ability that allowed Wolverine to endure for so long. Is there no gene from Iceman? He continued to question. Unfortunately, that individual was not present in the genetic archive of that time. Rhaegar felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Nevertheless, the situation was still favorable. Aside from Iceman's gene, everything else was accounted for. The next step would be to find a way to acquire Iceman's gene. It seemed he would have to pay a visit to the academy. Rhaegar pondered silently. Having obtained the desired information, he untied S.H.I.E.L.D and led him out of the warehouse. Chapter 34. Wolverine at Lake Acalia, in Canada. What appeared to be an abandoned dam was, in fact, S.H.I.E.L.D's clandestine stronghold, one of his earliest laboratories. It was here that he conducted various experiments on mutants and completed Wolverine's transformation. As Rhaegar walked through the facility, he noted its comprehensive amenities and stringent security. With armed soldiers stationed throughout, devoted loyalists of S.H.I.E.L.D. Turning a corner, he entered a grand hall where a metallic trough occupied the center, connected to numerous rubber hoses and needles. Inside the trough bubbled a silvery liquid, emitting a continuous gurgling sound. Eidolon metal, Rhaegar mused. Indeed, to utilize it, one must maintain it at high temperatures. Otherwise, once it cools, it becomes indestructible, S.H.I.E.L.D replied, standing respectfully beside Rhaegar. Rhaegar nodded thoughtfully before turning to ask, how is the arrangement progressing? As per your instructions, multiple teams have been dispatched to monitor the entire area. Should there be any sign of disturbance, we will be promptly informed, S.H.I.E.L.D reported. Well done, Rhaegar praised. It is my honor, sir, S.H.I.E.L.D responded with increasing reverence. Rhaegar approached a chair, settled into it, and closed his eyes, contemplating the next course of action. Since the last encounter with Stryker, Rhaegar had devised a rough plan in his mind. He took Stryker to Lake Acalia, aware that Stryker had a base, though the exact location eluded him. Hence, he opted to keep Stryker under control, as the next phase of his plan required Stryker's assistance. Upon arrival, Rhaegar commanded Stryker to dispatch operatives to monitor the entire area, instructing them to keep a close watch on a burly man and a young girl. Prior to this, he had surveyed the vicinity of the Mutant Academy and found no trace of Wolverine. Thus, he deduced that Wolverine had yet to join the X-Men, indicating a high probability that he was nearby. The net had been cast, and now all that remained was to wait. Rhaegar lingered in Stryker's base, patiently awaiting developments while acclimating to his surroundings. Meanwhile, Natasha had sought out Rhaegar to inquire about the situation but found him perpetually absent, ultimately abandoning her efforts. One day, while Rhaegar was engaged in a discussion with Stryker regarding gene fusion, a soldier rushed in with news that the target had appeared. Overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of finally encountering Wolverine, Rhaegar sprang to his feet and eagerly inquired about the location. The soldier, having recognized the young man as Stryker's superior, quickly indicated the position on the map. Turning to Stryker, Rhaegar instructed, "You remain here at the base. I shall take Nightcrawler to investigate." Stryker nodded and summoned a peculiar mutant, adorned in blue with a tail and intricate patterns, one of Stryker's controlled mutants, endowed with the ability to teleport. Upon seeing Nightcrawler, Rhaegar pointed at the location on the map and asked, "Are you familiar with this place?" "Yes," Nightcrawler replied. "Then take me there," Rhaegar commanded without a moment's hesitation. Nightcrawler nodded, grasping Rhaegar's hand, and activated his power, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a swirling mist reminiscent of blue smoke. Rhaegar felt a fleeting sensation, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a winter wonderland. Snowflakes descended gently from the sky, and towering pines were adorned with long icicles, while thick drifts of snow lined the roads. In the distance, a vehicle approached, prompting Rhaegar and Nightcrawler to conceal themselves within the nearby woods. The car passed by smoothly, showing no signs of stopping. Rhaegar gestured to Nightcrawler, and the two stealthily followed. After a short distance, Rhaegar noticed a tree suddenly topple in front of the vehicle, catching its occupants off guard. The impact sent one person hurtling through the windshield, skidding across the ground for quite a distance. Rhaegar exclaimed in surprise. To his astonishment, Sabretooth had arrived at this moment, indicating that adjustments to the plan were in order. The burly man who had fallen to the ground rose as if unscathed, the wounds on his face healing almost instantaneously. Suddenly, he paused. his senses alert as he inhaled the air. A furious roar erupted from the woods, followed by the appearance of a long-haired beast. With a powerful embrace, he seized Wolverine and, with a twist of his waist, sent him flying far away. Subsequently, he picked up a broken branch from the ground and struck Wolverine, rendering him unconscious. Riga observed the scene in silence. As Wolverine, this encounter was undeniably disastrous. At that moment, Riga felt the wind in the sky grow wild and tempestuous. Storm and Cyclops had arrived. Clearly, a lone Sabretooth was no match for the two X-Men, and he was being pushed back relentlessly. Realizing the mission could not be completed, Riga signaled Nightcrawler to intervene. Responding to the command, Nightcrawler materialized instantly behind Storm and delivered a swift kick that brought her down. Cyclops, startled by the sudden flash before him, saw Storm collapse and was momentarily taken aback. Halting his attack to check on her condition, with one less opponent, Sabretooth seized the opportunity to launch a series of relentless assaults, his reckless nature allowing him to quickly overpower Cyclops. By the time he regained his composure to identify who had assisted him, Nightcrawler had already vanished from sight. He chose not to dwell on it, turning instead toward the vehicle where the young girl was. Riga, of course, would not allow him to take her away so easily. He emerged from the woods and approached the car, which was now beginning to catch fire, and forcefully ripped off the door. Then, in the astonished gaze of the girl, he used sheer strength to pry loose the seat that had become wedged due to the impact, and carried her out. Upon seeing Riga, Sabretooth could not contain a roar. Evidently recalling their previous encounter, Riga smiled lightly, gently placing the girl on the ground. "Wait here a moment. I will deal with this ugly brute," he said. The girl, filled with uncertainty, nodded in response. Riga turned to face the charging Sabretooth, a sneer curling his lips. He was no longer a foe that Sabretooth could hope to defeat. The disparity between them was insurmountable. With a swift kick, Sabretooth was sent flying backward, even faster than before. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Riga swiftly pursued, arriving at Sabretooth's side just as he hit the ground. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful explosive punch to Sabretooth's face, causing his head to burst like a split watermelon. Riga did not relent. After all, this fellow would not die easily, and letting him take longer to recover would be beneficial. Grasping Sabretooth's right leg, Riga dragged him closer while, behind him, Sabretooth's deformed head began to gradually mend itself. As Rhaegar effortlessly dispatched the villain, Little Mischief's eyes widened. Though the scene was somewhat too gruesome for her, could he also be a mutant? She had never encountered such a formidable mutant before. Rhaegar approached Little Mischief, offering her a gentle smile, which somewhat alleviated her anxiety. After all, compared to that man, Rhaegar appeared to be quite the good soul. "Nightcrawler," Rhaegar called out. Without warning, Nightcrawler materialized beside him, startling Little Mischief, who gasped and quickly covered her mouth. "Take Little Mischief back first. I shall follow shortly," Rhaegar instructed. Nightcrawler nodded in agreement. Observing Little Mischief's trepidation, Rhaegar kindly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. Though he may look peculiar, he possesses a kind heart and harbors no malice toward you." Little Mischief, still shaken, instinctively nodded. Rhaegar expressed his satisfaction with a soft hum. Subsequently, Nightcrawler grasped Little Mischief's garment, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. At that moment, Wolverine was gradually regaining consciousness, albeit still somewhat disoriented. Just as he was about to discern who had knocked him out, he received another sharp blow to the head, rendering him unconscious once more. Observing the duo of undead on the ground, Rhaegar chuckled, then seized one of them, leaping into the air while holding the brothers upside down as he soared toward the base. Chapter 35. Magneto Stryker gazed at Wolverine with uncontainable excitement. After all, he was the pride of his past endeavors, and he never anticipated that decades later, he would see him again. "Thank you, Commander," Stryker said sincerely. "No need for thanks. I believe you have much to discuss, so I shall not intrude," Rhaegar replied, having deposited Wolverine before preparing to depart. He added, "I trust you have a means to control him?" "Of course, rest assured," Stryker replied respectfully. Rhaegar nodded, and, accompanied by Sabretooth and Little Mischief, made his way to another room. Little Mischief felt increasingly anxious as she noticed soldiers armed to the teeth surrounding them, closely following Rhaegar's every step. Not daring to lag behind, spotting Wolverine left behind by Rhaegar, she timidly inquired, "Who is that person?" Rhaegar glanced back at Stryker, who was eagerly scrutinizing Wolverine, and replied, "He was once Wolverine's superior." With this, Little Mischief refrained from further questioning, simply trailing closely behind Rhaegar. Rhaegar led Little Mischief to a door, smiling as he said, "You'll stay here for now. Once it is safe, I will escort you out." "Where's this place? Who are you?" Little Mischief asked again. "Who I am is not important, nor is the location significant. What matters is that you are safe, and you need not worry about anyone coming to capture you. That is sufficient. Who wants to capture me?" Little Mischief immediately became anxious. It is indeed that fellow's accomplice. Rhaegar gestured towards the saber-toothed tiger. The little imp followed Rhaegar's direction and caught sight of the fearsome creature, its menacing appearance prompting her to avert her gaze hastily. "All right, you should rest quietly for now. If you need anything, just inform them," Rhaegar indicated to the two soldiers nearby before preparing to depart. "Where are you going?" the little imp inquired anxiously. Rhaegar chuckled softly, squatting down to reassure her. "There's nothing to worry about. You can trust them. They are my subordinates, affiliated with the military. I must assess the situation to prevent further attacks." With that, he gently patted the little imp's head and stood up to leave. Although reluctant, she complied with Rhaegar's words and remained there obediently. Having ensured the little imp's comfort, Rhaegar pointed at the saber-toothed tiger, which had nearly recovered, and instructed the two soldiers beside him, confining him to a cage. "Yes," the two responded, restraining the saber-toothed tiger and casting it into an iron enclosure. Once everything was arranged, Rhaegar returned to his quarters, reclining in a chair while deep in thought. His capture of the saber-toothed tiger held a specific purpose. The original plan involved seizing Wolverine and the little imp, subsequently attempting to contact Magneto for the next phase of their strategy. However, he found himself at a loss regarding how to reach Magneto. Yet, encountering the saber-toothed tiger provided a spark of inspiration. Magneto had sent the saber-toothed tiger to capture the little imp, and upon realizing that the creature had not returned to report, he would undoubtedly send someone to investigate. By capturing the saber-toothed tiger, Rhaegar could leverage this opportunity to meet with Magneto. With the little imp in his possession and now an added saber-toothed tiger, he felt a surge of confidence in negotiations. Rhaegar propped his head up with his right thumb and forefinger, a comprehensive plan forming in his mind. Everything was in place. He merely awaited Magneto's envoy. True to form, a few days later, his soldiers reported that an individual was surveying the incident site. Upon hearing this, Rhaegar promptly made his way there. Upon arrival, he hovered above and observed a figure wandering through the underbrush below, quietly descending. "What are you searching for?" The person, engrossed in examining the surroundings for clues, suddenly heard a voice from behind and turned around swiftly. Overcome with tension, the individual transformed from an ordinary white man into a striking blue form. Rhaegar smiled, and the figure reciprocated. "Mystique," he acknowledged. "Rhaegar, long time no see." "Indeed. What brings you here?" she inquired. "That would be my question," Rhaegar replied playfully. "What are you doing here?" Mystique chuckled softly. "I'm looking for someone." "Oh, it wouldn't happen to be a long-haired fellow who resembles a beast, would it?" Rhaegar teased. Mystique's smile faded as she asked, "You have the saber-toothed tiger?" Her tone was laced with disbelief. "As I passed by here last time, I happened to witness that foolish fellow engaged in a fierce battle with a man and a woman clad in tight-fitting attire. Ultimately, they both emerged from the encounter severely injured. Having had a previous conflict with this individual, I took the liberty of apprehending him first," Rhaegar remarked with a casual tone. Mystique's expression was one of astonishment. She certainly did not believe Rhaegar's fanciful tale, yet the certainty of Sabretooth's capture was undeniable. One must consider that Sabretooth is a formidable level 3 mutant, a powerful entity even among mutants, and if Rhaegar could so effortlessly subdue him, his own strength must be truly formidable. It seemed necessary to reassess him. A multitude of thoughts flickered through Mystique's mind. Observing the myriad of expressions crossing Mystique's face, Rhaegar continued, "Oh, I nearly forgot. I also managed to capture a Wolverine and rescued a young girl during that escapade." At the mention of the young girl, Mystique's countenance darkened further. While Wolverine was of little concern to her, the welfare of the girl was paramount. "What happened to that little girl?" Mystique inquired in a somber tone. "She is perfectly fine, quite safe at the moment," Rhaegar replied, a smile gracing his features. Upon witnessing Rhaegar's demeanor, Mystique suddenly realized that she may have underestimated this young man in the past. "You may inform Magneto that I wish to meet him to discuss a matter. Let the venue be here, at noon 3 days hence," Rhaegar stated. And without waiting for Mystique's response, he took flight. Turning back, he flashed her a smile. "It was a pleasure to see you, Mystique." I look forward to our next encounter. Then, amidst Mystique's astonished gaze, Riga ascended skyward, swiftly disappearing from sight. As Riga vanished, Mystique's emotions gradually settled, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she departed as well. What is your impression of Riga? Magneto inquired from within a cavern, his silver hair gleaming. He is enigmatic and remarkably powerful, far more so than during our last encounter, Mystique replied. A sly smile danced upon Magneto's lips. Oh, quite powerful, you say? Mystique returned a subtle smile. Despite Riga's strength, she did not believe he could rival Magneto's prowess, considering Sabretooth had no chance against Magneto's might. What do you believe he might request? Magneto probed once more. I am uncertain, but given that he has taken the mischievous one, it is likely he seeks something from us in exchange, Mystique stated again. Magneto nodded thoughtfully, pacing back and forth, softly murmuring. It appears we must have an audience with this Riga. On the day appointed, Riga stood quietly amidst the woods, awaiting Magneto's arrival. A vehicle pulled to the roadside, and as Magneto and Mystique emerged, they beheld Riga awaiting them. Greetings, Riga, Magneto said. Hello, Magneto, Riga replied. Their gazes locked in an intense silence. A palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 36, The Negotiation. The howling wind roared, and snowflakes danced chaotically as Riga and Magneto stood motionless, locked in a mutual stare, neither uttering a word nor making a move. Suddenly, Magneto raised his hand, and a silver iron sphere shot towards Riga with lightning speed, emitting a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. Riga's expression remained unchanged. He was well prepared for this. After all, he was relatively young, and it was entirely reasonable for Magneto to test him. If he wished to engage in negotiation with Magneto, he needed at least some measure of strength to match his opponent. Otherwise, Magneto would forego dialogue and resort to direct confrontation. As the iron sphere drew nearer, Riga seized the opportunity, tilting his head slightly to evade it. The sphere whizzed past his ear, striking a robust pine tree behind him and piercing through the trunk. Observing that Riga had effortlessly dodged this initial attack, Magneto felt no surprise. If Riga could not evade such a strike, there would be no point in negotiating. After narrowly escaping this assault, Riga remained vigilant, attentively surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, his waist bent forward sharply, lowering his stature as the previous iron sphere grazed his back. But the assault was not yet over. The sound of air being sliced apart resounded once more. This time, two iron spheres flew towards him simultaneously from either side. While he remained in a crouch position, with a snort, Riga bent his legs further into a half squat, his fists crossed before his chest. He tensed his arms and forcefully struck the air on either side. This maneuver mirrored the quake punch employed by Whitebeard in One Piece, which had once summoned a colossal tsunami at sea. However, while Whitebeard's fists had cracked the air like a shattered mirror, Riga's punch resulted in a violent explosion. Boom! The deafening blast created a powerful wave, scattering the thick snow across the ground, causing nearby trees to sway and topple, debris raining down around him. While the two iron spheres aimed at Riga were reduced to mere dust in the explosion. Not content with merely defending himself, Riga called out, Magneto. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Now, receive my strike. With that, he leaped high into the air, descending upon Magneto with a fierce punch. The ground erupted in another tremendous explosion. As Riga landed, he fixed his gaze firmly ahead. The swaying trees gradually stilled, and the falling snow and dust settled, clearing his vision. The spot where Magneto had stood was now a deep crater, devoid of his presence, yet a metallic wall loomed behind the pit. Suddenly, the wall began to shift slowly, gradually transforming into countless small iron particles, revealing the hidden figures of Magneto and Mystique. Subsequently, those tiny steel beads underwent another metamorphosis, coalescing into streams of iron that flowed through the air as if imbued with life. They surged toward Magneto's form, ultimately coalescing into a cloak that draped over his shoulders. Magneto extended his hand, gently brushing off the residual dirt and leaves that clung to the cloak, lifted his gaze, and smiled faintly, remarking, "Young man, you are quite impressive." Yet, with a hint of regret, he added, "Alas, you are not a mutant. Otherwise, we could forge a remarkable legacy together." Riga chuckled softly, but offered no reply. Magneto continued, regaining his former haughty demeanor, and declared with a proud countenance, "Let us return to the matter at hand. Since you have come to negotiate, I assume you possess the young rogue." "Indeed," Riga replied. And the evidence? Riga smirked. Retrieving a phone from his pocket and playing a video that captured the moment, he settled Rogue. Magneto observed the somewhat agitated and anxious figure of Rogue on the screen and pondered before asking, "What of Sabretooth?" "Right here." Riga gestured to the screen, where the camera abruptly shifted to reveal Sabretooth, thrashing and roaring in a cage, surrounded by armed guards with their weapons aimed squarely at him. The living conditions are rather poor, but then again, a beast must be caged, Riga remarked with a grin. Magneto remained unfazed and inquired, "How did you come to know I required Rogue?" "That, of course, is a secret," Riga replied mysteriously, "but rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to strike a deal with you." "What sort of deal?" Magneto asked. "Quite simple," Riga explained. "I will release Rogue and Sabretooth, and you will assist me in dealing with Professor X." Magneto's expression shifted abruptly. "You intend to confront Charles?" "Not at all," Riga quickly clarified, raising his hands. "I am well aware of the Professor's capabilities. I wish to live a little longer. I merely need to retrieve something from the Academy, but with Professor X present, I cannot even approach. The last time I was there, I merely observed from a distance. The Professor is not one to speak. But gaining entry to the Academy is an entirely different matter. You see, the Professor is not just any formidable opponent, and not everyone possesses such a helmet." Upon hearing this, Magneto smiled with self-satisfaction, stroking his helmet. "I only require that you render the Professor unconscious temporarily. How you accomplish this is of no concern to me. Once I have what I need, I shall release them immediately," Riga stated. Magneto fell silent in contemplation. "To demonstrate my sincerity, I can release Sabretooth first," Riga added. Magneto lifted his gaze, seeking to discern something deeper from Riga's eyes. Riga did not flinch, meeting his gaze with equal intensity. Eventually, a smile graced Magneto's lips, prompting Riga to reciprocate. A pleasant collaboration had been established. They shook hands, signifying the successful negotiation of their agreement. With the terms settled, Riga turned and soared back to the base, intent on retrieving his token of sincerity. Upon his arrival, the saber-toothed tiger in its cage roared menacingly and lunged at him. But the bars restrained its ferocity. Riga chuckled softly, raising his right arm and extending his index finger. A translucent wave of energy surged forth, piercing through the tiger's left eye and obliterating its brain, leaving a profound hole in the wall behind. "Open the cage," Riga said calmly. The soldiers surrounding them were rendered speechless by Riga's display of power. The creature they had been helpless against had been effortlessly dispatched by their boss. Recovering from their shock, they hastily complied, unlocking the cage. Riga stepped inside, grasped the saber-toothed tiger by its collar, and dragged it out of the base. He then ascended once more, flying towards Magneto. As Riga approached, carrying the saber-toothed tiger through the air, Magneto squinted, realizing that Riga was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Although he remained confident in his ability to defeat Riga, he surmised that a true confrontation would yield significant challenges. With a resounding thud, Riga dropped the saber-toothed tiger, hovering in the air with a grin. "This is for you. Remember our agreement. I await your good news. Farewell, Magneto." With that, he turned and departed. Magneto raised his gaze, watching Riga's retreating figure in contemplative silence. After a moment, he turned to Mystique and said, "Let us go. It is time to pay a visit to Charles." Chapter 37. The Academy on that day, Cyclops and Storm were disturbed by Riga's covert interference, leading to their mission's failure and forcing them to return with reluctance. Upon their arrival at the Academy, they recounted the events to Professor X. The professor's expression turned grave as he inquired, "Did you not see the face of that individual?" "No, he was too swift. We had no time to react," Cyclops replied. "Was Logan also captured?" The professor continued. "Most likely." Upon regaining consciousness, Logan and the girl were both missing, along with the saber-toothed tiger. "They must have been taken," Storm responded. The professor pondered quietly. "Could it be that Magneto has other subordinates of whom we are unaware?" Cyclops and Storm exchanged glances, remaining silent. "Very well, follow me. Let us search for Logan's whereabouts," the professor said, prompting his wheelchair to navigate towards the hidden chamber. With the verification of his pupils, a synthetic electronic sound echoed as the professor entered the secluded chamber housing the brainwave machine, closely followed by Cyclops and Storm. He approached the apparatus with measured steps, donned the signal-enhancing helmet, and closed his eyes to commence his search. The surroundings gradually transformed, and red silhouettes emerged. Soon, the professor pinpointed Logan's location. "How peculiar. the professor remarked. What is it? Storm inquired. Logan is alone outside. He has not been captured, the professor replied, still with his eyes shut. The little girl is by herself as well, and she appears to be thriving. The people around her are treating her kindly. He paused momentarily before continuing. Sabretooth is in another location, but I cannot yet ascertain the whereabouts of that enigmatic individual. Cyclops and Storm exchanged puzzled glances. Was there truly someone the professor could not locate? Perhaps Logan managed to escape on his own, Cyclops suggested. That is a possibility. The professor conceded as he removed the helmet and turned to face them. For now, we need not concern ourselves with Sabretooth or the others. Logan is our primary objective, and I have confirmed his position. You both should take the day to rest and recalibrate. Tomorrow, we will bring Jean along, and this time, we must ensure Logan's return. Understood. Cyclops and Storm nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Reggie, after capturing Logan and the mischievous girl, transported them back to the base and subsequently rendered Wolverine unconscious once more, discarding him thereafter. He then swiftly relocated the girl to another location, releasing Nightcrawler as well. Due to his teleportation abilities, the professor was unable to ascertain his identity in the short term. All of this was orchestrated to prevent Professor X from utilizing the brainwave amplifier to trace their whereabouts. The secrecy of this location must be preserved. Unbeknownst to Wolverine, who had experienced a car accident and lost consciousness once, he was subsequently taken to an underground facility. Before he could thoroughly assess his surroundings, he was knocked out again, only to awaken sprawled in a frigid wilderness. Despite his doubts regarding the unfolding events, his primary concern remained the little girl. He was convinced that whoever had taken him had also seized her. Thus, he felt compelled to rescue her. However, the challenge lay in his ignorance of her location, compounded by his solitary nature over the years, which left him without allies. His immediate priority was to ensure his own safety while patiently awaiting an opportunity to arise. Upon awakening in the woods, he wandered aimlessly in search of a direction. After enduring a night of cold and hunger, he finally stumbled upon a tavern. Just as he ordered a beer to warm his insides, an unexpected pair, a man and a woman, approached him. He glanced at them but chose to ignore their presence. Continuing to sip his beer, Cyclops and Storm, seeing that he disregarded them entirely, exchanged looks of exasperation. Subsequently, Storm addressed Logan, saying, "Logan, I am Storm. And this is Cyclops. The professor sent us to find you." Logan set down his beer and fixed his gaze on Storm, inquiring, "How do you know my name?" Unnerved by his beastly stare, Storm replied, "The professor informed us." "Who is the professor?" "Like you, the professor is an immensely powerful mutant. And it was he who located your whereabouts. We attempted to seek you out previously, but unforeseen circumstances arose," Cyclops interjected. Unbeknownst to Wolverine, during their last visit, he had been unconscious, oblivious to their presence. He took a puff from his cigarette, ready to dismiss them as usual. Suddenly, thoughts of the mischievous girl, the one who had been captured, crossed his mind, prompting a change of heart. "I will go with you." He removed the cigar from his mouth and tossed it into his drink, producing a hissing sound. Cyclops and Storm exchanged glances of elation. "Let us hurry. Jean is waiting for us." "Jean?" Logan queried, somewhat perplexed, but he received no response. He shrugged and followed them outside. Upon encountering the sleek, futuristic aircraft, Logan felt a sense of awe, yet it paled in comparison to the impact of the striking red-haired woman who emerged as the hatch opened. "Is that Jean?" Logan stared intently at the captivating figure at the doorway, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. "Indeed, she is my girlfriend." Perhaps feeling annoyed by Logan's gaze, Cyclops' tone turned slightly hostile. "Oh," Logan raised an eyebrow. Storm, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly suggested, "Let us return swiftly to avoid causing the professor concern." Logan chuckled nonchalantly before boarding the aircraft. Although the ambience was somewhat peculiar, the plane's rapid speed soon brought them back to the academy. Professor X was already aware of their return and instructed Cyclops to bring Logan to his office. Under Cyclops' guidance, Logan met Professor X. "Welcome, Logan," the professor greeted warmly. Logan surveyed his surroundings with skepticism, asking, "Are you the professor they spoke of?" "Indeed," the professor affirmed. "How did you find me?" "You are not the only one endowed with abilities." The professor's voice unexpectedly resonated in Logan's mind, startling him. "Now you comprehend?" The professor smiled. "What is this place?" Logan began to take an interest, sensing that these individuals could assist him. "First, we need to conduct a medical examination, and then we shall discuss further," the professor stated. Dr. Jean Grey will escort you for the necessary assessments. Logan smiled. In the ensuing days, Logan underwent examinations at the academy and quickly acclimated to his surroundings, while the professor gained a deeper understanding of him. What does Magneto want from me? Logan inquired, perplexed, within Professor X's office. It remains unclear. We have merely observed his search for you, the professor replied. Logan pondered. Do you think this could be related to the metal those individuals implanted in my body? I cannot say for certain, but I shall assist you in uncovering the truth, the professor assured him. Nodding, Logan continued. Do you have any knowledge of the girl who was with me back then? Where is she now? She is safe. Those around her are treating her well. Safe. Logan reflected on their shared abduction, recalling the hazy images he had seen while half-conscious, along with that saber-toothed tiger. Oh, the professor expressed mild surprise. To my knowledge, Sabretooth and Rogue are not in the same vicinity. Confusion enveloped Logan, having witnessed the professor's capabilities and being aware of the cerebral enhancement device. He knew the professor's judgment was infallible. So what could be amiss? Why do you care so much for that young girl? The professor queried, regarding Rogue as merely another ordinary mutant, akin to countless others. Logan offered no response. I see, the professor smiled. Do not fret. I will verify her whereabouts. Thank you. Though he concealed it well, Logan was indeed deeply concerned for Rogue. The professor then entered the enhancement chamber alone, donning the helmet as he prepared to locate Rogue. However, the moment he closed his eyes to activate his powers, a sudden and excruciating pain surged through his head, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Subsequently, he collapsed from his chair, unconscious and unresponsive. Chapter 38. The Iceman Gene. The unconscious professor was quickly discovered by others, who promptly took him under their care. Observing the anguish etched across the professor's face, Logan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Though his time there had been brief, and he had not outwardly expressed it, he held a deep regard for the kind-hearted elder, and it was the professor's desire to assist him that led to his current state. Thus, despite his usual defiance, he bowed his head in apology to Cyclops and the others. Cyclops and the team were somber. This elder had not only rescued them, but had also nurtured them, embodying an indomitable presence in their hearts. It was unfathomable that such a calamity had befallen him. In the ensuing days, they remained by the professor's side, hoping for his recovery, yet he showed no signs of awakening. One evening, Logan and the others convened, deliberating their next course of action. We cannot continue like this. Magneto is undoubtedly scheming something, Cyclops asserted. But how do we investigate when we lack knowledge of his whereabouts? Storm countered. We cannot simply wait idly, Cyclops replied, growing increasingly agitated. Suddenly, Logan declared, let us proceed to that base. Although its precise location eludes us, it should be within a reasonable distance from where I regained consciousness. We must seek out those individuals from last time. They may possess vital information. This is exceedingly perilous, and we cannot ascertain whether they harbor ill intentions or if they will divulge anything to us. Storm hesitated. Surely, this is preferable to lingering here in uncertainty. At least it presents a lead, Logan argued, garnering rare support from Cyclops. Surprised by Cyclops' endorsement, Logan cast him an astonished glance. Just as Cyclops prepared to articulate a response, he furrowed his brow. Where is Jean? Everyone glanced around, only to find that Jean had vanished without a trace. An ominous premonition gripped Cyclops as he rushed outside, only to witness the door to the cerebral amplifier chamber slowly closing, with Jean poised before the device, ready to don the helmet. Jean, Cyclops shouted, sprinting toward her. But he was too late. When the door finally opened, he beheld Jean collapsed on the ground, her visage etched with exhaustion and agony, as if she had endured a grave illness. Cyclops hastened to her side, lifting her up with urgency, inquiring about her condition. I have discovered the whereabouts of Magneto, Jean replied, her brow knitted, her voice frail. The professor's unconscious state was, of course, the handiwork of Mystique. In accordance with an agreement with Riga, Magneto had dispatched Mystique to infiltrate Xavier's academy, tampering with the cerebral amplifier so that whenever the professor utilized the machine, he would fall victim to it. Once the professor succumbed to unconsciousness, Magneto promptly contacted Riga, demanding the fulfillment of their pact and the surrender of Rogue. I do not wish to go with that man, Rogue expressed, her eyes filled with trepidation as she faced Magneto and Mystique, her resistance palpable. Rest assured, Rogue, I guarantee your safety, Riga reassured her. How can you be so certain? Rogue queried, her anxiety palpable. "Do you recall that gentleman who was with you?" Riga asked. Rogue nodded. "I have already released him. Follow this individual for now, and he will come for you in due time," Riga spoke softly. "Logan?" The mention of Wolverine instilled a flicker of courage within Rogue. "Indeed. He will undoubtedly seek you out," Riga affirmed. Rogue, gazing at Riga, suddenly lowered her head and sighed. "I understand." With that, she slowly made her way toward Magneto. Abruptly, she halted and asked quietly, "Will I die?" Riga's body tensed. He was acutely aware of the moral ambiguity of his actions, trading a young girl for his own ends. However, he could not conceive of any other method. With Professor X present, obtaining the Iceman's genes within the Academy seemed nearly impossible. Moreover, the Iceman was still quite young, and the professor insisted on keeping him within the confines of the institution, thus offering no opportunities outside. Furthermore, the matter of acquiring the Iceman's genetic material was exceedingly sensitive. It could only be undertaken by him personally, or at the very least, by someone he trusted. To achieve this objective, it was imperative to first address the obstacle posed by Professor X. As for entering the Academy undetected, aside from Mystique, Riga could not think of anyone else possessing such capability. Upon hearing the impudent inquiry, Riga paused momentarily before resolutely stating, "You will be unharmed, I assure you." He then added, "I apologize. However, I promise that should you ever have any requests in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. If it lies within my power, I will certainly assist you." The impudent one nodded in response to Riga and continued onward. Magneto observed her approach with satisfaction. He then gestured for Mystique to escort the impudent one onto the aircraft and turned to say, "A pleasurable collaboration, young one. I hope we may continue this endeavor in the future." With that, he too turned and boarded the plane. Riga watched as Magneto's helicopter ascended higher into the sky until it eventually vanished into a distant speck. He remained silent for a while before turning on his heel and soaring back to the base. Upon returning, Riga instructed Stryker to arrange for Nightcrawler to monitor Magneto, ensuring that if the impudent one were to be in danger, she would be rescued. Stryker nodded in acknowledgement. The following day, Riga received a report from his subordinate. It turned out that after reaching an agreement with Magneto, Riga had promptly dispatched someone to keep watch near the Mutant Academy as a precaution, staying vigilant to any movements within the institution. That night, the surveillance team suddenly reported the takeoff of an aircraft from the Academy. Upon receiving the report, Riga instructed his personnel to withdraw. He then immediately arranged for Nightcrawler to temporarily retreat from Magneto's presence, equipped with a collector, and made his way into the Academy. Utilizing his teleportation abilities, Nightcrawler stealthily entered the Academy under the cover of darkness. Although the Academy housed many with extraordinary powers, the X-Men were all away, leaving only children behind, whose abilities posed no threat to Nightcrawler. Thus, the Iceman's genetic material was successfully acquired by Riga. Holding the vial of crimson blood in his hand, Riga's heart surged with excitement. The plan could finally be executed. Stryker, standing nearby, could not help but inquire, "Sir, what is this?" "This is the Iceman's blood," Riga replied. Stryker was taken aback, exclaiming, "I cannot believe you managed to obtain the Iceman's blood. I too sought it years ago, yet to no avail." Riga remained silent, simply gazing at the vial of pristine blood. "May I ask what you intend to do with this blood?" Stryker cautiously inquired. Riga gently twirled the test tube in his hand, the crimson sheen becoming ever more exquisite under the illumination. "Do you recall the question I posed to you?" Strick appeared somewhat perplexed. "It pertains to the matter of gene synthesis," Riga reminded him. Strick was taken aback. "Could it be that you are considering?" Riga tossed the test tube in a graceful arc, catching it effortlessly. Suddenly, he inquired, "Any news regarding Magneto and his cohort?" Strick hesitated, sensing the abruptness of the question, yet quickly replied, "It seems they have been intercepted by the war police." "And what of the little rascal?" "She seems to have encountered some complications, but overall, she should be fine." Riga nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a sense of relief. Subsequently, he rose, handing the test tube to Strick, and issued a command, "Prepare yourself. The next steps are in your hands." "Yes, I shall not disappoint you," Strick replied with utmost respect. Chapter 39. The search for Natasha. Once everything was in order on Strick's end, Riga attempted to reach out to Natasha, but received no response, which struck him as peculiar. Consequently, after departing the base, he made his way directly to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington, where he needed to consult Nick Fury regarding Natasha's whereabouts. Observing the imposing structure before him, Riga strode confidently inside. The lobby bustled with activity, dominated by an iconic eagle with outstretched wings at its center, which caused Riga to smirk. After all, it was an organization founded by Americans, and they never missed an opportunity to display their emblematic eagle. Navigating past the insignia and completing the identity verification, he took the elevator directly to Fury's office. Upon entering, he found Fury seated with his back to him, gazing out the window. "Hey, Fury, where's Natasha?" Riga barged in, his tone casual. Fury did not turn around, but lazily remarked, "You know, it's basic etiquette to knock before entering someone else's office. I can be polite to others, but not to you," Riga retorted nonchalantly. Fury turned around with a scowl, fixing Riga with a scrutinizing gaze. Sensing Fury's unfriendly demeanor, Riga waved his hand. All right. I'll knock next time." Fury's expression softened slightly. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I am seeking Natasha for an urgent matter, but I cannot reach her." "Do you know her whereabouts?" Riga inquired. "Agent Romanoff is currently on a mission." Fury leaned back, adjusting himself for comfort. "I figured as much," Riga muttered. "But where has she gone?" "I'm afraid, for the sake of confidentiality, one agent cannot inquire about another agent's assignment. It is part of our protocol," Fury stated. "I am aware of your protocols. There are many," Riga said impatiently, "but I need to contact her immediately due to the urgency of the situation." "What emergency?" Fury inquired. "I'm afraid that's a secret I cannot divulge," Riga replied, shaking his head. Fury's expression stiffened. "Where exactly has Natasha gone on her mission? Just provide me with the address, and I can go find her directly. With me around, the task should be accomplished more efficiently," Riga asserted. "Not necessarily," Fury responded, his face devoid of emotion. "Though your strength is formidable, you lack in other areas, and Agent Romanoff possesses certain skills that you do not." "I see. It's probably some undercover operation." Riga waved his hand dismissively. "Enough with the small talk. Quickly tell me where she has gone." Fury remained expressionless. Noticing Fury's continued silence, Riga felt a twinge of frustration. After all, he couldn't resort to violence against this individual, and it would likely be futile. At that moment, he couldn't help but envy Professor X's ability to extract information directly from one's mind, regardless of consent. Suddenly, an idea struck Riga, and a smirk formed on his lips. "What are you smiling about?" Fury queried. "Oh, it's nothing. I just remembered something about the internal issues within S.H.I.E.L.D. How is your investigation progressing? Any developments?" Riga replied with a light chuckle. Fury's expression turned serious as he issued a command to the computer, sealing the office. He then stood and approached Riga, fixing him with a piercing gaze. Feeling uncomfortable under Fury's scrutiny, Riga murmured, "You're standing too close for my comfort. I'm not accustomed to a man being this near." Fury remained unfazed, asking, "What do you know?" "I was the one to ask you first," Riga retorted, evading the question. "How is your investigation?" "There has been some progress." "Oh, there is a person, Jasper Bitweiler," Fury stated in a low voice. Riga remained noncommittal. "What is it?" Fury observed the change in Riga's demeanor. "It's nothing. Who else do you know?" Fury pressed, growing impatient. "I may have an inkling," Riga replied, turning around and plopping down on the sofa, crossing his legs. Fury's face hardened. Riga feigned interest in his surroundings. "I can tell you where Natasha has gone." And then, he scoffed. "In exchange, you must tell me who else." Fury responded. "I must say, your business acumen is impressive," Riga mocked, uncrossing his legs. "What do you mean?" Fury raised an eyebrow. "You're offering me information of little use to you in exchange for potentially vital intelligence that could determine the fate of S.H.I.E.L.D. That seems rather one-sided," Riga scoffed. Fury's expression faltered. "You must understand the extent of the damage that individual could inflict on S.H.I.E.L.D. he said, his urgency palpable. "I understand, but what of it?" Riga suddenly rose, speaking in a low, resolute tone. "I couldn't care less about the fate of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury appeared taken aback. "What did you say?" "I said, whether S.H.I.E.L.D. exists or ceases to exist is of no concern to me," Riga reiterated slowly. "Then why did you join S.H.I.E.L.D.? You should be well aware, Natasha." "Not entirely, but that is close enough." "So, if Natasha were absent, you wouldn't remain?" Fury's expression turned grim. "To put it another way, if I no longer wish to stay with S.H.I.E.L.D., I would depart," Riga corrected him. Fury's countenance darkened, his gaze becoming increasingly menacing. Unflinching, Riga maintained eye contact with Fury. After a lengthy silence, Fury suddenly relaxed, taking a seat and uttering a few words. Natasha has gone to Iran. Iran? Riga, intrigued by the mention of this location, inquired, what business does she have there? She is to escort a nuclear physicist out of there, Fury replied tersely. A fragment of information flashed through Riga's mind. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. What is the matter? Fury asked, perplexed. Isn't it just a trip to Iran? Why the agitation? Though the United States and Iran were adversaries, it was precisely for this reason that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents frequently operated there. Has she been in contact with you recently? Riga asked swiftly. Yes. Where is she now? Riga stepped forward, gripping Fury's arm with such intensity that even someone as seasoned as Fury found it difficult to endure. Fury furrowed his brow, instructing the computer to display Natasha's real-time location, and a world map appeared on the large screen. Near Odessa, Fury pointed to a blinking red dot on the map. Send me her location. Before Riga could finish his sentence, he turned and dashed toward the exit. Chapter 40. The Winter Soldier. Upon leaving the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Riga followed the map Fury provided, commandeering a Quinjet and racing at full speed toward Natasha's location. Odessa, the second largest city in Ukraine, lies in the southern part of the country. The reason for Riga's anxiety upon hearing this place was the recollection of Natasha mentioning in a film that she had encountered the Winter Soldier during a mission there years ago. This was no ordinary Winter Soldier, but the fabled one, the one with the metallic left arm, the Hydra's premier assassin, a mythic figure, the ace among aces. The first Winter Soldier, Bucky. Bucky, Riga silently repeated in the cockpit. Currently, Natasha facing Bucky would likely lead to her demise. However, this time Bucky's target was not Natasha but the engineer, thus affording Natasha a glimmer of hope for survival. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Bucky, in a moment of impulse, might eliminate Natasha. Although she survives in the film, reality does not afford such assurances. Natasha, one must survive, Riga silently implores. Commander, we have reached the target area. The crew's report interrupts Riga's contemplation. He stands abruptly, disregarding any semblance of decorum, swiftly opens the hatch, and leaps into the air, leaving the crew members behind in sheer disbelief, their mouths agape as if witnessing a ghost. Riga activates his abilities, slicing through the air with alarming speed, the wind howling in his ears, while wisps of cloud obscure his vision. Narrowing his eyes, he scours the ground for traces of the vehicle. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens. On a narrow path not far from the cliff, an off-road vehicle races forward at full throttle, trailing a long plume of dust. Riga's heart leaps with joy, and he hastens his descent. In that instant, a gunshot echoes from afar. The vehicle spirals out of control, skidding along the road before hurtling straight toward the cliff. Plunging over the edge, Riga's eyes redden at the sight, and he bellows, "Natasha!" before accelerating downward once more. Meanwhile, Natasha is frantically escorting the engineer along the road. This mission has not gone smoothly, encountering several obstacles. However, they have safely exited Iran, and now it is crucial to deliver the target to safety. To evade any pursuers, Natasha deliberately chose a secluded route. As she drives, a gunshot suddenly rings out, and she feels the car slip from her control, leading to its catastrophic tumble over the cliff. With a heavy thud, the vehicle crashes to the ground, landing upside down. Fortunately, the cliff is not excessively high. Though Natasha sustains minor injuries, she remains mostly unscathed, albeit slightly dazed. She glances at the engineer in the passenger seat, who has suffered a head injury, a streak of blood marking his forehead, indicating he has lost consciousness. The car ignites, and Natasha struggles to drag the engineer out. Simultaneously, she shields him with her body, instinctively protecting him from further gunfire, a testament to her training as an agent. Another gunshot rings out, and Natasha suddenly feels a sharp pain in her left side. Looking down, she discovers a bullet wound, blood oozing profusely. Turning back to the engineer, she sees that his chest is pierced, a gaping hole indicating his demise. With great difficulty, Natasha turns her head back, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips. She never anticipated that not only would her mission fail, but she too would meet her end here. Despite her prior preparations, she cannot accept dying in such a manner. Natasha pressed her hand against her wound, beads of cold sweat streaming down her forehead, her consciousness becoming increasingly hazy. In the midst of her disorientation, she suddenly heard a heart-wrenching scream. Natasha? Could it be a figment of her imagination? Why did that voice sound so familiar? With great effort, Natasha opened her eyes only to see Riga descending rapidly from the sky, drawing ever closer, his face etched with urgency and tension. Natasha smiled. How did you end up here? She silently pondered before slowly closing her eyes once more. Riga landed beside Natasha with tremendous force, creating a large crater in the ground. He quickly emerged, cradling Natasha in his arms and checking her breathing. Thankfully, though weak, she was still alive. Gently, Riga set Natasha down, his heart brimming with uncontainable rage. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Riga felt a sharp pain in his back as a violent impact jolted him, causing him to stagger. He turned and retrieved the bullet, clenching it tightly in his fist until it transformed into a mere shard of metal. Rising slowly, he fixed his gaze on the direction from which the bullet had come, where a silvery light glinted ominously. Gritting his teeth, the muscles in his face twitched with intensity. He glared fiercely at that direction, then propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust, soaring through the air like a cannonball. Bucky, Riga roared. You're asking for death. The thunderous wave of his fury surged toward Bucky, the very agent dispatched by Hydra to thwart Natasha. Initially, Bucky's mission was complete, and he intended to retreat. However, unexpectedly confronted by an adversary, he raised his weapon to aim and fire once more. To his astonishment, the bullet was intercepted by this newcomer. Although he had been brainwashed into a mindless automaton, blindly obeying orders, he still understood the gravity of life and death. He quickly gathered his firearm and began to retreat. Just as he had made some distance, a furious roar echoed behind him, imbued with a wrath so palpable it could be felt from afar. Yet, why did that name resonate in his memory? Bucky had no time to contemplate this. He hastened his pace towards his vehicle, flinging open the door and flooring the accelerator, his car darting away like an arrow. Witnessing Bucky's desperate attempt to escape, Riga's fury intensified. Without hesitation, he charged forward in a straight line, obliterating any obstacles, be it trees or stones, that stood in his path. Through the rearview mirror, Bucky glimpsed Riga barreling toward him with menacing determination, prompting him to hasten his speed. He realized all too well that he was no match for this formidable foe. As Riga drew closer to the vehicle, he did not wait to fully close the distance. Instead, he unleashed a devastating punch from midair. A tremendous surge of energy materialized, crashing into the rear of Bucky's car, which erupted in an explosion, flipping the entire vehicle and sending it sliding a considerable distance before colliding heavily with a rock. Riga descended from the sky, his fists clenched tightly, and began to approach Bucky with measured steps. With a resounding crash, Bucky smashed the car door open and emerged from the wreckage. He did not linger. The discipline of a winter soldier urged him that this was no time for hesitation. Eliminating the enemy was the only sensible course of action. Swiftly, he retrieved a submachine gun from his back, taking cover behind the car to fire at Riga. Upon witnessing Bucky's movements, Riga's fury intensified. Before Bucky could even pull the trigger, Riga moved with a speed that transcended human reaction, sending the wrecked vehicle soaring away and appearing directly before Bucky. The sight of Riga's velocity caused Bucky's pupils to constrict in shock. Riga seized Bucky's shoulders, bending his right leg to deliver a knee strike that struck like lightning into Bucky's abdomen. Though Riga did not utilize his abilities, his strength was formidable, and he held nothing back. Despite Bucky's enhancements from the super soldier serum, the force of the blow contorted his body into a shriveled shape, causing him to collapse to the ground, drenched in cold sweat and incapacitated. Riga looked down at Bucky, who clutched his abdomen and writhed on the ground, his expression indifferent and his gaze frigid. His attention then shifted to the exquisite metallic left arm adorned with a red star on the shoulder. A flicker of disdain crossed Riga's eyes as he observed the mechanical limb. He lifted his right leg and pressed it firmly against Bucky's back, rendering him immobile. Then, seizing Bucky's left wrist with his left hand, Riga clenched his right fist, channeling energy from within to strike down upon the metallic arm with tremendous force. A resounding crack echoed as Bucky's left arm shattered under Riga's blow, leaving only a small portion at the shoulder, sparking with electricity. Ever since Bucky had been equipped with this steel arm, he had faced no adversary capable of withstanding its might. Crafted by Hydra, the metal had been meticulously selected and forged through countless trials. Yet today, it succumbed to Riga's single punch. The sudden agony caused Bucky to cry out, for the mechanical arm was intricately connected to his nervous system, allowing for seamless control and movement. The abrupt severance was akin to the loss of a natural limb. Grasping the shattered metal arm in his left hand, Riga coldly regarded the writhing Bucky on the ground, remaining silent. Subsequently, he rose to his feet, removing his right leg from Buck's back, and declared, "Today, in light of the captain's favor, I shall spare your life. Return and inform Hydra that someone remembers all they have done, and soon enough, they shall be held accountable." With that, Riga cast aside the severed arm, the heavy metal crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Then, amidst Buck's seething resentment and confusion, Riga turned and departed. Chapter 41. The origin of emotion. Natasha slowly opened her eyes, her hazy vision gradually sharpening. To her right, Riga sat in a chair, engrossed in a book. Observing Riga's tranquil concentration, Natasha was suddenly enveloped by a sense of serenity, a feeling she had never experienced before. Her life had been a relentless cycle of deception, conflict, and evasion, constantly preoccupied with the struggle for survival, living in a state of heightened tension. Though she had suffered injuries before, her thoughts had never dwelled on rest. Instead, she had yearned for swift recovery. For if she did not heal, or if her recovery was inadequate, she would be ruthlessly abandoned by Hydra or forced into suicidal missions. Yet this time, as she opened her eyes and beheld Riga's focused reading, Natasha felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. "Hey," she murmured, her lips moving to produce a single word, her already slightly hoarse voice now sounding even more fragile. Riga, hearing a greeting, hastily closed his book and turned his head, discovering that Natasha had awakened and was smiling gently at him. "What are you reading?" "Oh, nothing much, just passing the time," Riga replied, shaking the book in his hand. Then quickly inquired, "You're awake. How do you feel?" "Quite well," Natasha replied, attempting to sit up. "Don't move. You've sustained an abdominal injury, so you must minimize your activity," Riga cautioned, noticing her movement. "Oh, right, I'll go fetch the doctor." With that, he hurriedly dashed out. Natasha smiled once more. She was nearly recovered. All that remained was to rest and heal. After a doctor examined her, he stated, "All is well." "Thank you," Riga said respectfully. The doctor smiled amicably before departing. Riga closed the door and returned to Natasha's bedside, gazing at her with concern. Natasha tilted her chin and asked, "Whose flowers are those?" Following her gaze, Riga noticed a vase on the table filled with tulips. "Of course, they are from me," he replied proudly. "Who else could it be?" "Indeed, who else but you?" Natasha's mood instantly darkened. Seeing her forlorn expression, Riga silently chided himself for his ill-chosen words. "Please don't misunderstand. What I meant was, I am the only one who would give flowers. Surely, you don't expect Fury or Hawkeye to bring you flowers, do you?" Natasha's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Did Fury and Hawkeye come by as well?" she inquired. "At that time, you were gravely injured and unconscious. I took you to a hospital for initial treatment before transferring you to S.H.I.E.L.D's specialized facility. I then informed Fury, who came to see you with Hawkeye. However, they did not linger, as they had other missions to attend to." Riga added, "Besides, I wouldn't have allowed them to stay. I can manage on my own. Their presence is quite burdensome, especially Fury's." Natasha smiled gently, tilting her head as she gazed at Riga. "What is it?" Riga asked. "You saved my life again," Natasha replied. The impact of Riga's actions weighed heavily on her, as she had rarely engaged in saving others during her missions, viewing such acts as a waste of time. For Hydra, the completion of the task was paramount, and the injured were left to fend for themselves. Having been abandoned and having abandoned others, Natasha understood Riga's act of salvation on a deeper level than most. "Heh, do you think I'm quite heroic?" Riga's grin suddenly turned mischievous, his eyebrow raised. "Don't worry, should any unforeseen circumstances arise again, I will be there to rescue you." Natasha chuckled at Riga's peculiar expression, her thoughts momentarily evaporating. Why does he always shift to such frivolity so abruptly? She mused, unsure of how to respond. Nevertheless, Riga's playful antics lightened the previously heavy atmosphere, lifting Natasha's spirits considerably. She pressed her lips together, observing Riga's antics, and suddenly thought that perhaps this was not so bad after all. Adjusting her mood, she disregarded his jests and asked, "How did you know where to find me?" "Oh, I initially sought you for a matter, but when I couldn't reach you, I went directly to Fury and asked him for your whereabouts. I rushed over and happened to catch the attack," It was truly perilous. That bastard Fury was reluctant to divulge information at first, which was infuriating. If I had been even a moment later, you could have been in grave danger. If that had occurred, he would have faced my wrath, Riga explained while berating Fury. A smile crept across Natasha's face. It felt wonderful to be cared for. Do you know who the gunman was? She inquired. Riga paused, his expression turning serious as he nodded. Who? The Winter Soldier. Natasha's eyes widened in shock. He is not like me. While I am also a Winter Soldier, I came later. He is the first Winter Soldier, the epitome of Winter Soldiers, the ace among aces, Riga stated gravely. Then you must be. Natasha gasped. Have you forgotten my capabilities? Riga replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Riga's tone lightened once more, exclaiming, I am quite formidable now. Not even 8 or 10 Winter Soldiers would be a match for me. Natasha chuckled at his words and shot him a disapproving glance, leaving Riga momentarily taken aback. What did you do to him? Natasha inquired again. Riga exaggeratedly shook his head, replying, apologies, I was momentarily stunned by your electric presence. What did you say? Natasha stifled a laugh. Riga, feeling quite pleased with himself, added, I let him go, but not without leaving him with a severed left arm. Natasha responded with a thoughtful hum, recognizing that it was Riga who pursued the adversary. This course of action was his choice, and she merely sought to comprehend the situation without casting judgment. Rest assured, I have a premonition that we shall encounter him again, at that time. You may personally deliver a resounding defeat to avenge that gunshot. Riga raised his fist in determination. Natasha regarded him with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. How do you know that? My sixth sense, Riga feigned astonishment. Are you not aware that a man's sixth sense is quite potent? Natasha rolled her eyes, utterly speechless, yet unable to suppress a smile. I truly feel at ease in your company, she remarked, tilting her head to gaze at him. Ah, truly? Riga suddenly appeared a bit bashful. That is because the people around you were far too serious in the past. Natasha nodded in agreement. Indeed, in her memories, everyone around her was singularly focused on one goal. Mission, mission, mission. The expressions on their faces were perpetually stern, each person calculating and treading carefully through life. There had never been anyone like Riga, so exuberant and carefree. Riga, may I pose a question? Natasha softly inquired. Yes? How is it that you came to like me? She fixed her gaze steadily upon him, adding, people typically do not take a liking to someone like me. Riga found himself momentarily flustered by her unexpected question. Natasha reiterated, how did you come to like me? After a brief silence, Riga responded, there are countless reasons. I adore your voice, your smile, your eyes, your allure, and your charm. Moreover, we share common experiences. Natasha remained silent, her gaze unwavering upon him. Riga continued, however, all those aspects pale in comparison to what truly matters. Natasha appeared somewhat perplexed. Riga smiled and, in Chinese, expressed, there is a saying in China, Qingbu Sachi. Is that Chinese? Natasha asked, intrigued by the tonal cadence. Indeed. What does it mean? In simple terms, I cannot fathom why I am drawn to you, or when this affection began. Yet I am certain that from the moment I fell for you, my heart has belonged solely to you. Riga endeavored to elucidate this sentiment to Natasha in a manner she could comprehend. Natasha beamed radiantly, teasingly asking, so, your heart belongs to me now? Riga, feeling a touch bashful, scratched his head. Observing his awkwardness, Natasha's smile grew even brighter. Then, with a playful tone, she encouraged, keep going, Winter Soldier, perhaps one day. The girl you adore will feel the same. Riga's eyes widened in surprise. He was about to respond, but Natasha interrupted, inquiring, you mentioned you needed to discuss something with me. What is it? Elated by Natasha's subtle hint, Riga was eager to seize the moment and express himself. Yet he was cut off by Natasha. Thus, he tempered his excitement and, feeling slightly disheartened, replied, regarding your proposal from that day, I am prepared. Once you arrive, we can commence. Natasha's breath quickened in anticipation. Chapter 42. Entering the base with the support of S.H.I.E.L.D, and after a period of recuperation, Natasha swiftly regained her normal state. Once she felt restored, she sought out Riga, impatient to initiate their next plan. Riga, however, approached this with caution. After all, they were delving into gene fusion, a process fraught with potential peril. Therefore, he first needed to ensure that Natasha's body could withstand the risks associated with the transformation. Following a thorough examination, Riga escorted Natasha to a clandestine base located in Canada. Upon witnessing the armed soldiers and the vast operations surrounding them, Natasha felt a wave of astonishment. "What is this place?" she inquired, surveying her surroundings. "This is the location where your wishes can be realized," Riga responded. "I apologize that it does not appear as splendid as you might have envisioned." "That's all right. I am not concerned about that," Natasha replied, shaking her head. "Right this way." Strick guided them forward. "I had no idea you possessed such a secret base," Natasha remarked as they walked. "This is not mine. It belongs to him." Riga indicated Strick ahead of them, but that is a story for another time. Natasha nodded, refraining from further questions. As they traversed a dim corridor and descended a staircase, Natasha's gaze was drawn to a recess. "What is that?" she asked, pointing. Following her finger, Riga's eyes fell upon a rusty trough filled with greenish water. "Oh, that is the birthplace of a legend," he mused. Indeed, the tale of Wolverine began in this unassuming pool. It was here that his entire being was infused with adamantium, transforming his original bone claws into razor-sharp metal talons. This metamorphosis significantly enhanced his combat prowess. The combination of super-fast regeneration and the formidable adamantium proved to be a match made in heaven. With this newfound attribute, Wolverine began to carve out his own legend. Natasha, tracing the 3 claw marks on the pillar, inquired, "Is this the mark he left behind?" "Indeed," came the reply. Closing her eyes and feeling the uneven surface beneath her fingertips, Natasha seemed to hear Wolverine's anguished roars during his transformation, sensing his pain and confusion. She abruptly withdrew her fingers. Riga gently placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke softly, "There is still time to reconsider." Natasha swallowed hard, gritted her teeth, and replied, "No, I wish to continue observing." Riga nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Stryker led them to a room reminiscent of an operating theater. The spacious area was bustling with medical personnel engaged in various preparations. At the center stood a surgical table, flanked by instruments of all sorts. Though Natasha appeared oblivious to them, she walked directly to a table where a heavy box lay, containing 3 vials of serum in different hues, shimmering enticingly under the light. Lifting a blue vial, she asked, "What is this?" Riga sighed and replied, "This is what has been prepared for you." Upon hearing this, Natasha picked up the other 2 vials, one transparent and the other a pale yellow. Riga approached slowly, leaning against the table, and said, "Before we proceed, there are a few things I wish to share with you." Natasha turned her head at his words. Gazing into his lake green eyes, Riga sighed, "Natasha, you know that the world we inhabit is not simple." "Yes, you have mentioned it before," she acknowledged. Riga continued, "On a cosmic level, here on Earth, we humans are not the only intelligent species, or rather, Homo sapiens are not the sole sentient beings. I know, during my missions over the years, I have encountered some rather peculiar individuals. Then you must be aware of the existence of mutants." Natasha nodded. "Most of them appear similar to us, but within them lies a unique gene, a gene that endows them with various extraordinary abilities, transcending the limits of man. This gene is referred to as the X gene." "Are you implying this?" Natasha suddenly grasped the implication, her eyes widening as her hand trembled around the vial of serum. Riga nodded affirmatively. "In your possession lies a vial of pale yellow serum, belonging to the individual whose claw marks you observed in the previous room. He is known as Logan, famously referred to as Wolverine, endowed with the extraordinary ability of rapid regeneration." Wolverine. This name seems familiar to Natasha. After some contemplation, she realizes he has lived for an extensive period, participating in countless wars. It is no surprise that you have heard of him, for his notoriety stems from his remarkable capability of swift healing. Swift healing? Natasha felt a twinge of astonishment, as it appeared to be a universal desire to recover quickly from injuries. Although she had heard whispers of it, she had never witnessed it firsthand. Hydra had invested considerable effort in researching this area, and S.H.I.E.L.D had also spared no resources. The super soldier serum had endowed Captain America with a degree of this ability, yet it fell far short of true rapid regeneration. Indeed, once you successfully merge, you will reclaim what you have lost. Riga chuckled, adding that thereafter, you need not fear blades, bullets, or bombs. Any harm you sustain will heal completely, and you may even retain your youth indefinitely. Is that true? Upon hearing Riga's words, Natasha felt a dryness in her throat. The thought of soon returning to normalcy brought tears to her eyes. "Naturally, this was the method I had prepared for you." Riga gestured towards another vial of serum in Natasha's hand, this transparent serum, which originated from Nightcrawler. Following Riga's indication, S.H.I.E.L.D. summoned Nightcrawler. When Natasha beheld the sudden appearance of the blue creature, adorned with intricate patterns and resembling a devil, she was taken aback. This is Nightcrawler, endowed with the power of teleportation, Riga explained. Natasha scrutinized him closely. It was her first encounter with someone possessing the ability to teleport. Additionally, this vial of blue serum comes from a remarkably powerful mutant known as Iceman, whose abilities are, as one might expect, related to ice. Why are you telling me all this? Natasha inquired. Because I wish for you to understand where your abilities will stem from, should you succeed. After saying this, Riga gestured towards S.H.I.E.L.D., whom you just asked about, did you not? Natasha nodded. He is an expert in mutant research, a colonel in the military, and it can be said that no one possesses greater expertise in the realm of genetic fusion than he does. Natasha gazed in surprise at the portly man with graying hair, a fact she had indeed been unaware of. It is no wonder, as S.H.I.E.L.D's clandestine research into genetic fusion is known to few, even within the government. After all, it is not a matter of great prestige. Thus only a select few participants are privy to this knowledge. Moreover, his son is also a mutant. Without pausing, Riga continued in a grave tone. And he harbors a profound hatred for mutants. What? Natasha was astonished. How could this be? This requires a lengthy explanation. Riga sighed. You need not concern yourself with the details for now. All you must understand is that the impending transformation will derive its power from these mutants. Our society is far too narrow-minded to accommodate them, yet we cannot afford to be so. Natasha nodded. I understand. They were despised and hated by ordinary people due to the power they wielded, yet in truth, ordinary individuals were often envious of them, for they possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, even annihilating all of humanity. Natasha softly inquired, are you referring to Professor X? Riga silently nodded. Fortunately, he is a pacifist, otherwise, humanity would have already faced extinction. Natasha struggled to speak, yet no words emerged. In truth, S.H.I.E.L.D. had once included Professor Charles in their list and even sent agents to conduct some tests. However, the professor's abilities were far too formidable, as Riga mentioned. He could effortlessly eradicate all of humanity. When faced with agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., the professor expressed his desire to remain uninvolved with them, preferring that his life not be disturbed. Each party should mind their own business. In light of his overwhelming power, Fury had no choice but to acquiesce to the Professor's wishes. Although powerful mutants are rare, it is precisely this terrifying strength that instills fear in ordinary people, leading to rejection, hatred, and ultimately oppression, even slaughter. This tendency is not limited to how we treat them. We exhibit it towards ourselves as well. Natasha nodded, acknowledging the plethora of examples of genocide throughout history. Yet, who decrees that the world must be governed solely by humanity? Riga shook his head. We are far too self-righteous. The Industrial Revolution endowed humanity with the power to tame nature, fostering a sense of confidence, even arrogance. However, life has evolved over 4 billion years. While human history spans merely a few million years, this is only within the context of Earth's biological history. In the vast universe, it is but a blip. Technology has rendered us excessively arrogant, stripping away our sense of reverence. It was not until the sudden emergence of mutants that we rediscovered the fear we had long forgotten. Riga chuckled lightly. How ironic. Natasha quietly observed Riga as he expounded on his reflections, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a different kind of light. I apologize. I tend to ramble when discussing them. Now, let us set aside this topic. Riga turned to her. I ask you once more, are you truly prepared? This transformation cannot guarantee 100% success. Natasha glanced down at the serum in her hand, gripping it tightly and nodding resolutely. Which one do you choose? Riga inquired. I want them all. Chapter 43. Fusion. Natasha lay naked upon the operating table, her curvaceous form revealing alluring contours. Riga was not in the mood to focus on these distractions. The surgery was about to commence. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D. was personally wielding the scalpel, Riga was still consumed with worry. He approached the operating table, bending slightly at the waist, anxiously gazing into Natasha's eyes. Natasha offered a faint smile, reassuring him. There's no need to be so tense. I am not anxious at all. Riga, however, did not reciprocate her smile but spoke gravely. while you will be administered anesthesia. It is imperative that you remain conscious throughout the procedure to endure the pain. Focus on a memorable event or person and concentrate your thoughts intently. It will help alleviate the discomfort. I understand, Natasha replied, gently squeezing Riga's arm, whispering comfortingly, "Do not worry, I will endure." Riga nodded and stepped aside, signaling S.H.I.E.L.D. to commence. S.H.I.E.L.D. instructed his team to begin, and thus the transformation officially commenced. Riga stood by anxiously, having little understanding of genetic modification. He could only place his hopes in S.H.I.E.L.D., praying for a smooth passage through this phase without complications. S.H.I.E.L.D. first extracted a substance from his son's cerebral secretions, carefully injecting it into Natasha's body. Then, unexpectedly to Riga, he administered the teleportation serum. Natasha exhibited no reaction. S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded, indicating that everything was normal. He proceeded to inject Wolverine's genes. The potency of Wolverine's genes soon manifested on Natasha's face, contorting into an expression of agony. Riga felt a tightening in his chest. After a brief interval, Natasha's complexion returned to normal, and her body began to exhibit noticeable changes. She seemed to have gained a bit of height. The scars from previous battles were gradually fading, and most strikingly, her red hair was growing rapidly. Riga estimated that if she were to stand, the tips of her hair would reach close to her waist. "It looks promising," S.H.I.E.L.D. observed before continuing the procedure. He retrieved the final vial of blue serum, containing the Iceman's genes. Given the potency of these genes, S.H.I.E.L.D. approached with heightened caution. As time passed and the genetic fusion progressed, Natasha's body began to tremble violently. To everyone's astonishment, upon the introduction of the Iceman's genes, a mutation appeared to occur in conjunction with Wolverine's. Beneath Natasha's skin, it appeared as if something was writhing, creating grotesque protrusions. Suddenly, her hands, laid flat, manifested two bone blades extending from her wrists, injuring several nearby medical personnel who could not evade in time. However, in contrast to Wolverine's bone blades, Natasha's protrusions were translucent, imbued with a hint of delicate blue, rendering them not only fearsome but strikingly beautiful. This transformation took everyone by surprise. None could have anticipated that the fusion of two distinct genes would yield such an anomaly. A moment of bewilderment enveloped the room as all eyes turned towards S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. meticulously re-evaluated Natasha's vital signs, confirming their normalcy, before nodding at Riga. Gritting his teeth, Riga signaled for S.H.I.E.L.D. to proceed. S.H.I.E.L.D. turned back, embarking on the final phase of the operation. As the conclusion drew near, he wiped the perspiration from his brow, only to suddenly observe a layer of ice crystals beginning to manifest upon Natasha's body. "Be cautious, retreat quickly," S.H.I.E.L.D. shouted. The medical staff, recognizing the imminent danger, instinctively shrieked and scattered in all directions. The ice crystals proliferated at an alarming rate, swiftly enveloping the entire operating table and extending outward. S.H.I.E.L.D. and his team had already exited the room, while Riga remained motionless, fixated on the operating table. The icy tendrils rapidly crept towards his feet, quickly ascending his legs. With a surge of muscle, Riga shattered the ice crystals. At last, the encroaching frost ceased its advance. Standing outside the door, S.H.I.E.L.D. beheld the room now encased in a thick layer of ice, the temperature plummeting to the extent that one could see their breath in the frigid air. Leaving him utterly astonished, Riga slowly approached the operating table, gazing at Natasha. She was completely encased in ice and snow, as though entombed in a frozen sarcophagus. Her fiery red hair and flawless skin appeared extraordinarily radiant against the pale blue backdrop of the frost. Then, with a series of cracking sounds, the ice enveloping Natasha began to fracture, ultimately disintegrating into fragments that fell away. As Natasha opened her eyes, the first sight she beheld was the concerned visage of Riga. She smiled, abruptly sitting up and enveloping him in a tight embrace. Riga, momentarily taken aback, sensed the warmth of her embrace and realized that the danger had passed. The fusion had been successful. As his hands glided over the smooth skin of Natasha's back, a wave of exhilaration coursed through him, eliciting a physical response. Noticing Riga's reaction, Natasha stifled a chuckle and gently pushed him away. Embarrassed, Riga scratched his head, suddenly recalling that Natasha was completely unclothed, and hurriedly steeled himself to take in the sight. However, his expectations were dashed as Natasha had donned a nurse's white coat, obscuring her exquisite figure. Natasha glanced around before inquiring, "Did I cause this?" "Yes," Riga affirmed with a nod. "It appears this ability is quite formidable." Natasha touched the shattered ice fragments upon the operating table. Remarkably powerful, she concurred. Riga added silently to himself that it would only grow stronger in time. Yet, Natasha's attention swiftly diverted elsewhere. Is the surgery successful? She inquired, her voice tinged with excitement. Indeed, came the reply. In my body. Natasha's anticipation was palpable. Let's take an X-ray first. That will reveal everything. She nodded vigorously. Riga gestured for Strick to escort Natasha to the radiology room. The procedure was effortless, and soon Natasha was presented with a large black and white image. Her gaze fixated on a particular area of the photograph. As an agent and a woman, she comprehended all too well what it signified. It worked, it truly worked, she murmured. Yes, Natasha, it has succeeded. I have succeeded. I am no longer a monster. Natasha's body trembled slightly, tears shimmering in her eyes. Riga offered a small smile. He felt genuine happiness for Natasha, yet a sense of sorrow lingered within him. The Hydra had inflicted immeasurable harm. In an instant, Natasha rushed forward, embracing Riga tightly and whispering, "Thank you." A kiss was softly pressed against the left side of his face. She then released him, her eagerness evident as she had yet to change into proper attire. Her exquisite figure was subtly revealed beneath her garments, and her sudden movement exposed her allure even further. Riga found himself entranced. Natasha clearly relished Riga's reaction, letting out a triumphant hum. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "I think I've grown taller." "Indeed, it must be due to the mutation of Wolverine's genes within you," Riga replied, reluctantly concealing his admiration. Natasha was still somewhat taken aback. Although she had only gained about 5 centimeters, the difference felt significant to her. After processing the surprise of the surgery, she quickly regained her composure. Donning the clothes Riga had brought, she stepped lightly toward the door. "Where are you headed?" Riga asked hastily. She turned, playfully beckoning him with her finger, her smile radiant. Now that the surgery has succeeded, it's imperative to test the results. Riga shook his head, following her closely. Chapter 44. Capability Assessment. To minimize disruption, Riga sought a secluded location. This spot lay above the snow line, where the winds howled. It was midday, and the sunlight bathed the landscape, illuminating the eternal snow that blanketed the lush coniferous forest, glimmering with a dazzling golden hue. Natasha gazed at the golden expanse, captivated. Perhaps due to the infusion of Iceman's genes, she felt an unusual kinship with the vastness of ice and snow surrounding her. "You know, I have always adored ice and snow," Natasha said softly. Why is that?" Riga inquired, intrigued. "Because of its purity." Riga fell silent upon hearing this. Those born of darkness yearn even more for the light. Natasha felt that she had lost such purity, which was why she spoke thus. The mountain wind howled, causing the garments of both to flutter. Riga suddenly chuckled. "I too have a fondness for ice, but merely for its exquisite beauty." Natasha offered a light laugh. "Well, time is indeed precious. Let us hasten to test your abilities," Riga suggested. "All right," Natasha nodded. "First, we shall test your ability to teleport." Riga glanced at a nearby rocky platform and said to Natasha, "Do you see that stone? Concentrate your attention there and teleport." Natasha fixated on the massive rock, then slowly closed her eyes. As her ability activated, her figure transformed into a wisp of blue smoke beside Riga. He watched in astonishment as Natasha vanished, only to reappear above the rock not far away. Riga clenched his fists in triumph. She had succeeded. Natasha felt a dizzying whirl before realizing she was suspended in midair, surrounded by jagged rocks and pristine white snow beneath her feet. As it was her first time utilizing this power, she was not yet accustomed to such a mode of movement. When she suddenly found herself airborne, she was momentarily disoriented, leading her to plummet directly to the ground. Riga, witnessing this from a distance, hurried over, fearing for her safety. By the time he arrived, Natasha was attempting to rise. Blood trickled from her forehead, revealing a modest wound. Yet, to Riga's astonishment, the injury healed at a visible pace, returning to normal within a single breath. Apart from the dirt smudged on her face, there was no evidence of her earlier injury. Natasha had crashed heavily onto the protruding rock, feeling a sharp pain in her forehead. Upon looking up, she saw bloodstains on the stone. Instinctively, she touched her forehead, only to find no signs of injury, just dirt and snow. "It has truly healed," Natasha exclaimed, filled with joy. "The speed of recovery exceeded my expectations. It seems the gene fusion is remarkably effective," Riga remarked with a smile. Natasha replied, "I never imagined you would witness me in such a disheveled state." "Not at all. This is what one might call chaotic beauty. Hearing Riga's praise, Natasha smiled again, her charm captivating. That was merely the first attempt, and I was unskilled. With more practice, I shall improve. Riga, brimming with excitement, declared, now, let us proceed to test the next ability. I have great expectations for this one. Natasha nodded thoughtfully. Before we proceed, I must share a story with you. Riga raised his hand. Natasha paused her movements, looking at Riga with curiosity. Once upon a time, Riga began, and Natasha couldn't help but chuckle. Once upon a time? Well, Riga scratched his head. I'm not quite sure when it was, but let us just say it was a long time ago. Natasha still tilted her head, smiling. Ignoring her playful teasing, Riga continued. There was a tall man, a formidable warrior whose power was ice. Natasha's demeanor shifted, her expression turning serious. He created numerous artifacts from ice blades, ice hammers, ice spears, ice dragons, and more, pushing the boundaries of ice to its fullest potential. He was not able to teleport, so when he encountered ravines, he would ingeniously use ice to form bridges. In fact, during brief sea voyages, he would lay down an icy path upon the water and ride across it. Natasha's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With these abilities, he became a renowned figure. Yet, what truly set him apart was his most prized technique, known as the Ice Age, Riga whispered. Ice Age, Natasha echoed softly. That was a breathtaking technique that astonished the entire world, Riga remarked, for he had once encased an entire sea in ice. Before Natasha could express her amazement, Riga added. On another occasion, a volcanic eruption unleashed torrents of molten lava, threatening a small town below. As fate would have it, he happened to pass by and witnessed this catastrophic scene. He approached the seething lava, extended his hand, and with a swift invocation of the Ice Age, he instantly froze the encroaching molten rock, averting disaster. Natasha's eyes widened. If such feats were indeed achievable, calling him a god would not be an exaggeration. Where did this story originate? I've never heard of it before, she inquired. Riga coughed lightly. Such questions are best left unexamined, he replied with a serious tone. I share this tale to convey that ice is the most liberated of elements, with boundless potential, limited only by the constraints of your imagination. Imagination, Natasha murmured. The potential of this ability is vast, beyond your wildest dreams. Therefore, Natasha, let your creativity flow freely. Understood, Natasha nodded earnestly. Very well, let us begin. Following his words, Natasha turned, crouched down, closed her eyes, and gently placed her hands on the ground. A flurry of snow and ice quietly emerged, gradually spreading from beneath her feet. The pace of the ice's formation quickened, accompanied by the sound of cracking. From a distance, the entire hillside was entirely cloaked in frost, transformed into a world of crystalline clarity. Natasha exhaled softly, gradually rising to her feet. Gazing upon the snowy realm she had conjured, she did not pause to admire it. Instead, she extended her hand once more, prompting the smooth ice surface to come alive. Towering ice spires soon emerged, piercing the crystalline landscape. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The ice began to shift with increasing velocity, and before Riga's astonished eyes, a house of frost slowly ascended from the ground, standing tall amidst the vast forest. Though modest in size and somewhat distorted in shape, it undeniably resembled a dwelling. Upon completing this feat, Natasha felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, her legs weakened, and she collapsed. Riga, witnessing this, hurried to support her, the softness of her touch stirring something within him. Natasha tilted her head upward and inquired, "How is it?" As he beheld her exquisite visage, an overwhelming impulse surged through Riga, compelling him to lean down and kiss her. Natasha did not resist. It was a kiss, pure and simple. Afterward, Riga seated himself with the somewhat weakened Natasha cradled in his arms, gazing down at the dreamlike world beneath them, and with a double entendre, he remarked, "Marvelous." Chapter 45, The Call of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the days that followed, Riga and Natasha spent their time entwined together, while Natasha further honed her abilities. With Riga's theoretical support, her learning and progress accelerated rapidly, particularly with her newfound power of teleportation, which she now wielded with confidence. "Riga, come here quickly," Natasha called out. Riga chuckled helplessly and quickened his pace to catch up. Natasha, utilizing her teleportation ability, could effectively soar through the air. With a few flickers, she could traverse great distances, though her recent mastery limited her to short bursts and durations. At that moment, she called to Riga from afar. Natasha reveled in the sensation, delighting in the exhilarating rush of wind against her ears as she experienced the weightlessness of free fall. The thrill of freedom captivated her. She closed her eyes, spread her arms wide, and allowed herself to plummet toward the ground, watching as the forest loomed closer. Then, she activated her ability once more, reappearing high in the air. "Are you not afraid of a heart attack?" Riga called out with a laugh from above. "Have you forgotten my healing ability?" "Even if I were to suffer a heart attack, I would not fear it," Natasha replied with a proud toss of her head. Riga found himself utterly defeated, speechless as he observed Natasha reveling in her antics. Suddenly, Riga's phone rang. He retrieved it from his pocket, and the screen displayed Nick Fury's name. Furrowing his brow, he pressed the answer button. Upon seeing Riga's serious demeanor as he took the call, Natasha instantly teleported beside him, wrapping her arms around him and studying his expression. "Very well, I understand. I shall inform her," Riga stated before ending the call. "What transpired?" Natasha inquired. "Loki has arrived," Riga replied coolly. "Let us go? Fury has summoned us back for a mission." With that, he took Natasha in his arms and soared back. "Is this the same Loki you mentioned during our last encounter in New Mexico?" Natasha asked, tilting her head. "Indeed, he is the one who caused the chaos last time. That wretched fellow remains unrelenting and has returned to wreak havoc." Riga's tone grew icy. Natasha squeezed Riga's arm gently. Feeling the pressure, Riga looked down and smiled, "Nevertheless, this presents an opportunity to assess your combat prowess." With a confident smile, Natasha replied, "Of course, I am up for the challenge. By the way, we need to return to the base to retrieve something that should be ready now." Riga adjusted their course and sped towards the base. Upon their return, Riga sought out Strick immediately. "Is the item completed?" "Yes, please take a look," Strick responded, retrieving a dagger from a nearby box. The dagger was exquisite, adorned with intricate patterns, shimmering in a silvery hue, its razor-sharp blade capable of slicing through hair with ease, glimmering with a cold light. "It has been crafted from adamantium as per your specifications," Strick added. Riga picked it up and skillfully twirled it, nodding in approval. He then handed it to Natasha. "Here, this is for you." A look of delight spread across Natasha's face as she accepted the dagger, her heart brimming with joy. Its stunning appearance alone was enough to captivate her interest. Furthermore, this was the first gift Riga had bestowed upon her, making it impossible for her to dislike it. Watching Natasha admire the dagger, Riga smiled faintly. Natasha was not accustomed to utilizing the bone spikes that extended from her wrists, despite their convenience. Hence, Riga had crafted this dagger for her. As an agent, proficiency with a dagger was an essential skill, even in this era of firearms. The allure of such an ancient weapon remained undiminished, with many admirers. Moreover, the dagger's size was just right. It was unobtrusive and easily portable. "All right, let's stow it away for now," Riga remarked. "We must depart. A significant trouble awaits us." The dagger danced briefly at Natasha's fingertips before she tucked it away. After Riga relayed some instructions to Strick, he and Natasha departed. They did not dawdle on their journey and quickly arrived in New York by plane. In a clandestine S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Riga and Natasha met Fury, whose expression was grave, and it was evident that he had sustained an injury to his left arm, which he supported with a medical sling around his neck. Natasha witnessed Fury's injury and hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "What happened?" Fury glanced at his arm and replied nonchalantly, "I accidentally got shot. It's nothing serious." Riga, standing behind Natasha, slowly asked, "What exactly transpired?" Fury fell silent for a moment before continuing. "We encountered an issue in our research that inexplicably attracted Loki. He seized the Tesseract, and Agent Barton along with Dr. Hill have turned traitor." "Turned traitor?" Natasha expressed her disbelief. "Barton's a top-tier agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. How could he so easily betray us?" "To be precise, they were manipulated," Fury clarified. "Loki used his spear to touch their chests and exerted control over them." A surge of anger welled up within Natasha. Her feelings for Barton ran deep. After all, Fury had once sent Barton to confront her, and despite having the opportunity to eliminate her, he chose to spare her life. In that regard, she owed him a debt. "Where is he now?" Natasha asked swiftly, her tone somewhat abrupt. Fury shook his head darkly. "I don't know. The gamma radiation emitted by the Tesseract is too faint for our people to track." "Gamma radiation?" Riga inquired. "Indeed, thus we need him for this task," Fury stated, his tone both resigned and resolute. "We must send someone to retrieve him, and we must ensure his cooperation." Natasha gasped, "Oh my God. Dr. Banner?" Riga pondered silently. "Have you decided who to send?" Riga asked, aware that he was not someone easily persuaded. "I have." Fury pointed at the two of them. "I intend to send you and Agent Romanoff." "Us?" Riga was taken aback, surprised that he would accompany her. "Agent Romanoff will be responsible for persuading him, while you will ensure her safe extraction in case of any unforeseen circumstances," Fury explained. Riga chuckled at this. "That one be necessary. Although I may not match her in combat, Natasha can certainly handle herself." Natasha smiled confidently as well. "Oh." Fury raised an eyebrow, then began to sense something amiss. He had been preoccupied with Loki's situation and had not observed Riga and Natasha closely until now. "Natasha, have you grown taller?" Fury remarked uncertainly. "Yes." Natasha replied with a smile. Then Fury noticed Riga's smug expression. "Could it be that something is developing between you two?" he asked incredulously. "Alice." Riga feigned casualness with a dismissive gesture. "Yes, it's exactly as you think." "Oh." Fury raised an eyebrow, turning back to Natasha. "I never imagined you would take a liking to him." "Hey, how can you speak like that?" Riga cast a disgruntled glance at Fury. "What do you mean? You actually have your eyes on me? I am quite remarkable, you know?" Natasha chuckled softly. "I didn't expect it either, but the reality is as such." Observing Natasha's demeanor, Fury ceased to dwell on the matter. The S.H.I.E.L.D had no prohibitions regarding this. Besides, even if there were, Riga was not one to be thwarted by such constraints. "Well, congratulations then," Fury remarked, allowing a rare smile to play at the corners of his mouth. "You might want to refrain from smiling. It's rather terrifying," Riga quipped, feigning a shiver. Fury's expression darkened at the jest. "You mentioned that Agent Romanoff can fend for herself. What did you mean by that?" Fury quickly regained his composure and inquired seriously. "That is none of your concern. Suffice it to say, you know it's true," Riga replied, shaking his head. "Natasha?" With Riga unwilling to elaborate, Fury redirected his inquiry to Natasha. "I'm afraid, boss, this secret belongs to him, since he is reluctant to share." "I am equally at a loss," Natasha shrugged. Fury felt a wave of helplessness wash over him once again. "Very well. It seems I have no choice but to trust you both," he stated, though his thoughts remained inscrutable. He then asked Natasha, "Do you require me to send someone to accompany you?" "No, I can manage alone. This way, it won't provoke the other party, increasing the likelihood of success," Natasha replied, shaking her head. "Hey, Natasha," Riga stepped closer to her, speaking softly. "If the situation becomes untenable, retreat immediately. Safety comes first. Rest assured, I will be fine." Natasha assured him gently, sensing Riga's concern. "Time is of the essence. You should depart at once." Observing Riga's audacity in his presence, Fury promptly asserted himself. Riga shot Fury an indignant glare, prompting Natasha to smile slightly at the exchange before she suddenly vanished from sight. "It appears I underestimated you," Fury remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Riga. "Are you dazed?" Riga took a few steps forward and perched himself on the desk opposite Fury. "It's too early to be astonished. Even greater surprises await." Without heeding Fury's inquisitive expression, Riga continued, "You should be aware of Captain America's whereabouts. I wish to meet him." "How do you know of the captain's existence?" Fury queried. "I possess knowledge of many things. It's unnecessary to divulge every detail to you," Riga replied, narrowing his eyes. However, he refrained from probing further. After all, the plan was already underway, and a meeting was inevitable. An earlier encounter could foster rapport. Nodding, he said, "Follow me." I was just about to seek him out. Chapter 46. Captain America. Riga accompanied Fury into a modest underground gym. Upon entering, Riga was immediately met with the dull thuds of punches being thrown, interspersed with intermittent grunts. As Rhaegar advanced further, he beheld in the center of the hall a robust man clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and gray sweatpants, relentlessly delivering powerful punches to a heavy bag. This formidable figure was none other than Captain America. His strikes grew increasingly fervent, causing the heavy bag to quiver under the impact of his sharp fists. In a matter of moments, a heavy right cross sent the bag soaring. By then, the bag was tattered, with a considerable dent formed in its center, from which brown iron sand began to trickle out. "Having trouble sleeping?" Fury inquired loudly. The captain, catching his breath, turned at the sound of Fury's voice. "I've been asleep for 70 years, Director. I believe I've had my fill," he replied. At that moment, Rhaegar and Fury approached the captain. Rhaegar remained silent, observing the captain closely. Standing at one, 88 meters, with golden short hair, blue eyes, a chiseled jawline, and well-defined muscles, Rhaegar marveled at his striking appearance. Particularly captivating were the captain's eyes, pure and resolute, exuding an indomitable spirit. While Rhaegar appraised the captain returned the scrutiny. Rhaegar, of Asian descent and slightly shorter than the captain, bore a physique that, while not as exaggeratedly muscular, was remarkably proportionate. Even through his clothing, one could sense the latent strength within him. He walked with a steady gait and possessed a firm gaze, marking him as a formidable opponent. The captain formed his own judgment, indifferent to Rhaegar's appearance. Fury, observing the mutual appraisal, broke the silence. Rhaegar, allow me to introduce you to Captain America. Steve Rogers, a living legend. Steve offered a humble smile. Fury then pointed to Rhaegar. Rhaegar, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, possesses considerable strength. He added, Captain, he hails from your old adversary, Hydra. At this, Steve's expression darkened. You are from Hydra? Rhaegar responded nonchalantly. Indeed, formerly known as the Winter Soldier of Hydra, Rhaegar. Fury shrugged. I suspect you both have much to discuss. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and strode away. Rhaegar and Steve locked eyes. The Winter Soldier? Steve questioned, somewhat perplexed. Well, it's understandable you are unaware, Captain, despite being Hydra's longtime foe. At the time of the Winter Soldier's emergence, you were already entombed in the Arctic, Rhaegar explained, moving to a nearby area where a row of heavy bags was neatly arranged. What is the Winter Soldier? Steve inquired once more. You see, the connection between the Winter Soldier and yourself is quite profound, Rhaegar replied, leaving Steve in a state of confusion. Rhaegar lifted a sandbag and glanced at the spot where Steve had just sent it flying. There was a hook there, and he hung the bag upon it. Captain, you must be familiar with the name Bucky, Rhaegar remarked softly. Steve's eyes narrowed, and he rushed forward, seizing Rhaegar and inquiring, Do you know Bucky's whereabouts? Is he still alive? Rhaegar smiled, shifting his body to free himself from Steve's grasp. Please, Captain, do not be so agitated. This is a lengthy tale. Steve was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, Rhaegar's strength was formidable. Adopting a boxing stance, Rhaegar lightly struck the sandbag a few times and continued. Years ago, during a mission, an unfortunate incident occurred. Bucky fell from a cliff and vanished without a trace. I am aware. I have always been concerned about that, Steve replied, his tone tinged with sorrow. Fortunately, he did not perish from the fall. Rhaegar raised a hand to indicate Steve should remain calm and allow him to finish. He was rescued by your old adversary. Who? Steve inquired. The scientist of Hydra, Zola. Upon hearing this name, Steve's brow furrowed. When he fell, he broke his left arm, and Hydra subsequently provided him with a new one. Rhaegar paused before elaborating, a magnificent and powerful metal left arm. Steve's expression turned more serious. Rhaegar attempted to strike the sandbag once more and added, Captain, you have been enhanced by the super soldier serum, correct? Steve nodded. Then you must be aware of the events that transpired. A hint of regret and sorrow crossed Steve's face. Yes, Hydra had spies in place, Dr. Erskine was murdered by them. Rhaegar shook his head. Not that. Steve furrowed his brow. Rhaegar reminded him, Red Skull. Only then did Steve recall that Red Skull had also injected the serum, though it had gone awry, transforming him into that monstrous form. Was it the serum left over from that time? Indeed. Rhaegar continued. Later, Hydra improved the serum and applied it to your dear brother Bucky. He articulated with emphasis. Thus he became the first Winter Soldier. Steve's countenance shifted dramatically. Once he became the Winter Soldier, Hydra wielded a formidable weapon, striking wherever they pleased. Impossible. Bucky is not that kind of person, Steve declared resolutely. I am well aware of that, but Hydra possesses exceptionally potent means of persuasion, Rhaegar sighed. I can attest to that. Steve gazed at Rhaegar with a furrowed brow. To put it simply, he was brainwashed, controlled, and then it spiraled out of control. Rhaegar paused. Howard, you should remember him. Yes, we fought side by side. The next part may be difficult for you to accept, Rhaegar stated. Bucky killed Howard, along with his wife. This is impossible, Steve shouted as he lunged forward, his gaze fixated on Rhaegar. Unfazed, Rhaegar replied coolly, nothing is impossible. As I mentioned earlier, he has been brainwashed. Every action he takes is under someone else's control. He wouldn't hesitate to kill you, nor would he flinch at the thought of Howard. Gradually, Steve began to comprehend Rhaegar's words. Why are you revealing this to me? Steve inquired solemnly. Because I am also a Winter Soldier. Steve's brow furrowed even deeper. Bucky did not kill Howard on a whim. It was because Howard possessed something, Riga murmured, the super soldier serum. I thought that after Dr. Erskine's death, the serum could no longer be produced, Steve remarked. Clearly, that is not the case. Howard had several vials in his possession. However, it cost him his life. The muscles in Steve's face twitched. After Hydra acquired the serum, they commenced further research, injecting it into new test subjects, all of whom were dubbed Winter Soldiers. Wait, you just said you are a Winter Soldier. Does that mean you are too? Steve's eyes widened. Indeed, I have also been injected with the serum. While I may not be perfect, I am certainly worthy of the title of Winter Soldier, Riga said, a sense of pride swelling within him. Later, I was chosen to participate in another experiment, which ended in a catastrophic explosion, leaving me as the sole survivor. Understanding dawned on Steve. So then, you joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Riga nodded. Steve's expression softened. It seemed Riga had a tale to tell. Why did you choose S.H.I.E.L.D? You could have gone anywhere, Steve asked. Riga turned his head slightly. I have my reasons. Steve furrowed his brow, but chose not to press further. That is not important. What matters is what I am about to tell you. What else is there? Steve asked, puzzled. I saw Bucky recently. Those words struck Steve like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. He quickly regained his composure and asked urgently, where did you see him? Is he all right? Riga did not answer, but turned away. Steve, anxious, watched him intently until he heard Riga say, he was on a mission, but unfortunately, he crossed paths with me. Growing increasingly anxious, Steve stepped forward and grasped Riga firmly. What have you done to him? Riga remained silent. Speak. What have you done to him? Steve shouted. Still. Riga said nothing. Bastard. Fueled by anger, Steve threw a powerful right hook, striking Riga squarely in the left cheek, sending him flying. Riga rose from the ground, touched his left cheek, and grinned. You finally made your move. Chapter 47. Confrontation with Captain America. Riga ran his tongue along the inside of his cheek, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Steve, having acted impulsively moments earlier, had sent Riga sprawling a considerable distance away. After a brief pause, his mind cleared significantly, and he quickly uttered an apology. I didn't mean to, but his words were swiftly interrupted by Riga. Enough chatter, let us settle this first. No sooner had he finished speaking than Riga exerted his legs, appearing before Steve in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Steve felt a blur before him, his body involuntarily propelled backward. Of course, Riga had refrained from utilizing his full strength, intentionally suppressing a portion of his physical prowess. Though Steve was a super soldier, he remained human. With the first punch landed, Riga pressed his advantage, his body moving fluidly as he unleashed another blow. Steve's left cheek barely registered the impact before his right cheek was struck again, causing him to stumble and fall to his knees. Having endured 2 consecutive assaults, Steve found himself momentarily disoriented. He shook his head, bracing himself with one hand on the ground, gazing at Riga with a simmering anger. Riga rolled his shoulders and, with an impassive expression, remarked, Aren't you curious about Bucky? Fight me, and if you win, I'll tell you. With that, he aimed another punch at the kneeling captain. However, this strike did not find its mark. Seeing Riga's fist flying toward him once more, Steve seized the opportunity, swiftly grasping Riga's right arm with both hands as if it were a vice. With a powerful twist of his waist, he executed a shoulder throw, sending Riga crashing against the wall behind him. Steve understood that this confrontation was unavoidable. The man before him had come seeking a fight. Resolute, he prepared to engage fully, knowing he had never shied away from battle. While inherently good-hearted, Steve was no mere pushover. Countless adversaries had fallen to his hand, and he had committed many acts that lay shrouded in darkness. Ultimately, he was a warrior, a truly formidable warrior. Slowly rising to his feet, Steve exhaled a deep breath, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Riga. Do you wish to fight? Then come at me. With that declaration, he charged toward Riga. The basement spanned merely a few dozen meters, and with the distance between them less than 10, it was inconsequential for Steve. In the blink of an eye, he reached Riga, unleashing a powerfully charged right straight. Riga extended his left arm, deflecting Steve's punch. Yet, Steve's assault was far from over. His left fist followed swiftly. Not content with that, he launched a ferocious roundhouse kick aimed directly at Riga's waist. Riga had not anticipated the sudden and fierce assault from Steve. He managed to block the first 2 strikes, but could not withstand the third. Steve's whip-like kick, imbued with the force of shattered stone, struck him hard in the waist. Under the influence of inertia, Riga felt his body lurch to the left before careening to the right, crashing against the boxing ring's fence, which instantly contorted into a V shape from the impact. Despite enduring a series of brutal blows from Steve, Riga's physical prowess was extraordinary. Such attacks were trivial for him. Utilizing the elasticity of the fence, he launched himself towards Steve with a speed far greater than before. Steve, having successfully landed a hit, did not ease his guard, remaining ever vigilant for Riga's counterattack. He sensed that this battle would not conclude easily. Indeed, as he observed Riga continuing his assault as if unscathed, Steve's conviction grew stronger. However, at that moment, he had no time for contemplation. Facing Riga's relentless advance, he did not evade but confronted him head-on. Riga, a product of the Winter Soldier program, faced off against Steve, a master of combat. After a brief period of testing one another, both had gained a fair understanding of each other's strength, allowing them to fully engage in earnest combat. Steve's techniques were exceptionally refined, his movements flowing like water, combining power with grace. In contrast, Riga's style was more ferocious, shaped by his Hydra experiences. Even though he had begun to shed his former ruthless tendencies, those habits remained deeply ingrained in his very being, compelling Steve to approach with caution. The two were evenly matched, exchanging blows with vigor, their fists colliding with a resounding force, creating an exhilarating spectacle. Their speed was remarkable, and the entire basement became a blur of their movements. They frequently crashed into walls and pillars, the tremendous force causing the already weathered surfaces to crack, leaving behind numerous indentations from their fists and deep fissures in several columns. Amidst this exchange of blows, Riga distinctly felt his combat skills improving. The techniques that belonged to the Winter Soldier were gradually resurfacing. His movements became increasingly fluid, surprising Steve with their effectiveness. However, as the fight continued, it became apparent that in this purely skill-based combat, he could not match Steve's expertise. After a while, Riga sensed his disadvantage becoming more pronounced, realizing that if things continued in this manner, defeat was inevitable. With this thought in mind, Riga feigned a strike, retreating several steps to evade Steve's attack and seizing the opportunity to exit the combat circle. Steve, still poised with his fists, regarded Riga with a hint of curiosity. Riga smiled slightly and remarked, "You truly are Captain America. Your combat skills are indeed unparalleled." "Flattery will get you nowhere," Steve replied coolly. "We've exchanged blows. Now you can tell me Bucky's whereabouts." Riga shook his head, stating that our earlier stipulation was clear. Should you defeat me, I would divulge the information. However, as of now, you have yet to claim victory. It's merely a matter of time. You are well aware of this, Steve advised. While your skills are commendable, you are not my equal. Such words seemed premature. "Captain, do not accuse me of bullying you." Riga laughed heartily as he lunged towards Steve. Observing Riga's somewhat frenzied demeanor, Steve furrowed his brow. Nonetheless, as a proficient warrior, he immediately assumed a defensive stance, braced for Riga's assault. As before, Riga unleashed a powerful right hook, prompting Steve to raise his arm, prepared to block the blow. Yet, upon the impact of Riga's fist against his left arm, Steve's expression shifted dramatically. An overwhelming force emanated from Riga's strike, and Steve distinctly heard the cracking of his own bones. In an instant, his body was propelled like a cannonball into the adjacent wall, which collapsed under the force, creating a sizable breach. Coughing amidst the dust and debris, Steve emerged, his astonishment still evident on his face. Riga grinned, remarking, "See, I did warn you. Perhaps I spoke too soon." Before Steve could react, Riga moved swiftly, reappearing before him. "Oh no," Steve thought, instinctively preparing to defend himself. However, the unrestrained Riga was far beyond what Steve could withstand. Before he could comprehend Riga's movement, he felt himself airborne once more, crashing heavily against the nearby boxing ring. Riga, indifferent to Steve's plight, had previously engaged in a display of combat skills, but now, seizing the opportunity, he relished the chance to dominate the legendary Captain America, believing it to be beneficial for both his body and spirit. Due to the vast disparity in their strengths, Steve could only endure Riga's relentless barrage, unable to mount even a basic defense. With a thunderous right uppercut connecting solidly with Steve's abdomen, he was launched into the air, colliding violently with the ceiling, which shattered under the impact. Before crashing down to the ground, Riga paused, deeming it sufficient. Steve struggled to push aside the debris pinning him down and managed to rise, albeit with great difficulty. His clothing lay in tatters, His face was bruised, his mouth stained with blood, and his abdomen churned uncomfortably, as if all his organs were twisted together, likely with several broken ribs. His once strong legs could barely support him, leaving him swaying, gasping for breath, on the brink of collapse. Yet, he remained standing. Steve raised his arm once more, adopting a fighting stance, even though he could no longer clench his fist. Riga silently regarded Steve, stating, "You are not my equal." Steve had lost even the strength to smile. Though he felt exceedingly weak at that moment, he resolutely declared, "Come on, I can keep fighting." This phrase seemed to have become a hallmark of Steve. As a superhero, unlike many others, he possessed no extraordinary abilities, and his physical prowess was merely average, far from exceptional. Yet, he remained a formidable superhero, fundamentally due to his indomitable spirit. This tenacity was not something that emerged only after he became Captain America. It had taken root long ago, even when he was still quite frail. Even then, when confronted by opponents much larger than himself, he would clench his fists and resolutely retaliate. Subsequently, the super soldier serum only intensified this trait, rendering him ever more resilient. The word give up had never existed in his vocabulary. Riga held him in profound respect. Hearing this declaration in person was a vastly different experience than witnessing it on screen, especially after having undergone it himself. He nodded, paying tribute to the captain. "You are a warrior deserving of respect." Steve managed a faint smile. "Since you are indeed a true warrior, I will afford you the respect you deserve." Steve clenched his fists tightly. Then, he felt a powerful blow and darkness engulfed him, causing him to lose consciousness. Chapter 48. Conversation. Riga gazed at the unconscious captain lying on the ground, speechless. The sound of footsteps echoed. Tap, tap, tap. "Is it over?" Fury inquired. He then surveyed the surroundings, noting the devastation. Debris scattered everywhere, walls marred with cracks, and the boxing ring in the center of the basement reduced to a heap of wreckage, alongside the unconscious Steve. He shook his head. "Don't you think you were a bit too rough?" "He merely lost consciousness. With his physical condition, he will recover swiftly," Riga replied. Fury nodded. "All right. Let South leave this place for somewhere less dilapidated." Riga hoisted the captain, and they exited together. "Have you located Loki?" Riga asked as they walked. "Not yet. That depends on Natasha. The device emits very faint gamma rays, and we need Banner to pinpoint him." At this point, Fury couldn't help but ask again. "Are you sure Natasha can handle this alone? After all, it's Dr. Banner. What if?" Riga waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, Natasha is no longer the same Natasha. Trust her, you'll be astounded by her performance this time." Fury shot him a sidelong glance. "I still want to know exactly what happened." Riga smiled. "Director Fury, do not be impatient. In due time, you will understand." The two engaged in conversation as they ascended to a spacious room on the upper floor. Riga gently placed the captain onto the sofa and continued his discussion with Fury regarding Loki. Before long, the captain regained consciousness, albeit with a lingering weakness. "Hey," he managed to croak, noticing the two deep in conversation. "Ah, Captain, you're awake," Riga greeted him warmly. The captain slowly propped himself up, rubbing his still dizzy head. "Would you like some water?" Riga inquired. "No, thank you," the captain replied. After a brief moment of recuperation, he felt sufficiently alert. "I appreciate your restraint. It seems I truly am no match for you," he said with a wry smile. "Captain, do not feel too disheartened. After all, this individual is not an ordinary opponent. You will come to understand in due time," Fury reassured him from the side. The captain nodded. Turning his gaze towards Riga, he earnestly asked, "Although I could not defeat you, could you divulge the whereabouts of Bucky? You truly care for him, don't you?" Riga remarked. "Bucky has been my friend since childhood," the captain affirmed. "Ah, what a commendable friendship," Riga mused. After a brief pause, he continued, "I do not know where Bucky currently is. However, during my last visit to Natasha, I happened to encounter him. I severed his metallic left arm and let him go." The captain felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this, yet he also sighed in relief. As long as Bucky was alive, that was what mattered. Fury, upon hearing Riga's words, furrowed his brow. "Bucky, the captain's childhood friend, he is still alive?" "Indeed, not only is he alive, but he is also the Winter Soldier." Riga's revelation took Fury aback. Although he was aware of Hydra's Winter Soldier, he had no knowledge that Bucky was involved. I too was unaware of his whereabouts. Finding Hydra has always been a challenge, let alone the Winter Soldier. I was merely fortunate during my last encounter. Last encounter? You mean the incident in Iran? Fury queried. Yes. Why did I not find any mention of this individual in Agent Romanoff's report? Because she was unaware. She was shot during the encounter and lost consciousness, nearly losing her life. Thus she could not identify him. Riga shrugged. As for my failure to report, I likely just forgot. Fury's expression darkened slightly. Observing Riga's playful banter with Fury, the captain couldn't help but chuckle. Despite Fury's displeasure at Riga's omission of this information, he had nonetheless acquired a valuable piece of intelligence. The revelation that Bucky was also the Winter Soldier, and having survived this long, suggested he had undoubtedly been subjected to some form of enhancement. Fury immediately contemplated unresolved mysteries that had lingered for years. Perhaps this could serve as a breakthrough. However, matters regarding the Winter Soldier could be addressed later. The immediate concerns required attention. Fury silently formulated his plans. He turned around and retrieved a folder. This contains all the information regarding the mission. Captain, please take a look, he said, rising to his feet. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Coulson will come to collect you later. Riga raised his hand in farewell, and the captain nodded in acknowledgement as he began to peruse the contents of the folder. After a while, he closed the folder. I should have examined this sooner, the captain mused, shaking the document in his hand. Riga chuckled. Fortunately, you did not. Otherwise, I would have missed the opportunity to confront the illustrious Captain America. Ah, so you had this planned all along, the captain replied. Indeed, you caught me, Riga said with a mischievous grin, leaning back slightly. However, it was truly worthwhile. After battling you, my combat skills have improved significantly, which is immensely beneficial for me. I am pleased to have been of assistance. The captain raised an eyebrow. Haha, thank you. Consider this a debt I owe you, Riga laughed heartily. In the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me to repay this favor. I certainly will, the captain replied with a smile. The captain's charisma was undeniably strong. He exuded a generous spirit, and his warm smile was immensely comforting. May I call you Steve? Riga inquired. Of course, why not? The captain responded, then added, however, I am yet unaware of your codename. Codenames? Riga was taken aback. Indeed, everyone possesses a codename. Just look at this document. Hulk, Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye. Even I have the moniker Captain America. Yet you are simply known as Riga, Steve stated while flipping through the pages. Codenames, Riga reflected. He once bore the title Winter Soldier, yet he no longer served Hydra. Although his origins lay in that identity, it felt inappropriate to continue using it. I have not given this much thought, Riga admitted wistfully. Steve shrugged. Personally, I think winter suits you well. Winter, Riga murmured. Indeed, you were originally the Winter Soldier. Now you can discard the soldier and simply retain Winter, Steve suggested, though this is merely my opinion. Winter, Winter, Riga silently repeated to himself. Like Natasha, he held a unique affinity for winter. Raised in the harsh, frigid expanse of Siberia, he did not, like many others, view that white landscape with disdain. On the contrary, it deepened his fondness for the season. The ground is white, the air is cold, and snowflakes as large as hands fall from the sky. The imagery of a sky blanketed with delicate snowflakes captivated Riga, even in thought. Once, during moments of leisure, he would often stand in an open field, arms outstretched, feeling the fierce winds intermingled with snowflakes whistling past his fingers. The biting cold of the Siberian gusts stung his face. Yet this very pain incessantly reminded him of his existence. Pain, indeed, was the testament of life. When the tempest did not rage, the entire landscape lay draped in a silvery shroud, exuding an extraordinary serenity and tranquility, imbued with a quiet beauty. This harmonious interplay of movement and stillness caused Riga to fall deeply in love with winter. Thus, when he became the Winter Soldier, he was imbued with an exhilarating fervor, not solely due to his newfound prowess and the abundance of resources at his disposal, but also because of the intrinsic allure of the moniker itself. However, the title of Winter Soldier had now become a relic of the past for Riga, whereas winter would eternally endure. Yet, his present abilities were explosive in nature, rendering winter an ill-suited companion. Shaking his head, Riga decided to postpone the discussion of nicknames, prioritizing the resolution of Loki's predicament. What is your perspective on this mission? Riga shifted the topic. Based on the information above, this will undoubtedly be a formidable battle, the captain remarked, raising the document in his hand. He then shifted his tone, stating solemnly, however, since they dare to invade our homeland, They must be prepared for death. Riga grinned widely, recognizing the captain as a top-tier warrior, instantly transitioning into a state of combat readiness. Let us impart upon them a grievous lesson. Chapter 49. The celestial aircraft carrier. While the two were engrossed in their conversation, the door to the room swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit strode in. Coulson, long time no see, Riga greeted warmly. Riga, Captain. It is a pleasure to see you both, Coulson replied with a gentle smile. The captain, meeting Coulson for the first time, nodded in acknowledgement. Are you here to escort us? Did Fury send for you? Riga inquired. Yes, time is of the essence. We must depart immediately, Coulson stated. There is a Quinjet awaiting us outside. Leading the two men to an open area outside, Coulson abruptly halted. But there is nothing here, the captain remarked, puzzled. Where's the aircraft? Coulson smiled slightly. Right before your eyes, Captain. Subsequently, to the captain's incredulous gaze, a massive Quinjet gradually deactivated its cloaking mode, revealing itself before the trio. Is this a stealth aircraft? The captain exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, though I am reluctant to admit it, we owe this capability to Tony Stark. Coulson replied. Riga smiled faintly at this. Stark was indeed a source of frustration. Yet one could not deny his brilliance. Such stealth technology was truly ahead of its time for Earth. As they spoke, the cabin door steadily opened. Let us board, Coulson suggested. Although the Kuan-style fighter is designated as a combat aircraft, its functionality leans more towards that of a small transport plane. This was Rhaegar's first encounter with an authentic Kuan fighter. The cabin was more spacious than he had anticipated. In the cockpit, two pilots were diligently checking the instrument status, preparing for takeoff. Commander, the order has been given, said Coulson. Yes, sir. The cabin door slowly closed, and the turbines on the wings began to spin as the aircraft gradually ascended from the ground, swiftly soaring into the distance. Before them lay an expanse of ocean. Steve gazed through the glass at the endless sea. Are we headed to an island? Coulson smiled slightly, teasingly responding, You'll find out when we arrive. Although Rhaegar was aware of their destination, he refrained from revealing it, choosing instead to sit quietly with his eyes closed, resting. To be honest, it is a great honor to meet you, Coulson said, rubbing his hands together, appearing somewhat anxious. Really? The captain, who had been perusing the documents in his hands, looked up and smiled warmly. Actually, I have seen you before. When you were in a state of slumber, I witnessed you. The captain's lips twitched. The thought of a large man watching him while he slept was unsettling. Did he possess some peculiar inclination? Sensing the captain's discomfort, Coulson quickly realized his wording was amiss and hurriedly clarified. I meant, when you were rescued from the ice, I was present at the scene. It was truly an honor to have you join us. Coulson appeared somewhat flustered. Rhaegar, overhearing, couldn't help but chuckle. Coulson, why so nervous? It's just meeting an idol. Remember, not long ago, I gave your idol quite a beating. Coulson's flattery uplifted the captain's spirits, and he was about to express some courteous remarks when Rhaegar interjected with a comment that left the captain feeling dejected. Can we not mention that? Rhaegar laughed heartily. You two have exchanged blows? Coulson asked, somewhat astonished. He had witnessed Rhaegar's fierce battle with the destroyer, and the captain had actually sparred with him. Well, we had a bit of a tussle, and I was outsmarted by this guy, Rhaegar protested. Losing is losing. Can we call it being outsmarted? You concealed your strength. Isn't that a form of deception? The captain replied with a grin. Well, there were circumstances. It wasn't truly deceitful, Rhaegar chuckled. Seeing the two bantering, Coulson felt a sense of relief. It was comforting that there were no lingering grudges. We have made modifications to your uniform. I contributed a little to the design. Uniform? The captain inquired, puzzled. Do you not think those garments are rather outdated? Indeed, they are quite antiquated, Rhaegar agreed, adding, however, an old fossil deserves an old uniform. It suits you perfectly. The captain shook his head in resignation. The aircraft swiftly arrived at its destination, and as the cabin doors opened, 3 individuals stepped out. An aircraft carrier, the captain marveled. We had one of those back in the day. This one may differ somewhat from the ones of your, Coulson chuckled. It was Riga's first time aboard an aircraft carrier, and he couldn't help but gaze around in curiosity. Riga, a voice of surprise called out. Turning to the sound, Riga saw Natasha, clad in a sleek black uniform, approaching and embracing him, her exquisite figure capturing the attention of many crew members. Natasha. Riga gently kissed the person in his arms. I didn't expect you to arrive so late, she said with a smile after their embrace. Allow me to introduce. This is Agent Romanoff, and this is Captain Rogers, Coulson announced. Hello, The captain greeted politely, observing the closeness between Natasha and Riga. "Hi," Natasha reciprocated, then turned to Coulson. "They need you on the bridge. Tracking has already commenced." Coulson nodded, bidding farewell to the two. "See you shortly." "Are you two a couple?" the captain inquired, watching Coulson depart. "Not long ago," Riga laughed. "You should know. It took considerable effort." Natasha shot Riga a playful glare. The captain smiled, reflecting on his own past romance. A hint of melancholy washing over him. Natasha, perceptive to the captain's change in demeanor, deftly shifted the conversation. "You've become quite the figure here. I thought Coulson might faint. Did he have you sign his prize card collection?" Natasha continued. "A card collection?" The captain chuckled, amused by the notion of a grown man possessing such a thing. "It's his treasured possession," Natasha replied with a laugh. As they walked and conversed, Riga noticed a middle-aged man in a gray suit looking somewhat lost on the deck. "That's Dr. Banner," Natasha indicated with a nod. "Everything goes smoothly?" Riga inquired. "Yes. Relatively so. I managed to persuade him," Natasha responded with a smile. Steve, overhearing their conversation, approached with a furrowed brow. "Dr. Banner," he greeted. "Hi. They told me you would be here." Banner quickly extended his hand. He then turned to Riga. "I believe you must be Riga." "Dr. Banner, it's a pleasure," Riga replied. "Agent Romanoff has mentioned you. I hear you have a way of managing injury control," Banner said. "Doctor, we brought you here to track gamma radiation." "There's no need to take it that far," Riga clarified. Upon hearing Riga's words, Banner felt a flicker of admiration for him. "I hope I can be of assistance." "Certainly." At that moment, Natasha approached and advised, "Everyone, you should hurry inside, as it will soon become difficult to breathe." No sooner had she spoken than a thunderous mechanical sound erupted from all around, prompting the group to hastily rush to the edge of the deck to assess the situation. In the astonished gaze of the captain and others, the sea on either side of the aircraft carrier began to churn, rising to reveal four enormous turbines. Subsequently, the turbines commenced their rapid rotation, flinging vast amounts of seawater outward with great force, while a fierce gale swept through, rustling the garments of all present. Riga, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of exhilaration and marveled at the might of human industry, pondering the impressive capabilities of such creations. With this thought, he gradually ascended into the air above the aircraft carrier, eager for a clearer view of the unfolding scene. The captain, observing Riga soaring skyward, expressed admiration, remarking on the unexpected ability of this individual to fly. Meanwhile, Banner wore a grave expression, lost in contemplation. On the bridge, numerous crew members were equally taken aback by the sight of Riga in flight, their mouths agape as they engaged in animated discussions. "Commander." He'll cast a sidelong glance at Riga. "This one seems rather flamboyant. Surely he isn't akin to Stark?" Fury, gazing at Riga suspended in the air, mused. "Regardless of his nature, we need him now. His strength will only serve to benefit us." Hill nodded in agreement before turning back to observe the youthful figure outside the window. "Are you coming down?" Natasha called out to Riga, who floated above. Upon hearing her, he descended promptly, grinning as he inquired, "Would you like to see from up there?" "I can take you." "Never mind. I prefer not to be buffeted by the sea breeze," Natasha replied, waving her hand. "Gentlemen, we should head inside." The captain approached and patted Riga on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, mate." Banner regarded Riga with a knowing look. Riga smiled and entered the cabin alongside the two. Chapter 50. Loki, Riga, and the others followed Natasha into the cabin, where the control room buzzed with activity. Fury, clad in a black trench coat, stood resolutely at the console, while a tall and striking woman directed the crew in various operations. "Greetings," Fury turned upon their entrance and acknowledged them. "Thank you for coming." The captain approached Fury, producing several dollars from his pocket to hand over, before wandering around to observe the surroundings. Fury accepted the money with a smile. "Doctor, I appreciate your presence." Fury extended his hand. Banner, somewhat resigned, chuckled wryly. "Thank you for the warm invitation. I must admit, your persuasion is quite compelling." Natasha smiled at this remark. Fury glanced at Natasha before continuing, "You need not worry. Once we locate the Tesseract, you can resume your life as usual." They informed me thus as well. Banner indicated towards the others and said, "Let us commence our work." Fury nodded. "Romanoff, escort Dr. Banner to the laboratory." Natasha acknowledged with a nod and departed with Banner. Only Riga remained behind. "Riga," Fury approached, "you never cease to astonish." "Fury," Riga teased, "you are perpetually predictable." Previously, Fury might have felt a twinge of exasperation, but he had grown accustomed to Riga's manner of speaking and was now immune to it. He chuckled lightly. That earlier scene has left quite an impression on us. That was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision, Riga replied. It seems you have grown significantly stronger since our last meeting, Fury remarked while observing the activities in the control room. Indeed, there has been progress, Riga acknowledged, also watching the personnel bustling below. Can you divulge the specifics of your advancements? Fury inquired. Not at the moment, but you shall witness it soon enough, Riga declined. Fury, undeterred by Riga's reticence, had merely asked out of casual curiosity. He continued, You know, we are facing a considerable predicament. Yes, Loki is no benign adversary, Riga stated nonchalantly, but rest assured, we shall overcome him. That has never been in doubt. Fury turned his gaze. I am counting on you all. Time swiftly elapsed, and before they knew it, night had fallen. All personnel were tirelessly engaged in the search for Loki, and the algorithm developed by Banner had significantly accelerated the search process. Riga leaned against the railing, conversing with the captain in the control room. Did you know? Coulson just asked me to sign his card, the captain remarked with arms crossed, a smile on his face. Oh, did you sign it? Riga inquired, intrigued. Not yet. He hasn't brought it along, and everyone is currently preoccupied with locating Loki. We shall address it once this matter is resolved. As Riga was about to say something further, a report came in announcing the discovery of Loki. Upon seeing the name hit well, he couldn't help but laugh, unaware that Fury had already set his sights on him. By the way, his name is quite amusing. It literally means to sit comfortably. I wonder if he will still be sitting comfortably in due time. What location? Coulson asked. Stuttgart, Germany, 28, Kunin Street, Riga replied. It is up to you now, Fury said, turning serious. Captain, you go fetch your gear. I will summon Natasha, Riga instructed. The captain nodded, and the three quickly prepared. Subsequently, they piloted a Quinjet towards Germany. Inside the cabin, gazing at the captain clad in a skin-tight suit, Riga inquired. Do you not feel it is a tad too snug? What? The captain responded, somewhat perplexed. The outfit, it is so tight. Can you endure it below? Riga gestured suggestively. The captain's expression darkened immediately. Honestly, do you not find it constricting? Riga pressed further. Go away. I have no time for your nonsense, the captain replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Natasha, in the cockpit, overheard Riga's irreverence and chuckled lightly, shaking her head. Fearing that Riga might pose yet another peculiar question, the captain hurriedly asked, I hear you are quite familiar with Loki? Upon hearing this, Riga felt it inappropriate to jest further, straightening his demeanor as he replied, I wouldn't say very familiar, but I do possess some knowledge. In the records, you last encountered that metallic being? The captain queried. Yes, Loki was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Riga affirmed with a nod. From this, it appears he is quite the troublesome character, Steve mused. Indeed, he poses certain challenges. However, as a villain, he shall ultimately be vanquished by us, the protagonists. Riga laughed heartily, unconcerned. Seeing Riga so at ease, the captain also smiled. Given Riga's current state, he truly did not regard Loki as a formidable opponent. With his considerable prowess, coupled with his understanding of Loki and the unfolding events, he felt an abundance of confidence and even a sense of ease regarding the mission ahead. We have arrived, Natasha announced. It appeared that a group of people was kneeling before Loki. Wait, that elderly man is in danger. Natasha's voice grew urgent. Upon witnessing the scene below, the captain made an immediate decision, opening the cabin door and leaping out. With his physical prowess, such a height posed no challenge. With a resounding thud, the attack from Loki's scepter was deflected by the captain's shield, the energy beam rebounding to strike Loki down. Loki, surrender and lay down your weapons, Natasha commanded through the aircraft's loudspeaker. Loki, however, offered no reply, launching an attack directly at the plane. Before Natasha could evade, Riga appeared instantaneously in front of the aircraft, dispersing the energy assault with a single punch. Loki's expression turned grim. This was the very individual who had thwarted his plans previously, and now he had re-emerged. Just as he prepared to attack once more, he felt a sudden jolt to his chest. The captain's shield had been hurled at him. Subsequently, the captain unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Loki. Regrettably, as an Asgardian, Loki's physical constitution was exceedingly formidable, and clad in armor, the captain's strikes were akin to mere pinpricks to him. Conversely, with a mere gesture, Loki could send the captain flying. At that moment, A cacophony of frenzied rock music erupted from the hovering fighter jet. As the crowd turned to the source of the sound, they beheld a golden arc slicing through the night sky, with Stark soaring in amidst a cacophony of music. Subsequently, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending Loki crashing to the ground. "Move again, you reindeer," Stark warned, activating all of his weaponry and aiming it at the seated Loki. The latter glanced at the onlookers before sheathing his armor and raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Well done," Stark remarked. Steve retrieved his shield and approached Stark. "Mr. Stark," he greeted, "what a splendid entrance." "Quite fitting for your character," Riga chimed in. Stark, observing Riga descending gracefully from the air, chuckled softly. "That pales in comparison to your effect. You could pass for a prophet if you were holding a Bible." Steve, puzzled by the banter between the two, wondered if they were acquainted. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "When did you two meet?" "Oh, this guy? He robbed me a few years back. And now I pay for his purchases," Stark replied nonchalantly. "Hey, that's called mutual benefit." "I saved your life," Riga protested. "I knew you would say that." Stark rolled his eyes. Steve's confusion deepened. "All right, everyone. If you keep chatting, Loki will get away," Natasha's voice echoed through the plane's PA system. "He wouldn't dare. What more can a reindeer do?" Stark shot back. Loki chuckled, seemingly unfazed. "Shall we proceed?" Chapter 52. Conspiracy. Upon returning to the ship, Loki was confined within a specially designed cage for Hulk, his scepter taken by Dr. Banner for research. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Fury promptly sought to interrogate Loki, though little progress was made. After discussions with the others, Riga resolved to visit Loki. "Where are you headed?" Riga turned to find Natasha leaning against the doorframe. "I'm going to see Loki. I wish to have a word with him. Do you want me to accompany you?" she offered, to which Riga smiled. "No need to worry. You stay here and keep an eye on them. I'll be back shortly." Descending to the lower decks. Navigating through a maze of corridors, Riga arrived at the glass enclosure, where Loki sat with his eyes closed, a serene expression adorning his face. "Shouldn't you be with them?" Loki inquired, opening his eyes at Riga's arrival. "I prefer to observe you," Riga replied. "What is there to observe?" Loki retorted with his characteristic enigmatic smile. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with you," Riga said, furrowing his brow, as Loki's demeanor unsettled him. "What is amiss with me?" Loki spread his hands. "Haven't you already captured me? You've confined me within this cage." He paced within the enclosure and tapped on the specially crafted glass walls. "The room you prepared for that beast is quite commendable." When it came to Dr. Banner, Riga found himself at a loss for words. Dr. Banner, overhearing this through the ship's intercom, appeared somewhat perturbed, a blend of embarrassment and anger crossing his features. However, one could hardly blame him. Such a beast ought to be caged, for unleashing it would undoubtedly cause chaos. "Better that than your madness," Riga retorted coldly. Upon hearing Riga's response, the others shared a knowing smile, yet this time it was Thor who found himself in an awkward position. Nevertheless, Loki remained unfazed, having long since developed an immunity to such jests. "Madman, is that how you refer to me?" he inquired. "Humans often label that which they cannot comprehend as madness, as mere ramblings. Copernicus, Galileo, your history is rife with foolish actions. Alas, history is shaped by those you deem mad. And I intend to alter the course of humanity's history." Loki lifted his head high within the cage, arms outstretched as if to seize control of the entire world, entirely oblivious to the notion of being a prisoner. Riga observed Loki's haughty demeanor, shrugging as he remarked, "You speak truthfully. Humanity does occasionally mistake genius for madness. Yet, regrettably, more often than not, madness is simply madness." With that, he turned and departed. In their verbal sparring, Riga was no match for Loki. Remaining any longer would serve no purpose, for he was up against the so-called god of mischief, whose thoughts remained inscrutable to him. Loki watched with a smile as Riga's figure vanished through the door. In the corridor, Riga encountered a hurried Natasha. "You must see this. They are embroiled in a fierce argument." "Oh no, it must be the Mind Stone causing the turmoil." Riga hastened to follow Natasha back to the chamber where the scepter was stored, only to find it in disarray. "What has transpired here?" he inquired. "Riga, you've arrived just in time. I believe Fury can provide you with a more suitable explanation, wouldn't you agree?" Stark, facing the entrance, immediately spotted Riga. "Riga, allow me to explain." Fury stepped forward, noticing Riga's grim expression. "What is there to explain?" S.H.I.E.L.D. is utilizing the Tesseract to manufacture weapons of mass destruction, the captain interjected. Fury's expression was notably grim. Do you have anything further to say? Banner appeared equally agitated. We had no choice, Fury replied. After the incident in New Mexico, we require this asset. Require what? Nuclear deterrence? Do you truly believe that is effective? Tony retorted with sharp sarcasm. Stark, do you truly possess the authority to utter such words? How have your riches been acquired? Fury raised an eyebrow, laced with sarcasm. What of it? I have since disbanded the weapons division, yet it is you who remain utterly obsessed with it, Tony retorted sharply. Your ignorance is astounding. Do you truly believe the Tesseract is within your grasp? Thor's tone dripped with disdain. Why should we not? Are we to place our faith in your ethereal and fanciful rhetoric? Silence. As the cacophony of voices escalated, Riga bellowed, delivering a powerful punch that shattered a nearby wall, leaving a gaping hole. The intensity of his reaction startled everyone, and the room fell into a profound stillness. Natasha gently tugged at Riga's arm. Riga, ease up. We have a formidable presence among us, and provoking him could lead to dire consequences. The captain signaled for Riga to regain his composure after the brief interlude. He had regained his rationality. Riga, do not let your anger consume you. The captain has a valid point, she noted, glancing at the others. Furthermore, Loki just mentioned Dr. Banner. Riga cast a surprised glance at Natasha, astonished that she could deduce so much. Do you suspect he harbors any intentions towards Dr. Banner? Fury's eyes gleamed with insight. To be precise, I believe he has designs on the Hulk. With Natasha's reminder, a chilling realization dawned upon the group, prompting them to fix their anxious gazes upon Banner. Feeling the weight of their stares, Banner's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Agent Romanoff, please escort Dr. Banner, Fury said slowly. Where to? You've already rented out my room. Have you not? Banner erupted in frustration. That was merely a precaution, Fury attempted to clarify. A precaution for what? To attempt to kill me? Let me assure you. That is utterly impossible. Marvelous. Before the game has even begun, you're already contemplating eliminating your own, Tony scoffed. Stark, Fury's actions are merely precautionary. As a soldier, the captain did not share Tony's disdain for Fury's approach. Oh, so you now support Fury? Tony's gaze turned hostile. I do not support him, but extraordinary circumstances necessitate extraordinary measures. Huh, extraordinary measures, a splendid phrase. It appears you and he are indeed cut from the same cloth, Tony seethed in irony. If he treats Banner in such a manner today, how can you be certain he won't do the same to you or to any of us in the future? I would never treat you in that manner, Fury asserted firmly. Never? Is it not true that Banner was the first? Ha ha ha, you all exhibit remarkable immaturity, Thor interjected, chuckling from the sidelines. Big guy, while you can still laugh, enjoy it. Just wait until you find yourself caged and see if you can still muster a smile. Tony added, stoking the flames further. What did you say? Who dares to imprison me? Thor's temper flared instantly. The crowd resumed their argument, oblivious to the search results displayed on the nearby computer screen. Suddenly, Natasha exclaimed, Everyone, we have a signal. Hearing this, Banner hurried over to investigate. To his astonishment, the location on the screen was almost unbelievable. Just then, a violent explosion erupted, shattering the entire room into chaos. The powerful shockwave knocked everyone to the ground, with Natasha and Banner tumbling down to the next level. In the face of such turmoil, the bickering ceased, and everyone quickly began to prepare. The sharp sound of alarms filled the air as the crew rushed to their stations. Fury shook his head, swiftly rising from the floor and issuing commands. He then turned to Riga, saying, Go check on Banner. We must avoid any mishaps. Riga nodded and tore through the floor to descend. However, it was already too late. Banner was in the midst of his transformation, and Natasha stood beside him, desperately trying to calm him down. Dr. Banner, you can do this. Control yourself, I assure you. Natasha urged anxiously. Assure. Banner's mind was beginning to blur, and Natasha's words had no effect, only pushing him further into his transformation. Dr. Banner, you are forcing my hand. After uttering this, Natasha extended her right hand, and a torrent of ice surged forth from her palm, swiftly encasing Banner within. This is bad, Riga thought to himself. Such a degree of ice was utterly insufficient to contain the Hulk and would only serve to enrage him further. Moreover, even if Natasha exerted all her strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to restrain the Hulk, given his overwhelming power. Indeed, with a thunderous crash, a massive green figure burst forth from the ice, roaring furiously at Natasha and Riga. The immense roar reverberated throughout the entire airborne mothership. It seemed that battle was inevitable. Observing the Hulk before him, Riga felt a heavy weight in his heart. Chapter 53. The true scheme. Upon hearing the Hulk's furious roar, Loki cracked a slight smile. While Loki found amusement, Riga was far from cheerful. The Hulk's colossal form exuded an oppressive aura, his bulging muscles brimming with explosive strength. His powerful arms were nearly as thick as Riga's waist, and the sheer terror of his might could rend everything around him with a mere gesture. Natasha, you need to leave here and see what assistance they require. I will handle the Hulk, Riga said, his gaze fixed firmly on the colossal creature. Can you manage alone? This is the Hulk, Natasha expressed her concern. Have no fear. If necessary, I will simply toss him off the ship. After all, this fellow can't die, Riga replied, attempting to sound at ease. Sensing the mockery emanating from Riga, Hulk let out a thunderous roar and charged forward. Run, Riga shouted, propelling himself ahead with great urgency. His right fist clenched tightly. He summoned all his strength to meet Hulk's powerful punch head-on. A resounding crash echoed as their fists collided, unleashing a violent explosion that sent shards of steel flying in all directions. The force of the shockwave obliterated the surrounding equipment. Upon realizing that his punch had been blocked by Riga, Hulk's fury intensified, his form swelling even larger. In a swift motion, he unleashed a left hook that struck Riga, sending him hurtling backwards as if struck by a train, crashing through the wall behind him and creating a gaping hole. Riga felt waves of pain coursing through his body. Hulk's blows were indeed formidable. Shaking his head to regain clarity, he found himself in an aircraft hangar, hastily rolling to his feet. The hangar staff, engrossed in their tasks, were momentarily stunned as a figure flew through the wall. Panic ensued when they realized Hulk was approaching, having torn through the breach he created, prompting a frantic escape. Indeed, Hulk was a force to be reckoned with, his fists weighing heavy enough to feel as though they could shatter bones. Riga grimaced as he rubbed his shoulder. Hulk's unparalleled strength in the Marvel Universe was well known. He had single-handedly demolished a Chitauri warship with a single punch, a feat that commanded Riga's respect. Even with his explosive abilities, he recognized the vast chasm that lay between them. Clenching his fists and feeling the energy churning within him, Riga adjusted his breathing. Although he was no match for Hulk in combat, fortunately, his objective was not to defeat him, but to thwart his rampage. Hulk, devoid of reason, was consumed by a singular desire for destruction. Upon seeing Riga rise again after taking a hit, Hulk could not contain another furious roar as he charged once more. Riga did not flinch. Instead, he harnessed the power in his legs, catapulting himself forward. He deftly dodged Hulk's swinging fist, identifying an opening. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed a powerful explosive punch that struck Hulk's side, sending him crashing into a nearby aircraft, which split in two upon impact. Hulk regained his balance, rubbing his ribs, his anger escalating further. With both hands, he wrenched off a wing from the aircraft, hurling it towards Riga like a spinning blade. Riga narrowly evaded the projectile and closed the distance to Hulk, leaping high above him. With both hands clenched, he descended with tremendous force. Once again, a thunderous explosion resonated as a massive crater formed on the deck, causing Hulk to descend to the lower level. Dust billowed from the opening, and Riga peered through the gap, surveying the situation within. Suddenly, a colossal green fist rapidly enlarged in Riga's field of vision as the Hulk burst forth from the lower deck. The thick steel plating crumpling before him as if it were mere paper. The Hulk's fist collided with the ceiling of the chamber, shattering it, and propelled both of them onto the main deck. Before Riga could regain his footing, the Hulk seized him as one might a chick and flung him outside with tremendous force, causing Riga to crash through the ship's glass and soar into the open air. As Riga traced an arc through the sky, the Hulk clenched his fists in triumph and let out a thunderous roar to proclaim his victory, then turned his attention back to wreaking havoc aboard the vessel. Watching the massive aircraft carrier recede into the distance, Riga felt a sense of resignation. Confronting the Hulk had been a grave miscalculation. Being tossed out like refuse was an experience he had never encountered before, but fortunately, he had mastered the art of flight. Otherwise, his fate would have been dire. Twisting his body, Riga halted midair and swiftly ascended back toward the ship. Upon his return, he found the Hulk engaged in a fierce battle with Thor, the surrounding area in disarray from their conflict. Many witnesses had seen Riga being hurled by the Hulk and were deeply concerned, but as they spotted Riga returning unharmed, A wave of exuberant cheers erupted. "Hey, Hulk!" Riga shouted from the gaping hole he had just flown through. The Hulk, absorbed in his duel with Thor, paused in confusion at the sound of the call and turned his head. Seizing this moment, Thor leaped high and delivered a knee strike to the Hulk's back, causing him to lose his balance. Riga swiftly flew over, his muscles tensed, and with a powerful throw, he sent the green giant soaring out of the window. Unlike Riga, the Hulk could not fly. Thus, he let out a furious roar as he plummeted downward. Observing Riga casting the Hulk off the ship, Thor hastily approached and inquired, "Is this all right?" "It's fine. That fellow won't perish," Riga replied, catching his breath. "We should hurry and check on the others." Hearing this, Thor dismissed his concerns, grasped his hammer, and pushed through the already battered walls. While Riga and Thor dealt with the Hulk, the bridge had descended into chaos. Under Barton's interference, another engine of the carrier had ceased functioning. As Riga and Thor rushed through the corridor, the ship suddenly tilted. "Not good. Another engine has gone out." "You go assist Stark. He is likely in trouble," Riga instructed. "And you?" Thor asked. "I must find Loki. As his brother, it is my responsibility to seek him out." "Thor, precisely because you are his brother, you should not go after him. I mean no offense, but your honesty is rather excessive," Rhaegar remarked. "Loki is cunning and unpredictable, and I fear there may be unforeseen consequences." At these words, Thor felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Very well, you should assist Stark at once. If that engine fails to ignite, everyone aboard the ship will plummet." Thor nodded and turned to depart. "Loki, let me see what other tricks you possess," Rhaegar mused. He hurried to the glass cage, finding Loki seated within. "Ah, you have arrived. I have been awaiting your presence," Loki greeted with a smile as he rose. "Awaiting me?" Rhaegar queried, perplexed. "Indeed, since you have come this far, you must have dealt with that beast," Loki said, approaching the glass door with a grin. "Had we been on solid ground, I might have surrendered, but in the air, I fear him not. Though it required some effort, we have indeed subdued Hulk," Rhaegar replied. "So, you mean to say that my brother participated in the fray?" Loki arched an eyebrow. Rhaegar chose not to respond. "This is somewhat unexpected. However, one must admit, that creature is not easy to contend with," Loki chuckled lightly. "What precisely do you intend to do?" Rhaegar's expression darkened. "Do you not know of my little scheme?" Loki taunted. "Initially, I believed your aim was Hulk, yet I sensed something amiss," Rhaegar articulated. Upon hearing this, Loki's smile broadened. He leaned closer to the glass door and stated, "You are correct. Hulk is merely a minor objective." "Then what is your grand design?" Rhaegar stepped forward, locking his gaze onto Loki's eyes. "My true target is you," Loki whispered. "What?" Rhaegar was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, a series of electronic chimes echoed from behind Rhaegar, prompting him to turn and discover Barton standing at the control panel. Then, with a mechanical sound, the glass door began to close before his incredulous eyes. "Wait, closing? Could it be that just now?" Rhaegar's heart raced with dread. Loki's laughter grew more jubilant as he seized Rhaegar by the collar, yanking him into the cage. In a swift motion, he slipped outside. By the time Rhaegar regained his footing, the cage door had sealed shut. Observing Rhaegar's stunned expression, Loki spread his arms wide. "I told you, my target is you." Chapter 54. Crisis. Loki stood outside the cage, reveling in the triumph of having Rhaegar ensnared by his clever ruse. "The last encounter in New Mexico left a profound impression on me," Loki remarked as he paced back and forth. "Such formidable combat prowess is rare even throughout all of Asgard, likely second only to my brother. Moreover, I possess a premonition that you shall swiftly evolve, becoming even more powerful." Loki stood firm, gazing at Riga. As events unfolded, my intuition proved to be accurate. "Why have you imprisoned me here? Do you intend to cast me down?" After the initial shock, Riga quickly adjusted his mindset. The foremost priority was to escape. "Oh, I did entertain that notion," Loki chuckled. "But such an act would be a tremendous waste, wouldn't it?" Riga was somewhat perplexed. Noticing Riga's confusion, Loki elaborated, "You see, possessing such a formidable asset would be far more advantageous than merely extinguishing it. Do you believe you can control me? Just with that scepter in your hand?" Riga scoffed. "The scepter is indeed powerful, but you are separated from me by glass. It can only exert its influence upon direct contact." Approaching the door, Riga gently placed his hands against it and spoke slowly. "And should you dare to touch me, I shall ensure you comprehend the meaning of regret." Loki, however, seemed utterly unfazed by Riga's threat. He let out a light laugh, remarking, "Oh, I am well aware of that. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, Perhaps only my foolish brother could rival you. I am certainly no match for you. Riga felt a surge of confusion. What was this strange individual up to? After a moment's pause, Loki approached the glass door and softly continued. Fortunately, there exists more than one method to manipulate a person's mind, especially someone of your ilk. Wouldn't you agree? Winter Soldier. Riga's expression shifted dramatically. The title of Winter Soldier brought not only honor, but also deep pain. Each Winter Soldier had been subjected to Hydra's brainwashing to ensure absolute loyalty, and Riga was no exception. Those words lingered in his mind like a haunting specter, a ticking time bomb poised to detonate at any moment. Although Riga had distanced himself from Hydra for quite some time, perhaps due to negligence or an instinctive aversion to recalling those harrowing experiences, he had intentionally or unintentionally overlooked this matter, until Loki brought it up once more today. Damn it! How could I have not thought of this? Riga pounded against the glass wall in frustration, filled with regret. Yet simultaneously, a question arose within him. How did Loki know this? After all, he was Asgardian and would hardly concern himself with Hydra's affairs. Lifting his gaze, Riga spotted Barton by the control console. Could it be him? It was possible. After all, Barton was a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. And information regarding a Winter Soldier would not escape his notice. Coupled with Loki's deliberate scrutiny of him, discovering a means to control the Winter Soldier was hardly a challenge. That insufferable wretch. Riga clenched his fists, preparing to forcefully break down the door. However, Loki did not grant him a moment to react. He immediately began to recite the words. Desire, Rust, 17, Dawn. Each Russian word sprang forth from Loki's lips. The process of brainwashing is an excruciating ordeal. It was so in the past, and it remains so in the present. The instant these words were uttered, memories surged forth, inundating his mind. Riga clasped his head with both hands, letting out a pained roar, his body involuntarily crashing against the surroundings, causing the entire cage to tremble incessantly. Kindness, home. Loki continued to recite at a leisurely pace. Riga's cries grew louder, his expression increasingly tormented, as he relentlessly battered the walls, fissures appearing on their surfaces. One truck. Loki concluded with the final word. At this moment, Riga had calmed from his initial agony and ceased to resist. He knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Warrior? Observing Riga in the cage, Loki inquired softly, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Riga slowly rose to his feet, his gaze vacant, fixated ahead as he approached the already fractured glass door, uttering robotically, I will obey the command. Loki beamed with satisfaction. He then exchanged a glance with Barton, who nodded and opened the hatch. As the hatch swung open, before Riga could react, Loki promptly pointed his scepter at his chest. A blue light emanated from it, extending along his neck and ultimately reaching Riga's head, causing his eyes to transform into a brilliant blue. Although Hydra's methods proved effective, I wish to avoid any unforeseen consequences. Loki chuckled, stowing away the scepter. Following this, Riga's earlier stupor vanished, and the spark returned to his eyes. Regarding Riga, Loki nodded in approval once more. Well then, let us commence our tasks. Barton, you will escort me from this place. As for you, Riga, Loki approached Riga again, scrutinizing him. You shall obliterate this place and eliminate everyone. As you command, Riga replied. No. This scene was witnessed by Natasha, who had hurried over, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. Natasha had just received instructions from Fury and was searching for Barton, intending to subdue him first, only to stumble upon this dire situation. Loki turned at the sound. Agent Romanoff, your timing is impeccable. Although you are already acquainted, allow me to reintroduce my new subordinate, Riga, Loki said, his face alight with a smile. You are courting death, Natasha retorted coldly. We can discuss that matter later. For now, you should consider how to deal with your beloved Riga, Loki chuckled. Riga, kill her. With that, Loki prepared to depart with Barton. Natasha's gaze turned icy as she declared, Barton's the first to be dealt with. She activated her abilities and, in a flash, appeared beside Loki and Barton, delivering a powerful kick that sent Barton flying. He crashed into a nearby steel pipe, his head tilting at an unnatural angle as he lost consciousness. Natasha's display astonished Loki. In his perception, this woman was merely an ordinary human, devoid of any extraordinary powers. It was no surprise, considering Natasha's genetic enhancement was a recent development, kept under wraps until now. Thus, aside from Riga, no one was aware of how formidable Natasha had become. Drawing the adamantium dagger Riga had gifted her from her leg, Natasha completely obstructed Loki's path. The razor-sharp blade mere inches from his face. Loki raised his hands, leaning back slightly, tilting his head as he remarked, "I must admit, this is indeed unexpected. More surprises await you. You won't be leaving today," Natasha replied, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Perhaps you are right," Loki shrugged, "but alas. Riga does not share your perspective." Before Loki could finish his sentence, Riga suddenly materialized beside Natasha, delivering a punch that sent her flying. Observing the hole Natasha made upon colliding with the wall, Loki shook his head. "Now that was ruthless. Don't you think you were a bit excessive?" Riga shot him a glance. "Enough with the jesting. We must leave swiftly." Loki waved his hand dismissively and strode confidently away. Chapter 55. A dazzling display. Riga escorted Loki to the flight deck, where he arranged for him to board a Quinjet, facilitating a hasty departure from the aircraft carrier. As Loki's jet receded into the distance, Riga turned and unleashed a powerful punch against the deck behind him. A violent explosion erupted beneath him, creating a massive hole in the hardened flight deck, with jagged cracks radiating outward from Riga's point of impact. The sheer force of the blow caused considerable tremors, immediately catching Fury's attention on the command island. "This is bad." Riga may have also been controlled by Loki, Fury thought darkly, cursing under his breath. "Just when we thought we were rid of one Hulk, another destroyer appears. Damn Loki." Unbeknownst to Riga, the deck had become a patchwork of destruction due to his onslaught. Now he set his sights on the aircraft on the deck, using his fists, legs, knees, and elbows as instruments of devastation. He even went so far as to charge directly at a plane, using sheer brute force to split it in two. "Sir, if this continues, Riga will completely obliterate this place," Hill exclaimed anxiously, raising her voice. "I know," Fury replied somberly. "Stark, as soon as you're ready, get over here. We have a serious predicament." "I see it now. I'm on my way." Thanks to Jarvis, Tony was currently witnessing Riga's rampant destruction on the screen. With the assistance of Thor, he effortlessly repaired the engine and now stands together with Thor, unscathed. "Hurry over, big guy. Riga is likely under the control of that malevolent brother of yours." Thor, still bewildered by the unfolding events, swiftly followed Tony as they flew over. Riga. Natasha had just endured a brutal strike from Riga, resulting in several broken bones. Fortunately, her self-healing abilities allowed her to recover significantly in a short time. Upon receiving Fury's command, she rushed to the flight deck. Upon seeing Riga wreaking havoc on the deck, her fury ignited, and she shouted once more. Hearing Natasha call his name, Riga paused and locked eyes with her. Everyone aboard was watching this confrontation. Suddenly, Riga moved again and, just like before, swung a fist towards Natasha. "Watch out!" Fury exclaimed from the cockpit, unable to contain his alarm. He was unaware of Natasha's capabilities and feared that a blow from Riga could spell disaster for her. Seeing the emotionless determination in Riga's eyes as he charged towards her, Natasha felt a pang of pain, her hatred for Loki intensifying. Yet, this did not signify her resignation. Her earlier misstep had been due to her momentary distraction. Now, she understood that the only way to bring Riga back to his senses was to defeat him first. As Riga closed in on Natasha, just when everyone believed she was doomed, her figure suddenly vanished. She reappeared behind Riga and delivered a flying kick, sending him crashing into a nearby aircraft, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. "Is this your new ability?" Fury thought, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. "Impressive. When did you master that move?" A flippant voice chimed in. Natasha turned to see Tony landing nearby, with Thor's eyes wide with astonishment. Clearly, Natasha's recent display had not gone unnoticed by them. "Tony, this is not the time for jokes. Riga is not to be trifled with," Steve interjected as he stepped forward, having received Fury's directive and hastily made his way over. Riga smiled at the assembled group. "Ah, everyone is here. Since you've all come, let us have at it." He beckoned to Thor and the others. Although Riga's mind was under Loki's influence, his thoughts remained intact. He realized he stood no chance against their combined might. Even Thor alone was a formidable opponent, let alone an enraged Natasha. Having personally overseen Riga's modifications, he was acutely aware of the terror that freezing and teleportation could wreak, especially since Natasha was fearless in battle. Moreover, there was Iron Man Tony. While the missiles might not pose a threat to him, the laser beams and physical attacks were certainly matters of concern. Certainly, there is Captain America. Although it may seem somewhat cruel to say so, given Captain America's current capabilities, Riga hardly considers him a threat. Yet, Riga remains remarkably composed. For even though he cannot match the strength of his opponents, he has no trouble escaping, as he possesses the ability to fly. Moreover, Riga holds a significant card, the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. Should the situation turn dire, he need only disable 4 engines to bring this steel behemoth crashing down within mere minutes, and Natasha and her companions could not possibly remain indifferent to such a calamity, leaving them no time to attend to him. Additionally, Riga has another consideration. Since his power has surged, he has not had the opportunity to truly test his capabilities. The environment has not permitted it. Should he unleash his full might, the resulting destruction would be monumental. Furthermore, he struggles to find a worthy opponent. Though Thor is willing to spar with him, he is far away in Asgard, and Hulk's fury is unpredictable and excessively forceful, which Riga wishes to avoid. Opportunities like the present are indeed rare. In response to Riga's provocation, Thor is the first to lose his composure, swinging his hammer and charging forward. Riga swiftly leaps back to evade the attack. However, before he can touch the ground, Tony unexpectedly appears at his side, delivering a solid punch to Riga's abdomen with his iron fist. Yet, this is not the end. As Riga is propelled backward uncontrollably, Natasha suddenly materializes beside him. A chill washes over him, and before he can react, a punch lands squarely on his face, sending him crashing into a nearby aircraft, the immense force causing the fuselage to crumple instantly. Riga extricates himself from the wreckage, half his face and neck now encased in a thick layer of ice. He reaches up to touch it, gauging its thickness, and can't help but smile. Natasha, you certainly don't hold back. Natasha remains silent, aware that such an attack poses little challenge to Riga. Indeed, Riga twists his neck and, with an exaggerated grin, shatters the ice encasing his face. Without uttering a word, Natasha vanishes in an instant. Observing this, Riga hastily dodges. Just as he evades, a massive ice blade materializes from thin air, slicing through the air towards his previous position with a chilling gust. The already damaged aircraft is cleaved in two, and the surrounding area is instantly enveloped in frost. The heavy ice blade crashes onto the flight deck, causing it to fracture, with shards of ice scattering in all directions, striking nearby aircraft and echoing with a series of resounding thuds. As the colossal ice blade narrowly misses him, Riga silently acknowledges how perilous the situation has become. It appears Natasha is genuinely angered, unleashing her formidable abilities right from the start. Yet Natasha did not afford Riga a moment's respite. Utilizing her teleportation ability, she reappeared behind him, a formidable ice giant sword coalescing silently in her grasp, poised to strike. Riga swiftly twisted his body to evade the oncoming blow and, seizing the opportunity as Natasha's attack had grown predictable, he spun around and delivered a powerful punch that sent her flying. However, before he could catch his breath, Natasha materialized once more before him, still wielding the colossal ice sword, her gaze piercing and fierce. The weighty blade came crashing down upon his chest, and before Riga could utter a sound, he was driven deep into the deck. Relentless in her advance, Natasha flickered again, this time appearing above Riga. With a deft motion, she gripped the sword hilt vertically, the blade aimed downward, and thrust it forcefully towards him. As the ice giant's sword loomed larger in his vision, Riga's eyes narrowed, and an explosion of energy erupted from within him. A violent detonation echoed across the deck, shattering the ice sword conjured by Natasha's powers, and the force of the blast sent her hurtling backwards, tracing a graceful arc through the air before she plummeted from the aerial mothership. For Natasha, this was hardly a setback. Mere moments later, she appeared abruptly before them once again, disregarding the astonished onlookers, her focus unwavering on the gaping hole ahead. An aura of frigid energy emanated from her, causing Tony and the others to exchange wary glances. Observing Natasha's intimidating demeanor, Tony quietly remarked to Thor and the captain, "I sense something amiss. Perhaps we should consider retreating?" Yet his jest elicited only exasperated eye rolls. "Be cautious, Stark," Thor cautioned gravely. While Natasha's prowess exceeds our expectations, Riga is not to be trifled with. Should he employ the same tactic he used against the destroyer, the fate of everyone aboard this vessel would be dire. In response to Thor's words, Tony exaggeratedly exclaimed, "With Riga being so ferocious, it seems prudent for me to keep my distance. Wouldn't you agree, Captain?" The captain, still taken aback by Natasha's display of strength, pondered the possibility that he had indeed fallen behind the times. In battles of such magnitude, He felt utterly outmatched. He reminisced about the days of World War II, when he was the most formidable scientific marvel. While the captain momentarily drifted into contemplation, Tony persisted, calling out, "Hey, Captain. Captain, are you with us?" The captain regained his focus and spoke solemnly. "Riga is indeed a formidable adversary, his powers far too potent. Furthermore, as Thor rightly pointed out, our objective is not only to defeat Riga, but also to safeguard those aboard this ship. If we continue to engage in battle here, the vessel will inevitably be destroyed, and that would lead to chaos." At this juncture, Natasha interjected, "I can temporarily relocate him using my abilities, but he will simply fly back." "It's not just him who can soar," Tony replied. "Once he returns, I will intercept him. After all, my speed far exceeds his. Indeed, I shall join in restraining him." Thor tightened his grip on the hammer. "Very well, let us proceed thus." The captain immediately organized the battle. "Natasha, you are to first relocate Riga, while you too, Tony, shall swiftly assist Natasha in subduing him. Loki remains outside, and the longer we delay, the more unfavorable it becomes for us." He paused briefly and added, "As for me, in this confrontation, I shall not take part. My role will be to coordinate and maneuver this aircraft carrier while swiftly locating Loki." After speaking, the captain cast a serious glance at the others and earnestly said, "I entrust this to all of you." The remaining three nodded solemnly. Thor swung his hammer, and blue lightning began to crackle. "I shall take the lead. Natasha, find your opportunity." Natasha nodded and vanished once again. The deliberation among them seemed prolonged, yet in reality, it transpired in mere moments. As Riga rose from the pit, having just regained his composure, he beheld Thor charging towards him, hammer raised. Thor's hammer bore great weight, and a blow from it was no trifling matter. Nevertheless, Riga did not evade but instead advanced towards Thor. Their collision erupted into a fierce explosion, shattering the deck beneath their feet into a distinct circular depression, unleashing a gale that threatened to unbalance bystanders. Thor was exhilarated. Indeed, Riga proved to be a worthy adversary. He crackled with electricity, augmenting his strength. He swiftly swung the hammer down upon Riga and bellowed, "Now." Upon hearing Thor's words, an unsettling premonition stirred within Riga. But he was struck by Thor's blow, sending him flying, momentarily dazed and his body unsteady. As he struggled to regain control, Natasha suddenly appeared, embracing Riga and vanishing in an instant. Witnessing Natasha successfully relocate Riga, Steve exhaled a sigh of relief and called out, "Tony, Thor, hurry to assist Natasha. We shall handle things here." The two nodded and immediately soared outward. Everything that had transpired was meticulously observed by Fury on the bridge, his mood heavy, not due to Riga, but rather Natasha. Although Riga had previously hinted that Natasha was no longer the person she once was, the magnitude of her power surge far exceeded his expectations. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Natasha not only possessed the ability to teleport, but could also conjure blocks of ice out of thin air. Moreover, considering the immense weight of Riga's punches, as evidenced by the devastation surrounding them, it was remarkable that Natasha could withstand a blow and reappear unscathed. She must possess some form of accelerated regeneration ability. The more Fury contemplated, the graver his expression became. Each of the abilities he had witnessed was formidable on its own. Yet Natasha now wielded three powers simultaneously. He could only wonder if she possessed any additional capabilities. If so, it would be utterly terrifying. And he was left to ponder where Riga had acquired such formidable prowess. If S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed such technology, many matters would become considerably easier. Reflecting on the fact that only Riga possesses this knowledge, Fury could not help but sigh once more. Riga would certainly not relinquish this technology willingly to S.H.I.E.L.D., yet it was imperative to make an attempt regardless. Fury's eyes glimmered, his mind racing as he calculated every possible outcome. The allure of this genetic technology was simply too great, igniting within him a multitude of desires. "Director, we must evacuate immediately," a melodic voice interjected. It was Deputy Commander Hill. "Yes, conduct an immediate assessment of the ship's status, tend to the injured, and everyone else, return to your positions. Assign complete responsibility for this matter to the captain," Fury replied, regaining his focus with a nod. "Furthermore, exhaust all efforts to locate Loki as swiftly as possible." Chapter 56. Intense Battle with Riga. Natasha tightly embraced Riga, and after a series of rapid flashes, They found themselves in an open area, far removed from the aerial mothership. Riga felt momentarily disoriented, realizing he was suspended in midair, surrounded by howling winds and swirling clouds, while S.H.I.E.L.D's colossal vessel had already diminished to a mere speck. In a mix of shock and fury, he thrust his right knee forcefully into Natasha's abdomen. The impact caused Natasha to release her grip on Riga, plummeting diagonally downwards. However, thanks to her formidable regenerative abilities, she quickly regained her composure and reappeared before Riga. Creating a block of ice to stand upon, her gaze firmly fixed on him. Seeing Natasha, clad in a sleek black suit, standing before him, Riga's anger morphed into a sardonic smile. Truly, Natasha had honed her skills to impressive levels. Yet, as she faced her beloved, Natasha's heart was heavy with sorrow and seething with rage. The deep blue of Riga's eyes, a result of his control, appeared utterly detestable to her. Riga, regardless of the circumstances, I shall restore you. If words fail, then I shall resort to force, Natasha declared, drawing forth the adamantium dagger Riga had gifted her. Activating her powers to conjure a blade of ice. Riga raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, it seems you possess quite a bit of confidence, Natasha. Let me see what you are capable of after your genetic enhancement. With that, he lunged towards her with great speed. Natasha swiftly dodged, but the ice block she had been standing on was obliterated by Riga's attack. Undeterred by his initial failure, Riga swung his right fist downward with tremendous force, unleashing a series of explosive blasts that engulfed Natasha, who was poised to counterstrike. Meanwhile, Tony and Thor soared through the skies, struggling to keep up with Natasha's rapid movement. There, they have engaged, Thor exclaimed, spotting the unfolding battle from their unobstructed vantage point. Understood. Riga is quite the troublemaker, causing such a commotion. Thankfully, we managed to relocate him. Tony muttered to himself as he and Thor hurried towards the scene. The two soared through the air with remarkable speed, covering the distance in the blink of an eye, and soon they beheld the fierce confrontation between Natasha and Riga. Utilizing her teleportation abilities, Natasha's figure flickered in and out of sight, elusive and unpredictable, leaving clear traces of her pale blue ice blades in her wake. Riga, on the other hand, unleashed a barrage of explosive strikes, his fists and feet creating a cacophony of detonations. No matter how erratic Natasha's movements were, she could not evade the magnitude of these explosions, which made her situation increasingly precarious. Had it not been for her extraordinary regenerative powers, Natasha would have been utterly devastated by the onslaught. Recognizing the dire state Natasha was in and seeing that Riga showed no signs of relenting, Thor swiftly hurled his mighty Mjolnir towards Riga with a crackle of lightning, the hammer hurtling towards him with tremendous force. Just as Riga prepared to launch another attack, he suddenly heard the rush of wind behind him, accompanied by the sharp sound of thunder. He turned to find the god of thunder's hammer nearly upon him. Reacting quickly, he twisted his body and clenched his right fist, launching a powerful punch at the incoming hammer. The collision sent Riga reeling backward, while Mjolnir was also jolted away by the violent explosion. Thor's expression darkened as he assessed the situation. Sure enough, within moments, he charged again with his hammer raised. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha swiftly sidestepped, conjuring an ice block to rest upon, panting heavily. At that moment, Tony arrived, hovering in the air, lifting his visor to observe the scowling Riga and the disheveled Natasha. With exaggerated mockery, he quipped, "Riga, how could you lay a hand on her? She's a beauty, not to mention your girlfriend." "Silence, Stark, or you'll find yourself in a world of trouble," Riga replied in a low voice. "Oh, I'm so frightened. Who will protect me?" Tony feigned fear, clutching his chest dramatically, before suddenly snapping his visor shut with a clang. "Come on, Riga. First, I must take care of you," Riga thought to himself. Compared to Natasha and Thor, Tony was the easier opponent. If he could incapacitate Tony's armor, the threat would diminish, and he would only have one adversary left to contend with. Resolute, Riga charged towards Tony. Tony did not evade. Instead, he activated the thrusters on his feet, propelling himself towards Riga. Both men, confident in their abilities and eager for combat, struck fiercely. Riga's punch sent Tony flying, but his metallic fist also landed a painful blow on Riga. The two men were propelled backward but quickly regained their footing, launching themselves at each other once more. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. "Sir, Riga's punches exceed our expectations. This approach is not sustainable." At this moment, Tony's armor had become dented and battered, and he felt a bit dazed. He blinked forcefully, realizing that this armor was indeed outdated and lacked sufficient protection. Riga, indifferent to Tony's thoughts, swiftly maneuvered beneath him and seized Tony's left foot with a firm grip. This is bad. Tony felt a sharp jolt in his left foot, causing his entire leg to go numb, and soon he discovered that the propulsion system in his left foot had been compromised. Seeing that he had successfully incapacitated one of Tony's legs, Riga grinned widely and clenched his right fist, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Tony's right foot as well. "Stark, I'm coming to help you," Thor shouted, sensing the perilous situation. Hearing the call, Riga turned his head to see Thor charging towards him, hammer in hand, prompting him to momentarily abandon Tony and let out a fierce shout as he lunged forward. "Thor, I have long wished to face you in battle," Riga bellowed. "Likewise, Riga." The two clashed, instantly generating a powerful storm that made it difficult for Natasha, resting nearby, to keep her eyes open. As one of Asgard's foremost warriors, Thor's reputation resonated throughout the 9 realms, and few could withstand a direct blow from him. Yet Riga did, which exhilarated Thor. Despite his restricted agility in the air, his strikes were formidable. "You truly are a formidable opponent. Come at me again," Thor exclaimed as he swung his hammer down at Riga with immense force. "I fear you not." Riga swiftly reacted, executing an upward kick that interrupted Thor's assault. Not to be outdone, Thor bent his left arm, driving his elbow forcefully towards Riga's right leg. Recognizing the threat, Riga promptly withdrew his right leg. After all, Thor's divine strength was not to be trifled with. Capable of crushing Tony's armor with his bare hands, the two were evenly matched, growing more exhilarated with each exchange, their movements fluid and chaotic in the air, creating an increasingly loud commotion. Observing that Thor was unable to subdue Riga in a short span, Tony felt a surge of urgency. He immediately soared towards the fray, albeit somewhat unsteadily due to the loss of one propulsion system. Fortunately, the remaining thruster was still functional. Otherwise, he would have had to contemplate retreat. "Thor, this cannot continue. We are wasting too much time against Riga, which is detrimental to our cause. What do you propose?" Thor shot back, propelling Riga away with a powerful punch. "Let us combine our might and strike him down with our strongest attack." Upon hearing this, Riga narrowed his eyes and reappeared before Tony, preparing to eliminate him swiftly. However, just as he was about to launch his attack, he instinctively leaped back as Natasha, wielding an adamantium dagger, sliced through the air just inches from his chest. The glint of the silver blade sent a shiver down Riga's spine. Natasha did not encase her dagger in ice this time. Rather, she held it firmly in her hand. A strike from it would not be as simple as before. After a brief respite, Natasha had regained some composure, yet she was already at the brink of exhaustion. The battle with Riga had proven exceedingly arduous, and the creation of ice coupled with the use of teleportation had taken a considerable toll on her. Fortunately, her accelerated regeneration abilities indirectly bolstered her physical resilience. However, the prolonged combat was pushing her limits, and should Riga remain standing for much longer, she would be the first to plummet from the sky. "You too. I will create an opportunity. You must work together to defeat Riga," Natasha proclaimed, glancing back at her companions. "Understood, madam," Tony replied. Turning her gaze back to Riga, Natasha vanished from sight. Riga realized he was in dire straits. Indeed, Natasha's approach was no longer as cautious as before, each strike aimed directly at Riga's vital points. The sharp adamantium dagger, combined with her teleportation abilities, placed Riga in a perilous situation. "What is your plan?" Thor inquired while observing the battlefield. "After our previous skirmish, I discerned that Riga harbors a certain trepidation towards my laser beams. I intend to channel all my energy into this attack and unleash it in a single moment." Tony explained. "Very well. I shall lend you my strength with lightning." With that, Thor pointed his hammer toward the sky, drawing in an immense bolt of blue lightning into it. "Now," Tony shouted. At his command, Thor aimed his hammer at Riga, who was preoccupied with Natasha's relentless onslaught. Upon raising his gaze, he saw a massive bolt of lightning hurtling toward him. There was no way to evade it, and he could only brace himself to endure the impact. Natasha, perceiving the impending strike, promptly teleported to the side. Seeing that Thor had ensnared Riga, Tony ordered JARVIS to channel all energy into his arms. He then brought his hands together, unleashing 2 colossal yellow laser beams directly at Riga. Under the dual assault, Riga struggled to marshal his remaining energy. First, he He battled Natasha, then contended with Tony, and finally faced Thor. This relentless barrage had drained much of his strength. And now confronted with such potent dual attacks, he could no longer hold on. As Thor and Tony continued to unleash their energy with fervor, the pressure on Riga intensified. Finally, with a roar of frustration, Riga managed to disperse their attacks, but he succumbed to exhaustion and lost consciousness, plummeting downward. Natasha, witnessing this, swiftly soared upward, catching Riga and placing him atop a floating block of ice. Tony and Thor, seeing that Riga had fainted, exhaled in relief, though it had taken considerable effort. They were pleased with the outcome. Very well, we must hasten our return. The longer we delay, the more unstable the situation with Loki becomes, Tony remarked. My armor also requires repairs. If this continues, I too shall descend. Fortunately, I still have some power left. Indeed, I shall take the two of them ahead, Thor replied. Make sure to return swiftly. Not a problem, Thor nodded, grasping Riga and Natasha with one hand, and then soaring towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier with his hammer raised. Honestly, I need to get back and change into new gear. This is utterly detrimental to my image. Tony muttered as he flew through the air, swaying unsteadily. Chapter 57. Preparation in a daze. Riga heard someone calling his name. He struggled to open his eyes, still feeling somewhat groggy, and the surroundings appeared hazy. A sharp, high-pitched buzzing echoed in his ears, a remnant of having his consciousness manipulated. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to move his body to sit up, only to discover that his limbs were tightly bound to the bed. Straining to see more clearly, Riga realized he was confined within a glass cage. He had unwittingly experienced the treatment reserved for the Hulk, confined in his quarters. Riga, Riga, gentle calls echoed once more. Following the sound, Riga spotted Natasha standing outside. Natasha, he croaked, his throat feeling like it was on fire as he struggled to form the words, his tone wavering. How are you feeling? Natasha inquired, stepping closer to the glass. Not great. I was somewhat careless this time, Riga sighed, his speech still fragmented. How could this happen? With your strength, Loki should not have been able to control you, Natasha observed, noting Riga's return to normalcy. She approached the control panel and pressed several buttons. With a mechanical whir, the heavy glass door slowly opened. Because I am a winter soldier, Riga replied, a hint of resignation in his eyes. Natasha immediately grasped the implication. Barton was aware, so she had certainly heard of this phenomenon, though the specifics eluded her. The Winter Soldier, as the premier weapon of Hydra, could not be expected to maintain absolute loyalty to the organization purely by personal will. Thus, they employed a special method to control Winter Soldiers, words implanted deeply into their minds. This is undoubtedly Hydra's most effective and powerful method of brainwashing. Once triggered, the Winter Soldier has no choice but to obey, Riga continued. And then Loki discovered this and utilized it to control you, Natasha stated. How did he come to know? Have you forgotten about Barton? Natasha suddenly recalled, realizing she had overlooked this detail. With Barton's reminder and Loki's prowess, it was not difficult to discover this method with a keen eye. Riga sighed again. Combined with Hydra's brainwashing techniques and that scepter, even I could not withstand it. Natasha approached, assisting Riga in unfastening the restraints before helping him sit up. Are you all right? She inquired, taking a seat by the bedside. Riga inhaled deeply, responding, I'm fine. It's just that my powers have been growing too rapidly lately, and I've become somewhat reckless. Natasha smiled at his words. This lesson must surely leave a lasting impression. Not just a deep impression. It's truly unforgettable, Riga replied, shaking his head as he still felt a bit dizzy. He then asked, how did you help me recover? To be precise, it was a combined effort of myself, Tony, and Thor. Natasha chuckled. 3 against 1, huh? You certainly did not hold back. Unfortunately, I can't recall the details of what transpired. Well, you certainly made quite an impression, Natasha remarked with a smirk. Riga, with a resigned smile, lifted his gaze and asked, I caused quite a bit of trouble for everyone, didn't I? Hey, this isn't your fault. It's all Loki's doing, Natasha gently reassured him. We will soon seek him out to settle the score. Riga closed his eyes and nodded lightly, choosing not to dwell on the matter. What about Fury? I imagine his expression isn't too pleasant? Riga smirked at the thought of Fury's reaction. Natasha chuckled. You'll see for yourself when you step outside. The entire aircraft carrier is nearly in shambles due to you. Riga shrugged. Did your performance astonish him as well? He inquired further. Many were indeed surprised, Natasha replied, and Riga appeared quite pleased. Fury didn't ask how you acquired these abilities, did he? What do you think? Natasha laughed. Upon my return, he immediately sought me out for answers, but I didn't divulge anything. I suspect he will come to you eventually. Let him come. I certainly want to tell him, Riga replied nonchalantly. The matter of mutant gene synthesis is far too significant and is not something to be widely publicized. Of course, Fury would not feel morally uncomfortable. The issue would become exceedingly difficult to manage once it escalates. Should mutants catch wind of this, especially Magneto's Brotherhood and Professor Charles Xavier's X-Men, Riga would find himself in considerable trouble. By the way, what about Barton? Riga suddenly recalled. He is already fully recovered and is now itching to seek vengeance against Loki. Just then, Riga heard a cough, and leaning forward, he noticed Barton approaching. Riga, how are you feeling? Barton inquired. Not too bad. I didn't expect you to recover faster than I did. After all, I had been knocked unconscious by them first. So it is no surprise that my recovery was swift. Barton chuckled softly. Riga and Natasha exchanged smiles. The atmosphere significantly brightened. Although our initial encounter was less than pleasant, we now share a common experience, Riga remarked. Indeed, had I known back then that you and Natasha would end up together, I would have insisted on a sparring match with you, even if it meant further discomfort, Barton replied with a grin. You would not stand a chance against me, Riga retorted with a laugh. Could you not be a tad more subtle? Barton shook his head in resignation. The captain has sent me to inform you that if you are prepared, we shall set forth. Where to? Natasha inquired. To find Loki, Riga stated, rising to his feet. Nodding, and following Barton outside alongside Natasha. Upon reaching the deck, Riga was struck by the extent of the destruction he had caused. The entire deck lay in ruins, and conventional aircraft were rendered incapable of takeoff or landing. Only the Quinjet, equipped for vertical takeoff and landing, remained operational, albeit in dwindling numbers. Riga, it is a pleasure to see you back, the captain approached first. We have put forth considerable effort for you. Riga smiled. Apologies for the trouble, Captain. I am fine. It is these fellows who are quite the headache. The captain gestured to Thor beside him. Riga, I am delighted to see your recovery, Thor added with a smile. Next time, we must engage in a proper contest. Absolutely, Riga replied, eagerly anticipating the challenge. Loki is at Stark Tower. Tony has already made his way there. Everyone prepare yourselves. We shall depart immediately, the captain announced. The group nodded, and soon, a Quinjet was airborne, carrying Riga, Thor, Natasha, the captain, and Barton towards Stark Tower. Chapter 58. The Great Battle. Look over there. What is that? During their flight to Stark Tower aboard the Quinjet, Barton spotted something unusual in the distance. My goodness, the captain said, his expression grave and serious, speaking in hushed tones. A massive blue energy beam erupted from the top of Stark Tower, opening a vast wormhole in the sky. The deep blue energy against the backdrop of the black cosmos was vividly discernible even from afar. Simultaneously, small objects continuously streamed through the wormhole, scattering across New York City. It seems we have arrived too late. Loki has already activated the space bridge, and the Chitauri army is wreaking havoc in Manhattan, Riga lamented quietly. We must hasten our pace, Natasha urged swiftly. The engine's flames flared brighter, and the Quinjet surged forward at an increased velocity. Stark Tower loomed ahead, and through the cockpit's glass, the captain and his companions could see everything with greater clarity. A swarm of grotesque extraterrestrial beings descended from the heavens, their hideous appearances and shrill cries reverberating through the air. Armed with energy weapons, they unleashed chaos upon their surroundings, causing extensive damage to numerous structures. Flames erupted from the ground, while the populace, in a state of panic, screamed and rushed to escape. Were these abhorrent creatures summoned by Loki? Natasha clenched her fist in indignation. What are you waiting for? Why are you so slow? A voice crackled through the microphone, interspersed with the roars of Chitauri soldiers and the cacophony of explosions. Tony, not everyone is as swift as you, the captain retorted. Hurry and lend a hand. These monsters are multiplying. Tony's voice was laced with urgency. Although he often appeared flippant, in dire situations, Tony proved to be remarkably dependable. Just a moment. We're on our way, the captain replied, surveying the terrain before gesturing. Let's land over there. We need to get to the ground. Shortly after they exited the craft, Banner arrived on a dilapidated motorcycle. Dr. Banner, you've made it, Riga nodded. I apologize for the earlier incident. No worries, fortunate you tossed me out, otherwise those aboard the ship would have been in peril, Banner smiled, waving dismissively, then added, the situation appears grim. We can handle any adversity, the captain asserted, casting a determined glance around, because we are here. Upon hearing Natasha's words, a surge of confidence welled up within Riga, Thor, Natasha, Barton, and Banner. With our presence, what are the Chitauri to us? While you're busy chatting, I've brought everyone here, Tony said, swiftly approaching, trailed by a Chitauri biotransport ship resembling a dragon. Even Thor, who had traversed the 9 realms, had seldom encountered a creature of such magnitude, let alone Riga, who had only witnessed such sights on screen. The palpable sense of oppression and malevolence was entirely unfathomable through the lens of a camera. That's astonishingly massive, Barton exclaimed, cursing under his breath. Ignoring the swiftly approaching behemoth, Banner turned with a gentle smile. I caused some trouble earlier, let me handle this. As he spoke, Banner's form expanded dramatically in an instant, transforming from a meek scientist into the fearsome Hulk. Confronting the colossal bioship looming before him, he clenched his right fist and struck the creature's head with tremendous force, the impact sending it crashing to the ground in a violent collision. Amidst the astonished gazes of his companions, Hulk, with sheer brute strength, obliterated the creature's head, causing its enormous body to lose control and plummet to the earth, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The Chitauri were witnessing for the first time as someone eliminated their main forces in such a manner, and they erupted in furious shouts. Thor and his companions were equally defiant, vociferously challenging the surrounding Chitauri soldiers, particularly Hulk, whose robust voice resonated powerfully. Loki, observing the Avengers from above, coldly instructed to send out the rest. One colossal biowarship after another surged forth from the wormhole. The emergence of numerous gigantic creatures in the sky instilled a renewed tension among the crowd. Captain, what shall we do now? Tony inquired, acknowledging the other as captain. Barton, take the high ground for reconnaissance. Thor, use your lightning to fend them off as much as possible. Tony, provide aerial suppression and control the battlefield. Natasha, with your teleportation ability, while dealing with the minions, ensure the safety of the civilians. This area is under attack, and I will seek assistance from the local police to evacuate and protect the populace. Riga and Hulk, it's up to your performances. Keep each other informed of any developments and provide mutual support. The captain wasted no time in delineating their roles, exemplifying commendable combat discipline worthy of the title. The team nodded in understanding. Excellent. Let these monsters realize that coming here is their gravest mistake, the captain proclaimed with fervor. With Hulk's thunderous roar, the battle commenced. Although Riga had not fully recovered, dealing with these Chitauri grunts posed no challenge. Hulk could fell a biowarship with a single punch, while Riga could not yet achieve that. His combat style appeared far more ferocious. Confronted by the rampaging creature ahead, Riga gritted his teeth. I'll take you down first. Sensing Riga's intent, the creature bellowed and charged forward, demolishing buildings in its path. Riga gradually ascended from the ground, slightly bending forward, right foot retreating as he hovered in the air. He then began to gather power in his right fist, watching as the creature drew nearer. The monster roared once more, and at that moment, Riga glared fiercely, shouting as he forcefully pushed off the ground, as if shattering an invisible wall in midair, producing a deafening sound as he surged toward the beast. Within seconds, Riga reached the creature, directly entering its gaping maw. Following that, a long-restrained explosive punch detonated within the creature's mouth, shattering its enormous and grotesque head as if it were a watermelon struck by a bullet, sending fragments flying in all directions. Yet, the assault did not cease there. After obliterating its head, Riga let out another furious cry, unleashing a barrage of punches into the creature's torso. A series of violent explosions ripped the body apart, transforming the headless carcass into countless chunks that plummeted from the sky. Such a frenzied scene unfolded before the eyes of all present, eliciting involuntary twitches at the corners of their eyes. Alas, Riga is truly ruthless, Tony lamented, but I must admit, I find it rather appealing. The others could only shake their heads. After all, Riga had just been controlled and was now in a foul mood, necessitating an outlet for his pent-up frustrations. And it was the adversaries who would bear the brunt of it. After dispatching one foe, Riga wasted no time in seeking out another biological transport vessel. At this moment, Chitauri soldiers surrounded him from all directions. Even with Riga's formidable prowess, he could not eliminate all his enemies in such a short span. Just then, several Chitauri soldiers loomed before him. Riga was about to take flight and eliminate them when suddenly, a glaring white rope shot forth from an unknown source. ensnaring the unsuspecting soldiers mid-action. "Ah, Spider-Man has arrived," Riga chuckled. "Hey, buddy, you could have given me a heads up instead of making me discover it through the news." Looking up, he noticed Peter, clad in a red and blue bodysuit, waving at him from the side of a building. "I didn't have time." It all happened so suddenly, he smiled back. Peter executed a graceful flip and descended. The situation appeared quite dire. "Indeed, these are Chitauri. They are no good." Peter approached one of the enraged Chitauri soldiers he had captured, scrutinizing him closely. "Goodness, they are quite hideous. How do they have the audacity to exist looking like that? If all aliens resembled them, I would prefer not to engage," he remarked, exasperated by their dissonant yells. Observing the continued shouts of the Chitauri soldiers, Peter shot another web, sealing their mouths. Then he pretended to listen intently. "What was that?" "Apologies, I can't hear you." Watching Peter's antics, Riga shook his head in resignation. "Who is that?" a feminine voice inquired. Natasha, utilizing her ability to teleport, appeared almost out of thin air. "That's Peter, a friend of mine. He seems rather chatty," Natasha noted, observing Peter's incessant teasing of the Chitauri soldiers, her forehead brimming with exasperation. This was a battlefield, yet he was preoccupied with banter? "Yes, that's just how he is." "Unfortunately," Riga replied with a chuckle. "Buddy, they really are annoying." "Oh, my apologies, I didn't notice before. May I ask who this lady is?" Peter spun around and suddenly noticed the striking woman in black attire beside Riga, promptly inquiring. "This is my girlfriend Natasha." "Natasha, this is Peter," Riga introduced with a smile. "Hello," Natasha greeted with a slight smile. "Oh, hello there," Peter exclaimed exuberantly. "I'm Peter Parker, but everyone calls me Spider-Man. I live in New York, though not in Manhattan, but in Queens." Natasha cast a peculiar glance at Riga, her gaze imbued with an unusual essence. Earlier, Peter had begun to chatter incessantly once again. "All right, let us wrap this up quickly and head home," Riga urged, swiftly interrupting him. It was indeed wise to hasten their efforts. The last thing they needed was for Aunt May to find out. Peter rested his chin on his hand, while Riga shook his head. After dispatching several more Chitauri soldiers who lunged at them, Peter inquired, "Hey, buddy, what do you propose we do? They have numerous colossal transport ships." "I am aware. I noticed them earlier. Those creatures are rather troublesome to deal with. I will handle them. You take care of the foot soldiers. Focus on what you do best. If anyone is in danger, just save them," Riga replied. "Hey, no problem. I'll ensure the mission is accomplished," Peter responded, fingers aligned in a comical salute before darting off. "Your friend is quite amusing," Natasha remarked with a smile. "Though somewhat loquacious, he is remarkably reliable." Riga delivered a powerful punch, sending a nearby Chitauri soldier flying, and added, "Let us move." Chapter 59. Conclusion. Without hesitation, Natasha drew her adamantium dagger, conjuring a blade of ice once more. In a flash, she dispatched a Chitauri soldier, cleaving him in two. Her ability to teleport combined with her freezing powers was utterly terrifying. Many Chitauri soldiers met their demise before they even comprehended what had transpired. Whether on the ground, atop buildings, or in midair, each time a brilliant blue light flickered, it heralded the end of a life. Yet, an unrelenting tide of Chitauri soldiers continued to surge forth from the passage, seemingly inexhaustible, their numbers only increasing. "This is far too inefficient," Natasha thought, slicing another soldier in half as she observed the chaos and destruction wrought by the monsters with growing anxiety. "Tony, are there any civilians left on this street?" Natasha called out. "None. The civilians have all been evacuated. The captain is over there, leading the police to ensure their safety," Tony replied swiftly. "What do you intend to do?" A glimmer of blue light flickered in Natasha's eyes. "No civilians? That's good," she said, descending from the air to stand in the center of the street, now fully occupied by Chitauri soldiers. They quickly encircled her upon her arrival. Natasha sheathed her dagger, crouched down, and gently placed her hands on the ground, slowly closing her eyes. An invisible wave of energy began to coalesce around her, causing unease among the Chitauri soldiers. Yet they continued to roar and charge at her. At that moment, Natasha abruptly opened her eyes, revealing irises transformed into a chilling ice blue. As Natasha stood at the epicenter, a thick layer of ice swiftly spread outwards, instantly transforming the first wave of Chitauri soldiers into exquisite ice sculptures. Yet, the ice did not halt. It expanded with remarkable speed, as if imbued with life. Within mere breaths, the frost enveloped the entire street, unveiling a crystalline realm. The icy grip did not merely seize the thoroughfare. It also claimed parts of nearby edifices, leaving countless Chitauri soldiers frozen in time, their expressions of terror rendered vividly lifelike. In that moment, an eerie silence blanketed the street, starkly contrasting the surrounding chaos. If Riga's earlier display was one of brutality, Natasha's conjured a palpable fear. Clad in a black combat suit amidst the frigid expanse, she evoked a sense of reverence. Taking a deep breath, Natasha slowly rose, only to stumble as her strength waned. Such a widespread assault exacted an immense toll on her, and even in her prime, she could scarcely endure multiple instances of it, let alone after expending so much energy. Just as she was about to fall, Riga appeared at her side, catching her with a firm embrace. "You are reckless. Such a massive attack should not be unleashed so carelessly." Natasha turned to survey the ice-laden street, where countless Chitauri soldiers lay frozen. She offered a faint smile, but remained silent. "Rest for now. I will handle the rest." Riga gently set her down and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Damn that woman. Loki, witnessing Natasha's achievement, was consumed by both fury and astonishment. "Wow, Natasha, when did you master that technique?" Tony exclaimed from the air, observing the frozen street with excitement. "Ha, truly impressive. It seems I underestimated Earth in the past." Thor laughed heartily. "Riga, we need to find a way to seal that portal." Natasha's voice was weak. "I understand. Do not worry. I will take care of everything." With that, Riga shot off into the air, his target set on Loki. Loki! The roar sent a jolt of fear through Loki. At that moment, he was still within Stark Tower, and Natasha's earlier sweeping attack had prompted him to consider a hasty retreat. He had not anticipated Riga's swift approach. As Riga closed in, he showed no sign of slowing down, arms outstretched in the classic superhero flying pose, crashing into Loki's abdomen. They barreled through several walls before coming to a halt. Loki felt his insides churn violently, pain radiating throughout his body, yet the formidable constitution of an Asgardian ensured he remained alive. Clutching his abdomen with one hand, he struggled to rise with the other pressed against the ground. Riga stood before him, his gaze frigid. "Riga," before Loki could finish his sentence, Riga abruptly seized his arm, swinging him like a lifeless serpent and smashing him against the ground, creating deep craters around them. After throwing him down over a dozen times, still unsatisfied, Riga lifted Loki and spun him several times in the air before hurling him like a hammer throw into a nearby building. After crashing against multiple walls, Loki found himself trapped beneath layers of bricks. Having accomplished this, Riga exhaled deeply, reluctantly conceding that the sensation was indeed exhilarating. He slowly picked up the staff that had fallen to the ground, preparing to bring this to an end. Yet, matters seldom proceed smoothly. On the computer screen in the conference room of the aerial mothership, 5 individuals of varying ages and genders appeared, members of the World Council. "Commander Fury, the Council has made a decision," one lady declared. "I am aware that the Council has reached a conclusion, but considering the utter folly of this decision, I choose to disregard it," Fury retorted, his irritation palpable. "Director Fury, your battleship is the closest. Dispatch fighters," an elderly senator with silver hair interjected, knowing that if Riga were present, he would recognize him as a senior leader of Hydra. "That's Manhattan Island." Senator Fury interrupted loudly. "Unless my team is overwhelmed, I will not order a nuclear strike against civilians." "If you don't give the order, we are doomed," the senator snapped back. "If we launch a nuclear missile, that will truly be the end," Fury scoffed, then closed the dialogue box. "Sir, an aircraft is preparing for takeoff," Hill suddenly exclaimed, realizing the situation and reporting loudly. "Damn it," Fury cursed under his breath, instantly grabbing a rocket launcher and rushing outside. With a thunderous roar, he disabled the engine of the aircraft. However, he was unprepared for another plane that suddenly took off. It was too late to intercept. "Damn it," Fury cursed again, immediately pressing his communication device to his ear. "Stark, a plane carrying a nuclear bomb is heading your way." "How long?" Tony inquired while fending off the Chitauri attackers. "At most 3 minutes. Think of something. If it explodes, it will obliterate all of Manhattan." "Understood. Everyone, a plane carrying a nuclear bomb is approaching us," Tony shouted to the group. "What?" They thought they had misheard. "Are these people insane? There are civilians everywhere. How could they use a nuclear bomb?" "Damn Hydra," Riga muttered, cursing under his breath, realizing they were relentless. "Tony, are you certain?" the captain asked, equally shocked. Fury said it himself. "We have less than 3 minutes," Tony replied. "What do we do?" "I'll intercept it." Upon Tony's declaration, he soared into the sky without waiting for the others to respond. "Be careful," the captain admonished. "I'll assist you," Riga shouted as he followed suit. The two raced through the air, and in the distance, they spotted a missile trailing a long plume of fire. Upon seeing it, Tony accelerated once more. The missile was swift. Before Tony could react, it whizzed past him. He immediately executed a sharp turn and hastened to pursue it. Riga, unable to match Tony's speed, lagged behind. Seeing the missile approach, he summoned all his energy, grasped it firmly, and heaved it upwards. At that moment, Tony rejoined him, both of them activating their full power as they propelled the nuclear warhead skyward. "Take it there," Riga gestured to Tony, then inquired, "Barton, are you ready?" "I'm set." Barton's voice resonated. Earlier, as they approached, Riga had tossed the scepter to Barton, instructing him on how to seal the portal. "Don't rush, heed my command." Just then, Tony called out, "Riga, leave the rest to me. You cannot venture into space, but I can linger there briefly with my armor. Rest assured, I'll be fine." Riga shouted back, exerting himself to elevate the nuclear warhead towards the wormhole. Under the gaze of the world, the two ascended into the cosmos with the nuclear device. As they crossed the threshold, Riga was engulfed by a bone-chilling cold, and sharp pains coursed through his body. Glancing at the Chitauri base looming ahead, Riga let out a furious roar, and he and Tony strained once more, urging the warhead to accelerate. A brilliant spark erupted against the inky backdrop of space. As the Chitauri stronghold was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. Instantly, all Chitauri soldiers on the ground collapsed as if severed from power, leaving the awaiting fighters bewildered. They had succeeded. The captain, bloodied yet gratified, surveyed the scene with relief. After the two emerged from the portal, Barton promptly aimed Loki's scepter at the Tesseract. The colossal beam of light that spanned the heavens vanished without a trace, and the sky's portals swiftly closed. Thor observed with a smile. His admiration for Riga deepened. While his impression of Tony had improved significantly, despite their dire state, the duo remained conscious, bolstered by their collaborative effort, particularly for Tony, with Riga's aid. The armor's energy had not been entirely depleted, allowing him to maintain flight. Riga draped an arm over Tony's shoulder as they gradually descended. Concerned, the others rushed over to assess their condition. Upon confirming their safety, they collectively exhaled in relief. It was over. The captain patted Riga on the shoulder, his tone imbued with admiration. "Ah, it has finally come to an end." Riga chuckled softly, then closed his eyes and fainted. Chapter 60. The spell. In the aftermath of the Battle of New York, Riga found himself enjoying a rare few days of respite. Since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, he felt he had scarcely rested, first contending with Stark, then facing off against Spider-Man and the Lizard, followed by encounters with mutants, the reformed Natasha, and subsequently Loki and the Chitauri. It had been a relentless cycle, and even Riga began to feel a sense of fatigue. With the conclusion of the Battle of New York, he resolved to take this opportunity to recalibrate himself. The impact of the Battle of New York on the world was monumental. Humanity had, for the first time, come to the stark realization that they were not the sole intelligent beings in existence. Countless races inhabited the cosmos, and not all of them were benevolent. The Avengers, who had shone brightly during the battle, became the focal point of public discourse. Some regarded them as idols, heralding them as the heroes who saved the world, while others viewed them as a formidable threat, believing such power should be contained. Natasha, as the sole female Avenger, garnered the most dedicated fanbase through her stunning display of prowess, freezing an entire street single-handedly. Additionally, Riga attracted a plethora of followers due to his ferocious destruction of the Chitauri transport ship. His combat style, characterized by powerful punches that ignited dramatic explosions, was both brutal and wild, exuding a unique aesthetic that exhilarated many, inciting a desire to join the fray. Consequently, the masses dubbed him Explosion Brother. Iron Man was already a beloved figure, and Spider-Man, thanks to his remarkable performance, received an olive branch from S.H.I.E.L.D, finally alleviating his financial struggles. Captain America, Hawkeye, and Thor also captured considerable attention. Even Hulk found himself with a fan club, as the once violent green giant appeared endearingly charming in the eyes of many. Despite the raucous excitement outside, Riga and his companions remained largely indifferent. However, upon learning of his nickname, he felt a sense of resignation. He had envisioned a moniker that was fierce, cool, and profound, only to be bestowed with something so trivial. As the Winter Soldier, He never anticipated being associated with such a moniker, leaving him at a loss for words. After enjoying a leisurely interlude, Hawkeye and the others were summoned back by Fury to undertake various missions, yet Riga continued to bask in his freedom. This was not merely due to his lack of desire to return to S.H.I.E.L.D, but also because Fury deemed certain tasks unsuitable for Riga given his temperament and capabilities, while others were considered excessive for the requirements at hand. Even in the absence of extraterrestrial troubles, and without anyone pressing him to work, Riga remained industrious, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. "Are you certain?" Natasha inquired, holding a Russian dictionary in her hands. The Battle of New York weighed heavily on Riga's heart, like a colossal stone pressing down upon him. While others believed he was under Loki's control through his scepter, only he and Natasha were aware of the true cause. Those damned words indeed wielded significant influence, and he needed to devise a solution swiftly. Riga's gaze was frosty as he recalled the trembling sensation that engulfed him when he marked those words in the dictionary with a pencil just days prior. He found it nearly impossible to utter them, and even the act of writing them was profoundly distressing. This was the only means he could employ to convey his plight to Natasha. It was then that Natasha truly grasped the profound impact Hydra had on Riga. "There was someone who could assist us, yet I harbor doubts about him." Riga thought of Professor X, who should be able to resolve this issue with relative ease, as he was an undeniable authority in this domain. However, Riga was reluctant to relinquish his mind entirely to Professor X for examination. The risks were far too great, not just for himself, but also for the professor. Natasha nodded, acknowledging that such matters could not afford any risk. A single misstep could spell disaster. "Thus, the most viable solution I can conceive at present is you." Riga lifted his head. "You shall articulate these words, one by one, gradually strengthening my resistance to them. Will that suffice?" Natasha expressed her concern. "We'll only know if it works by trying, and even if I cannot resist being controlled, it would be your influence over me," Riga replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Natasha's eyes crinkled into a smile. "Very well. Now that we have made a decision, let us commence. We shall begin with the first word, desire." Natasha spoke softly, the moment she uttered it. A command emanating from the depths of his soul surged through Riga, imbued with an irresistible authority. He immediately clenched his jaw, shut his eyes, and tightened his fists, taking deep breaths as he struggled against the sensation. After what felt like an eternity, under Natasha's anxious gaze, he gradually regained his composure and slowly opened his eyes. "How do you feel?" Natasha inquired. "It's manageable. It has passed. After all, it was merely one word. The potency was bearable." Riga exhaled deeply. "Let us pause here for now. We can continue later," Natasha said gently, recognizing that this is a process that requires patience. Riga nodded, acknowledging her wisdom. "You are right. Though I yearn to resolve this issue immediately, such matters cannot be rushed." In truth, Riga understood that this approach was merely a temporary fix, akin to stirring boiling water. Only through persistent practice could he fortify his mental fortitude and, to some degree, build resistance against those words, yet it would ultimately remain a superficial remedy. Hydra indeed possesses a formidable expertise in psychological manipulation. The array of trigger words employed to control the Winter Soldier cannot merely be dismissed or erased. Each trigger word is intricately linked to a multitude of associated memories. For instance, the term desire serves as a command for the Winter Soldier. If this word were to be eliminated, he would consequently forget all memories and emotions tied to desire, a terrifying prospect for any individual. However, Rhaegar suddenly recalled a hero who emerged later in the Marvel Universe, Black Panther. His homeland, Wakanda, is renowned for its advanced technology, and the Winter Soldier, Bucky, subsequently sought treatment there. Perhaps they could offer assistance. Yet, Black Panther remains elusive, and Rhaegar is not well acquainted with him. While he is confident in his own abilities, the fact remains that Wakanda is Black Panther's territory, replete with unpredictable tactics. Should he conjure a vibranium prison, Rhaegar harbors no confidence in his ability to escape. The crux of the matter lies in Rhaegar's identity as a traveler. He is unwilling to allow anyone, even Natasha, to probe into his mind. Thus, this avenue proves unfeasible. Currently, only a select few high-ranking members of Hydra are aware of the brainwashing system employed on the Winter Soldier. Previously, aboard the helicarrier, they were unable to thwart Loki due to their confinement. Otherwise, controlling Rhaegar through incantations would be nearly impossible for an ordinary individual. Nonetheless, Considering the series of tasks that lie ahead, the issue of control remains a significant concern. What are you pondering? Natasha inquired softly, noticing Rhaegar's furrowed brow. It pertains to Hydra, he replied. What's wrong? Nothing much. This organization simply vexes me. I yearn to eradicate it swiftly. Rhaegar smiled, concealing the truth. In reality, he was recalling the scepter Loki had brought to Earth. After the Battle of New York, he had fainted and missed the opportunity to seize it. Upon later searching for it, he discovered it had fallen into Hydra's possession. It is likely they are now conducting human experiments to create individuals with superpowers like Wanda and Quicksilver. Given this, Rhaegar currently has no desire to reclaim the scepter. Even if he did, he is unaware of its whereabouts. Hydra is a colossal entity, one that cannot be toppled by individual strength alone. I understand, but I have your support, and I am patient. So, your next objective is to confront Hydra? Natasha asked. Indeed, it is a personal dilemma for me. As long as Hydra remains, I shall find no peace. Rhaegar's voice took on an icy tone. What do you intend to do? I will start with the simpler tasks. There are quite a few infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 61. Pierce Alexander Pierce has recently been feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. As a former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a top-tier agent, and one of the current leaders of Hydra, he has keenly observed some unusual signs. A sentiment that has intensified following the events in New York. Recently, Jasper Sitwell was unexpectedly summoned by Nick Fury for a discussion. Although Sitwell later downplayed the meeting as merely routine, Pierce couldn't shake off a lingering unease. In recent times, while Fury has maintained an outward facade of normalcy, he has been engaging in numerous covert operations. Had it not been for Pierce's long-established habit of vigilance and his watchful eye on Fury, he might have overlooked these signs. A tense atmosphere has begun to permeate S.H.I.E.L.D., which many might attribute to the aftermath of the Battle of New York. Indeed, this was the first time Earth faced a large-scale extraterrestrial invasion, and also S.H.I.E.L.D.'s inaugural encounter with alien adversaries. However, Pierce harbors a different perspective. Beneath the calm surface, turbulent undercurrents are brewing, fraught with danger. While Sitwell may not be an especially pivotal figure, he is a competent subordinate, sharp-witted and obedient, making him quite easy to utilize. Moreover, considerable effort was invested in recruiting Sitwell, and his current rank is not insignificant. Losing him too readily would be a bitter pill to swallow. More critically, Pierce fears that, should a situation arise, Sitwell may not withstand Fury's scrutiny for long. As a longtime comrade of Nick Fury, he is acutely aware of the methods employed by this one-eyed veteran. Fury is a machine, rational to a fault, coldly calculating. The kind of person who would sacrifice an entire city to secure victory in a war. Though Sitwell is indeed an adept agent, he pales in comparison to Fury. As Pierce's trusted confidant, Sitwell possesses a wealth of Hydra's secrets, and one can only imagine what Fury might extract from him. If Sitwell were to utter a word he should not, the repercussions for both Pierce and Hydra would be immeasurable. Has Fury already sensed something? Or has Pierce inadvertently revealed too much? Pierce paced back and forth in his spacious office, meticulously reflecting on past events. Over the years, he has remained cautious and discreet, never exposing a vulnerability. It seems improbable that he would falter now, especially during this critical phase of their plans, where any misstep would be catastrophic. The 3 aircraft carriers are nearing readiness, with only final installations and adjustments pending before they can be deployed. He had initially believed time was ample, but it now appears that the schedule must be expedited. With this thought, he pressed a button on the phone, and the secretary outside entered the room. Inform Fury that the construction of the Insight aircraft carrier has been excessively prolonged, causing discontent within the World Security Council. It is imperative to expedite the process so that he may finalize the remaining tasks promptly. After the secretary departed to fulfill this directive, Pierce paced restlessly for a few moments. Merely accelerating the construction of the carrier is insufficient. These vessels must ascend into the skies swiftly, which necessitates the approval of the World Security Council. However, these politicians are unlikely to comply with his wishes without a modicum of finesse. Pierce settled into his chair, mulling over his next strategy. His current advantage lies in his continued membership within the World Security Council. Should Fury become suspicious, he would not be able to act against him immediately, as such a move would require substantial justification, which is unattainable in the short term. Moreover, It appears that Fury harbors no doubts about him, given their deep-rooted friendship, making it difficult for Fury to suspect him in the near future. This is indeed a favorable development. Furthermore, despite Fury's position as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, many of his undertakings necessitate prior approval from the World Security Council. Consequently, he cannot execute major operations without circumventing Pierce, who has also positioned numerous informants within S.H.I.E.L.D to monitor other matters, thereby granting him a degree of maneuverability. A glint of determination shone in Pierce's eyes as he retrieved a secure phone and dialed a number. "Director, what is the matter?" came a gravelly voice from the other end, imbued with a predatory undertone. "The situation has changed. We need to meet tonight." "Understood." In the illuminated streets of Washington, Pierce's home stood in stark contrast, enveloped in darkness. He sat on a leather sofa in the living room, anxiously awaiting his guest, his demeanor betraying a hint of tension. He had already sent the household staff home early in anticipation of this meeting. Moments later, a series of sharp knocks resonated from the back door, prompting Pierce to spring to his feet. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a man in his 40s, clad in black, whose weathered face bore the marks of experience. "Director," the man greeted him promptly. "Come in," Pierce replied, glancing outside to find the streets deserted. "What was the situation on your way here?" Pierce inquired as they traversed the dim corridor. "Rest assured, there was no tale," the man respectfully replied. Pierce nodded, harboring no doubts. This individual was one of S.H.I.E.L.D's elite agents and Pierce's trusted confidant. If he claimed there was none, then indeed there was none. "Has something occurred?" the man asked as they took their seats. Pierce poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to his companion. "There are some developments. The plan needs to be executed ahead of schedule," he stated with a grave and somber tone. "Has Fury sensed anything?" the man asked, visibly startled. "It is quite normal. The real issue lies in his lack of awareness." Reflecting on the perpetually somber Fury, Pierce's countenance darkened. "The protraction of this situation could prove detrimental to us, which is why I must expedite the implementation of our plan." "I understand," the individual replied in a low voice. "What do you require of me?" "Fury does not fight alone. He is supported by numerous capable aides. You must closely monitor their movements, for when the moment arrives, we shall strike with overwhelming force." "Understood." "They possess a considerable number of personnel. I will devise a means to eliminate some obstacles for you. During this time, it is imperative to remain inconspicuous. We have entered the final phase. We cannot afford any mishaps now." "I comprehend." "Very well. You may go," Pierce nodded. "Should the need arise, I will contact you again." The individual acknowledged and swiftly exited the room. Watching him depart, Pierce furrowed his brow, pacing the living room several times before producing a specialized phone and dialing a number. "Hello, I require your assistance." Chapter 62, The Return of the Winter Soldier. Riga had been closely monitoring the situation with Hydra, fully aware that this organization was far more complex than merely being associated with Red Skull. It was linked to even more ancient entities, including a powerful Inhuman who had been exiled to another planet due to his overwhelming abilities. Hydra boasts a history spanning thousands of years, established with the purpose of facilitating the return of this Inhuman to Earth. Each branch and headquarters of Hydra throughout various epochs has utilized the Dark Stone portal to send individuals to the planet where the Inhuman resides, in hopes of rescuing or serving him. Thus, as long as this individual exists, Hydra shall never be eradicated. Every long journey begins with a single step. Our immediate priority is to address the issues surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the Inhuman, we shall deal with him once he returns through the portal. If necessary, Riga is even prepared to traverse that portal himself to confront him on that alien world. Riga meticulously recalled the events that had transpired since entering the Marvel Universe. Among the Hydra operatives within S.H.I.E.L.D, he had already provided Fury with one individual, S.H.I.E.L.D. However, thus far, he had not observed any actions from Fury. Perhaps he preferred a more patient approach to ensnare a larger prize without alarming the enemy. Additionally, there was that commando, Rumlow, but he was merely a slightly more robust enforcer, suitable for Captain America to handle. Another individual was a senator, a minor player, likely a member of the Senate Military Committee, who had previously made things difficult for Iron Man. Furthermore, there was an agent and his superior, though Riga had forgotten the latter's name. In addition to these individuals, There was a Hydra leader, Alexander Pierce, a current member of the World Security Council and Fury's direct superior. All those mentioned previously reported directly to him. Yet another individual is pivotal to the situation. Riga is only aware that this person appears to be a former member of the World Security Council. Their name eludes him. This individual is the true mastermind behind Hydra at present, making them an object of utmost significance. However, eliminating this person alone will not resolve the overarching issue. As Hydra's infamous slogan proclaims, "Sever one head, and two shall arise in its place." Merely slaying one individual is futile. To dismantle such a deeply entrenched organization, one must uproot it entirely. As the leader, this person undoubtedly holds a wealth of secrets, including Hydra's plans and the coordinates of their strongholds. Furthermore, Riga requires their assistance in locating the wayward Inhuman on a distant planet. Hence, for now, they must remain unharmed. Finstrak's whereabouts are currently unknown, and he may be engaged in human experimentation in Sokovia. His survival is also essential. Dr. Zola has been reduced to mere data, residing in a basement where Captain America once underwent military training, posing no immediate threat and easily dealt with at any moment. Thus, the current targets are the 5 individuals lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D. harbors more than just these 5 Hydra members. They represent the upper echelons, while countless foot soldiers pose equal risks. If these individuals are not thoroughly eradicated, they will present significant dangers in the future. As for the Senator, a mere nudge to Fury would suffice. With his capabilities, locating the individual would be a trivial task. Having resolved his determination, Riga prepared to embark on his mission. At that moment, he received a message from Natasha. Coulson had been assassinated and was in grave danger. The shocking news left Riga astounded. How could Coulson be attacked? He quickly donned his attire and hurried to the address Natasha had sent him. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found Coulson in the emergency room, accompanied by Natasha, Fury, and Hill. What has transpired? Riga inquired, his expression darkening. He held a strong admiration for the usually composed agent. During the Battle of New York, Coulson had emerged unscathed, avoiding a tragic fate. Now, however, he lay gravely injured in the operating room, igniting Riga's fury. Unknown, Fury replied, his face set in a grimace, suppressing his rage. He was ambushed at noon and shot twice. Fortunately, the bullets did not strike his heart directly. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Coulson was one of Fury's most trusted and capable subordinates, and the audacity of such an attack in broad daylight incensed him greatly. Was it a sniper? Natasha nodded. 2 bullets, Soviet-made, with no traceable trajectory. Upon hearing this, Riga could not help but recall the infamous Winter Soldier, a disdainful scoff escaping his lips. He had not anticipated the swift reemergence of this figure. It appeared Hydra had successfully reattached his arm. After he had destroyed the left arm previously and sent him back to relay messages, he wondered how Hydra had responded. What is going on? Upon hearing Riga's cold snort, Natasha inquired with curiosity. Recalling some unpleasant memories, Riga gently inhaled and then asked, "Do you know what the assailant looks like?" Hill shook his head, stating that their calculations indicated the shots were fired from 3,000 meters away. They had never anticipated that anyone would attempt a sniper shot from such a distance, leaving them utterly unprepared. 3,000 meters? Natasha expressed her astonishment, as it was the first time she had encountered such a possibility. Fury, wearing a grim expression, replied, "Unfortunately, Coulson was the first to experience it." Natasha found it hard to believe that someone could hit 2 consecutive shots from such a range. If true, the assailant's prowess was indeed formidable. What manner of person could achieve such a feat? Truly, a masterful Winter Soldier, Riga thought, snorting again in his mind. At that moment, the operating room became a flurry of activity as the heart rate displayed on the monitor plummeted, accompanied by urgent beeping alarms. The lead surgeon brandished a defibrillator, signaling everyone to step back before commencing cardiac pacing on Coulson. Once, twice, yet the electrocardiogram displayed no pulse. Ultimately, the doctor was compelled to cease his efforts, glanced at the time, and declared the patient deceased. He is dead? Natasha found this hard to accept. Impossible. Hill glanced at Natasha before abruptly asking Riga, "Do you have any means?" Riga shook his head, indicating his helplessness. Natasha had survived thanks to the X gene and her unwavering belief. Setting aside Coulson's current condition, it was evident that he could not endure. Even if he could, time was not on their side. Given that the location was in Canada and they also needed to contact Strucker, I will not allow him to die like this. Fury gazed at Coulson's serene visage on the operating table, an enigmatic light flickering in his eyes. With that, he turned and pushed the door open, exiting the observation room, with Hill following closely behind. Observing Fury's hasty departure, Riga suddenly contemplated a possibility. If that were indeed the case, perhaps Coulson might truly be saved. Let us leave as well. We shall entrust the matters below to Fury. He may indeed have a solution. Riga draped an arm around Natasha's shoulders, speaking softly. Really? Natasha's voice conveyed surprise, tinged with a hint of skepticism. Anything is possible. Earth is a wondrous place, Riga remarked lightly as he glanced at Coulson. Chapter 63. Meeting the captain. Ever since Coulson was attacked, Riga felt an urgent pressure within. Undoubtedly, this incident was orchestrated by the infamous Winter Soldier, Bucky, indicating that Hydra had begun its machinations, and time was increasingly slipping away from him. If he did not hasten his pace, grave troubles could ensue. He is aware that Hydra has an insidious plan. Should those aircraft carriers ascend into the heavens, the casualties would not merely be in the dozens, but rather in the millions. When discussing Bucky, one cannot overlook Captain America. The two share a profound bond, having grown up together as childhood friends. With news of Bucky emerging, Riga feels compelled to converse with the captain, especially given their current adversarial relationship. Some matters are best clarified in advance. On a serene morning in New York, the dawn had yet to break, and this pivotal city within the Marvel Universe remained ensconced in blissful slumber. However, in the picturesque expanse of Central Park, a lithe figure darted swiftly across the cobblestones, the snug fit of his short-sleeved shirt accentuating his remarkable physique. Riga hovered above, observing the captain as he practiced long-distance running at a speed akin to a sprinter's dash. He couldn't help but chuckle. While the captain's physical prowess was commendable, his overt display was rather ostentatious. With a light touch, he descended silently beside the captain. Engrossed in his vigorous run, the captain abruptly caught sight of another person amidst the swiftly retreating scenery, and he immediately halted. "Riga," he exclaimed, panting yet wearing a delighted smile. "I didn't expect to see you here. Do you also have a penchant for morning runs?" "Not quite," Riga replied. "I merely observed you running for quite some time, and feared you might be a tad lonely, so I thought I would come and engage you in conversation." "Are you stalking me?" the captain inquired, a frown creasing his brow. "You aren't some kind of obsessive fan, are you?" Riga nearly stumbled at the captain's jest. Even the esteemed Captain America would indulge in such humor? Seeing Riga's bemusement, Steve burst into hearty laughter. As a soldier, he held immense respect for Riga's bravery in confronting a nuclear threat. Since the last battle in New York, their encounters had been scarce, and this rare opportunity warranted a meaningful discussion. "Do you have something to discuss with me?" the captain asked, casually patting Riga's arm. "Indeed," Riga replied with a serious demeanor. The captain's brow furrowed at Riga's solemn expression. Recognizing the gravity of the matter at hand, they decided that discussing it in the park at such an early hour was not appropriate. Thus, the captain escorted Riga back to his residence. The captain's abode was a modest rental, a simple apartment, adequately sized for one. The furnishings were sparse yet tidy, exuding a strong military essence, indicative of the captain's continued adherence to his disciplined lifestyle. "Please, have a seat," the captain offered, pulling out a chair for Riga and handing him a glass of water. "What is on your mind?" "Thank you," Riga said, accepting the water and taking a sip. "You are aware of the news regarding Coulson's assassination attempt, correct?" The captain nodded. Though their meetings had been infrequent, Coulson had left a profound impression on him, not only due to his warm demeanor, but also because of the excitement he exuded in the presence of his heroes. "How is he faring?" "Fury took him away. Let us hope he is well. However, that is not what I intended to convey." Riga inhaled deeply. "Do you know how he was assassinated?" The captain exhibited a flicker of confusion. "He was struck twice by a sniper's bullet." Riga articulated each word deliberately. "From a distance of 3,000 meters. The captain's eyes widened in shock. The significance of that distance was all too clear to him. "Have you ascertained the identity of the perpetrator?" the captain inquired in a low voice. "This is precisely what I wish to share with you." Riga paused momentarily and continued. "Your childhood companion, Winter Soldier Bucky." With a sharp crack, the glass in the captain's hand shattered. "Bucky," the captain's voice trembled slightly. "How did you come to know this?" "The bullets were of Soviet manufacture, devoid of ballistics, making them untraceable. Let us not forget, I too was a Winter Soldier, and I am well acquainted with their methods." Riga's tone was notably measured. The captain took a deep breath, striving to steady his tumultuous emotions. He was aware of Riga's background. Fury had informed him upon their initial meeting, during which Riga had shared information regarding Bucky. Have they captured him? The captain's voice quivered slightly. Riga shook his head. They do not even know who the assassin is, let alone apprehend him. My conclusions are drawn from the manner of the attack and the residual bullets. The captain exhaled slowly. Psychologically speaking, he did not wish for Bucky to be captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. Why are you revealing this to me? The captain queried. Having not heard news of Bucky for an extended period, the captain's thoughts had been 2 chaotic moments ago, even causing him to forget Riga's purpose for visiting. Now that his mind was calm, he recalled that this information signified Hydra's resurgence. Upon uttering those words, the atmosphere became significantly heavier. The Winter Soldier is Hydra's trump card, not deployed lightly, Riga stated slowly. The last time he emerged was several years ago, and now, after such a span, he reappears, targeting a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Clearly, he came prepared. What does Hydra intend to do? A look of disdain crossed the captain's face. He had been in a relentless struggle against this organization for decades, ultimately defeating its leader, Red Skull, and had presumed that chapter closed. Little did he know that they would resurface so soon. Do you not understand Hydra? To put it succinctly, they seek to control the world. Contemplating Hydra's ultimate objective, Riga hesitated, deciding it wise to withhold certain details from the captain, as the implications were vast. They are deluding themselves, the captain scoffed. You know, although I hail from that world, I hold no affection for this organization. Riga leaned forward slightly. Their next move will likely be significant, thus, I may require your assistance. Of course, the captain affirmed resolutely. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. Having added another remark, Riga encouraged them to bring it on, asserting that since they could thwart them once, they could certainly do so again. Riga chuckled, and I believed him wholeheartedly. However, the captain hesitated, stating, but Bucky. Bucky is your partner, your closest friend. When the time comes, I will leave him in your care. I will inform the others to refrain from intervening, Riga assured him. Upon hearing this, the captain felt a wave of relief wash over him and sincerely expressed his gratitude. It's nothing, merely a small favor. It is best that you resolve your grievances yourselves, Riga waved dismissively. Nevertheless, he may not recognize you at that moment, so be prepared, Riga added with another reminder. Rest assured, I know what to do, the captain replied with a solemn nod. Very well, I shall take my leave now. I will contact you should any matters arise. With that, Riga leapt from the window. As he gazed at Riga soaring further away in the morning light, the captain's thoughts drifted back to Bucky, and he instinctively clenched his fists. Chapter 64. Preparation. Upon returning to his apartment, Riga discovered that Natasha was already up, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Did everything go smoothly? She inquired, approaching him in a large white t-shirt, gracefully offering him a glass of orange juice before presenting French toast and sausage. A quintessential American breakfast. Indeed, it went very well, Riga replied with a slight smile as he accepted the orange juice. Natasha settled beside him, gently grasping his hand. Riga chose not to disclose his errand. Ever since Coulson's assassination attempt, his brow had been perpetually furrowed. Though she noticed, she refrained from questioning him further. Natasha was an exceptionally astute woman. She could discern that Riga was contemplating and planning something significant, though he had yet to confide in her. She understood that when the time was right, he would share willingly without her needing to probe. Thus, when she observed Riga leaving abruptly in the early hours of the morning, she felt no surprise and did not attempt to stop him. Now that he had completed his task, he would likely share pertinent information with her. Indeed, Riga took a bite of bread and remarked, Natasha, do you recall when Hill mentioned that the bullet that struck Coulson had no ballistic trace and was of Soviet origin? Natasha nodded in acknowledgement. In fact, you have encountered this perpetrator before, Riga continued, noting the question mark in Natasha's expression. He was the one who attacked you in Odessa. Natasha's demeanor shifted sharply, an icy aura radiating from her, causing even the orange juice on the table to shimmer with frost. Following that attack, Natasha had invested considerable effort into investigating the matter. But despite her relentless pursuit, she could never uncover the assailant's whereabouts. The Winter Soldier, Bucky, is the one who injured you. I had severed his metallic left arm at that time, and now he has resurfaced. How can you be certain? For I too was once the Winter Soldier. Natasha's facial muscles quivered slightly. Had it not been for Riga, she might have long since perished. Observing Natasha's expression, Riga couldn't help but sigh. After all, this was the individual who nearly took her life, and it was only natural for her emotions to be stirred upon hearing news of his presence. He reached out, gently caressing the contour of Natasha's face. Sensing the warmth of Riga's palm, Natasha offered a faint smile. Yet, I must convey this news not solely for that reason. Riga paused, but more so due to the identity of this person. Is he not the Winter Soldier? Natasha inhaled slowly. Indeed, Riga nodded. But this individual is not merely a random Bucky found on the streets. He is Bucky, the childhood companion of the captain. Natasha's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. How could that be? Natasha stammered. It was the Hydra's inhumane experiments, Riga scoffed, recalling his own troubled past, a shadow of gloom passing fleetingly across his face. In any case, they provided him with a metallic left arm and injected him with a serum, transforming him into Hydra's most formidable weapon. So, have you contacted Steve? Natasha inquired eagerly. Precisely to inform him of this matter, Riga replied solemnly. The captain deserves to know this. After I conveyed the news, he expressed a desire to confront Bucky himself, to which I consented, assuring him that I would not allow external interference. At this juncture, Riga felt a twinge of embarrassment. For Natasha also had her own reckoning with Bucky, and he had unilaterally deprived her of that choice. Natasha smiled gently, grasping Riga's hand, and softly said, It's all right. Since he is Steve's partner, it is only fitting that he handles it. Their bond is indeed extraordinary, and as for me, you need not worry. Hearing this, Riga felt a rush of warmth in his heart. Thank you. Natasha beamed brightly, then composed herself, stating, The appearance of the Winter Soldier signifies Hydra's resurgence. What are your plans? To utterly annihilate it. Riga declared resolutely, his voice imbued with a chilling resolve. How do you intend to achieve that? Hydra is a colossal organization that has withstood the test of time. You cannot topple it single-handedly. Riga nodded, fully aware of this. Yet this time I am not fighting alone. Furthermore, I possess certain advantages unknown to them. Natasha appeared intrigued. Riga promptly assumed an enigmatic demeanor, proclaiming, The Buddha says, one must not speak of such things. Uttering them would render them ineffective. Natasha, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes in exasperation. Riga feigned ignorance, wearing a beaming smile. Subsequently, he spoke with a solemn demeanor. Do you recall when I first met you in Fury, I mentioned that there were Hydra agents lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. Indeed, I remember, Natasha replied. The conversation between Riga and Fury at that time was something Natasha believed she would never forget. It was highly probable that they would soon come to the forefront. Why? Riga pondered. Perhaps they believe the time is ripe, or maybe their plans have matured. Or it could simply be desperation driving them to act. Natasha found herself in agreement. Since Fury had already been aware of the information back then, it was only natural that he would not remain passive. It was entirely reasonable for certain actions to have alerted the adversary. Therefore, this incident was bound to escalate significantly, likely exceeding everyone's expectations. Riga took the liberty of preparing Natasha psychologically, offering her a preemptive warning. If you are referring to combat, I believe I need not worry. Natasha stated confidently. That is indeed the case, Riga chuckled. With your current prowess, you can certainly be regarded as a formidable expert. Your compliments sound somewhat awkward. Natasha replied with mild dissatisfaction. Riga erupted into laughter. By the way, do you have any updates on Coulson? Riga inquired suddenly. It had been over a month since his attack. If Fury had indeed taken him to Tahiti, news should have emerged by now. Natasha shook her head. I am unaware. Fury has not disclosed any information on that front. It seemed he would need to take matters into his own hands, Riga mused privately. As this was related to the hidden Inhumans, and even the Kree, a matter he could not afford to overlook. Are you planning to seek him out? Natasha asked quietly, observing Riga deep in thought. Yes, I must inquire, he replied. Now, the time should be appropriate. Riga glanced at his watch, noting it was 7 o'clock. He dialed Fury's number. Hello? Fury's indifferent voice answered. Director Fury, I have some matters to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? You seek me out early in the morning? I presume it is not for anything pleasant. That depends on your perspective, Riga replied. Come to headquarters. I will be in my office. With that, Fury hung up the phone. I shall return shortly, Riga said, planting a kiss on Natasha's forehead before swiftly departing the apartment. Chapter 65. Resurrection. Nick Fury was a man without a wife or children. Coupled with his somber disposition shaped by past traumas, he perpetually exuded an aura of impenetrability, making him exceptionally suited for his role, allowing him to immerse himself entirely in his work and becoming a quintessential workaholic. Throughout the years, Fury rarely indulged in vacations, not only because he could not, but also because he would not. Thus, when Riga was informed early in the morning to seek him out at the office, he felt no surprise whatsoever. The door to the office stood ajar, and Fury was engrossed in reviewing documents when Riga knocked lightly. "Riga," Fury lifted his gaze, "you've finally learned to knock. I consider this a commendable habit." Riga plopped down onto the sofa opposite him. "Speak up. What brings you to me so early?" Fury, eschewing small talk, delved straight into the matter at hand, knowing Riga was not one to engage in idle chatter. "Indeed, I am not," Riga replied, shaking his head. "Before we discuss business, ensure the office is secure." Fury furrowed his brow and issued a command: "Seal the office." As his words fell, metallic curtains descended gradually, transforming the office into an airtight fortress within seconds. "Now we may proceed," Fury declared, resting his elbows on the desk, cradling his chin in his hands. "I wish to inquire about Coulson's condition." Riga wasted no time, his worry evident after days without sight of him. "I have grown somewhat concerned. Agent Coulson's injuries were severe. We were unable to save him. He has succumbed." Fury's voice was somber, tinged with sadness. Riga remained noncommittal. "Did you not escort him away last time? You promised he would not die." "That was merely a desperate utterance in the heat of the moment. You witnessed the circumstances in the operating room. Coulson's heartbeat had ceased." Fury gestured dismissively. "Is that so?" Riga inquired, his tone laden with implication. Fury shot him a glance. "What do you mean?" "I am well aware of numerous methods to lower a person's heartbeat to a near standstill. Only 2 or 3 beats per minute," Riga replied languidly. "Moreover, I possess knowledge of several techniques to repair damaged tissues. In fact, I am aware of methods that could potentially bring someone back from the brink of death." Riga's languorous voice struck Fury like a bolt from the blue. He lifted his downcast eyelids, his sharp gaze sweeping over Riga's face. "If you possess such knowledge, please share it. I could utilize it to save Agent Coulson." Fury spoke with a cool detachment. "Regrettably, the methods I know are currently unfeasible under existing conditions," Riga stated, rising from the sofa and approaching Fury's desk, locking eyes with him. "However, you do not require this, do you?" A dangerous glint flickered in Fury's eyes as he remained silent. "You have mastered the ability to resurrect the deceased, or rather, to revive one who appears lifeless to the outside world," Riga articulated deliberately. "Cellular regeneration." Fury's demeanor shifted drastically, his calm facade shattered. He stood upright. "Does S.H.I.E.L.D. possess the means for rapid cellular regeneration, derived from a blue alien corpse? However, this matter remains in the experimental stage, and the potential side effects are yet to be determined. If the situation were not urgent, he would not have employed such a treatment on Coulson. The more pressing issue is that this substance is an absolute secret of S.H.I.E.L.D., classified at level 10. Aside from a select few involved in the research, only the director and deputy director are privy to its details. Even though Coulson has fully recovered, he remains oblivious to the specifics, believing it to be merely a routine surgical procedure. Who could have leaked this information? Fury's gaze was as cold and calculating as a serpent lurking in the shadows, his mind seething with a desire to rend the traitor limb from limb. "Rest assured, the number of individuals aware of this news is minimal. I learned of it only under exceptional circumstances, not through any of your people," Rhaegar remarked, noticing Fury's displeased countenance. It then dawned on Fury that Rhaegar had made a similar statement during their initial meeting. He scrutinized the young man with his singular black eye, pondering what channels of information he possessed to uncover such pivotal secrets. "You need not deny it. You certainly took Coulson for treatment, or else you would not have uttered such words." Rhaegar resumed his seat on the sofa. "How is he faring now?" Fury continued to observe Rhaegar intently, and after a brief pause, his tense demeanor relaxed. "Agent Coulson is doing quite well." "Is he? In what way?" Rhaegar's interest was piqued. "He is eating well, sleeping soundly, just like any normal person." "Ah, then I can breathe easy." Fury glanced at Rhaegar before settling back into his usual impassive state. "You did not seek me out merely to inquire about this, did you? What do you think?" "I suspect you have grand designs in mind," Fury replied slowly. Rhaegar chuckled. "How is your investigation into Hydra progressing? Based on the clues you provided, I have already uncovered certain issues, but more time is required. Our operations have only just commenced. You approach me regarding Hydra? Fury narrowed his eyes. Rhaegar nodded. Hydra has already begun its maneuvers, and the sniper who targeted Coulson last time was indeed one of Hydra's elite assassins. Fury's eyes widened in understanding. How did you? Never mind. That was a foolish question. Let us disregard it. Fury shook his head. What are your plans moving forward? Although we differ in our views on many matters, our objectives align in this instance. Thus, I believe we can engage in some form of collaboration. How would that collaboration manifest? I can provide intelligence and, if necessary, offer military assurance. In return, you would grant me the green light for operations or furnish me with essential support, such as personnel. This arrangement would be mutually beneficial, Rhaegar articulated swiftly, clearly having prepared this proposition for some time. Fury's right eye fixated on Rhaegar, and he felt a stirring of interest. Rhaegar possesses formidable strength, currently. Aside from Hulk and Thor, he stands as the mightiest among the Avengers. With his presence, even the most daunting challenges can be met with resilience. Moreover, Natasha now aligns with Rhaegar, and through his enhancements, her prowess has significantly increased. Together, their combined strength will greatly amplify the combat capabilities on our side. Additionally, while the source of Rhaegar's intelligence remains uncertain, his information is typically highly accurate and of paramount importance. In this battle, the significance of intelligence is indisputable, especially given that Hydra lurks in the shadows, retaining the initiative. Rhaegar remained silent, patiently awaiting Fury's response. After a moment, Fury nodded. Excellent, Rhaegar exclaimed, rising to his feet. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall first provide you with a name. Who? Fury inquired. Your old associate, Alexander Pierce. Fury's entire demeanor tensed instantaneously, his eyes widened, and his hands gripped the armrests of his chair, his fingers paling from the force of his grip, revealing his astonishment and disbelief. This is no jest, Fury articulated slowly, each word deliberate. I am not jesting, Rhaegar replied calmly. Now that I have provided the name, I have a request. Fury struggled to regain his composure. Speak. I wish to meet the resurrected individual. Chapter 66. Meeting Coulson. Coulson, it has been a long time. Welcome. Observing the fully restored Coulson, Rhaegar greeted him with a broad smile. Rhaegar, Natasha, Coulson replied, maintaining his characteristic warmth. You have recovered? Natasha expressed her joy mingled with surprise, confirming that Fury had indeed spoken the truth. Though the surgery was somewhat intricate, I have returned, Coulson remarked with a grin. Indeed, you appear to be in excellent condition. The mere fact of your survival is the greatest fortune, Rhaegar acknowledged, opting not to linger on the matter. Please, take a seat. I understand you wish to see me, Coulson said, surveying Rhaegar's new abode, which he had not previously visited, noting its simplicity. I should have come to see you, but I was unaware of your whereabouts. So I appreciate your making the effort. Rhaegar opened the refrigerator and offered Coulson a bottle of beer. Thank you, Coulson accepted the beer. What do you need from me? Rhaegar sat down across from Coulson, his expression grave. Fury should have apprised you of the relevant information. Yes, we shall join forces to bring down Hydra, Coulson nodded. Hydra is an exceedingly tenacious organization with a long history. The phrase cut off one head, two more shall grow is not merely a saying. Regardless of whether it is affiliated with another organization or operating independently, it has endured for many years and may continue to persist. Its vitality is undeniably robust. However, this time it cannot evade its fate, can it? Coulson retorted immediately. One could only assert that our odds this time are significantly greater. Yet Rhea was not as optimistic as Coulson. To eradicate it, the challenges we face are far more formidable than we can imagine. Rhea took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. The primary reason I sought you out today was to discuss a particular matter. What is it? To the outside world, you are presumed dead. Such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered by Fury, should it? Rhea gazed at Coulson, questioning whether he had been assigned a new mission to exploit this advantage for clandestine activities. Coulson looked at Rhea, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Indeed, this task had been entrusted to him not long ago. How did Rhea know? Perhaps Fury had informed him, as both parties are, to some extent, sharing information. Consequently, Coulson did not deny it. Indeed, Fury has tasked me with assembling a team to investigate and address issues that S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot publicly pursue. Rhea's eyes lit up. It was as he suspected. So, have you finalized your team members? Nearly, barring any unforeseen circumstances, These should be the individuals. May I inquire who they are? Rhea continued to probe. Coulson regarded Rhea with mild curiosity, pondering why he was so interested in his team. Yet he refrained from asking directly and patiently replied. 2 senior agents, Ward and May, 2 young yet exceptionally talented scientists, Fitz and Simmons, and a young female hacker, Skye. Although she is yet to officially join S.H.I.E.L.D. Ward. Finally, Rhea heard the name he had been anticipating. This Hydra agent possesses formidable skills. Having been raised by a Hydra operative and has become a member himself, he harbors significant psychological issues. Although not immediately apparent, they will gradually reveal themselves over time. Moreover, he sometimes demonstrates kindness and takes actions he deems appropriate in certain situations rather than merely following orders. However, Rhea was unconcerned about this. Ward is a senior Hydra agent, responsible for countless lives. Such a figure should be eradicated sooner rather than later. And that unknown adoptive father of his is also on Rhea's hit list. Is there an issue? Coulson inquired, noticing Rhea's shifting gaze. Natasha also looked at Rhea with curiosity. Nothing. I merely find it curious that you are recruiting such young individuals. Aren't you concerned about potential complications? You are quite young yourself, aren't you? Coulson pointed out to Rhea. Rhea's expression turned to one of astonishment, followed by hearty laughter. Subsequently, Rhea abruptly ceased his laughter. Coulson, I must remind you of something. What? S.H.I.E.L.D. is not secure. I am aware of that. You are not safe either. Coulson's expression tightened immediately. What do you mean? Rhea remained silent. You know who poses a threat. Indeed. Who is it? Coulson inquired urgently. As the matter pertained to the safety of future operations and the very survival of S.H.I.E.L.D., leaving no room for his anxiety. After a moment's contemplation, as Coulson struggled to contain himself, Rhea slowly articulated, the agent you recently recruited, Ward. What? Coulson's voice rose sharply, and in a state of alarm. He immediately stood up. He had just clawed his way back from the brink of death, and Fury had entrusted him with a mission. To discover that his first act was to recruit a Hydra operative was unfathomable. How could this be? Coulson felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. It is the truth. You know I have no reason to deceive you. After a while, Coulson regained his composure from the shock. Aside from him, do you know of anyone else? Your team is clear. Rhea shook his head. As for the others, I cannot divulge their names at this moment. It is not that I am deliberately withholding information. I simply do not remember them. Even if I wished to inform you, I would be powerless to do so. It was understandable. Given the passage of time, Rhea had forgotten much. It was only when Coulson mentioned Ward's name that he recalled it. Beyond these 2, he vaguely remembered a former member of the World Security Council and a young man, seemingly the son of a deceased high-ranking Hydra official, as well as the original leader of the Inhumans. Beyond these details, much had faded from his memory. More importantly, he needed to locate the deceased Kree. For only then could he find the Inhumans and subsequently the portal. Coulson found it peculiar how Rhea could identify these individuals as Hydra members without even knowing their names. However, he refrained from probing further. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and prying too deeply was rarely prudent. What do you need me to do? For now, nothing at all. Proceed as usual. Continue your work without exhibiting any suspicion. Rhea leaned back against the sofa. Should you encounter any issues during this process, feel free to seek my assistance. I will lend you my support, and in doing so, I can ascertain who among them is Hydra. Coulson nodded. Once I identify them, I will inform you of the traitor. When the time is right, we can draw out the puppet master, and you will be able to act. And what of you? Coulson astutely detected a flaw in Rhea's words. Following the triumph of this battle, it appears that S.H.I.E.L.D. has undergone a thorough cleansing from within. The remaining matters are considerably complex and, to put it bluntly, likely beyond your capacity. Allow me to handle those affairs. Coulson furrowed his brow. Of course, I cannot guarantee my success. Should I require your assistance, I shall reach out promptly, hoping earnestly that you will not refuse. Rhea added. Hearing Rhea's words, Coulson's expression softened. This endeavor demands not only our strength but also our patience. We must not act hastily, lest we alert the enemy and drive them further into hiding, Rhea continued. The Hydra organization is vast, with an extensive network. Completely eradicating their ranks is impractical. However, if we can eliminate their leaders, the remaining members will scatter like frightened animals, substantially diminishing the threat. I understand this well, Coulson nodded. In that case, let us wish for a fruitful collaboration. Chapter 67. Underground operations. Upon returning from his meeting with Riga, Coulson found himself unable to quell his tumultuous thoughts. Ward was an agent he had personally selected. Yet Riga had revealed him to be affiliated with Hydra, a revelation that was difficult for Coulson to digest. If Ward was indeed a Hydra operative, how many others might also be in their ranks? How many trustworthy individuals remained within S.H.I.E.L.D? Despite Riga's assurances that all others were reliable aside from Ward, Coulson remained apprehensive. Riga himself had admitted that he did not know every name. If he were mistaken or unaware, and Coulson inadvertently entrusted himself to a traitor, he might find himself in peril without understanding how he met his demise. Coulson had no desire to relive the harrowing experience of teetering on the brink of death. In that moment, a sense of paranoia enveloped him, casting doubt upon everyone in his vicinity. Yet he concealed this suspicion deeply, maintaining the facade of his usual composed demeanor. This was a time of great importance, and he could not afford to reveal any signs of uncertainty. The team's operations must continue, and moreover, he could not allow himself to be distracted, for a project known as the Centipede Soldier was gradually coming to light. Given the knowledge of Hydra's presence among them, Coulson instinctively associated the Centipede Soldier with Hydra upon first encountering him. Could this be yet another of Hydra's super soldier initiatives? As a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, he was well aware that Hydra had coveted super soldier serum since the Second World War. However, thanks to Captain America's interventions, they had only managed to secure a limited amount. From his recent encounters with the Centipede Soldier, it was evident that while he might not rival Captain America, he was undeniably formidable, dispatching ordinary soldiers with alarming ease. Although the Centipede Soldier currently appears to be merely an experimental specimen, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that, unlike Captain America, this type of soldier seems to be capable of mass production. Should they succeed, Hydra would possess an army comprised of super soldiers, a scenario that is truly alarming. Shortly after the emergence of these individuals, he sent a report to Fury detailing the recent developments. Fury's instructions were succinct and clear: continue monitoring, maintain composure, and contact Riga if necessary. Coulson was uncertain of Fury's ultimate plan, and given Fury's nature, it was unlikely that he would divulge the entire strategy. After all, this was a full-scale war against Hydra, necessitating a meticulous approach to secrecy. Nevertheless, as a loyal soldier, he consistently adhered to his commander's orders with great diligence. The Centipede soldiers were formidable, causing Coulson some difficulties. However, he refrained from reaching out to Riga, not only to seize the opportunity to hone his team's skills, but also to ascertain whether others were indeed affiliated with Hydra. Yet, the situation quickly spiraled beyond his expectations. Following the finalization of collaborations, Riga arrived at a secluded farm on the outskirts, which served as a secret base for Fury. Although remote, it was equipped with comprehensive facilities. More importantly, it housed a small hangar containing a Quinjet, specifically allocated by Fury for Riga's use, enabling him to respond swiftly in case of emergencies. In recent times, there had been an unsettling calm, reminiscent of the eerie tranquility preceding a storm. Both S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra were advancing their respective agendas, each believing they had the upper hand regarding the other's vulnerabilities. It could be said that both sides were evenly matched, with the outcome hinging upon who exercised greater caution. The first to err would be the first to fail. Currently, Hydra was still covertly preparing, showing no signs of emerging, which allowed Riga to focus on enhancing his own capabilities while patiently awaiting further developments. At that moment, Natasha was not by his side, having been summoned by Fury for assistance. With Natasha's abilities, she could provide substantial aid. In terms of sheer force, Riga found no difficulty in neutralizing these individuals, as they were merely ordinary people, albeit with the potential presence of some superhumans, whom he did not regard with much concern. The issue, however, was that he could not simply charge in and eliminate them. Not only did he need to lure the remaining minions into the open, but there were also other considerations at play. In the foreseeable future, Riga would still need to coexist on Earth, necessitating certain precautions. The implications of indiscriminately assassinating a high-ranking official, renowned worldwide, would undoubtedly create a significant impression on the external world. If he were to act in such a manner, it would inevitably instill fear within the populace, leaving even the high-ranking officials in a state of trepidation. For Rhaegar possesses the capacity to extinguish lives, and thus, He is equally capable of eliminating others. Should he find himself in a foul mood, or should someone provoke his ire? Would he once again unleash a torrent of violence without restraint? The mere contemplation of such a possibility would trigger a chain reaction, leading to unpredictable and dire consequences. For no one relishes the thought of having a figure looming over them, capable of snuffing out their existence at any moment, especially when that individual's actions remain unchecked. Indeed, it was this very concern that birthed the Sokovia Accords in a previous incarnation, compelling the Avengers to choose sides and igniting a senseless yet devastating conflict. Furthermore, it was not solely the Sokovia Accords that emerged from this mindset. The Mutant Registration Act and the Superhuman Registration Act, among others, were also products of such sentiments. An even graver outcome would be the potential for Hydra to manipulate public opinion after Rhaegar eliminates these individuals, leveraging their influence to portray him as a tyrant while elevating the deceased to the status of martyrs. The power of public discourse is formidable at that juncture. Even the mightiest of narratives could potentially overwhelm Rhaegar. Even if we were to concede that he, bolstered by his strength, could dismiss these concerns, his friends might still suffer the repercussions. If they were to find themselves living in constant hiding due to his momentary indulgence, what significance would Rhaegar's actions ultimately hold? Thus, weighing all these considerations, Rhaegar refrained from hasty actions and entrusted the primary responsibilities to S.H.I.E.L.D. As the investigation unfolds step by step, certain truths will inevitably come to light, revealing themselves in due course. After all, as long as a justification exists, violence can be the simplest of resolutions. Seated upon the couch, Rhaegar's fingertips danced with an unpredictable energy when suddenly, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Coulson. "Hello, is this Rhaegar? I require your assistance." As soon as he pressed the answer button, Coulson's anxious voice emerged. "Slow down. What has transpired?" "S.H.I.E.L.D. has been injured. Shot at close range with a handgun. Her life hangs in the balance." "Where are you?" "I will be there immediately." Rhaegar hurriedly ended the call and swiftly opened the hangar door, leaping into the cockpit of the Quinjet. The engine roared to life, producing a thunderous sound as the two massive turbofans propelled the aircraft into the sky. Shortly thereafter, a blue flame erupted from the rear, transforming the jet into a streak of light that swiftly vanished into the horizon. Chapter 68. The Truth at a Medical Facility Operated by S.H.I.E.L.D. Rhaegar located the visibly distressed Coulson and his team. "Rhaegar, you have finally arrived." As the Quinjet had just landed, Coulson approached him, having awaited his arrival. "Follow me." Two individuals hurriedly entered the hospital, traversing a corridor until they arrived before S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hospital room. "Allow me to introduce my team members: Agent Ward, Agent May, Agent Simmons, and Agent Fitz. Greetings to you all." Just as I was about to introduce my consultant, Coulson, Ward interrupted. "Riga, renowned for your exploits during the New York incident." Extending his hand, "It is a pleasure to finally meet you. You have indeed captured the attention of many." Attracting attention can be advantageous, provided one does not become overly zealous, Riga replied with an innocuous smile. Meanwhile, May observed Riga thoughtfully, while Fitz and Simmons appeared utterly bewildered, unaware of the unfolding situation. Coulson swiftly glanced at the two. "Follow me. S.H.I.E.L.D. is inside." As they entered the inner room with Coulson, Riga beheld a girl lying within a specialized life pod. "Is this S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Coulson's expression bore a hint of sorrow. "She recently joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and has already proven her worth." Riga nodded, recognizing the gravity of Coulson's words. "What about the others?" Despite their solitude, Riga whispered the question. "They are also reliable allies." "Well, that's reassuring," Riga replied, casting another glance at the girl in the glass pod. She was of mixed heritage, her features harmoniously blending the gentle softness of the East with the striking contours of the West. Undeniably beautiful. "What did you summon me for?" "I am hardly versed in the art of saving lives." "I am aware, but my intention in seeking you is not to enlist you as a physician." Riga expressed his confusion. Coulson met Riga's gaze without responding directly, instead asking, "Is your aircraft securely stationed here?" "No issue at all. It is, after all, a S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft. If necessary, I can always borrow another from Fury," Riga replied. Coulson smiled. "Excellent. Then you shall return aboard my aircraft. We have a destination to reach." The group swiftly boarded the aircraft with S.H.I.E.L.D. in the life pod. Once airborne, Riga followed Coulson to his quarters. It must be said, as the master of this premier airborne office, Coulson's room was nothing short of luxurious. Can we speak now? Riga inquired, observing Coulson locking the hatch and activating an electromagnetic shield with a cautious demeanor. You are aware that I nearly perished once, and it was Fury who brought me back. Coulson's simple statement caused Riga to furrow his brow deeply. Although Fury held the title of director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Riga, along with the Avengers, often referred to him by name, a privilege afforded due to their unique status as quasi-official personnel. They listened to directives, but not proclamations, a testament to their formidable strength and transcendent position. However, Coulson is Fury's subordinate, and Fury is his direct superior. Moreover, a loyal individual like Coulson would never outright utter the name of his superior. Has something transpired? Observing Riga's unease, Coulson let out a derisive snort from his nostrils. Are you surprised by my choice of address, referring to him in such a manner rather than as Director Fury? Riga remained silent, merely gazing at him. Coulson turned away, inquiring, how much do you know about Tahiti? It is one of the islands in French Polynesia, a resort that is ideally suited for relaxation and leisure. Riga feigned ignorance. Indeed, it is a place imbued with magic, Coulson sighed. I once believed it to be so. After my injury, Fury arranged for my treatment in Tahiti. Yet, I was deceived. I did not go to Tahiti. Instead, I entered an operating room, a non-existent one, where the surgery was performed on me. Afterwards, they altered my memories, replacing everything related to that operation with fabricated recollections of Tahiti. Coulson clenched his jaw in fists, a spark of anger gleaming in his eyes. How did you come to know the truth? Pain always unveils reality. Coulson's gaze fixated ahead. After enduring prolonged suffering and torment, I reclaimed the truth. Riga's eyes flickered. He was aware of these matters, but could not divulge them to Coulson. Moments later, Coulson steadied himself. I apologize for digressing. However, that is not the crux of my message. What do you wish to convey? Riga inquired. I should have been dead. They resurrected me. They employed some special method or potion to successfully repair my ruptured organs, enabling my survival. Since I could recover from such a state, saving S.H.I.E.L.D should not pose a problem. So, you intend to return to the place that saved you, despite being unaware of its location? Riga asked. Conventional means can no longer assist S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson's emotions surged. If we are to save her, we must transcend the ordinary. I am aware of that. And I do not intend to hinder you, Riga replied. I knew I was right to seek you out. Coulson expressed his satisfaction. Have you informed your team of these matters? Coulson nodded. I still need their trust, so everyone is aware of the truth, including Ward. This is a significant reason for my reaching out to you. Riga furrowed his brow. I have articulated much thus far, and you ought to comprehend that a place of such caliber is not easily accessible. It is invariably fortified with stringent security and numerous protective measures. Should we endeavor to enter, we would undoubtedly confront opposition, and it is highly probable that we may encounter unforeseen perils. Considering the capabilities of our current team, we may find ourselves somewhat lacking in strength. Your prowess is formidable, even within the ranks of the Avengers. Hence my intention in summoning you is primarily to address potential hazards. Upon hearing this, Riga felt a bead of sweat form. It appeared he had been called upon to serve as muscle. Furthermore, this location is exceedingly confidential, and to thwart any ill-intentioned individuals, I require you to intimidate a few nefarious characters. I cannot allow this to fall into enemy hands. Riga nodded, understanding this request of Coulson was not unreasonable. Simultaneously, he found himself intrigued by this locale. If memory served him correctly, there should be a Kree corpse present, from which S.H.I.E.L.D seemingly derived the accelerated regeneration serum. If feasible, Riga intended to extract this body, as it might yield valuable insights for research. Since you have resolved to proceed, I shall refrain from further persuasion. However, you remain oblivious to the location. How do you plan to get there? Riga queried. I have provided the data to Fitz and Simmons. They are currently deciphering it, and should have news shortly. At that moment, both men felt a tremor above, as if something had landed on their aircraft. Sir, Ward's voice echoed from outside the door. What is the matter? Coulson inquired as he opened the door. Ward quickly scanned Riga with a glance. It's S.H.I.E.L.D. They have dispatched 3 aircraft, 1 transport, and 2 F-35s, requesting the handover of Quinn. Who is Quinn? Riga asked, curiosity piqued. He is the one who injured S.H.I.E.L.D, Coulson replied, his tone tinged with displeasure. Let us go see, Riga pondered, as he had no recollection of this individual. Following Coulson through the corridor to the upper level, they encountered two individuals descending the escalator. Garrett, what brings you here? Coulson questioned coldly. Upon seeing the imposing figure, fragments of memory surged within Riga. Chapter 69, Garrett. John Garrett, the very man whose name had eluded him. A senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and a deep-cover operative for Hydra. He was also Grant Ward's adoptive father, the one who led Ward down the path of Hydra. What was his purpose here? Riga was engulfed in confusion. Too much time had elapsed, and many details had faded from his mind. Fortunately, Coulson posed the question on his behalf. What brings you here? I am executing orders, Garrett replied with a mysterious smile. You must immediately surrender Quinn. I need to transfer him to the cold storage, as there are individuals at headquarters who require his interrogation. At that moment, his gaze swept over Riga, who stood beside Coulson. His eyes flickered with surprise as he stepped forward and extended his hand, exclaiming in astonishment that he had not anticipated an Avenger aboard Coulson's aircraft. Had he known, he would have brought a notebook for autographs. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Agent John Garrett. He then gestured towards a nearby black man. This is Tripp, my operations specialist. Greetings, Riga replied with a smile, shaking his hand. Coulson mentioned he was facing some difficulties and requested my assistance. I owe him a personal favor, so I had to come. Difficulties? Garrett inquired, his brow furrowing as he glanced at Coulson. Quinn has injured one of my team members, who remains in a coma and is in grave danger of death. We are en route to Bethesda to rescue her, Coulson spoke quickly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Thus, you cannot take Quinn, at least not for the time being. Did Quinn strike the blow himself? Garrett asked, his curiosity piqued. Indeed. S.H.I.E.L.D. infiltrated his yard last time and played him for a fool. He harbors a grudge. Coulson continued, I am also pursuing this individual, having lost 3 subordinates in the process. Therefore, you should comprehend why I cannot permit you to take him. Garrett's tone grew steely, because if she does not survive, you will be responsible. Coulson nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Garrett paced for a moment before turning to say, in that case, I believe I can conduct the interrogation aboard the aircraft, ensuring everyone's satisfaction. That would be ideal. Let us proceed to meet the prisoner, Coulson replied. The group descended the stairs to find Ward awaiting them. Ward, Garrett greeted warmly. It is a pleasure to see you again. Likewise, sir, Ward responded. Riga observed the two men with quiet scrutiny, silently formulating his thoughts. Coulson, I have no interest in interrogating the prisoner. I shall return to my quarters. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to find me, Riga said, patting Coulson on the shoulder before addressing Garrett. Agent Garrett, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Likewise, Garrett beamed. Once back in his room, Riga strained to recall any pertinent details about Garrett, but apart from knowing he was affiliated with Hydra, nothing else came to mind. After a while, there was a knock at his door. Coulson, come in. Did you give me a signal earlier? Is something amiss? Coulson inquired. When Riga departed, he cast me a glance, Garrett answered, prompting Coulson to seek out Riga immediately after the interrogation. I once mentioned that while I may forget names, I can recognize faces upon seeing them. This Garrett, he too, is with Hydra, Riga disclosed, delivering a bombshell revelation. Coulson's expression shifted dramatically. Are you certain? Absolutely. I would not make such claims lightly. I have known Garrett for a considerable length of time, having initially trained alongside him under Fury to master tactical maneuvers. However, a long acquaintance does not necessarily equate to a true understanding of a person, Riga remarked with a hint of detachment. Coulson exhaled a heavy sigh, gradually sinking into his chair. Riga observed him in silence, allowing him the space to process this revelation. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in Coulson's eyes as he raised his head abruptly. It became clear that he was indeed the clairvoyant, thereby elucidating everything. What? The clairvoyant? Coulson stood up. That is the individual we have been pursuing for quite some time, reputed to possess the ability to foresee the future. Just moments ago in the interrogation room, Quinn also mentioned something about it, claiming that the clairvoyant supplied him with information about us, which led him to injure S.H.I.E.L.D. and compel me to take her to my place of healing so he could ascertain what had transpired. Riga's memories surged forth. Indeed, Garrett had long masqueraded as the clairvoyant, though he was merely an ordinary individual. While it is true that certain beings in the Marvel Universe possess precognitive abilities, he was certainly not one of them. Precognitive abilities? Riga feigned astonishment. Coulson scoffed. What precognitive abilities? In hindsight, He is merely a high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, which explains how he has been privy to our every move. However, the permissions required for my medical treatment were too elevated for him to possess. If he wished to understand, he would need to witness it firsthand. Hence, he undertook this seemingly mundane prisoner transfer mission. His true aim was not Quinn, but rather me and the secrets of that place. Thus, the centipede soldier, Quinn, and the cyber technology were all orchestrated by him from behind the scenes. Therefore, my initial conjecture was indeed accurate. All of this was orchestrated to create super soldiers for Hydra. John Garrett, you have played your hand beautifully, Coulson muttered to himself. And what do you intend to do now? Riga inquired. Coulson pondered for a moment and replied, since he wishes to see, let us grant him that opportunity. Moreover, there is no way to alter our course now without raising his suspicions. However, I am now aware of his true identity, and I shall keep a vigilant watch over all his actions. Furthermore, Coulson added with a smile, I have you, a formidable powerhouse, by my side. I am not concerned about any storms he might conjure. Do not become overly reliant on me. I might decide to take my leave at any moment, Riga cautioned. That is of little concern. Just take care of my troubles before you depart, Coulson replied, shaking his head in surprise at this unexpected side of him. Meanwhile, Garrett was engaged in a clandestine discussion with Ward. I did not anticipate that Coulson would enlist the aid of an Avenger, Ward remarked, glancing behind to ensure no one was following. Nor did I expect an Avenger to actually arrive. It seems Coulson is indeed quite capable. Garrett's expression was shrouded in gloom. Riga's arrival had introduced numerous uncertainties into his plans. What are you prepared to do now? Ward inquired. Tahiti is a necessity. It is where Coulson met his death and subsequent resurrection, so I must uncover this secret. Garrett pressed his hand against his chest, feeling the frailty of his body, which was in a state of continuous decline. If measures were not taken, his time would be limited. After a moment of contemplation, Garrett coldly stated, there is no need to rush. So what if the Avengers have arrived? They are unaware of our identities, which is our greatest advantage. Once I uncover the secret of that place, I can attain a new lease on life. By then, our leader will likely have begun his own actions. Riga will undoubtedly head towards HSD, and he will no longer be our concern. Ward remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Riga and Coulson were still discussing the details of their subsequent actions when they were abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by the sight of Simmons, who was brimming with excitement. Sir, we have located the place. Chapter 70. Deserted Isle. After disembarking from the aircraft, Riga surveyed his surroundings. They had arrived at a desolate island, devoid of any signs of life. Not a single blade of grass could be found, and even flora was sparse. The island was far removed from shipping lanes, virtually ensuring that no vessels would pass this way. The only means of access was by air transport. This environment and geographical isolation were perfectly suited for a clandestine base, resembling an abandoned isle. Ward quickly scanned the area. Let us hope it isn't, he remarked. We still need the people inside to assist with S.H.I.E.L.D. treatment. Do you think they will willingly help us save a life? Fitz asked as he organized his equipment, tasked with locating medical instruments or supplies for Simmons. I would say it's a matter of courtesy, Garrett replied with a grin, brandishing the gun in his hand. All right, let us aim for a peaceful resolution. We are not here for vengeance. Coulson approached the entrance and activated the intercom. The personnel on duty had already spotted Coulson and his team through the surveillance cameras. Feeling somewhat perplexed, given the island's remote location, it was seldom visited, especially after the recent withdrawal of medical staff, leaving only a handful of guards to manage daily operations. Typically, such locations would receive prior notification before welcoming visitors, and they had never encountered an unsolicited arrival. Confirm the code. One commander fixated on the monitor signaled to his subordinates. The personnel nodded and pressed the intercom button, inquiring, was your journey from Istanbul smooth? Hearing this nonsensical question, Coulson turned to Fitz beside him. I found no standard response in the S.H.I.E.L.D. database, Fitz quickly replied, shaking his head. Coulson felt a sense of helplessness. After some contemplation, he began to exhibit his diplomatic finesse, hoping that his sincerity would resonate with those present. I am Agent Coulson. We have personnel injured, their lives hanging by a thread, and we urgently require your assistance for treatment here. Yet, the response he received was merely a curt question. Was your passage from Istanbul smooth? Observing this, Riga patted Coulson on the shoulder, remarking, not everyone possesses your level of understanding. It appeared that a more forceful approach was in order. Garrett chuckled, and then stepped in front of the camera, shattering it with a single shot. What now? This door won't open by itself, Garrett inquired. Perhaps I can hack into their control panel, Fitz suggested, producing his tools. Leave this to me, Riga declared as he approached the steel door, knocking against it to gauge its thickness. Clenching his right fist, he struck forward with great force. The explosion resonated with a deafening roar, followed by a resounding crash as the door splintered and flew inward, triggering an ear-piercing alarm. Let us go, Riga said, brushing off the dust that had been stirred up, leading the way with determined strides. Coulson shrugged and followed suit. Fitz stood in astonishment. He had never witnessed such a violent method of breaching a door before. Indeed, Avengers were true to their name. Garrett and Ward exchanged glances, their hearts sinking simultaneously. Riga's method was shockingly powerful, and should their identities be uncovered, their demise would be as effortless as crushing ants. Gentlemen, unauthorized personnel have breached our facility without a code. The commanding officer shouted, gun in hand. We must prepare to return them in body bags. Armed personnel lined up, responding in unison, yes. Move out. All lights within the base had been extinguished, plunging the interior into darkness. Unfamiliar with the layout, Coulson and his companions struggled to navigate their surroundings. After traversing a corridor and descending an elevator, they arrived at a workshop. This is bad. We've descended too deep. The mountains are blocking the signal. And we can't reach Simmons, Fitz lamented. It's for the best. Should we meet a grim fate? They remained blissfully unaware, Garrett replied with a grin. With Mr. Riga here, such a scenario is unlikely. Fitz paused at this somewhat chilling remark, quickly retorting. Upon hearing this, Riga couldn't help but chuckle. Bulletproof glass. Ward noted, tapping on the glass door before them. Let me handle it. Riga approached the glass door and turned back to caution. Be aware, once the door opens, enemy firepower may be unleashed. The group nodded, each finding a suitable position to conceal themselves. Are you ready? Riga inquired, turning his head and clenching his fist. Begin. With a resounding crash, the thick bulletproof glass door shattered into countless fragments, and a powerful shockwave sent the furniture within tumbling. Fire! Came a furious roar from the shadows. Instantly, a barrage of bullets rained down upon Riga, completely saturating the doorway. The relentless gunfire echoed incessantly, the flashes illuminating the entire room. After opening the door, Riga remained steadfast, unmoved. Despite the terrifying number of bullets, the energy accompanying them was insufficient to compel him to evade. Be careful, Coulson shouted, swiftly organizing a counterattack with several others. The dense hail of bullets whizzed through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound. As if sensing the inadequacy of their firepower, the guards within the facility swiftly hurled 2 grenades. Damn it! With the light from the rifle fire illuminating the surroundings, Riga immediately spotted the 2 ominous objects. In an instant, he vanished from view, and the next moment, he clenched both grenades tightly in his hands. A pair of thunderous explosions erupted as the grenades detonated in Riga's grasp. Sensing the acrid smell of gunpowder in the air, Riga's expression darkened. How dare these fools throw grenades? They were clearly courting death. He had initially intended to prolong the encounter, but now a swift resolution seemed prudent. Standing in the center of the room, Riga swiftly unleashed 2 powerful punches, creating a series of miniature explosions in the air. The guards lurking in the darkness were thrown off their feet by the shockwave. Some met their demise while others were grievously wounded, and a few, sensing the dire situation, hastily turned to flee. At that moment, gunfire rang out from behind Riga. He turned to see Garrett, his face a mask of fury, brandishing a rifle. Evidently, he had just eliminated the remaining few. Coulson rushed over, meticulously examining the fallen individuals, seeking any survivors from the recent skirmish, as he needed their assistance to locate a doctor. Sir, I must say, your presence is invaluable, Fitz remarked as he approached Riga, gazing at the chaotic scene with a gulp. The intense gunfire had startled him. Without Riga's formidable strength, their small group could have suffered significant casualties. The guards were unexpectedly numerous, yet Coulson had summoned him precisely to avert such unforeseen circumstances. Riga patted Fitz reassuringly on the back. How's it looking? Garrett inquired, observing Coulson's diligent inspections. Most are dead. A few are still hanging on, but they won't last long, Coulson replied anxiously. The man from earlier informed me that there are no doctors left. They've all evacuated. Then let us search for any medical supplies. Perhaps they could still save someone. Although Riga was aware that supplies were present, he was uncertain of their exact location. Let's split up and search. Several individuals swiftly dispersed, embarking on a quest for the elusive potion. Chapter 71, Tahiti. By fortune, we are accompanied by Mr. Riga, who has efficiently neutralized these ruffians. Barely a moment had passed when Garrett suddenly exclaimed, directing his gaze towards something. The beams of their flashlights followed the trajectory of Garrett's finger, illuminating a series of white plastic bombs densely arrayed upon the ceiling and walls. Before they could activate these devices, Ward kicked aside the lifeless body of a fallen guard and retrieved a timer, shaking it, as if astonished by the abrupt conclusion of the skirmish. Coulson cast a wary glance at Riga, a shiver of dread coursing through him. Had the adversaries activated those devices, they might have been crushed beneath the mountain while searching for the potion. Let us set that aside for now. Locating the items takes precedence, Coulson declared, proceeding cautiously deeper into the bunker. Riga followed closely, having previously visited this place. Albeit his memories had been altered, he possessed a greater familiarity than the others. The space was neither vast nor diminutive, yet guided by a sense of recognition. Coulson soon stumbled upon a room marked with biohazard symbols. Upon entering, he discovered a repository of potions, shelves neatly arranged with an array of bottles containing various unknown chemical concoctions. After a thorough search, Fitz uncovered a metallic box within a glass cabinet emblazoned with the same emblem. Riga approached, forcefully tearing open the cabinet door, revealing 3 vials of bluish-purple serum. GH 325. This is it, Fitz exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he recognized the label. Sky would be saved. Just then, Garrett rushed in with Ward, and upon seeing the 3 vials, he paused, an unusual gleam igniting in his eyes. Riga handed 1 vial to Fitz, urging him to save the girl, before placing the remaining vials back in the box. This could be the key to resurrection, Coulson began, but Riga lifted the entire box, asserting, I certainly intend to take it. At that moment, Coulson's gaze drifted and inadvertently caught sight of something. You all may return. I will follow shortly, he instructed. Garrett and Ward exchanged glances before hastily departing with Fitz. What is the matter? Riga inquired. Coulson took a few steps forward, pushing aside a box to reveal obscured contents. Tahiti, so this truly is Tahiti, he murmured, fixated on the letters above. Gradually, he opened the door to the room. Inside was a laboratory, brimming with an assortment of experimental apparatus and potions, and emblazoned upon a sealed metal door were the letters GH. Riga pressed a button, unlocking the door. Before them stood a glass case containing the remains of an extraterrestrial being, more accurately, a half-formed alien corpse. Its blue skin and formidable physique were striking, yet tragically. The lower half of its abdomen had vanished, with intestines rhythmically swaying in the liquid within the case. Several tubes were inserted into its body, and a substance resembling deep blue blood flowed slowly through these conduits. Coulson was utterly astonished at the sight of the alien remains. It's a Kree, Riga corrected him. What? It's a Kree. Riga recalled fragments of information about the Kree, the most vivid being the accuser Ronin from the Guardians of the Galaxy. How do you know? Because I have seen one. Coulson shifted his gaze back to the Kree submerged in the liquid. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply. Since it is an alien, what about the serum? Riga grasped him firmly, reassuring, it's all right, Sky will be fine. How can you be so sure? This is an alien. Who knows what side effects it could have? Coulson's agitation was palpable. Do you trust me? Riga asked, gripping Coulson's shoulders and locking eyes with him. If you trust me, then relax, Sky will be fine. Coulson gradually calmed, beginning to comprehend that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. What else do you know? Not much, really. There are only a few surface details that I can grasp, and I can't explain them completely. This matter is extensive, and thus I cannot divulge everything at this moment. Riga replied, adding, however, you will come to know, as the issue will soon arise. Coulson regarded Riga in silence for a moment before asking, what do we do now? I need to move this body. How? By packing it in the case, of course, Riga stated matter-of-factly. Coulson offered no objections. And what about this place? What should we do with this location? Riga realized, you came from here. I'll follow your lead. The serum that Fitz and the others had brought proved effective, and after administration, Sky's vital signs quickly returned to normal. However, a significant amount of time had passed, and Coulson and Riga had yet to emerge, causing those outside to grow increasingly restless. Just as they prepared to re-enter, Riga emerged carrying a large cubic case, accompanied by Coulson. "What's inside?" Garrett inquired. "My trophy," Riga replied with a smile, gently setting the case down. "Take off immediately," Coulson commanded, instructing that the hatch remain open. The aircraft swiftly ascended, and Riga glanced at their altitude before leaping from the cabin, astonishing everyone present. They hurriedly leaned against the windows to look down, witnessing Riga suspended in midair, his aura swelling with power, as brilliant light began to emanate from his clenched fists. The radiance intensified, growing in both brilliance and size, as an overwhelming force surged forth. Upon reaching a critical point, Riga let out a thunderous roar, his fists descending in rapid succession, causing the small island to tremble as if bombarded by a barrage of missiles. Explosions erupted in relentless succession, engulfing half of the island in a fiery inferno. Furthermore, Riga's onslaught triggered a chain reaction, igniting the concealed explosives within the mountains. With a resounding boom, the crowd felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, followed by a blinding flash that illuminated the sky as if a second sun had emerged, plunging everyone into momentary darkness. The mountainside crumbled and fractured, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds, as countless rocks either disintegrated into dust or were hurled into the adjacent sea. The powerful shockwave radiated outward, causing the surrounding waters to boil in the wake of the terrifying explosion. Although the aircraft had ascended, it experienced violent turbulence amidst the cascading air currents, startling May in the cockpit. When their vision finally cleared, the island lay in ruins, unrecognizable from its former self. Observing the remnants of the island being gradually devoured by the sea below, Riga shook his arms and swiftly returned to the cabin. "The task you entrusted to me has been accomplished." Riga cast a glance at Coulson, effortlessly hoisting the crate, and made his way into the cabin amid the onlookers' gazes filled with awe, admiration, and trepidation. Chapter 72. Trouble despite the persistent entreaties from Coulson's team. Expressing that S.H.I.E.L.D. had yet to convey her gratitude, Riga chose to depart upon reaching the base. Coulson had summoned him for assistance, and with the mission accomplished and his objectives attained, there was little reason for him to linger. Moreover, time was of the essence, and with Hydra potentially plotting new movements, he could not afford to tarry. "Riga, thank you," Coulson said sincerely. "You're welcome. Do take care in your future endeavors," Riga replied with a smile. Coulson nodded gravely, understanding the underlying warning regarding Hydra. "Farewell, everyone, until our paths cross again," Riga waved as he boarded the Quinjet, stowing the large crate within the cargo hold, and soon vanished into the horizon. Garrett, watching Riga's departure, bid farewell to Coulson, stating, "I should be on my way as well. I must report back to headquarters." "Not a problem." Coulson extended his hand. "Thank you for your assistance, and safe travels." Garrett nodded slightly and took off in his private aircraft. "Let us return. This situation requires thorough deliberation," Coulson remarked, his expression inscrutable as he observed the two men depart. After handing Quinn over to S.H.I.E.L.D, Garrett immediately dialed a number. "Sir, we have encountered a predicament." On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence before an aged voice emerged, instructing, "Meet me tonight." As night fell, within the opulent residence of H.S.D, Pierce and Garrett sat across from one another. This marked the second encounter between the two in recent times. The last meeting had been prompted by Pierce's unease, leading him to summon Garrett to inform him of an urgent plan that necessitated close surveillance of Fury's subordinates. Due to the gravity of the situation, he could not convey these details over the phone and opted for a face-to-face discussion. What he did not anticipate was that Garrett would arrive so swiftly with news. And it was, regrettably, bad news. "What has transpired?" Pierce inquired in a grave tone. "I recently encountered Riga, the Avenger," Garrett replied. Pierce was taken aback. "The Avenger? How could Garrett have crossed paths with him?" "You're aware that Coulson is still alive, despite his severe injuries last time? Fury managed to rescue him through unknown means. And now he is quite active, having assembled a team that poses significant challenges for us." "Yes, I am aware." Pierce's expression darkened considerably. Previously, he had dispatched the Winter Soldier to assassinate Coulson, intending to eliminate Fury's formidable right-hand man. The Winter Soldier had executed the mission flawlessly, hitting his target twice from a distance of 3,000 meters. Pierce had been convinced that Coulson was doomed, yet Fury's unexpected intervention left him seething with frustration. "You later tasked me with investigating this matter to uncover the truth behind it. What are the findings?" Coulson was indeed dead at that moment. But Fury used a substance known as GH325 to snatch him back from the clutches of death. GH325? Pierce furrowed his brow. He had never heard of such a thing. This matter has been kept under stringent secrecy by Fury. Only a select few are privy to it. Garrett's voice brimmed with excitement. This substance can significantly enhance cellular activity, even achieving accelerated regeneration. What? Pierce exclaimed, astonished. It is precisely this serum that enabled Coulson's resurrection. How did you come by this information? Garrett chuckled. I had one of Coulson's female team members severely injured by gunfire. The current technology is incapable of saving her, leaving only this method as a viable option. Of course, preliminary preparations were made, gradually leading him to realize that there was no alternative to this course of action. Well done, Pierce remarked with faint praise. My plan was initially flawless. I intended to follow Coulson to that location and acquire the serum. However, Riga unexpectedly intervened, and even in the darkness, Garrett's eyes betrayed his hatred. Not only did he seize the remaining serum, but he also obliterated that base. Pierce could not suppress a cold scoff. That damned Riga. However, he could not blame Garrett, for Riga's prowess was undeniable. They simply could not contend with him. Moreover, when he emerged, he carried away a substantial box. Garrett added, What kind of box? Pierce inquired immediately. It appeared to be roughly the size of a person, though I am uncertain of its contents. Garrett gestured, I inquired, and he claimed it was spoils of war. Spoils of war. Pierce pondered in silence. Based on Garrett's description, the base in question was likely the site of research on GH325. He had just mentioned that Riga had taken the remaining serum. Thus, it could be deduced that whatever lay within that box was certainly related to GH325. Furthermore, the destruction of that base must have been orchestrated by Coulson. Otherwise, Riga would not have acted independently. It was likely that Coulson wished to prevent any remnants from falling into the hands of others. After all, the value of a base encompasses more than mere research materials and finished products. It also harbors a wealth of equipment and research data, both of which are exceedingly precious. Director, Riga poses a significant threat, Garrett remarked. Pierce nodded in agreement. Indeed, with him around, certain plans could very well falter. What do you intend to do? Pierce glanced at Garrett, whose rank was considerably lower, yet he was privy to certain additional information. Strack had made some progress, but it would still require a substantial amount of time to yield results, and the probability of success remained alarmingly low. Malik was fixated on that ancient legend, now operating from the shadows, no longer acting impulsively. Whitehall, much like Malik, was entangled in the realm of extraordinary abilities, and there remained a considerable distance before anything tangible could be presented. Only their own side had shown the most significant results. The enemies of Hydra were numerous. To achieve their objectives, these individuals must be eliminated. The Inside Initiative was conceived as preliminary preparation for this very purpose. Once the aircraft carrier ascends, millions of threatening targets will be swiftly eradicated, thus success this time is imperative. Director? Noticing Pierce's silence, Garrett pressed again. Pierce returned to the moment. Leave Riga to me. You need not concern yourself. Your current task is to keep a close watch on Coulson to prevent any unforeseen incidents on his end. Once the plan commences, you must act immediately. Understood, Garrett affirmed. Pierce hesitated briefly before continuing. We have now reached the final stage. Fury has been quite active of late. He too is a nuisance. Are you planning to take action against him? Garrett appeared exceedingly excited. After all, this was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and eliminating him would be a monumental event. Last time he saved Coulson. I am curious to see if he can save himself this time. A glint of cold light flickered in Pierce's eyes as he spoke with a chilling aura. Chapter 73. Fury's assassination. Fury lay in the operating room, unconscious and battered, surrounded by a flurry of doctors clad in surgical garb, each engaged in a frantic endeavor to save him. The news struck Riga with an unexpected jolt. He hurried to the observation room, where Natasha, the captain, and Hill had already convened, each visage marred by sorrow. It was astonishing how swiftly Pierce had acted, truly. As one of the leaders of Hydra, he wasted no time. Not long after assassinating Coulson, he had turned his sights on Fury. Perhaps the fact that Coulson still lived incensed him. Despite his understanding of the situation, Riga approached the group and whispered, How could this happen? It is unclear. The captain replied, his hand resting against the glass window ledge. When Fury appeared at my home, he was already grievously injured. He was later struck by a sniper from outside the window, at close range. I could even discern the assailant's features. Did you see the killer's face? Riga inquired. The captain's expression turned grave, tinged with a hint of shame. I did not catch a clear glimpse. The assailant moved swiftly and possessed great strength. Clad in a mask and black attire, devoid of any distinctive traits. After pursuing him for a short distance, he vanished. Riga pondered this revelation, a peculiar thought crossing his mind. Could it not have been Bucky's doing? That metallic left arm was his signature, though perhaps he had enacted some form of disguise, opting to remain concealed from the outside world. What about the bullets? Natasha interjected urgently, recognizing the importance of this clue. 3 bullets, with no ballistic traces, rendering them entirely untraceable, Hill responded after a pause. Manufactured in the Soviet Union. At this proclamation, the group exchanged wary glances. Is it the same assailant as last time? Natasha queried. From the methodology of the crime, it appeared to be the work of the same individual. The captain felt a tumult of emotions, intermingled with regret. Ever since Riga had informed him of Bucky's whereabouts, he had been discreetly searching, yet to no avail. He had not anticipated that Bucky would come so close, only for them to miss each other entirely. Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, he was your childhood companion, Steve, Hill remarked, her expression unreadable. Riga cast a glance in her direction. This intelligence must have come from Fury himself, as Hill was among his most trusted allies, leaving little to conceal. The captain lowered his head, silent and contemplative. It seemed that Hydra had truly lost their sanity, brazenly attempting to assassinate Fury. Natasha noted. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Fury held substantial power and traveled in a specially modified vehicle replete with advanced equipment, capable even of flight. Yet, despite these precautions, he had fallen prey to an ambush. Struck by 3 bullets. Hydra's plans must be nearing fruition, otherwise, they would not be so reckless. Hill maintained her composed demeanor. Then we too must take action, Riga declared. All preparations are complete. We are merely awaiting the final moment to cast our net, Hill remarked. As for Bucky, Hill glanced at Captain Steve. He's in your hands now. Is that agreeable? The captain nodded earnestly. At that moment, the doctors in the emergency room suddenly became bustling, drawing the attention of those present. Will he pull through? Natasha inquired anxiously. Fury had been her savior, guiding her onto the right path. His debt was immeasurable, and she could not bear the thought of losing him. It's in fate's hands now. Hill's voice was barely above a whisper, despite the attending physician's relentless efforts. Fury's heartbeat continued to wane. Ultimately, the numbers on the monitor dwindled to 0. Natasha bowed her head in silence, and the captain clenched his fists discreetly. This marked the second time Bucky had successfully targeted and killed a high-ranking member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Riga raised an eyebrow, considering Fury's evident paranoia. Aside from his most trusted Hill, he had divulged the truth to no one. However, Riga chose not to expose him at that moment. If Fury wished to feign death, then let him do so. Fury's presence here indicated that Hydra had officially commenced its operations, and Pierce would likely activate the Insight program soon, a perilous endeavor indeed. The captain stepped aside, retrieving the USB drive Fury had entrusted to him before his demise, a torrent of uncertainty flooding his mind, coupled with the news of Bucky's return. Even his typically sunny disposition was now tinged with apprehension. Fury's body was soon wheeled away, and as the shroud of death slowly covered his face, sorrow etched itself on every face present. I must take him away, Hill declared, pushing the bed bearing Fury's form. The captain watched as they departed, gripping the USB drive with increasing intensity. We must leave. There are matters to attend to, Riga gently stated, approaching Natasha. Once outside the observation room, Natasha was the first to inquire, why was Fury with you that night? The captain feigned innocence. I'm not aware. Perhaps fearing the exposure of his deceit. He hastily shifted the topic, asking Riga, what are your plans moving forward? To investigate Hydra's next moves, so we can respond promptly. Agreed, the captain began to respond, but was interrupted by Rumlow rushing over. Captain, they require your presence immediately. Understood, I will be there shortly, the captain replied, preparing to confer with Riga about subsequent actions. They want you to go now. The captain shot Rumlow an irritated glance. As a subordinate, it was rare for Rumlow to speak to him in such a manner. Understood. Seeing this, Riga smiled faintly. Given their urgency in seeking you, it is evident that there is a pressing matter at hand. You should go ahead. We must return as well. and we shall reconnect upon your return." The captain nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed." Riga cast a knowing glance at the captain, taking Natasha's hand as they departed the hospital. Natasha, being an astute woman, immediately sensed Riga's ulterior motives. With her refined sensibilities, she also discerned that the captain had just told a lie. Such a degree of deceit was utterly amateurish in her eyes. As they turned a corner, they observed the captain discreetly placing a USB drive into the vending machine, which elicited a bemused reaction from them. The most perilous locations often conceal the safest havens. It was amusing to see the captain employing such cunning. Alas, the designation of most dangerous was not without its justification. Once the captain vanished from sight, Natasha approached the vending machine, retrieving the USB drive. "Is this where the secret lies?" she mused, playfully handling the silver drive. "Should we uncover the hidden intricacies within?" Riga reached for the USB, examining it momentarily. "Never mind. This belongs to the captain, and tampering with another's belongings could lead to discontent. Besides, since Fury entrusted this to Steve, he alone is entitled to discern its contents." Natasha scoffed lightly, noting that the enemy had already revealed themselves and commenced their actions. This was hardly the time for rigidity. Riga chuckled softly. "You must be aware that this matter is orchestrated by Alexander Pierce from behind the scenes, correct?" "Indeed," Natasha acknowledged, recalling the last encounter with the Winter Soldier when Riga had divulged certain information about Hydra. She had been astounded to learn the extent of Hydra's infiltration. Yet, it seemed Steve remained oblivious. Perhaps Fury had withheld the information out of concern for his ability to keep secrets. Natasha smiled knowingly. Indeed, while Steve was an exemplary warrior, he was a woeful spy, incapable of deceit. Steve may encounter difficulties. You are to assist him here, guiding him to our location first, where we can then deliberate on subsequent actions. And what about you? I have matters to attend to. I must pay Tony a visit." With that, Riga departed the hospital. Chapter 74. Encounter with a resounding crash. Pierce hurled his glass to the floor, shattering it into countless fragments, the expensive liquor splattering in every direction. He had not lost his composure in many years. As a senior member of Hydra, he had always maintained an unflinching demeanor, concealing the tumult of his thoughts. However, just moments ago, he received a call from S.H.I.E.L.D. bearing devastating news. Garrett and Ward had been apprehended by Coulson, effectively severing that line of connection. According to the information from S.H.I.E.L.D., it appears that Garrett inadvertently revealed his identity, which was subsequently noticed by Coulson. This blunder on Garrett's part is quite detrimental, as it jeopardizes the entire operation and forces others to clean up his mess. Pierce paced nervously in his study, his mind racing with thoughts. Once Garrett is captured, Coulson will undoubtedly interrogate him. Initially, the methods employed may be gentle, but given the enmity between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, one can never predict when those more severe tactics might come into play. As someone who has emerged from S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce is acutely aware of the agency's capabilities. If Garrett and Ward falter under pressure, his own identity will be at risk. Even if Garrett and Ward can withstand the interrogation, he is unwilling to take that gamble. It is imperative to eliminate this threat post-haste. There can be no delay, lest the entire organization be endangered. After some contemplation, he made a few phone calls. However, another piece of news from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived. Fury had been confirmed dead. In the midst of this turmoil, this could be considered a small consolation for Pierce. He steadied himself and poured a modest amount of wine into a glass. The situation regarding Garrett was already being managed, and results would likely follow soon. The next challenge was dealing with the Avenger, Riga. Since Garrett returned with reports on Riga, Pierce had been deeply concerned, actively seeking solutions to contend with Riga, yet he consistently found that his strategies were rendered futile in the face of Riga's formidable power. Strength conquers all. Regardless of the myriad schemes one may devise, they are rendered impotent against absolute might. Pierce, however, remained undeterred, believing that there must be a way forward. He refused to accept that Riga lacked vulnerabilities. Rarely seeking assistance from others, he nonetheless mobilized a considerable amount of resources to scour for extraordinary individuals, and, as luck would have it, he found one. This individual is a woman named Lorelei, reputed to possess some extraordinary abilities and a considerable following. Though Pierce had not met Lorelei personally and was uncertain of her true capabilities, he decided to send someone to initiate contact. Casting a wide net can yield unexpected results. After all, moreover, He had heard that this woman had garnered a significant entourage of men, and a woman thriving in such a male-dominated environment must possess more than mere looks. She is likely endowed with unique skills. Therefore, he resolved to allow her a chance to prove herself, for he had little to lose. The envoy sent by Pierce, Max, soon found himself in the presence of Lorelei, at a lavish hotel in Las Vegas, adorned with opulent decorations and exquisite biblical murals gracing the dome. In the center of the grand hall, a small fountain served as an elegant embellishment. As Max stepped through the entrance, he was intercepted by a guard stationed at the door. "I am here on behalf of Minister Pierce, seeking an audience with your leader, Lorelei," Max stated. "Let him in," came a sultry British voice from within. Crossing the threshold, Max beheld a stunning red-haired beauty standing upon a golden platform above, clad in a form-fitting emerald gown that accentuated her alluring charm and myriad of expressions. "Hello. I am representing Minister Pierce," Max stammered, his gaze becoming somewhat dazed upon encountering her. He swallowed hard, struggling against the fervent desires bubbling within him. "Minister Pierce? Who is he?" Lorelei inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. "He is a member of the World Security Council, and he needs your assistance to eliminate a man," Max hastily replied. Upon hearing this, Lorelei's interest waned. She was not inclined to take orders from a decrepit old man. She gestured dismissively to her companions, stating, "I do not wish to see this man again." Several burly figures waiting nearby advanced menacingly toward Max. Although he was no match for top-tier agents, he managed to subdue these men with relative ease, albeit with some effort. Lorelei watched his performance with keen interest, recognizing that he had received professional training. Unlike her temporarily recruited thugs, "You are quite the warrior," Lorelei remarked with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes. "Thank you for the compliment," Max replied, nearly bowing at her feet with joy. "However, compared to the individual I was about to mention, Riga, I am but a mere novice." "Is that so?" Lorelei's curiosity was piqued. "Indeed, he is an avenger. Even Thor, the god of thunder, has praised him as a true warrior." Max's words ignited a spark of intrigue in Lorelei's eyes. Such a formidable individual. Supporting herself against the railing, she leaped from the terrace and seized Max by the collar, urgently asking, "Where can I find this Riga?" After leaving the hospital, Riga returned to his quarters and retrieved the box he had brought back from the deserted island. After a moment's contemplation, he placed it in the trunk of his vehicle and drove towards Stark Tower. "Riga, long time no see, welcome," Pepper Potts exclaimed warmly, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. "Hello, Pepper," Riga replied with a smile. "Oh, what is this?" Pepper noticed the box beside Riga. "A gift for Tony. Is he around?" "A gift for Tony? You might be wasting your effort. He truly does not comprehend the significance of gifts," Pepper remarked with a chuckle. "He is upstairs. You can simply go up." "Thank you." Riga bid farewell to Pepper and took the elevator all the way to the top floor. "Riga, you've arrived. Pepper just informed me you brought me a gift." As soon as the elevator doors opened, Riga was greeted by Tony's frivolous voice. "Indeed, it is a gift." Riga patted the large box beside him. "What a sizable present." Tony stepped forward, peering inside. Might a gigantic doll leap out and startle me? While no doll would spring forth, it was quite close. As Riga spoke, he gradually opened the box. Before Tony's incredulous gaze, the half-body of a blue extraterrestrial slowly came into view, quietly suspended in a transparent liquid, its lower half mysteriously absent. "Good heavens, Riga, you truly have brought me a remarkable gift," Tony murmured in astonishment. "I knew you would appreciate it," Riga replied with a smile. "Happy early Christmas. How did you acquire such a thing?" Tony, regaining his composure, inquired eagerly. "By means that are currently confidential. You need only focus on your research." Riga shook his head. "Let it be. I'm not concerned," Tony shrugged, his gaze fixated once more on the half-body. "I have matters to attend to, so I want to interrupt you further. This is a secret between us. Inform me whenever you have results." Riga observed Tony, captivated by the alien remains, before rising to leave. "By the way, this was extracted from that body. It possesses the ability to accelerate cellular regeneration. In simpler terms, as long as you have a breath left, this can save your life." Before departing, Riga tossed Tony a test tube. Tony caught it, examining the label with a puzzled expression. "GH325? Just a code. If you find it unappealing, you may refer to it as string 325, Riga shrugged. "Additionally, while this substance is remarkably effective, I advise against using it recklessly. The side effects can be severe." With that, disregarding Tony's bewildered expression, Riga turned and entered the elevator. After leaving Tony, Riga made his way to the garage, confident that entrusting this to Tony was the right decision. With his capabilities, resources, and intellect, he would undoubtedly produce a wealth of research outcomes in no time. As he approached his vehicle, he unexpectedly encountered a stunning red-haired beauty. Her alluring figure and expression captivated several men, even in the dimly lit underground garage, with a few drivers becoming so entranced that they collided with adjacent vehicles. The woman approached him, scrutinizing him with an air of arrogance, and inquired, "Are you Riga?" "Yes, and who might you be?" Riga furrowed his brows, remarking, "Though you possess striking beauty, your expression is rather vexatious." After thoroughly assessing Riga, the woman appeared quite pleased. She smiled subtly, extended her hand to caress Riga's arm, tilting her head as she softly introduced herself, "I am Lorelei." Chapter 75. Zola. After Riga's departure, Natasha remained in the hospital, patiently awaiting the return of her captain. Merely half an hour had passed when the captain, clad in athletic attire, returned to the hospital. However, upon reaching the vending machine, he was startled to discover that the USB drive he had hidden was missing. "Captain, over here." Natasha, having seemingly appeared behind him, waved the USB drive in her hand. "How did it end up with you? How did you know?" the captain inquired, his voice tinged with surprise. "Your ability to lie is lacking, and your skill at concealing items is even poorer," Natasha teased with a mischievous grin. The captain felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words and quickly shifted the topic. "Where's Riga?" "He left early and instructed me to wait for you here. Give me the USB drive." Following the earlier incident at S.H.I.E.L.D, the captain's nerves were taut. "Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions. I am aware that Fury entrusted this USB drive to you, and it surely contains pertinent information we need to examine," Natasha explained. The captain scrutinized Natasha, seemingly assessing her trustworthiness. After a moment, he nodded. "All right. As long as you don't mind that I am currently a fugitive." "You've become a fugitive? How so?" Natasha expressed her surprise. "S.H.I.E.L.D is pursuing me." At this, Natasha raised an eyebrow, realizing that Hydra's operations had escalated. "What shall we do now?" the captain asked. Natasha replied, "Riga mentioned that once you emerged, he would take you back to our place. He likely has further plans." The two quickly returned to Riga's residence, only to find he was absent. Natasha picked up the phone and listened to Riga's message, which indicated he had gone to meet Tony for some urgent matters and would return shortly. Settling down, they sat quietly on the sofa, yet Riga remained elusive. Natasha attempted to call Riga again, but oddly, there was no answer. Could he be delayed with Tony? The captain speculated. Perhaps. He may have developed new ideas, Natasha nodded, considering this a reasonable hypothesis. It was illogical to assume Riga had been abducted. Should we continue to wait for him? Time is of the essence. Hydra will not wait for us. The captain expressed his urgency. After a moment's reflection, Natasha decided, "Let us see what we can find here." She stood up, signaling to the captain to follow her as she moved towards the exit. "What is the matter?" "Come outside," Natasha remarked, her expression one of incredulity. "This USB drive is equipped with a tracking program. Once activated, the other party will swiftly locate us. I certainly do not wish for my home to be turned into chaos by those individuals." The captain shook his head and followed Natasha out of the room. The duo casually approached a computer store on the street and selected a trial computer. Natasha promptly inserted the USB drive. As she deftly typed on the keyboard, the information contained within the drive gradually revealed itself. The captain's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness upon seeing the contents. "Do you recognize this place?" Natasha inquired, noticing his unusual reaction. "I used to," the captain replied, swiftly removing the USB drive. At that moment, Rumlow and his team arrived. "They're here," the captain said, glancing out the window with a tense gaze. Natasha cast a brief look at the newcomers and calmly suggested, "There's no need to engage with them. We should leave this place." Finding a blind spot from the surveillance cameras, Natasha took the captain's hand, and they vanished into thin air. "Your ability is truly convenient," the captain exclaimed as he drove along the interstate, marveling at her skill. "I can't help but want to try it myself." Natasha smiled faintly. "If you're interested, you might consider discussing it with Riga." "Are you serious?" the captain asked. "Of course. If you propose it, he should give it due consideration." The captain chuckled. "Once I've made up my mind, I'll approach him. I hope his fees aren't exorbitant." Natasha laughed again, aware that the captain was merely jesting. For him, true strength did not lie in power or extraordinary abilities. Rather, It resided in possessing a heart of a warrior. It was this spirit that allowed him to confront foes vastly superior to himself, to bravely engage in battle, and ultimately to thwart or even defeat them. If he were solely fixated on the pursuit of strength, he would no longer be the captain. Upon their arrival in New Jersey, night had already fallen. The abandoned camp was unfamiliar to Natasha, yet the captain felt an air of nostalgia. "This was where I trained as a recruit years ago," he recalled, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. After a thorough search, they discovered a hidden basement. Before them lay numerous antiquated computers and boxes of hardware, cloaked in a thick layer of dust, clearly untouched for an extended period. However, Natasha soon spotted a brand new USB connector on the table. Once the USB drive was inserted, the computer whirred to life, and the entire room seemed to awaken in an instant. If Riga were here, he would undoubtedly marvel at this cutting-edge technology. Hydra managed to achieve the physical storage of a person's consciousness and knowledge, even during World War II. This technology is truly revolutionary. In fact, he instructed Natasha to lead the captain to him with this very intention in mind. He needed to meet Zola, hoping to uncover the method by which Hydra preserved an individual's consciousness within a physical medium. Given that Zola's consciousness was once stored in a data tape stretching 20,000 feet, it stands to reason that with today's technology, a far superior version could be achieved, perhaps even leading to the creation of an entirely new robot that surpasses Jarvis. Unfortunately, he was not present at that moment, and such aspirations seemed destined to remain unfulfilled. Rogers, Steve, Romanov, Natalia Alexeyevna. Zola naturally articulated their names. "Who are you?" Natasha inquired with a furrowed brow. "Zola." "Zola?" Natasha had never heard of this individual. "Zola is a scientist from Hydra. I fought against him once," the captain elucidated. "I had thought he was dead. My body indeed perished, yet my consciousness has attained immortality," Zola proclaimed with pride. "I was afflicted with a terminal illness, and Hydra preserved my brain. You are now standing within my mind. What precisely does this USB drive contain?" The captain interjected abruptly, his impatience palpable. Upon hearing his question, Zola began to unveil the truth behind the scenes. Hydra, various assassination schemes, the Insight Project, and that extraordinary algorithm. Leaving both individuals aghast. They had not anticipated that Hydra had reached such a level of malevolence. "You are damned," the captain exclaimed coldly. "Perhaps, but unfortunately for you both. You will not witness that day," Zola retorted smugly. "Apologies, but that may disappoint you," Natasha replied with a hint of mischief. Zola responded, perplexed. In his exasperated tone, Natasha swiftly pulled the captain away, and in an instant, they vanished. Shortly thereafter, a brilliant fireball erupted as a short-range missile transformed the area into ruins. Chapter 76. The missing Riga. After departing New Jersey, Natasha and the captain maintained a low profile as they hastily returned to New York. Hydra had evidently become aware of their alliance, making it impossible to return home. The two took temporary refuge in a house on the outskirts, a property Riga had impulsively acquired during a period of leisure, which unexpectedly proved useful now. Hydra's audacity in launching short-range missiles within the country was utterly deranged. The captain's face was a mask of fury. "They have descended into utter madness. A heroic figure like you is naturally a target for their pursuit," Natasha remarked with a derisive curl of her lip. "Our situation is precarious. Should you inform Riga?" the captain asked. Natasha nodded, dialing Riga's number once more. But her brow immediately furrowed. "What's wrong?" "Riga's phone is off," Natasha replied, placing her phone down with a look of deep concern. "Off?" The captain found the situation somewhat peculiar. At that time, he had mentioned seeking out Tony. Perhaps Natasha should attempt to contact him, for he might still be there. After some contemplation, Natasha dialed Iron Man's number, but the outcome only deepened her furrowed brow. Tony informed her that Riga was not present and had departed the previous day. Where could he have gone? The captain felt a sense of incredulity. Yesterday, there was no answer to his call, and today, his phone was switched off. Could it be that Hydra had taken action against him? Natasha lowered her gaze, pondering this unsettling possibility. She was acutely aware of Riga's formidable prowess among the Avengers. Save for Thor and Hulk, he harbored no fear of anyone. Given such formidable strength, it seemed improbable that an adversary could quietly incapacitate him. Yet, one must not underestimate Hydra's capabilities. This organization had managed to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. since the end of World War II, undeniably wielding immense power. What new inventions or equipment might they have developed over the years? Who had they encountered? No one could say for certain. Perhaps among their creations lay something that could counteract Riga's abilities. As this thought crossed her mind, Natasha felt a wave of unease. With Fury now deceased, relying on him to locate Riga was out of the question. S.H.I.E.L.D. had fallen under Hydra's control, rendering them unable to seek their assistance. Then, she recalled Coulson. Initially, Riga had forged a partnership with him, and not long ago, he had assisted him. Could he have gone to Coulson? She quickly picked up the phone to contact him, only to receive equally disheartening news. He was nowhere to be found. Where could he possibly be? Natasha had never felt such urgency before. Still no news? The captain inquired. Natasha nodded solemnly. Rest assured, he should be fine. His strength is considerable. It is unlikely that an adversary could easily subdue him. There must be some other reason for our inability to reach him, the captain reassured her. Natasha closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to steady her rising anxiety. Riga's disappearance indeed troubled her, yet her resources were limited, and finding him would not be feasible at this moment. Furthermore, the threat posed by Hydra was pressing and needed her attention. Once they resolved the Hydra matter, perhaps she could deploy substantial resources to search for him, which would likely yield better results. Setting Riga's plight aside, Natasha exhaled deeply, her eyes reflecting newfound determination. Let us first address the Hydra situation. In Los Angeles, the morning sun streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the hotel room in light, causing Riga to shield his eyes from the dazzling rays. He rose from the bed and turned to glance at the red-haired enchantress beside him, his gaze filled with infatuation. The fervor of the previous night lingered vividly in his memory, her abandon rendering him utterly captivated. She was a woman of ethereal beauty. Riga gazed at her with a look of adoration, the enticing curves of her figure outlined beneath the covers, igniting a restless desire within him. "Hello," Lorelei said, her eyes fluttering open, a languid smile gracing her lips. "Hello," Riga replied, wrapping an arm around her and gently kissing her forehead. "You truly are as formidable as they say," Lorelei murmured, nestled in his embrace, her hand caressing his chest, her voice melting like honey. "I haven't felt this fulfilled in 6 centuries. Is that so? How have you spent those 600 years? Riga inquired. A shadow crossed Lorelei's face. She pushed him away, abruptly rising to her feet and hastily wrapping herself in a bath towel. Striding to the window, she gazed out at the bustling street and the radiant sunlight. Slowly closing her eyes, Riga remained silent, simply watching her. After a moment, Lorelei spoke. "I am not of this world, but hail from Asgard." "Asgard?" Riga's interest piqued. "I know a few people from there, yet I have never heard your name." "It's not surprising you haven't," Lorelei scoffed. "Those wretches imprisoned me for 600 years, shackling me with a special collar that silenced me, burying my name so deeply that no one was permitted to utter it. For 6 long centuries, I languished alone in a cold, damp cell, accompanied only by endless darkness. I lost not just my precious freedom, but even the ability to speak." Riga's heart ached upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that this enchanting woman bore such a tragic past. Rising swiftly, he tenderly embraced her from behind, planting a kiss on her neck. "I escaped at great cost, with the intent to amass a great army and return to Asgard, ensuring those scoundrels pay for their transgressions against me." Lorelei's face darkened with determination, her voice as frigid as ice. "Rest assured, you shall no longer be alone. I shall stand by your side," Riga murmured softly. Lorelei nodded in agreement. "Furthermore, I will assist you in dealing with those Asgardians, even if it costs me my life. I will help you exact your vengeance," Riga declared resolutely. "I believe that," Lorelei replied, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she turned to Riga and bestowed upon him a passionate kiss. Subsequently, she resumed her composed demeanor. "Words alone are insufficient. How do you intend to assist me? While most of the people on Earth may appear frail, the planet is not as simple as it seems. Many extraordinary individuals dwell here, possessing a plethora of peculiar and formidable abilities. We can recruit them," Riga said with a mischievous grin. "Moreover, there exist numerous powerful organizations, rich in resources and manpower, from which we can readily procure what we need." "Is that so? For example?" Lorelei asked, her excitement palpable. "For instance, Hydra." Riga gradually articulated those 3 words. Chapter 77, The Cold Storage. Coulson. Riga sat aboard the Falcon 2000 private jet, simultaneously reaching out to Coulson. This aircraft boasted lavish amenities, all exquisitely handcrafted, and naturally, quite costly. However, under Lorelai's formidable persuasive abilities, the two effortlessly acquired it from one another. Riga? Coulson seemed somewhat astonished. Where are you? Natasha can't reach you and asked me if I was with you. Ah, a situation arose, so I might be unreachable for a while, Riga replied. What issue? Regarding Hydra. Riga's tone turned grave. I heard you captured Garrett, is that correct? At the mention of this, Coulson appeared quite pleased. Yes, thanks to your intel, I appreciate it. You're welcome, Riga smiled. Listen, there's something I need your assistance with. I wish to meet Garrett. Coulson looked puzzled. Why? I've uncovered some information concerning Hydra and need to consult him for verification. What is it? Coulson immediately grew tense. I shall inform you once confirmed. All right, no problem. Coulson readily agreed. It was due to Riga's assistance that he managed to apprehend those Hydra operatives, and now that Riga wished to meet them, he had no grounds for refusal, especially considering that Riga might bring new intel. They have been relocated to the cold storage, where there are personnel specifically assigned to guard them. Are you familiar with that location? Indeed. I was preparing to interrogate them, but entering the cold storage requires certain procedures. Without the proper credentials, they may not allow you entry. I will accompany you. At this moment, Coulson was already aware of Fury's demise. He understood that Hydra had commenced their operations and was concerned about potential losses at the cold storage. Hence, he wished to investigate. Not a problem, Riga readily agreed. I'll head there first. Contact me when you arrive. Understood. After concluding the call, Coulson turned to the dark-haired woman beside him. I apologize. It seems I must temporarily depart and cannot assist you in capturing this Lorelei. Sif, adorned in her battle attire, responded with an air of formidable elegance that drew the attention of the rest of the team. On that day, Coulson and his team unexpectedly detected a massive surge of energy reminiscent of the arrival of Thor. They hastily made their way to the source and indeed discovered the presence of Asgardians. Where are you headed? Sif inquired. To the cryo vault, our secret prison, Riga replied. I've received some recent intelligence regarding Hydra and wish to consult Garrett. No sooner had Coulson spoken than Skye leapt up, exclaiming with excitement, I want to go too. He saved my life, and I haven't had the chance to thank him yet. Last time, Riga had departed before she awoke, leaving her with a sense of regret for not meeting him. After all, Riga was an Avenger, and such an opportunity to be in close proximity to one in real life was rare. Then I shall accompany you. I wish to meet him as well. And perhaps we may require his assistance, Sif said. Do you know him? Simmons asked. Sif nodded. I met him during the battle against the Destroyer. And I didn't express my gratitude properly. What do you need to thank him for? Fitz queried from the side. He saved me once. He saved you too. Skye exclaimed, astonished at the revelation that Riga had also rescued Sif. In that case, Coulson remarked, glancing at everyone, let us go together. Riga and Lorelei soon arrived at the cryo vault. As the aircraft could not land, Riga jumped from the plane, cradling Lorelei in his arms. You continue to surprise me, Lorelei said, relishing the sensation of flying as she wrapped her arms around Riga's neck, breathing softly near his ear. My dear, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Hearing the compliment from the enchanting woman, Riga felt a surge of exhilaration. The pair gently descended upon the rooftop, where Riga set Lorelei down and approached the reinforced door. The guards inside were taken aback, witnessing a man descend from the sky with a stunning beauty in his arms, leaving them utterly astonished. When they saw Riga at the door, they were momentarily at a loss. Open the door, Riga said coolly. One of them swallowed hard, attempting to regain composure, and managed to adopt a serious demeanor. Sir, may I see your identification and clearance? I do not have any. The guard straightened up, seemingly steeling himself. I'm afraid I cannot allow you entry without proper credentials. What did you say? A dangerous aura emanated from Riga. All right, let us not resort to violence, Lorelei interjected, gently placing a hand on Riga's shoulder. She then turned to the two guards, flashing a captivating smile. You will obediently comply and open the door for us, won't you? Yes. Enchanted by Lorelei's voice, the guard's expression softened, and they pressed the button to unlock the door. Now, let us meet my soldiers, Lorelei said, swaying gracefully as she entered. Riga smiled wickedly and followed into the cold storage. Where's Garrett? Under the guidance of the guard, the two navigated through a labyrinth of corridors until they reached the very depths of the cold storage, where Garrett was held in solitary confinement. Garrett, Riga opened the door. What brings you here to mock me? Garrett's expression was grim. Quite the contrary. I have come to rescue you, Riga asserted. Rescue me? Garrett scoffed. What new scheme is your master S.H.I.E.L.D. concocting now? You are mistaken. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not my master. It is Lorelei who holds that distinction, Riga corrected him with gravity. At that moment, Garrett noticed the red-haired woman standing behind Riga, completely obscured by his towering form. Lorelei? Garrett furrowed his brow. Who are you? Lorelei stepped forward, taking Garrett's arm with a gentle smile. I am your queen. Instantly, the skepticism and disdain in Garrett's eyes transformed into infatuation and fervor. Of course, your majesty. I hear from Riga that you are affiliated with Hydra? Indeed. And you possess many capable soldiers? Correct. I personally oversee a project known as the Centipede Program, which enables the mass production of super soldiers. The Centipede Program? Lorelei's expression soured at the distasteful name. Why choose such a repugnant title? If it displeases you, your majesty, I can have it renamed immediately, Garrett offered, eager to please. Enough, Lorelei waved her hand dismissively, returning to the matter at hand. How powerful are these super soldiers? Extremely formidable. They can leap from heights of over 10 meters without a scratch, and steel and concrete crumble before them like cake. Their speed is astonishing, and they act solely under my command. Now, they will heed my orders, Lorelei corrected him. Of course, Garrett replied respectfully. In addition to Garrett, there are many others here who can serve you, Riga reminded her, and this place houses an extensive arsenal, including many extraterrestrial weapons from the Chitauri. Very well, Lorelei said nonchalantly. Show me. The three traversed the entirety of the prison, where every male inmate had become a loyal subject of Lorelei, while all female prisoners were executed on her orders, save for one. Your Majesty, this woman is mine. She possesses unique talents that could greatly aid our research. Garrett indicated a black woman. In that case, let her remain, Lorelei shrugged. Understood, Garrett nodded, then turned to Ward. Take the brothers and gather whatever we can salvage. Yes. Ward nodded and, accompanied by a substantial contingent, commenced the sweep. Let us proceed. After meticulously loading the equipment onto vehicles, the group departed with great momentum. Chapter 78. A shocking revelation upon arriving at the cold storage facility, Coulson felt an unsettling atmosphere. As a covert prison of S.H.I.E.L.D., this location was typically under stringent security. However, their entrance was alarmingly unimpeded. Guard. Coulson rapped on the door, only to find no sentinels on duty. What is going on? May inquired. The personnel assigned to security are missing, Coulson observed, surveying the surroundings. The situation was decidedly abnormal. May narrowed her eyes. Where is Riga? He should have arrived before us. Coulson retrieved his phone, attempting to reach Riga. Hello, Coulson. Riga, where are you? I'm still en route. I was delayed. Is something amiss? Get here as quickly as you can. There is a situation. Coulson ended the call. What is the update? May asked. Riga hasn't arrived yet. Coulson replied, drawing his firearm. We should investigate. But that door is bulletproof, Fitz interjected. Leave it to me, Sif declared, unsheathing her sword with a swift motion. In an instant, the bulletproof door was cleaved into 4 segments. Let us proceed. Sif led the way, and the rest of the group cautiously followed, weapons drawn. What is happening? Why is there no one here? Where could they have gone? Simmons whispered, gazing at the deserted cold storage. The oppressive silence and dim lighting instilled a sense of dread within her. More bizarrely, there were no signs of struggle, as if everyone had vanished into thin air. I don't know, but this doesn't bode well, Fitz admitted, equally unsettled. As they ventured deeper, they soon reached the area where inmates were confined, only to be met with a sight that left them utterly aghast, sending chills down their spines. All the prison doors stood ajar, and every inmate had inexplicably disappeared. Look over here, Skye shouted, drawing their attention. Coulson and the others rushed to her side, their eyes widening in horror. A multitude of female prisoners lay sprawled across the floor, lifeless, with blood seeping from the pile, slowly spreading outward, taking on a macabre hue in the dim light. Even though Simmons had become accustomed to death, witnessing such an abundance of corpses for the first time left her feeling queasy, compounded by the eerie reality that all the deceased were women. May stepped forward, examining the bodies closely, her voice grave. Based on the wounds and the position of the bodies, it appears they were executed. Executed. The others were incredulous. The execution by gunfire is not merely an act of killing. It signifies that individuals were first gathered together before being subjected to a barrage of rifle fire. Yet, the rest have vanished. Who executed them? Could it be that the guards collectively lost their sanity and murdered them all? But then, where did they go? What has become of the male prisoners? Everyone was engulfed in confusion regarding the unfolding events, save for Sif. She gazed upon the lifeless bodies of women, her expression grim. In her understanding, only one person possessed the capability to orchestrate such a deed, Lorelei. What? Coulson was still trying to grasp the situation. It must be the work of Lorelei, Sif declared. Why? Sky inquired urgently. I mentioned before that Lorelei can control most men merely with her voice. If that fails, anyone she touches is invariably under her influence. Invariably? May pondered this statement. Indeed, years ago, she employed this very method to manipulate someone with whom I had a close relationship, causing significant harm. Consider the circumstances here. All the men have vanished without a trace of struggle, yet all the women have been killed. Only she possesses the ability to enter here effortlessly. And only she would choose such a method, as she cannot control women. Are you suggesting she controlled all the men here and led them away? Sky's face was a mask of shock. I fear it goes beyond that, Coulson replied. What do you mean? The cold storage facility is a secret prison of S.H.I.E.L.D. Only our personnel are privy to its existence, and only senior officials are aware of this location. Thus, Lorelei must have controlled one of our senior agents. Simons interjected immediately. Moreover, I suspect she manipulated that senior agent, Coulson emphasized. Who? The others were still in the dark. Coulson retrieved his phone and dialed Riga, placing it on speaker. Riga, where are you? Coulson, I'm still en route. I'll be there shortly. Please hold on a bit longer. Riga said before ending the call. I doubt he will arrive, Coulson remarked slowly, casting a glance at the group, connecting Riga's earlier actions with the recent phone call. Coulson's implication was unmistakable. Lorelei had taken control of Riga, enabling her to infiltrate this place and abscond with these individuals, along with all recoverable weaponry. This revelation left everyone in a state of sheer terror, causing a collective shiver to traverse the group. What are we to do? Sky asked anxiously. Coulson remained silent. Riga's formidable strength was well recognized, yet now he found himself under the influence of this enigmatic woman, transformed into an adversary. The situation had become exceedingly precarious. Sif previously mentioned that Lorelei had been imprisoned until her recent escape. If she intends to rally a formidable army to assault Asgard, amassing sufficient personnel must undoubtedly be her foremost objective. As an Avenger, Riga is aware of numerous secret prisons operated by S.H.I.E.L.D, where a multitude of heinous criminals are confined, including many with extraordinary abilities. If he were to escort Lorelei to these locations and enlist these individuals into her ranks, the consequences would be dire. Without delving into distant threats, merely contemplating the criminals in the cold storage is already enough to induce a headache for Coulson. Coulson, we must locate her promptly and thwart her plans. Otherwise, the entire Earth will soon succumb, Sif stated solemnly. I concur, but the issue is that she is not alone. She is surrounded by a throng of followers, including Riga, an Avenger, whom we cannot contend with, Coulson replied. Is it possible to summon Thor? He should be able to subdue Riga. Absolutely not. Sif retorted decisively. This war must be fought by women. Coulson, tapping his head in realization, murmured. How could I have forgotten her? Who? Sif inquired curiously. Natasha, Riga's girlfriend, Coulson replied with a faint smile. She certainly won't remain idle while her boyfriend is taken from her. Chapter 79. Meeting Pierce Alexander Pierce. I've heard of him before, Lorelei mused, shifting uncomfortably in her seat. Is he particularly renowned? He possesses no extraordinary abilities, yet he is a member of the World Security Council and the Secretary of Defense. Riga explained as he sat beside her. Furthermore, he is one of the leaders of Hydra, a veritable elder statesman. Garrett, sitting opposite, appeared astonished and quickly inquired. How did you come by this information? This is classified. Riga cast him a disdainful glance. I possess knowledge far beyond your limited understanding. In fact, I was the one who informed Coulson of your affiliation with Hydra. Garrett's expression morphed into one of incredulity, seemingly unfazed by Riga's mockery. Are you suggesting Coulson has known I was with Hydra all along? Indeed, including that Ward. Riga gestured toward Ward in the cockpit ahead. I informed him as soon as he joined Coulson's team. Garrett then understood why Coulson's actions had been so swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. He had wondered why Coulson reacted so promptly. Even if he inadvertently let something slip, it was clear now that it had all been premeditated. All right, Lorelei interjected, sensing the tension between the two. What has transpired in the past is behind us. You are currently in my service, so it is imperative that we coexist harmoniously, understood? Though the two still regarded each other with disdain, they immediately responded, indeed, we are all subjects of Her Majesty now, since we all belong to the same faction. Riga pondered for a moment before producing a small vial from his person and offering it to Garrett. The vial contained a bluish-purple serum. This is for you. Initially, 3 vials of serum were discovered on the island. One was used to save S.H.I.E.L.D. Another was given to Tony for research purposes, leaving the last one in his possession. This is the serum. Upon receiving it, Garrett noticed the label affixed to the vial, his voice trembling slightly. He had ventured to that desolate island alongside Coulson precisely for this substance, but Riga had intervened, seizing the serum and rendering his efforts futile. After losing the serum, he had to adopt a circuitous strategy, hoping to extract something from S.H.I.E.L.D's blood, which led him to have Ward monitor Simmons' activities. However, before he could act, Coulson apprehended him. He had once believed he was destined to perish in that moment, but now Riga was presenting him with the very thing he had longed for. Isn't this what you desired? I am giving it to you now. Your body cannot withstand much longer. Without this, you will soon meet your end, and there will be no way for you to serve our queen. How do you know? Garrett inquired hastily. I have told you. My knowledge extends far beyond your imagination. Riga interrupted impatiently. Thank you, Garrett managed, expressing his gratitude and carefully stowing the vial away, for it represented his second chance at life. Riga waved his hand dismissively. What is this? Lorelei took the vial from Garrett's hand, examining it closely with keen interest. GH325. This is something extracted from the Kree, capable of achieving rapid regeneration of bodily tissues, even capable of saving a heart that has been torn apart, Riga explained. Is that so? Fascinating, Lorelei mused, intrigued. There are indeed Kree on Earth. Certainly, Earth harbors many secrets, yet our current capabilities are lacking. There are certain individuals we should not yet encounter. However, as we continue to expand, we shall soon establish a grand empire, and those individuals will ultimately serve us, Riga proclaimed, extending his arms dramatically. Ah, I like this. Lorelei replied with a smile. Kree? Garrett queried, still puzzled by the existence of such a thing. A repulsive creature with blue skin. You shall understand upon your encounter. Riga replied. That Kree, was it the body you had in the large crate you carried away? Garrett suddenly recalled the day Riga had borne the imposing box. Indeed. But the body is not with me. I have handed it over to Tony Stark for research, Riga confirmed. Tony Stark? Lorelei echoed, intrigued by yet another new name. Playboy. A billionaire, an Iron Man, equipped with his self-designed metallic armor, has emerged as a captivating superhero. He is a top-tier scientist, endowed with a remarkably brilliant mind, and he is among those we aim to conquer, Rhaegar stated. Lorelei smiled radiantly, acknowledging Rhaegar's words. Indeed, this Earth is quite fascinating. We shall visit him shortly, Lorelei remarked. Indeed, however, one must take life bite by bite and tread the path step by step. Our first task is to locate Pierce and bring him under our banner. Many matters will become more manageable thereafter. After all, in any realm, power is an essential force, Rhaegar chuckled. Quite right. Power equates to strength, Lorelei declared proudly. Clenching her fist, the party visiting Washington to find Pierce consisted solely of Lorelei, Rhaegar, Garrett, and Ward, while the remainder remained at Garrett's secret base on standby, ready to be contacted when needed. Their aircraft swiftly arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. They traveled in a Quinjet, known for its speed and stealth, conveniently requisitioned by Rhaegar from an external base. As the hatch opened, the four made their way into the building. This place seems quite splendid, Lorelei commented as she surveyed her surroundings. Alas, it may soon be engulfed in flames, Rhaegar remarked with a smirk. Why is that? Lorelei inquired. Because beneath this structure lie 3 enormous helicarriers, Rhaegar replied as he approached the elevator and pressed the button. You know this too? Garrett expressed his surprise yet again. What? Lorelei asked. The Hydra Insight program. The 3 helicarriers are equipped with immensely powerful weaponry and possess precise strike capabilities. Once airborne, an algorithm allows the computer to identify individuals who pose a threat to Hydra, subsequently issuing commands to eliminate them using the 3 carriers, Rhaegar elaborated. Oh, Hydra is quite impressive, Lorelei mused, newfound respect dawning in her eyes. This is also our primary objective. Although the technology aboard the 3 carriers is somewhat outdated for Asgard, it remains exceedingly advanced on Earth. We are sure to encounter adversaries, and with these 3 carriers, vanquishing foes will become significantly easier. The elevator chimed, indicating their arrival at the floor of Pierce's office. Rhaegar strode ahead and forcefully pushed open the office door. Pierce sat at his desk, deeply contemplating subsequent actions, when the sudden entry of the 4 provoked his ire. Rising to admonish them, the words caught in his throat. Rhaegar, Garrett, Ward, what brings you all together? Pierce stammered, furrowing his brow. And who is this woman? Although the breathtaking allure of Lorelei is undeniable, it holds little fascination for Pierce. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lorelei. She stepped forward, gently grasping Pierce's arm, proclaiming, Our queen is also your queen. Chapter 8. The meeting. At the moment Natasha received a call from Coulson. She was situated beneath an abandoned dam. This remote locale, devoid of human presence, served as yet another secret base for S.H.I.E.L.D. After returning to New York with the captain, they were unable to locate Riga, but they could not afford to remain passive any longer. Thus, they initiated their own investigation. Riga had previously informed Natasha that S.H.I.E.L.D was affiliated with Hydra, prompting her and the captain to set their sights on this individual, hoping to extract new information from him. With their exceptional combat skills, capturing S.H.I.E.L.D proved to be a trivial task. It was from his lips that they gleaned a crucial piece of intelligence. Pierce had sensed something amiss and was preparing to launch the aircraft carrier prematurely. The two were alarmed by this revelation. However, they could not recklessly storm into Washington, as Pierce had now seized control of S.H.I.E.L.D. and had issued a manhunt for them, making their discovery highly likely. Just as they were at a loss for what to do next, Hill arrived. Come with me. Someone wishes to meet you. Puzzled, they followed Hill to her destination. Upon seeing Fury lying on a hospital bed, disbelief washed over them. Hello. Fury managed to lift his hand weakly in greeting. Weren't you dead? I witnessed your demise, Natasha asked urgently. Just a little trick. I needed to fabricate my own death to deter them from continuing their harassment, Fury replied. So, you deceived us all. The captain's expression darkened. I was uncertain whom to trust, Fury defended himself. Your actions, however, have proven me wrong. Where is Riga? Why is he not here? Fury glanced around, noticing Riga's absence. I don't know. We have been unable to reach him. Natasha shook her head. He has been missing for several days. Fury's expression shifted to one of concern. Could it be that Riga has fallen under Hydra's control? I'm not sure. Given his formidable strength, he should. Natasha's sentence trailed off as a possibility struck her, her eyes widening in realization. What is it? The captain inquired. He was once Hydra's winter soldier. Hydra possesses a protocol for controlling winter soldiers. If they manage to temporarily subdue Riga and activate that protocol, they might succeed in controlling him, don't you think? Fury asked grimly. Natasha nodded. If that is the case, we could be facing significant trouble. Suddenly, Natasha's phone rang. It was Coulson. Fury gestured for Natasha to answer the call. Coulson, Natasha heard his anxious voice on the line. Riga has been compromised. At this revelation, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Their greatest fears had materialized. The one controlling him is a woman named Lorelei. Coulson's next statement followed swiftly. Who is Lorelei? Natasha had never heard of this individual. She is a fugitive from Asgard, capable of bending all men to her will, thus posing a considerable threat. Sif has been dispatched to apprehend her. Given the series of events over the past few days, we believe Riga is likely under her influence. Asgard Fury could not suppress a roll of his eyes. With the Hydra situation unresolved, now Asgardians were stirring up trouble. All right, I understand, Natasha replied. Be cautious. Do not confront her alone. If Riga is indeed under her control, your safety is at risk. Where are you? I will bring Sif to you. Natasha glanced at Fury. This location is not ideal. I shall come to you. Where are you situated? Hurry over. I am at the base on the outskirts of Washington. All signs indicate they have likely gone to Washington. Understood. Natasha promptly ended the call. It seemed a journey to Washington was unavoidable. You cannot go to Washington empty-handed, Fury remarked. After a brief gesture to Hill, she produced a box. Insert these 3 chips into the 3 aircraft carriers. We might still salvage something. Fury indicated towards the chips. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the captain. We are not salvaging anything. Our objective is to dismantle these carriers and obliterate S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Fury questioned, doubting his hearing. S.H.I.E.L.D. has betrayed us, as you yourself stated. Hydra is thriving right under your nose. It is entirely possible that it is infested with their operatives. What need is there to salvage such a shield? The others watched as the captain sternly reprimanded Fury, falling into silence. What do you propose we do then? These carriers are far too perilous. They must be destroyed. Such weaponry cannot fall into anyone's hands, the captain asserted resolutely. Moreover, to eradicate Hydra, we must dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D., as the two have become inseparable. In due course, we will expose all secrets to the public, revealing the extent of Hydra's machinations. Natasha, this responsibility falls upon you. Natasha nodded in agreement. The public may not be prepared to confront these truths, Fury cautioned, his remaining eye fixed on the captain. You are not the public. Their capacity to endure far exceeds your imagination, the captain replied coldly. Fury glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D., noting her agreement, and thus he ceased to press the matter. He shrugged and reclined against the chair, adopting an expression that signified her authority. After all, on the surface, he was, for all intents and purposes, a dead man. Nevertheless, these chips were essential. Dismantling 3 aircraft carriers could not be accomplished merely through brute force. Once these chips were inserted, we could orchestrate the carriers to attack one another, thus lightening your burden considerably and preventing Hydra from using the carriers to harm innocent civilians, Fury stated. The captain cast a glance at the 3 chips and nodded slightly. Furthermore, I do not believe Hydra will allow you to waltz in and obliterate their secret weapon without opposition. You will undoubtedly encounter some obstacles, Fury continued. Are you referring to Bucky? The captain asked in a grave tone, asserting that if he were to cross paths with him, it would be well within his capabilities to handle the situation. That would be for the best, Fury mused, but you heard what Coulson mentioned earlier. Riga might also be in Washington, along with an Asgardian, and she may have others at her disposal. I trust one need not remind you of the difficulty posed by Asgardians. Those 2 brothers caused us significant losses, of which you are all too aware. I understand. Natasha interjected, I will handle Riga, and that woman will be dealt with in tandem. With all due respect, you are no match for Riga, and even with Sif, who hails from Asgard as well, you may still find yourself outmatched, Fury replied coolly. I am well aware of that. But who said I would be going alone? Natasha's eyes glimmered with resolve. There are more Avengers on Earth than just Riga. In that case, Fury surveyed the group. Let us commence our operation. And I wish you all good fortune. Chapter 81. The operation. The water in the pool was gradually siphoned away, and the metallic panels below began to open slowly, revealing 3 fearsome steel behemoths. Shortly thereafter, the anti-gravity engines of the aircraft carriers roared to life, emitting a tremendous rumble. As the 3 aerospace carriers ascended into the sky, Riga could hardly conceal his astonishment. Moreover, all those standing beside him shared expressions of awe. S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel rushed from the building to witness this rare spectacle. Pierce was particularly exhilarated. Having waited for so many years, this day had finally arrived, and he was witnessing it firsthand. From this moment forth, history would be rewritten, Pierce proclaimed loudly. Indeed, this marks the first step in establishing our supreme empire, Lorelei stated, her eyes brimming with admiration. At that moment, one of her subordinates rushed in to report that a group had breached the surrounding security perimeter. Oh, it appears we have some interlopers, Lorelei remarked. In that case, let me witness the might of this new weapon. No problem. Pierce snapped his fingers and immediately beckoned to those nearby, instructing them to prepare the aircraft carriers. Shall we ascend to take a look? Riga gestured towards the steadily rising aircraft carrier, where the view would be even clearer. That would be splendid, Lorelei replied, extending her hand to drape it over Riga's shoulder. The central vessel is mine, she declared, turning to Pierce and Garrett. As for you 2, you may proceed to the other 2 ships. The pair nodded, as this was indeed their intention. Let us go, Riga said, lightly lifting off the ground while cradling Lorelei, and they ascended slowly. Soon, they arrived atop the aircraft carrier and entered the bridge. Through the expansive viewport, they watched the scenery below diminish in size, and Lorelei's sense of fulfillment and triumph soared. After this incident, the eyes of the world will be upon you, Riga remarked. I am aware, but should a queen's attention not be a matter of course? Lorelei responded with a radiant smile, then inquired, what of the intruders? There are 4 in total. Captain America, Steve, Natasha, S.H.I.E.L.D., Riga paused, and Sif. Upon hearing that name, Lorelei's expression instantly turned cold. She is here to hunt you, isn't she? Riga asked. Lorelei nodded, feigning a pitiful demeanor. That woman is truly a nuisance. Always trailing behind me, tirelessly. It seems she will never relent. Fear not, I shall handle her. She is no match for me, Riga assured, thumping his chest confidently. Indeed. I trust you, Lorelei gently caressed Riga's face. Yet, while Sif poses little challenge, Natasha could be rather troublesome, Riga added. Why is that? Does she possess any special abilities? She is my girlfriend. I have enhanced her with bodily modifications, granting her accelerated regeneration, teleportation, and cryokinesis, making her quite formidable. Your girlfriend? Lorelei said with a hint of amusement. Can you manage her? Absolutely. She holds no significance for me now. You are my everything. Riga's eyes shimmered with adoration. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The two hastily exited the bridge, discovering Natasha and Sif standing proudly on the deck. Nearby, a Quinjet bore a shallow dent. The result of Sif casually sending a swarm of Hydra soldiers flying moments ago. Is that your girlfriend? Lorelei asked, eyeing Natasha, who exuded an aura of lethal intent. Indeed. Riga replied. Lorelei scrutinized Natasha once more before provocatively planting a deep kiss on Riga. Riga, Natasha seethed, witnessing the intimacy between her beloved and a stranger. He is mine now. You have been forgotten, Lorelei chuckled lightly. Natasha clenched her jaw tightly, her grip on the adamantium dagger growing fierce. Relax, Natasha. Riga is merely under Lorelei's control. Once we defeat her, Riga will regain his senses. Sif gently pressed Natasha's shoulder. Upon entering, they had discovered 3 aerial motherships ascending into the sky, just in time to witness Riga embracing Lorelei as they soared through the air. In a moment of urgency, Natasha quickly led Sif onto the central mothership via a series of rapid teleportations. Why do I only see the 2 of you? Where is Steve? He is not suited for this place. He has gone to find Pierce, Sif replied. Oh, then he should encounter his good friend Bucky. They seem quite fated. Riga remarked with a grin. Enough of the idle chatter, Lorelei interjected, visibly impatient. Riga, dispose of them. No problem, Riga nodded, launching himself towards the 2 with a powerful leap. Natasha, hold Riga off while I deal with Lorelei. Sif unsheathed her sword, ready for battle. Natasha remained silent, firmly nodding in agreement. However, despite their well-laid plans, Riga was not one to allow them to fulfill their wishes so easily. In a flash, Natasha appeared beside Riga, her ice-forged blade materializing in her grip. With a swift motion, she slashed at Riga, her blade glinting with frost. Sensing the chilling air, Riga grinned, clenched his fist, and retaliated with a forceful punch, resulting in a deafening explosion that sent Natasha sprawling. At that moment, Sif was nearing Lorelei when Riga let out a scoff, unleashing a surge of energy beneath him, drastically increasing his speed. In a mere breath, he was before Sif. Without holding back, he delivered a devastating blow to her abdomen, sending her crashing into a nearby Quinjet. After temporarily neutralizing Sif, Riga wasted no time and charged towards Natasha. Although Natasha's teleportation abilities were troublesome, Riga's reflexes were even quicker. His own strength had grown significantly. An overwhelming barrage of explosive punches rained down upon Natasha. No matter how she attempted to evade with her teleportation, she could not escape the reach of Riga's assault. Were it not for her accelerated regeneration, Natasha would have met her demise countless times by now. Above the mothership, explosions erupted in rapid succession, the thunderous sounds reverberating painfully against the eardrums of all present. The sheer intensity of the detonations created shockwaves that caused the entire mothership to tremble. Sif forcefully extricated herself from the steel debris encircling her and leaped out of the wreckage. As an Asgardian and a formidable warrior, her physical prowess was extraordinary. Thus, aside from a twinge of pain from Riga's earlier strike, she had sustained little serious injury. Yet her heart remained heavy, for compared to their last encounter with the destroyer, Riga's power had surged significantly, rendering her utterly outmatched. In the face of Riga, she was acutely aware that her only fate was to endure the blows. Natasha, though formidable in her own right, still fell short against Riga, primarily because she felt constrained during battle, whereas Riga fought without inhibition. The earlier chaotic scene served as testament to this. The 2 of them were incapable of defeating Riga, and thus, they could not conquer Lorelei. The situation had taken a dire turn. Chapter 82. The arrival of Mini Riga stood resolutely on the deck, shielding Lorelei behind him. Natasha possessed the ability to teleport, and Sif was also quite powerful, He could not stray too far from Lorelei, lest she become vulnerable to an ambush while he engaged one of them. What to do now? Riga's strength was overwhelming. Even together, they could not hope to best him. Sif's countenance darkened as she gazed at Riga, who wore a disdainful expression. I knew it would come to this, Natasha remarked, which is why I called for reinforcements. No sooner had she spoken than a crimson high-energy laser swept across from behind Riga, the terrifying heat instantly carving a deep groove into the sturdy deck. Feeling an imminent threat from behind, Riga swiftly scooped up Lorelei and leaped aside. Before him, Iron Man hovered in midair, and Riga's expression darkened. Tony, Riga, it's only been 2 days, and I see you've already changed girlfriends. Your speed rivals my own from days of yore, Tony quipped, lifting his visor. His playful tone punctuated by a glance at Lorelei. I must admit, you have exquisite taste. His words immediately drew Natasha's disapproving gaze. Didn't he expect to see you here? I was perfectly content at home, you know, sipping some drinks, conducting research, nurturing my relationship with Pepper. Tony gestured towards Natasha. Then I received your call, saying you were under some form of control, and by a woman no less. Naturally, I was intrigued and had to come see for myself. Tony surveyed the surroundings, clucking his tongue in disapproval. Though you may have switched women, your penchant for destruction remains unchanged. The brief skirmish between Riga, Natasha, and Sif, though fleeting, had wrought considerable havoc, leaving several dents in the deck and rendering multiple Quinjet fighters inoperable. Shut it, Tony. Don't you fear getting pummeled with that insufferable attitude? Riga retorted coldly. Not at all. I'm a beloved public figure, a superhero, a billionaire. The public adores me. How could they possibly dislike me? Let alone think of laying a hand on me. Tony remained unfazed by Riga's sarcasm. However, this current demeanor of yours is hardly endearing. Lorelei regarded Tony, encased in his iron armor, with keen interest. Is this the Tony Stark you mentioned? Indeed. Lorelei cast another glance at Tony, her interest intensifying. As a superhero, Tony possessed a commendable mental fortitude. Mere vocal manipulation could not sway him, and physical contact was imperative. However, the distance between them was considerable, compounded by the thick metal armor encasing his form, rendering her unable to reach him. Seemingly aware of the intensity of Lorelei's gaze, Tony emitted a peculiar sound. My lady, while you are undeniably enchanting and possess a figure that is quite striking, cough. Believe me, had we not found ourselves on opposing sides and I not entangled in a romantic relationship, I would surely invite you for a drink to discuss the ideals of life. Yet now, Tony's visor abruptly sealed shut. Defeating her was his foremost priority. With that, he spread his arms wide, aiming at Riga and Lorelei, as a golden beam of energy erupted from his palms. Meanwhile, Captain America successfully boarded the left-wing aircraft carrier, encountering a multitude of Hydra soldiers. Despite their formidable firepower and his solitary shield, he swiftly dispatched the adversaries and descended into the control room, preparing to insert the chip as per the original plan. However, he suddenly noticed a figure clad in black lurking in the shadows. Bucky. The captain felt a surge of emotion. Bucky's eyes reflected confusion. He had never seen this man before, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. The individual before him represented his mission, and his duty was to complete it. Emerging from the shadows, Bucky slowly removed his black mask, revealing a striking yet somewhat melancholic visage. Bucky, is it truly you? The captain exclaimed. Do you not recognize me? I am Steve, your closest friend. The captain's face radiated joy as he moved forward. In response, he was met with Bucky's cold, iron fist. The captain quickly raised his shield to block the blow, resulting in a resounding clash. Immediately following, Bucky delivered a straight right punch, sending the captain flying. In that moment, the captain comprehended the truth in Riga's words. Though Bucky appeared unchanged, his mind was no longer under his own control. Bucky, I know you still recognize me. They have muddled your mind. The captain inhaled deeply. Rest assured, after this ordeal, I shall find a way to rescue you. But for now, I must ask you to step aside. I have work to do. Bucky gazed at the captain coldly, remaining unmoved. The captain sighed, suddenly hurling his shield. Thus, the battle commenced. Both were enhanced by the super soldier serum, their combat skills honed to perfection. As legendary figures and childhood companions, neither was inferior to the other. They were truly matched opponents, poised to encounter remarkable talent. One sought to vanquish the Hydra, while the other regarded the opponent as a predetermined target. Both were driven by compelling reasons and unwavering convictions to emerge victorious. Thus, upon their initial clash, the atmosphere became palpably tense and intensely fierce. Meanwhile, on the third aircraft carrier, Coulson's team swiftly approached aboard Quinjet fighters. However, before they could land, they encountered a barrage of resistance. Not only were multiple Quinjet fighters tailing them and launching missiles, but Garrett had also summoned heavy artillery from the orbital mothership to engage them. Nevertheless, thanks to May's exceptional piloting skills, they managed to land, albeit precariously. As the hatch opened, they were immediately met with overwhelming suppressive fire. Garrett and Ward soon appeared on deck before them, observing the beleaguered Coulson and his team, who struggled to lift their heads. Garrett raised his hand, and instantly, everyone ceased fire. "Phil, I never anticipated you would find your way here," Garrett remarked, appearing remarkably invigorated, as if he had been rejuvenated. "I know what you aim to accomplish, but ultimately, you will face inevitable failure. Soon, you shall fall under Lorelei's command, and then we shall once again stand side by side in battle." "I have no desire to become that woman's pet," Coulson retorted, hiding behind a container, signaling to May beside him to prepare for an offensive. "You may keep that for your own enjoyment." Garrett chuckled nonchalantly. "Ah, I nearly forgot to mention. After all this time, I have finally achieved my objective." "What objective?" Coulson inquired. "The serum, GH325, has been procured. Riga delivered it to me." Coulson cursed under his breath, glancing at May, who gave him a thumbs up. "I imagine my escape from the cold storage must have displeased you," Garrett added provocatively. "Rest assured, once I capture you this time, I shall ensure you are placed in the most elite of facilities." Before Coulson could finish his sentence, he swiftly leaped from behind the container, brandishing his weapon and opening fire. Simultaneously, May appeared beside Ward, engaging him in a fierce struggle. Sky Fitz and even Simmons seized their weapons, joining the fray. In an instant, the entire deck erupted into chaos, bullets flying and gunfire echoing. Chapter 83. The Hulk. Tony felt quite unwell. In his recollection, he had never endured such a stifling battle. Relying on the armor he had designed, Tony's combat style had always been straightforward: withstand enemy attacks with his formidable defenses while unleashing devastating firepower in return. Utilizing laser cannons and an array of miniature missiles in relentless bombardment, this onslaught typically concluded the skirmish. Tony was acutely aware of Riga's formidable strength. During Loki's invasion of Earth with the Chitauri army, Riga had been controlled by that scepter, and they had clashed at that time, with Tony's weaponry failing to harm Riga beyond his lasers. Thus, that battle could be deemed a failure. However, Tony had his own justifications at that time. He was clad in outdated armor. Now, after such a lengthy interval, the armor had undergone several upgrades, with all systems being state-of-the-art. Yet he still felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The bombs were ineffective against Riga. He had already tested this. Initially, he believed the bombs lacked sufficient potency. But after repeated attempts, he realized that Riga seemed immune to their explosive power, which left him in a state of disbelief and profound helplessness. Given the futility of the bombs, Tony commenced close combat. Yet, he quickly discerned that engaging in melee was a lamentable choice. Riga's combat skills were exceptionally formidable, second only to the captain, and each punch and kick unleashed a violent explosion, placing immense strain on Tony's armor. Furthermore, although the armor boasted strong defensive capabilities, it could not dissipate the force of the blows. The inherent shock absorption was insufficient at this moment, as Riga's relentless attacks transmitted overwhelming pressure through the armor, resulting in numerous bruises on Tony's body. Natasha and Sif were not idle. They too entered the fray. Both recognized that Tony alone could not defeat Riga. It necessitated a collective effort. Moreover, the current circumstances did not permit them to ambush Lorelei, as Riga was exceedingly vigilant, leaving them no opportunity to strike. Besides, Lorelei was no helpless maiden. Her Asgardian physique alone was sufficient to contend with most situations. Grasping her ice dagger, Natasha teamed up with Sif to flank Riga, aiming to alleviate some of Tony's burden. Both were skilled combatants, and amidst the 1-against-3 scenario, Riga found it challenging to swiftly eliminate any single opponent. The clash among the four soon escalated to a fever pitch, with the battlefield constantly shifting. The Quinjet on the deck was either shattered into smithereens or sliced into fragments, and wreckage frequently plummeted from the sky, creating numerous craters in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters below. The already pockmarked deck was now utterly devastated. engulfed in flames, with metal shavings flying about, bearing witness to the scars of battle. Knife marks and fist imprints were everywhere, and melted or frozen steel plates littered the area. There was not a single intact spot left on the entire deck. Observing the intensifying attacks from the three, Riga's heart sank further. If this continued, the aircraft carrier would be rendered inoperable. Seizing a moment of respite, he feigned a strike, pivoting to exit the combat zone. "Why have you ceased fighting?" Lorelei inquired, somewhat displeased. "Are you unable to best them?" "Certainly not," Riga replied, his expression grave. "Even though there are 3 of them, they are no match for me. However, if I unleash my full might, this aircraft carrier will be obliterated, jeopardizing some of our plans." "What do you intend to do?" Having been attacked in such a manner, I felt compelled to retaliate, yet I overlooked a far simpler and more effective approach. Riga gestured towards the heavy artillery surrounding us. This vessel was, after all, a mobile fortress equipped with a plethora of weaponry. You could simply inform them to surrender immediately, or else I would activate these weapons, placing those below in grave peril. Upon hearing this, Lorelei smiled, evidently pleased to have found me. As Tony and the others observed Riga suddenly cease his attacks, and instead whisper to Lorelei, they felt a sense of bewilderment as they watched her saunter toward them, her hips swaying gracefully. "Are you preparing to surrender?" Sif inquired. Lorelei chuckled softly. "It is you who should consider surrendering." "What did you say?" Tony feigned ignorance. "Listen closely, you lot. Surrender at once, or I shall direct these turrets towards the city below. Though the altitude may not allow for maximum devastation, I believe I could still eliminate thousands in a single strike." The faces of the group paled. They had not anticipated such a ruthless tactic from Lorelei. "You wicked harlot." Natasha spat coldly. "You ought to direct that comment at Riga." "It was his suggestion," Lorelei retorted, deepening Natasha's dismay. "By the way, you, Iron Man, is it?" Lorelei pointed at Tony. "What of it?" Tony's expression darkened. "I demand you step out of that armor immediately and approach me obediently, or I shall send those people to their doom," she declared, gesturing toward the residential area below. "Tony, don't." Natasha quickly interjected. "You heard her. If I refuse this woman's demands, she will take countless lives," Tony said with resignation, feeling the weight of vulnerability that came with his exposed weakness. "I have no alternative." After a brief moment of hesitation, Tony emerged from his armor. He walked slowly towards Lorelei, intending to stall for time, but she swiftly seized his wrist, stating, "From this moment forth, you belong to me." "This is bad." Sif realized the inevitable outcome as Tony left his steel armor. She wanted to rush in, yet feared Lorelei might indeed order an assault on innocent civilians, leaving her helplessly watching as Tony was ensnared. "Now, you two, assist me in dealing with those 2 vile women," Lorelei commanded, noticing the infatuation in Tony's eyes. "As you wish," he replied, raising a hand as his armor enveloped him once more. Natasha and Sif felt a bead of sweat form in their palms, their bodies tensing in apprehension. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream resonated from above, capturing everyone's attention. They all looked up to see an individual plummeting from the sky in a free fall. Moments later, the figure plunged deep into the aircraft carrier's depths, producing a thunderous crash. Who could be so absurd? Just as their bewilderment grew, a thunderous roar resonated from within the ship's hull, followed by a resounding boom as a rotund green figure clad in purple shorts burst through the thick deck, causing the entire vessel to shudder. Hulk. To their astonishment, he had arrived as well. Riga's eyes narrowed, and he urgently instructed Lorelei to activate the ship's weaponry. "Natasha, Lady Sif, you need not worry about this ship. We have already inserted the chip, and the commands have been rewritten. You can engage in battle without concern." A voice echoed from above. Natasha looked up to see a winged figure in the sky, though she did not recognize him. "Allow me to introduce myself, Sam Wilson. Codename Falcon." Just moments ago, Falcon had stealthily inserted the chip while everyone was engaged in combat. Subsequently, at Banner's request, he had hurled the opponent from the heights. With Hulk on their side and no worries to distract her, Natasha's confidence surged. Gripping her blade, she vanished into the air in a flash. Chapter 84, Confronting Hulk. Hulk, with his coarse demeanor and fiery red eyes, glared menacingly at Riga. Riga's expression turned serious as well, despite having faced Natasha, Tony, and Sif's attacks moments earlier without full engagement. Out of a desire to protect the aircraft carrier, this time was different. This was Hulk, and he had to give it his all. For failure would bring consequences far graver than mere defeat. Simultaneously, a thrill coursed through him. As the mightiest physical force on Earth, Riga had longed to confront Hulk. Although he knew he was not yet a match for the green behemoth, he yearned to measure the gulf between their strengths. During the New York incident, he had briefly tossed Hulk from the ship, an apparent victory achieved through cunning and aided by Thor, which did not constitute a genuine triumph nor indicate superiority over Hulk. Yet, despite his longing, the opportunity had never materialized. Banner's aversion to violence and Riga's own belief in the futility of forcing a confrontation had kept him at bay. He did not consider himself bold enough to initiate such an encounter. But now, the chance lay before him. Riga felt every cell in his body ignite with fervor, instinctively clenching his fist, creating a series of small explosions in the air. What is this? Witnessing the imposing figure before her, Lorelei felt a surge of dread. Hulk. During the last battle in New York, he was utterly defeated by Loki. Rhaegar remarked, "Moreover, I surmise that your abilities may not suffice to subdue him. His mind is in disarray, and his spirit is exceedingly frenzied. Approaching him recklessly could result in you being reduced to a pulp. Is that so?" Lorelei narrowed her eyes. Do not be deceived by his seemingly foolish demeanor. His strength is immense and quite formidable, rendering him extremely perilous. I may be unable to assist you shortly, so exercise caution. Rhaegar's gaze remained fixed on Hulk. Understood. Lorelei replied slowly as she began to retreat. Rhaegar cast a glance at the poised Iron Man and declared solemnly, "Tony, Hulk is my responsibility. You handle those two." "No problem." Tony activated his thrusters and soared toward Natasha and Sif. "Hey, Hulk," Rhaegar shouted, swinging his fist. "You must be here to confront me. Come on. Let me see what you've got." Before he could finish his words, Hulk let out a thunderous roar and charged at Rhaegar with lightning speed, delivering a punch that sent him soaring, crashing through the distant bridge and creating a gaping hole. Rhaegar lay amidst the wreckage, grimacing as he rubbed his chest. Hulk's fists were colossal. Although aimed at his face, the impact had jostled his entire upper body. This won't do. If I continue to fight Hulk here, this aircraft carrier will be doomed in no time. Kicking aside the debris that pinned him down, Rhaegar surged forward. Then, as his abilities activated, he propelled himself straight ahead, aligning his body parallel to the ground, fists clenched tightly as he struck Hulk's abdomen with tremendous force. Yet, this assault did not conclude there, harnessing his momentum. He drove Hulk down toward the earth, intent on shifting the battlefield onto solid ground for a direct confrontation. Sensing a momentary loss of weight, Hulk let out another furious roar and retaliated with a fierce punch to Rhaegar's side. This blow was immensely powerful, bending Rhaegar's body into a shrimp-like shape, causing turmoil within his abdomen and rendering him momentarily incapable of grasping Hulk. He was once again sent crashing away. Subsequently, both collided with the ground, leaving long furrows in their wake. Rhaegar utilized his powers, twisting his body mid-air and forcefully embedded one hand into the earth to halt his descent. Hulk, on the other hand, remained unfazed, his formidable defenses rendering him impervious to such friction. The two raised their heads simultaneously, locking eyes, their gazes igniting with intense battle fervor. Onlookers, witnessing the descent of these two colossal forces of destruction, quickly scattered in alarm. Remaining in proximity could result in unforeseen calamity. "Come," Rhaegar roared, clenching his fist and launching the first attack. Hulk, consumed by the singular desire for combat, charged forth with a corresponding roar. Two fists, one large and one small, collided fiercely in midair, causing the ground beneath their feet to erupt violently. The solid stone slabs shattered into fragments of varying sizes, and a visible shockwave radiated outward from the two combatants, shattering all nearby windows. A fierce contest of strength ensued. Riga gained a newfound appreciation for Hulk's power. He unleashed his full might in that punch, holding nothing back and activating his explosive capability, yet Hulk absorbed the blow with unwavering stability. Undeterred, Riga's eyes gleamed with determination as he swiftly twisted his torso and unleashed a powerful kick to Hulk's side. The pain resonating through Hulk's abdomen elicited a thunderous roar, causing him to stumble and momentarily lose his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Riga pressed his advantage, launching another explosive punch that struck Hulk squarely in the face, sending his massive form hurtling backward and toppling a cluster of trees. Shaking his head to regain composure, Hulk rose from the debris, his gaze seething with fury as it fell upon Riga. Spotting a nearby car, he seized it and hurled it towards Riga. In response to the vehicle plummeting from the sky, Riga did not flinch. Instead, he executed a side flip, channeling powerful energy through his legs to split the car in two. However, as soon as he landed, Hulk charged forward, delivering a crushing fist that sent Riga spiraling uncontrollably backward, crashing through the wall of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, leaving a massive hole in its wake. Noticing Riga had been knocked away, Hulk pursued him relentlessly, storming into the building's interior. Riga, now rising from the ground, was disheveled and sporting several abrasions. Glancing around, he realized he was alone. Everyone had presumably fled. In that brief moment of respite, Hulk was upon him, seizing Riga by the right leg and flinging him across the room, shattering the S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem in the center of the hall. Riga managed to brace himself with his hands and flipped back onto his feet. Observing that Riga was still able to rise, Hulk let out another roar, leaping high into the air and descending upon him with the force of a mountain. Riga stood his ground, bending his legs and pushing off the ground, causing it to crack like a spider's web beneath him, as he clenched his fists and surged upward to meet Hulk. The two clashed midair, and after a moment of suspended impact, the immense force propelled them rapidly in opposite directions. Again, Riga shouted as he emerged from the rubble. He had not evaded a single blow today. He was determined to confront Hulk head-on. Fueled by rage, Hulk felt the sting of Riga's explosive punches. The once bustling S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters now stood deserted, providing a perfect arena for their monumental battle. Two figures dashed through the building, refusing to yield to one another. The thick concrete walls seemed as fragile as paper to them, offering no hindrance whatsoever. Violent explosions erupted continuously, leaving numerous gaping holes in their wake. The cacophony of detonations persisted, accompanied by a shower of debris, swirling dust, and intermittent bursts of flame, all underscored by the thunderous roars of the Hulk, instilling a sense of dread in onlookers. The walls of the edifice crumbled relentlessly, with nearly every room in disarray, yet the two combatants continued their fierce struggle, neither conceding an inch. At this moment, Riga felt utterly fatigued. The Hulk's overwhelming assaults bore down on him with tremendous force, each strike inflicting immense pressure. To withstand Hulk's frenzied onslaught, he had to summon the energy within him for defense. Simultaneously, he had to unleash his full might in his attacks. His explosive punches had inflicted significant damage on the Hulk, yet the latter's regenerative capabilities far surpassed even those of Wolverine. Consequently, after this prolonged battle, Riga was battered and bruised, while the Hulk appeared unscathed. Damn it! Riga cursed as he gazed at the still animated Hulk before him. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists once more, channeling all his remaining energy into his right punch. The sheer concentration of energy emitted a blinding white light, resembling a miniature sun in his grasp. Even in his muddled state, the Hulk sensed the threat contained within Riga's right fist. This realization only fueled his rage further. He was the Hulk, invincible and unparalleled. How dare someone challenge his dignity? With a defiant roar, Hulk seemed to intimidate Riga while simultaneously rallying himself, then tightened his own fist and charged toward Riga with powerful strides. Madness filled Riga's eyes. He was determined to bring down this green behemoth today. As white light clashed with the Hulk's green fist, time itself appeared to momentarily freeze. Then, an unprecedented explosion erupted, akin to a thunderstorm breaking out within the building, the booming sound echoing into the heavens. The shockwave generated by the blast leveled everything in its vicinity, reducing all decor, walls, and floors to mere rubble. The entire structure trembled violently, collapsing as though it had lost its foundation. After what felt like an eternity, the dust had yet to settle. Deep within the earth, buried beneath tons of concrete and steel, a furious roar reverberated. Chapter 85, The Disbandment of S.H.I.E.L.D. Riga opened his eyes, and the familiar surroundings elicited a wry smile. He found himself in the hospital once more. "You're awake," came a slightly hoarse yet alluring voice. And Riga knew Natasha had been by his side all along. Indeed, Riga replied with a hint of self-deprecation, "I seem to have a peculiar affinity for hospitals." Natasha chuckled softly. "Well, you do tend to push yourself to the limit every time." Riga sighed. "In a brief span of time, I found myself hospitalized thrice, once engaged in battle against the Destroyer, again during the conflict in New York, and now, once more, in combat with the Hulk." "What transpired thereafter?" Riga inquired, rubbing his temples. Natasha handed him a glass of water and began recounting the events that followed. On that fateful day, during his struggle with the Hulk, Riga succumbed to unconsciousness after exhausting all his energy, trapped beneath the oppressive weight of steel and concrete, unable to move. Meanwhile, the Hulk, having endured the tumult, regained a semblance of his former rationality. He subsequently cleared away the debris, rescuing Riga from his entrapment. After Tony fell under Lorelai's control, he initiated an assault on Natasha and Sif. However, Natasha wielded her adamantium dagger with merciless precision, demonstrating no hesitation against Tony. Harnessing her teleportation abilities, she deftly pierced his power source with the dagger, leaving deep gashes upon his armor. Following this, she encased Tony in a prison of ice, rendering him immobile. With the distraction eliminated, Sif engaged Lorelai in combat. Though Lorelai possessed formidable strength, Sif, as a Valkyrie, surged with indomitable spirit and resolve, swiftly overpowering her adversary. In addition to binding Lorelai's hands, Sif placed a specially crafted collar upon her, restricting her movement and speech. With Lorelai captured, Sif wasted no time and hurried back to Asgard. Once Lorelai was vanquished, those she had previously controlled regained their faculties. Observing the tide of battle turn, the Hydra agents contemplated retreat. However, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D, who confronted them, would not permit such an escape. The captain, through sheer will, bested Bucky and promptly apprehended the fleeing Pierce. With Falcon's assistance, Ward and Garrett fell to Coulson's team, finding themselves imprisoned once more. Following the captain's determination, 3 helicarriers were obliterated, their remnants scattering across the landscape. The spectacle of the colossal vessels, engulfed in smoke and flames, crashing toward the earth became an indelible moment etched in the memories of many. Fury, in a dramatic resurrection, reappeared before the crowd, collaborating with Pierce to unlock S.H.I.E.L.D's security codes, enabling Natasha to disclose all pertinent information to the public. The release of S.H.I.E.L.D documents triggered widespread controversy across the globe, revealing not only Hydra's secrets, but also some of S.H.I.E.L.D's own dark truths. Much of the information had undergone high-level encryption, yet the disclosed details still sent shockwaves through the populace. As they were left astounded by Hydra's insidious growth right under their noses, nearly realizing their catastrophic plans that would have led to the demise of millions. In a moment, a flurry of protests erupted, a relentless tide of condemnation sweeping through the populace as they questioned the government's governance and the allowance of such occurrences. Journalists from major media outlets flocked to the scene like flies drawn to blood, desperately striving to secure exclusive insights or hidden truths. Washington officials were equally perturbed. While the primary objective of S.H.I.E.L.D was to maintain global peace, it simultaneously served American interests, with senior officials predominantly hailing from the United States. Furthermore, S.H.I.E.L.D harbored numerous secrets pertaining to national security, and Natasha's public revelations thrust the United States into a precarious position, prompting the abrupt cessation of numerous projects and rendering substantial prior investments futile. Natasha's actions left them in a state of vulnerability, yet they found themselves powerless to retaliate. Even if they wished to apprehend her, they lacked the means and authorization to do so. The series of incidents over the years has illustrated that Earth is far more fragile than most realize, and this delicate blue planet requires guardians like Riga and his companions. Additionally, after years of S.H.I.E.L.D's existence, it had inevitably attracted many adversaries. Upon reviewing the leaked information, these foes were elated, as all of S.H.I.E.L.D's secrets were now online, accessible for mere downloading, an opportunity once deemed inconceivable. These revelations could be monetized and strategically exploited to usurp S.H.I.E.L.D's assets, inciting a frenzy within the underworld. Once a formidable and unassailable entity, S.H.I.E.L.D had now become akin to a despised rodent, with both the public and officials clamoring for its downfall. Members faced dire fates, either becoming fugitives or being dismissed. Coupled with various assassination attempts from old rival organizations, the remnants of S.H.I.E.L.D found themselves in a perpetual state of evasion, navigating each day with trepidation. After hearing Natasha's explanation, Riga could not help but sigh, lamenting the unforeseen outcome. Although the formidable power of the 3 aircraft carriers was indeed alarming, posing risks in anyone's hands, it was understandable for the captain to destroy them. However, Riga did not concur with the dissolution of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the public disclosure of all its secrets. The organization harbored too many dark dealings. Regardless of how noble their intentions might be, a concealed truth remains a concealed truth, one that the world cannot accept, at least not for the time being. Moreover, the actions of Hydra complicate matters further. Who could discern which deeds were orchestrated by Hydra and which by S.H.I.E.L.D.? The two had intertwined over the years, making it impossible for the public to distinguish between them in the current climate. The declassification of secrets requires timing and discretion, as some truths should only be revealed when the public has largely forgotten the events, having lost interest in them, even if past misdeeds were egregious. The populace at that time was not deeply affected, thus eliciting no intense reactions. To recklessly unveil all secrets at once would only sow chaos within society. Originally, Riga intended to prevent the captain from taking such actions, yet unexpectedly, he fell under Lorelei's control, missing many crucial events and leaving behind profound regrets. Riga raised his hand, gesturing for Natasha to press the button on the hospital bed, thus elevating his upper body. What of the Avengers? Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. has disbanded. The Avengers have lost their hierarchy and have become an informal organization, currently managed by Tony and Steve, Natasha remarked. Riga nodded. These two were the soul of the alliance, their collaboration and mutual complementarity ensuring the organization's proper functioning. And Banner? Riga inquired further. You know him. He has little interest in combat and constantly fears harming those around him. That day, it was only after you were controlled by the enemy and warned of potential dangers that he reluctantly agreed to assist, Natasha sighed. With the crisis now averted and the significant destruction caused in Washington weighing heavily on him, he likely retreated to some remote location. I am uncertain, as tracking methods are no longer as efficient as before. Riga silently acknowledged her words. However, the good news is that Hydra is effectively finished. Your objective has been achieved. Natasha added, smiling. Yet, this is merely the first step. Riga shook his head. Severing one head only allows two to sprout in its place. This adage is not merely a saying. Indeed, this incident dealt them a significant blow, but it was not sufficient to annihilate them. What are your plans? Natasha questioned. The tentacles of Hydra are deeply entrenched. Even with great power, I cannot confront them alone due to my lack of resources, necessitating the search for an ally. An ally? With S.H.I.E.L.D. fallen, how do you intend to find such a powerful ally? Natasha asked. Riga smiled slightly. Chapter 86. Collaboration. Coulson, we meet again. Riga opened the door with a beaming smile. Riga, Natasha, Coulson greeted, maintaining his usual courteous demeanor. Natasha also smiled and nodded, inviting him to sit. Now is not an ideal time for a visit, Coulson remarked as he entered. He had been here once before, and not much had changed. Yet, since you mentioned having something important to discuss, I decided to come. Indeed, there is an important matter to deliberate with you, and it must be with you, Riga stated, pouring a glass of wine and offering it to Coulson. Thank you. Coulson accepted the glass, inquiring, what is it that you wish to discuss? Riga took a seat opposite him, his expression grave. It pertains to H.I.E.L.D. Coulson furrowed his brows. Do you remember Alexander Pierce? Natasha interjected. The former Secretary of Defense, a member of the World Security Council and the leader of H.I.E.L.D. Did you not capture him at that time? A hint of shame flickered across Natasha's face. They had indeed caught him. Yet, after the iris scan, I was preoccupied with disseminating the files of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra online, never anticipating that this old rascal would take his own life. Suicide? Coulson expressed surprise. He ended his life right under your noses? Faced with an inescapable fate, he bit down on the poison concealed within his teeth, succumbing to its effects within mere seconds, leaving Fury and me momentarily stunned. Natasha replied, he likely wished to withhold any further information from us. Many of these individuals are fanatics, resorting to any means necessary to achieve their ends, displaying not only a blatant disregard for the lives of others, but also a lack of concern for their own. Riga's expression was complex. To willingly sacrifice oneself for a cause one believes in evokes a duality of disdain and admiration. Coulson then realized, indeed, Hydra harbors many such individuals, particularly among the elite, whose unwavering convictions render their suicides unsurprising. I can comprehend this, yet I fail to see how it pertains to me. Coulson continued to express his bewilderment. Riga leaned back slightly, a smile gracing his features as he spoke. It certainly concerns you. Pierce has taken his own life. Bucky's whereabouts are unknown, though Captain is in pursuit. Results are unlikely to materialize soon, while Hitwell perished amidst the chaos. Yet you possess 2 Hydra captives, Garrett and Ward. Am I mistaken? Coulson nodded in agreement. Although not as high-ranking as Pierce, these 2 undoubtedly hold a wealth of secrets, which we must uncover to dismantle Hydra. Riga paused before adding, moreover, you are still the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. While your manpower may not be what it once was, your resources still surpass ours. What do you mean? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Coulson's eyes, though he expertly concealed it, maintaining his characteristic smile. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is you, Riga reiterated. Fury was the director, and he no longer exists. You all were complicit in its destruction. How could I possibly be the director? Surely, you jest. Coulson continued to deny. Riga shook his head. I do not jest. Fury appointed you as his successor. Coulson's smile faded, and he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Riga, as if attempting to unravel the truth. After a prolonged silence, seemingly recognizing the futility of denial, he spoke gravely. How do you know this? I cannot disclose the means. But the information is undoubtedly accurate, is it not? Riga inquired calmly. Coulson's expression remained impassive until, after a moment, he finally nodded. Coulson, we require your assistance. Natasha said earnestly. You 2 are so powerful. I am but an ordinary person. How could I possibly aid you? Within Coulson's heart resided a certain discontent. Fury's appointment of him as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. represented the utmost secrecy, now so brazenly unveiled by Riga, sowing seeds of doubt within him. I understand you must be perplexed, perhaps even questioning how I came to possess this knowledge. You might wonder if there has been a breach from within. But I assure you, no one has betrayed you to me, Riga stated. Coulson maintained a facade of icy composure. You see, I have no motive to deceive you. I bring this matter to light solely to facilitate our future collaboration, thereby avoiding any unnecessary complications, Riga continued, leaning against the table. Of course, you may interpret this as a demonstration of my capabilities, yet deep down, you recognize that such a display is unwarranted. Coulson narrowed his eyes slightly. The dissolution of S.H.I.E.L.D. and its subsequent reformation were fraught with challenges. Although it bore the name of S.H.I.E.L.D., it existed as an underground entity, lacking official recognition, complicating various undertakings, especially concerning personnel. Previously, S.H.I.E.L.D. boasted a plethora of superhumans. Albeit few reached Riga's caliber, yet any capability was preferable to none. Now, however, he faced the daunting task of starting from scratch. The Avengers were beyond his command, and his closest confidants numbered merely a handful of elite agents, rendering many missions unfeasible. Fury had departed, leaving behind a considerable mess for him to rectify, a task he could not neglect. Collaborating with Riga, alongside Natasha's skills, would ease the burden of future complex missions, particularly with the need to address the escaped prisoners from the cryogenic facility, a matter where Riga's assistance would prove invaluable. Coulson's mind raced as he weighed the pros and cons. We harbor no ill intentions. As Natasha mentioned, we sought you out because we require your expertise. Riga observed as he sensed Coulson wavering. Our objectives align. You aim to protect this world, and eradicating Hydra is a means to achieve that. Relying solely on one faction to realize this goal would be arduous. As you well know, the ones who suffer will ultimately be the populace. After a moment of contemplation, Coulson finally spoke. What do you require of me? Riga exchanged a glance with Natasha before turning back to Coulson, his voice steady. We need your assistance in utterly dismantling Hydra. Having broached this subject, Coulson felt compelled to be forthright. As you mentioned, since we are being candid, my current resources are not as plentiful as you might assume. Some matters cannot be rushed. I fully comprehend that, and I do not expect Hydra's downfall to occur today. Riga replied. Very well, Let us proceed as before. Intelligence sharing and joint operations, Coulson nodded. Should any information arise, I will inform you promptly. And we may require your aid when circumstances dictate. Naturally, a simple phone call will suffice, Riga smiled. Coulson nodded, restoring his customary smile as he rose to his feet, expressing a hope for a pleasant collaboration in the future. You shall not be disappointed, Riga replied, his tone both gentle and resolute. Chapter 87. Symbols. After bidding farewell to Coulson, Riga meticulously contemplated the subsequent plans. The most pressing issue was that, in this matter, he could no longer maintain the omniscience and omnipotence he once possessed. He would have to proceed cautiously, adapting to circumstances as they arose. With such a vast organization as Hydra, whose influence spanned the globe and permeated nearly every sector, it was evident that there were leaders beyond those he was aware of. Thus, if he aimed to dismantle Hydra, he would require Coulson's assistance, for no one understood Hydra better than S.H.I.E.L.D. simultaneously. Riga was not inclined to simply wait idly for Coulson's findings. In fact, he had initially considered a trip to Sokovia. However, after deliberation, he opted against this course of action. As an avenger of Asian descent, his presence would inevitably draw attention, and he could not ascertain whether Strucker was even in Sokovia. Moreover, even if he were, Riga lacked knowledge of his precise location. Should he venture forth recklessly, he might not only fail to locate Strucker, but also inadvertently alert him, complicating future endeavors. While a journey to Sokovia was off the table for the time being, other pursuits beckoned, such as investigating the former officials of the World Security Council. After extensive research, Riga finally unearthed the name of one such individual, Gideon Malik, a person of considerable influence, deeply entrenched in the affairs of numerous nations, wielding significant power on the global political stage. Yet, Riga did not intend to take action against him just yet, not solely due to Malik's stature, but also because he was still grappling with many unknowns concerning the inhuman leader and the whereabouts of the Blackstone portal. Once these enigmas were resolved, confronting Malik would not be a matter of urgency. After all, he was merely an ordinary human, and for Riga, it would be as simple as flipping a switch to extinguish Malik's life, should he choose to do so. With a clearer understanding of Malik's identity, Riga found himself less anxious than before. Consequently, he shifted his focus to the Inhumans, hoping to uncover leads regarding these enigmatic individuals. Just as he was delving into research about the Inhumans, he received another call from Coulson. The secret base where Coulson was currently stationed was modest in size, and the conditions were quite rudimentary compared to previous facilities. Given S.H.I.E.L.D's present circumstances, Coulson was powerless to improve the situation. The arrival of Riga stirred excitement among the other members of the team, particularly S.H.I.E.L.D. Their first encounter had found her in a state of unconsciousness, and the second had been marred by the unfortunate incident with Lorelei. After such a lengthy period, S.H.I.E.L.D. was finally able to meet her savior, and the realization that this benefactor was only slightly older than herself deepened her sense of connection. "Hello," S.H.I.E.L.D. greeted hurriedly, extending her hand. Her words stumbled slightly due to her nervousness. "I am S.H.I.E.L.D. Thank you for saving me last time." Riga smiled subtly, replying, "You're welcome." Although she had seen him on television, the reality felt utterly different. S.H.I.E.L.D. animatedly expressed, "You are only a few years older than me, yet you are an Avenger. My goodness, you are truly remarkable." "Thank you, you are impressive as well." Coulson mentioned that you are an exceptionally skilled computer hacker. "Oh, it's merely a hobby." S.H.I.E.L.D. beamed at Riga's compliment. The surrounding onlookers observed her animated conversation with Riga, their faces adorned with smiles. At that moment, she realized that Coulson had summoned Riga for an important matter, and her starstruck demeanor was somewhat inappropriate. Quickly straightening herself, she said, excuse me, ahem. You must have urgent matters to discuss with Coulson. I shall take my leave." With that, she swiftly lowered her head and walked away, feeling quite embarrassed. Riga chuckled and nodded, noting that Coulson had managed the situation concerning Ward rather well. S.H.I.E.L.D. did not seem to harbor any strong feelings for the Hydra agent. "Come on." Coulson gestured, "I need to show you something." The two traversed the dimly lit corridor and entered the basement. After opening a concealed door and descending a flight of stairs, they arrived at a prison, where Riga finally understood the purpose of their meeting. "Garrett," Riga approached the imprisoned figure. "Riga," Garrett exclaimed with palpable excitement, his energy reminiscent of someone who had just received a jolt of adrenaline. "I never expected to see you here. What a surprise. It seems prison life suits you well." You've taken up artistic endeavors, Riga remarked, gesturing toward the densely etched drawings covering the 3 walls. Oh, you mean this? Garrett chuckled, raising his right hand, which bore distinct scars on his index and middle fingers. I had to capture them somehow. Believe it or not, acquiring a piece of chalk from Phil is incredibly difficult. Coulson leaned into Riga, saying, recently, he requested a knife, claiming he wanted to carve something. We feared he might attempt to escape or harm himself, so we denied him. He then asked for a marker, and for the same reasons, we refused him as well. After all, a pen can be a deadly weapon. Riga nodded, understanding that in the eyes of a trained agent, a pen could indeed be a lethal instrument. Then the issue arose. Unable to procure a pen from them, Garrett resorted to biting his fingers, using his blood to inscribe those strange symbols on the wall. Thankfully, they intervened in time to stop him. Coulson cast a glance at Garrett and continued, after this incident, we eventually provided him with a piece of chalk. Under my supervision, he began drawing on the walls once more, and only then did I believe that his desire for a pen was genuinely to create something. Thus, I consented to provide him with chalk, albeit solely for the purpose of his artistic endeavors, and under our vigilant supervision. After each session, we would reclaim any and used chalk. Riga cast a glance at Coulson, who, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, was certainly not without his prudence. Subsequently, the drawings proliferated, filling the walls entirely, yet we remained perplexed about their true significance, which is why we sought your assistance, hoping you could illuminate the mystery. At that moment, Garrett erupted in laughter, his eyes gleaming with fervor, his voice tinged with a hint of zeal. This was a revelation, the dawn of a new era, an evolution to another plane, an experience we must all undergo. I have perceived it in my mind. It is an inescapable fate. He had uttered such sentiments numerous times, prompting Coulson to inquire, do you comprehend what he is implying? Riga shrugged, dismissively stating, it is of little consequence. He is merely brainwashed. What does that mean? Coulson pressed eagerly. Riga refrained from answering and instead turned to exit, suggesting, let us proceed to your office. It would be more prudent to converse there. Upon entering his office, Coulson promptly secured the door, impatiently demanding, what did you mean earlier? Riga meandered around the office, nonchalantly replying, to understand Garrett, one must first confront one's own inner self. A flicker of unease crossed Coulson's face as he responded, I do not grasp your meaning. No, you do understand. Riga halted to face Coulson. When did you begin to draw? Coulson's expression shifted dramatically. Since witnessing the symbols crafted by Garrett, Coulson felt as though something within him had been awakened. A plethora of concepts surged into his mind, accompanied by an uncontrollable compulsion to transcribe those symbols. During the stillness of night, he would activate the large screen in his office and commence his artwork upon the wall, etching a series of symbols with a knife. Given the peculiar and enigmatic nature of this endeavor, he buried the secret deep within, confiding in no one, hoping to unravel the enigma through his own investigation. However, his inquiries yielded no results, in part because he needed to safeguard his secret. Yet as his affliction intensified, compelling him to draw those symbols uncontrollably even during the day, Coulson recognized that he could no longer delay addressing the issue. Thus, he sought Riga's assistance. Since you have summoned me, you must realize that deceiving me serves no purpose, Riga calmly stated, observing Coulson's inner turmoil. After a moment, Coulson finally acquiesced, confessing, it has been some time now, ever since I first beheld the symbols drawn by Garrett. Upon finishing his words, he pressed a button, and the large screen ahead gradually ascended, revealing a wall behind it etched with an array of symbols. I found myself unable to restrain my impulse. As Garrett had articulated, I felt compelled to inscribe it, lest I succumb to an overwhelming sense of mental explosion. Coulson spoke. I understood. Do you know what this signifies? Why am I experiencing this? Coulson's face was a mask of anguish, yet his eyes shimmered with a glimmer of hope. Riga glanced at Coulson and said, there are many secrets behind this. Are you certain you wish to hear them? Certainly. Until this matter is resolved, I shall find no peace. Coulson responded hastily. Very well, then I shall enlighten you. Riga declared. Do you recall the Tahiti project? Coulson nodded, having personally spearheaded the initiative, only to later recommend its cessation. It granted him a second life after his demise. Yet it stripped away his memories. The essence of the Tahiti project lies in that extraterrestrial being. To be precise, it pertains to the Kree. I previously retrieved its remains. A flicker of realization dawned upon Coulson. You and Garrett are two entirely distinct individuals, yet you now exhibit identical symptoms, with the sole commonality being that both of you received an injection derived from the alien's body, Riga stated slowly, GH 325. Coulson's facial muscles twitched. Are you suggesting this is related to the alien? Riga cast him a sidelong glance and continued, Earth is a remarkable place. Our human history spans merely a few million years, and our modern civilization has been established for only a few centuries. Yet, this planet welcomed visitors long ago. The Kree. Riga nodded affirmatively. The Kree are merely a faction, and many others exist, though that is not the subject of our discussion today. First, let us address biological expansion. For any organism to thrive, it requires a certain amount of resources. If local resources are insufficient for survival, it is left with two choices, either perish or migrate elsewhere. This principle governs all life forms, whether animals, plants, humans, or even microorganisms, bacteria, and viruses. Are you implying that the Kree came here in search of resources? To be precise, a particular type of resource. Riga gestured towards Coulson. Humanity. Coulson gasped in shock. Our history is replete with instances of inviting others to fight our battles, such as the Agent Wars, Riga remarked, and the Kree are no exception. Their initial arrival on Earth was to seek suitable humans for transformation, subsequently deploying them for warfare. They invested considerable effort into numerous experiments and even constructed a city. Alas, due to various circumstances, they ultimately returned empty-handed, abandoning everything here and venturing back into the cosmos in search of alternative solutions. What is the connection between these symbols? Coulson inquired. Initially, the majority of Kree departed. Yet some remained and ultimately fell victim to an assault, resulting in that corpse, which led to everything that followed. The city, constructed by the Kree, beckoned him to return, an instinct deeply embedded in his genes. However, as he was deceased, when his blood coursed through your veins, we too inherited the same yearning. Coulson completed the thought. Indeed, the things we sketched are, in fact, a map. Yet I searched everywhere and found nothing that matched. That is because your perspective is flawed, Riga chuckled. This is a unique map, a blueprint of the city, which cannot be discerned on a flat surface, but Riga gestured with a twist of his hand. However, in 3 dimensions, it becomes clear. Coulson's face radiated excitement. Precisely. And what a sky. I have observed her for a considerable time. She too received that injection. Yet why is she unharmed? Coulson quickly pressed on. This ties back to the experiment I previously mentioned. Like humans, the Kree are divided into factions, the militant and the neutral. When the militarists held power, they conducted biological experiments on numerous planets, creating biological weaponry. Through their modifications, a group of superpowered beings emerged on Earth, whom you may refer to as Inhumans. Inhumans? Coulson echoed the term, furrowing his brow. Inhumans are those cultivated by the Kree. Most of them bear a striking resemblance to ordinary humans, so you would not recognize them upon encounter. Their numbers are scarce, thus they have concealed their identities. Remaining unknown to the outside world, many are even unaware of their own inhuman status, since they have been altered by the Kree to serve them. They possess some Kree DNA. In this context, while ordinary humans are affected by the injection of Kree blood, these individuals are not, Riga explained. Are you suggesting that S.H.I.E.L.D is an extraterrestrial? Coulson's grip on the table tightened, grappling with the revelation. I merely assert that she harbors some alien genes within her. Riga shrugged. It is not an insurmountable matter. How then can we identify them? Coulson, recalling Riga's earlier words, inquired further. The Kree left behind a method of identification, the key component being an obelisk. Upon hearing this, a flicker of realization crossed Coulson's face. You know? Riga immediately probed. At its inception, S.H.I.E.L.D acquired an extraterrestrial artifact, an obelisk. So that object is within S.H.I.E.L.D? Riga quickly asked, due to his memory issues. He was uncertain about the precise location of the object. Coulson shook his head. After the dissolution of S.H.I.E.L.D, the majority of items were confiscated by the government, including that particular artifact. Recently, we obtained information regarding the exact whereabouts of this item and dispatched a team to retrieve it, but they ultimately failed due to the emergence of a superpowered individual. What kind of superpowered individual? Riga inquired. According to Ward, this person possesses the ability to transform into any material they come into contact with. Intrigued, Riga found this power rather fascinating. The adversary is quite cunning, and we currently cannot ascertain their location. You see, another issue has arisen. Coulson gestured towards the wall behind him, covered in symbols. Hence, we sought your expertise. Riga pondered for a moment and suggested, let me handle the superpowered individual. You focus on locating the city. How do we go about searching? Coulson asked. Identify all individuals who have been injected with that serum. You draw, and they will surely be drawing as well. Collect all the symbols, and the city will reveal itself, Riga articulated. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression darkened. What is it? Coulson queried, puzzled. We must act swiftly. As we search, Hydra is undoubtedly on the hunt as well. If they find it before us, it could spell disaster. Chapter 89. The obelisk, the superpowered individual mentioned by Coulson, not only piqued Riga's interest, but also reminded him of someone else. This individual was a high-ranking member of Hydra, a German scientist who had been imprisoned by S.H.I.E.L.D. following the defeat in World War II. After several decades, he resurfaced. Riga could not recall the exact reasons, but one detail remained clear. Upon learning that Sky's mother could maintain her youthful vitality indefinitely, he became fixated on finding her. Once he located his target, he commenced human experimentation upon her, ultimately achieving success and restoring his youthful appearance. His obsession with Inhumans led him to believe that by studying them, he could produce an army of superpowered soldiers, hence his relentless pursuit of their whereabouts. Regrettably, Riga could not remember this individual's name. However, it mattered little, since the superpowered individual Karl Creel had emerged to seize the obelisk. It was evident that Hydra was providing support. Thus, locating this person would inevitably lead them to the orchestrators behind the scenes. Once this individual was found, Riga would execute his predetermined plan. Fortunately, Coulson and his team had recently made progress in this matter, allowing them to track Creel's location in real time, thereby saving Riga considerable effort. Creel felt a growing unease. Ever since he had reclaimed the peculiar obelisk not long ago, a metallic diamond-shaped protrusion had emerged on his forearm, impervious to assimilation by any material. Moreover, the protrusion continued to expand at an alarming rate. He was bewildered by the situation but understood that this could not persist. Consequently, he immediately contacted the individual who had assigned him this task, only to be informed that the current circumstances were too precarious and that he should seek refuge for the time being, postponing matters for a few days. Though angered by this directive, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Today marked the appointed day for their clandestine meeting. He intended to confront this person with the obelisk in hand, demanding a remedy for his affliction. Should the other party refuse, he would unleash a fierce retribution. The rendezvous was set in a public park, bustling with passers-by. In such a setting, an ordinary box could easily be dropped by one person and picked up by another, a commonplace occurrence that would attract no attention. Riga had been covertly trailing Creel, and, as he prepared to strike upon witnessing their backs turn to each other in conversation, he noticed an intriguing figure. Rena, the spirited young woman who once followed Garrett and had a penchant for vibrant attire, was lurking at a distance, observing the two. What was her purpose here? Riga swiftly vanished from sight. Engrossed in her scrutiny of Creel, Rena suddenly felt a hand clasping her throat from behind, making it difficult for her to breathe. With great effort, she turned her head and was alarmed to find Riga standing behind her. Rena, what are you doing here? He whispered, adopting a sinister demeanor. Did Coulson and the others merely capture Garrett and let you slip away? I am but a trivial figure, of course. No one pays me any heed. Rena struggled to articulate, attempting to pry Riga's hand from her wrist. Creel took something from me, and I need to retrieve it. Is that so? Riga mused, glancing at her before loosening his grip. Rena immediately erupted into a fit of coughing, gasping for air. How did you know he was here? Riga inquired. Creel has been experiencing some issues and sought my assistance, but he took my ring, which contains a tracker. Rena managed to recover and stand upright. I couldn't retrieve it alone, so I called Coulson for help, only to find that he had brought you along. Riga then realized that Coulson had indeed located Creel in this manner. It was merely a coincidence. I happened to be interested in him as well, hence my presence. Riga replied, then pressed further, you mentioned that he has been unwell. What do you mean? Feeling she had revealed too much, Rena lowered her gaze. It cannot be because of the obelisk, can it? Riga pointed out the pivotal item. You seek the obelisk as well? Rena gasped, her voice rising in alarm. If Riga intervened, her chances would be utterly obliterated. What do you need it for? You are already a formidable avenger, he questioned, Your power is more than sufficient. The obelisk is neither a weapon nor does it possess any energy. It is utterly useless to you, Rina said anxiously. Why I desire it is of no concern to you, nor do I owe you an explanation. Consider it merely a personal passion of mine. Riga's words heightened the urgency in Rina. Calm down. Riga raised his hand, signaling her to refrain from speaking. I understand your longing for this object and your eagerness to uncover its true secret. You know? Rina's eyes widened in delight as she inquired. Of course I am aware. And I could divulge this secret to you. However, first, I must acquire that obelisk. Riga glanced toward the individuals engaged in conversation nearby, noting a shift in their demeanor, as if discord had arisen. But, you see, my identity complicates matters, and I require your assistance. What do you need me to do? Rina questioned. Shortly. There will be a minor explosion over there. The box will be propelled, and everyone will scatter in panic. Your task is to retrieve the box and wait for me in that vehicle. He gestured towards a black SUV not far off. If that superpowered individual confronts you, simply tell him you can assist him and invite him along. Do you understand? Rina nodded eagerly. I trust you will not act foolishly, Riga smiled. Now, prepare to fetch the box. But the explosion, Rina began, only to see Riga extend his hand, gently flicking a finger towards Creel's position. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the park, sending screams of terror into the air as chaos ensued. The box was flung far away, and both Creel and the other individual looked startled, hastily retreating. Go, Riga commanded before pursuing the unknown figure. Creel bore a tracker, so there was no worry about losing him, but this person could not be allowed to escape. In a short span, Riga apprehended the individual. You are Riga the Avenger? The man appeared quite flustered. Indeed, Riga replied with a smile. What brings you here? That can wait. For now, follow me. With that, he led the man toward his vehicle. Upon opening the door, he found Rina and Creel seated in the back, the box containing the obelisk resting across Rina's lap. Excellent, Riga said as he took the box, opening it to inspect its contents. He nodded in satisfaction before addressing Creel. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Riga. Can you assist me? Doubt filled Creel's eyes. Although he had heard of Riga, his knowledge was scant, as he did not typically concern himself with such matters. Certainly. And how will you help me? Creel quickly inquired. By granting you liberation. Riga pointed, and a surge of energy instantly pierced the man's skull. He never shows mercy when dealing with Hydra. This left Rina and another person utterly astonished. He opened the car door and unceremoniously discarded the corpse. After making his statement, Riga turned around, extending his left hand to grasp the man's shoulder with a grip reminiscent of an eagle's talons. By the way, I still do not know your name. Bakshi, Sunil Bakshi, the man hastily replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the sudden pain in his shoulder. Riga pondered for a moment. This individual was not in his recollection, likely a minor player. Bakshi, he gestured towards the steering wheel. Take me to meet your superior. Chapter 90, Daniel Whitehall, dead. You wish to meet Whitehall? Bakshi's expression was one of uncertainty. Riga was not only an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, but also a member of the Avengers, while Whitehall was a high-ranking leader of Hydra. These two were indeed mortal enemies. What could they possibly discuss? Though Bakshi was terrified of death, his loyalty was profound. However, this loyalty did not stem from an unwavering allegiance to Whitehall, but rather from the brainwashing he had undergone, compelling him to remain loyal. As he often said, at your service. Upon hearing Bakshi utter that name, Riga immediately recalled, Daniel Whitehall, it was indeed this man. I understand you are filled with questions and doubts, but one thing you should comprehend. Riga shook the box in his hand. Whitehall desires this item, and it is currently in my possession. Attempting to seize it by force would be futile. Thus, the only recourse is to negotiate and allow me to present this box to him. Are you truly going to give this to Whitehall? Rina questioned, still ensnared by fear. Yet she quickly inquired. Riga cast her a sidelong glance, remaining silent. I believe Whitehall would be quite interested, he remarked. A hint of impatience crossing his face as he coldly added, hurry and drive. Or I would not hesitate to ensure that your existence henceforth is little more than a mere shadow of what it was, akin to a mute. Bakshi shuddered and promptly pressed the accelerator. Whitehall's residence was quite befitting of his stature as a Hydra leader, situated, as expected, on the top floor of a towering skyscraper. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary commercial office building, yet within lay Hydra's biopharmaceutical research center. This facility was populated by a multitude of researchers from around the globe, including many former S.H.I.E.L.D. employees. Naturally, most were previously affiliated with Hydra, and Bakshi was their direct overseer, wielding considerable authority here. The trio ascended directly to the opulently adorned top floor via a private VIP elevator. Bakshi, you have returned. Whitehall greeted with a smile, a glass of wine in hand. However, upon catching sight of Riga, he abruptly stiffened, spilling the contents of his drink. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Riga, a member of the Avengers. As Riga advanced a few steps, he noticed that a dozen armed guards immediately raised their weapons, the sharp sound of gun mechanisms echoing through the air. I know who you are. Whitehall quickly composed himself, setting down his glass and gesturing for the guards to stand down. He was acutely aware of Riga's capabilities. These bullets would have no effect on him. Since Riga had arrived, resistance would be futile. They belonged to opposing factions, and if Riga had intended to kill him, he would have done so already. Yet, the demeanor of his adversary did not suggest a quest for vengeance. Thus, it was better to engage in a candid conversation and ascertain his true intentions. A flurry of thoughts raced through Whitehall's mind. I have sought you for this, Riga said with a smile, extending a box towards Whitehall. As Whitehall slowly opened the box, a wave of surprise washed over him at its contents. An obelisk. Indeed. How did it come to be in your possession? Whitehall inquired. There was a mishap during our transaction, and I noticed the unattended box on the ground, so I took the liberty of acquiring it. Riga indicated towards Bushi and Krier. Naturally, Whitehall found this explanation difficult to believe, but chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he pressed on. Why would you return it to me? Were you not always longing to possess this item? Riga questioned. Now that you have it, you seem unable to accept it. I desired it, but not through such means. Whitehall replied coldly, regaining the authoritative demeanor of the Hydra leader. Riga shrugged and called. Rena, could you come here for a moment? Rena approached the two. Please, pick that item up. You want me to lift it? Rena felt a surge of fear. She had been in pursuit of the obelisk, fully aware of the dire consequences an ordinary person might face upon contact with it. Do you not wish to discover if you are indeed the chosen one? Riga pointed to the obelisk, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Lift it, and you shall find out. Rena hesitated, fully cognizant that she was wagering her very life. Ultimately, her inner yearning triumphed, and with trembling hands, she grasped the obelisk. In an instant, it seemed to activate, displaying a series of symbols upon its surface. I have not perished. I have not transformed into a heap of black stone. I truly am the chosen one. Tears welled in Rena's eyes. Very well. Now set it down, Riga instructed. Whatever you wish to know, I shall reveal to you shortly. Rena nodded vigorously. What does this signify? A glimmer of light flickered in Whitehall's eyes. I believe you are well aware, for you two have witnessed such phenomena before, Riga stated. Instantly, Whitehall tensed. Rest assured, your affairs are your own, and I hold no interest in them. What I wish to convey today is that your long-held understanding has been fundamentally flawed, Riga stated. What? Whitehall responded, incredulously. You perceive this object as a weapon, yet in truth, it is not. Riga then recounted the tale he had shared with Coulson a few days prior. Upon concluding his narrative, a profound silence enveloped the room. Is everything you said true? Whitehall inquired, his excitement palpable. He exhibited no concern for the Kree or the impending doom of humanity. His sole focus was on the potential for greater discovery, and that opportunity lay before him. Would I have any reason to deceive you? Riga chuckled. And what will occur once these individuals are found? Whitehall questioned, while Rena gazed at Riga with hopeful anticipation. To activate this entity, one must locate the city constructed by the Kree. Only there can the ultimate transformation be achieved. Transformation, Rena murmured. I presume you are aware of the city's whereabouts, are you not? Whitehall asked. You are mistaken, Riga shook his head. I do not possess that knowledge. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been in pursuit, and I have provided them with clues, so they should uncover it soon enough. At that point, simply follow them in. Why divulge this information to me? Shouldn't S.H.I.E.L.D. be your collaborators? Whitehall expressed his confusion regarding Riga's motives. Because I find it rather dull. And I need to provide Rena with some clarity, Riga shrugged, and because I intend to take your life, I might as well grant you a final wish. Whitehall was taken aback, but Riga merely leaned forward and exhaled gently. Whitehall's head burst open like a watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere. The gruesome scene and sudden violence left even those accustomed to the specter of death momentarily paralyzed, unsure of how to react. Yet Riga did not relent. He turned, extending his hands toward the surrounding guards, unleashing a series of energy shockwaves that pierced their hearts one by one, adding a dozen corpses to the ground. Having eliminated all obstacles, Riga regarded the remaining two, their faces etched with terror, before fixing his gaze upon Bakshi. Now, let us address your inquiries. Chapter 91. Taming. Bakshi trembled, having witnessed Riga execute two individuals within mere hours, one of whom was his superior. The lack of any forewarning and the swiftness of Riga's actions intensified his fear. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain his composure. Riga stepped closer, his piercing gaze delving deep into Bakshi's eyes. "You are quite loyal to Whitehall, are you not?" he inquired softly, noticing the blend of fear and anger reflected in Bakshi's expression. "I am a loyal individual, and Whitehall is my master. His command is my decree." Bakshi inhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly. "Obedience, indeed, you are quite adept at submission." Riga cast several glances at Bakshi before turning away and seating himself in Whitehall's expansive office chair. "Tell me everything about Whitehall." Riga's tone was calm, yet chillingly cold. Bakshi could not resist another glance at Whitehall's headless corpse, the gushing blood staining the light carpet a deep crimson, exuding a disquieting black hue under the dim lighting. His facial muscles twitched, his jaw clenched tightly, as an internal battle raged within him, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. "Obedience will be rewarded. Disobedience," Riga paused, slowly articulated. "You may continue your loyalty to Whitehall in the depths below." Bakshi drew another deep breath and divulged all he knew about Whitehall, his heritage, methods, social connections, and even his financial status, omitting not a single detail. Riga rested his head in his hands, attentively absorbing Bakshi's revelations. He was astonished to discover the multitude of secrets Whitehall harbored. Firstly, he noted that Whitehall possessed a unique and remarkably effective method of brainwashing, so effective that even high-ranking agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. could not withstand it. Recently, they had successfully brainwashed a captured female agent. Bakshi himself was one of the initial products of this brainwashing technique. It seemed necessary to refill Bakshi's mind with new information. Riga mused. Secondly, he learned of a scientist under Whitehall's command who had created an electronic mask that, when affixed to the face, could transform one into the likeness of any individual, even altering physique to a certain extent in the eyes of outsiders. This revelation delighted Riga immensely. Was this not akin to Mystique? Of course, it lacked the convenience and near-perfect mimicry she possessed, yet for Riga, it sufficed. With this device, he could act without concern for identity, facilitating his endeavors significantly. Thirdly, and most crucially, Riga discovered that aside from Whitehall, Hydra had 5 leaders operating across the globe, individuals he had never encountered before. To eradicate Hydra, these figures must be dealt with. Under normal circumstances, eliminating them would pose considerable difficulty, given their considerable power and global dispersion. However, now he had a prime opportunity to eliminate them all at once. With Whitehall's demise, these leaders would inevitably convene. At that juncture, Bakshi would lead him in, while he would don the mask, disguising himself as a bodyguard. Once he laid eyes on them, their fate would be sealed. However, this cannot continue as it is. Just now, Bushi spoke those words out of fear. If he regains his senses, not only may he refrain from plotting against Riga, but should he indeed take his own life, Riga would suffer a significant loss. Therefore, it is imperative to prepare Bushi before meeting these individuals. With this thought, he abruptly rose and struck Bushi, rendering him unconscious. He then turned to Lina and said, "You heard his words. Employ the methods he suggested to make him my ally." Lina offered a faint smile and nodded in understanding. Riga harbored no doubts regarding Lina's loyalty. He comprehended her true desires and possessed the means to fulfill them. Thus, she had no reason to betray him. Riga." As he turned to leave, Lina called out to him. "What is it?" "Actually, I have another secret employer," she replied timidly. Riga raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this revelation. "Who is it?" "Calvin Johnson." Riga's expression turned quizzical, for he had never heard of this individual. "He is Sky's father," Lina added, "a rather formidable man." Riga suddenly recalled the man who had been solely focused on family reunification, transforming himself through chemical means that compromised his sanity, ultimately leading Sky to request Coulson to erase his memories. He was indeed a pitiable figure. "Where can I find him?" Riga inquired. Lina provided an address, explaining that upon arrival, one should state the need for medical assistance, as he frequently performed surgeries for those unable to receive treatment in hospitals. Thank you, but you need not worry about this. Riga gestured towards Bushi. Just ensure you complete your task. I will take care of Sky's father. Lina nodded in agreement. Riga smiled faintly and turned to depart. Following the address given by Lina, he soon arrived at a dilapidated building and knocked on the door. A disheveled, middle-aged man clad in a white coat opened it. Are you Calvin Johnson? Riga inquired. Yes. And who are you? The man's countenance darkened. Your rescuer, Riga declared, swiftly striking the man on the neck, rendering him unconscious, and subsequently brought him back to the Hydra base. 2 weeks later, Lina appeared before Riga with Bushi, who had been successfully reprogrammed. Bushi, Riga called. At your service? Bushi's eyes sparkled with fervor. Riga nodded in satisfaction. Commander, I believe you will find this to your liking. Bushi presented a tray, upon which lay a delicate, translucent electronic mask. Reagan picked it up and felt its coolness. He nodded and ensured that the man I had brought a few days prior was well taken care of, though he would be kept under strict confinement. The room must be devoid of windows, and no one was permitted to converse with him. Meals would be delivered through a box on the door 3 times a day. What if he attempts suicide with a knife or fork? Bakshi inquired. He will not take his own life. He will remain alive until he sees his daughter, Reagan replied. Understood, Bakshi nodded. What is the status of the leaders of Hydra? Reagan asked. The news of Whitehall's demise was known only to the 3 of them. All others present had been silenced by Reagan. He was not prepared to disclose this information just yet, as there were numerous matters at hand, and he needed to wait until the conditions were ripe to act. Everything is proceeding normally. It has only been 2 weeks since then, and they convene every 6 months. There is still a considerable time until their next meeting, Bakshi responded. After hearing this, Reagan was about to issue further instructions regarding Hydra when he suddenly received a call from Coulson, his voice brimming with excitement. We have located the city. Chapter 92. The city. Reagan hung up the phone, turned, and smiled at Rena, saying, Congratulations, your wish is about to be fulfilled. Rena's eyes sparkled with astonishing brilliance, akin to a little girl who had just spotted her beloved doll, bursting forth with joy. However, Reagan cautioned, I must warn you in advance. Not all that emerges from a chrysalis are beautiful butterflies. It may also be ugly moths or even stinging wasps. He gazed into her eyes, slowly asking, Are you certain you truly desire this? Yet, lost in elation, Rena evidently paid no heed to Reagan's words and vigorously nodded her head. Very well, Reagan said, standing tall. It is time to realize your childhood dream. Puerto Rico is a small island in the Caribbean, a territory of the United States, renowned for its breathtaking scenery and pleasant climate, attracting a multitude of tourists each year for relaxation and recreation. Today, the island welcomed a unique group of individuals. Your efficiency is commendable, Reagan remarked, standing atop a high ancient ruin that afforded a splendid view of most of the island's landscape. You managed to gather all the fragments of the map so swiftly. Without Hydra's interference, our work has progressed remarkably well, Coulson replied, donning sunglasses and casual attire as he stood beside Reagan. I wonder if you have any connection to this. We shall discuss that later. For now, we must address the immediate issues at hand. Reagan chuckled, glancing back at Rena, who stood not far behind him. After all, I made a promise. Coulson also turned to look at Rena, remaining silent. I see your team has expanded. You have brought along quite a few new allies, Reagan observed. Some were individuals who had always worked for me, while others were newly recruited. Regardless, everyone shared a common purpose and mutual trust, as Coulson remarked. Well, that's good. In your line of work, trust is indeed a luxury, Riga commented, turning to glance at the entrance. We should proceed inside. I must forewarn you that our intent is to annihilate this city, or more specifically, to obliterate that temple. Coulson grasped Riga's arm. Why? Riga inquired. This city was constructed by aliens, and based on our acquisition of the city map, we believe its existence offers no advantages, Coulson explained. Are you afraid of the aliens? Is it you or your team? Riga asked. Coulson hesitated momentarily, choosing not to respond directly. In order to access this city, we had already excavated a tunnel before your arrival and dispatched a team member, Mike, to assess the situation. However, he fell under the control of an unknown force, exhibiting immense strength and launching an attack on all of us, resulting in minor injuries. Hence, we retreated, but he remains down there. This indicates that the city does not welcome intrusions, especially from outsiders, Riga suggested cryptically. Perhaps, but we are prepared to demolish this city. The explosives are already in place. After we ascertain the situation and rescue Mike, I will detonate the bombs, Coulson stated resolutely. Whether or not it is destroyed is of little concern to me. I harbor no particular fondness for this underground city, Riga shrugged, then added slowly, but it must be done after Lena emerges. Why? Coulson asked. Because of this, Riga replied, raising the box in his hand. The obelisk? Coulson queried. Isn't that used to identify individuals with alien genes? That is but one purpose. The other can only be revealed here, and she must take this down with her. Riga pointed to Lena behind him. What is that purpose? I cannot divulge that. Riga shook his head, but you may send S.H.I.E.L.D along with her, and when she returns, she will enlighten you. Coulson met Riga's gaze and nodded. Furthermore, we too must descend to rescue Mike. Would you like to join us? Of course, it is an alien-built city after all. One must see it, Riga replied, signaling to Lena and handing her the box containing the obelisk. Take this and enter the city with S.H.I.E.L.D. I trust you know what to do. Enter the temple, and your desires will be fulfilled. Lena accepted the box with both hands, her face radiating joy and happiness. All right, let us descend, Coulson remarked, watching Lena's exuberance with a cold gaze. 5 individuals ultimately confirmed their entry into the city. Riga, Coulson, Sky, Reyna, and May. Situated deep underground. The area was engulfed in darkness, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Riga led the way, while May brought up the rear, with the others positioned in between. Each member wielded cold light lamps, advancing cautiously. In the boundless silence, every breath was distinctly audible, amplifying the sense of terror in the oppressive darkness. Suddenly, Riga halted, and Coulson, who was trailing closely behind, nearly collided with him. What is it? He inquired. There appears to be someone ahead. Could it be Mike? Sky asked anxiously. It's possible. I'll go take a look. You all stay here, Riga replied, stepping forward deliberately. According to his recollection, this was supposed to be a deserted city. Yet the possibility of an unknown presence could not be dismissed. However, his audacity rendered him unafraid of unforeseen circumstances. The others waited nervously behind, their anxiety palpable. Abruptly, a scuffle erupted in the distance, only to cease as swiftly as it had begun. Startled, they rushed forward. That must be the temple, Riga thought, as he hoisted the unconscious Mike over his shoulder and gestured to Reyna. You should go. Without hesitation, Reyna retrieved the obelisk from the crate and hurried inside. Sky, you should go too, Coulson urged. What? Sky's eyes widened. She was acutely aware of the obelisk's potential effects on individuals, and Coulson was suggesting she enter. Trust me. You will be fine, Riga interjected. Haven't you always wanted to uncover your heritage? You'll find out once you go inside. Sky shuddered, casting a glance at Riga and then at Coulson, before ultimately steeling herself and stepping inside. What now? May inquired. Now, we wait outside for good news, Riga said, tossing Mike to Coulson and retracing their steps out of the city. Shortly after exiting, the ground beneath them trembled violently, akin to a minor earthquake, the intensity making it difficult for them to maintain their footing. What is happening? Is Sky all right? Coulson urgently asked. Relax, Coulson. This is the moment of a miracle, Riga replied, his eyes brimming with excitement. Chapter 93, Foreseeing the Future. Sky, how do you feel? Are you all right? Upon seeing Sky emerge from the tunnel, the other team members immediately surrounded her, concern etched on their faces. I'm fine. Really, there's no need to worry. Sky reassured them with a smile and a shake of her head. What exactly transpired inside? Coulson could no longer contain his curiosity. Sky quickly glanced at Riga and replied, I'm not entirely sure, but the obelisk shattered into 4 pieces and the temple has collapsed. You can detonate the explosives buried here at any time to obliterate this city. Coulson furrowed his brow slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. However, with everyone present, he refrained from pressing Sky too hard, deciding instead to inquire further once they returned to the base. After confirming that Sky was unharmed, the group shifted their focus elsewhere, while Coulson busied himself with the subsequent arrangements. Sky managed to muster a smile and extricated herself from the crowd. She then approached Riga slowly, her expression one of skepticism as she inquired, How did you know I was all right? You mentioned that entering the temple would reveal my origins. Yet I have entered and exited the temple, and I am still oblivious to the identities of my parents and the place from whence I came. Why is it that Sky paused momentarily? In short, all my questions remain unanswered. Do not fret. I shall address this matter later, Riga gently reassured her before asking, "Do you know where Reina is?" S.H.I.E.L.D shook her head. Upon entering the temple, the obelisk had automatically opened, revealing several crystals, which Reina referred to as the Terrigen crystals. Subsequently, those crystals were struck by an inexplicable force, transforming into a mist that enveloped both her and Reina, resulting in their petrification. S.H.I.E.L.D had thought she was facing death. But after a few minutes, the stones began to fall away from her, and she was overjoyed to find herself unharmed. She quickly glanced in Reina's direction, only to discover that she had vanished without a trace. Riga stared intently at the tunnel's exit, remaining silent. Observing Riga's serious demeanor and then glancing back at the others, S.H.I.E.L.D hesitated, contemplating whether to share her thoughts with him. Ultimately, she decided it was best not to reveal everything just yet. While it might not be an issue for him, others might not be able to handle it. "Please wait here. I shall return shortly," Riga declared, disregarding the others' protests as he leapt down the tunnel. The city was enveloped in profound darkness, rendering it impossible to discern any objects ahead. Riga, armed with the torch he had just fashioned, began to search the vicinity gradually. "Reina, I know you are here. Come out. We must leave." His voice echoed through the dark and desolate city, resonating deeper into the tunnel. Suddenly, footsteps echoed ahead, prompting Riga to pursue the source. "Reina?" Upon catching sight of a figure in the shadows, Riga exhaled in relief. She was alive. "Riga?" A trembling voice emerged from the darkness. "Is that you?" "It is I." Riga stepped forward. "Do not come any closer. I do not want you to see me in my current state." Reina's voice was laced with panic and fear. "It is all right. I understand what you are feeling. There is no need for fear," Riga spoke softly. "But how can I not be afraid of what I look like now?" Reina suddenly stepped out from the shadows, her expression one of despair and sorrow. At this moment, Reina had completely lost her human semblance. Her once black eyes had transformed into a wild, beastly amber hue. Her hair had morphed into sharp, upward-facing spikes, and her skin resembled dry, desiccated gray scales. Her nails elongated, resembling fearsome claws, and her face and hands were adorned with small, hardened spines. It was evident that her entire being mirrored this grotesque transformation. "My grandmother had once told me that after undergoing a baptism, I would become more beautiful. Yet I have now become a monster." Reina cried out, tears streaming from her eyes and cascading down her cheeks to the ground. Riga sighed. Fate was indeed peculiar. While S.H.I.E.L.D retained his original appearance after gaining his abilities, Reina had been cursed with this horrifying visage. Although such peculiar forms were not uncommon in the universe, teeming with countless races and beings of every conceivable appearance, on Earth, she was deemed a monster, despised, loathed, and hated. She would never again be able to face others. Condemned to a life in the shadows, devoid of friends and family, until one day she would die alone, forgotten by all. Perhaps this was the cost. While S.H.I.E.L.D's shockwave ability was indeed formidable, Riga believed it paled in comparison to the foresight that Reina had sought. Ironically, Reina had spent her early life fervently pursuing Garrett, who claimed to possess prophetic abilities, only to discover he was merely an ordinary man with high-level clearance in S.H.I.E.L.D. The world is filled with such dramatic irony, as she herself ultimately became a seer. "I was supposed to become more beautiful, yet in this form. How can I face anyone?" Reina raised her hands, repeatedly murmuring her earlier words, her voice faint and trembling. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she looked up and asked, "Did you know this would happen from the very beginning?" Riga nodded, reminding her that not all who emerge from a chrysalis become beautiful butterflies. Some may transform into stinging wasps, yet she had still chosen this path. Reina's tears surged anew. Riga continued, "However, while butterflies are beautiful, they are delicate and fragile. Wasps, though unsightly, are formidable and powerful." Upon hearing this, Reina's tears ceased. She gazed at her spiked hands, murmuring, "Are you saying I can possess great power?" "Indeed. It is precisely because your abilities are so overwhelmingly potent, powerful enough to instill fear even in the divine, that you have taken on this form," Riga gently replied. "You should feel joy and pride. Previously, the existence of superhumans beyond humanity on Earth was unknown, but that is no longer a secret. Your perspective is still rather narrow at this moment. In time, you will come to understand that with sufficiently formidable strength, even the most peculiar and eccentric appearances will garner admiration, respect, and even reverence from others." Reina listened intently, nodding gently. "Do you know what my ability is?" she inquired with a hopeful tone. Rhaegar smiled faintly and uttered a single phrase, the foresight of the future. Chapter 94. The Ambush after locating Rina. Rhaegar did not hasten to rescue her. Rather, he chose to act only after everyone had departed, for they were not yet prepared to confront such an entity. Upon returning to the base, S.H.I.E.L.D was forcibly taken by Simmons for an examination, under the pretext of ensuring her health was intact. Though she felt a sense of unease, S.H.I.E.L.D could not refuse such kindness and was compelled to comply. Rhaegar and Coulson stood outside the glass window, observing S.H.I.E.L.D as she began her examination, before making their way to Coulson's office. Upon entering, Rhaegar first inquired, "What are your plans for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Simmons will conduct her examination, and afterward, I shall pose some questions to her, as I remain uncertain about the events that transpired within the city," Coulson replied. "Indeed, you may ask her further," Rhaegar responded. "However, some knowledge may not be beneficial. I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, and I have been resurrected. Alien blood flows through my veins." "I believe I am fine," Coulson remarked with a smile. "I do not refer to you." Rhaegar waved his hand dismissively. "Let us set that matter aside for now. I have another issue to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Another strike against Hydra's heads?" Rhaegar spoke slowly. Coulson narrowed his eyes. "What do you have in mind?" "Whitehall is dead, and I was the one who brought about his demise." "It seems my assumptions were correct," Coulson chuckled. "However, I have chosen to spare Bakshi." "Do you deem him useful?" "He is not only useful, he is now one of my own," Rhaegar stated calmly. Coulson furrowed his brow slightly, yet refrained from pressing further. "From Bakshi, I have gleaned a significant piece of information." "What is it?" "There are 5 other leaders of Hydra, akin to Whitehall, scattered across the globe." Coulson inhaled sharply. While he had never entertained the notion that Hydra would simply collapse, he was aware that Whitehall was not alone. Yet he had not anticipated the existence of so many others. "Do you intend to eliminate them all?" "Indeed. And how do you propose to accomplish this?" "You mentioned they are distributed worldwide. Merely locating them would require considerable effort," Coulson posed the question. "You do not intend to rely solely on Bakshi to conceal their movements, do you? Should 1 or 2 of them meet their demise, they will swiftly become aware and retreat into hiding, making it exceedingly difficult to track them down thereafter." "I understand that this endeavor is indeed time-consuming and labor-intensive, yet I take solace in the fact that I have eliminated Whitehall." Riga smiled. "I do not comprehend." "Whitehall is the leader of Hydra, wielding considerable resources and governing extensive territories. He is undoubtedly a regional sovereign. Upon receiving news of Whitehall's demise, they would not simply allow such a significant opportunity to slip away. Whether they seek to fill the void he left or divide his assets among themselves, a meeting is imperative. Given the gravity of this incident and the peculiar nature of their identities, they would generally opt for an in-person discussion rather than a remote conference." Coulson's eyes lit up. "This presented us with an opportunity to eradicate them all in one fell swoop." "Precisely," Riga nodded. Coulson appeared quite exhilarated. "If we succeed this time, Hydra will indeed suffer a grievous blow. Although there remain numerous minor factions, without the overarching organizer, these individuals would amount to little. Currently, the remnants of Hydra are being pursued across the globe. Under such circumstances, their demise is inevitable. Of course, a few minor maneuvers are still required," Riga added. "What do you mean?" Coulson inquired. "Although I have slain Whitehall, I have not disclosed his death, for such an unnatural demise is exceedingly peculiar. Once revealed, I believe they would utilize their resources to swiftly deduce that I was responsible, thereby causing them to retreat even further. How do you intend to proceed?" "That is why I require your assistance," Riga replied. "I have taken control of Whitehall's stronghold, and I am well acquainted with everything within. I will provide you with this intelligence. Your task will be to lead an assault to dismantle this stronghold." Riga chuckled, resting his hands behind his head, "and then you can publicly declare that, through inside information, you secured a victory, and that Whitehall was inadvertently slain amidst the chaos. This way, they will not harbor undue suspicions. Subsequently, as we previously discussed, they will convene a meeting. Bucky can serve as our informant, supplying us with information, and at that juncture, I will strike to eliminate them all." Riga's gaze turned icy, his tone grave as he spoke. Coulson regarded Riga, whose face was filled with fury, and quietly remarked, "It seems you harbor a profound hatred for Hydra." "Indeed." Riga clenched his fists. "Although Riga's soul originates from another realm, it has intertwined with the memories of this body. Thus he recalls the past with vivid clarity." Coulson remained silent, merely observing, and after a while, he stated, "It may not be feasible at this moment. Everyone has just returned from Puerto Rico and requires some time to recuperate. Shall we delay our actions by a few days?" "No problem," Riga agreed readily, then added a reminder not to be too late. According to Bucky's information, they convened every 6 months, although there was still some time. Should they decide to hold the meeting earlier and Whitehall was unable to attend, it would all be for naught. "I understand. The time is set for midnight 2 days hence." Coulson nodded in comprehension. "Very well, I shall take my leave now. Contact me when the time comes," Riga stated. Rising to depart. "Don't you need to rest here? Although the base is modest, we do have a room for you," Coulson inquired. "No. I have some matters to attend to." Riga declined Coulson's kind offer. "I will be at Hydra's headquarters to facilitate things for you." With that, he hurried away. 2 days later, in the dead of night, the sky was overcast, the moon obscured, and the wind howled. A perfect night for a reckoning. Coulson had brought all operatives capable of combat, including S.H.I.E.L.D, whom he had pulled from the examination room. S.H.I.E.L.D was well trained, and at that moment, he required every ounce of available combat prowess. "Director, are we really going to launch an assault? This is an entire building, and our numbers may be insufficient," Barbie remarked, aware of the security forces from her previous undercover work here. "Rest assured, we have allies on the inside," Coulson replied, pulling back the bolt of his firearm. Preparing for battle. With a single command, everyone swiftly initiated the operational plan, leaving a portion to secure the exits while the remainder surged into the building under the cover of darkness. Before long, the first gunshot rang out within the building. Alarm bells blared, chaos erupted. May, Coulson's capable assistant and a formidable asset, had participated in countless skirmishes over her extensive career as an agent. Yet this encounter felt peculiar to her. Too smooth. Indeed, that's it. Although they faced some resistance upon entry, for the most part, they appeared before their adversaries unexpectedly, eliminating them before they could prepare. Even the finest agents of S.H.I.E.L.D should not operate with such efficiency, and the Hydra Guard seemed strangely uncharacteristic of their reputation. "Coulson, something feels amiss. We may have walked into a trap," May cautioned, halting Coulson, who was about to press onward. "They are luring us deeper." Coulson smiled. "I understand your concerns. Trust me, everything is fine. Proceed." Despite their individual doubts, seeing Coulson's unwavering resolve compelled the team to obey his orders. At last, the squad reached the top floor. May gingerly opened the door, only to be astonished to find Riga seated calmly, awaiting their arrival, with Bucky standing beside him. "At long last, you have arrived. To be honest, it took longer than I had anticipated," Riga remarked as he rose to his feet. With age, his agility had diminished. Coulson set down his pistol and chuckled. "The corpse of Whitehall lies in the cold storage. After all, it has been dead for quite some time, and leaving it out would lead to decay," Riga noted. Coulson nodded, indicating that he would send someone to retrieve it shortly. "What is happening?" The others expressed their bewilderment at the scene. "Oh, Riga and I devised a plan. And to ensure its authenticity, I refrained from explaining it to you." Coulson subsequently elaborated on the entire scheme, and the group finally understood. "Well, you may conclude your work now. Remember to disseminate the information," Riga instructed. "No need for me to spread the word. They will know on their own. The subsequent targets are those individuals. Perhaps we will continue to collaborate," Coulson replied. "No problem. I am always at your service whenever you need me," he added with a smile, "as I find such endeavors quite enjoyable, particularly since the work has become significantly less burdensome." Riga chuckled softly, turning to S.H.I.E.L.D and gently saying, "If you wish, you may seek my assistance in times of difficulty. I shall provide aid." S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, seemingly understanding. "Until next time, Coulson." Riga waved his hand and departed the building with Bakshi. Chapter 95. The Five Heads of the Serpent. This is a private villa on the outskirts of the city, adorned with opulent decorations. Priceless oil paintings grace the walls, and the floors are covered with luxurious Persian rugs. The furniture, both in material and craftsmanship, is meticulously selected, reflecting the extraordinary status of its owner. However, one dissonant aspect is the exceedingly dim lighting. In the expansive room, only a few faint yellow lights illuminate the surroundings, distanced from one another, rendering it difficult to discern the environment, which exudes an air of eeriness. Typically, the villa is sparsely populated, with only a handful of servants residing there to perform daily maintenance. The owner does not always inhabit the premises, merely visiting occasionally. Yet today, it welcomed several esteemed guests. In the center of the villa's reception area stood a small round table, surrounded by 5 chairs, each occupied by an individual, 4 men and 1 woman, each bearing an air of subtle arrogance and indifference, unmistakably figures accustomed to wielding authority. They were the 5 high-ranking leaders of Hydra, each a prominent figure of considerable renown in the world, gathered for their semi-annual meeting. "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Bloom." An elderly gentleman with graying hair and black-rimmed glasses surveyed the red wine on the table, seemingly assessing its quality. "Regrettably, our meeting has turned into a vigil. Daniel Whitehall has already met with the founders of our organization." He raised his glass, his tone light, as the crimson liquid swirled within the chalice. "It is indeed unfortunate. I have always admired his steadfastness," remarked the only woman present as she took a sip from her glass, a hint of regret in her voice. "I have never liked that man," an elderly gentleman scoffed disdainfully. "His death is for the best. We ought not to speak ill of the deceased," interjected the leader clad in Arab attire. "Why not? What difference does it make now that he is dead?" the man retorted, his expression still one of contempt. "The pressing issue now is that Whitehall's demise has left a vacancy in leadership for this region." The elderly gentleman who had initially spoken retained his composure. "Dr. Lister, whom do you recommend to succeed Whitehall?" The Arab man's demeanor was one of utmost respect. "Baron von Strack believes that S.H.I.E.L.D. Bakshi has been well trained and would make a suitable successor. Do you truly think we should entrust him with such a responsibility? That inexperienced youth?" The previously outspoken elder rose with indignation. "It is not my opinion that he should succeed. It is Baron von Strack's suggestion," Dr. Lister replied, casting a sidelong glance at the man. Under the pressure of that gaze, the man reluctantly sat down, only to express his dissatisfaction once more. Even so, entrusting such a vast region to him warrants further scrutiny. At this moment, the individual previously referred to as Bloom interjected. "Based on our intelligence, Bakshi survived the recent assault, which somewhat attests to his capabilities. Yet that is insufficient," the man insisted. "It merely proves he is a coward. This territory is extensive and rich in resources." "I comprehend everyone's concerns." Dr. Lister raised his hand to quell the ensuing discord. "Rather than bickering here, we should first inform Bakshi and share our thoughts with him. The S.H.I.E.L.D. has achieved a victory this time. They will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to expand their gains. If Bakshi can deliver a significant blow to the S.H.I.E.L.D. and avenge his mentor, then I believe he deserves a place at the table. And if he fails?" the man inquired again. "If he does not achieve the desired outcome," Dr. Lister shrugged, "we shall hope he does not perish in the process." The assembly exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, the dissent fading away. "Very well, Bloom, please inform Bakshi," Dr. Lister instructed the person beside him. "Certainly," Bloom nodded in acknowledgement. After leaving Coulson, Riga did not return home, but instead ventured to a secret Hydra base. Originally, this was an asset under Whitehall's name, but now that Whitehall has passed, Bakshi, having fallen under Riga's influence, has appropriated the base for his own use. Nevertheless, Bakshi remains the ostensible owner. While Riga dons a mask capable of altering his appearance at will, pretending to be Bakshi's deputy, Riga first went to check on Sky's father, who had been captured by Riga and subsequently transferred here by Bakshi. He is now confined in a sealed room surrounded by thick concrete walls and a solid steel door. Even if he manages to break through the door, a formidable group of armed guards awaits outside. He is oblivious to Riga's motives for his imprisonment. Apart from his 3 daily meals, he sees no one. Consequently, he spends his days screaming and cursing, his already volatile temper deteriorating further. Yet this has no impact on Riga. The room is soundproof. No matter how loudly he shouts, Riga hears not a word. In addition to Sky's father, Reyna has also been placed here. She is still in a period of adjustment following her transformation. Although she is aware of her newfound ability to foresee the future, she is uncertain of how to harness this power, and more critically, she doubts her capacity for perfect control over it. Riga places great importance on Reyna. His wings have begun to unfurl, and the effects are becoming apparent. However, his own memories are becoming increasingly hazy, rendering him unable to foresee subsequent developments. Yet with Reyna, he can at least glean some insights. Thus, he remains by her side, tirelessly guiding her through her psychological barriers so she may swiftly accept her identity and adapt to her current circumstances. Bakshi, in the meantime, keeps a watchful eye on the situation with Hydra. Given the timeline, the leadership meeting of Hydra should have already taken place, and they will likely propose corresponding strategies in light of Whitehall's demise. As Whitehall's former deputy, Buxi holds significant sway. Riga believes that Hydra will undoubtedly reach out to Buxi. While he may not be granted immediate succession, alternative arrangements are certainly in the offing. This necessitates a meeting between them, which will also mark the day Riga eliminates his adversaries. The wait is not prolonged. Before long, Buxi hurriedly enters Riga's office. "Sir, we have received news." "What is it?" "They've offered me an opportunity. If I can demonstrate my value in the fight against S.H.I.E.L.D, they will allow me to assume Whitehall's position." Buxi's eyes gleam with excitement. "Then you must meet with all 5 of them," Riga states. "Indeed, it seems I can only meet with one at this time. But once I successfully take over, they will surely all come to congratulate me, at which point it will be your opportunity," Buxi replies respectfully, bowing slightly. "Excellent. You must present them with a grand gift." Riga rose to his feet and dialed Coulson's number. Chapter 96, Setting the Trap. "Are you certain this method will prove effective?" asked Coulson, seated in the passenger seat. "I'm not sure, but we must try. The leader of Hydra is not easily dealt with. Since we are to put on a performance, it must be as realistic as possible," Riga replied, gripping the steering wheel. They were heading toward the outskirts. Having reached the city's edge. "I understand, but is it truly necessary to employ a missile?" Coulson's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety. "I've already faced death once. I'm not keen on experiencing it again." "Relax. The missile is merely a ruse to enhance the spectacle. It will not strike you directly," Riga chuckled. "You are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I cannot afford the cost of your demise." The car advanced another block, drawing closer to the agreed ambush site. "There it is, the ambush location. Are you prepared?" Riga gestured toward the intersection ahead. "You mean to say I'll be subjected to a hail of gunfire?" "I've been ready for that," Coulson replied. Gripping the fixed handle of the car and bracing himself against the dashboard, his legs firmly pushing against the front, preparing for impact. "Your vehicle is bulletproof. It can certainly withstand mere bullets." No sooner had Riga spoken than their vehicle jolted violently, struck by a powerful collision from behind. He turned to look back and saw a black Ford SUV. Almost simultaneously, the front was violently struck by another vehicle of the same make. The 2 SUVs had effectively trapped Riga and Coulson's car, rendering them immobile. Moments later, several armed individuals clad in black, resembling terrorists, emerged from the 2 vehicles. Additionally, over a dozen more figures in black suddenly surged from all directions, brandishing submachine guns and unleashing a barrage of gunfire, the sound of bullets ringing incessantly. Bystanders, witnessing the chaos, were thrown into a state of panic, screaming as they fled in all directions. The street's traffic order was swiftly disrupted by this unexpected outbreak of violence, resulting in a series of rear-end collisions accompanied by the sound of crashing metal. Cracks began to multiply on the bulletproof glass as Riga carefully surveyed the unfolding situation. After a moment, one of the black-clad assailants, seemingly realizing that a rifle was ineffective, produced a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher from somewhere. "I think it's time for us to leave," Coulson urged hastily. "Indeed," Riga replied, pressing the accelerator. The car's tires spun wildly, generating plumes of black smoke and releasing a pungent, burnt odor. He forcefully collided with the black Ford behind them, creating some space, then deftly maneuvered the steering wheel to ram the vehicle in front, successfully extricating themselves from the ambush. At that moment, the rocket struck precisely where their vehicle had just been, propelling one of the black SUVs into the air. Coulson glanced back at the smoke-choked street, his expression grave. "Have they caught up to us?" Riga inquired. "They have indeed caught up. You may proceed towards the outskirts," Coulson replied, shaking his head slightly. Still feeling a bit dizzy from the earlier collision, several vehicles accelerated to their maximum speed, engaging in a fierce chase down the streets, gradually making their way into the sparsely populated suburbs. "Shouldn't we fight back?" Riga asked. "Let us hold off for now. These are my people. I cannot bear the thought of them being injured or worse," Coulson declined, adding, "Moreover, our reinforcements will arrive shortly, and they will retreat upon seeing them." Moments later, the support vehicles arranged by Coulson appeared, carrying some of their team members. Upon spotting the pursuing vehicles behind them, they fired a few symbolic shots before quickly escorting Coulson's vehicle to safety. Upon returning to the base, the group promptly disembarked. After confirming Coulson was unharmed, they finally felt a sense of relief, their gazes towards him filled with admiration. Coulson touched the vehicle's exterior, marked with white bullet holes, took a deep breath, and patted Riga on the shoulder. "If you devise such plans again, do not involve me." Riga chuckled. since we agreed to have Bakshi attack you. It must be a genuine performance. Besides, had bullets come flying in, I would have covered you. Moreover, this showcases your heroism, which is beneficial for leading the team and enhancing your reputation. Coulson shook his head, appearing somewhat exasperated. Now that the first step is complete, the next task is to apprehend Bakshi. Indeed, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. being attacked necessitates some form of retaliation. Have we decided on the location? Coulson asked. Riga nodded. It's a safe house used by Whitehall in his lifetime. Our double agent Bakshi will be waiting there. At that moment, we'll send someone to feign an arrest, while actually providing him an opportunity to escape and seek out S.H.I.E.L.D. Why not simply capture him and then release him? Wouldn't that appear more authentic? S.H.I.E.L.D. interjected. That's a subsequent step, Riga replied with a smile. What? If we apprehend Bakshi only to release him, it could backfire. The leader of Hydra is quite astute, and even the slightest flaw could expose us, Coulson explained. However, if Bakshi manages to escape during our attack, that presents no issues. Let him be injured and disheveled as he seeks out S.H.I.E.L.D. It will earn him their trust. Subsequently, Bakshi will inform S.H.I.E.L.D. that he feigned capture by us to seize Coulson as a prisoner, a grand achievement that would surely lead to his promotion. Then, we shall confront Hydra's 5 leaders, and I will ensure they are all apprehended at once. Riga made a gesture of decapitation. S.H.I.E.L.D. listened, somewhat dazed, realizing the lengths to which Riga and Coulson had gone for this plan. Very well, you may all take a rest and prepare yourselves. We shall soon have another performance. Coulson remarked with a smile. A few days later, the team sprang into action once more. As rehearsed, Coulson led his team directly into Bakshi's safe house, where an intense gunfight erupted within. Bullets flew wildly, blood spattered, and many screamed as they fell to the ground. The scene was truly heart-stopping. Taken by surprise by the ambush, Bakshi hastily fled under the protection of his confidants amidst the chaos. Coulson, having exerted considerable effort, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and anger at failing to capture him. Consequently, as they retreated, he ordered the entire room to be blown to smithereens. However, all of this was merely a facade. Now, we await Bakshi's signal, Coulson said, removing his bulletproof vest and smiling as he watched Bakshi disappear into the distance. Chapter 97. The double agent. After his escape, Bakshi immediately contacted Lister to convey the failure of his assault on Coulson and to discuss certain matters. As Rhaegar and Coulson had anticipated, Lister acquiesced to Bakshi's request. Eventually, battered and disheveled, Bakshi met Lister at a grand vineyard. Good day, Dr. Lister, Bakshi gasped, his facial wounds still unhealed. Baksh, I must say, I am quite disappointed in your incompetence, Lister remarked disdainfully while pouring himself a glass of wine. Not only did you fail to eliminate Coulson, but you nearly allowed him to capture you. Had it not been for Baron von Strack's prior recommendation, I would have expelled you from Hydra long ago. A flicker of anger crossed Bakshi's eyes, but it quickly dissipated as he lowered his head. Coulson is more formidable than I had anticipated. It seems he has recently expanded his ranks, recruiting several new members. These individuals are highly skilled agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and pose a significant challenge. Do not forget, you are also a senior member of Hydra, Lister retorted with a scoff. Indeed, but with Mr. Whitehall deceased, my available resources are severely limited, which is why I failed, Bakshi argued. Had I possessed even a fraction more manpower and equipment at that time, Coulson would now be my captive. Everyone can utter if only, but very few achieve success, Lister remarked, taking a sip of his wine with a dismissive air. Bakshi took a deep breath and said slowly, I have a plan that will ensure we capture Coulson, but I require your assistance. Your plan does not involve continuing to flee, does it? Lister replied, his tone laced with sarcasm. Certainly not. Bakshi disregarded the mockery. I can feign capture by Coulson, infiltrate their ranks, and then seize the opportunity to capture him. Are you jesting? Lister laughed derisively. You are unable to capture him while free. Do you genuinely believe you will have a chance as a prisoner? I understand, but I am not alone, explained Bakshi. We possess a mask that allows us to alter our appearance at will. You must be aware of this, correct? Lister raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. I am aware. One of my trusted associates dons such a mask. After I feign capture, he will assume the guise of a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent to infiltrate and subsequently rescue me. Together, we shall then take down Coulson, Bakshi revealed, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Even the astute Coulson would never suspect that one of his own would turn against him. Coulson is not easily outwitted, Lister cautioned. Impersonating him may lead to unforeseen slips in your facade. While Lister found the plan plausible, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. That is to be expected, but I do not intend to deceive him indefinitely. A mere few minutes to incapacitate him will suffice, Bakshi replied. After a moment of contemplation, Lister suddenly inquired, "Why did you not employ this strategy earlier?" Bakshi appeared prepared for this question and respectfully responded, "After capturing Coulson, we must escape the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, which is sure to be met with resistance. Thus, we require someone outside to provide support. The coordination of personnel and the execution of the plan necessitate time that Coulson did not afford me. Furthermore, making it too easy for him to capture me would only arouse his suspicions. I have come to seek your assistance, hoping you might provide additional personnel and equipment to complicate S.H.I.E.L.D's next operation, thereby enhancing its credibility. Moreover, an increased number of operatives will ensure a more reliable extraction in the future." Lister rested his chin upon his hand, remaining silent. Observing this, Bakshi continued, "Of course, should I successfully capture Coulson, I will seamlessly assume Whitehall's position, and I shall remember your assistance." A faint smile finally appeared on Lister's face. "Very well. I shall provide you with additional personnel. However," his voice took on a subtle threat, "should you fail again, do not expect my leniency. Rest assured, this time I shall succeed." Bakshi responded with increasing humility and respect. 3 days later, Riga received Bakshi's signal. "Coulson, Bakshi is ready on his end." "Excellent," Coulson replied, promptly gathering his team. Coulson, Riga, May, Sky, Fitz, Simmons, along with our new recruits Bobby, Hunter, Mike, and Tripp, 10 individuals gathered around the table to hear Coulson's directives. "Everyone, the message has arrived. We are prepared to act. However, caution is imperative this time. Bakshi has summoned Lister's personnel, and they are equipped with the real deal. They will show no mercy, so we must not be complacent. Our only target is Bakshi, the rest are our adversaries." The group nodded in understanding. "Very well, let us depart at once." Several individuals boarded Coulson's private aircraft and swiftly arrived at their destination. This was a modest Hydra base, where we split into teams according to our mission, intending to breach the premises, capture Bakshi, and depart without excessive entanglement. Although the skirmish was intense, it was relatively straightforward. One party sought to seize, while the other appeared willing to be captured. After Hydra's soldiers paid with several lives, Coulson successfully escorted Bakshi onto the plane. Subsequently, Bakshi reported to Riga about his conversation with Lister. "Bakshi, you've done well. Your efforts are commendable," Riga expressed, elated by the successful baiting of their target. "At your service," Bakshi replied, visibly encouraged. However, aside from Riga, the gazes of the others were laden with ambiguous implications. "All right, you should rest now. In a few days, we will meet Lister again," Riga instructed. Bakshi nodded and then entered the lounge. "It appears he is truly loyal to you," Coulson remarked with a significant tone. "Hydra's little tactics are indeed quite effective," Riga noted. "We would not employ such methods here. Circumstances differ, and thus must be treated accordingly," he added nonchalantly. "I do not possess your abundance of time and patience to meticulously select qualified team members." Coulson smiled, deciding not to pursue the topic further. "You should contemplate how to be a good captive. While your life should be secure this time, some discomfort is inevitable when facing Lister," Riga advised as he patted Coulson on the shoulder. "A bit of suffering, I believe I can endure," Coulson replied. The aircraft soon landed at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After a few days of waiting, following the predetermined plan, Bakshi, with Coulson in tow, departed under the cover of night, with Riga providing protection. Chapter 98. Blood at the Manor. In the dead of night, Bakshi entered Lister's estate with Coulson and a disguised Riga. "Dr. Lister, I have brought the person," Bakshi declared, giving Coulson a forceful shove. "I assured you I would succeed this time." Observing Coulson's battered visage, Lister approached slowly. "Agent Coulson, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I suppose you never anticipated our encounter would unfold in this manner." "I must admit, it is indeed different from what I envisioned," Coulson replied, spitting out blood with a faint smile. "Rest assured, the ensuing events will align with your expectations," Lister said, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He then turned to scrutinize Riga, asking Bakshi, "Is this the trusted confidant you mentioned?" "Indeed," Bakshi replied with a slight smile. "He is quite skilled. A super soldier injected with our centipede serum. Lister's interest peaked immediately. Is that so? I am eager to witness this for myself. Rhaegar cursed that damned old man 1,000 times in his heart. Yet under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to take action and showcase his prowess. He surveyed the hall briefly before approaching a table and smashing it to splinters with a single slap. Damn it, Barkley exclaimed, immediately turning to apologize to Lister. I must beg your pardon. Due to the serum still being in its developmental stages, his brain sustained some damage during the injection process. It's quite all right. Lister waved his hand dismissively, marveling. The strength exhibited is indeed impressive, and with brain damage, he could be the perfect soldier. And I can assure absolute loyalty, Barkley continued. We have embedded a chip in his brain containing a miniature explosive. Should he ever defy my commands, I can activate the bomb, erasing him instantly. Excellent, excellent. Lister responded with a smile. Barkley, you have not disappointed me. Thanks to your assistance, I was able to capture Coulson and prove my worth. Barkley immediately bowed respectfully. Oh, merely a trifling matter, nothing of consequence. Lister feigned modesty. Seeing this, Barkley seized the opportunity to voice his request. Dr. Lister, regarding my succession to the position at Whitehall. Given my contributions, I believe others will have no objections. Barkley nodded eagerly and continued, Dr. Lister, might I bring Coulson along to meet the leaders? So they can witness the spectacle firsthand? It would certainly enhance the impact. Certainly, you are indeed the candidate recommended by Baron von Strack, and with my support. Even if 1 or 2 individuals may object, they will be compelled to acquiesce to your ascension. I will inform them in the coming days. And we will hold a celebration in your honor. Do not be anxious. It is merely a small ceremony to formally welcome you as a member of the Bureau. Barkley was overjoyed, expressing his gratitude once more for Dr. Lister's unwavering support. In that case, I shall take Coulson and depart. Please, rest well. With that, Barkley, radiating humility, led Coulson and Rhaegar out of the premises. Upon returning to the vehicle, Coulson broke free from the faux handcuffs and said with a smile, It seems everything has proceeded smoothly. Yes, I did not anticipate they would hold a ceremony. This will surely attract many significant Hydra figures, Coulson. This is our golden opportunity. Rhaegar remarked. Indeed, Coulson nodded. I will notify the base immediately to prepare for a comprehensive takedown of these individuals. This will be a significant achievement for you, Rhaegar chuckled. What merit do I possess? The S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently shrouded in obscurity. These matters will merely fall into the hands of the visible officials, who will exploit them for their political gain. Coulson shook his head. Moreover, you and I are not concerned with that. True enough, Rhaegar conceded. However, there is one thing I must inform you of in advance. What is it? The remaining individuals may be captured as prisoners. That is of no concern to me. However, I must eliminate the 5 leaders of the Hydra Bureau. Riga spoke in a chilling tone. Coulson gazed into Riga's icy eyes and nodded gently, expressing his agreement. 2 nights later, Bakshi returned to the vineyard with Coulson, prepared to meet the other 4 leaders. Lister hosted a private wine gathering at the estate to celebrate Bakshi's accomplishments. His recent success was indeed remarkable, achieved with Lister's assistance. Now that Bakshi had ascended to power, it significantly benefited his personal influence. To underscore Bakshi's importance and the immense significance of this operation, Lister had invited numerous mid- to high-ranking Hydra officials to attend, maximizing Bakshi's prestige. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Sunil Bakshi. Lister's deep voice resonated in the opulent hall, prompting an immediate eruption of enthusiastic applause. Observing his demeanor, one might mistakenly believe he could stand on equal footing with us. The 4 leaders of the Hydra Bureau sat upon the platform, with the elder among them displaying a look of disdain. Regardless of your sentiments, Bakshi's ability to capture Coulson speaks volumes of his capabilities, a lady remarked quietly, her gaze fixed on Bakshi standing before them. Moreover, with the support of Dr. Lister, his position is as solid as a rock. Thus, it would be prudent for you to consider how to coexist harmoniously in the future. Otherwise, should they join forces, you would likely find yourself outmatched. The elder let out a reluctant snort, choosing to remain silent. Thank you, everyone, Bakshi smiled and waved to the crowd. Today is a day that shall forever be etched in memory, for today marks the dawn of a new era for Hydra. He glanced at the 5 leaders behind him, his gaze sweeping over the audience, revealing a hint of a smile before he continued, that is to say, the end of Hydra. At this proclamation, The crowd erupted in chaos. Bakshi. Lister rose angrily, poised to reprimand this foolhardy individual. At that moment, a loud crash echoed as the heavy wooden doors of the hall were suddenly flung open, followed swiftly by a swarm of armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents rushing in, sealing off the area completely. Coulson discarded his faux handcuffs and, alongside Bakshi, drew hidden firearms aimed at the five on stage. What is happening? The assembly was taken aback. Greetings to you all. Riga strolled in from the entrance. You are Bakshi's confidant. Lister fixed his gaze intently on Riga. Bakshi, are you plotting to betray and usurp power? You have it wrong. Riga ascended the platform, removing his mask. I am not his confidant. He is mine. You are that avenger. Lister's face paled in terror. Indeed. Riga smiled faintly, turned around, and picked up the microphone. Esteemed members of Hydra, he began. It brings me great pleasure to see you all gathered here today, sparing us considerable trouble, as it allows us to ensnare you all at once. I trust you comprehend that all the guards outside have been rendered lifeless, and for the time being, no one shall come to your aid. Thus, your options are clear: surrender or meet your demise. As the ominous muzzles of guns loomed around them, the majority of those present, recognizing the gravity of their situation, chose to surrender. However, as Riga approached a group of five, his gaze swept over their faces one by one. The elderly gentleman wearing black-rimmed glasses managed to utter a single word before a sharp pain seized his throat, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The sudden appearance of blood pooling around his neck startled the others into fearful silence, struggling to avert their eyes from the grim scene. They barely had time to utter a sound before Riga's finger flicked, and they too swiftly followed the same fate. For heavy corpses thudded to the ground, crimson blood gushing from their wounds, rapidly spreading across the stage, glimmering under the bright crystal chandelier. Coulson, Riga said, I leave the remaining ones to you. He turned away, seemingly indifferent to the lifeless bodies, and, amidst the fearful and anxious gazes of the crowd, departed the manor with Bakshi. Chapter 99. The voice of all things. After eliminating the 5 leaders of Hydra, Riga felt an unexpected lightness in his heart. He had not anticipated that disposing of these individuals would require such considerable effort. After all, his strength was formidable, capable of crushing them with but a finger. The main challenge lay in gathering them together, which consumed far too much time. More importantly, his memories were becoming increasingly hazy. Had he been able to clearly recall who these individuals were, he would have dealt with them long ago. Bakshi remained by Riga's side, proving to be an exceptionally capable aide. Upon Riga's request, Coulson readily acquiesced, after which Bakshi helped Riga locate the Hydra base, facilitating his future endeavors. With many former Hydra soldiers still present in the base, Riga's power surged significantly after assimilating them into his ranks. Now that the 5 were dead, Hydra itself remained. Yet Riga could confidently assert that he had accomplished a substantial portion of his mission. 3 adversaries still lingered: Vinstrak, Gideon Malik, and the final leader of the Inhumans. Only by vanquishing them all could Riga claim that his objective had been fully realized. During this time, Natasha had not been at Riga's side, as she was diligently tracking down Strak. This cunning individual remained elusive, always lurking in the shadows and delegating tasks to his subordinates. Despite Natasha's extensive efforts and the numerous captives she had taken, she always seemed one step away from her goal, a source of immense frustration for her. After Riga returned to the base with Bakshi, he went to check on Rina's condition. She had stabilized considerably and made a small step toward self-acceptance. Although she still wore a black scarf to shroud herself, she was finally willing to emerge from the shadows. Riga offered her heartfelt comfort for quite some time and promised that he would take her to meet other gifted individuals when the opportunity arose. However, a few days later, Riga received an unexpected call from Sky one morning. Riga, where are you? Sky's voice was fragile and helpless. What's the matter? Riga's intuition had already begun to form a suspicion. I want to see you, Sky replied. All right, tell me your location, and I will send someone to pick you up. Riga said before hanging up, his gaze lowered, realizing that this situation was indeed unavoidable. Sky was soon brought back by Bakshi, and Riga arranged for her accommodation. What happened? Riga offered Sky a glass of water. Seated on the sofa, Sky hugged her arms, her eyes red, her complexion pale, her hair disheveled. She appeared utterly lost, as if she had lost her anchor. Riga, yes? You are a superhuman. What do you think life is like after acquiring such powers? Sky gently inquired. Riga pondered for a moment, his primary feeling being that he no longer had to live in constant anxiety as he once did. That makes sense, Sky sighed. You were with Hydra before. Life there must have been quite challenging. Not too bad, I suppose. After all, I am somewhat of a super soldier, Riga jested. Sky managed a faint smile. Have you acquired superpowers? Riga asked. Sky nodded, refraining from questioning how Riga knew, for it was self-evident. After I emerged from that alien temple, I gained superpowers. I can make objects vibrate violently. Have you encountered any issues? I hurt people. Sky expressed her anguish. Fitz, Trip, even Coulson, and others as well. Why? How could so many be injured? Riga inquired anxiously. Because I can't control it, especially while I am asleep, Sky explained. Riga understood. This indeed posed a significant problem. If something were to suddenly crash down while someone was asleep, there would be no time to evade it, much like the devastating earthquake in a past life. Whenever my emotions fluctuate, the objects around me involuntarily tremble. It began with my room, then Coulson's plane, and eventually the entire base. The way they look at me is akin to gazing at a monster. Sky's eyes dimmed. Though the team members have said nothing, I can sense that they share the same doubts. As the emotions intensified following the injuries, I found it increasingly unbearable to remain there. You once mentioned that I could seek your assistance if needed, and thus I understood. Riga softly reassured. I too wish it were otherwise. But this ability has manifested within me. What should I do now? Sky gazed blankly at her hands. After a moment of silence, Riga rose and said, Come with me. I shall take you to a special place. Sky glanced at Riga and stood up in unison. The two exited the base, with Riga driving swiftly towards the mountains. The remote location of the base ensuring the journey was not far. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Riga extended his arms, saying, Hold on tightly, or you may fall. Despite her confusion, Sky clung to Riga firmly. Are you ready? Let us take flight. With a powerful push, Riga soared into the sky, carrying Sky towards the summit. Once atop the peak, he set her down. The mountain was not particularly high, lacking the perpetual snow of greater heights. Yet Riga had chosen this place to help ease her spirit. As they stood amidst the rising sun, surrounded by swirling clouds and feeling the mountain breeze caress them, Sky's mood lifted significantly. Thank you. She turned and smiled. It may be a touch premature to express gratitude, Riga replied, patting a nearby rock. Take a seat. Once they settled, Riga inquired, Sky, do you know the inherent quality that all things possess from the very beginning? What is it? Vibration. Everything in existence is in a constant state of vibration. And so, thus, when you induce vibrations around you, you merely elevate their frequency. Sky remained perplexed. Your fear stems from your inability to control your power, and the more you fear, the less control you have. Only by genuinely accepting and understanding it can you ultimately master it. Wielding strength akin to that of a vengeful spirit, Riga elucidated. But I do not desire such power. Sky replied, whether you wish for it or not, it is already a part of you, an immutable truth. Sky fell silent. The power of vibration is formidable. If you so wished, you could even instigate a great earthquake, Riga continued, then shifted his tone. However, I do not intend to convey the extent of your strength. What? Then? The voice of all things. Sky's confusion deepened. As I previously mentioned, everything vibrates, producing frequencies, and you can amplify these frequencies, meaning you can perceive the vibrations of all existence. So, I can hear the sounds emitted by the vibrations of all things? Sky's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. Indeed. Riga chuckled. To listen to the voices of all things is your unique privilege. Look before you. The mountains, trees, rocks, flowing waters, animals, and even the air all possess their distinct frequencies. If you can attune yourself to these frequencies, you shall hear their voices. What might that feel like? Sky murmured. I cannot say, Riga shrugged, for I lack such a gift. Sky smiled faintly. Yet I believe it must be a splendid sensation. Sky nodded. Of course. It also depends on the strength of your abilities. The more potent your power, the more voices you will encounter. Sky closed her eyes, slowed her breathing, and placed her hands upon the earth, attuning to its rhythm. Soon, the ground began to tremble slightly, and rocks and soil cascaded down. Do you sense it? Riga inquired. Yes, though it is faint, I can indeed hear it, she replied. Riga smiled and continued, I understand your trepidation regarding your abilities, but there is no need for fear. Powerful abilities can serve not only as instruments of destruction, but also as guardians. Sky listened intently. You are aware of the Battle of New York, are you not? The alien army descended directly from the cosmos. We managed to repel them then, but what about next time? The time after that? Relying solely on the Avengers will not suffice. In moments of peril, we need each individual to contribute their strength. The greater the power, the better we can protect our planet. Riga spoke with sincerity, as the weight of Thanos, that formidable entity, bore heavily upon his heart. Compared to him, Hydra was insignificant. Thanos' might did not stem solely from the Infinity Stones. He was a formidable force in his own right, capable of overpowering the Hulk with ease. Thus, to confront Thanos, the more allies, the better. With the meager number currently gathered, they were woefully inadequate. This was one of the reasons Riga sought to acquire the Infinity Stones. At least with the stones in hand, they could buy themselves some time. But that was a matter for the future. For now, he needed to concentrate on the task at hand. To protect the Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D. mused, that is indeed a monumental responsibility. A long-lost smile graced her face. An elder once remarked that with great power comes great responsibility. Now that you possess such formidable abilities, it signifies that you must shoulder an even greater burden. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s frown dissipate, Riga felt a sense of joy. That sentiment carries weight, S.H.I.E.L.D. reflected, yet I am not quite ready. Riga laughed heartily. There is no rush. We have ample time ahead. Thank you, she responded. You are most welcome, Riga replied, rising to his feet. Now that this matter is resolved, let us proceed to the next destination. Another mountaintop? S.H.I.E.L.D. laughed. No, we are going to meet your father. Chapter 100. The reunion of father and daughter. Is that truly my father? S.H.I.E.L.D. pondered, gazing at the imposing metal door before her, her voice trembling slightly. When Riga had revealed this astonishing news, S.H.I.E.L.D. was engulfed in disbelief. She had never anticipated that her father was so close. Indeed, I recently uncovered his whereabouts. Riga affirmed with a nod. Due to his temperament, I was compelled to confine him here temporarily, to prevent him from harming others or himself. The reason I withheld this information until now was that you were not yet prepared. However, now that you have entered the city and acquired your own extraordinary abilities, it is time for your paths to cross. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. regained her composure. You never mentioned why I possess these abilities. While I am aware of the circumstances, it is not my place to disclose them. You will comprehend everything about your lineage and your powers once you meet your father, Riga replied. S.H.I.E.L.D. regarded him with a nod. Go on in. I have informed him of your visit today, and he is likely quite anxious to see you. Riga gestured towards the room. With a heart full of trepidation, S.H.I.E.L.D. stepped inside. The room was expansive, enclosed on all sides, devoid of windows, yet the air felt fresh, indicating a well-functioning ventilation system. The decor was minimalistic, featuring only simple furnishings, yet everything essential was present. It was evident that although Riga had imprisoned him here, he had not subjected him to material deprivation. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. also noticed some unsettling details. The floor and surrounding walls bore numerous marks of struggle, and even stains of blood remained, remnants that had evaded the thorough cleaning. At the far end of the room sat a middle-aged man in a tailored suit. His hair tinged with gray, yet he radiated an overwhelming excitement, his face alight with eager joy. Upon seeing S.H.I.E.L.D. enter, he immediately stood up, his nervousness palpable. S.H.I.E.L.D. approached the man slowly, her curiosity piqued. S.H.I.E.L.D., he uttered, his voice quivering as he clasped his hands. He yearned to embrace his daughter, whom he had not seen in 25 years, yet fear of rejection rendered him momentarily immobilized. Please, have a seat, he urged, noticing S.H.I.E.L.D. still standing, and gestured towards another chair. S.H.I.E.L.D. shook her head. I do not wish to sit. I apologize for our meeting occurring under such circumstances. I had envisioned a different reunion, an intimate dinner with the family, a candlelit affair, adorned with white daisies that perfectly complement your name, her father said, his tone tinged with a hint of mania. Yet here I am, imprisoned by that man, stripped of my freedom, forced to make do with this, he added, his expression turning grim as he mentioned Riga's name. Then he suddenly realized that showing such a demeanor in front of his daughter was somewhat inappropriate. He quickly regained his composure and apologized, expressing that his emotional fluctuations had been rather intense due to the medications he had taken over the years, which had impacted his mind and made it difficult for him to control his feelings. He had long awaited this moment. Taking a deep breath, he donned what he believed to be an appealing smile and declared, let us start anew. I am Carl, your father. S.H.I.E.L.D. had not uttered a single word since entering the room. It was this man, who claimed to be her father, who had been incessantly speaking. She could discern that his emotions were somewhat erratic, fluctuating too dramatically. Nonetheless, Rhaegar had asserted that he was her father, so it stood to reason that this man must indeed be her father. There was no need for Rhaegar to deceive her. With this thought, she gently cleared her throat and replied, "Hello, I am Sky." "That is not your name," Carl retorted, this time managing to temper his emotions. "Your name is Daisy. You were taken from my arms when you were but an infant, which is why you are unaware of your true name. Rhaegar said you are my father." "I am your father, and you are my daughter," Carl hastily affirmed. Sky regarded him with a skeptical gaze. "You do not know me well, hence your distrust." "Which I completely understand," Carl explained with a smile. "However, I shall reveal everything to you regarding your lineage." Sky continued to watch him in silence. "You were born in China. Your mother is Chinese. I worked at a clinic and was quite well liked. When you were born, we were overwhelmed with joy," Carl reminisced. Lost in thought for a moment, he quickly regained his focus and, with deep emotion, continued, "I am sorry for not being there for you, for not protecting you, allowing you to wander for so long and endure such suffering. But that will no longer be the case. From now on, I shall always be by your side, safeguarding you, ensuring that no one can harm you." Sky's eyes grew teary. "What truly is my origin?" To stave off the tears, she swiftly changed the subject. "Oh, your origins," Carl responded promptly. "Once you enter that city, I have already entered, and I have gained the ability to make objects vibrate," Sky interjected. "Really?" Carl exclaimed with exuberance, pacing back and forth in delight. "This is wonderful. My daughter has emerged from her cocoon. It is truly the most splendid day." "Hey, you haven't told me yet," Sky exclaimed loudly. "Ah, my apologies," Carl quickly settled down. "Your gift is inherited from your mother. She too possessed extraordinary abilities. Your lineage is ancient, tracing back thousands of years. You may refer to them as inhumans." Then, Carl divulged everything he knew to Sky. As Sky listened, her astonishment was palpable. She never anticipated that she was indeed half alien. It was no wonder that others regarded her with peculiar looks, nor that Coulson frequently cast her knowing glances and incessantly inquired about her experiences in the city upon her return. After living as an ordinary human for 25 years, the revelation of her extraterrestrial lineage was almost too much to bear. "You must be deceiving me," she asserted defiantly. "No, I am not deceiving you," Carl replied hurriedly, gesturing emphatically. "When you meet your mother, you will realize that everything I say is true." "And where is my mother?" she pressed. "She resides in the afterlife," he responded. A flicker of anger crossed Sky's face. "Are you jesting?" "Not at all. The afterlife is a place, and your mother dwells there," Carl clarified. "How do I reach the afterlife?" Sky inquired. "Your mother will likely send someone to fetch you," Carl assured her. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the room was suddenly flung open, and Riga charged in. "It's you," Carl shouted, lunging forward in anger. Riga reacted swiftly, incapacitating him with a single blow. "What is happening?" Sky asked urgently. "Reyna is missing," Riga replied, his expression grave. "Reyna?" Sky paused, then recalled. "Is she with you?" "Yes," in a moment of carelessness. "She was taken from me, which is why I hurried to find you." "Who took her?" Sky demanded. "That person," Riga said, gesturing with his chin. Sky turned to see a figure with no eyes standing behind her, a smile adorning its face. Chapter 101. The Inhumans. Sky stared intently at the being before her, her expression a mix of suspicion and bewilderment. She had never encountered anyone with such an appearance. The area where eyes should be seemed fused with the forehead, the eye sockets entirely filled with muscular tissue, rendering a most peculiar visage. "I did not expect to encounter an Avenger," the figure remarked with a smile. Introducing itself, "I am Gordon. You are the one who took Reyna, aren't you?" Riga demanded. "Indeed. My orders are to return her to the afterlife," Gordon replied, gesturing towards Sky, "and of course, her as well." "What if I refuse?" Riga clenched his fists. "Apologies. But I must take her," Gordon stated nonchalantly, entirely confident in his teleportation abilities. Riga's expression darkened. He had momentarily forgotten about this individual, but upon seeing him again, memories rushed back. Gordon's power was teleportation, and he was far more formidable than Natasha. Riga even believed he had surpassed the mutant known as Nightcrawler. If Gordon truly intended to take Sky, Riga realized he might not have time to react. "What if I do not wish to leave?" At that moment, Sky stepped forward. "I have received orders. I must escort you back," Gordon remarked, casting a glance at Carl on the ground, and of course, at him as well. Sky clenched his teeth. "However, if you do not wish to return, I shall not compel you," Gordon offered with a faint smile, But you must understand, you do not belong here. Your true home lies in the afterlife. Should you choose not to return now, there will come a day when you will request my assistance to take you back. At that time, all you need do is call my name. With that, Gordon prepared to depart. Wait, Riga suddenly called out to him. What is it? Gordon inquired. I wish to visit your afterlife. Gordon let out a derisive laugh. You are not one of us. You lack the privilege to enter there. I have matters to discuss with S.H.I.E.L.D. The mention of this name from Riga caused Gordon to pause abruptly, his demeanor turning icy. How do you know that name? I possess knowledge of many things, including your plans, Riga replied, casting a glance at S.H.I.E.L.D. Gordon's breathing grew heavy as he articulated each word with care. That is not information you should possess. Indeed, but if necessary, I will reveal it. I presume you would prefer to avoid such a scenario, Riga threatened, casting a sidelong glance at S.H.I.E.L.D. The muscles in Gordon's face twitched incessantly. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated eliminating Riga to eradicate potential future threats, yet he realized that, based on the intelligence he held, it would be challenging to accomplish this alone. I need to consult on this matter. After a brief pause, Gordon finally spoke. No problem. I can afford to wait for a while. As soon as Riga finished speaking, Gordon vanished. Moments later, a vast blue energy shield appeared in the room, and Gordon reappeared before Riga. S.H.I.E.L.D. has issued a summons. The Avenger Riga is invited to the afterlife. After a whirl of sensations, Gordon escorted Riga to the afterlife. And moments later, S.H.I.E.L.D. and his father Carl were also brought in. Please wait. I will see to him first and return shortly, Gordon indicated towards Carl. Then transformed into a plume of blue smoke and vanished. This way, please. Gordon soon reappeared, leading the way for the two. The scenery of the afterlife was breathtaking. Adorned with blooming flowers and lush greenery, the architecture exuded an antique Chinese style, with white marble paving underfoot, embellished with intricately carved railings and winding paths, reminiscent of a royal garden. As Riga walked, he observed an array of young individuals of various complexions scattered about. Upon seeing Riga and S.H.I.E.L.D., all halted their activities and turned their gazes towards them. Are all these individuals like me? S.H.I.E.L.D. asked in astonishment. No one is like you, Gordon replied with a smile. After navigating several turns and passing through a few buildings, Gordon brought Riga and S.H.I.E.L.D. to a wooden door. You may enter. S.H.I.E.L.D. is inside, Gordon informed Riga. Riga cast a brief glance at the structure before proceeding forward. She only saw you alone. She asked me to arrange for you to stay elsewhere. Gordon restrained S.H.I.E.L.D., who intended to follow him inside. Upon hearing this, Riga turned around and nodded at her. S.H.I.E.L.D., witnessing the exchange, could only anxiously follow Gordon away. Riga pushed open the door to discover a modestly dressed, poised Chinese woman seated behind a rosewood table, greeting him with a warm smile. However, what was striking was the multitude of scars that marred her otherwise beautiful face. Hello, welcome to this realm, S.H.I.E.L.D. said, rising to extend her right hand. Greetings. Riga replied with a nod as they shook hands. Please, have a seat. S.H.I.E.L.D. poured Riga a cup of tea. Gordon informed me that you expressed a desire to visit. Indeed, I wish to meet you. Meet me? S.H.I.E.L.D. chuckled softly. I am merely an ordinary member of the otherworldly tribe. Riga's expression darkened. Her words distinctly separated her from humanity, rendering any similarities in skin tone or hair color trivial. May I inquire as to your purpose for meeting me? S.H.I.E.L.D. asked. Riga scrutinized her for a moment before stating, it must have taken considerable effort to find such a tranquil haven. For the safety of our kind. Any cost is worth it, S.H.I.E.L.D. replied with a smile. Is that so? Certainly. Riga fell silent for a moment before continuing. I am aware of how you acquired your injuries. Oh, S.H.I.E.L.D. raised an eyebrow. The Hydra coveted your abilities and subjected you to vivisection. Even to the extent of hollowing out your insides, Riga said slowly. Yet, it is astonishing that you survived. I must admit, I have never encountered such remarkable regenerative capabilities. S.H.I.E.L.D. maintained her smile, as if she were speaking of another individual. Everyone has a past. Did not Hydra leave its mark on you, Mr. Riga? Indeed. Which is why I seek to eradicate Hydra, and I have succeeded substantially, Riga asserted, including the individual who conducted experiments on you. I have eliminated him as well. In that case, I must express my gratitude to you, Mr. Riga, S.H.I.E.L.D. said, inclining her head slightly. Not at all. It is the least I could do. Such a nefarious organization as Hydra must be dismantled. Otherwise, it is we, the pacifists, who will continually suffer, S.H.I.E.L.D. remarked with a smile, then inquired, Are you a pacifist? Mr. Riga? It depends on the circumstances, Riga replied. I consider myself a pacifist, Jiang pointed out the window. All of them are pacifists as well. Despite their formidable powers, their desires are quite simple, to live undisturbed and in peace. As she spoke, Jiang sighed, lamenting that some individuals are unwilling to fulfill even the simplest of desires. Is that why you have that plan? Riga inquired. I have endured the excruciating torment of being torn apart, and through that suffering, I have grown. Jiang's tone took on an eerie quality. Pain accelerates one's growth. This holds true for individuals and for the world alike. Thus, I cannot allow you, Mr. Riga, to thwart my plan. Her voice suddenly became chilling. She swiftly produced a shard of blue crystal and hurled it violently onto the table. Chapter 102. Confrontation. Riga was, in truth, unaware of the specifics of Jiang's plan. He merely recalled that this woman harbored a nefarious scheme, the particulars of which had escaped his mind. However, upon witnessing the piece of Terrigen crystal, a flicker of memory ignited within him. Jiang intended to harness the Terrigen crystal to obliterate these formidable organizations. She obstinately believed that only in this manner could she safeguard the Inhumans from the machinations of those with ulterior motives, ensuring their survival and peace. This notion was largely rooted in her harrowing experience of being subjected to live experimentation by Hydra. When Gordon had informed her that Riga was using this plan to threaten her, she quickly conceived of her strategy. Riga was a formidable avenger, his strength unmatched. Opposing him directly would yield no benefits. Presently, no one among the Inhumans could contend with Riga. Perhaps Gordon could stall him for a time, but he could not resolve the issue at its core. Nevertheless, she was loath to be intimidated by Riga. She had meticulously prepared this plan for an extended period, and if Riga were to divulge it, all her efforts would be in vain. The diffusion of the Terrigen mist was alarmingly rapid at such a short distance. It would instantaneously infiltrate Riga's body, leaving him no opportunity to evade it. This was the source of Jiang's confidence in her course of action. The dilemma lay in her underestimation of Riga. While he could not evade the spread of the mist, it did not imply he was slower than Jiang's decisive strike. As Jiang brandished the shard of crystal, Riga's entire being erupted with energy, akin to the sudden detonation of a high-powered explosive. A thunderous roar reverberated through the sky, and a brilliant red blaze shot skyward, the powerful shockwave tearing the wooden cabin to shreds. The explosion also generated a tremendous tremor. All occupants in the afterlife felt an unsettling instability beneath their feet, and the room swayed as they mistakenly believed an earthquake had occurred, prompting them to rush outside to assess the situation. As the dust settled, the onlookers gradually discerned the extent of the devastation. The once beautiful and orderly wooden cabins had vanished entirely, replaced by shattered rocks and brown earth covering the area. A massive pit, measuring over 10 meters in diameter and 3 meters deep, gaped open, its interior charred black, a testament to the searing heat that had ravaged it. Riga hovered 7 or 8 meters above the ground, his gaze fixed upon Jiang, who lay in the depths of the pit, battered and bloodied. His eyes alight with a chilling intent to kill. He had underestimated the tenacity and ruthlessness of his opponent, never anticipating that this woman would strike with such decisiveness merely moments after their first encounter, driven by the simplest of motives, his threat. While intimidation may compel some to acquiesce, it may incite others to take desperate risks. Clenching his fists tightly, a torrent of energy surged around him, manifesting in sporadic explosions. S.H.I.E.L.D, alerted by the cacophony, rushed from her temporary abode, only to be met with a scene of chaos. Riga, what has happened? She inquired. Riga remained silent, his form flickering as he descended in an instant, seizing Jiang by the throat and lifting her aloft, provoking gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Jiang, resembling a rag doll, bore multiple fractures and gruesome wounds, with exposed bone protruding from her injuries, presenting a most harrowing sight, yet her consciousness remained intact. Riga, put her down, S.H.I.E.L.D commanded. Without sparing her a glance, Riga continued to coldly regard Jiang, tightening his grip. Mr. Riga, you cannot kill me, Jiang gasped, her voice barely a whisper against the pressure on her throat. I have died many times, my insides completely hollowed out, yet I still live. Is that so? If you were to vanish entirely, I would be curious to see how you would reconstitute yourself, Riga retorted, his words striking fear not only into S.H.I.E.L.D, but also leaving the surrounding extraordinary individuals at a loss. Release her, you despicable fiend. A man bellowed, charging forward, S.H.I.E.L.D's father, Carl. Yet, Riga had no inclination to engage. With a casual wave of his hand, a series of explosions erupted in the air, rendering Carl unconscious. The crowd gasped once more in shock. Observing the gathering of self-proclaimed powerful beings around him, Riga noted a young man amidst them, sparks of electricity dancing in his hands. "Let Jiang go," the young man implored. "Lincoln, do not act rashly. You are no match for him," Gordon urgently interjected. Anxiety coursed through Gordon as he recalled Jiang's agreement to Riga's request. He had anticipated a potential conflict, but never imagined Jiang would find herself at Riga's mercy. Suspended in midair, he contemplated utilizing his teleportation ability to rescue Jiang, yet the risk was perilous. Provoking Riga further could lead to the destruction of their secluded sanctuary. Thus, his immediate goal was to stabilize Riga's fury. Thankfully, S.H.I.E.L.D remained present, appearing to share a favorable rapport with Riga, which could serve as a buffer. "Riga," S.H.I.E.L.D pleaded. "Let her go. It's enough to clarify matters. Your mother seeks to take my life. How does one even begin to discuss such a thing?" Riga abruptly turned his head, his voice imbued with an icy chill. "My mother?" S.H.I.E.L.D was momentarily struck dumb. The others exchanged shocked glances, equally taken aback by this revelation. "Damn," Gordon silently cursed. This was news that should have been conveyed to S.H.I.E.L.D personally by Jiang, a secret meant solely for their ears. As a transformed outsider within the temple, S.H.I.E.L.D was already the subject of envy, while Jiang, as the overseer of the afterlife, held a position of great esteem and power. Now, with S.H.I.E.L.D being Jiang's daughter, the imbalance within others would only intensify. "She is my mother?" S.H.I.E.L.D reiterated, her voice trembling. "Indeed, this revelation should have been shared with you in a secluded place. With only the two of you present," Gordon sighed. "It was her greatest secret and should never have been exposed in such a manner." S.H.I.E.L.D remained in a state of shock, and as her emotions surged, the surroundings began to sway. Rocks and debris tumbled, and the very structures trembled, instilling fear in all present. "S.H.I.E.L.D, remain calm. Your distress could lead to greater devastation," Gordon urged hastily. Gradually, S.H.I.E.L.D regained her composure, observing the terror etched on the faces around her, and managed a sorrowful smile. "Riga, since she is my mother, I implore you, please set her down," she pleaded softly once more. Riga glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D, whose eyes were red-rimmed and filled with anguish, then at Jiang, who lay unconscious with her neck at an unnatural angle. The atmosphere thickened, and no one dared to breathe. After a lengthy pause, Riga uttered, "This shall not happen again." With that, he carelessly tossed Jiang to Gordon, who swiftly caught her and vanished from sight. Chapter 103. Departure. Riga sat upon a wooden chair, his gaze fixed coldly upon Jiang, who remained unharmed before him. Alongside them were S.H.I.E.L.D, Gordon, and Carl. Riga was aware that Gordon had taken Jiang to heal her. This woman possessed the ability to absorb the life force of others to mend her injuries, potentially achieving eternal youth. It was indeed an impressive skill, and no wonder it had attracted the covetous eye of Whitehall. Perhaps in some distant realm of the afterlife, several lifeless husks lay scattered, for such severe wounds could not be healed by a single individual alone. S.H.I.E.L.D glanced toward Riga at the table, then at her parents seated beside her, feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream. In the span of merely 2 days, she first escaped from S.H.I.E.L.D, embraced her inhuman identity, encountered her father, who seemed rather peculiar, and before she could acclimate to this reality, she was whisked away by a sightless individual to an unknown location. Shortly thereafter, Riga clashed with the overseer of this place, nearly taking the latter's life, only to discover that this individual was, in fact, her mother. The tumultuous events left S.H.I.E.L.D feeling as though her heart could scarcely endure the emotional upheaval. Given the circumstances, the absence of a cataclysmic eruption was, in her view, a remarkable achievement. Yet now, she found herself confronted with the irreconcilable conflict between two individuals. Pondering this, she ventured to inquire, "Riga, you mentioned that my mother sought to kill you. What transpired?" "You may ask her yourself how she justifies her actions." Riga intently observed the two before him. "Your existence poses a threat, and I was compelled to act accordingly." Under the weight of S.H.I.E.L.D's questioning gaze, Jiang spoke slowly, unrepentant. She felt no remorse for her actions. If given the chance to relive those moments, she would strike even more swiftly. Once, she might have been a kind-hearted girl, but after surviving at the hands of Whitehall, she had transformed entirely. Nevertheless, regardless of her inner reluctance, she could no longer afford to provoke Riga. The recent events had made it abundantly clear that she could not eliminate him alone. Thus, she had to concede for the moment. If my previous actions were somewhat rash, I extend my apologies, S.H.I.E.L.D said. Pprotecting my people is my foremost duty, and I hope you can understand that. Riga snorted derisively, offering no reply. What scheme is afoot? Why does Riga see us as a threat? S.H.I.E.L.D pressed. She plans to unleash Terrigen crystals within S.H.I.E.L.D, Riga stated coldly. If one is inhuman, they will be transformed. If not, they will be reduced to mere rubble. S.H.I.E.L.D was taken aback, hastily asking, is that true? S.H.I.E.L.D glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D, replying no. A flicker of relief crossed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s face. S.H.I.E.L.D continued, I intend to release the crystals across various organizations. S.H.I.E.L.D could hardly believe that her mother, whom she had only recently come to know, could so nonchalantly discuss her intent to kill so many. Why? Daisy, you are still young. You do not comprehend the world's attitude toward us. S.H.I.E.L.D recounted her past tribulations, allowing S.H.I.E.L.D to grasp the entirety of her heritage. From that moment on, I vowed to make them pay. But Riga has already avenged you. Whitehall is dead, S.H.I.E.L.D interjected urgently. What? Carl exclaimed, rising from his seat in a fit of rage. You have stolen my vengeance. Carl, control yourself. S.H.I.E.L.D admonished sharply. Reluctantly, Carl sank back into his seat. Discontent etched across his face. Whitehall is dead, yet Hydra remains unscathed. Such realities will never vanish, S.H.I.E.L.D lamented. It is only due to my unique abilities that I have survived. But what of my fellow compatriots? They can only watch helplessly as they are dissected for research. Their last vestiges of value extracted, discarded like refuse after death. Even now, these individuals show no change. They have constructed files on us, affixed labels, and monitor us incessantly, akin to livestock awaiting slaughter in the market. Once the moment is ripe, should they choose, they will drag us to our demise. Do not feign ignorance of these matters. Whether it be S.H.I.E.L.D or Hydra, they are but two sides of the same coin. I yearn to know who bestowed upon them such authority to dictate life and death at will, what emboldens their audacity. It is fear. Fear is the root of their actions. Thus, I too shall make them experience anguish. Only through suffering can humanity evolve. Only then can they comprehend our plight. Listening to Jia Ying's impassioned denunciation, S.H.I.E.L.D fell silent. For her words rang true. After S.H.I.E.L.D acquired her powers, those around her did not express congratulations or joy. Instead, they exhibited fear and concern. S.H.I.E.L.D maintains a catalog of superpowered individuals, meticulously documenting many such beings, all under stringent surveillance. Previously, S.H.I.E.L.D had observed this as a bystander, never anticipating that she would so swiftly find herself on that list. The sensation of being watched, wary, and guarded is one that can only be truly understood through personal experience, and this was from her own comrades. Had it been someone else, she might have already found herself on the dissection table. Is this your justification for murder, to make the world endure suffering? Riga inquired. A faint, reluctant smile flickered across Jia Ying's lips. The rationale has become irrelevant now, for this plan has failed, and I can no longer pursue it. To this, Riga had no disagreement. He did not believe Jia Ying was deceiving him. There was no need for such pretense. Since Jia Ying spoke of it in S.H.I.E.L.D's presence, it indicated that her resolve had indeed waned. After all, she was her daughter. Furthermore, Riga could not permit her to act recklessly. You have prevailed, Mr. Riga, from henceforth. We must continue to live with our tails tucked, hidden in this remote mountain, leading a clandestine existence. Meanwhile, our fellow compatriots outside must persist in their lives of trepidation. Jia Ying stated, hoping that one day, when you see our people on S.H.I.E.L.D's operating table, you will remain as unperturbed as you are today. S.H.I.E.L.D opened her mouth, yet found no words to offer. Riga did not respond, but posed another question. Where is Reyna? She is undergoing training. Her body has undergone mutations and requires considerable time to adapt. I must take her away. Reyna is one of us. Jia Ying rose to her feet. How does it matter? She was originally under my protection. It is you who brought her here without my consent, and now I intend to take her away. Jia Ying spoke through gritted teeth, her indignation palpable. Riga, why must you take Reyna away? What is wrong with her? S.H.I.E.L.D inquired. I shall explain this to you later. For now, I simply want to leave with her, Riga replied, his gaze fixed on Jia Ying rather than S.H.I.E.L.D. She has no kin outside, yet here, She is surrounded by family. Taking her away offers no advantage, Jiaying countered. I possess considerable experience in this matter. I have guided many individuals through their arduous transformation periods. I can provide superior assistance to Reina. Riga remained silent, his eyes unwaveringly locked onto hers. After a moment, he finally nodded. Jiaying sighed in relief at this gesture. Let me make it clear. I will return, by whatever means necessary, Riga stated calmly. I understand. If you truly wish to come, just signal, and Gordon will come to fetch you. Excellent. I shall go see her now. Very well. Riga rose and walked towards the door. After the earlier incident, he certainly did not trust Jiaying's assertions, yet he had his own reasons for leaving Reina behind. Riga. S.H.I.E.L.D. hurriedly followed him out. Riga turned gently and said, You have been searching for your family since childhood. Now that you have found them, albeit not in the perfect form you envisioned, you do have family. I believe you have much to discuss. Regardless of their attitude towards me, they are your parents and will not harm you. Moreover, you share the same heritage. My presence here may only cause you discomfort. I must take my leave, as there are many matters awaiting my attention. Once you depart from here, if you wish, you may seek me out at any time. He waved farewell and then, alongside Gordon, made his way slowly to Reina's residence, leaving a despondent and bewildered S.H.I.E.L.D. lost in thought and uncertainty. Chapter 104. Scovia. After leaving the afterlife, Riga returned to his base. He entered his room and sat in contemplation of his forthcoming actions. On the afterlife side, he had managed to temporarily arrange a spy of his own, although the loyalty of this informant remained to be ascertained. Nevertheless, Riga was currently certain that Reina was still on his side. Reina was an astute individual, with Riga's assistance. She had discovered what she had long sought after. Furthermore, after her mutation, Riga had not shown any signs of disdain, making him a person of significance in her life. The brutal and cold-blooded scene of him ruthlessly killing Creel and Whitehall in her presence would undoubtedly remain etched in Reina's memory for a lifetime. With a balance of both benevolence and authority, Riga was confident he could maintain temporary control over Reina. Regarding the mind control program of Hydra, Riga had contemplated using it on Reina. However, he was uncertain about how the Inhumans would react, and Reina was currently experiencing intense emotional turmoil. If he pressured her too much, it could lead to her mental collapse, resulting in a significant loss for him. By placing Reina in the next life, he could temporarily monitor Jiaying. Consequently, before his departure, he met with Reina to relay some information. The woman, Jiaying, was utterly untrustworthy. Previously, Riga had relied on memories from his past life when dealing with her, but now he had a more visceral understanding of her nature. Her ruthlessness, the willingness to resort to murder over trivial disagreements, indicated that she would not cease her ambitions and would likely harbor ulterior motives. Riga had already placed Jiaying on his hit list, yet he could not act just yet, for she was the mother of S.H.I.E.L.D. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to discover his intentions, it would create a new enemy, possibly more than one, and others would also grow wary of him, which was not the outcome Riga desired. Thus, he needed to await an opportune moment, one with a compelling justification, before taking action. The Inhuman faction found themselves at a stalemate. While Hydra's situation had progressed relatively smoothly thus far, 5 of the heads had perished, leaving only Malik remaining, and Von Strucker was preoccupied with Natasha, so news of their demise should arrive soon. Once these 2 were eliminated, and the leader of the Inhumans dealt with, Hydra would be close to eradication. In addition to these challenges, Riga faced another pressing issue, the Infinity Stones. Following the battle in New York, 3 Infinity Stones had appeared on Earth. The Time Stone resided with the Ancient One in the Himalayas, but Riga had no intention of provoking her, primarily because he was not her equal. The Space Stone, also known as the Tesseract, had been taken back to Asgard by Thor. Due to the damage to the Bifrost Bridge, they required it. More crucially, Asgard believed that Earth lacked the capability to safeguard the Space Stone, and Riga could not wrest it from Thor's grasp, though he had plans for it. If all went well, acquiring it should not pose a problem. The Mind Stone was embedded in Loki's scepter, but Riga had missed the opportunity to seize it during the nuclear incident, and it subsequently vanished, likely taken by Hydra. For this reason, S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers, and even Asgard had been searching for the scepter, and Riga was determined to obtain it. Not only could the Mind Stone be used to manipulate and alter thoughts more effectively than any mind control technique, but he believed it could also eliminate the remnants of his own burdensome memories. This notion had been further solidified by a series of recent events. The Battle of New York fell under the dominion of Loki, and not long ago, it was further ensnared by the enchantress Lorelei. Subsequently, contact was made with Whitehall, leading to the reassertion of control over Bucky. This ignited within Riga an insatiable desire for the skill of mental immunity, particularly as there remain numerous entities capable of disturbing the mind, especially Professor X. The mere thought of inadvertently traversing into his psyche during an engagement is a consequence Riga cannot fathom. However, lacking the ability to clone himself, managing both the Hydra threat and the pursuit of this elusive skill was evidently beyond his capacity. Thus, he resolved to prioritize this matter, for it is his obsession. Resolving it swiftly would grant him liberation. Moreover, many eyes are fixed upon the scepter, and it is only a matter of time before someone retrieves it. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Riga received word from Natasha, indicating that the location of S.H.I.E.L.D had been pinpointed and that the scepter was in his possession, with everyone now poised for action. The assembly point was the Avengers Tower, formerly Stark Tower. Following the last Battle of New York, Tony had repurposed the building into a dedicated base for the Avengers, relocating his company elsewhere. Although the tower was fully equipped, several Avengers did not reside there, Tony included, as it remained primarily a workplace for them. Upon receiving the notification, Riga hurried to the site, discovering not only Captain America, Tony, Natasha, and Hawkeye among the ranks, but also Thor, who had journeyed from Asgard. However, he noted the absence of Hulk. After greeting everyone, Riga curiously inquired, "Where's Hulk?" Dr. Banner opted not to participate in this mission. "He believes our current team possesses sufficient strength," Natasha elucidated. "Yet, once we acquire the scepter, he will likely make an appearance, out of a scientist's curiosity," Tony added. Riga inwardly scoffed, suspecting it was more about assisting in the creation of Ultron. However, he feared he could not allow that aspiration to come to fruition. Advanced artificial intelligence poses significant dangers. A robot possessing intellect equivalent to that of humans and capable of continual evolution is bound to engage in anti-human actions eventually. It is crucial to recognize that even among the same species, humanity struggles to coexist. Let alone expect a wholly distinct entity like Ultron to consider matters from a human perspective. The very creation of such a being is a harbinger of calamity. Thus, Riga held profound wariness towards Ultron, having resolved that once he obtained the scepter, he would guard it zealously, denying Tony any opportunity for research. "We have confirmed that S.H.I.E.L.D is located in a remote mountainous region of Sokovia, where his clandestine research facility resides," the captain stated solemnly. "Though the defensive forces are undoubtedly substantial, they should not pose a significant challenge for us. Hence, I concur with Dr. Banner's exclusion from the operation. After all, the Hulk is difficult to control, and should he spiral out of control, we would find ourselves in grave trouble." Riga nodded in agreement. "This mission is straightforward. We shall charge directly through the front entrance. Tony will oversee aerial reconnaissance and provide air support, while Riga and Thor will be tasked with neutralizing the fortifications, such as bunkers and tanks. Natasha, Hawkeye, and I will advance on the ground to eliminate any remaining personnel." The captain swiftly assigned roles, cautioning that our adversary was Hydra and, based on my experience, unforeseen circumstances could arise, necessitating our vigilance. "Understood," came the collective nod of affirmation. "Prepare yourselves. We move in 5 minutes." The captain tightened his grip on his vibranium shield. Chapter 105. Von Strack Sokovia is a diminutive nation in Eastern Europe, so small that its full name scarcely fits on a world map, rendering it almost invisible to the unobservant. However, such a locale is the quintessential hiding place for S.H.I.E.L.D. "I can't believe we VE circled back here," Riga mused. In truth, after acquiring the mask from Barks, he had ventured to Sokovia but uncovered no useful leads. Firstly, he was alone and lacked adequate resources. Secondly, as the leader of Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D could not remain in one place indefinitely, making Riga's failure to locate him rather unsurprising. Ahead lay S.H.I.E.L.D's secret base, and we prepared to land. The captain gestured toward a clearing in the forest before bringing the Quinjet to a halt. "We must locate the scepter swiftly. We cannot allow this individual to escape again." Thor's deep voice resonated. With that, he brandished his hammer and charged forward. Such a war enthusiast, eager as ever, Tony jested, igniting his thrusters and soaring into the sky. "Let us join him. Thor is right. After months of pursuit, today must mark the end. We cannot permit him to flee," the captain declared resolutely. The others nodded in agreement, following suit. As a covert facility, S.H.I.E.L.D had established a formidable defensive presence, with numerous tanks and artillery, sufficient to sustain a minor war. Moreover, the equipment employed by S.H.I.E.L.D's minions was developed from extraterrestrial weaponry and the Infinity Stones, boasting advanced capabilities and immense lethality, more than adequate to confront ordinary individuals and conventional military forces. Unfortunately, the opponents we faced were not mere mortals, but Avengers like Riga. The moment S.H.I.E.L.D learned of the Avengers' impending arrival, he prepared himself for surrender. He understood that escape was futile. By capitulating voluntarily, he could buy some time, allowing the twins to showcase their potential. These two had emerged from a multitude of test subjects, and S.H.I.E.L.D held them in high regard. Viewing them as a beacon of humanity's progressive path, he was determined that his research could not be abruptly halted. For years, Hydra had relentlessly pursued the study of enhanced individuals, splintering into various factions including the Winter Soldier's super soldier serum enhancements, his own cosmic power augmentations, and Whitehall's inhuman research. The investigation into mutants had encountered significant resistance, primarily from Magneto and Professor X. Although the Winter Soldier possessed formidable strength, S.H.I.E.L.D held a dismissive view of such individuals. In his eyes, they were merely human, and with the right intent and existing technology, eliminating them would be effortlessly simple. To date, the only successful inhuman case was Whitehall himself, and this was intertwined with Hydra's ultimate ambitions, which S.H.I.E.L.D deemed too perilous. While mutants wield immense powers and their numbers are vast, they could not be overlooked, as research had yielded results, albeit limited to the mutants themselves, leaving little hope for ordinary individuals in terms of genetic fusion. Conversely, the exploration of cosmic power enhancements showed promising initial results. The abilities exhibited by the twins rivaled those of certain high-tier mutants. S.H.I.E.L.D was confident that, given time, the twins would undoubtedly shine. At this moment, his priority was to secure time for their development. Inside the base, S.H.I.E.L.D's mind raced while Riga and his companions engaged in fierce combat outside. The intensity of the battle was mitigated by overwhelming strength. Hydra's soldiers soon found themselves in retreat, as tanks were obliterated and bunkers flattened. Riga and his team swiftly approached the heart of the base. Tony, moving with remarkable speed, dispatched several missiles to dismantle the outer energy barriers and then darted into S.H.I.E.L.D's secret office, promptly backing up all research data on the computer. Meanwhile, Riga and his allies continued to neutralize the remaining forces outside. Suddenly, Captain America felt a blur before him and was sent flying through the air. Be cautious. We have a superpowered individual on the scene. The captain alerted everyone, noting the adversary's incredible speed, which rendered his movements nearly undetectable. Hawkeye's voice chimed in, confirming the target as a male, approximately in his 20s, who had effortlessly caught an arrow shot by him. Upon hearing this, Riga grew serious, taken aback by the swift emergence of such a threat. The speedster, reminiscent of Quicksilver, posed a significant challenge, even if the opponent's strength paled in comparison to his own. Riga found himself unable to capture him, placing the adversary in an invulnerable position from the outset. It echoed the adage from his previous life. In the realm of martial prowess, nothing is unbreakable, save for the swiftness of speed. Simultaneously, the extraordinary speed significantly enhanced Quicksilver's power, for Riga distinctly recalled that with the formidable momentum granted by his swiftness, Quicksilver could effortlessly shatter the ordinary robots created by Ultron. Conversely, the threat posed by Scarlet, which appeared somewhat diminished. Her telekinesis was not particularly intimidating to him, as long as he remained vigilant against her mental manipulation abilities. After dispatching the remaining minions with swift precision, Riga rapidly surged into the base, commencing his search for S.H.I.E.L.D's whereabouts. The internal structure of the base was exceedingly intricate, filled with a labyrinth of corridors and staircases, making the task of locating an individual quite arduous. However, with Tony's assistance, this proved to be a mere trifling challenge. While thermal imaging technology might typically be of limited utility, the winter season had blanketed Sokovia in a thick layer of snow, rendering the search for S.H.I.E.L.D remarkably straightforward. Following the coordinates provided by Tony, Riga soon encountered the man himself. Riga, S.H.I.E.L.D remarked with an air of composure. You have certainly made it quite the endeavor to find me. Riga tightened his grip around S.H.I.E.L.D's neck, lifting him off the ground. As the leader of Hydra, it is only fitting that you expend some effort. You are aware that I have already dispatched 6 of your compatriots, Riga stated coldly. Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D replied with a smile. Though I personally find it distasteful, I must concede that the Winter Soldier's efficiency is truly commendable. Mind your tone. I would not hesitate to make you the seventh. And a German noble at that. You would not kill me. Your objective this time is to capture me, is it not? Strack struggled to articulate. My mood has soured, and I am inclined to reconsider. Riga's grip tightened further. At that moment, Riga's earpiece crackled to life with the captain's voice. Attention, a second superpowered individual has appeared. Female. In her 20s, abilities currently unknown. She vanished upon sight. Noticing Riga's altered demeanor, Strack chuckled. It seems you have encountered the twins, Avengers, before he could finish. Riga hurled him violently against the wall and followed up with a punch that rendered him unconscious. Silence your foul mouth. Riga activated his communicator, confirming, Strack has been apprehended. The scepter is also secured. Tony's voice emerged on the channel, albeit tinged with uncertainty. What of the others? The captain inquired. We're all clear on our end. Natasha's voice chimed in. Excellent. Bring the captive and the scepter. We shall rendezvous on our aircraft. Chapter 106. The scepter upon returning to the Avengers Tower. Riga finally encountered Banner. As anticipated, before Thor could transport the scepter back to Asgard, Tony had proposed conducting some preliminary tests, which also provided an opportunity for a celebratory gathering. Thor, without much contemplation, readily acquiesced. Riga meticulously summoned the memories of this tale, realizing that Thor still appeared unaware that the object in question was the Mind Stone. However, Odin might not be so oblivious. Riga needed to exercise caution regarding that old rascal, whose thoughts ran deep and were exceedingly difficult to navigate. The crux of the matter was that this gem did not belong to Loki, but rather to Thanos. When Loki arrived on Earth, it was merely a minor test orchestrated by Thanos to gauge the strength of the Avengers, as he intended to retrieve something from Earth in the future. If the Avengers proved too formidable, he would have to make additional preparations. Though the Mind Stone is said to possess the ability to rewrite and control the hearts of all beings, this is merely a theoretical assertion, achievable only with the enhancement of other stones' energies. The true extent of power that a single stone can wield ultimately depends on the individual. Riga surmised that with his relatively mediocre mental prowess, the Mind Stone would only allow him to control a handful of individuals, rendering it largely ineffective for anything beyond that. It was akin to sitting atop a mountain of gold without knowing how to spend it. This thought ignited a profound sense of urgency within Riga. Beyond merely possessing the stone, Thanos had effortlessly dispatched the Hulk with just a few strikes, showcasing an unimaginable level of strength. It was likely that he would soon arrive on Earth, and given the current rate of his own power growth, he might find himself outmatched. From his recollections, it was evident that Thanos had a deep understanding of the stones, able to unleash formidable power upon acquiring one. In stark contrast, many feared the stones might, struggling even to hold them, let alone master them. If Riga were to seize the stone without granting Tony the opportunity to study it, Ultron would never be created, thus averting subsequent troubles. However, this would also pose a problem regarding Vision's existence. Yet Riga was indifferent. The presence or absence of one Vision did not significantly impact him. Moreover, if he wished to expel certain incantations from his mind, acquiring the stone was imperative, even if it meant becoming a focal point of Thanos' attention. After all, a confrontation was inevitable in the future. Moreover, possessing the stone would not only enable him to exert control over others, but would also grant him immunity to mental manipulation. After enduring the harsh lessons of the past, this prospect was exceedingly appealing. Additionally, for Riga to undergo a mental operation, he needed a sanctuary and individuals he could trust implicitly. A secure location was easily identifiable. The base he had seized from Hydra would serve as an excellent refuge. As for trustworthy companions, Riga believed only Bucky fit the bill, for even Natasha inspired a degree of uncertainty in him. The secrets stored within his mind were far too numerous. Should they be revealed, the world itself could face annihilation. Thus, in light of all these considerations, Riga firmly believed that he must obtain the Mind Stone. He had missed the opportunity to acquire the Space Stone last time, and he could not afford to let the Mind Stone slip through his fingers. The pressing question remained: how to safeguard the stone once it was in his possession. In light of the circumstances depicted in previous films, Thor believes that Vision is capable of safeguarding the gem due to his ability to lift Thor's hammer. This conviction is grounded in two principal reasons. Firstly, as a newly created android, Vision possesses a pure heart. During the attempts made by others to lift the hammer, Captain America was able to slightly move it, which, in conjunction with his virtuous character, validates Vision's worthiness to protect the gem. Secondly, Vision's abilities stem from the Mind Stone, while Thor's hammer has been blessed by Odin. Thus, the power of the gem naturally surpasses that of Odin, allowing Vision to wield it. In contrast, Riga lacks both the capability and the qualifications, rendering the safeguarding of the gem problematic. Initially, Vision placed the gem upon his forehead, and since his body is composed of vibranium, it should be able to withstand the gem's power without damage. If a device were crafted from vibranium to encase the gem, this issue would be resolved. Thor intends to return the gem to Asgard, and it is abundantly clear that he will not entrust it to Riga. Consequently, the only remaining option is theft. At present, Tony has temporarily borrowed the scepter, which implies there are 3 days left for action. Who would be suitable for this task? Suddenly, Riga thought of someone, William Strucker. Ever since Strucker performed surgery on Natasha, Riga had kept him under wraps, although he occasionally checked in on him due to the time-sensitive nature of the serum administered. After learning about Whitehall's brainwashing techniques, Riga promptly arranged for Bucky to modify Strucker, ensuring his complete loyalty and eliminating the need for constant control. Strucker commands several mutants, particularly Nightcrawler, whose teleportation abilities would prove invaluable for this mission. Meanwhile, Tony is preparing to host a celebration that ostensibly commemorates their recent victory, but in reality serves as a cover for him and Banner to research the scepter. The party is scheduled for 3 days hence, but Riga is not inclined to wait. Upon exiting the Avengers Tower, he immediately contacted Strucker to issue his orders. Nightcrawler operates with remarkable efficiency, and Riga has already informed him of the exact location where the scepter is being held. Thus, he swiftly returned with the scepter in hand. Gazing at the scepter before him, Riga felt a surge of exhilaration. Despite the significant risks involved, the gem was finally within his grasp. The next concern revolves around the gem's storage. Summoning Bucky, Riga shared details regarding an arms dealer. Although he was unaware of the dealer's name, Bucky quickly identified the individual based on Riga's description and Hydra's extensive underground arms trading records. Given the gravity of the situation, Riga instructed Bucky to remain on standby until he could personally confront this individual. On the evening of the 3rd day, everyone arrived at the Avengers Tower as promised, anticipating a delightful and relaxing night. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the anticipated revelry included only 9 individuals, 7 Avengers, along with Hill and Tony's military friend, Rhodey. "Tony, where is the promised celebration? Why are there only so few of us?" Rhodey inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. In response, Tony scratched his head. "I had to cancel it at the last minute." "Cancel? Why?" Hill pressed. Tony glanced at Banner, who was nervously rubbing his hands, displaying palpable anxiety. Because there is some bad news to share." Tony paused. "The scepter is missing." Chapter 107. "Clue, what do you mean it's missing?" Captain America asked. "Missing means it's gone. One moment it was there when I was present, and the next moment, it had vanished." Tony's tone remained somewhat flippant. This infuriated Thor, who felt that after investing so much time and effort, Tony's casual dismissal was unacceptable. Thor stepped forward, seizing Tony by the neck and lifting him off the ground. "Thor, calm down." The others urged immediately. "I should never have listened to you. I should have returned with the scepter to Asgard from the start," Thor coldly declared, throwing Tony to the floor. "I didn't lose it on purpose. Besides, why should it return to Asgard just because you all are gods?" Tony retorted, his eyes wide with sarcasm. Thor, upon hearing this, was poised to charge at him again. "Tony, shut your mouth." Captain America interjected, blocking Thor while rebuking Tony as well. "Actually, since discovering the scepter's disappearance, we have been diligently searching for its whereabouts," Banner quickly clarified, "just like we did last time in New York." "And what were the results?" Captain America inquired. "No results. The gamma radiation emitted by that object seems to be completely shielded. We cannot detect it at all." Banner's voice dwindled, the last few words barely audible. In response, Thor smashed his fist into a glass coffee table, shattering it into pieces. Nevertheless, as Avengers, despite their anger and frustration, they knew they needed to refocus on the search. Once calmed, Thor asked, "Can you recount what happened? How did it disappear?" "I honestly don't know. I stepped away for a moment, and when I returned, it was gone." Tony shrugged. "With all the high-tech equipment here, surely there are surveillance cameras? Perhaps we could uncover some clues from them?" Barton suggested. "Of course, there are cameras throughout the tower," Tony admitted, his tone diminishing once more. "But unfortunately, not in that room. Why not? Thor inquired, perplexed. Apart from voyeurs, have you ever encountered anyone installing cameras in a room? Tony rolled his eyes and then glanced at Banner. Their gazes met, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Thor let out a cold huff. Natasha continued. There may not be any inside the room, but there must be some outside. You could review the footage from that time. Thank you for such a brilliant suggestion. Do you think we Haven checked? Tony retorted sarcastically. The moment I discovered the scepter was missing, I accessed the recordings, but there was no one near the room. Nothing at all. The door didn't even budge, yet the item vanished as if into thin air. At this point, Tony paused, his expression sharpening suddenly. He fixed his gaze intently on Natasha. You could simply disappear. The room fell silent in shock. What did you say? Natasha's demeanor darkened. In retrospect, it seems exceedingly simple. You know this place well, and with your ability to teleport, wouldn't taking the scepter be as effortless as drinking water? Tony, Rieger exclaimed hurriedly, taken aback by the turn of events. What's wrong? Am I mistaken? Only she possesses such capability, Tony scoffed. Perhaps she received orders from Fury. As a double agent, she has grown accustomed to it. You have always obeyed him, and he undoubtedly trusts you. Last time, S.H.I.E.L.D. sought to conduct experiments with the Tesseract, and then the incident in New York occurred, with the giant taking it back. This time, acquiring the scepter for experimentation is not beyond possibility. Before he could finish, Natasha suddenly appeared before Tony, her face fierce, startling everyone. After a moment of intense scrutiny, she spun around and vanished in an instant. Rieger glanced at the others, then walked to the window, smashing it with a punch before leaping outside. The remaining individuals exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of what to do. Tony, you may have overstepped just now, the captain remarked, observing the two depart. Don't come to chastise me now. You all believed my assertions were valid, yet you were reluctant to be the villain. Why else did you remain silent? Tony leaned against the wall, arms crossed. We agree that your points have merit, but it is indeed wrong to suspect Natasha, Barton interjected. Tony huffed once more. Tony's reaction was somewhat excessive, yet his reasoning holds weight. The ability to discreetly remove an object leaves little room for alternatives other than teleportation, Rhodey noted. Yet there are still numerous methods to make an item disappear in this world, Banner countered. However, this is the simplest and most effective approach, Rhodey insisted. Whoever took the scepter had clearly premeditated this and was observing our actions closely. Otherwise, the removal would not have been executed with such precision, Hill added. Indeed, our actions cannot truly be deemed clandestine, as a cadre of individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities has emerged in Sokovia. I suspect that many astute observers are well aware of our movements. At this juncture, Tony adopted a more serious demeanor. Do you suspect S.H.I.E.L.D? The captain inquired. Chop off one head, and two more shall sprout in its place, Tony replied with a shrug. However, we have apprehended Strucker, Thor interjected. Capturing him does not signify the demise of S.H.I.E.L.D. Such a terrorist organization will persist unless every last member is eradicated. Otherwise, they will merely install a new leader. Hill remarked, noting the longevity of this organization that has existed since the Second World War. Suddenly, the captain spoke up. Could it possibly be the speedster we encountered? You know, if one achieves a certain velocity, to the naked eye, it may appear as though they have vanished into thin air. It's a possibility, Tony responded, startled. As he hastily accessed the surveillance footage, slowing it down to the bare minimum, yet yielding no results, leaving everyone disheartened. Thus, our leads revert to the notion of teleportation. If S.H.I.E.L.D. can create speedsters, why not teleporters? Their human experimentation has never ceased. Recently, it seemed that Riga had mentioned he was tracking a Hydra lieutenant who appeared to be involved in such experiments. Tony continued. When Riga had dropped that Kree body, he had been reluctant to divulge any details. It was only out of curiosity that he eventually uttered the name S.H.I.E.L.D. Excellent. Then we can seek him out for answers, Rhodey suggested, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. However, given how you treated his girlfriend, I think it's a testament to his character that he hasn't retaliated. Is he even willing to speak with you now? Well, my earlier actions may have been somewhat inappropriate, Tony admitted, scratching his head once more. Nonetheless, I am not the only one here. Chapter 108. Diverting attention after departing from the Avengers Tower, Natasha returned home in a furious state. As she glared, Riga attempted to console her with gentle words while grappling with his own inner turmoil. He had not anticipated that his theft of the scepter would lead others to direct their ire at Natasha. Now, he yearned to explain himself. Yet to do so would necessitate revealing why he could not conduct the mind surgery in front of the group, a revelation that constituted his most profound secret. In this matter, he found himself unable to trust anyone. After a lengthy pause, he resolved to maintain his silence. This secret must remain unspoken, and he could only internally apologize to everyone involved. The following day, a knock resounded at Riga's door. "Steve?" Riga opened the door to find the captain standing there. "I hope it's not an inconvenience to disturb you this early." The captain beamed with a sunny smile. "Not at all. Come in," Riga replied. "Oh, and I brought a companion," the captain added, tilting his head as Tony emerged from around the corner. Earlier, he had been hiding over there, shielded by the wall, which prevented Riga from seeing him. "Come in," he said, although Natasha's mood was far from cheerful. "I understand," Tony remarked, revealing a takeout bag from behind him. Riga chuckled. Only Tony could manage such antics. "Hey, little Nat, the captain and the others have arrived." "Hi, Steve." Natasha descended the stairs and, upon greeting them, noticed Tony's presence, which darkened her expression further. Observing this, the captain gently nudged Tony's back. "I owe you an apology." Tony coughed lightly and stepped forward. "I should not have doubted you yesterday. We are a team, and my emotions got the better of me in a moment of urgency. Please forgive me." Natasha maintained a stern expression, remaining silent. "I've brought breakfast, corn tortillas," Tony said, setting the bag down on the table. Natasha glanced at him before taking a seat on the sofa. Noticing the awkwardness between the two, Riga quickly suggested, "Let us sit down and talk." After they were seated, Tony prepared to speak again. "All right, that incident is behind us," Natasha stated. "What brings you here?" The others quietly exhaled in relief at the absence of any issues. "After you left yesterday, we deliberated some more and concluded that Tony's proposed direction was indeed correct," the captain began. "We believe Hydra was responsible for stealing the scepter." Tony hastily clarified. "Why?" Riga inquired. "You had alluded to me before about Hydra's human experiments." Tony squinted, careful not to reveal the existence of that Kree to the captain. "Oh, right," Riga replied, relishing their misdirection. "There is a Hydra scientist, Whitehall, one of their leaders, who has been conducting human experiments, even on himself, achieving success in restoring his youth." "Restoring youth?" The captain furrowed his brow. "Yes, he was on the brink of old age and underwent surgery to rejuvenate himself. He was contemporaneous with Red Skull." Riga added, "However, I eliminated him not long ago." The captain and Tony paused momentarily before returning to their usual demeanor. It was well known among them that Riga sought to dismantle Hydra, and killing a Hydra leader was merely a routine matter. "So, does this mean the trail has gone cold?" Tony inquired. "You mentioned he was conducting experiments. Do you know the specifics?" The captain pondered before continuing. "He found an individual capable of harnessing another's life force to heal his own injuries and even achieve eternal youth," Riga explained. "He extracted everything he could from this woman, undergoing modifications to himself." "This seems to be even more formidable than Natasha's regenerative abilities," Tony remarked. "Indeed, that woman had her organs completely extracted, yet still managed to survive. Of course, such a feat came at the cost of many lives from a village." Upon hearing Riga's account, both were taken aback. So many civilians sacrificed for recovery. "It appears this woman is not benevolent. How could they possess such powers?" the captain inquired. "They bear a specific name. Inhumans. Their numbers are fewer than mutants, and their movements are shrouded in secrecy. Yet they possess various extraordinary abilities, some of which rival those of mutants." Riga recalled the Inhuman leader, Black Bolt. "Typically, he remains silent, rarely uttering a word, but when he does speak, it becomes a weapon of mass destruction. I suspect these unique abilities certainly include teleportation." Tony glanced at the captain. The captain nodded gravely. This was entirely plausible. "In fact, I happened to encounter such an individual not long ago." Riga contemplated before divulging information regarding the future. Jiaying had been severely reprimanded by Riga and would not let the matter rest. She would undoubtedly take a series of measures, and Riga would find it challenging to confront her alone. The saying goes, a clear arrow is easy to dodge, but a hidden one is difficult to defend against. Riga was unafraid of a direct confrontation. Rather, he was concerned about potential covert actions from the opponent. Should he divert the captain's attention to this aspect, their combined efforts would certainly ease Riga's burden. Once both parties engage, enmities would be forged. Given Jiaying's temperament, she would undoubtedly retaliate with greater force, making any explanation impossible later. Hypothetically, even if reconciliation were to occur, Riga would never grant Jiaying such an opportunity. What? The three were startled. Even Natasha looked surprised, as she had not heard of this before. An inhuman capable of teleportation? The specific details are not necessary, but suffice it to say that during my encounters with Hydra, I met him and visited their stronghold, the Afterlife. Afterlife? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone had named their residence thus. Indeed, the environment there is splendid, housing many Inhumans. Riga explained, and I even clashed with their leader. Riga subsequently recounted the events of that day selectively. Is this woman truly so ruthless? Natasha's expression darkened. After all, having endured such a hellish experience with Hydra, a change in character was to be expected. Riga nodded. Since that woman seeks your demise, it is plausible she has dispatched someone to track you, Tony suggested. If someone were tracking me, I would know, Riga replied with a glance. Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case. But as you mentioned, these are Inhumans. Who knows what peculiar abilities they might possess? There may even be individuals capable of invisibility. Tony shrugged. Tony made a valid point. If that woman intended to harm you, she would undoubtedly track your location. The captain concurred, adding that as you mentioned, her desire to kill so many individuals could be circumvented with the scepter, allowing her to control them directly, thus rendering mere slaughter less effective. Natasha nodded in agreement, recalling vividly how Loki had once manipulated the masses with that very scepter. Once she gained control over these organizations, her power would surge dramatically, potentially inflicting suffering upon the world, the captain remarked solemnly. Riga feigned agreement as well. Since you have been there, do you know where it is? The captain inquired. That is precisely the issue, Riga replied with an air of resignation. I was transported there instantaneously, so I have no knowledge of its location. Chapter 109. Vibranium. After bidding farewell to the captain and Tony, Riga breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Attention had successfully shifted, allowing him to proceed with his plans. Before their departure, he assured them he would contact them if any developments arose. For Riga, the immediate task at hand was to devise a suitable vessel to contain the Mind Stone, but to achieve this, he first needed to acquire vibranium. Taking his leave of Natasha, Riga summoned Bucky and a contingent of Hydra soldiers to their destination. On a cargo ship off the coast of Somalia in East Africa, Riga found his target, Ulysses Clow. This arms dealer, speaking with a somewhat peculiar European accent, possessed a substantial quantity of vibranium, all pilfered from Wakanda. Of course, accomplishing this feat amidst Wakanda's advanced technology was not something Clow could have done alone. He had received assistance from an unlikely ally, Prince Njidaka of Wakanda. Initially dispatched as a spy to the United States, Njidaka had been moved to action upon witnessing the suffering of local black individuals. Despite Wakanda's technological prowess capable of dominating the world, it remained reclusive on the African continent, unwilling to aid those in need. Consequently, Njidaka devised a plan to smuggle vibranium and incite a global uprising among black communities, enlisting Clow as both a scapegoat and accomplice. However, he was unaware that his most trusted ally was, in fact, a Wakandan spy monitoring his every move, reporting back to their superiors. Ultimately, the former Black Panther intervened. Despite the heartache of confronting his own brother, he acted for the greater good, striking him down with a single blow to the chest. Naturally, Clow met a grim fate as well. Having attempted to pilfer vibranium, a resource Wakanda held dear, the royal family did not hesitate to mark him as a thief, branding his neck as a testament to his transgressions. After Claw's escape, the king of Wakanda relentlessly pursued him for 30 years, compelling Claw to live in a state of perpetual evasion, unable to remain in one place for long. To ensure his safety, he acquired a cargo ship, establishing his base of operations on board, allowing for swift departures and relocations. Unfortunately, Strucker was captured by the Avengers. A regrettable turn of events, as there were numerous collaborations yet to be explored. In the captain's quarters, Claw sat opposite Riga, shaking his head and lamenting with a hint of mockery on his face. Riga, concealing his true identity behind a mask, presented himself as one of Strucker's subordinates. Although Baron Strucker had met with misfortune, Hydra would not be extinguished. Severing one head would not suffice. Before Riga could complete his thought, Claw impatiently interrupted, weary of the incessant chanting of their motto. What is it you seek this time? Claw inquired, digging into his ear. I desire an item that only you possess. Riga replied, pausing before uttering 2 words, vibranium. Claw's expression turned grave. Where did you acquire this information? The intelligence network of Hydra is beyond your imagination, Riga stated nonchalantly. Claw scoffed, then asked, what do you intend to do with the vibranium? Naturally, it is for weaponry. Weapons? Do you even know how to forge vibranium weaponry? Claw retorted with derision. That is not your concern, Riga smiled. All you need to do is sell me the vibranium. Since you have come to me, you must understand its value. Besides, Claw fingered his neck. I have paid quite a price for this. That is understood. As long as you assist us, we will ensure you are well compensated, Riga assured, beckoning to Bakshi. Upon seeing the signal, Bakshi retrieved a small black pouch from a box and tossed it before Claw. Upon opening it, Claw's face lit up with joy. It contained a plethora of sparkling diamonds. His intention to sell the vibranium was clear, as although it is exceedingly precious, it offers no sustenance or rest, and only brings trouble. Thus, parting with it to Hydra was a most suitable transaction. Very well, given your sincerity, I shall assist you. Claw nodded in satisfaction. Riga then inquired, now that you have accepted the payment, may we see the goods? Follow me. Today, I shall allow you a glimpse of the rarest metal in the world. Claw rose and led Riga down to the ship's hold, arriving at a storeroom. Upon entering the warehouse, Claw pressed several buttons, unveiling a hidden door. Inside, rows of vibranium materials glimmered with an ethereal blue light, causing Riga's heart to race with excitement. He had engaged in extensive dialogue with Claw solely to expedite the acquisition of vibranium. Although he possessed the strength to overpower these individuals, he was acutely aware of vibranium's rarity, a fact that Claw understood even better. Riga doubted that Claw had not implemented some protective measures, should he resort to violence. Claw could very well resort to a scorched earth tactic, destroying the vessel and consigning the vibranium to the depths of the sea, an outcome that would be dire. More importantly, he needed to conceal his movements, avoiding undue attention. Thus, employing the methods of Hydra seemed entirely appropriate. How much do you require? Claw inquired with a smile, observing Riga's fervent demeanor. All of it, Riga replied, turning his head and unleashing a beam of energy that pierced Claw's forehead. Buxy, having anticipated this, drew a silenced pistol and eliminated the few individuals who had accompanied Claw. Inform our people to prepare for the goods retrieval, Buxy commanded, nodding to the Hydra soldiers waiting outside. Before long, the warehouse reverberated with the sounds of intense gunfire and explosions. During this chaos, Claw's subordinate, who had rushed in to report the situation, was systematically taken down by Buxy and his cohorts. Soon after, Hydra soldiers appeared at the warehouse entrance. Commander, the area has been secured. The ship is under our control. No one shall enter or exit, Buxy conveyed respectfully, listening to the messages relayed to him. Excellent. Load all these items onto the aircraft and dispatch personnel to clean up the bodies. Navigate the ship to our designated location and dispose of it, leaving no trace behind. Riga instructed. Understood, Buxy acknowledged, gesturing for his team to commence their tasks. Riga held a glass container emanating a bluish glow and took a deep breath. It was time to head to Wakanda. Chapter 110. Wakanda, nestled in the northeastern region of Africa, Wakanda has remained in isolation for centuries, maintaining minimal contact with the outside world. At first glance, it appears impoverished and backward, with an economy primarily based on agriculture. Its terrain characterized by rolling hills and dense rainforests. Wakanda does not engage in international trade nor accept foreign aid. However, in reality, it stands as one of the most technologically advanced nations on Earth. Years ago, a meteorite descended from the heavens, inducing a degree of mutation in the local flora and fauna, which not only endowed Wakanda with immeasurable vibranium resources, but also bestowed upon it the sacred heart-shaped herb. With its unparalleled and scarce resource, vibranium, Wakanda's technology is at least half a century ahead of the rest of the world. However, in a strategic display of subterfuge to preserve its strength, Wakanda has chosen not to reveal its advancements, instead enveloping everything in a veil of secrecy. The rulers of Wakanda, known as the Black Panther, serve as both the nation's leader and its guardian. The destination of Riga this time is Wakanda. As an outsider, he is acutely aware that Wakanda would not extend an invitation for him to enter its territory, and he remains uncertain about the technological prowess they possess that could potentially subdue him. In the event of a confrontation, the shockwaves from any explosion would be partially absorbed by the vibranium, significantly diminishing their impact. Moreover, Riga does not perceive himself as audacious or powerful enough to confront an entire nation alone. Thus, he has brought with him a bargaining chip, Claw. Claw is a notorious fugitive, even deemed the foremost criminal, having stolen vibranium and launched an assault on Wakanda, resulting in chaos and the loss of many lives, including the parents of the current leader of the border tribe, Wabi. After instructing Bakshi to halt with the others at the borders of Wakanda, Riga approached the nation's frontier alone, carrying a bag containing Claw's lifeless body. At the border, an energy barrier serves as a concealment to the outside world. It appears as an impenetrable rainforest, yet within lies a vast expanse of grassland. As Riga approached the boundary, he extended his hand to touch it, feeling a palpable resistance. Indeed, he was not of Wakandan origin, and entry was denied. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Since he could not enter, he would compel them to come forth. Clenching his right fist tightly and assuming a stable stance, he delivered a powerful punch to the barrier, instantly creating ripples that spread across its surface. The barrier is one-sided, allowing Riga to see nothing inside, while those within could behold him. At that moment, several mounted warriors from the border tribe stood at the ready not far from Riga. Wakanda consists not only of the royal family but also 4 tribes: the merchant tribe, the border tribe, the river tribe, and the mountain mining tribe, each with distinct responsibilities and significant resources. The leaders of these tribes also serve as elders in Wakanda's small council, wielding considerable influence. Due to their advanced technology, Riga was detected the instant he approached the border, yet their curiosity regarding his intentions kept them from immediate action. However, when Riga struck the barrier, the warriors were taken aback and swiftly assumed a combat stance. Dismounting their horses, they formed a line, cautiously traversing the barrier, determined to apprehend this intruder. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of these figures, Riga smiled and raised his hands to indicate that he bore no ill will. "Who are you? Why do you dare to attack the kingdom of Wakanda?" One of the warriors admonished. "My name is Riga, an Avenger. I have come to seek an audience with your tribal leader to present a gift." Riga gestured towards the bag beside him. "What is it? Open it and see." Another man brandished his spear, aimed at Riga. "I apologize, but this gift is for him alone. Only he may inspect it," Riga replied calmly. "You may return to inform him. I shall wait here." The group exchanged glances, and one person promptly ran off to report, while the others remained to guard Riga. Before long, a man of medium stature, draped in a blue cloak, emerged. "Avenger Riga, what brings you to Wakanda?" Bakabi, the tribal leader, was no stranger to Riga, having heard of him even without having met him in person. "I have come to present you with a gift." Riga tossed the bag at Vakabi's feet, causing immediate tension among the others, but Vakabi waved his hand dismissively, signaling that all was well. Observing Vakabi's calm demeanor, Riga marveled inwardly. After all, their garments were woven with vibranium, capable of manifesting an energy shield at a moment's notice, rendering them fearless in the face of such a gift. Vakabi slowly bent down and opened the bag, revealing the bloodied visage of Claw, long deceased. He rose, astonished, and gazed at Riga. "How did you know of this?" "How I came by this knowledge is inconsequential. What matters is that he is now dead, and your vendetta has been avenged." Vakabi fixed his gaze on Riga, and after a moment, uttered a heartfelt, "Thank you." Claw had been his obsession. For years he had hoped the royal family would bring Claw to justice. Yet Claw had continually eluded capture, fostering discontent towards the former Black Panther. Now, with Riga presenting the man who had haunted him for half a lifetime, regardless of his motives, Vakabi regarded him as a friend. "You're welcome. However, my return of Claw is not without expectation," Riga stated. "I wish to meet your king. It should indeed not be without recompense." Vakabi's tone shifted to one of respect. "You have rendered great service to Wakanda, and we shall certainly repay you." With that, he extended his hand. "Please." Under Vakabi's guidance, Riga finally entered the heart of Wakanda, the capital of Bonanza. It was a city imbued with futuristic charm, with a serene river coursing through its midst, embodying humanity's wildest dreams of the future. Towering skyscrapers loomed, interconnected by an intricate aerial transport system, all set within a pristine and harmonious environment, epitomizing a utopian existence. Riga followed Vakabi to the Grand Twin Towers, the most magnificent edifice in Wakanda and the royal residence. "Step inside. You shall soon meet King Chaka," Vakabi remarked, observing Riga's awe-stricken expression. The two ascended in the elevator, swiftly reaching the summit of the building. The decor and design here exude a futuristic essence, with a lofty dome and walls adorned with magnificent reliefs, behind which stands an imposing sculpture of a Black Panther. This chamber, serving as the assembly hall, is naturally fortified with robust security. Every few meters, a female guard clad in crimson stands vigilantly, her gaze fixed intently on Riga. At the heart of the hall lies a vast circular glass surface, around which the elders are gathered, with King Chaka seated at the center, flanked by his son Chala. Your Majesty, Riga acknowledged with a nod. Bakabi, how could you permit an outsider to enter Wakanda? Are you not aware that this contravenes our regulations? An elder, upon noticing Riga, immediately flushed with anger, rising to admonish him. Under normal circumstances, outsiders are not permitted, Bakabi replied calmly. However, he is the Avenger Riga, and he brings with him a gift. He paused, casting a sweeping glance at the assembly, the thief Claw. A collective shock rippled through the crowd at this revelation. Is this true? Indeed, it is true. Claw's corpse is within my tribe, and if you wish, you may view it at your convenience, Bakabi stated. Given that Riga was the one who had captured Claw and was also an Avenger, King Chaka rose from his throne and spoke slowly. Then you are a guest of Wakanda. We welcome your presence. Riga smiled faintly. Chaka then instructed those nearby to bring a chair for Riga. Once seated, Chaka inquired, as the first person to ever enter our Wakanda, and having brought us Claw, how might we repay you? Straight to the point, Riga coughed lightly and replied, I do indeed have a request, and I hope you will grant it. What is it? To forge vibranium weaponry. Chapter 111. Rejection. This proclamation rendered the others' faces pallid with disbelief. The audacity of this young man, to make such a preposterous demand, provoked immediate rebuke from the assembly, though King Chaka remained silent. Bakabi, as Riga's introducer, was well aware of the gravity of Riga's request and held no objections. For him, capturing Claw and avenging his parents was paramount. With Riga's success in capturing Claw, fulfilling his request seemed only just. Raising his hand to silence the others, King Chaka smiled gently. Vibranium is a rare and precious metal, coveted by all, and on this planet, only we in Wakanda possess it. It is only natural that, having apprehended Claw and having made it here, you would put forth such a request. Moreover, as a formidable warrior, you are deserving of exceptional weaponry. Your contributions to Wakanda warrant the crafting of a vibranium weapon for you. What do you prefer to wield? A dagger, a sword, a spear, a stiletto, or perhaps a pair of gauntlets? Inquired the old king. Riga chuckled softly. I appreciate your kindness, your majesty, but I may not have articulated my intentions clearly earlier. My desire is to forge vibranium weaponry, yet not here. The smile on the old king's face gradually faded as he fixed his murky gaze upon Riga. You seek the knowledge to craft vibranium weaponry? Indeed, Riga affirmed with a nod. Impudent. One of the attendees sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Riga. King Chaka's promise to forge vibranium weaponry for you is already a considerable boon. How dare you attempt to abscond with our secrets? Undeterred by the reactions surrounding him, Riga continued to regard the old king. As the sovereign of Wakanda, his words carried immense weight. Should he consent, any opposition would be rendered futile. Why? The old king inquired slowly. Because I require the ability to forge vibranium weaponry, Riga replied. If you desire, we can assist you in crafting any weapon you wish. The old king surveyed the assembly before returning his gaze to Riga's countenance. However, I cannot permit you to take our techniques. Riga's expression darkened. He recognized that his request was audacious, yet the blunt refusal left him feeling unsettled. The atmosphere in the hall turned frigid. After a brief pause, the old king continued. Claw once stole a significant amount of vibranium from us, wreaking havoc upon our people. We have pursued him relentlessly over the years, yet have met with no success. Since you have slain him, it stands to reason that the vibranium is now in your possession. Riga neither confirmed nor denied this, remaining silent. We must reclaim every fragment of vibranium that has found its way into the world, yet you have our gratitude. Therefore, I will make an exception. Allowing you to retain this vibranium, the old king's voice was slow and grave, each word laden with significance. This serves as our token of appreciation and recognition of your stature. Know that such treasures are invaluable. However, you may not bestow this vibranium upon others. It is solely for your own use. Should we discover anyone other than yourself utilizing it, we shall reclaim it for Wakanda. Although the old king's tone lacked the urgency and rigidity of the elders, The gravity of his words overshadowed theirs. The implication was clear: seize the benefit and depart, lest you take our generosity for granted. Riga began to emanate an aura of menace, locking eyes with the old king as he intoned gravely, "Is this your final decision?" The old king nodded gently. Observing the palpable tension between the two parties, Vikabi furrowed his brow. Although he was aware of Riga's intentions to forge vibranium weapons, he found no issue with selecting any item from the armory. If nothing suitable was available, it could simply be commissioned anew. However, he was taken aback by Riga's audacious request to acquire the technology itself, a matter that constituted one of Wakanda's most guarded secrets. In his view, the prospect of vibranium falling into foreign hands was not particularly alarming, for even if someone were to obtain it, the lack of understanding of the technology rendered the raw material virtually useless. This was precisely why Claw had pilfered vibranium for over 3 decades, yet had never succeeded in crafting a vibranium weapon, instead opting to hoard it. Yet, should the technology be disseminated, the consequences would be dire. Outsiders could potentially harness this knowledge to fabricate vibranium weaponry, inevitably placing Wakanda at the epicenter of a storm, thereby plunging the nation into chaos. Certainly, with Wakanda's current technological prowess, it would not fear confrontation with the world, yet what purpose would such a confrontation serve? It would only incite greater envy towards vibranium and escalate the fervor for its acquisition, thereby jeopardizing their tranquil and harmonious existence. Moreover, the reigning king was a staunch isolationist. Calling upon Riga, an outsider, was an exceptional occurrence dictated by substantial reasons. Otherwise, he would have promptly ordered Riga's expulsion. Should Riga resort to force, the old king would remain unperturbed, for in Wakanda, the powerful reign supreme, and outsiders are not permitted to act with impunity. Thus, for myriad reasons and bolstered by his own resolve, the old king firmly denied Riga's request. Ignoring Riga's glowering countenance, the old king gestured for a nearby attendant, who presented a platter bearing a vibranium dagger. The king took the dagger and extended it to Riga with a slight smile, stating, "This is a vibranium dagger, capable of cutting through hair with ease, symbolizing a fragment of our friendship." Riga accepted it with a stern expression. The old king then gradually rose and continued, "You are a benefactor of Wakanda, and since this is your first visit, you are welcome to explore and experience our culture. Many wonders can only be found here, and I trust you will find great delight. Vikabi will accompany you. He is an excellent guide." This was an implicit dismissal. Clenching his fists, Riga inhaled deeply and closed his eyes, recalibrating his mindset. "Thank you for your kind offer, Your Majesty, but I have matters to attend to and cannot linger here. I must take my leave." With the dagger in hand, Riga strode away. He had no interest in sightseeing. The places he wished to see would undoubtedly be off-limits to him. Therefore, rather than squander time and invite humiliation, it was wiser to return promptly. The old king exchanged a glance with Vikabi, who nodded in understanding, hastening after Riga. The two descended the stairs and soon reached the border region. "I apologize for your unfruitful visit," Vikabi remarked. "It matters not, for I have at least acquired some vibranium, rendering my journey not entirely in vain." Riga managed a reluctant smile. Vika nodded, activated the barrier, and watched as Riga departed. As an outsider, Vika shook his head and turned back. Chapter 112. Resolution. Riga stormed back to the base, his jaw clenched and his gaze seemingly capable of piercing through the wall opposite him. Upon observing Riga's demeanor, Bakshi wisely refrained from intruding, standing quietly to the side. Under the dual influence of Hydra's brainwashing and the Mind Stone, Bakshi had become an unwavering loyalist to Riga. Even if Riga commanded him to die at this moment, he would not hesitate for an instant. Though the old Black Panther had transferred his powers to his son, the throne of Wakanda still remained firmly beneath him. T'Chaka, having served as king for a lifetime, would not easily relinquish his crown, nor would he allow Riga to demand exorbitant prices regarding vibranium. With his eyes closed, Riga meticulously recalled the scenes from the film. The large-scale emergence of vibranium occurred during the Age of Ultron. At that time, Ultron had seized vibranium from Clow, using it to forge numerous creations, including the propulsor that elevated Sokovia and Vision's body, as well as Ultron's own robotic form after Vision was stolen. Due to the passage of time, he had forgotten much of the plot. However, one particular scene remained vividly etched in his memory. Ultron's vibranium body was partially melted under the energy attacks of Thor, Iron Man, and Vision. This indicated that high temperatures were indeed beneficial in shaping vibranium. Yet, it was crucial to note that it took the combined might of 3 of the Avengers, one of whom wielded an Infinity Stone, focusing their energies onto a single point to achieve this melting of Ultron's vibranium shell. No single individual could accomplish such a feat alone. Should Riga wish to bore a hole in this dagger or manipulate the vibranium material, he must possess an immense source of energy to generate the extraordinarily high temperatures necessary to melt the vibranium before it could be shaped. Throughout this process, if the high temperature were to cease, the vibranium would swiftly cool and revert to its indestructible state, rendering all prior efforts futile. Thus, considering Riga's current capabilities, this method was altogether unattainable. In truth, had he merely sought to embed the Mind Stone, Riga could have effortlessly pressed the gem onto the weapon without expending such effort. However, he needed to mask the gamma rays emitted by the stone, which compelled him to enclose it in a thin layer of lead, thereby significantly increasing the difficulty of the embedding process. Riga furrowed his brow, exerting great mental effort as he pondered how best to affix the stone to the vibranium. After a moment of observation, Bakshi finally spoke up. "Commander, are you troubled by the embedding process?" "Indeed," Riga sighed, feeling that all his efforts had been in vain. Despite acquiring a substantial quantity of vibranium, they found themselves sitting atop a treasure trove yet unable to utilize it, which was truly vexing. "Forgive my impertinence, but perhaps you have misjudged the direction of your thoughts," Bakshi remarked with a smile. "Oh," Riga raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the suggestion. "What is your idea?" Bakshi bowed slightly and replied, "I do not understand why you insist on embedding the gems within vibranium. It must be due to its indomitable nature that has captured your attention." Indeed, Riga nodded in agreement. "However, there exists another metal on Earth that is equally impervious, adamantium, which you can obtain with relative ease," Bakshi pointed out. Riga's mind cleared, realizing he had been ensnared in a misconception. Influenced by cinematic portrayals, he had fixated on the notion of embedding the gems in vibranium, yet adamantium's properties could undoubtedly withstand the gem's power without damage, a solution he had simply overlooked. Compared to vibranium, adamantium was far more precious and scarce, with only a small supply held by S.H.I.E.L.D, who alone possessed the knowledge to manipulate it. Once S.H.I.E.L.D was located, this perplexing dilemma would be effortlessly resolved. Riga could not help but smile. "Bakshi, you are indeed very astute." "At your service," Bakshi humbly replied. "Let us seek out S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D, a high-ranking military official, resided in Washington. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D had already been indoctrinated by Riga, ensuring his allegiance was complete, further enhanced by the power of the Mind Stone. Recognizing Riga's intentions, S.H.I.E.L.D swiftly escorted the two to a base in Canada. Adamantium possesses a peculiar trait that allows it to remain in a molten state without requiring substantial energy. However, once cooled, remelting it becomes nearly impossible. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D maintained a constant high temperature in the vat containing the adamantium. "Sir, what do you wish to forge?" S.H.I.E.L.D inquired. "A pendant," Riga stated, having given the matter considerable thought. His primary mode of attack relied on hand-to-hand combat, making the use of knives and swords impractical. Furthermore, embedding gems in weapons would necessitate carrying them wherever he went. While a dagger might be manageable, a sword or spear would present considerable inconvenience. A ring could also serve the purpose, but to accommodate a gem, it would need to be larger and thus more conspicuous. A pendant, on the other hand, is small and exquisite, easily worn around the neck, and due to its size, it would not attract undue attention. The previous inclination to embed the gems in weaponry stemmed from a lack of options. Now, with the ability to shape it into any form, a pendant was undoubtedly the optimal choice. "What shape should it take?" "A pyramid," he replied, envisioning the gem nestled within, encased in a lead exterior. Riga extracted a staff from a box enveloped in lead, subsequently removing the gem-encrusted portion and holding it in his hand. The blue shell concealed its essence, leaving Riga unaware of its true nature. "Prepare the items," he commanded. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded and commenced the operation. After a brief interval, S.H.I.E.L.D pointed towards the liquid adamantium in the mold, instructing, "Please place the gem inside." Riga shattered the outer shell, revealing a yellow gem, approximately the size of a finger joint. The moment the gem made contact with his palm, an excruciating pain akin to being torn apart surged through him. His face flushed crimson, eyes bulging, and veins protruding as he trembled uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly deposited the gem into the adamantium. Within mere seconds, beads of sweat drenched his entire being. Observing Riga's agonizing display, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Buckingham felt a chill run down their spines. What manner of stone was this that even the formidable Riga found unbearable? However, both men prudently refrained from inquiring further. The crafting of the pendant was straightforward. Trembling with trepidation, S.H.I.E.L.D. presented the finished product. Please take a look. In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s palm lay a silvery white pyramid, its surface impeccably smooth, devoid of any engravings. Petite, yet exquisitely beautiful. No issues had arisen. The adamantium indeed withstood the infinite power of the gem. Riga nodded in approval. He examined the pyramid closely, noting its intricate design and faintly perceiving the energy it harbored within. Excellent, Riga declared as he rose, donning the pendant around his neck. With this, he could not only command others' thoughts, but, more crucially, he would no longer fear mental assaults, as he could now deflect them using the gem. This would bolster his confidence when confronting Professor Charles, Riga mused privately. Yet, to be candid, he was uncertain of its true effectiveness, as he remained far from mastering the gem's capabilities. Subsequently, he surveyed the surroundings briefly before returning to his base. Upon arrival, Riga immediately instructed Buckingham to prepare, for he was about to undertake another operation, one that aligned with his original intent of seizing the gem, to eradicate the Hydra's imprint from his mind. Chapter 113. Restoration. From the very day he acquired the gem, Riga had been transforming this room, and now it was finally complete. The chamber was situated at the innermost recess of the base, surrounded on all sides by thick reinforced concrete. Additionally, the walls and doors were composed entirely of high-strength alloys, designed to prevent destruction from potential energy leaks. Furthermore, a layer of lead enveloped the room to thwart any escape of gamma rays, ensuring he would not be tracked, especially knowing that the Avengers were fervently searching for this artifact. The surgical procedure was not undertaken solely by Riga. Bakshi remained by his side. An expert in the realm of mental control, Bakshi was poised to offer invaluable assistance in this endeavor. Riga shed his shirt, removed the pendant from around his neck, and entrusted it to Bakshi before reclining upon the operating table. Bakshi meticulously adhered a myriad of electrodes to Riga's body, ensuring that all vital signs were normal, then inquired, "Are you prepared?" Riga inhaled deeply, nodded, and subsequently closed his eyes. He had been preparing for this moment for an extensive period. Prior to this, he had conducted several intricate experiments on the soldiers of Hydra, utilizing gemstones to alter memories and thoughts. Though arduous, these efforts yielded commendable results. After all, he was venturing to modify his own cognition. Any misstep could result in dire consequences, such as dementia. "Let us begin," Bakshi declared as he gently placed the gemstone upon Riga's forehead to commence the treatment. The Infinity Stone, imbued with a certain sentience, sensed the tumult of Riga's psyche and immediately emanated a soft energy, permeating his mind. Riga felt a jolt throughout his body, as if new elements were suddenly introduced into his consciousness. His thoughts unfolded before him, vividly presenting scenes from his past, including the entirety of his previous and current existence. These memories then transformed into a complex, abstract web, and under the gemstone's influence, Riga could discern the irregularities within his thoughts. The task at hand was to extricate these anomalies. With Bakshi's guidance, Riga fashioned his consciousness into a pair of tweezers, delicately grasping the errant thoughts and slowly detaching them from the normal cognitive patterns. For the Winter Soldier, Hydra's controlling directives were deeply entrenched, intricately intertwined with other thoughts and imbued with immense power. Riga not only had to exert considerable effort, painstakingly peeling away the layers, but also needed to avoid damaging the surrounding cognitive threads, lest he inadvertently compromise his other thoughts. The complexity of the procedure surpassed Riga's expectations. From an external perspective, he appeared tense, his brow furrowed and teeth clenched, his body trembling, and his expression contorted in anguish. His heart raced, blood pressure soared, and the monitoring equipment emitted persistent alarms. Time elapsed slowly, yet Riga's progress was painstakingly gradual. Finally, as the night deepened, his body began to settle. Bakshi observed him with mounting anxiety. After all, this was his superior, and he hoped fervently to avoid any unforeseen complications. After what felt like an eternity, Riga gradually opened his eyes. "Commander, how do you feel?" Bakshi inquired hastily. "We have succeeded in the first step." Riga exhaled a deep breath, propping himself up with his hands. "The first step?" Bakshi echoed, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. Today, only the first word has been cleared, leaving 9 remaining. Riga, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, spoke. Berkshire was taken aback. He had thought Riga had succeeded, only to realize that he had completed merely a tenth of the endeavor. Let us continue tomorrow, Berkshire suggested. Isn't this intensity a bit overwhelming? Given today's circumstances, you will endure immense pain during the procedure. Perhaps you could take a day off in between, coming once every other day. Tomorrow we shall proceed. Riga gritted his teeth, his voice low yet resolute. He had awaited this moment for far too long and wished to waste not a single day. For the next 9 days, Riga would return daily for surgery, enduring the same excruciating pain each time. Even with his extraordinary physique and ironclad will, he found such intensity increasingly arduous. Yet today, the procedure was finally complete. As Riga descended from the operating table, he felt his mind clear significantly, as if the long-standing constraints upon him had vanished, leaving him considerably lighter. The process had gone remarkably well. The brainwashing incantation that had troubled him for years was finally eradicated. Riga's heart surged with exhilaration. After enduring such hardship and even risking a rift with the Avengers to seize the gem, he had ultimately triumphed. Commander, your body and spirit are quite weakened. You must rest adequately, Berkshire cautioned. Riga waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. He then secured the gem around his neck once more. What has transpired outside these days? He inquired while dressing. The Avengers are still in search of the gem. Their focus has shifted to the Inhumans, and they have yet to locate this place, Berkshire replied methodically. Due to the distance, we lack current information on the Inhumans, but there has been no significant movement outside. S.H.I.E.L.D. has reported no anomalies. Coulson is still occupied with Sky's matters. Has Sky returned? Yes, she has come back to S.H.I.E.L.D. from the afterlife and seems to have reached some form of reconciliation with them. Coulson holds her in high regard and has likely offered considerable assistance. The others are her teammates. After a period of adjustment, they now coexist harmoniously. Riga nodded. This was indeed good news for Sky. Additionally, Sky sought you out a few days ago, but I informed her you were preoccupied and unavailable to meet, Berkshire added. That is fine. I shall visit her in a few days, Riga replied. Reflecting on Sky, he also thought of Reyna. He had been so focused on the gem that he had neglected matters here. It seemed prudent to visit the afterlife and ascertain Reyna's situation, inquiring whether she had gathered any intelligence. How is that Child's investigation progressing? Riga then asked. He has already been found. In fact, it did not require much effort. After all, he is the son of von Strack, Barkey remarked. What about Malik? He remains as he always has, continuing to operate from the shadows, seemingly orchestrating a grand scheme, yet shrouded in absolute secrecy, leaving no one privy to its nature. Riga pondered for a moment before instructing Barkey. Let us set aside the remaining matters for now. We shall first pay a visit to the von Strack boy. Chapter 114. Warner von Strack. Warner von Strack boasts pure Aryan lineage. With golden hair, fair skin, and a tall stature, his demeanor tinged with melancholy, while the prefix von in his name signifies his noble heritage. At a tender age, his father sent him to America, where he pursued his education, matured, and forged friendships. Blessed with substantial wealth, Warner is perpetually surrounded by numerous women, indulging in their company with great pleasure. Despite being in his 20s, his father has never explicitly introduced him to the existence of another world, nor permitted him to inquire about it, resulting in a rather strained relationship between them. It is precisely for this reason that Warner spends his days idly, treating frivolity and revelry as the paramount pursuits of life, confident that the family fortune is ample enough to last him several lifetimes. Furthermore, he shows no inclination to conserve money for the family, let alone earn it. Upon witnessing his father's arrest on television, he fell into a period of silence. Subsequently, he summoned an even larger entourage of young beauties to accompany him on luxurious yacht excursions. Each day that followed found Warner immersed in a haze of drunken debauchery, for only in such moments of mental fog could he momentarily assuage the emptiness of his existence. Riga, adorned with sunglasses, stood before a villa near the seaside, in a picturesque locale, undoubtedly an estate of considerable value. Is this the place? He surveyed the surroundings, the villa's white exterior reflecting the blinding sunlight. Indeed, he was hosting a party last night. He should still be in the house, Barkey replied with a slight bow. Very well, then let us pay him a visit. Riga declared, stepping forward with Barky closely following. For ordinary individuals, entering in such a manner might present challenges. However, for them, it posed no obstacle, and they smoothly gained access to the villa. Barky's observation proved accurate. A party had indeed been held there the previous night. With empty or partially filled bottles and glasses strewn across the floor, fast food wrappers scattered everywhere, painting a chaotic scene. As Riga pushed open the door and entered the villa, the interior mirrored the exterior's disorder, albeit embellished with opulent decorations and furnishings, alongside various articles of women's lingerie haphazardly littered about. Due to the multitude of rooms, Riga invested some effort in his search, but eventually he succeeded. In a grand bedroom, he discovered Warner, buried beneath a pile of youthful bodies. Warner von Strack shifted a chair to sit down and proclaimed loudly. This sudden exclamation instantly startled everyone in the room. The naked girls opened their eyes, realizing there were two unfamiliar men present, and they immediately screamed in terror. Upon witnessing this, Bakshi swiftly drew a handgun from his pocket, signaling the girls to flee. Although Warner had been somewhat dazed after hearing someone call his name, the intensity of his hangover from the previous night still lingered, causing his head to throb. However, the shrill screams of the girls, coupled with the ominous sight of a gun barrel, jolted him into clarity. "Who are you?" Despite the lingering tremor in his voice, Warner's tone was resolute. Riga regarded him with newfound respect. Indeed, the son of Strack was not like ordinary men. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Riga, one of the Avengers seeking to capture your father," he said, removing his mask and smiling. A flicker of suspicion mixed with a hint of animosity crossed Warner's eyes. "Have you come here to capture me as well?" "No," Riga shook his head. "I am here to kill you." At this, Warner genuinely felt a pang of fear. "However, given your current demeanor, I have reconsidered my intentions," Riga chuckled. "What do you mean?" Warner inquired. "First, put on some clothes." Riga tossed a garment to Warner. "It is more appropriate to discuss matters while attired." Warner, albeit perplexed, quickly donned the clothing, feeling a sense of security in the fabric that shielded him from exposure. "What do you wish to convey?" he asked, striving to quell his emotions. "Do you know Gideon Malik?" Riga leaned forward. "I am aware. He holds considerable power in America. My father entrusted him with my care when he sent me here," Warner replied. "Excellent," Riga nodded. "I understand you are not particularly concerned with Hydra's affairs, but you must have heard that I recently eliminated 5 Hydra leaders." "I have heard whispers of it." Warner realized that Malik was likely the last remaining Hydra leader and thus was also on Riga's hit list. "I mentioned earlier that you were originally on my list as well. However, your recent conduct has prompted me to alter my plan," Riga remarked with a smile. "What do you propose?" Warner asked. "I want you to arrange a meeting with Malik. I will accompany you." "And then what?" "Leave the subsequent matters to me. Your only responsibility is to facilitate the meeting." In truth, Bakshi could have handled this, but given Malik's shrewdness, he might not trust him. "If you wish to meet Malik, there are numerous ways to do so. Why should I arrange it for you?" Warner's audacity has gradually increased. Riga shrugged, expressing that he merely believed such theatrics would yield a more dramatic effect. Of course, to prevent any ulterior motives from arising, Riga produced a pendant and pressed it against Warner's chest, deeming it prudent to have an additional safeguard. For a fleeting moment, Warner's gaze appeared bewildered, but it quickly transformed into a bright clarity, radiating an entirely different brilliance, as if he had discovered a new purpose and hope in life. The effect seemed commendable. Riga exhaled heavily, feeling a sense of resignation, yet relieved that this time it had succeeded. When the soul gem is wielded effectively, its power is undeniable. However, at present, he could only manage to control a select few individuals, and there were significant limitations to its use. Initially, Riga believed that possessing the gem would enable him to dominate others, but that was far from the reality. Each time he activated the gem, it required an immense expenditure of mental energy. To date, he had only managed to control 2 individuals, Bakshi and Strick, and that was merely an enhancement of previously established brainwashing, not direct control. The mental energy consumed was directly proportional to that of the controlled subject. The higher their mental fortitude, the greater the burden on Riga's psyche. Attempting to control someone like Professor Charles could very well lead to a backlash, potentially rendering him an imbecile or worse, resulting in his demise. Previously, Loki could effortlessly dominate Barton, which was also attributable to Loki's inherent prowess. As a sorcerer with extraordinary mental acuity, he could conjure magic that even deceived Odin, thus utilizing the soul gem to control Barton posed no challenge for him, unlike Riga. Moreover, it disheartened him to realize that if the controlled individual experienced a strong stimulus, such as being knocked unconscious, the control would dissipate upon their awakening. Consequently, his earlier ambition to use the soul gem to command a multitude had been utterly dashed, relegating it to a mere tool for mental defense. However, as Riga contemplated, there was a silver lining. If everything proceeded too smoothly, what joy would remain? Now, he must contact Malik and convey his desire to meet. Chapter 115. The Last Serpent Head. Upon receiving Werner's call, Malik felt a sense of gratification. Werner had finally matured into a true man. As the sole descendant of the von Strack family, this young man possessed considerable knowledge, yet due to his father's influence, Werner had been unable to engage in Hydra affairs. Even though Malik held high hopes for him, Strack's prohibitions rendered him powerless. During the period following Strack's capture by the Avengers, Malik witnessed Werner's gradual descent into moral decay, his behavior becoming more outrageous than ever. He had nearly resigned himself to abandoning this wayward youth, but from the recent phone call, it seemed this was merely a phase of confusion preceding his awakening. Malik has held the esteemed position of leader of Hydra for many years, having grown up in an environment where he became thoroughly acquainted with the intricacies of Hydra's affairs. Through his relentless efforts, he has ascended to a position of immense power and prestige. However, as he ages, he finds himself with only a daughter to inherit his legacy. Although Hydra does not lack for female leaders, they remain a minority, and she, alone, is vulnerable and requires a formidable ally. The most effective way to forge such an alliance is through marriage. Had Werner remained as he was before, Malik would have dismissed the notion entirely. However, now, he finds himself contemplating this possibility. As the sole son of the Finstrack family, Werner possesses an inherent advantage in status, and should he choose to rally support, many would undoubtedly rally to his cause. If he were to join forces with Malik's daughter, controlling Hydra would be well within their grasp. Of course, this is merely a fleeting thought that Malik has entertained following a phone conversation. The specifics of how to proceed will be determined after their meeting tonight. It appears that growth necessitates a measure of suffering. The sacrifice of Finstrack has not been in vain, as Hydra has been invigorated with new blood. Moreover, the implementation of the plan will require a guide, and Werner, being young and vigorous, presents an excellent choice. Malik cradles a wine glass, reclining on a leather sofa. As the warm flames flicker in the fireplace, the amber liquid sways gently within the glass, reflecting his satisfaction with the current circumstances. Tonight, he is set to host Werner in his home. Although the gathering lacks grandeur and is merely a simple meeting, the very act of inviting the young man into his abode signifies Malik's regard for him. The doorbell rings punctually, and the servant ushers in the guest. "Werner, you have arrived." Malik rises, smiling warmly. However, as he steps closer, the dim lighting reveals another figure standing a short distance behind Werner. Who is that person? Malik's countenance darkens slightly. It is the Avenger, Riga. The newcomer approaches slowly, a pleased expression on his face. "It's you?" Malik's heart races, nearly causing him to drop the wine glass from his grasp. "Werner, what does this mean?" Malik's voice sharpens with alarm. The presence of Riga here signals that Malik's identity as the leader of Hydra has likely been compromised. Panic and dread engulf him. He is well acquainted with Riga's narrative. Having perused the files from S.H.I.E.L.D, Riga was originally a member of Hydra, having narrowly escaped failure during an experiment in Russia, subsequently gaining explosive superhuman abilities before defecting to the Avengers. This individual possesses extraordinary strength and harbors an intense hatred for Hydra. Recently, he has systematically eliminated 6 of Hydra's leaders, including the captured Finstrack and Pierce, who perished in the battle in Washington. 8 out of the 9 leaders of Hydra have fallen to his hand. Now he had returned to his home. Was it with the intent to extinguish his life and bring an end to Hydra? No, he could not succumb to death just yet, for the grand plan had yet to be set in motion, and he had not witnessed its final outcome. He must not perish in such a manner. He cursed the absence of his inhuman bodyguard. Otherwise, he could have put up a fight. Riga observed the myriad expressions flitting across Malik's face, feeling a mix of satisfaction and astonishment. It was surprising to see that the leader of Hydra harbored such a profound fear of death, revealing a complexity of emotions at the mere sight of him. What Riga did not realize was that Malik was not the sort to sacrifice his life for the sake of ambition. Rather, He preferred to navigate through the tumultuous times and ultimately relish the fruits of victory. He was, indeed, a man deeply afraid of death. In his youth, Malik's father met an untimely demise, leaving him and his brother to fulfill the responsibility of serving the deity of Hydra on another planet. On that fateful day, following the funeral, Whitehall summoned them and disclosed their father's secret. Each generation of the ruling family within Hydra would draw lots from a bag filled with black and white stones. Drawing a white stone meant being sent to the land of the dead, never to return. Malik's father did not wish to leave his fate to chance, so he, under the pretense of safeguarding, subtly chipped the edge of the white stone. Thus, whenever he reached into the bag, he could easily avoid that particular stone and select the other smooth, rounded stones instead. By this means, Malik's father evaded selection throughout his life. Upon learning this secret, the idealized image of their father quickly crumbled for Malik and his brother. They vowed not to cheat any longer, allowing fate to determine their destinies. However, Malik was tempted. He, too, did not wish to let chance dictate his life. Consequently, despite promising his brother, he resorted to deceit, leading to his brother's eventual dispatch to the other side. It was this very stone that had granted Malik many years of life, thus deepening his appreciation for existence. Riga seated himself, patiently awaiting Malik to regain his composure. After a while, Malik finally emerged from his state of unease, reflecting on the realization that if Riga intended to kill him that night, he would surely not survive. Fortunately, his daughter was absent, allowing him to evade a grim fate. He settled down and drained his glass of whiskey, the fiery burn in his throat providing a sense of relief. It seemed that Warner had felt your threat. Malik inhaled deeply, gazing at Riga across the table. I did not threaten him, Riga replied, merely employed a minor tactic, one pertaining to mental control. You know, Hydra excels in such arts. Malik's countenance darkened further. This was far more terrifying than a mere threat. What brings you here? Malik inquired. I merely wish to pay you a visit and engage in conversation, Riga replied. Malik regarded him with skepticism. Do you presume I think you've come to slay me? Riga chuckled. Isn't that the case? Indeed. I harbor a desire to take your life. I have already severed the heads of the other 8 serpents. Merely contemplating the act of claiming the final one exhilarates me. Riga's tone shifted abruptly to a chilling demeanor. Malik's lips quivered in discomfort. However, I later reconsidered. I wish for you to witness how I will decapitate the last head. Are you jesting? I am the last one. If you were to behead me, how could I observe it? Malik scoffed. True, you are the final one, Riga acknowledged, his tone deliberate, but you are merely the last of ordinary humanity. Besides, the serpent harbors a supreme head, does it not? Riga's words caused Malik's countenance to pale, terror enveloping him more profoundly than when he had believed his demise imminent. This was a closely guarded secret of the serpent, known only to a select few leaders. And even fewer dared to believe it. How had Riga come to possess such knowledge? Trembling uncontrollably, he stammered, How did you learn that the serpent possesses a deity? Riga smiled and shook his head. That information I cannot divulge. Not only do I know of the deity's existence, but I am also aware of his true identity. Malik's confusion deepened, prompting him to urgently ask, What is that true identity? He is an inhuman. Riga recounted the tale of the inhuman leader. At this moment, Malik regained his composure, for this narrative was familiar to him, and a hint of disdain crossed his features. Your words bear no weight with me. I assume you are aware of this tale as well. Riga paused, then continued, But do you know why he was exiled? Is it not due to others' jealousy and fear of his power? Malik surmised. Indeed, but do you understand the nature of that power? What power? Malik was genuinely perplexed, as this detail had not surfaced in the legends he knew. The ability to control others, Riga articulated succinctly. As I mentioned earlier, this is the serpent's forte. Malik was rendered speechless. I am aware of your little scheme to bring him back, harboring delusions of world domination and unrestrained power. Yet, in truth, he cares not for humanity. In his heart, only the inhumans hold significance, for all inhumans will obey his command unconditionally. To him, humanity is naught but sustenance. Thus, you have relentlessly sent living offerings to him for millennia, perpetually sacrificing lives to sustain his existence, have you not? Malik's complexion was pale, and cold sweat streamed down his face. You believed that by welcoming him back, you had become a great benefactor, yet in reality, to him, you were merely another piece of meat, Riga remarked with a chuckle, albeit a tad aged. You are deceiving me. Malik growled. Whether you believe it or not is your prerogative, Riga shrugged, then spoke coldly, each word deliberate. But I must inform you that I am determined to kill him. Once I locate that stone, I shall reduce him to ashes in an explosion. If I am in a good mood, I might even bring you back some of his ashes, provided there are any left. Riga rose, adjusted his attire, and with an air of superiority continued, as for you, when the final reckoning arrives, your lifelong convictions will shatter in an instant, and the ideals for which you have fought will also be obliterated. I am quite curious. Will you continue to cling to life in misery, or will you grant yourself a merciful end? Observing Malik tremble with rage, Riga smirked with satisfaction before leisurely departing with Warner. Chapter 116. Farewell, Coulson. Upon returning to the base, Riga contemplated his next steps. The decision to intimidate Malik had been purely impulsive. He simply wished to witness Malik's expression upon learning of his intent to eliminate the leader of Hydra and fundamentally dismantle the organization, while he himself remained powerless. Recently, during operations against Hydra, he had often assumed the role of the antagonist. Even Coulson found it somewhat disconcerting. However, in his view, this was entirely normal and well-deserved. He was not acting for any noble cause or ideal. His current actions were purely an act of vengeance. Since it was revenge, he could not allow his adversary to meet a swift end. Otherwise, what would be the point of it? Of course, Riga was merely toying with Malik for now. After the battle with the inhuman leader, should Malik not collapse, Riga would ensure a fitting send-off. As for any retaliation or countermeasures Malik might employ, Riga was unconcerned. His own strength had grown immensely, and he had developed new techniques during this time. If Malik wished to test his mettle, Riga would gladly oblige. Regarding the inhuman leader Hive, he surmised that if necessary, he could summon Thor, Iron Man, and Natasha. Even if they did not engage in battle, their presence would serve as a formidable deterrent. He had little doubt that a mere Hive could escape their encirclement. The most pressing issue now was to swiftly locate that stone and activate the portal, for only then could he obliterate the enemy. The choice of battlefield also posed a dilemma. Riga planned to confront them on another planet, where he could unleash his full potential without restraint. Even if the battle resulted in the planet's destruction, he would feel no remorse. Naturally, given his abilities, he was still a far cry from being capable of annihilating an entire planet. Regarding the Blackstone portal, he possessed not a single clue. His memory merely recalled the existence of such an entity, yet its whereabouts remained elusive. After much contemplation, he resolved to seek out Coulson for answers. Even a decrepit vessel has its nails. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. had fallen, its resources were undoubtedly more abundant than his own. Furthermore, it provided an opportune moment to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. The last time she sought him out, he had been unable to meet her due to her undergoing a cognitive procedure, leaving him unaware of the matters at hand. Perhaps there were new developments concerning the Inhumans. Following S.H.I.E.L.D.'s forced departure from S.H.I.E.L.D., May and Coulson had engaged in a fierce argument, leading Coulson to reprimand the remaining team members harshly. As comrades who had faced life-and-death situations together, it was disheartening that their first instinct when one of their own encountered difficulties was to ostracize her. This incited Coulson's ire. While his fury may have been partly fueled by personal feelings, the actions of the other team members were, to say the least, excessive, leaving Coulson quite displeased. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. soon returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, out of caution, she refrained from disclosing the news regarding the afterlife to Coulson. Instead, she informed him of her meeting with Rhea, who had provided her with invaluable assistance in learning to control her powers and had even introduced her to her long-lost parents, whom she had searched for over decades. Coulson was taken aback. He was aware of Rhea's many secrets and her incredible sources of information. Yet the revelation of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s parents being found was a revelation that expanded his understanding. Since accepting S.H.I.E.L.D. as a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson had promised her he would assist in locating her family. Despite numerous distractions that hindered his efforts, his concern had never waned, for he had subconsciously come to regard S.H.I.E.L.D. as akin to a daughter. However, after such an extended period without any leads, he had not anticipated that Rhea would succeed where he had not. With formidable power and an array of secrets, and now having commandeered a Hydra base with numerous followers, Rhea's influence was certainly not to be underestimated. It was fortunate that she was an ally. Had she been an adversary, the situation would have been exceedingly troublesome. Coulson even contemplated finding time to converse with Rhea again to uncover further insights. Yet she had been elusive of late, rendering her nearly impossible to locate. Just as disappointment began to settle in, he unexpectedly received a call from Rhea, indicating she wished to discuss matters with him. Having established a rapport over time, they quickly arranged to meet at Coulson's base. Upon arrival, he noticed the large box Rhea carried. What was its purpose? Could it possibly be a gift for him? Indeed, it was a present, but not intended for him. As Coulson sat opposite Rhea, he remarked, "I searched for you everywhere during your absence. And now that I am not looking for you, you appear." Murphy's Law, Rhea shrugged in response. Coulson chuckled softly and inquired, "What brings you to me this time?" "I seek your assistance in locating a particular item," Rhea replied, taking a sip of water and setting his cup down. "What item?" "A sizable black stone." Rhea gestured with his hands. Coulson shook his head. "That description is rather vague. There are countless stones in the world, many of which are black." "I understand. But this stone is unlike any other," Rhea elaborated. "Its color is as dark as ink, and it possesses several square apertures." Coulson furrowed his brow, intrigued by the peculiarity of such a stone. "I cannot specify the exact number of small holes, but I assure you they exist. The essence of this stone lies in its unique property." Rhea paused before continuing. "It has the ability to transform into water." "What?" Coulson squinted, taken aback. "To be precise, it liquefies, but I believe describing it as water suffices," Rhea clarified. "Why is that significant?" Coulson shifted his focus to the more pressing matter. "This relates to the stories of the Inhumans I previously shared with you." Rhea recounted the tale of how the Inhumans exiled the Hive and the origins of Hydra, mirroring his earlier conversation with Malik. Coulson listened in astonishment. The revelations surpassed his expectations, and he had not anticipated Hydra's extensive history. "Are you suggesting that the stone serves as a portal?" Coulson asked eagerly. "Indeed, they utilize this portal to continually supply fresh blood and flesh to the Hive, ensuring its survival. Thus, the activation of this portal must be conditional?" Coulson immediately queried. "Yes, the stone must liquefy first, at which point the portal will open," Rhea explained. "However, this phenomenon lasts only for a brief moment, and the timing remains uncertain. At least, I am unaware of it." "And your intention in finding this stone is to open the portal and eliminate the Hive?" Coulson inquired. Rhea nodded. "By extinguishing the last head of Hydra, the foundation of this organization would crumble. Even if Hydra were to persist, it would merely become an ordinary terrorist group, a matter for a nation to address." Coulson pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well. I shall see if I can uncover any information in S.H.I.E.L.D's archives. Given the extraordinary nature of this item, it is likely that S.H.I.E.L.D has documented it. I will inform you as soon as I find something." "Excellent." Rhea beamed, rising to his feet. "It is always a pleasure to collaborate with you, Coulson. Should you aim to eradicate Hydra, I will certainly lend my support," Coulson replied with a slight smile. "Well, I shall not intrude further. If anything arises, do not hesitate to reach out. I must find S.H.I.E.L.D. She sought me out last time I was unavailable, and I wish to check on her well-being." "She is well. You will see for yourself," Rhea nodded, picking up his case and turning to leave. As Coulson watched Rhea depart from his office, the smile on his face vanished in an instant. Chapter 117. Daisy when Rhea found S.H.I.E.L.D. She was engaged in physical training, delivering punches and kicks to a heavy bag, perspiration pouring down her face. "Be careful, you might just obliterate that bag," Rhea remarked as he approached. "Rhea." S.H.I.E.L.D. halted her punches, turning her head in surprise. "What's in the box?" she inquired, eyeing the large black case he was carrying. "Is it a gift for me?" "Unfortunately, this is not for you. Perhaps next time," he replied. "Then it's settled," S.H.I.E.L.D. said, stepping down from the boxing platform. Tilting her head slightly. "You finally made it. When I tried to reach you last time, Bakshi mentioned you were busy and unavailable. You're not up to some nefarious scheme again, are you?" "I have no such wicked plans," Rhea chuckled, though he was indeed enacting a rather unsavory scheme. He could not betray that. Noticing S.H.I.E.L.D. still panting heavily, Rhea extended a bottle of water towards her. "And you? How did you return so soon? Did S.H.I.E.L.D. grant you permission?" "I wanted to come back briefly to reassure everyone," S.H.I.E.L.D. replied, taking a couple of swigs from the bottle. "If I were gone for too long, Coulson and the others would certainly come looking for me. If they found me there, it would spell trouble." "You didn't inform Coulson about what lies there, did you?" S.H.I.E.L.D. shook her head. "I alone frightened them enough as it is. If they were to discover that a group of individuals like me had gathered together, I can hardly fathom the consequences." "That makes sense," Rhea nodded. However, such matters cannot remain concealed indefinitely. They will inevitably come to light. Isn't that the case with mutants? I understand that, but consider how mutants are treated. The vast majority struggle to live after exposure. S.H.I.E.L.D's tone turned somber. Moreover, witnessing it on television and encountering it in person elicit vastly different reactions. Riga concurred. Indeed, distance diminishes the impact, while proximity amplifies it. Observing is one thing. Experiencing it firsthand is entirely another. What are your plans moving forward? Will you remain here or return there? Riga inquired. I'm not quite certain, S.H.I.E.L.D. admitted, a hint of confusion in her expression. I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and also an inhuman. My parents are over there, albeit with certain complexities. I left here previously due to everyone's attitudes and my inability to control my powers, fearing I might inadvertently harm others. S.H.I.E.L.D. paused, but now, I have learned to control them, and it is becoming increasingly manageable. Furthermore, the way everyone perceives me has shifted, so you wish to stay? S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded, expressing her fondness for life here. Despite the inherent dangers, she found fulfillment in helping others, a sense of purpose that eluded her in the afterlife, where she felt unable to contribute or truly engage in their activities. Riga squinted, recognizing the necessity of investigating this further. Do you know the location of the afterlife? He inquired nonchalantly. In truth, locating the afterlife was quite simple. All Riga needed was to affix a tracking device to himself and venture there, allowing for precise mapping from this side. However, Riga currently required a distraction to shield himself while an outsider stole the gems, diverting the attention of any Avengers. If the location of the afterlife were to be disclosed, this ruse would collapse. Moreover, if Coulson became aware, Iron Man and the others would likely soon follow suit, leading to the potential exposure of Riga's dealings. S.H.I.E.L.D. shook her head. When I left, it was Gordon who took me. I have no idea where it actually is. She then asked, are you sure you want to pinpoint its location? It should be quite straightforward. Never mind. Riga waved his hand dismissively. Not knowing the location may serve as a form of protection, regardless of any past grievances between your mother and me. The others are ultimately innocent and should not be entangled in this matter. Instantly, S.H.I.E.L.D. brightened, saying, yes, I think so too. They seem to live in peace there. And any disturbance would only bring unnecessary troubles, so I haven't actively tried to locate it. Riga smiled, although S.H.I.E.L.D. had not explicitly stated it. Her desire to safeguard her kin was evident. After all, she no longer considered herself entirely human, and finding others like her was a stroke of fortune, fostering a profound sense of belonging, an essential aspect of her existence. Well, I came to see Coulson and to check on you. You seem to be doing well. Which puts my mind at ease, Riga remarked with a smile. Just a casual visit? S.H.I.E.L.D. replied, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Riga chuckled and shifted the subject. I also need to head over there to see how Reina is doing. I'll accompany you. I want to see too. My father's emotions are rather unstable, but he tends to be better when he sees me, S.H.I.E.L.D. said. Riga nodded. Although this individual had committed numerous wrongdoings in the past, all had been in pursuit of reuniting with his family. Besides, this was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s family matter, so he refrained from commenting further. Then let us go together. Do you know how to reach Gordon? As long as I call his name, he will come to us, S.H.I.E.L.D. replied with a smile. He can sense our locations and will appear in an instant. After saying this, she glanced around before adding, however, we can't do it here. Let's step outside, and I'll inform Coulson. After running a few steps, S.H.I.E.L.D. turned back with a smile, saying, by the way, I now go by Daisy. With that, she went off to find Coulson. After expressing her intention to visit her father to Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D., now known as Daisy, and Rhea departed from the S.H.I.E.L.D. base and ventured into a remote wilderness. Rhea glanced at Daisy and nodded. Subsequently, Daisy called out for Gordon. In an instant, a blue light flashed, and Gordon appeared before them, traversing the spatial bridge. Upon seeing Rhea, Gordon's expression darkened. We wish to make a visit. I need to see my father, Daisy stated. No problem, Gordon replied, but there is one matter to attend to first. As he spoke, he produced an electronic detection device. Please cooperate. Although he addressed both of them, his gaze was fixed on Rhea. Is this the kind of thing you're doing now? Rhea retorted sarcastically, raising his arms in mock surrender. Surprising. But perhaps it's for the best. I would prefer that my hiding place remains well concealed, under Jia Ying's orders, to prevent the location of their sanctuary from being revealed. Safety was paramount. What's in the box? A gift for Rena. Let us take a look, Gordon said, moving to inspect it. No, Rhea interjected, gripping his wrist firmly. S.H.I.E.L.D has ordered that a check must be conducted. Gordon stood his ground. I have no issue with checking electronic equipment, but you will not open this box. Rhea's tone was imperious. After a moment of scrutiny, Gordon reluctantly conceded. Rhea then took Daisy's hands, and they prepared to leave. Let us go? No sooner had he spoken than the three vanished from sight. Chapter 118. Rhea upon entering the afterlife with Gordon. Rhea inevitably found himself engaged in a facade of pleasantries with S.H.I.E.L.D. Given their shared history, both parties understood that when the moment was ripe, this veneer of peace would be swiftly torn asunder. Soon after, Rhea sought out Rhea. S.H.I.E.L.D had not deceived him. The afterlife had indeed provided Rhea with significant assistance. Rhea was now willing to don a scarf and step into the sunlight, conversing normally with others, signifying that her psychological barriers had been largely overcome. Had Rhea not remained here to rest and learn, but instead accompanied Rhea outside, she might still be lingering in the shadows, reluctant to engage with anyone. Rhea had many pressing matters at hand, and addressing such psychological trauma required ongoing support and monitoring, a task he found challenging. Naturally, he was aware that Rhea's presence here would raise S.H.I.E.L.D's suspicions, given that she was brought by Rhea. However, it was likely S.H.I.E.L.D would attempt to persuade Rhea to align with the Inhumans. Yet, precisely because of this, S.H.I.E.L.D might also divulge certain information to Rhea, and regardless of its veracity, it would prove useful to Rhea. Regarding the matter of Rhea being persuaded by S.H.I.E.L.D to betray, Rhea has also contemplated this issue. Based on past experiences, Rhea is an astute individual. As long as one party holds the advantage and can provide her with what she desires, she will align herself with them. Naturally, this behavior may appear somewhat fickle to others, seemingly devoid of any loyalty. However, once she chooses a side, Rhea will exert her utmost efforts to assist that side, provided it is the victorious one. This is her way of survival. Presently, it seems that the scales of victory are tipping in Rhea's favor. Rhea called out. The others engaged in conversation with Rhea turned to see Rhea, their faces displaying expressions of trepidation, vividly recalling the last time Rhea had gripped S.H.I.E.L.D by the throat. Rhea? Rhea's voice sounded pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect you to come. She then smiled and raised her hands, saying, I intended to give you a hug, but that's all right. May I speak with you? Of course. Let us go to my room. It's not far from here. Like the others, Rhea's chamber was a quaint wooden cabin, adorned with ancient decor, showcasing numerous artifacts reminiscent of archaeological sites. Once seated, Rhea observed her and remarked, You look well, much better than before. Rhea smiled. Gordon has been a tremendous help. He has a deeper understanding of my transformation than anyone else. At the thought of Gordon's face, Rhea nodded in agreement. This was undeniably true. How is your ability faring? Rhea inquired. I'm not certain. Sometimes I experience peculiar dreams, yet they are difficult to recall, and I often awaken with a slight headache, Rhea replied. It could be a sign of your powers awakening. I believe so as well. Before I dined with Daisy, her father, and S.H.I.E.L.D, I glimpsed certain fragments in a dream, which later proved to be prophetic. I truly can foresee the future. Rhea's voice brimmed with excitement. Upon hearing this, Rhea felt a surge of joy within. It was indeed a promising omen. Unfortunately, I can only see fragments at present, not the entire sequence. Rhea's tone turned somewhat regretful. There's no need to rush. The development of your abilities requires time, especially for a power as formidable as yours. The process may take even longer, Rhea reassured her. Indeed, Rhea nodded, casting a glance at Rhea, appearing hesitant to speak further. What is it? Rhea inquired. Perhaps you should know that S.H.I.E.L.D has visited me many times. Attempting to persuade me to join her side, Rhea murmured. Rhea snorted softly. That was within my expectations. Her vision is appealing, claiming that the otherworldly beings should live under the sun. I could do that, even serve as their vanguard, pioneer, or administrator. What do you think? I believe she is purely a figment of imagination. A hint of disdain flickered across Rhea's lips as she continued, regardless of whether I am willing to admit it. The others are ultimately a minority, much like mutants, relegated to a subordinate position on this planet governed by humanity. This situation is unlikely to change unless a widespread racial war occurs. You seem to grasp the situation quite well. I merely wish to avoid a senseless demise, Rhea sighed. She glanced at Rhea and added, Since S.H.I.E.L.D has made such a statement, she is undoubtedly plotting something in the shadows, which could potentially be detrimental to you. However, She won't confide in me, so I remain in the dark. Indeed, we appear harmonious on the surface, yet in truth, we are adversaries, a fact well understood by all. Were it not for maintaining Daisy's reputation, I would have long since ensured her disappearance, Riga scoffed. Yet, we cannot remain passive any longer. S.H.I.E.L.D is currently restless, Reina interjected hastily. Of course, I have other plans in motion, and I have been quite occupied with them of late. Reina nodded, then remarked, by the way, just yesterday, I had another dream. A prophetic dream? I cannot discern whether it is a prophecy or merely a dream. Reina shook her head. In any case, I witnessed something peculiar in my dream. What did you see? A massive black rock, adorned with several small, recessed holes. The muscles in Riga's body instantly tensed. Was this not the wormhole? Do you know where this rock is located? He inquired eagerly. It felt as though I were on a ship, within the cabin. Surrounded entirely by those heavy steel doors, Reina gestured. On a ship? Riga pondered, finding no recollection of such a place. What else did you see? Reina shook her head. Nothing else, just this. Observing the thoughtful expression on Riga's face, Reina softly asked, do you know what this signifies? Well, that is not crucial. What matters is locating it, Riga replied. Can you see any more details? Reina smiled at his inquiry. It is not something I can simply will myself to see. It resembles a portent, manifesting in my dreams. Thus far, I have only glimpsed these two scenes, Daisy and the rock. However, I shall make an effort. The outcome remains uncertain. Riga nodded, acknowledging the logic in her words. Otherwise, it would be too extraordinary. Do make an attempt, and should there be any results, inform me at once. He added, I have come to escort you back. Remaining here is ultimately inappropriate. Reina was taken aback. So soon? Yes, what is the matter? Nothing. Reina quickly clarified. It's just that I am currently undergoing an awakening of my abilities, and Gordon and S.H.I.E.L.D have been assisting me in practice and control. After all, they are others and possess deeper insights into this aspect, and I can sense my power growing ever stronger. Indeed, Riga believed he could offer little assistance in this regard. If you deem it acceptable, I would like to remain here for a while longer, perhaps just over 10 days, until I can solidify my abilities. After that, I can return to the base and provide you with greater support, Reina ventured tentatively. Of course, if you find this unsuitable, we may depart immediately. Riga pondered for a moment. 10 days would suffice. It would also grant him the opportunity to consult with Coulson, as this lead might prove beneficial to him. Then stay a while longer. I shall come to fetch you soon, Riga declared, rising to his feet. Very well, Reina replied with a gentle nod. I shall take my leave now. Pay heed to the information regarding that rock. There may be legends or myths associated with it here. Riga cautioned once more. That rock pertains to the Inhumans. There should be records of it here. While I cannot access it, you may have the chance. I understand. Reina acknowledged as Riga departed the room. Behind him, her expression abruptly turned cold. Chapter 119. Betrayal. Reina had long harbored a desire to sever ties with Riga. In truth, she and Riga had known each other for quite some time. She was under Garrett's command when they first met. Following Garrett's capture by Coulson and subsequent imprisonment, she too was unable to escape, ending up in jail. However, one day, Riga entered with a woman possessing fiery red hair, liberating all the men while killing every woman, leaving only her alive, an act made possible by Garrett's pleading. At that moment, Reina was profoundly impressed by Riga. She later discovered that Garrett's imprisonment was orchestrated by Riga from behind the scenes. While fear gripped her, curiosity began to stir within her. What was it about this man that endowed him with such formidable power? After the incident involving the aircraft carrier in Washington, chaos ensued. S.H.I.E.L.D was disbanded, Hydra was exposed, and Garrett was apprehended once more. Reina managed to slip away unnoticed. She still needed to locate the obelisk and hold herself accountable to Daisy's father, Carl. Little did she anticipate that Riga had set his sights on the obelisk as well. In her presence, he first eliminated Creel, then toyed with and killed Whitehall, subsequently brainwashing Bakshi and imprisoning Carl Johnson, seizing control of the Hydra division. This series of ruthless actions instilled a profound sense of terror within her. Yet, at that time, she remained steadfastly on Riga's side, for he would assist her in realizing her desires, which could even be described as an obsession. After emerging from the temple, she was engulfed in anguish and confusion, harboring intense disdain for her current self. It was Riga who consoled and accompanied her, and to be honest, her heart brimmed with gratitude. However, As these negative emotions gradually faded and reason reclaimed its rightful place in her mind, Rena suddenly became aware of certain troubling issues. Firstly, in light of the sequence of events, it was evident that Riga possessed an intimate familiarity with the temple and the obelisk. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that he seemed to have foreseen her transformation into this current state. Yet he made no attempt to intervene. Furthermore, it appears that Riga has been acutely aware of his prophetic abilities from the very beginning, valuing only the power he possesses. Accompanying him, she finds herself eternally trapped, reduced to a mere puppet, providing information whenever he deems it necessary. Lena is convinced that should she lose this ability, Riga would unceremoniously cast her aside. This is not the outcome Lena desires. Thus, she resolves to distance herself from Riga. This notion becomes increasingly fervent after Riga eliminates the remaining leaders of the Hydra. However, she can only bury this thought deep within her heart, refraining from acknowledging it openly. She fears that should she reveal her intentions, she would become yet another lost soul under Riga's command. Fortunately, having survived in the shadows since childhood, she has learned to read others' expressions and has mastered the art of deception, enabling her to successfully mislead Riga for an extended period. Lena has been patiently awaiting an opportunity, confined within the base, cut off from the outside world, and thus devoid of chances to act. Yet, she clings to hope, which eventually manifests amidst a brilliant blue light. Perhaps the heavens, having witnessed her suffering, decided to grant her not only hope, but also a delightful surprise. The scene in which Riga grips Jiaying's neck in the air is witnessed by all in the afterlife, including Lena, and it fills her heart with exhilaration. She perceives this as a chance, not merely a temporary escape from Riga, but an opportunity to liberate herself once and for all. Another piece of good news comes when Lena realizes, after being brought to the afterlife by Gordon, that there are many others like her, most of whom have not undergone mutation through the Terrigen crystals. Her experience of baptism in the temple has granted her considerable prestige among these individuals. Consequently, ambition begins to flourish within Lena's heart, akin to wild grass. Lena has always harbored ambitions, though she has skillfully concealed them from others, revealing them only during the quiet of night, cautiously allowing herself to glimpse her own desires. To outsiders, she has always appeared as a fragile servant, but internally, she is far from satisfied with this role. She does not wish to be a follower or a servant. Rather, she aspires to ascend as a leader. While her ambitions find it challenging to thrive in the outside world, the afterlife offers her fertile ground, and she intends to harness her talents and abilities. Her recent conversation with Riga serves as a catalyst for her aspirations. Lena did not deceive Riga. Jiaying did indeed come to persuade her, and she declined the offer. However, her refusal was not born of loyalty to Riga, but rather to herself. She refuses to be Riga's subordinate or Jiaying's acolyte. Instead, she envisions herself as the queen of the entire mutant race. Riga remains oblivious to this truth, relying on his memories of Lena, believing he understands her psyche well. While he is not entirely mistaken, he is regrettably only aware of a fraction of her true self. Upon confirming Riga's departure to the afterlife, Rena promptly sought out Jiaying. "Do you have something to tell me?" Doubt was etched across Jiaying's face, the intersecting scars rendering her expression more menacing. "Indeed, it's about Riga." "Riga?" Jiaying's gaze fixed intently on Rena. "Aren't you in service to him?" Rena chuckled lightly. "Certainly not." "Not? Then are you serving us?" Jiaying retorted sarcastically. "Why not?" "I require your reasoning," Jiaying replied slowly. "I have long harbored discontent towards him. He not only deceived me, but regarded me merely as a tool of utility. Were I of no value, I would have perished long ago." Rena's voice was laced with resentment. "If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have become this way." Jiaying remained unmoved. "I am of the otherworldly race. Being with him, I remain an outsider. Yet here, we are all the same, deserving of respect rather than disdain and loathing," Rena continued. Nevertheless, Jiaying continued to regard her with cold indifference. "I understand that no matter what I say, you shall not believe me," Rena smiled, "but you must be aware of my abilities. Foreseeing the future. It is not exactly foresight." Rena shook her head. "However, certain fragments can still be glimpsed." "What did you see?" "Riga seeks something. A black stone marked with several indentations." Upon hearing this, Jiaying's complexion shifted dramatically, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. Rena, witnessing this, felt a surge of triumph, having made the correct wager. Simultaneously, she was deeply intrigued by the nature of this object. Judging by Jiaying's expression, it appeared to be a weapon, and she was clearly terrified, though whether it was fear of the stone itself or of Riga obtaining it remained uncertain. "Where's this stone?" Jiaying's hands gripped the edge of the table tightly as she inquired, her eyes wide with intensity. "On a ship. Though I do not know its exact location," Reina responded, unable to restrain her curiosity. "What exactly is it, and why does Riga desire it?" Jiaying offered no reply, her thoughts consumed entirely by the black stone. Taking several deep breaths to steady herself, she then addressed Reina. "We must thwart Riga. We must seize that stone before him. Else we shall find ourselves in grave peril." "What peril?" Reina asked. "The annihilation of the entire otherworldly race." Chapter 120. Ultimatum. After bidding Riga farewell, Coulson's eyes brimmed with shadows. He had not only heard of the immense black stone Riga spoke of, but had also witnessed it. It was documented in the information box left to him by Fury, one of the many precious artifacts of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Fury was unaware of the true purpose of that object. He merely speculated that the stone was somehow related to extraterrestrial entities. Consequently, he sealed it away, labeling the exterior of the box with the numbers 084, the designation used by S.H.I.E.L.D. for unidentified alien artifacts. Coulson had always believed that this stone might pertain to weaponry, a notion not entirely surprising given his profession. His instinct leaned towards such matters, a professional habit if you will. Yet, he never anticipated that the reality would be far grimmer than his assumptions. This stone was, in fact, a spatial wormhole. Coulson had first-hand experience with wormholes, the memories of the Battle of New York still haunting him. The catastrophic consequences of the Chitauri invasion, which wreaked havoc upon the city, were indelibly etched in his mind. Had it not been for the Avengers, the world would have succumbed to that invasion. Now, astonishingly, this stone also functioned as a portal, one that could be opened at any moment, if what Riga claimed was true. On the other side of this portal lay a being that instilled fear even in the Inhumans, a prospect more terrifying than weapons of mass destruction. Although Riga aspired to open that door and eliminate this entity, the risks involved were monumental. Who could predict what other dangers lurked beyond? Should Riga fail to vanquish his opponent, and should that being or other entities enter Earth through this portal, it could herald a repeat of the New York catastrophe, perhaps even worse, such as an invasion of an unknown alien virus, resulting in catastrophic casualties. Thus, when Riga mentioned the stone, Coulson feigned ignorance. Yet, the more he pondered, the more alarmed he became, resolutely deciding that he must never disclose this information to Riga and must keep it firmly under his control. However, Coulson faced a dilemma. While he knew the whereabouts of the Black Rock, he was temporarily unable to retrieve it. This was due to the existence of two S.H.I.E.L.D.s. After the original S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded and went underground, the version established by Coulson had garnered Fury's acknowledgement, with Fury deeming Coulson his successor and entrusting him with the box containing all the secrets. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D. was a vast and intricate entity, with numerous branches around the globe, and not all recognized Coulson's iteration as legitimate. Consequently, a few surviving S.H.I.E.L.D. elders, having endured the skirmish against Hydra, clandestinely established another S.H.I.E.L.D., believing themselves to be the true guardians, while dismissing Coulson's efforts as superficial. The extent to which their motives stemmed from genuine service to humanity versus power struggles remained uncertain. Coulson had been oblivious to this schism until he began investigating after noticing peculiar behavior in two of his agents, which led him to uncover the organization behind it all. Adhering to the philosophy of shared origins and the futility of internal conflict, Coulson was not inclined to confront the matter hastily. After all, everyone was ostensibly striving for the noble ideal of protecting humanity and Earth, albeit through slightly divergent methods. Moreover, he hoped that the matter could be resolved peacefully by all parties involved, thereby averting confrontation and minimizing losses. As for the question of entitlement, Coulson remained indifferent. It mattered not who held power, as long as it did not hinder his work. Naturally, he still expected to receive his due benefits. However, after today's meeting with Riga, Coulson altered his course of action. He resolved to immediately consolidate the two S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. factions and seized that stone without delay. He rose from his seat and summoned May, assigning her several tasks. Then, he sat down, awaiting developments in silence. "Sir, is something amiss?" Michael and Bobby entered the room. Once agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. themselves, both were formidable in skill and commendable in loyalty. Coulson had assessed their capabilities and integrated them into his team this year, yet he had erred in judgment, unwittingly admitting 2 spies. This was not entirely his fault, as everything they had spoken was indeed the truth. Their allegiance lay with S.H.I.E.L.D., albeit a different one. Coulson regarded the 2 and stated, "I have no intention of beating around the bush today. I will speak plainly." They exchanged glances, sensing an ominous turn. "Hand over Hunter and inform Gonzalez that I wish to discuss matters concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. "Sir," Bobby attempted to interject. I do not wish to hear your excuses. I am fully aware of who you are and to whom you owe your service. I merely chose not to expose you until now, but circumstances have changed. This is an extraordinary time, and I must meet with Gonzalez." Upon witnessing his resolute demeanor, Bobby and Michael ceased their pretense, reverting to their usual countenance. "We will convey your message," they affirmed. "Excellent. You must depart immediately without delay. Inform Gonzalez that he may question my motives, prepare accordingly, or even send someone to apprehend me. I care not. I am determined to meet with him." Coulson barked. "Sir, is there a grave situation at hand?" Michael could not restrain his curiosity upon hearing Coulson's intense tone. Coulson cast a glance at them. "You need only relay the message. You will understand the situation in due course." They exchanged looks and nodded, swiftly departing. May had been stationed outside, observing the unfolding events. Earlier, Coulson had instructed her to be prepared to intervene should conflict arise. Though no confrontation had occurred, the expressions on the faces of the departing agents suggested that all was not well. May knocked gently before entering, immediately noticing Coulson's grim countenance. "Coulson, what has transpired?" Coulson lifted his gaze. "Michael and Bobby are spies, infiltrating our ranks under directives from others." May's eyes narrowed. This was indeed a serious matter. "Who are they working for?" she coldly inquired. "S.H.I.E.L.D., he replied. Mel furrowed her brow. Coulson chuckled lightly, suggesting that in due time, she would understand. They were indeed agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but that was of secondary importance. Mel, increasingly perplexed, wondered what could possibly be more significant than this. "I instructed the 2 of them to relay a message requesting a meeting with the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. to discuss certain matters, and you must be prepared, should circumstances shift, withdraw swiftly, and then seek me out." Mel nodded, inquiring further about the nature of their discussion. Coulson opened his mouth and slowly articulated, "An extraterrestrial invasion." Chapter 121, S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.H.I.E.L.D. Gonzalez considered himself a virtuous man. He had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. on the very day of its inception, one of its esteemed elders, with seniority surpassing even Coulson's. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., he held considerable authority, akin to a regional lord. On that fateful day when Hydra bared its fangs, branches worldwide faced varying degrees of assault, and his aircraft carrier was no exception. However, thanks to Fury's prior warnings, Gonzalez was exceptionally well prepared. He had conducted extensive investigations and identified numerous Hydra operatives, yet for the greater good, he refrained from taking action against them. When the day of reckoning arrived, he had long been poised for battle, while the attacking Hydra operatives appeared inadequately prepared. Consequently, despite some casualties on Gonzalez's side due to resistance, the overall toll was minimal, and his manpower far exceeded that of Coulson, who was starting from scratch. Regrettably, he sustained a leg injury from a stray bullet, leaving him reliant on a cane. Following the disbandment of S.H.I.E.L.D., Gonzalez convened several elders to form a council, instituting a democratic process for voting on significant issues, thereby replacing Fury's previous autocratic rule. He believed this approach would effectively mitigate decision-making errors and extreme actions stemming from personal biases. He maintained that this was the true S.H.I.E.L.D., while Coulson's assembly was merely a facade. However, The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Fury had entrusted Coulson with a box containing all of S.H.I.E.L.D's secrets and information, even appointing him as the director, which greatly displeased Gonzalez. He dismissed the appointment as trivial. Merely a verbal proclamation from a deceased individual. What truly concerned him was the box. Securing that box would grant him dominion over S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, he dispatched Bobby and Mike, masquerading as rogue S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, to infiltrate Coulson's ranks with the objective of locating the box and returning with it. Today, they returned, not with the coveted box, but with Coulson's ultimatum. The other members of the council expressed discontent with Coulson, deeming him overly arrogant, wielding his authority as director to command them, which was utterly infuriating. Yet, Gonzalez remained unfazed. He was indifferent to Coulson's tone, nor did he care how Coulson had discovered the identities of Mike and Barbie. What truly concerned him was Coulson's intentions. The urgency with which Coulson sought to meet him, employing such drastic measures, led Gonzalez to believe that something of utmost importance must be unfolding on Coulson's side. Since Coulson wished to meet, Gonzalez resolved to comply, even willing to enter Coulson's base for their discussion as a gesture of goodwill. Despite the objections from others, who feared that Coulson might seize the opportunity to take him hostage, Gonzalez remained resolute, trusting that Coulson would not resort to such tactics. He perceived himself as a good man, and he believed Coulson to be of the same caliber. Thus, guided by Mike and Barbie, Gonzalez made his way into Coulson's base, while a formidable contingent of armed guards stood vigilant outside. His benevolence did not equate to naivety. Coulson was already prepared, patiently awaiting him in his office. Leaning on his cane, Gonzalez limped inside. "Phil," he greeted, familiar with Coulson, using the name to narrow the distance between them. "Robert," Coulson nodded, inviting him to take a seat. Gonzalez settled down slowly, observing Coulson. "I didn't expect to meet in such a manner." "Neither did I, yet here we are," Coulson replied, raising his hands in a gesture of acceptance. Gonzalez offered a faint smile and continued, "I received your message. What is it you wish to discuss?" "Our current predicament is detrimental to S.H.I.E.L.D's progress. Thus, I would like to talk about the merger. The merger is also our desire, to integrate our resources for greater strength and efficiency moving forward." Coulson maintained a subtle smile. "However, we must deliberate on the specifics of the merger, correct?" Gonzalez nodded. Fury was once the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He regarded it as his own, and indeed, he held dominion over every matter large and small, even appointing you as the director. Coulson listened attentively, then retrieved a box from his drawer. "Moreover, he entrusted me with this." The box contained all of S.H.I.E.L.D's secrets and information. Gonzalez stared at the box, his tone somber. Fury not only treated S.H.I.E.L.D. as his private property, self-styling himself as king, but he also selected a successor. "You are mistaken," Coulson shook his head. "I merely safeguard this box for Fury. Should he ever wish to reclaim it, he certainly can, for he is still alive." Gonzalez was taken aback. This was information he had been unaware of until now. Coulson chuckled and remarked, "So, I am merely serving as a temporary custodian." He then added, "You sent Mike and Barbie here for this box, did you not?" Gonzalez remained silent. Coulson turned the box over in his hands before tossing it to Gonzalez, declaring, "It is now yours." "Why?" Gonzalez inquired, somewhat skeptically as he picked up the box. "Since you desire it, I shall grant it to you," Coulson replied. "I have expressed my intention to merge the two S.H.I.E.L.D's. Consider this my gesture of goodwill. By the way, if you wish to open it, simply do this," Coulson instructed, tapping the box several times. A beam of blue light emanated from within, projecting a vast array of data directories into the air, revealing all the secrets you wish to uncover. Gonzalez glanced at the display before stowing the box away. "What are your conditions?" "I continue as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson stated nonchalantly. "I can agree to that. But I must inform you that this is not solely my decision," Gonzalez replied. "We now operate on a voting system, rather than Fury's autocratic rule. Although I represent them in this discussion, I possess but one vote." "I understand," Coulson responded with a persistent smile. "However, I shall persuade them, as will you." Gonzalez remained silent at this. After a moment, he spoke again. "Furthermore, if the two S.H.I.E.L.D's merge, there is one more matter." "What is it?" "Mike has reported to me that a superhuman has appeared in your ranks." Coulson's smile vanished. Yes, Daisy, she is one of our agents. You are aware of our stance towards superhumans, as dictated by Fury. I am well aware. Is this girl your agent? Do you trust her? With my life, Coulson assured. Gonzalez nodded. Then she shall remain here. Observing Coulson's surprise, Gonzalez offered a slight smile. As I mentioned, our methods differ from Fury's. Coulson slowly nodded in agreement. Acknowledging this aspect, now that we have settled these matters, allow me to reveal the true purpose of this meeting, Gonzalez said with a smile. I have been anticipating this. Coulson replied. Within your hold, there lies a massive black rock. Do you recall? Gonzalez inquired. Codename 084, S.H.I.E.L.D. believes it to be an extraterrestrial artifact. Indeed, but the truth extends beyond that, Coulson continued. It is a wormhole. Chapter 122. The black stone in the glass chamber of the S.H.I.E.L.D. basement lay a colossal rock, approximately 3 meters in height and 1 meter in both length and width. Its color was an impenetrable black, reminiscent of the deepest night, devoid of any light or impurities. The rock exhibits a peculiar shape, broad and hefty at the top, while tapering to a narrow base. Logically, such a structure would struggle to maintain stability. However, despite the relentless efforts of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to move this glass-encased entity, the rock remains utterly immobile. Moreover, its surface is adorned with 5 equally sized square recesses, each approximately 10 centimeters in length and width, and about 30 to 40 centimeters deep. Further accentuating the oddity of this stone, this specimen was clandestinely transported from Gonzalez's vessel. Reagan, unbeknownst to the source of his information, learned that the stone was aboard a ship and returned to seek Coulson's insight the very next day, which heightened Coulson's apprehension, yet he maintained his facade of ignorance. Following negotiations, the two factions of S.H.I.E.L.D. have now merged, and Gonzalez has ceased using that aircraft carrier. Coulson's base, serving as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret headquarters, is ideally suited, discreet, secure, and unobtrusive, leading to the relocation of several critical items, notably this enigmatic black rock, which was the first to be moved from the ship to preclude any unforeseen complications. Is this truly a wormhole? Gonzalez pondered aloud, casting a skeptical glance at the unmoving stone. If it were indeed a wormhole, one would expect traversable passage to another time or space. Yet since its acquisition, our personnel have maneuvered this rock countless times without incident. Reagan informed me of this wormhole, and I trust him. There is no reason for him to deceive me. Coulson, standing beside Gonzalez, remained fixated on the rock. How does he know? Gonzalez inquired, turning his head. Coulson shook his head. He possesses extensive knowledge of clandestine matters, but never divulges the sources of his information. Nevertheless, to date, all the clues he has provided have proven accurate, including those concerning Hydra. Gonzalez's interest was piqued. It became apparent that Fury had gleaned intelligence from this very source. Reagan's familiarity with certain Hydra-related information is understandable, given his former association with the organization as the Winter Soldier. Yet how did he acquire knowledge of this extraterrestrial artifact? What else did he reveal? Gonzalez pressed further. Coulson regarded him with a measured glance and replied softly. He mentioned an immensely powerful and perilous entity existing in that direction and expressed a desire to eliminate this being. Is it truly that straightforward? Gonzalez's skepticism was evident. Coulson offered a slight smile, explaining that this being is the origin of Hydra. Gonzalez's eyes narrowed in contemplation. The origin of Hydra? He conveyed this to me. You see, he hails from Hydra, thus he may be privy to certain secrets. If that is the case, does he know how to utilize this stone, or perhaps how to activate this wormhole? I am uncertain. He did not disclose that information, but I suspect that since he is aware of the stone's wormhole properties, alongside his audacious intent to traverse to another planet to confront this entity, he must possess knowledge of its capabilities. Gonzalez remained contemplative in silence. He sought your assistance, and you are fully aware of the whereabouts of the stone. Why did you not disclose this information to him? I am uncertain whether he truly intends to confront this creature, nor can I ascertain his likelihood of success. Once that door is opened, I cannot predict the consequences. Coulson's tone was deliberate. However, I do not wish for the events in New York to recur. Even if there exists the slightest possibility, I must regard it as an absolute threat, as it pertains to the survival of humanity. Thus, I did not inform him. Nor will I ever do so. Gonzalez nodded, agreeing with Coulson's perspective. The alien wormhole is exceedingly perilous. One can never be overly cautious. Then why did you bring this rock here? For research. Research? Since this is a wormhole, a gateway, much like the Tesseract of your. We might be able to open it from our side. Perhaps they can open it from theirs as well. You are concerned that they may open this door, leading to another Chitauri incident, Gonzalez remarked. Coulson acknowledged this. This object is akin to a ticking time bomb. In the past, I was oblivious to this, thus indifferent. But now that I am aware, I must prevent such a scenario from unfolding. What will you do? I intend to destroy this door. If destruction is unfeasible, at the very least, it must be sealed permanently. It must remain in a state of closure, Coulson asserted with determination. Gonzalez smiled, reaffirming his initial judgment of Coulson. What assistance do you require? He inquired. For now, none. I have 2 scientists, Fitz and Simmons. Although they are quite young, their talents are exceptional. I wish for them to examine this stone, to decipher its mechanisms, why it has remained inert for so long, and in what form it may manifest should it stir. Only by understanding these fundamental characteristics can we devise a means to close or even destroy it. Excellent. But this matter must remain confidential, Gonzalez cautioned. Internally, it must not be publicized. Only they may know, and others are strictly prohibited from inquiring or examining. Riga has a good rapport with you and your team. If they inadvertently disclose this information, we could find ourselves in deep trouble. I understand, Coulson replied. If he learns of my deception, he will certainly not greet me with a smile. However, I must proceed with this course of action, and so I must apologize to him. Very well. I shall treat this matter as a top secret, known only to our small circle. Our circle includes the remaining members of the council, does it not? Coulson's tone bore a hint of sarcasm. Gonzalez sighed and explained slightly, I recognize your discontent with some of them. But they are council members and are entitled to this knowledge. As overseers of S.H.I.E.L.D, your actions must be accountable to them. This was a condition agreed upon during the merger of the 2 S.H.I.E.L.D factions, and it is futile to renege on that now. Furthermore, this is our current modus operandi. All are informed, and no longer does one individual guard all the secrets. Coulson shrugged, remaining noncommittal. Gonzalez chose not to linger on the matter and returned to the Blackstone, instructing, let your scientists in to conduct their research, and inform me promptly should any developments arise. With that, he leaned on his cane and slowly departed the basement. Coulson watched his receding figure in silence, then pressed the communicator in his hand, summoning Fitz and Simmons. Chapter 123. Devour. Fitz and Simmons arrived in the basement to find Coulson standing before a large glass enclosure, within which lay a peculiar, pitch-black rock. Director? Coulson turned to them with a smile. You've arrived. Splendid. Director, is there something you need? Fitz inquired. Indeed, this is the matter at hand, Coulson replied, patting the glass box beside him. What is that? Simmons asked, her curiosity piqued. A wormhole, Coulson casually stated, words that struck Fitz and Simmons like thunderclaps. As scientists, they understood the concept of a wormhole, but had never witnessed one firsthand, save for the incident in New York, which they had only observed through video footage. Now, Coulson was asserting that the black stone before them was a wormhole, leaving them utterly astonished. Director, is that even possible? It is merely a black stone, Fitz questioned, his expertise in physics compelling him to probe further. I cannot say. I was merely informed by Riga that this is a wormhole, and I chose to believe him. Coulson replied with a smile. Riga? The Avenger Riga? How would he know? Simmons asked, perplexed. I cannot say, but he has never deceived me regarding such intelligence. And I do not believe he has any reason to mislead me now. Fitz and Simmons remained skeptical. As scientists, skepticism is their nature. By the way, he also mentioned that this stone can liquefy, transforming into water, Coulson added. Their skepticism only deepened. In any case, Riga is searching for this stone, claiming it could lead to another planet, where he intends to eliminate a formidable entity known as an Inhuman, the origin of Hydra, Coulson elucidated. The pair exchanged glances. However, I am not willing to take risks with such matters, which is why I have not disclosed the stone's location to him. You are both aware of the events that transpired in New York, I presume? Fitz and Simmons nodded in agreement. From this perspective, Coulson's caution seemed quite reasonable. So, you summoned us for what purpose? Fitz tentatively inquired. If this object is indeed a wormhole, it may be possible to open it from that side. Your task is to study this stone, to comprehend all its intricacies, when it may be activated, how it operates, its patterns and properties, and to relay the findings to me. And then, Simmons inquired, then we will either destroy it or seal it off, depending on the circumstances, Coulson replied, his expression grave. This is classified information and must not be disclosed to anyone, not even to those closest to you. I do not want Rhea to know of its presence here. Fitz seemed uneasy, contemplating a rebuttal. This is an order. Coulson's tone was stern. No one is to be informed. The two exchanged glances, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Very well. You shall commence immediately. Set aside your current tasks or delegate them to others. Resolve this issue with utmost urgency. With that, Coulson turned and departed. Gemma, is this truly wise? Not revealing anything to anyone. If that side harbors the Hydra leader, wouldn't it be advantageous for Rhea to eliminate him? Fitz questioned. You heard what Coulson just stated. No one is permitted to disclose this. Simmons shook her head, continuing, moreover, he has a point. What if unforeseen circumstances arise? With extraterrestrial beings crossing through that wormhole, our planet could face dire consequences, perhaps even the extinction of humanity. Consider the devastation Daisy caused. She is but a child compared to Rhea. Daisy is our friend. Fitz retorted, visibly irritated, as Simmons' response regarding Daisy was particularly intense. Yes, she is our friend, and yet, in her unconscious state, she caused significant destruction, Simmons explained. But what if the individual on the other side is a powerful inhuman, akin to Thor? Or perhaps even a Hydra operative? Can you fathom the ramifications? Furthermore, who can guarantee that there is only one entity on the other side? Simmons' words rendered Fitz momentarily silent. He recognized the validity of her points, though he struggled to accept them from an emotional standpoint. All right, our duty is to conduct our research and maintain confidentiality. As for the matter of handling this, we shall leave that to Coulson's discretion, Simmons reassured Fitz, observing his demeanor. Fitz nodded in agreement. Let us gather some necessary equipment and collect samples. Who knows how to traverse this stone? Simmons had already opened the glass door and tapped on the black surface. If we attempt to force our way through, we may well meet our end. Fitz couldn't help but chuckle. In the following days, they diligently collected samples, conducted experiments, and analyzed their findings. Yet thus far, they had only determined that the rock comprised dark matter, with little progress in other areas. Nevertheless, they recalled Coulson's assertion that the stone could be liquefied, leading them to explore how this could be achieved. They believed this might be a crucial factor in unlocking the wormhole, as liquid could potentially traverse more easily than solid matter. According to Coulson, this stone had remained inactive for many years. However, Riga claimed it could be liquefied. If what he said is true, then such a transformation requires certain conditions. Fitz paced back and forth in the basement, one hand rubbing his neck. The most common method for converting a solid object into a liquid is through high temperatures. Simmons leaned against the glass door, contemplating how ice turns to water and steel to molten iron. Surely, rock could also transform into magma. Could this stone be no different? Fitz halted his steps, and although the chances seemed slim, it was worth a try. The two gathered oxy-fuel welding equipment, capable of reaching temperatures up to 3,000 degrees Celsius, while the melting point of typical rock hovers around 900 to 1,000 degrees Celsius. Fitz donned his protective gear and activated the apparatus, as blinding flames erupted from the nozzle. He then directed the flames onto the stone. After 10 minutes, Fitz extinguished the fire and examined the rock closely, only to lower his head in disappointment. As he had imagined, there was not a single mark. If heating was indeed necessary, conventional methods were clearly inadequate. Simmons shared his disappointment. To achieve higher temperatures, better conditions were essential. Their current clandestine approach was insufficient. Perhaps temperature was not the primary factor, Fitz suggested. After all, this involved dark matter, and they possessed no understanding of its properties. Simmons nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need to think outside the box. All right, you focus on thinking. I'll fetch some drinks, Fitz said, already leaving the room. Simmons chuckled softly, stretching her limbs. It was easier said than done to escape the confines of conventional thought. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind, and she exclaimed, Fitz, I've conceived a method that lies beyond the box. Just then, the black rock within the box unexpectedly liquefied, cascading over Simmons like a pool of dark ink, engulfing her completely. After a breath, the liquid reverted to its rocky form, as if nothing had transpired. Fitz, hearing Simmons's excited shout, rushed over. only to discover she had vanished. He frantically searched the vicinity, yet found no trace of her. Ultimately, his astonished and terrified gaze fell upon the black stone, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Gemma. Chapter 124. Redemption. Simmons's disappearance stirred a significant uproar within S.H.I.E.L.D. Under intense questioning, Coulson was compelled to reveal the entire story behind the incident. He felt helpless, pondering why this stone, which had lain dormant for over a decade, chose to react precisely when he had dispatched personnel to investigate. Everyone was outraged, condemning Coulson for concealing such a perilous experiment, which had led to Simmons being drawn into another realm, her fate uncertain. Coulson felt an overwhelming sense of passivity. Although Riga had informed him that the stone would transform into a liquid state, he had failed to mention that it possessed the ability to actively consume human beings. The tragedy that befell Simmons only solidified Coulson's conviction regarding the rock. It was far too perilous and must be destroyed. In truth, Coulson had misinterpreted Riga's intentions. The incident involving Simmons was merely a coincidence. Once liquefied, any area enveloped by the black substance served as an entryway, and Simmons, entirely encased in the liquid rock, was inevitably drawn to the other side. To an observer, it appeared as if the rock had swallowed Simmons whole. Daisy was particularly incensed by Coulson's actions, feeling that he had betrayed the team. It was precisely such secrets that placed Simmons's life in jeopardy. Without a moment's hesitation, she sought out Riga. Upon receiving the news, Riga hurried to S.H.I.E.L.D. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room, Riga, Coulson, and Gonzalez sat in a triangular formation. A storm cloud loomed over Riga's countenance. He could hardly believe that Coulson, whom he had regarded as the epitome of a good-natured individual, had deceived him. Moreover, he had done so right before Riga's eyes, lying without a hint of trepidation or flaw. It was then that Riga realized he had previously taken things for granted. Indeed, Coulson was a good man, yet he was also the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the head of the world's largest espionage organization. Occupying such a position, his thoughts were undoubtedly intricate. Perhaps Coulson did not wish to embody Fury's sinister and cold demeanor. There was a significant difference in their approaches to problem-solving. Nevertheless, he was still a spy, and deceit was merely a fundamental skill. For certain specific objectives, his methods were not dissimilar to Fury's. Noticing Riga's grim expression, Gonzalez interjected, "Mr. Riga, we can explain this matter." Riga shifted his gaze to the elderly man with graying hair and coldly inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Robert Gonzalez, a member of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Council." Gonzalez spoke in a notably amiable tone, as he aimed to pacify Riga as much as possible. Riga frowned slightly. He had never heard of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Council. "It is not surprising that you haven't heard of it," Gonzalez replied with a smile. "This is a newly established organization formed after the merger of our two S.H.I.E.L.D. factions." Gonzalez then detailed the origins and developments of the situation. After listening, Riga discovered the existence of such an organization, which he had no recollection of, whether a natural consequence of the world or an issue with his own memory. He could not ascertain. "I understand that Coulson has misled you regarding this stone, but I implore you to forgive him. This decision was not made unilaterally. His actions are now under our oversight, and he is accountable to us. Thus, this is a collective decision of S.H.I.E.L.D. as he merely wishes to spare this planet from further suffering." Gonzalez endeavored to present himself as sincere as possible. He was aware of Riga's formidable strength and the considerable assistance he had provided to S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, he was reluctant to foster animosity towards him. At this juncture, S.H.I.E.L.D. was in dire need of talent to rejuvenate its operations, and a powerful ally like Riga could prove invaluable during such critical times. While you sought to eliminate that inhuman and eradicate Hydra at its roots, Coulson aimed to completely seal or even obliterate the portal, preventing any potential invasion of Earth. Both of you were driven by the same noble purpose, yet your chosen paths diverged. Hence, I hope you can comprehend," Gonzalez added. At that moment, Coulson interjected, acknowledging, "I recognize that I have wronged you in this matter, and for that, I wish to apologize. However, I must weigh my own considerations. Given my position, I am obligated to bear this responsibility." Opening the portal is excessively perilous. We are unaware of what lies beyond, and even the arrival of a single unknown pathogen could result in catastrophic civilian casualties. Therefore, I have opted for this course of action, and should I face a similar situation again, I would act in the same manner, albeit with greater caution. Coulson's words were not without foundation. When European colonizers ventured into the Americas, they inadvertently carried with them a multitude of bacteria and viruses. The indigenous populations, lacking the necessary antibodies, suffered from rampant outbreaks, ultimately leading to horrific mass mortality events. As an agent, he was acutely aware of the ramifications of such occurrences. But now you have lost a capable assistant. Riga could not resist mocking. Indeed, which is why we require your assistance in rescuing Simmons. Coulson replied earnestly. On what grounds do you believe I would aid you? Riga retorted. Because Simmons bears no blame in this affair. She was merely executing my orders to study that stone, only to be consumed by it in the end. Coulson implored, striving to sound more sincere. If you deem my words to be deceitful and find it unacceptable to forgive us, that is understandable. However, I beseech you to help us retrieve Simmons. She is likely still alive, and with your presence, her chances of survival would increase significantly. If you harbor any resentment, I will willingly seek your forgiveness after we bring Simmons back. Do you truly believe I would trust you? Riga remained unyielding. Whether you choose to believe me is inconsequential. What matters is my actions, Coulson replied, gazing steadily at Riga. In our line of work, trust is a rare commodity, and friends are even scarcer. We have shared a strong bond in the past, and I do not wish for this incident to tarnish our friendship. Once we rescue Simmons, I will demonstrate that I remain a person worthy of your trust. Riga scrutinized Coulson's eyes, searching for something deeper, yet all he found was sincerity. He realized that Coulson was not deceiving him this time. Let us first focus on rescuing Simmons, Riga declared as he rose to his feet. Coulson and Gonzalez exchanged relieved glances. Riga's agreement indicated that there was still hope for redemption. Do you have a plan? Coulson inquired. Regrettably, I too am uncertain how to unlock this stone. Initially, my intention was to devise a method to open this passage together upon discovery. Riga shook his head. Fitz and Simmons have been diligently researching. Perhaps they have made some progress, Gonzalez remarked. Indeed, they should find a solution. Although Fitz is currently alone, given a little time, he will undoubtedly discover a way. His motivation is certainly considerable, Riga concurred. I hope he finds a solution swiftly. I worry that Simmons cannot endure for much longer on his own, Coulson sighed, his expression one of regret. Chapter 125. The search after Simmons went missing. Fitz felt as though the world had collapsed around him. He had developed feelings for Simmons and had only recently confessed, intending to ask Simmons out once their relationship had further blossomed. But this stone had disrupted his plans. For several days, he neglected food and sleep, frantically seeking solutions. At one moment, he recalled the last words Simmons had uttered before disappearing. Thus, he found an answer beyond the confines of the box. Fitz had previously been trapped in a mental loop, contemplating the issues solely from a scientific perspective, yet current scientific understanding could not provide answers. However, this rock had existed for millennia, and there must be numerous myths and legends surrounding it. Perhaps within those narratives, useful clues could be unearthed. Following this line of thought, Riga and Coulson's entire team began their search, which led them to Morocco. Are you certain this is the place? Riga inquired, surveying the surroundings. The climate here was scorching, the sunlight intense, and the winds carried dust, rendering the landscape a desolate hue of ochre, devoid of any signs of life. Before them lay a neighborhood teeming with armed gang members, clad in sunglasses, their expressions fierce. Yes, the stone was originally buried in the Yucatan, accompanied by a scroll case containing parchment that elucidated the stone's properties. However, it was taken by a criminal organization led by Joseph during a museum heist. And locals claim he is here, Fitz explained. On this trip to Morocco, only the two of them were present. Fitz was tasked with providing expertise, while Riga served as the muscle to ensure their safety. With Riga by his side, there was no need to mobilize an entire team. Thus Coulson and the others remained at the base to attend to other matters. Well then, wait here for a moment while I retrieve something, Riga stated, heading toward the dilapidated building. Riga's figure swiftly vanished within the structure, and Fitz anxiously monitored the situation. Shortly thereafter, a deafening explosion erupted, causing the ground to tremble. The resounding noise reverberating through the air, startling everyone and inciting chaos in the streets. Fitz turned in alarm. witnessing the building he had just seen collapse into a heap of rubble. "All right, I've got what I came for. Let us return." Rhaegar emerged from the haze, raising a scroll of sheepskin in his hand. "Ah, splendid. Let us proceed," Fitz stammered, nodding in agreement. Despite having witnessed Rhaegar's capabilities, he remained profoundly astonished. They arrived at a nearby clearing, where an invisible Quinjet swiftly transported them back to S.H.I.E.L.D. "Do you comprehend the meaning of this symbol?" Coulson inquired, gazing at the unrolled sheepskin scroll on the table, surrounded by his team members who had gathered around. "This is Hebrew, and it signifies death," Fitz replied slowly. Feeling a sense of despair, he had anticipated that the scroll would contain explanations regarding the stone, but to his dismay, it offered nothing but this ominous word. "Is there no concealed information? Such things are typically not easily discerned," Coulson questioned. "I have examined it thoroughly, and there are no anomalies," Fitz said, his spirits dampened. "Perhaps we should seek additional assistance. This ancient monolith must have been studied by many," Daisy suggested. "While that may be true, we must be able to trust one another," May remarked cautiously. "I know someone," Coulson suddenly interjected. "I hadn't intended to disturb him, but given the current circumstances, we must set aside such concerns." "Who?" Rhaegar asked. "Professor Randolph," Coulson revealed. Rhaegar contemplated, having never heard of him. Professor Randolph has lived on this planet for several centuries and traversed time and space through a portal. If anyone can assist us, it is he. "Is he an alien?" Fitz inquired uncertainly. "Indeed, he is Asgardian." "Where is he?" "On the Isle of Wando," Coulson replied, leading the way to the aircraft. After several hours of flight, they arrived at a prison in Norway. "Professor Randolph," Coulson greeted with his usual warmth. "It has been a long time." "Coulson, what brings you here?" An elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s, set his book aside. "I have come to request your assistance." Coulson briefly outlined the situation. "I'm afraid I cannot help you," Randolph replied. "Why?" Fitz grasped the bars tightly. Randolph cast a glance at him and replied coolly, "Because I am an alien, and I must maintain a low profile. Otherwise, I would attract significant trouble, sensational news coverage, public panic, and government agents seeking to apprehend me. Furthermore, I am currently incarcerated, though I must admit, this place is quite comfortable. So I suggest you return in a few months. Perhaps my mood will have improved by then." "We cannot afford to wait several months," Fitz exclaimed, both anxious and furious. "I'm sorry, but that is of no concern to me," Randolph concluded, lowering his gaze once more. Upon observing the man's defiant demeanor, Riga forcefully tore down the prison gate and stepped inside. "Listen here, old man," he declared. "I am in a rather foul mood and must activate that colossal stone. You are to assist us. Otherwise, I shall inform Thor of your illegal residence on Earth for several centuries, and he will ensure you are returned. The prison in Asgard will not be nearly as comfortable as it is now." Randolph's expression darkened as this struck at his vulnerable point. "Are you threatening me?" he asked, his gaze sharp. "At present, we are merely requesting your cooperation. Should you refuse, the golden-haired handsome fellow wielding a hammer will pay you a visit shortly," Riga retorted, unperturbed. With clenched teeth, Randolph ultimately nodded in resignation. "I shall assist you, but I must see this object with my own eyes." "No problem," Coulson readily agreed. The trio hastily returned to the base, where they encountered the colossal stone in the basement. As Randolph observed the stone transform into a liquid state, he was astounded. Realizing the passage Coulson spoke of was indeed real, he cast a glance at Riga. With this individual present, force would be futile. "I have one condition," Randolph stated. "What is it?" "I will help you, but you must destroy this thing." "Is it because you do not wish to return to Asgard?" Coulson replied with a smile. "Rest assured, as long as we achieve our goal, I would gladly obliterate it." "Excellent," Randolph exclaimed, suddenly elated, as this aligned perfectly with his intentions regarding the stone. "This is the parchment that was buried alongside the stone. Have you seen it?" Fitz handed the item to Randolph. "Ah, indeed, I have seen it. In 1853, on the wall of a castle in Gloucestershire, England," Randolph said, visibly excited. "We must go and take a look." The four of them took a plane to Gloucestershire, England. In a desolate area, they finally arrived at the long-abandoned castle. After opening a hidden door, they entered a peculiar chamber. The room was small, featuring a domed structure, with ancient instruments scattered about, covered in years of dust. Wires crisscrossed overhead, adorned with cobwebs. Exposed gears and steel, weathered by time, were now rusted. "This appears to be a 19th-century generator," Coulson remarked as he pulled a lever. After a few flickers, Dim yellow lights illuminated the space. Randolph curiously surveyed the surroundings, manipulating various control levers. Although he had visited this castle years prior, he had never seen this room. Suddenly, with the pull of a handle, the stone in the center of the room began to shift, revealing a vast pit beneath it. It seems to be a place for the colossal stone, Randolph noted. This room is designed to control the opening and closing of the stone. Fitz exclaimed excitedly. Do you know, or are you merely guessing? Riga inquired. Only by trying will we find out. Chapter 126. The disappearance. Gazing into the vacant basement, the group stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. I swear. It was just here, Mike asserted, pointing towards the empty air. I came to check just a few minutes ago. Riga's expression darkened, his fists clenched. He had once again fallen victim to a trick. This was the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. So it was inconceivable that someone could have stolen it. The monolith could not have simply evaporated into thin air. Such a sudden vanishment could only be explained by the presence of a teleporter who had come to take the stone. Little did he expect that the retribution would be so swift. Having just stolen the scepter, others had employed the same method to abscond with the stone. In a fit of agitation, Riga's fist came crashing down, resulting in an explosion that left a small crater in the ground. Randolph immediately turned his gaze towards him. Relieved that a confrontation had been avoided, he had not anticipated the extent of this individual's destructive power. Riga, Daisy quickly tugged at his arm. Fitz felt utterly despondent. After an arduous effort, he had finally located the key to unlock the monolith, eagerly awaiting the moment to transport it and rescue Gemma. Yet now, the stone had vanished. It was crucial to recognize that this was an unknown planet. The longer they delayed, the slimmer Simmons' chances of survival became. This drastic shift from near euphoria to despair nearly shattered him. Riga took a deep breath, seeking to calm his emotions as he contemplated who might have taken the stone. Upon considering the possibility of a teleporter, his first instinct pointed to Gordon. Given that the monolith was tied to the inhuman leader from millennia ago, it was hardly surprising that S.H.I.E.L.D. and her associates were aware of it. Surely, there must be relevant texts documenting this. The pivotal question remained. How had she learned of the stone's presence here? Suddenly, Riga's thoughts turned to another individual, Reyna. During his last visit to the afterlife, he had inquired about the stone's whereabouts, and she had mentioned it being on a ship. It now seemed likely that it was indeed on Gonzalez's vessel, which was subsequently relocated by Coulson. In this regard, she had not deceived him. Yet when he had intended to take her away, she had chosen to stay behind under the pretext of solidifying her abilities. Could it be that she had informed S.H.I.E.L.D. about the stone? The more he pondered, the more plausible it appeared. S.H.I.E.L.D. seldom ventured out of the afterlife, and although Gordon often roamed, the likelihood of him coincidentally being present here was negligible. The precision with which the stone had been taken indicated that someone must have communicated its location to them. And far away, the only one capable of such a feat was Reyna, endowed with the ability to foresee the future. If she could glimpse it once, why not a second time? After all, no one truly understood how such powers were activated. Had she already allied herself with the Inhumans? Riga's teeth chattered audibly, his facial muscles twitched, and his breath grew heavy, a murderous glint igniting in his eyes. It seemed he had been too naive, too arrogant, believing that the memories of his past life granted him an unassailable advantage, convinced that he understood these individuals well. However, he was first schooled by Coulson and then dealt a harsh slap from Reyna. These two painful lessons shattered Riga's illusion of certainty. He could no longer rely on his foresight with impunity, especially since he was aware of only a few major events, lacking clarity on the finer details that often determine success or failure. Riga, what troubles you? Coulson inquired, recognizing the familiar glint of murderous intent in Riga's eyes. Nothing. Just reflecting on some unpleasant matters, Riga sighed softly. We must hasten to recover the monolith. How do we accomplish that? Coulson asked, perplexed. We have no idea who took it. No, I do. Riga's voice was as cold as winter's breath. Who? Daisy asked urgently. Gordon. Who is Gordon? Coulson questioned, puzzled, having never encountered such a name before. It was no surprise, for Daisy, out of a protective instinct for the Inhumans, had refrained from divulging information about the afterlife. While Riga deemed it unnecessary to elaborate, considering Daisy's silence, Daisy's expression instantly stiffened. Daisy, do you know him as well? May immediately sensed Daisy's change. He too is an Inhuman, Daisy replied reluctantly. He possesses the ability of teleportation, Riga stated somberly. Upon hearing this, The group quickly grasped the implications. If one could teleport, then stealthily absconding with objects would pose no challenge whatsoever. How do you know him? Coulson inquired, his brow furrowed. Daisy glanced at Riga, feeling compelled to recount the events that had transpired. The revelation of an inhuman settlement astonished Coulson and the others, while Jiaying's plan filled them with dread, prompting them to look at Riga with expressions of gratitude. I am aware of the external world's attitude towards inhumans, Daisy explained, which is why I withheld this information from you. Where is this afterlife? Gonzalez asked, his interest piqued. I do not know, Daisy shook her head. Gordon always brought me. He can teleport us back directly. Have you attempted to locate it? Perhaps with a tracking device or some such gadget. He checks every time, leaving no opportunity, she replied. Such meticulous caution rendered Gonzalez speechless. At that moment, Daisy turned to Fitz, but I truly did not anticipate they would take the monolith. I have no idea what purpose it serves. Let us not rush, Coulson reassured. This is merely Riga's conjecture. We cannot ascertain its validity yet. Determining the truth is quite simple. All one needs to do is ask Gordon, Riga remarked. As everyone turned their gaze toward her, Daisy nodded. The night had fallen, and the group ventured into the wilderness. Daisy stayed alone in the open area, while the others concealed themselves in the nearby woods to observe the situation. Gordon, Daisy called out. Moments later, Gordon appeared before them, accompanied by a dazzling blue light, causing the pupils of Coulson and the others to constrict as they fixated on the spectacle. Daisy, Gordon smiled gently. Are you ready to return with me? I summoned you to inquire about something. What is it? Did you steal the massive stone? The smile on Gordon's face vanished. Why? Daisy's heart sank at his response, prompting her to question him. Because Jiaying instructed me to do so. Daisy's eyes widened in disbelief. Once again, it was her mother. This stone is crucial to the survival of our inhuman race. We have searched for it for years, and your mother places great importance on it. Thankfully, with Lena's assistance, I have finally brought it back, Gordon explained. So it is true. Riga squinted. This stone originally belonged to our clan. Returning it now is merely the rightful reclamation of our ancestral heritage that has strayed. But one of our friends has been consumed by that stone. We need to activate it to save her, Daisy urged. I'm sorry, Daisy. Gordon's tone turned somber. No one can touch that stone. We cannot risk the annihilation of our entire inhuman race for the sake of a mere human. Fitz immediately attempted to rush out, but Coulson restrained him firmly. Gordon turned his gaze toward the thicket and said, there should still be others over there. Let them not waste their efforts. The stone has already been destroyed. He added, Daisy, you are an inhuman, the daughter of Jiaying. You belong to the inhuman race, and your destiny lies with them, not here. One day, you will come to understand. With that, Gordon vanished once more in a flash of blue light, leaving no room for response. Chapter 127. The search the stone has been destroyed. Fitz felt as though his world had collapsed in an instant. He returned to the base in a daze, speechless. Daisy watched Fitz, her heart heavy with guilt. Fitz, please don't be so hasty. While he claims the stone has been destroyed, that is merely one perspective and does not necessarily reflect the truth, Coulson consoled him. Coulson's words brought Fitz back to reality. He grasped Coulson's arm tightly and exclaimed fervently, yes, that must be it. He said that on purpose to extinguish our hopes. Indeed, regardless of his words, we must find him, Daisy hastily declared. At that moment, we can reclaim the monolith and rescue Simmons. The others stepped forward to comfort Fitz, assuring him of their unwavering support in retrieving Simmons. Riga cast a glance at Daisy, remaining silent, while their resolve was unwavering. The pressing issue lay in their lack of knowledge regarding the location, making the first step the quest to locate him. S.H.I.E.L.D. is an espionage agency. Locating individuals is a fundamental skill. However, they found themselves facing a unique challenge in the absence of leads, prompting everyone to mobilize their efforts. Riga, unskilled in this area, felt helpless but harbored his own concerns. Daisy, he approached her as she settled at the computer, preparing to infiltrate various organizations' databases in search of Gordon's whereabouts. In today's society, surveillance cameras are ubiquitous. It is exceedingly difficult for a person to vanish without a trace. Should Gordon be captured on camera, there might be a clue. What is it? She paused her typing and looked up. Come with me. It's too crowded here, Riga replied. Heading outside, Daisy, puzzled, followed closely behind him. Meanwhile, Coulson observed their departure with a contemplative expression. The two made their way to the training area, which was momentarily deserted. filled with the scent of steel and plastic. Is there something on your mind? Daisy inquired. Riga regarded her intently and softly asked, do you understand what this signifies? At his words, Daisy's expression darkened as she nodded silently. If they truly discovered the location of the afterlife, Gordon and his associates would undoubtedly refuse to relinquish the monolith willingly. A fierce battle would be inevitable, and injuries may occur. Riga spoke slowly, even death. Daisy lowered her gaze, remaining silent. She was not oblivious to this reality. She had merely chosen to overlook it moments prior. The afterlife and Riga had always been adversaries, with their previous restraint stemming from her presence. However, it was unlikely that such a facade of peace could be maintained this time. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the afterlife were inherently at odds. Although Gonzalez and Coulson currently exhibited a more benevolent attitude towards those with extraordinary abilities, registering them and establishing a catalog seemed unavoidable. Moreover, with both parties coveting the monolith, one seeking to seize it and the other to protect it, conflict was inescapable. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. operated with good intentions, employing non-lethal weapons like freeze or tranquilizer guns, the Inhumans posed a different challenge. Their powers varied in strength and nature, with some struggling to control their abilities, as Daisy had done in the past. Such large-scale confrontations could easily lead to an explosion of powers, and a single misstep could result in loss of life. Once a life is lost, conflicts escalate dramatically, ultimately devolving into brutal warfare. More critically, the Inhumans are Daisy's kin, with Jiang being her mother, establishing an intrinsic blood relationship between the two parties. S.H.I.E.L.D. feels like a family to Daisy. Her teammates treat her with great kindness, and Coulson regards her as a daughter. This clash resembles a scenario where one's parents are on the verge of fighting, leaving the child caught in the middle, entangled and struggling. Riga observed Daisy in silence, awaiting her response. He understood the turmoil within her, thus he broached the topic, believing that enduring prolonged pain is less favorable than facing it head-on. Confronting the issue early could mitigate the suffering when the inevitable arrives. I don't know, Daisy murmured after a considerable pause. Riga sighed. Riga, what do you think I should do? Daisy lifted her head, her eyes reddened. I don't know either. I can't offer you any advice on such matters, Riga replied, shaking his head. Daisy tilted her head back, valiantly stifling the tears that threatened to spill. However, there is a rather cliched piece of advice, Riga continued. What is it? Daisy inquired. Follow your heart. Upon hearing this, Daisy burst into laughter. Brother, that is the most trite and insincere piece of advice imaginable. Riga smiled faintly. Indeed, yet sometimes, the most conventional wisdom proves to be remarkably effective. Daisy regarded Riga thoughtfully, and then spoke. Riga immediately raised his hand, signaling her to refrain from continuing. Your thoughts are your own. There is no need to share them with me or anyone else. As long as you do not harbor regrets in your heart, that suffices. Regardless of the choice you make, I will understand and support you. Really? Daisy felt a surge of emotion at his words. At the very least, I won't criticize you. That I can assure you, Riga added with a smile. Daisy smiled in return. All right, you should head back now. I must also return to seek my friends and see if they have any leads. Daisy nodded. Riga, thank you. No need for thanks. Perhaps one day you might come to resent me. Riga waved his hand as he departed from the training ground. After leaving the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Riga returned home and, after some contemplation, dialed Tony's number. Hello? Tony's voice was as flippant as ever. How's the search for the scepter going? No results. Previously we had some leads, as you know, gamma rays, Hydra, but now we have absolutely no information. Tony sounded somewhat discouraged. Riga steadied himself internally. What about the Inhumans? Tony perked up immediately. Based on what you shared, I have utilized all of Stark Industries' satellites, and even infiltrated military reconnaissance satellites to locate some suspicious areas. And then, a determination is underway to narrow down the scope. How is this accomplished? Riga expressed a hint of curiosity. You previously mentioned the scene of that individual teleporting, which led me to contemplate quantum entanglement, as you are aware. Tony elaborated extensively on the intricacies of quantum physics. Admittedly, this concept eludes my comprehension, Riga conceded, acknowledging his intellectual limitations. However, it is of little consequence. It seems he must have established a quantum field, enabling instantaneous transportation between two locations. with a tone imbued with genius. Tony mused whether it might be feasible to devise a device capable of pinpointing one's location by monitoring the anomalous fluctuations within these quantum fields. Riga had to concede that this indeed represented a viable approach. And the outcome? Remarkably, I discovered a location, albeit the area remains too vast. I am currently conducting a methodical search and should soon locate the precise position, Tony's voice brimming with excitement. Initially, I intended to contact you once the discovery was made, but I was pleasantly surprised when you called first. Riga paused at this revelation, contemplating the possibility of bringing additional individuals on this mission. Who? Tony inquired, taken aback. S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 128. The afterlife. To be candid, I still find this rather peculiar, Tony stated first, gripping the handrail of the cabin as he surveyed the group. Do you not find this strange? After concluding his call with Tony, Riga promptly reached out to Coulson and the others, succinctly outlining the situation and expressing that the Avengers were also in search of the afterlife, hoping to join forces. Coulson raised both hands in agreement. After S.H.I.E.L.D. disbanded, the Avengers no longer fell under his command, resulting in significantly less interaction between the two factions. Given that this mission involved confronting Inhumans with diverse superpowers, the formidable strength of the Avengers would greatly enhance their odds of success. Ideally, they would intimidate the adversary into surrendering upon witnessing such a formidable alliance, thereby circumventing unnecessary sacrifices. At that moment, two Quinjet aircraft sped towards the afterlife, each carrying the vanguard teams of the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. What is so strange? Coulson chuckled. You. Tony pointed at him. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, I can hardly reconcile you with the notion of a master spy. You are not alone in this sentiment. I share the same reservations, Coulson replied with a nonchalant smile, occasionally questioning the authenticity of it all. Enough of this, Tony. Coulson. As director, you ought to congratulate him, Natasha interjected with a grin. It is heartening to witness your recovery, the captain remarked sincerely. I apologize for not having the chance to express my regrets in Washington. I wish to extend my apologies now. That was not your fault. Coulson shook his head. It does not pertain to you. Regardless, Bucky caused you significant harm, and I bear the responsibility to apologize on his behalf, the captain continued. Coulson nodded slightly before posing another question. Are you seeking Loki's scepter? The last time we retrieved it from Strack, we placed it in the Avengers Tower, only to discover that it had mysteriously vanished. You are aware that location is impenetrable, making a break-in or stealthy infiltration impossible, which led us to consider teleporters. Thor's voice remained as formidable as ever. Riga previously had some disputes with the Inhumans. They have a plan for destruction, which I wonder if you have heard about. The captain remarked. I am aware. She intends to obliterate the headquarters of various organizations. Coulson nodded, recalling how Daisy had revealed the truth that day. Had it not been for Riga's intervention, Jiang might have already executed her plan. Indeed, Riga thwarted their efforts. Yet we suspect they will not relent easily and may seize the opportunity to strike again. Coulson concurred. A mind capable of devising such a plan would not easily be dissuaded by a mere setback. Thus, you believe they tracked Riga and subsequently stole the scepter? Tony shrugged, offering a plausible conjecture. Wouldn't you agree? Riga observed the dialogue among the group in silence. Everyone, we are nearing our destination. The radar indicates significant biological activity ahead. May's voice crackled through the communicator. Reduce speed, lower altitude, and be cautious not to approach too closely. We will descend early, Coulson instructed. We are unaware of the adversary's capabilities. Should we encounter an unexpected attack, we could face a catastrophic crash. Understood. May's transmission cut off abruptly, her final words fading into silence, followed by the plane's sudden jolt as if a massive boulder had struck it. Sparks erupted throughout the aircraft, and all instruments failed, sending it spiraling downward uncontrollably. Tony hastily donned his armor and pressed the red button to open the rear hatch, but there was no response. Most of the electronic systems aboard had malfunctioned, rendering the hatch inoperable. Coulson shouted, gripping the cabin's railing with both hands, straining to secure his body. We must get out to rescue them. Otherwise, those aboard the other plane will be doomed. Thor proclaimed, smashing open the rear hatch, allowing a fierce wind to rush in. I will save that plane, Thor declared as he soared into the air, wielding his hammer. I will assist you. Tony leaped from the aircraft in an instant. Seeing this, Riga followed suit. Through their combined efforts, the two planes were safely guided to the ground. As the group emerged from the cabin, they gazed in astonishment at the Quinjet mired in the mud. Had it not been for the Avengers, they might have met an untimely demise before even embarking on their mission. Coulson steadied himself, stating, "The opposition clearly does not welcome our presence, yet we must proceed." "Indeed. I shall go pay a visit," he concluded. Tony was not the type to endure a loss silently. The thrusters of his armor ignited immediately, propelling him skyward towards the afterlife. There remained a considerable distance to cover. Traversing it on foot seemed implausible. What should we do now? May glanced toward the distant mountaintop. "I will join the Avengers. You all assess the situation with the aircraft. If it can be repaired, then we shall fly over," Coulson proposed. The group exchanged glances, each discerning the reluctance in the other's eyes. Yet there was little choice but to acquiesce, nodding in resignation. "I want to go too," Daisy exclaimed eagerly. Coulson regarded her and granted her request. "Riga, Thor, I must trouble you," the captain said, somewhat sheepishly. "No worries, just make haste," Thor replied, brandishing his hammer as he lifted the captain and Coulson into the air. "Let us be off as well," Riga addressed Natasha and Daisy. Shortly thereafter, the six arrived in the afterlife, discovering that Tony was already engaged with the Inhumans. "You finally made it," Tony exclaimed as he sent an Inhuman flying with a punch, moving to join his companions. "These people are rather unfriendly," he noted. "I can see that." The captain tightened his grip on his shield, scrutinizing the menacing Inhumans before them. In truth, if Tony were to unleash his arsenal of missiles, the Inhumans would pose little threat. Turning the area into a raging inferno would be a trivial endeavor. Even against opponents with peculiar abilities, as long as there were no entities of Magneto's caliber, evasion would be impossible. However, Riga and Coulson had cautioned him against causing significant casualties, as their objective was to retrieve something, not to engage in slaughter. "Riga, I didn't expect you to find this place." Jiaying emerged from the crowd, flanked by Gordon and Reyna. "There are many things you cannot anticipate," Riga replied, his tone icy as his gaze swept over Reyna's face, causing her to shudder involuntarily. "We are not here to cause trouble," Coulson interjected, adopting the demeanor of a diplomat rather than a spy. "You wish to destroy the monolith. We do not oppose this. In fact, it aligns with our desires. However, before you destroy it, we need to rescue one person. After that, we can even collaborate." "Indeed, we only need to save Simmons," Daisy chimed in quickly. Jiaying shot a sidelong glance at Daisy. "Daisy, you are an Inhuman. They are humans. Are you truly willing to assist humans in slaughtering your own kin?" Daisy found herself at a loss for words. "Enough with the pleasantries. Hand over the items willingly, and I will require some answers from you." Tony expressed his impatience. As expected of Stark, utterly arrogant, Jiaying scoffed. "You wish to interrogate us? What audacity! Let me make it clear, do not assume that I would call upon it. Even if I were willing now, it is beyond possibility," Jiaying added, "for that colossal stone has already been obliterated by my hand." "What?" Jiaying's revelation struck the crowd like a bolt from the blue, leaving them incredulous. "The moment I acquired it, I instructed Gordon to dispose of it. As I have stated, this object pertains to the very survival of our Inhumans. Do you think I would leave it on Earth?" Jiaying exclaimed with venom. "That cursed woman!" Riga clenched his fists, his eyes aflame with fury. The destruction of that object held no significance for him, for the Hydra would not simply vanish. He must eradicate them entirely to find solace. And now, Jiaying had irrevocably robbed him of that opportunity. "Daisy, I am truly sorry." He turned away, uttering those words. Then, he unleashed a powerful punch. An explosion ensued, and the battle commenced. Chapter 129. The battle. Riga now possessed formidable strength. A mere punch from him could effortlessly shatter a military Humvee into fragments. If he unleashed his full power, the world would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Thus, despite his seething rage, he retained a sliver of reason. Upon witnessing Riga's assault, Gordon swiftly ushered Jiaying and Lena to safety. As Riga struck, Thor, Natasha, Tony, and the captain also sprang into action, while a multitude of Inhumans showcased their diverse abilities. The first to strike at the Avengers was a crackling bolt of blue lightning. Observing this, Thor immediately soared forward, bracing himself against the onslaught. He then glanced up to find a young man with short hair confronting him. Thor grinned. "Young man, your lightning is rather mundane." As the god of thunder and storm, he found it amusing that someone would dare to wield lightning in his presence, a true display of hubris. Lincoln, upon hearing Thor's taunt, Seethed with rage, his face flushed as electric currents danced at his fingertips. Lincoln could generate a significant voltage and release electricity through his being. When his powers first awakened, he inadvertently destroyed most of the electrical appliances in his vicinity. Now, to have his lightning dismissed as unremarkable by this foolish muscle-bound man was intolerable. With gritted teeth, Lincoln roared, unleashing an even more potent surge of electricity toward Thor. Yet Thor remained unfazed. The current produced by swatting a mosquito surpassed this intensity, and thus he did not budge. He had quickly assessed that most individuals here possessed rather weak abilities. Thor felt confident he could dispatch them with ease. However, recognizing that these individuals were not malevolent, he had no inclination toward indiscriminate slaughter. His intent was merely to incapacitate them. The azure current struck Thor in an instant, causing the crimson cape behind him to billow dramatically, yet he remained steadfast. "Young man, you are no match for me. Surrender your leader, and you may avert unnecessary casualties." Thor gently placed his hammer upon the ground. This only incensed Lincoln further, who roared and lunged at Thor. With a resigned shake of his head, Thor realized that inaction was no longer an option. He clenched his fist, blue lightning crackled, and the intense electricity emitted a sharp, crackling sound. With a powerful punch, Lincoln collapsed to the ground, his face charred. Thor shook his head again, his right hand outstretched, and Mjolnir returned to his grasp. In contrast to Thor's approach, Natasha was more direct, getting straight to the point. When action could prevail, words were unnecessary. Moreover, the multitude of assailants made persuasion impossible. Yet, these adversaries posed no real threat to Natasha. Accompanied by the sound of cracking ice, her figure swiftly darted among the crowd, and soon, those who attacked her were encased in a layer of ice, immobilized. However, one individual remained, for his abilities were of fire. "Natasha, leave this to me." Tony soared through the air and landed a punch to the assailant's face. The flames posed no discomfort to his formidable alloy armor. Following a few more strikes, Tony successfully rendered the opponent unconscious. Meanwhile, Carl, enhanced by the potion, was subdued by the captain and began to revert to his normal state. Riga slowly approached Jiaying, regarding her coldly. "No wonder you are Avengers. Your strength is indeed formidable." Witnessing her comrade's fall, Jiaying displayed no surprise. "Now it's your turn. What would capturing me accomplish? I have already sent the monolith into space with a rocket. I have no reason to deceive you. Capturing me will not change that. All you can do is kill me out of spite," Jiaying scoffed. Riga raised his right fist and stepped forward. "No." Daisy rushed between them, blocking Riga. "Please, don't do this. She is my mother." Tears welled in Daisy's eyes. The brutal clash between the Avengers and her kin had deeply unsettled her. The battle transpired too swiftly for her to intervene, and the Inhumans were easily subdued by the Avengers. This current situation was the last thing she wished to witness. It benefited no one and resolved nothing. When she saw Riga prepare to strike her mother, she could no longer contain herself. Riga sighed. "Little girl, we will not harm her. We merely wish to ask some questions." At that moment, Tony approached Jiaying and inquired, "Tell me, do you possess a scepter?" "A scepter?" Jiaying's gaze flickered. "What scepter?" "It is merely a long, pointed scepter, rather unsightly in appearance, yet holds great significance for us." Tony gestured slightly, advising that if one were to possess it, it would be prudent to surrender it willingly. "What a wretched scepter. I have never seen it before." "Nor do I care to," Jiaying scoffed. In truth, she was deceiving him. The last time Riga visited Reyna, he had brought with him a box containing Loki's scepter. However, the most crucial component had already been removed, leaving merely a heap of worthless scrap. Seizing the opportunity upon entering, Riga carelessly discarded the scepter in a conspicuous location, intentionally allowing it to be discovered. Shortly after Riga's departure, the Inhumans from the next world stumbled upon the scepter while exploring. They were intrigued yet oblivious to its nature. Thus they entrusted it to Jiaying. Although unfamiliar with the oddly shaped scepter, Jiaying opted to keep it, aware that while the Battle of New York was renowned, the majority of people's understanding was limited to the Avengers and the Chitauri. A mere scepter would hardly capture public attention. Nevertheless, she decided to preserve it. When Tony inquired about it, she immediately recalled its existence but chose to withhold this information intentionally. Tony had been observing Jiaying's expressions closely, employing biological monitoring to keep track of her heartbeat and respiration. Just moments ago, an anomaly in her physiological responses had occurred. "You are lying," Tony exclaimed, rushing towards her, only to be jolted by a tremendous tremor emanating from his right side, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Turning to see the source, he found Daisy unleashing a shockwave. "Young lady, you have crossed the line," Tony stated as he regained his footing and adjusted his neck. "Riga, I apologize." Daisy, with reddened eyes, glanced at the others and then slammed her hands onto the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, fissures opened in the ground, walls collapsed, and trees and rocks plummeted. Everyone felt a disorienting sway, toppling to the ground. Seizing the moment, Gordon grasped Daisy and swiftly pulled Jia-Ying and Reina away, vanishing in an instant. In that fleeting moment, a look of shock and fury crossed Jia-Ying's face. Chapter 130. Aftermath. Jia-Ying has departed, and the next world has crumbled, yet the Inhumans remain here. Coulson thoroughly searched the area, uncovering numerous records and documents regarding the Inhumans. But the colossal stone was nowhere to be found. It appears, as Jia-Ying asserted, the stone has indeed been dispatched into space. Tony, too, discovered the scepter in the underground warehouse, yet it remained nothing more than a bare rod, its embedded components having vanished, leaving everyone feeling both disappointed and furiously agitated. Coulson found himself in a quandary regarding how to deal with these Inhumans. He cannot bring everyone back to S.H.I.E.L.D, as the current conditions do not permit the detainment of so many individuals, yet he cannot simply release them either. After all, they possess extraordinary abilities, posing a significant danger. Should any of them seek vengeance upon society, chaos would inevitably ensue. Thus, he finds himself in a quandary. After consulting with Gonzalez, Coulson ultimately resolves to first return everyone, establish a registry, conduct an assessment, and subsequently release them. Their actions stem from a sense of helplessness. Confinement is impossible, execution is not an option, and if handed over to the government, their fate would likely be more tragic than death itself. Thus, they are compelled to adopt this relatively moderate approach. Moreover, Coulson believes that for the majority of these Inhumans, there remains a desire to live peacefully. Fitz is truly in despair. Jia-Ying had no reason to deceive them, as she was unaware of their arrival and thus had no time to relocate. This is evident from the seized items. Now, the last flicker of hope has vanished, and Simmons cannot return. The others are at a loss for words. With the absence of the obelisk and Daisy, they are left with a multitude of troubles. None desired such an outcome. Upon returning from the afterlife, the Avengers bid farewell to Coulson, for they have more pressing tasks ahead, to locate the object embedded within the scepter. Riga remains silent, having come here to reclaim the obelisk, yet after all his efforts, he finds himself returning empty-handed. With no other choice, he heads back home, his face darkened in the following days. Noticing Riga's furrowed brow, Natasha sighs, understanding the source of his distress. Riga has already shared his insights regarding Hydra and the obelisk, leaving her astonished by the organization's peculiar history, which not only spans centuries but also intertwines with extraterrestrial matters. Riga's foremost wish is to eradicate Hydra. However, with the obelisk's disappearance, it signifies that the portal has closed, making it impossible to locate that Inhuman. While this outcome may be favorable for the Inhuman race, ensuring their safety without further concern, it is of no consequence to Hydra, who require merely a belief. Cursed Jia-Ying. Riga leans back on the couch, his expression grim, silently vowing that when next he encounters these individuals, he will show no mercy. Are you still pondering the obelisk? Natasha approaches and inquires. Indeed, I never anticipated their ruthlessness in casting the obelisk into space, leaving no room for maneuver, he responds. Actually, I have contemplated the matter over the past few days and believe it may not be as irreparable as it seems, Natasha asserts. Why do you say that? Riga asks, astonished. The fact that the obelisk has entered space is indisputable, Natasha states, yet her assertion of its potential recoverability leaves Riga incredulous. According to your statement, the Hydra was initially established with the intention of welcoming back the Inhuman leader and subsequently dominating the world. Thus, this colossal stone can be deemed a sacred artifact for their organization, holding paramount significance. Without it, their ambitions would remain unfulfilled. Riga nodded in affirmation. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had possessed the stone for quite some time, while Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. since the aftermath of World War II, particularly with the presence of a leader like Alexander Pierce. Over such an extended period, How could they be unaware of the stone's significance within S.H.I.E.L.D? Natasha inquired. Riga suddenly grasped the reality. Indeed, this was the case. The crate containing the stone was labeled as an extraterrestrial object, and despite its high level of confidentiality, certain senior members, such as Pierce, should have been aware of its nature. The reason why Coulson and his team did not pay much attention to the stone was that they were entirely oblivious to its identity. But Hydra could not have been uninformed. Generally speaking, in matters of utmost importance concerning Hydra's survival, its members should take diligent action. Yet, they not only remained inactive but also allowed the stone to remain within S.H.I.E.L.D, which defied logic. This situation could be rationally explained in two ways. First, these individuals were utterly indifferent to the stone. Second, they possessed alternative means to retrieve the inhuman leader, thus rendering the stone unnecessary. Riga leaned towards the latter possibility. They undoubtedly had other methods, Natasha concluded. Riga nodded emphatically, convinced of this truth. At that moment, he felt fortunate that he had merely mocked Malik instead of taking his life. He abruptly stood up, his eyes gleaming with determination, indicating that it was time to pay a visit to a certain individual. Meanwhile, Gordon, accompanied by Jiaying, Raina, and Daisy, successfully escaped from the afterlife, and the four found themselves in an old building. Where are we? Daisy surveyed the surroundings. This is Carl's office building. We will stay here for the night and plan our next steps, Jiaying replied, stepping closer to Daisy with a gentle smile. You did exceptionally well this time. I am proud of you. Now, we must rescue our imprisoned kin. Get some rest. Daisy's lips moved, but she ultimately remained silent, quietly finding a room to lie down. Internally, she was tormented. She had saved Jiaying and the others, yet harmed Fitz and his team. However, she felt compelled to act, for Jiaying was her mother. Though her actions were extreme, they stemmed from a desire to protect fellow Inhumans like herself. Daisy understood this sentiment at her core, even if she did not entirely agree with it. Yet, the mere thought of Simmons filled her with guilt, and she resolved to find another way to enter that planet and bring Simmons back. In another room, Gordon noticed that Jiaying's complexion was quite grim, prompting him to inquire about the matter. Jiaying then revealed her suspicions. Is it truly so? Should we not inform the Avengers and incite discord among them? Gordon suggested. Jiaying shook her head, asserting that they would not believe us. Such an action would only backfire. It would be better to let them investigate on their own. I am confident that Stark, with his abilities, will uncover the truth. She continued, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Riga will undoubtedly not let us off so easily. Thus we must prepare ourselves for what is to come. However, our kin have been captured, and we currently lack sufficient manpower. Confronting S.H.I.E.L.D and Riga solely with our numbers is inadequate. I understand, Jiaying said slowly. Therefore, we must gather as many allies as possible. As for how to deal with them, I have a preliminary plan in mind. Just then, Raina burst in, panic-stricken. What has happened? Jiaying inquired. Trembling and filled with dread, Raina stammered. I just witnessed a vision of the future. The monolith opens, the devil returns, chaos reigns, and the Inhumans perish. Chapter 131. Doubt upon returning to Avengers Tower. Tony appeared somewhat troubled. During his recent visit to the afterlife, he had keenly observed certain discrepancies but was hesitant to draw conclusions. After 2 days of careful contemplation, he resolved to seek out Captain America. If all was well on his end, they could proceed with their next course of action. The captain had vacated his small Brooklyn rental and moved into the Avengers Tower. In fact, Tony had prepared accommodations for everyone, even reserving a room for Spider-Man, as he intended to recruit the young hero soon. The boy had made a favorable impression on him, and after conducting his due diligence, Tony found both his character and abilities commendable. Living together would facilitate communication and coordination among the Avengers. Hey, Cap, Tony knocked on the door. Tony, what's up? The captain, engrossed in adjusting his gear, looked up at the sound. I would like to discuss the scepter with you. The captain set aside his shield and replied seriously. Have a seat. I was actually about to ask you something as well. What are your thoughts? Although we have located the scepter, the item it once contained is missing. Clearly, whatever that object was, the other party is privy to information that eludes us. Tony nodded. This was indeed the crux of the matter. We have no idea what that item is. Does Thor know anything? When he saw that the object had been taken, he flew off without a word. I have no idea where he went. The captain pondered for a moment, contemplating whether to consult Riga, who seemed to possess some channels of information. It was through his alert that they had discovered this location. This, indeed, is what I wish to discuss with you. Tony's tone grew serious. The captain appeared somewhat perplexed. Do you recall the reaction of that woman, S.H.I.E.L.D, when I inquired? She lied. Yes, I am aware of that. I refer to the earlier instance. Tony waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, when I asked her to produce the item, she mistakenly believed I was referring to that stone and responded that the giant rock had already been sent into space. Later, when I directly questioned her about the scepter, her initial reaction was one of confusion, as if she did not comprehend which scepter I was referencing. Perhaps she was feigning ignorance. You mentioned she deceived you. The captain remarked. That is indeed correct. She did deceive me. We also discovered the scepter in her underground warehouse. Tony paused, yet her demeanor was peculiar. Lacking the nervousness typical of someone confronted by a wronged owner, it felt more like a casual acknowledgement of possessing the item in question. The captain squinted. Furthermore, at the very moment before her disappearance, S.H.I.E.L.D displayed an expression of shock and anger. I did not notice that. Naturally, you did not. I doubt anyone would. Considering her seemingly fragile daughter had single-handedly caused a tremor. Everyone was preoccupied with the aftermath, and no one had the presence of mind to observe her expression, Tony remarked. I, however, had the assistance of Jarvis, who helped me record the battle footage, allowing me to notice this detail upon my return. And then, the captain's brow furrowed. If her anger was directed at us for injuring her kin and destroying her home, it should have manifested earlier, not reserved for the final moment. That expression was exceedingly abnormal, as if she suddenly realized something amiss, only then feeling anger and shock. What are you implying? The captain inquired slowly. Tony rose, casually tapping on his wristwatch, causing a beam of blue light to emanate from it, forming a holographic image in the air. This is a model of our position at that time, which I had Jarvis help me construct. Tony pointed to S.H.I.E.L.D, indicating the direction of her gaze. The captain followed Tony's gesture, inhaling sharply. Riga. Precisely. Tony deactivated the projection and nodded. Do you believe all of this is orchestrated by Riga from behind the scenes? The captain asked in a low voice. I do not know, which is why I sought you out, Tony sighed. After all, this is Riga. Riga is not only their ally but also a formidable avenger. Given that Banner becomes uncontrollable after his transformation, and Thor is an extraterrestrial, it is evident that Riga is the avenger Tony values most in terms of combat prowess. Coupled with his relationship with Natasha, this further elevates his significance in Tony's eyes. Beyond professional reasons, Tony shares a strong personal rapport with Riga. Riga saved his life and has tirelessly fought against Hydra, even providing him with an alien corpse for research purposes. While they may not be the closest of friends, they certainly get along well. As for Captain America, his acquaintance with Riga blossomed through conflict, and he holds a favorable impression of him, especially considering the substantial assistance Riga provided regarding Bucky, for which he is genuinely grateful. However, Tony now suspects Riga of stealing the scepter and framing the Inhumans, a notion that seems utterly preposterous. The room is enveloped in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension as both men harbor their thoughts in silence. After a long pause, Tony finally speaks, recalling that when the scepter went missing, his first suspicion fell upon Natasha. Although it was merely a moment of anger, it does highlight certain issues. Just think, if Riga truly intended to steal the scepter, it would have been remarkably easy for him. He is one of us, and thus, he would be the least likely to be suspected. Natasha, on the other hand, is in alliance with him and possesses the ability to teleport, allowing her to stealthily take the scepter. Moreover, given his conflict with the Inhumans, acquiring the scepter and leaving it behind to attract our attention while simultaneously enlisting our help against them seems quite advantageous. Furthermore, it was he who led our investigative focus towards the Inhumans. Listening to Tony's conjecture, Captain America reluctantly acknowledges the validity of his reasoning. Yet, you overlook one crucial factor, motive. What would be Riga's motivation for such actions? Certainly, it must pertain to the object embedded in the scepter. Why? Captain America inquires. What is this object that would compel him to take such a significant risk? Does he not fear our discovery? Tony ponders this and concludes that such a scenario seems improbable. If the thief were indeed Riga, he would have to realize that the truth would eventually come to light. Yet he still chose this course of action, which implies he is unafraid of the truth being revealed. What could be the reason behind this? To unravel this mystery, we must first ascertain what the object embedded in the scepter is, Captain America states. Tony snaps his fingers, recalling that one individual should possess the answer. We must seek him out. Who? Strack. Chapter 132. A nocturnal visit to Malik. Gazing at Riga and Natasha before him, Malik seethes with anger. Yet this time he does not panic. Following Riga's demonstrative visit, his sense of urgency has intensified, prompting him to accelerate his plans in hopes of bringing back the inhuman leader before Riga can. Unlike his previous adversaries, Riga possesses an in-depth understanding of Hydra, seemingly privy to all its secrets, and he executes his actions with swift efficiency and ruthless precision. Now, the sole reason for his continued existence lies in Riga's willingness to spare him. Malik, on his own, stands no chance against Riga. However, Riga is equally incapable of opposing the entirety of the world. Given sufficient time, Malik would prefer to wield his influence to gradually mold public opinion, meticulously orchestrating a scenario that would corner Riga. Ultimately, when their superpowered individuals clash, it would align perfectly with his desires. Regrettably, Riga has not afforded him such an extensive time frame. Since he is aware of that stone, locating it is merely a matter of time, especially now that he has the assistance of S.H.I.E.L.D, and the monolith was originally in their possession. Although, following its disbandment, some items have been confiscated while others have been scattered, clues still remain. Furthermore, he finds himself with nowhere to hide. Previously, he might have evaded detection, but now his identity has been compromised, leaving no sanctuary for someone of his ilk. Any attempt to flee would inherently imply guilt, rendering his vast resources and connections useless, as the government would issue a global manhunt for him. Moreover, both the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D would actively search for him. When everyone is in pursuit, being found is inevitable. Once discovered, the best outcome would be imprisonment, while the worst could result in immediate death. Malik is unwilling to perish, at least not in such a humiliating manner. Thus, in this confrontation, his only hope for victory rests upon securing that inhuman ahead of time. As for Riga's assertions, he holds no regard for them and does not believe them. The black monolith is undoubtedly a sacred object to Hydra. The dilemma lies in its sheer size, making it cumbersome to move or conceal, rendering it conspicuously visible. Furthermore, Hydra has evolved over the years, with leadership changing hands multiple times. There have only been brief periods when a single individual wielded absolute power. For the most part, leadership has been shared among a select few. When one person is in charge, there are no issues, but when several individuals hold power simultaneously, the question of who is responsible for safeguarding the stone arises. Eventually, a solution was devised. Since the entire monolith serves as a portal, could they not extract a small portion of it? As long as it could still form a passageway, albeit slightly narrower, it would suffice. Naturally, ideas must be put into action. Hydra exerted considerable effort to carve 5 small black cubic pieces from the stone, each measuring 10 centimeters in width and depth and approximately 30 centimeters in height. Subsequently, during a routine sacrificial ceremony, they experimented with these 5 stones and found them to be effective. From that point onward, these stones were entrusted to the 5 leaders of the time for safekeeping, symbolizing their authority. The original monolith, over the passage of time, became less significant, ultimately scattering into the world. After all, even if someone obtained it, there was little to fear, for any creature near the monolith would be consumed should it exhibit any fluctuations. Thus, when S.H.I.E.L.D obtained the stone, Hydra did not rush to reclaim it. Instead, they observed with keen interest how S.H.I.E.L.D would react. However, due to Pierce's failed plans, both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D were ostensibly destroyed, rendering them unable to monitor the stone's situation. In this generation, all 5 stones were entrusted to Malik, hidden away in a clandestine warehouse in Germany, known only to him and Strucker, true high-ranking officials. Malik was initially vigilant, watching those around him, and intended to grant a stone to anyone he deemed worthy of this secret. Unfortunately, all those he considered potential candidates were eliminated by Riga, including Strucker himself, who was apprehended by the Avengers. In despair, Malik found himself alone, burdened by this secret. To him, Riga's decision to spare his life, despite knowing his true identity, seemed incredibly foolish. He would never have acted so, as it was akin to leaving behind a ticking time bomb. Of course, it was also possible that Riga was wary of his identity, requiring justification to eliminate him. Observing past encounters, Riga always acted with ample rationale, leaving numerous survivors for Hydra to condemn rather than recklessly attacking indiscriminately. Regardless of Riga's motives, Malik was determined to seize this opportunity. He vowed that Riga would pay dearly for his arrogance. When he next encountered Riga, he momentarily believed that Riga had changed his mind. However, it was too late. He could not kill himself. "You seem less tense than before," Riga stated, taking a seat directly across from Malik. "You are correct. I am not anxious." Malik replied with a wry smile. Riga's expression turned to one of confusion. "What is the matter? Are you here to mock me again?" "No. I have come to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "I wish to inquire about that stone," Riga said, regarding Malik intently. "Is it with you?" Malik's gaze flickered momentarily, and he retorted sarcastically, "Weren't you seeking it not long ago?" "Indeed, and I found it. A massive black stone with 5 indentations." Malik's fingers sank deeply into the sofa. "Unfortunately, I have misplaced it." For a fleeting moment, Malik thought Riga was jesting. "What do you mean you lost it?" he asked. "I simply cannot find it," Riga shrugged. "Do you think I would steal it?" Malik scoffed. "If it were in my possession, would I not use it to welcome back the leader of Hydra?" "You undoubtedly would, and you've been busy during this time, likely for this very purpose," Riga chuckled. "After all, it is your sole opportunity." "Is that so? Then I fear I must disappoint you, for the stone is not in my possession," Malik replied coldly. "I am aware that the stone is not in your possession. It is currently drifting in space, uncertain of where it may eventually land, perhaps heading directly towards the sun." "What?" Malik's body immediately tensed, yet he soon relaxed, a look of schadenfreude crossing his face, as it seemed your wish would not come to fruition. "No, quite the opposite." Riga fixed his gaze upon Malik, asserting that his desire would soon be realized. "What do you mean?" Malik furrowed his brow. "After that colossal stone vanished, I too believed my wish had been thwarted, but Natasha reminded me," Riga gestured towards Natasha, "that Hydra must possess a means to open the portal. Otherwise, they would never have allowed that stone to linger within S.H.I.E.L.D. for such an extended period. And you just confirmed this point." "What did you say?" Malik's expression darkened. "I informed you that the giant stone was cast into space, and rather than feeling despair, you appeared to revel in my predicament, which indicates that you are unconcerned about the stone's whereabouts, revealing that you indeed possess alternative methods to open the portal." Malik glared at Riga, his body trembling with fury. "I know you wish to open that portal to bring the Inhumans back and then eliminate me." Riga paused before continuing. "I too wish to open the portal, but with the intent of vanquishing him. You cannot eliminate him. We shall see about that, shall we?" Riga replied slowly. "I am certain you are eager to witness it as well." Malik remained silent. "In our objective of opening the portal, our goals align. Your prior silence stemmed from fear that I would interfere, hoping to gain an advantage while I was absent. However, the crux of the matter is that you do not know how to bring him back." Malik's gaze grew increasingly menacing as Riga had struck a chord with his thoughts. He did not lack the means to open the portal, but he was at a loss on how to retrieve that Inhuman. He had been contemplating this for some time, recently gathering many individuals, yet none had resolved the issue. Moreover, Riga was correct. He too wished to ascertain whether the true leader of Hydra possessed the legendary strength and could indeed lead Hydra to world domination. Now that Riga had cornered Hydra, if that extraterrestrial leader could eliminate Riga, it would not only clear the path for Hydra, but also demonstrate his might. After all, his urgency to bring back the leader was solely to confront Riga, and now Riga had presented himself, leaving no reason to decline this opportunity. Yet, Riga's strength was formidable, and the leader had been absent for so long, no one knew his current condition. What if he was unable to overpower Riga? This risk was one Malik could not afford to take. At that moment, Riga uttered, "I could have employed more violent means to extract your cooperation. Your bodyguards are of no consequence to me. However, if you are willing to cooperate, I would spare us both the trouble and you the suffering, allowing us each to achieve our desires. Would that not be preferable?" "I must concede, your arguments are quite compelling." "Yet," Riga frowned. "Yet, I must decline," Malik replied with a subtle smile. With a thunderous crash, the sofa beneath Riga exploded into fragments. "It seems you prefer the thorny path." Riga's voice was frigid. "No, I prefer a comfortable sofa, a soft carpet, and a warm hearth," Malik replied, swirling the glass in his hand, savoring a sip, and emitting a sound of satisfaction. "Along with sweet Scottish whiskey. You can look forward to enjoying that in your next life." I shall send you to meet your maker now. Riga seized Malik by the collar, lifting him with force. No problem, but before that, I wish to pose a question. What is it? Malik continued. I recently encountered a girl named Simmons, with a charming British accent, quite lovely in appearance, a PhD in biology, and another doctorate of which I cannot recall, immensely learned. However, he regarded Riga with disdain. Her mental state is rather precarious, having spent such an extended time on another planet. Riga's eyes widened, his expression remarkable. What you just said is true. I indeed possess alternative means to open the portal. I had nearly given up, acting purely on a whim, yet upon opening the portal, what appeared before me was a delightful girl. Malik's tone carried an unusual rhythm. Then, I was pleasantly surprised to discover she was affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. and had traveled from Earth, which was utterly exhilarating, an unresolved conundrum for Hydra over millennia now within my grasp. Surrender Simmons to me, and I may spare your life. Malik scoffed. Do you truly believe I am so foolish? The moment I hand her over, I am certain you would eliminate me. However, I can ensure your death is less excruciating. Indeed, I harbor no doubts about your capacity for torment, Malik smirked. But even if you were to torture me to death, I could not deliver her to you, for I do not know where she is. What do you mean? Riga inquired, perplexed. Since our last encounter, I anticipated you would soon seek me out again. Thus, upon acquiring her, I instructed my men to take her to a location, but I did not allow them to disclose its whereabouts. I can assure you, it is quite secure. Of course, should you kill or injure me, that certainty may be compromised. Furthermore, you ought to know, I am a highly esteemed public figure. A prolonged absence from television would raise considerable concerns among my associates. Riga glared fiercely at Malik, gritting his teeth, and ultimately, in resignation, set him down. Malik straightened his attire and remarked, if you seek a modicum of solace, I can assure you that I did not coerce that girl. She chose to return willingly, reportedly to save someone. Observing the fluctuating emotions on Riga's face, Malik smiled faintly. Mr. Riga, do not presume that your formidable strength grants you the liberty to act without restraint. As a cautionary note, I must remind you that the progeny of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not something you can manipulate at will. This time, I have triumphed, and you have lost. With that, Malik slowly made his way to his bedroom, his voice trailing back. You may leave now. I trust you know the way. Chapter 133. Hope. Riga was consumed by profound regret. He loathed himself for having foolishly dared to humiliate and provoke Malik. Now, he found himself hoisting a stone that crushed his own foot. Someone like Malik would never easily submit to threats. Having been the Hydra leader for many years, he had weathered countless tempests, and Riga's reckless approach was nothing short of foolishness. After Malik's declaration that night, Riga immediately attempted to contact Werner von Strack, but was unable to reach him. He understood that the boy had likely been eliminated by Malik, a truly ruthless maneuver. Now, he found himself powerless. The Mind Stone was unusable, and brainwashing required time. Even if he were to bind Malik and inflict torture, it would likely yield no results and could very well result in Simmons' demise. Furthermore, Malik's only daughter was missing, presumably hidden away by him. Riga's thoughts drifted to Jiaying. Were it not for that accursed woman, they might have already rescued Simmons and perhaps even vanquished that inhuman leader. He contemplated a confrontation on that distant planet, not only to avoid environmental concerns, but also because, after such prolonged exile, the adversary would likely be exceedingly weakened, thus granting him a significant advantage and rendering the battle far more manageable. However, with Malik currently holding Simmons captive, should he bring the hive back and restore him, the difficulty of the mission would escalate dramatically. Riga was aware of Malik's daughter. However, as a seasoned kidnapper, Malik knew better than to provide any leverage to his opponent. Otherwise, if his own daughter were taken hostage, what significance would their captive hold? Consequently, since their last encounter, Malik had ensured his daughter remained hidden, unaware of her whereabouts until the tumult subsided, at which point she would return to his side. Malik was now alone, with nothing left to lose and nothing to fear. He prepared himself for a decisive battle against Riga. During this period, he has been diligently preparing. The girl appears to be in a state of considerable instability, and he believes she requires a few days of rest. Once her condition improves, he will dispatch a team of elite Hydra warriors to accompany her to another planet to retrieve the inhuman leader. He is confident that by bringing back the inhuman leader, the end of Riga will be nigh. However, to confront Riga, one must also contend with the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. Relying solely on the leader may not suffice. Therefore, Malik must undertake further preparations. Coulson has recently been troubled. Initially, his relationship with Riga became strained due to the matter concerning the obelisk, followed by Simmons being swept away by it. He finally discovered a means to bring her back, only to find that the obelisk had been destroyed by the Inhumans. Subsequently, he has been busy dealing with numerous Inhumans returned from the afterlife, and now, inexplicably, there have been reports of missing persons, all of whom have been taken by Hydra. With so many pressing matters to address, he feels a palpable lack of energy and manpower, rendering him constantly reactive and deeply frustrated. Today, Riga has delivered yet another piece of bad news. Simmons has been captured. How could this be? Was she not on another planet? Indeed, but Malik possesses an alternate means to open a portal, and at that precise moment, Simmons returned, landing in the hands of this individual. Malik? Gideon Malik, the renowned senator, philanthropist, and entrepreneur? Coulson inquired. Yes, he is also the leader of Hydra, the last remaining leader. Coulson raised an eyebrow. Are you surprised? After our lengthy dealings, I have grown somewhat immune to such revelations. However, your assertion that he is the last leader does catch me off guard. Riga chuckled softly. He is the last human leader, and as long as that Inhuman remains alive, Hydra shall not perish. But can we not act against him? Well, he has sealed all his vulnerabilities and now threatens us with Simmons's life, effectively holding our fate in his hands. Riga appeared somewhat despondent. Shall we simply allow him to bring that individual back? Naturally not. Which is why I have come to consult with you. The situation with Simmons is exceedingly critical. It has greatly affected Fitz, and I do not wish for him to act impulsively, nor do I want to dampen the team's morale, which is why I have only informed you. Coulson nodded. It is now unequivocally clear that Malik possesses a means to access the other side, though we remain unaware of its nature. Due to Simmons's predicament, we find ourselves in a precarious position, unable to extract information forcefully from him. Moreover, Malik is likely to act again soon. If we cannot thwart him, the Inhuman may indeed return to Earth. Riga's words weighed heavily on Coulson, as the situation seemed to have reached an impasse. What about Bakshi? Did he possess any information? Suddenly, Coulson recalled a certain individual. Riga shook his head. He had never previously engaged with such matters. He was an exemplary steward, yet indifferent to these affairs. Just as he spoke, Riga paused. What is it? Have you thought of something? During this time, I have been so focused on Malik that I completely overlooked one person. Who? Werner von Strucker. Von Strucker? Coulson was quite familiar with that surname. He was the son of Strucker, whom I had located and turned into an asset for us. But he was subsequently killed by Malik. Killed? Coulson was taken aback. Initially, I believed this was Malik's revenge against me. But now I realize that perhaps it was a deliberate act, as the boy might have known something that Malik wished to keep from me. For instance, how to open the portal. Precisely, Riga nodded. Yet von Strucker is not the only one in this world. There is also his father. As the leader of Hydra, his father undoubtedly possesses pertinent information. When we went to Sokovia, I did not kill him. Instead, I captured him and imprisoned him. It seems your decision at that time was quite astute. It was merely a matter of the captain and the others being present, making it inconvenient to take action. Riga replied, shaking his head. Since Malik killed the son, how can you be certain he would not eliminate the father? I do not know, hence the need to investigate. Hoping that Strucker is still alive. Shall we proceed now? Certainly, the sooner the better. Malik could potentially bring that Inhuman back at any moment. The two immediately set off towards the prison where Strucker was held. Chapter 134. Information as the leader of Hydra. Baron von Strucker was not confined in an ordinary prison. With S.H.I.E.L.D. now disbanded, the Avengers ostensibly took on these responsibilities. Thus Strucker was held captive in a facility created by Tony Stark himself. Following his capture, numerous individuals, for various reasons, wished for his demise, making security an utmost priority in the prison. Fortunately, Tony maintained stringent oversight. All guards were meticulously selected to ensure no infiltrators could penetrate their defenses. This individual held a wealth of information, and any accidental assassination would result in significant loss. Strucker was acutely aware of his own value, thus he negotiated with skill. If one desired information from him, certain conditions would have to be met, including an improvement in his living conditions. Therefore, when Riga observed Strucker through the bulletproof glass, he appeared somewhat astonished. Though this cell is indeed a prison, its environment is remarkably pleasant, featuring a comfortable single bed, a complete washroom, tidy floors, and a full set of wooden furniture, including a bookshelf. S.H.I.E.L.D, clad in a gray jumpsuit and wearing glasses, sits at the table engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Riga and Coulson's arrival, S.H.I.E.L.D sets aside his reading material, rises, and greets them with a smile. "Riga, Coulson, I did not expect to see you here." "What does that mean?" Riga inquires. "Just a few days ago, Stark and Rogers came to visit me as well," S.H.I.E.L.D replies. "It seems you Avengers share quite a few similarities. We have some questions for you," Coulson states. "Of course. Are you here merely to inquire about my well-being?" S.H.I.E.L.D gestures to his head. "Everyone is curious about the information residing within my mind." He then motions to his surroundings. "This is why I have transitioned from a cold, damp, dark cell to this place. What do you think?" "I have no time for your banter," Riga coldly retorts. "I wish to know if you have any knowledge of how to reach another planet." "There are numerous ways to reach another planet. Your Thor is well aware of them. Is he not? However, the planet I seek is not Asgard, but the one belonging to Hydra, the realm of your exiled god," Riga pressing his hands against the glass. S.H.I.E.L.D pauses slightly, a knowing smile crossing his face. "I see. It appears you are quite adept at uncovering secrets. Tell us how we can get there," Coulson implores. S.H.I.E.L.D glances at the two. "You are S.H.I.E.L.D and Avengers, do you not know?" Riga and Coulson exchange silent glances, remaining mute. "Or perhaps you already possess some knowledge, but lack the complete details?" S.H.I.E.L.D chuckles. "Speak quickly, lest I resort to violence," Riga warns, his irritation palpable at S.H.I.E.L.D's smug demeanor. "Back in Sokovia, I merely incapacitated you, but today, I might not be able to restrain myself from killing you. Mr. Riga, I have long since disregarded my own life. Your threats hold no weight with me." S.H.I.E.L.D continues, however, to avoid a troublesome demise. "I am willing to share the information. To reach that planet, you will need a black monolith." "We are aware of that," Riga replies. S.H.I.E.L.D glances at Coulson. "But you do not know how to activate the monolith, do you?" "We know that as well," Coulson asserts. S.H.I.E.L.D appears slightly surprised. "If you know everything, why come to me?" He studies the two outside the glass, a hint of amusement on his face. "Is there a problem?" "Indeed, there seems to be an issue." As the two remain silent, S.H.I.E.L.D bursts into laughter. "Is it the monolith or the room that poses the problem?" "The monolith has been destroyed. We cannot proceed," Riga finally states. "Oh." S.H.I.E.L.D appeared astonished, having obliterated the colossal stone, "and I suspect it was not your doing. It was the work of the otherworldly," Coulson remarked. "So it is," S.H.I.E.L.D realized, seemingly confirming that Whitehall's research had indeed yielded results. "There is no remedy. Since the stone has been destroyed, the passage cannot be opened." S.H.I.E.L.D shrugged, returning to his seat, reopening the closed book. "You two may leave. Regardless of your reasons for wanting to go, it is now impossible." With a thunderous roar, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass and a powerful gust of air, Riga entered from outside. Ignoring the blaring alarms, Riga approached S.H.I.E.L.D with a stoic expression, gripping the nape of his neck and forcefully pressing him against the table. Subsequently, he seized S.H.I.E.L.D's left hand, twisting it brutally. S.H.I.E.L.D's index finger snapped with a sickening crack, the pallid bone protruding grotesquely from the torn flesh, an alarming sight that elicited a blood-curdling scream from S.H.I.E.L.D, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Unfazed, Riga coldly stated, "Now, one finger is rendered useless. You have 9 chances left. Tell me, how does one open that passage?" The excruciating pain radiating from his fingertip made S.H.I.E.L.D tremble uncontrollably. Yet he clenched his teeth in silence. With a sharp crack, his middle finger was similarly broken. 8 chances remain. Armed guards had surrounded the area, yet none dared to intervene, uncertain of how to proceed. Fortunately, one astute individual quickly contacted Tony, reporting the situation. Though Coulson felt discomfort at Riga's actions, he ultimately refrained from intervening. "I have already stated, I need that stone," S.H.I.E.L.D hissed in frustration. "I am dissatisfied with that answer." Sensing Riga's intent to break another of his fingers, S.H.I.E.L.D hastily exclaimed, "In Germany, Stuttgart, there is a warehouse. Upon entering, you will find 5 stone pillars. Which is the final solution?" Riga scrutinized S.H.I.E.L.D for a moment before releasing his grip, causing S.H.I.E.L.D to collapse to the ground, cradling his injured hand. "Let us proceed," Riga instructed Coulson. After taking a few steps, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly called out to him. "Mr. Riga." Riga turned back. "Do you not wish to know what inquiries Stark and Rogers made?" S.H.I.E.L.D panted, a peculiar smile etched upon his face. "They inquired about that scepter, more precisely, the gem upon it." Riga narrowed his eyes slightly, then resumed his departure, the crowd instinctively parting to create a passage. Coulson glanced between Strack and Riga before silently exiting the prison. Left behind, Strack leaned against the wall, chuckling to himself in their wake. Chapter 135. Upon returning to the base, Coulson promptly summoned his team and, alongside Riga, boarded a private jet, swiftly making their way to Germany. This location housed Hydra's most significant warehouse, not merely due to the invaluable paintings, antiques, and treasures it contained, but rather because of 5 ominous black pillars. These pillars, hewn from a monolithic rock, were safeguarded by Andy and represented Malik's final bastion of hope. As the team entered the warehouse, they began a frantic search for the pillars. Although their primary objective was the 5 stone columns, they could not help but be awestruck by Hydra's vast collection. The accumulation of years was indeed no mere boast. They scoured every corner of the warehouse to no avail. Unfazed, Riga insisted on another thorough search, yet still, there was no sign of their quarry. The only plausible conclusion remained. Malik had already taken them. Coulson remarked, but we still have a chance. To unlock this, we must journey to that castle in England. Strack has also mentioned needing a specific room. Malik will undoubtedly be there as well. If we leave now, we might still arrive in time. Coulson's agreement was swift, and the team immediately boarded the jet to the United Kingdom. Given Malik's relentless determination, he is likely to have fortified the area with significant forces. Coulson noted during the flight, "I am unperturbed. Even if they bring tanks, I fear them not," Riga replied, his gaze fixed intently out the window. "I know you are formidable, and these challenges may not faze you, but I must urge caution. If your actions draw too much attention, the ancient structure of that castle could collapse, and we would find ourselves in dire straits." "I understand. I shall exercise care," Riga assured, his countenance remaining serious in response to Coulson's prudent advice. He then approached the visibly anxious Fitz and spoke. "Fitz, the Inhuman's ability is parasitic, allowing it to inhabit any living organism. Through this parasitism, it can access the host's memories and, if the host is inhuman, control their powers. Therefore, if we proceed, this is a critical point to consider. Are you suggesting that Gemma might be at risk of being parasitized?" Fitz's face flushed with alarm. "There exists such a possibility. Malik has dispatched numerous individuals, any of whom could have been compromised." Regan nodded gravely. "Thus, when you locate Simmons, it is imperative to isolate her for a period after bringing her back, ensuring you both undergo separate quarantines." "But how can we ascertain whether someone has been parasitized?" Fitz inquired, concern etched on his features. "I am uncertain. Blood tests and scans may reveal anomalies. There should be telltale signs in the bloodstream or brain post-parasitism. In any case, something will be amiss. That may suffice for others, but what of you?" Coulson interjected. "Your abilities are exceedingly potent. I doubt any isolation chamber could contain you. Can you assure us you will not fall victim to parasitism?" "I cannot provide such a guarantee." Riga uttered a phrase that rendered everyone's countenance pale with apprehension. "However, I possess a method of detection." "What is it?" "An explosion. Regardless of whether I am parasitized. Before returning, an explosion must occur, with Tony overseeing it. His genes differ from mine. The parasitism merely controls my being, yet does not seize my abilities. I am currently immune to a certain degree of explosion, shockwaves, and high temperatures, but he is not, as long as he endures a significant explosion. Even if he could be parasitized, he would inevitably perish." Riga observed the peculiar expressions of the crowd, gently caressing the silver pyramid at his chest, and continued, "Moreover, I possess another insurance measure, which is the true safeguard." "What?" Coulson inquired. "I cannot disclose it just yet. Suffice it to say, this method is highly effective." Riga added, "Rest assured, I would never gamble with my life, would I?" The aircraft swiftly approached the castle above Gloucestershire, without waiting for it to land. Riga flung open the door and leaped into the air. The wind howled past his ears as he descended at an astonishing speed. Within mere seconds, the terrain below became discernible. The locale was desolate and dark, illuminated only by the faint glow emanating from within the castle. Surrounding the castle were numerous armed Hydra soldiers, vigilantly scanning the inky night. Bright searchlights intermittently sliced through the darkness, and several off-road vehicles, along with a helicopter, presumably Malik's personal craft, were stationed on the ground. Riga plunged downward, his fists coiling with energy as he neared the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth erupted as if multiple landmines had been detonated. Soil was sent flying, flames erupted, and mingled with the anguished cries and desperate shouts of the personnel, chaos ensued around the castle. Riga pressed on, moving through the darkness like a wraith. All those present felt a sudden pain in their bodies and collapsed to the ground without even catching a glimpse of his shadow. Malik awaited patiently within the castle, now at the final stage with mere minutes remaining until the appointed time. Suddenly, the sounds of explosions and gunfire from outside startled him. His first thought was that Riga had arrived. Yet he did not flee. The plan was on the verge of completion, and so many had come this far. The leader would surely return. As long as he came back, Riga would pose no threat. Moreover, there was nowhere to escape. Thus, he remained seated in the castle, quietly awaiting the outcome. The cacophony of gunfire and screams outside was short-lived. Malik suddenly sensed a darkness enveloping him. Squinting, he beheld Riga standing directly before him. "I hold you in high esteem for your swift ingenuity. Yet regrettably, you have arrived a moment too late." Malik gestured towards the 5 pillars in the central recess of the room and chuckled, stating, "I have already sent someone to the designated location. In just a few minutes, our deity shall return, and you will serve as the first stepping stone on his path to success." At that moment, Coulson and his companions rushed in, coincidentally overhearing Malik's words. Riga clenched his fists, his gaze fixed fiercely on Malik, wishing to crush the old man then and there. "Open the passage, we must proceed," Fitz exclaimed, rushing forward. "Rest assured, your young lady will not perish. I still require her to bring back our god," Malik replied, rising to his feet. "Since you wish to open it, do so now. After all, the time is nearly at hand. I believe this room can withstand a little longer, even if it collapses. For after today, this house shall serve no purpose." With that, he signaled to his subordinates, and the instruments began to activate, causing the entire structure to tremble as the 5 stone pillars transformed into a pool of liquid. Riga glanced at the viscous substance, which rippled with dark waves in response to the room's vibrations. Although the scenario diverged from his expectations, with no other Avengers summoned, he had no choice but to proceed. He could not allow that man to return. "Prepare the isolation chamber," he commanded, readying himself to leap down. At that moment, a disheveled and battered Simmons emerged from the liquid, followed closely by another individual, a haggard-looking man in a flight suit. Everyone stood in stunned silence. "Gemma?" Fitz could scarcely believe his eyes and rushed forward, eager to embrace her. "Fitz!" "Everyone," Simmons greeted them. "Step back," Riga thundered, his voice reverberating through the room as he restrained Fitz from advancing. "What is the matter?" Fitz questioned, puzzled. "Have you forgotten our agreement?" Riga's eyes remained fixed on the equally bewildered Simmons and the astronaut. Who could guarantee that they were indeed who they claimed to be? At this revelation, everyone snapped back to reality. The sound of firearms being readied filled the air, and wary gazes were directed towards the 2 newcomers, though Fitz's expression remained conflicted. "Who is he?" Riga inquired, his tone grave. "This is Will. He is an astronaut sent by NASA. Now he is the sole survivor," Simmons hastily clarified, taken aback by the tense atmosphere. "I was fortunate to encounter Will when I arrived. He saved my life. Without him, I might have perished." "Will?" Riga scrutinized the man before him, his trust wavering as he struggled to recall the faces of so many he had encountered. "Fitz, Riga, what transpired?" Simmons still failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Upon her last return, she found herself ensnared by Malik. Through coercion and voluntary action, she ventured forth to rescue Will. After a considerable struggle, the 2 managed to vanquish the Hydra soldiers and have now returned to Earth. To her delight, she spotted Fitz and the others standing by the portal and was poised to embrace them warmly, only to be met with suspicion and wariness. "I apologize, Simmons, but for the time being, you must endure this." Riga indicated the isolation chamber outside the room. "Please reside there for a while." Simmons followed the direction of Riga's finger, discovering a completely white, specialized room. "Why must I enter?" she inquired, her indignation apparent. "I will explain shortly, but for now, please proceed inside slowly." Riga's tone remained cold. Simmons glanced at the others, who evidently sided with Riga. Reluctantly, she began to walk toward the chamber. "Now it is your turn, Will." Riga turned to him. "I understand your concerns." Will took a step forward, sensing the tension among the group and halting again. "You fear that thing has followed us, correct?" "You know about that thing?" Malik asked hurriedly. "Of course I know. On that damned planet, I lived in constant dread, evading that entity." Will cast a glance back at Malik. "But you need not react this way. For that thing is the very planet itself. What? Fitz queried. It is the planet that incessantly kills. Each time that monster appears, it is accompanied by swirling dust. It is the planet causing the chaos. And my companions who ventured there with me perished one after another because of it. Are you saying the planet is alive and it killed your comrades? Tony could not suppress a laugh. Yes, Will replied gravely. Is this person delirious from prolonged isolation? The thought echoed in everyone's minds. I still require you to enter there. Riga remained unmoved, gesturing towards the chamber. Will regarded Riga before stepping inside. Only after he had entered the isolation room did Riga exhale in relief. What comes next? Coulson inquired. No one anticipated this turn of events, not even Malik, who was utterly unprepared. He had hoped to summon Hydra's deity, but instead returned with an astronaut. The multitude of soldiers had seemingly vanished, likely long deceased. He now appeared despondent, leaning against the wall, his eyes filled with a dull gray, mumbling to himself incessantly. I leave him in your hands. But you may require considerable effort to manage him. His influence on the global political stage and society is exceedingly significant. Riga cast a glance at Malik and said, I will handle it. What about those? Coulson pointed to the 5 stone pillars that had returned to their original state. Let us keep them for now and decide what to do once we ascertain whether the 2 of them have been infected. Riga replied as he walked over to pick one up. I will keep this for safekeeping. The 2 isolation chambers were brought into the cabin, and everyone boarded the aircraft, with Malik being detained by Coulson. Standing by the porthole, Riga watched as the Hydra base rapidly diminished in size, his expression as cold as ice. Hydra has been dismantled. The last serpent's head has been dealt with. Why do you still wear such a gloomy countenance? Coulson inquired as he approached. The ordinary Hydra organization may have fallen, but Simmons and that will. They occupy my thoughts, Riga replied. Do you think the Hive might have taken control of them? I am uncertain. Riga shook his head. I do not know if he genuinely did not follow us, or if he has already taken hold of one of them, or perhaps both. But they are now in isolation. We will find out once we return. Indeed, let us hope neither has been parasitized. The aircraft swiftly returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, and the 2 isolation chambers were lowered. Riga kept a close watch, apprehensive about any unusual occurrences. To prevent any accidents during close contact, blood samples were taken using robots. Suddenly, while in the isolation chamber collapsed onto the floor, the monitors indicated a flat line. Medical personnel rushed in panic, hastily opening the chamber to assess the situation. Be careful. Riga dashed forward to stop them, quickly shutting the main door. Upon witnessing Will's sudden fall, Simmons was frantic, urging everyone to assist, but Riga would not permit it. Riga. Simmons pounded on the chamber walls. I will take a look. Riga reopened the door and cautiously approached. Will lay still on the floor, utterly motionless. What sorcery is this? Riga seized the man's neck, though uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Unable to detect a heartbeat. Was he merely a corpse? But what had transpired moments ago? Riga's mind was in turmoil. If this man had been parasitized, he should not be devoid of a heartbeat. Perhaps he had not been taken, but was simply unable to adapt upon returning to Earth, leading to his fainting. Simmons, unable to contain herself any longer, saw her savior lying there unresponsive. She shouted and leaped, vehemently striking the walls of the isolation chamber, demanding the medical staff to intervene. The S.H.I.E.L.D. medical personnel could no longer bear the sight and rushed in to lift Will onto a stretcher. Riga did not obstruct them. If the man had not been parasitized, failing to rescue him now would be tantamount to condemning him. However, despite the uncertainty, Riga remained vigilant. A group hurriedly entered the infirmary, but the examination results were unchanged. Will had indeed perished. Riga pondered in confusion what on earth transpired. The medical personnel subsequently draped a white sheet over Will's face and transported him to the morgue. After deep contemplation, Riga made his way to the laboratory to examine Will's blood test results. Just as he reached the laboratory entrance, a piercing scream echoed from a distance, followed by a series of gunshots. Panic surged through Riga as he rushed towards the commotion, but it was too late. Several agents lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. The Hive had returned. Chapter 135. Revelation. How could this happen? Riga pressed, stifling his rage. He had just died. Our medical staff sent him to the morgue. Coulson explained. Unexpectedly, he rose again, killed a few individuals, and swiftly escaped. This is S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. How could he possibly flee? Riga demanded loudly. After the plane landed, we failed to secure the hangar, which provided a direct route outside. That is how he made his escape. That area is at least 10 meters high. How did he manage to get out? He jumped, Coulson replied, pulling up surveillance footage. Will incapacitated several agents in quick succession before leaping from the hangar. That is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Riga's expression darkened as he observed Will effortlessly leap 3 to 4 meters high on the video. Indeed, that is why he was able to overpower so many of us with such ease, Coulson remarked, glancing at Riga. Now that he has escaped, the situation will only grow more complicated. Riga lowered his head, gripping the table tightly. When I examined him earlier, he felt like a corpse. No pulse, no temperature. As if he had been dead for quite some time. Could it be that Will is merely a corpse? Coulson speculated. What do you mean? I suggest that Will is indeed a corpse, merely reanimated by the hive's parasitism. That is plausible. It could explain the earlier phenomena, Riga mused. Does this imply that if it wishes to parasitize a person, it can only inhabit a corpse? Not necessarily, but based on the recent events, it seems quite likely. Otherwise, it would not have gone to such lengths. Riga sighed and then inquired, what of Simmons? She is perfectly fine, of course. Having spent such an extended period on an alien planet, her bodily functions may exhibit some anomalies, but she remains human. Riga nodded, relieved that there was at least a glimmer of good news. However, she is quite sorrowful regarding Will's situation. That is understandable. After all, she is unaware of the full circumstances. The enigmatic individual has now escaped, making future pursuits significantly more challenging. Regardless of the circumstances, we must eradicate him, Riga declared with a fierce countenance. Indeed, such a creature is exceedingly perilous, Coulson concurred without hesitation. I shall commence the search immediately and notify you as soon as I receive any intelligence. With a face as stoic as stone, Riga nodded slightly before turning to depart. Leaving behind deep imprints on the steel table, burdened by a wave of discontent, Riga stormed homeward. Night swiftly descended, and he stood upon his balcony, gazing at the dazzling city lights, his heart still brimming with resentment. He had originally intended to rally forces to eliminate the hive, but to his astonishment, the hive had attached itself to an astronaut, returning to Earth via Simmons. Despite his utmost caution, with such stringent defenses, he had still allowed it to escape. Ultimately, it was a failure in intelligence that led to this debacle. His understanding of the hive was insufficient, unaware that it could parasitize corpses, thus granting it an opportunity to flee. Now that the hive has returned to Earth, finding it will prove exceedingly difficult. Although he is currently alone, with the ability to manipulate anomalies at will, he could swiftly amass a formidable army. Yet, his ultimate intentions remain shrouded in mystery. Besides the hive, S.H.I.E.L.D is also unaccounted for. Having suffered a significant setback, she is undoubtedly devising a plan. The only solace in this turmoil is that Hydra's human organization appears to have reached its demise. Following Malik's capture, Hydra has lost a heavyweight elder to steer its operations, and the remaining members will soon descend into chaos. Furthermore, during Coulson's previous decimation of the 5 heads of Hydra, numerous individuals were apprehended, leaving few high-ranking members remaining. Once Malik speaks, the others will surely follow in his wake. However, it is imperative that he remains oblivious to the hive's escape. Otherwise, this elder will cling to hope and refuse to yield. Contemplating this, Riga prepared to pick up the phone to alert Coulson, but hesitated, reasoning that if he could conceive of it, Coulson surely could as well, and thus he relinquished the phone. Additionally, there was the matter of the Mind Stone. Riga instinctively touched the pendant around his neck. Since his entry into the afterlife, he had realized that this secret could not be concealed for long. Tony, renowned as a genius, would detect even the slightest clue. While he might not perceive it immediately, he would inevitably uncover the truth. Especially after Stark's last remark yesterday. Tony and the captain's inquiry regarding the scepter surely indicated an awareness of some underlying issue. Though such thoughts may seem paranoid, Riga chose to trust his instincts. The stone's radioactivity had been obstructed by a layer of lead, rendering it undetectable to Tony and Banner for the time being. However, Rhaegar could not be certain at this moment. What if Tony was already aware of it, but simply chose not to voice it? After some contemplation, he deemed this unlikely. If Tony possessed irrefutable evidence, he would not remain indifferent, especially considering his initial intention was to utilize this for the creation of Ultron. Having the opportunity snatched away, he would undoubtedly react. If Rhaegar were to disclose the truth to everyone now, he would need to concoct a credible rationale, one that could convincingly justify his act of stealing the gem, as his mental surgery alone would not suffice as an explanation. The furrow in your brow deepens. Natasha's voice jolted Rhaegar from his reverie. He turned his head and smiled. So much had transpired recently that it necessitated thorough reflection. Indeed, Hydra, the Inhumans, the Hive, one after another, they seemed to emerge without end. Natasha echoed his sentiments, acknowledging that Rhaegar had not concealed these matters from her, as he had originally intended to enlist her aid in eradicating the Hive. Rhaegar smiled again, gazing at Natasha in silence. What is the matter? Natasha detected something amiss with Rhaegar. There is something I need to tell you. Yes? The incantation that Hydra implanted in my mind has been eradicated. Really? Natasha felt a surge of joy intertwined with astonishment. How did you manage that? Rhaegar removed the pendant from around his neck and handed it to Natasha. With this. As Natasha examined it closely, she asked in confusion, a pyramid? Indeed, and it is crafted from adamantium, the same material as your dagger, Rhaegar replied with a chuckle. Is this what liberated you from that mental control? Natasha laughed. You cannot be serious. Merely this would not suffice. I harnessed the essence contained within this pyramid. What? Natasha's curiosity was piqued. A yellow gem, Rhaegar met her gaze, extracted from Loki's scepter. Chapter 136. The gem. Rhaegar's words stirred a tempest within Natasha's heart. After a long pause, she softly inquired, why? The circumstances are intricate. I cannot elucidate them to you just yet, Rhaegar sighed, lowering his gaze. In any case, to eradicate that incantation, I had no alternative but to resort to this gem. Natasha observed Rhaegar's conflicted and remorseful expression, a tide of endless questions surging within her. Yet, she could discern that Rhaegar was not deceiving her. He bore unspoken burdens. Then, no need to divulge it to me. Natasha suddenly smiled faintly. Whenever you feel inclined to share, you may do so. Rhaegar lifted his gaze to meet Natasha's silhouette against the night, uncertain of what to say. Ultimately, he uttered but two words, thank you. You're welcome. Natasha gently tugged at his arm. A few moments later, Natasha recalled the words Riga had just spoken and inquired. Did you just say that the gems contained within this item were removed from Loki's scepter? Indeed, Riga confirmed. What exactly is the nature of this? He inhaled deeply and replied, what you now hold is known as the Mind Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. Mind Stone? Infinity Stones? This is the first time I've encountered such terms, Natasha admitted. In theory, possessing this Mind Stone grants one the power to control and alter the minds and thoughts of all living beings, rendering one immune to any mental assault. It was this very gem's power that allowed Loki to manipulate Barton. Is that truly possible? Natasha's heart trembled at the revelation. Riga nodded affirmatively. The power of the stone is indeed formidable, yet its efficacy is contingent upon the wielder's strength. For instance, although I possess the stone, I am nearly incapable of utilizing it, relegated to passive defense against certain mental attacks. He continued, the 6 stones are the Mind Stone, the Soul Stone, the Power Stone, the Reality Stone, the Space Stone, and the Time Stone. These gems are among the most potent forces in the universe. If all 6 were to be gathered, a mere snap of the fingers could fulfill your every desire. Riga reminisced about the cinematic portrayal of Thanos, who, with a single snap, obliterated half of all life in the universe, shaking his head in disbelief. Is it truly as simple as one snap? Natasha inquired eagerly. Yes, it only requires a single snap. In fact, I believe the snap is somewhat superfluous. A genuine thought would suffice. Such terrifying potential? The power of the stones is practically limitless, and it is precisely this cataclysmic capability that has incited a frenzied pursuit for them throughout the cosmos. If such an artifact were to remain on Earth, would it not invite immense trouble? Indeed, which is why we experienced the recent invasion by the Chitauri, Riga explained. Noticing Natasha's confusion, the tesseract that Fury previously toyed with is, in fact, the Space Stone, which enabled Loki to effortlessly open a portal, allowing the Chitauri army to invade. Natasha's eyes widened in realization. But the tesseract has already been reclaimed by Thor. Correct. Asgard currently possesses a Space Stone, and given their prowess, it would be quite difficult for others to seize it from them anytime soon. What about this stone? She asked. This is another reason. Thor initially intended to return the scepter to Asgard, but I could not allow him to do so. The power of the stone, while terrifying, can also serve as a means of defense, and there will come a day when we will need it. Our Earth must be equipped with the capability to protect itself. The thought of Thanos weighed heavily on Riga's heart. Natasha gazed at him with concern. Whenever he broached this subject, his unquenchable thirst for power became palpable, leaving her deeply troubled. After a moment of silence, Riga continued, "The power of the gem is exceedingly formidable. It requires an immense force to handle. Thus, ordinary mortals cannot even dare to touch it. When I first grasped the gem, even for just a few seconds, I felt as if I had endured the Battle of New York." Riga gestured towards the pyramid in Natasha's hand. "That is why I placed the gem there. It is composed of one of the hardest metals in the universe, capable of withstanding the gem's power." Natasha looked down, the petite pyramid shimmering with a soft silver glow in the night. "Surely Tony and the others are unaware?" "For now, yes, but that will not last long. After all, it is Tony. Although I have coated it with a layer of lead to shield against the gamma rays emitted by the gem, Tony will inevitably find another way to uncover the truth. Are you prepared to tell him? Will this not affect your relationship?" "There will undoubtedly be an impact. For I have deceived everyone regarding this matter," Riga sighed. "But I will do my utmost to explain. It is up to them whether they choose to believe me. And what if they refuse? Remember, Thor is also in search of the scepter, specifically this gem." Natasha posed a crucial question. "Ah, Thor," Riga exhaled deeply. "He will likely demand a confrontation with me. You cannot possibly stand against him," Natasha chuckled. Riga managed a wry smile, acknowledging the truth in her words, but thinking it unnecessary to voice it so loudly. "Not only Thor. In due time, Tony, the captain, even Banner and Fury may all demand that I relinquish the stone," Riga noted. "Are you ready to part with it?" "It depends on the circumstances. If we can maintain our unity, I would be willing to give it up. I initially acquired this object primarily for the mind surgery, and since that has been accomplished, I can let it go." "After hearing your description of the gem, your decision could either be noble or foolish," Natasha remarked, and I leaned toward the latter. Riga chuckled softly. "The gem, due to its immense power, influences the mind, especially the mind stone. I never truly believed I was suited to safeguard it. I merely have no other choice but to wear it around my neck for now." "And to whom do you intend to surrender it?" "To the captain," Riga replied. "I believe he is the only one among us worthy of it." "What about Tony?" "Absolutely not." Riga's tone was resolute. "Even if it leads to a confrontation or a rift in our relationship, I cannot entrust this gem to him." "Why not?" "Because he is a mad scientist." Natasha fell silent. After a moment, she asked again, "When do you plan to inform them of this news?" "I originally intended to do so after neutralizing the hive, as I hope to utilize this object against it. However, since the hive has now escaped, there is no need to delay any longer. Prolonged uncertainty will only breed suspicion, which benefits no one. I shall tell them tomorrow." Natasha softly murmured her support for any decision he might make. Riga glanced at her, a faint smile gracing his lips, before redirecting his gaze to the profound night sky. Chapter 137. Transfer. After a night of contemplation, Riga resolved to officially announce his findings before the assembled Avengers. Early in the morning, he sent messages to Tony and the captain, informing them of a lead regarding the scepter and requesting them to convene the others at the Avengers Tower. By noon, at the expansive conference table, everyone had gathered except for Thor, who was unreachable. Riga, Natasha, the captain, Tony, Banner, Hawkeye, and the other Avengers were present. Everyone was aware that this meeting had been initiated by Riga, and thus all eyes were fixed upon him. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are already aware that today's meeting pertains to the matter of the scepter." Riga's gaze swept across the assembly. "Today, I have news that could send the entire universe into a frenzy." His words drew furrowed brows from all present. "However, before I proceed, I must first apologize regarding the loss of the scepter." Riga paused, "for it was I who took it." A wave of shock washed over the crowd. "I knew it." Tony sprang to his feet. "Why?" The captain raised a hand, signaling Tony to remain calm. "Because I am the Winter Soldier, and I must purge the contents of my mind. Otherwise, it is akin to a ticking bomb, ready to detonate at any moment." "I can understand that. But it does not justify the theft of the scepter." Banner, usually so patient, expressed his frustration. "I believe had you simply asked, we would have gladly lent it to you. This would not have been an issue." "That is precisely the issue," Riga replied, meeting Banner's gaze. "I know, Doctor. Your intentions are noble, but I cannot predict what might occur during the process of erasing those memories. Thus, I must seek a clandestine location, and I must do it alone. This process is extraordinarily critical, I cannot afford even the slightest risk. For this reason, I kept it from Natasha as well. Were I to make such a request, you would undoubtedly refuse, and thus, the scepter would remain beyond my reach. What secret could possibly warrant such secrecy? Hawkeye inquired. I'm sorry, but I cannot divulge that information. The expressions of the others shifted to one of irritation. Why? The captain pressed again. For your safety? And for the safety of this world. This statement only deepened their suspicions. Let us set aside the secrets for now, Tony interjected. I simply want to know what you did with the object from Loki's scepter. Riga removed the pendant from around his neck and gently placed it on the table. It is right here. Tony examined it closely. This little pyramid? Yes, I encased the object from the scepter within and wrapped it in a layer of lead. Oh, you are quite clever, Tony remarked sarcastically. What exactly is this? The captain inquired. A gem, the Infinity Gem. With that, Riga recounted the significance of the Infinity Gem to the group once more. This tiny box possesses such immense power? Barton questioned, finding Riga's revelation astonishing. Can such a stone truly drive the entire universe into madness? Indeed, Riga affirmed. Does that not render Earth perilous? The captain pondered. Not at all, for we exist, along with many others like us, to safeguard this planet. Riga's words resonated with everyone present. So, are you planning to hand this over to us now? Tony, keenly interested, pressed for an answer. Yes, I had my reasons for taking it before, but since it has served its purpose, I am returning it today. Both as an apology to you all and as a gesture of our unity, Riga declared. Excellent. Then I shall take custody of it for a while, Tony said, reaching out to seize it, only to have Riga snatch it back first. I apologize, but I intend to relinquish the gem, just not to you. What do you mean by that? Tony's expression darkened instantly. Tony, you are not only Iron Man. You are also a scientist, a mad scientist. Riga coldly regarded him. This gem is not suitable for you to guard. Who gives you the right to declare my unsuitability? Tony retorted, furious. His relentless pursuit of the scepter was all for the purpose of creating Ultron, and now that Riga was ready to surrender the gem, he was incensed by the assertion that he was unfit to safeguard it. You are unfit, and so is Dr. Banner. Riga maintained his calm demeanor. Banner, overhearing, felt a twinge of awkwardness. What if I insist on having it today? Tony fixed his gaze on Riga. You may attempt it, Riga replied, unwavering. After a moment, Tony chuckled. Then tell me, who is deemed fit? The captain. Me? The captain pointed to himself, taken aback. Why am I suitable? The gem harbors an unfathomable amount of energy. Even the energy it emits could obliterate an ordinary person. That is why I have secured it within this container. Moreover, the mind gem can unconsciously influence a person's psyche, amplifying their darker inclinations, and those with weaker mental fortitude may even descend into madness. Riga gestured towards the group. We all harbor profound darkness within us, making it excessively perilous for any of us to wield the gem. However, Captain, you are relatively more stable, rendering you the most suitable candidate. Why not entrust it to Thor? Asgard possesses formidable strength. Surely they would be more qualified? The captain questioned. Because that is Asgard, and we are Earthlings. This statement caused the group to furrow their brows, as it was a rather stark assertion. Regardless of whether it stems from suspicion or rigidity, Riga remains resolute on one matter. The Soul Stone must undoubtedly be safeguarded by the Avengers of Earth. Although a Time Stone already exists on the planet, the retention of another stone could incite troubles, potentially leading to its collective seizure. However, Riga perceives this as a fallacy. Should the adversary possess insufficient strength, they would be unable to wrest the stone away, resulting inevitably in their failure. Conversely, if they are overwhelmingly powerful, akin to Thanos, what significance would it hold to disperse the stones for safekeeping? Once in possession of the Space Stone, no distance poses an obstacle. Previously, the Power Stone was entrusted to Xander, guarded by the Nova Corps, one of the galaxy's premier factions, yet they ultimately succumbed to Thanos, who seized the stone. Riga speculates that the Nova Corps never fully harnessed the stone's power. Had they done so, they might have inflicted considerable damage upon Thanos. To wield the stones effectively, one must comprehend their essence and not fear them. Only then can one confront the impending threats. But what if Thor inquires? Banner posed a question. I would elucidate to him, and if my explanations falter, then I shall demonstrate that Earth possesses the capability to safeguard this stone. Riga hesitated not for a moment. The others exchanged glances, realizing that Riga had long since formulated this plan. If it can be avoided, we ought not to tread that path. After a brief pause, The captain rose, stating, "After all, we are Avengers." Riga nodded, his heart buoyed by the captain's support. "And the stone?" Tony still lingered on the matter of the stone. "It is no longer mine. You may consult the captain." Riga passed the responsibility to the captain. The captain picked up the pyramid from the table, scrutinizing it closely. "I'm sorry, Tony." Though he harbored a kind heart, he was not naive. He discerned that Riga's vehement opposition to Tony was well-founded, though he refrained from voicing it in front of the group. Moreover, Riga's concerns were valid. Tony was a mad scientist, and entrusting such an artifact to him could lead to unforeseen consequences. Tony glared at the assembly, storming out in a huff. "I have relinquished the stone. I hope you all can forgive me." Upon finishing, Riga looked at Tony's retreating figure and hurried after him. Chapter 140. The Heart's Not Tony. Riga quickened his pace, catching up with the departing Iron Man. "Is there something else you need?" Tony, still seething, exhibited palpable impatience. "I merely wish to convey that this is not a personal affront. If it is not aimed at me, then why deny me the guardianship of the stone? Before posing that question, you ought to first consider why J.A.R.V.I.S. did not detect my theft of the scepter that day." Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes flickered. What did that imply? Your research endeavors are typically recorded, are they not? This facilitates the identification of issues, the summation of experiences, and the preservation of documentation. In essence, your studio should maintain a work log. However, on that particular day, you neglected to activate the recording function. Although Jarvis is aware of the staff's disappearance, he lacks knowledge of the thief's identity. "How do you know I did not activate the recording function?" Tony inquired, narrowing his eyes. "At that moment, I was unaware. It was only after the theft that I realized. The act of stealing was indeed a gamble." Riga replied in a soft, measured tone. While Jarvis may exhibit a high level of intelligence, he is ultimately a program devoid of genuine thought. It is implausible for him to autonomously disable the recording feature, which implies that the directive originated from you. This raises a pressing question. Why would you do such a thing? I believe there exists but one explanation. The matter is exceedingly sensitive, and you wish to avoid documenting the process. Furthermore, our operation to apprehend Strack on that day was conducted without Dr. Banner, who typically refrains from appearing due to his aversion to violence and his constant fear of losing control and harming innocents. Yet, upon returning, he was present at the scene. You might argue that it was to celebrate our victory. However, the celebration was scheduled 3 days hence, making his presence at that moment unnecessary. Thus, you called him to discuss the issue at hand? What could possibly be beyond your comprehension that Dr. Banner would understand? It must pertain to his expertise in neurology and biology. Your usual focus is on mechanics, physics, and electronics. Why the sudden interest in neurology and biology? Unless, of course, you harbor ulterior motives. Tony's gaze fixed upon the wall, and he remained silent for a considerable time. Eventually, he turned to Riga, his expression impassive, and stated, "You have deduced correctly. You intend to create artificial intelligence, do you?" "Indeed. I believe Strack's experiments have unveiled a glimmer of hope. Since the veil has been lifted, there is little left for me to conceal. In Sokovia, I witnessed the experiments he conducted, and Jarvis has decoded the gem, resulting in something akin to a brain. At that moment, I could not grasp why the essence within resembled a brain. Do you now understand?" Riga inquired. "The Mind Stone," Tony sighed, naturally. "One capable of controlling the mind must also possess a brain. Then you must comprehend why I would not entrust you with this gem. You fear I will create Ultron. Is your artificial intelligence named Ultron?" "Yes. Artificial intelligence is perilously dangerous. Moreover, this is not merely artificial intelligence, but the power of a cosmic entity. One you cannot hope to master," Riga asserted. "The ability to master it can only be determined through trial." Tony's scientific nature reemerged. "I shall not permit you to attempt it. You have previously stated that in order to comprehend gemstones, one must first understand them." Tony was exceedingly agitated. "If we cannot conduct research, how can we hope to achieve understanding? What you are doing is akin to concealing it within a safe. Moreover, how can you be certain that the outcome will be detrimental? Before scientific breakthroughs occur, who can predict with certainty that the results will be adverse?" Riga fell silent, acknowledging the validity of Tony's argument. "I concur with your sentiments. No one can ascertain that the outcome will invariably be negative." Riga's words brought a glimmer of hope to Tony's expression. "Indeed, we must strive to understand and research gemstones. However, I remain opposed to your creation of artificial intelligence." This infuriated Tony. After a moment's contemplation, Riga continued, The gemstone is currently not in my possession. If you wish to experiment, you may speak to the captain and consult with others. If they all concur, my solitary dissent holds little weight. Nevertheless, I must assert that creating artificial intelligence through the Mind Stone will ultimately lead to catastrophe. Since when did you become a prophet? Tony retorted scornfully. Because I have seen it. What do you mean you have seen it? I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Tony, eager for clarity, inquired. Is it about the future? What is it? Riga's expression turned peculiar. From your tone, it seems you too have seen something. I did see it in Sokovia. A rare look of fear crossed Tony's face. Our future. Riga frowned, suddenly recalling Wanda. She might have influenced Tony. What transpired? The Chitauri launched a full-scale assault. Earth fell. We fought valiantly, yet all perished, and the planet was lost. Is that why you are so determined to create artificial intelligence? I wish to protect this planet. Tony inhaled deeply. The Iron Legion is my forte. I recognize your good intentions, Riga sighed, but when true adversaries arrive, the Iron Legion will prove utterly ineffectual. What? Tony could hardly believe it. The Iron Legion was his pride and joy. You are aware that I just mentioned the 6 Infinity Stones, correct? Should even one stone unleash its true power, all life on this planet would be doomed, and our world could be obliterated in an instant. Are you deceiving me? I have no reason to deceive you. Riga shook his head. The Iron Legion may suffice against ordinary foes, but against true titans, it is of no consequence. For us, the most formidable power within our grasp is the stones themselves. To possess the stones, yet squander them on other pursuits, is the greatest folly. If you wish to safeguard Earth, utilize the stones wisely, and abandon thoughts of Ultron. Tony fell into contemplative silence. I understand that it may be impossible to persuade you with mere words. However, I reiterate my stance. If you wish to create Ultron, you should seek out Captain and his team. I shall remain opposed to that notion. Riga glanced at Tony and continued, stating that when the day arrives that aliens invade, they would fight side by side, just as they did previously, and there was no need for Tony to shoulder the burden alone. He gently pressed Tony's shoulder before turning to leave. Chapter 142. The darkened Spider-Man. Upon returning home that evening, Riga recounted the day's events to Natasha, who found it quite intriguing that someone could transform into sand. The unexpected encounter with Sandman brought Riga a measure of joy. His current power was insufficient, and if he could recruit Sandman, it would indeed bolster his ranks. The ability to elementalize alone would enable them to confront most adversaries with confidence. However, Riga was troubled by his inability to capture the entity. Sandman was a swirling mass of dust. Who could discern which particles were absorbed from the environment and which constituted his essence? Even if he managed to seize a handful of sand, there was no guarantee that it originated from Sandman himself. Much like a lizard can regenerate its tail, Sandman needed merely a sufficient quantity of sand to reconstruct his entire form. Riga was uncertain of Sandman's abilities. Could he conjure a sandstorm from thin air or reduce surrounding rocks to dust for his own use? Fortuitously, Riga recalled that they were in New York, not a desert. Otherwise, he might have found himself ensnared in Sandman's gritty grasp. Yet, he remembered that in his past life, this Sandman was a formidable foe of Spider-Man. He felt powerless to confront him directly, but perhaps Spider-Man would possess the means to contend with the threat. After much deliberation, it became clear that he needed to locate Spider-Man. At the break of dawn the following day, Riga once again attempted to contact Peter, but to no avail. He sensed something amiss. The previous day's lack of response could be attributed to Peter's noble endeavors, yet 2 consecutive days of silence indicated a troubling situation. Hastily, Riga set out towards Queens. His search proved fruitless. There was no one at Peter's home, nor at school, and his calls went unanswered. What could have transpired? Riga was beset with questions, yet lacked the means to find answers. In that moment, he recalled Peter's part-time job at a newspaper, where he was tasked with photographing Spider-Man. Riga quickly scoured the streets for newspapers, flipping through the pages dedicated to Spider-Man until he finally discovered Peter Parker's name in the Daily Bugle. He discarded the paper and sprinted towards the Daily Bugle's headquarters. The owner of the Daily Bugle was notoriously miserly, his demeanor harsh and unapproachable. A single bad mood could lead him to dismiss employees without a second thought. His voice boomed and his speech was rapid, leaving slow thinkers struggling to keep pace with his thoughts. Upon arriving at the front desk, Riga was about to inquire whether Peter was present when he suddenly heard a furious roar. Where has that rascal Peter Parker disappeared to? Why is he yet to deliver the photographs he promised me? Does he no longer desire this job? Riga shook his head, relieved that he need not inquire further. Exiting the building of the Hornet Daily, a weightier gloom enveloped Riga's heart. Where could Peter possibly be? Unbeknownst to him, nightfall descended, yet Riga lingered, aimlessly wandering through Queens in hopes of encountering the young spider. The nocturnal tapestry of New York unveiled a starkly different scene from the daylight hours, with various nefarious forces stirring restlessly. Drug dealings and thefts proliferated, and acts of robbery and violence were rampant, even including murder and gang confrontations, casting a shadow of malevolence over the international metropolis. Each day, the young spider devoted himself to thwarting these criminal enterprises, safeguarding the interests of the innocent. This formidable and relentless task, unceasing throughout the year, was a primary reason for Riga's deep admiration for the young hero. He believed he could not shoulder such a burden. On a dimly lit street, a thief stealthily approached a vehicle, extracting a crowbar from his clothing, intent on prying open the door. At that moment, a whistle pierced the night air, prompting him to turn swiftly. The thief eyed the mysterious figure clad in a tight black suit before him, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Spider-Man's attire, albeit entirely black. "Who are you? Trying to impersonate Spider-Man?" "I am Spider-Man," Peter declared. "Buddy, this is the second time I've caught you in the act. It seems the last time I handed you over to the precinct didn't teach you anything. Fine, you've caught me this time, but so what? I'll just spend some time at the New York Police Department. A few days, and I'll be out again," the thief retorted nonchalantly. "Besides, those officers can't do much to me. There's no law stating I'll get the death penalty for stealing something, right?" "Indeed. The police cannot do much to you." Peter's voice turned icy as he advanced toward the man. "What do you want? Don't come any closer." The thief sensed the shift in atmosphere and hastily drew a gun. But Peter was swifter. He extended his right arm, releasing a web that snatched the weapon from the thief's grasp. He then seized the man and hurled him to the ground. "The police may not be able to touch you," Peter said, gripping the underside of the car, lifting it effortlessly. He turned, addressing the thief as if speaking to a corpse. "But I can stop you, and this time, I intend to do so completely." With that, he hoisted the car overhead, preparing to slam it down upon the crumpled thief. "Peter!" A thunderous voice erupted from the darkness, and Peter felt an immense resistance. Riga braced himself against the car, casting a glance at the man. "Get out of here." The thief nodded vigorously, scampering away in a panic. Peter held the car aloft, his gaze falling upon the grim-faced Riga. "Ah, it's you. Long time no see. How have you been?" "Not bad, but you clearly aren't well," Riga remarked slowly. No wonder Peter had been unreachable these past few days. It turned out he was possessed by venom, unleashing his darker side. The current Spider-Man was living rather recklessly and flamboyantly. However, his carefree demeanor came at a cost to those around him. For instance, that thief from earlier, had Riga not arrived in time, he would have been reduced to a mere pile of flesh. "What's wrong with me? I'm perfectly fine. Look, I'm so strong now," Peter boasted, lifting a small car with one arm while flexing his bicep with the other, in a display of his strength. He tossed the car in the air, switching hands as if it were merely a block. "Why the change of attire? Don't you like the previous outfit?" Riga inquired. Peter glanced at his black spider suit and chuckled. That red and blue was so tacky, looking like a flag. It was utterly foolish. "I'm no fallen soldier, so there's no need for that." "So you chose black then?" Riga asked. "Indeed, black is much cooler, profound, and mysterious. Girls really dig this look." Peter's tone was rather flippant, and he even broke into a dance on the spot. "Peter," Riga interrupted him, "that outfit does not suit you." Peter paused, responding nonchalantly. "But I like this outfit. Like it or not, it does not suit you." The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, Peter swiftly launched 2 strands of webbing towards Riga. Clearly, Venom's influence had taken a significant toll. Peter was now attacking himself. "If I can't persuade you, then I'll force you out of there." Riga sidestepped, sighing internally, and threw a punch. Chapter 141. Sandman. After departing from the Avengers Tower, Riga returned home. Although the matter of the gems had been explained, not everyone was entirely satisfied. They could only marginally accept Riga's account. As for the secret he kept close to his chest, though they were curious, they respected the unspoken agreement not to pry further. Moreover, he had not only divulged the gem-related information, but also shared details regarding Hydra and the Inhumans. Everyone regarded the Inhuman capable of controlling others with significant concern, expressing their commitment to monitoring the situation and offering mutual support if necessary. This outcome was sufficient for Riga. His greatest fear was a schism within the Avengers. With formidable foes looming, division would yield no favorable results. Regarding Tony, Riga had provided him with an explanation and even discreetly informed Captain America of certain details. However, he refrained from explicitly stating that Tony intended to research artificial intelligence. This was enough to convince the captain to deny lending the gem to Tony. Even under the guise of research, Tony would need to be present. As for the matter of the Hive, Riga urged Bucky to expedite the investigation, hoping to locate him as swiftly as possible. The Hive is currently in a weakened state. Otherwise, it would not have chosen to flee. Should it regain its strength, I would be faced with a formidable battle, as I would not only have to contend with the Hive itself, but also with the multitude of Inhumans it commands, which would amount to a full-scale war. The sheer number of Inhumans against the Avengers is a thought that gives me a headache. While I merely feel a twinge of discomfort, Coulson is on the verge of madness. Given that the Hive can parasitize humans, it can assume the identity of anyone. If it desires to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D, it need only find an agent, eliminate them, and inhabit their corpse, thereby gaining unimpeded access. This signifies a significant breach in the security of our base. Although Simmons is currently too distraught to immediately dive back into her work, Coulson has resolutely urged her to analyze Will's blood, hoping to swiftly find a means of prevention and treatment, or at the very least, a rapid testing method. I remain oblivious to Coulson's troubles. Even if I were aware, I would be of little assistance, as my expertise lies in combat, leaving the biological analysis to the specialists. More crucially, the memories I hold are nearly useless now. Contemplating the battles that lie ahead, I feel somewhat ill-equipped, prompting me to expand my abilities in the days to come. New York City boasts many capable individuals. Suddenly, I recall Spider-Man. He has been preoccupied with Hydra matters lately, and I have not seen him for some time. It would be prudent to check on him and inform him in advance, as he could be of some assistance when the time comes to face the Inhumans. With this in mind, I dialed Peter's number, but it went unanswered. Feeling somewhat disheartened, I decided to take a stroll instead. It was a pleasant afternoon, and the weather was delightful, which lifted my spirits considerably. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing pedestrians to cover their mouths and noses with their clothing, while several young women shrieked as their skirts were caught by the wind. I glanced at the sky, which was clear and blue. What could have caused such a sudden gust? Could there be a monster at play? I looked again, and the wind had already shifted past the block, leaving only a trace behind. I quickened my pace to pursue it. Upon turning the corner, I found a scene of tranquility. The wind had vanished entirely. What was happening? Observing the throngs of passers-by, I furrowed my brow and suddenly recalled a certain individual, Sandman. His real name is William Baker. After entering society, he adopted the alias Flint Marko and was imprisoned for robbery. During his escape from prison, in a bid to evade the police, he inadvertently concealed himself on a beach in Georgia. Little did he know, this was a molecular analysis testing ground, and he accidentally fell into an experimental pit. Upon the commencement of the experiment, Marko's body was utterly disintegrated, reduced to a pile of yellow sand. This experiment altered the molecular structure of Marko's being, merging the sand with his essence and transforming him into a substance reminiscent of both sand and earth. Soon, Marko discovered his newfound ability to manipulate sand at will, even transmuting his own form into sand, thus adopting the moniker of Sandman. With this indestructible attribute, Sandman emerged as yet another formidable adversary for Spider-Man. Could it be that he has made his appearance? Riga, no longer as certain as he once was, found his memories unreliable. Who could fathom what other entities within the Marvel realm possessed the power to control sand? Recklessly charging ahead without knowledge could lead to dire consequences. Much like the misfortune encountered with the Hive, the swirling sands had vanished from sight. Whoever had conjured them was undoubtedly nearby. Riga leapt onto the rooftop of a 6-story building, crouching down to scrutinize the situation below with piercing eyes, granting him an overview of several city blocks. Before long, he discerned traces of the wind and sand once again. The swirling sands appeared to materialize from thin air, suddenly rising from the ground. With an armored truck in its path, Riga remained perched atop the rooftop, observing intently. The swirling sands gently settled upon the truck's roof, then transformed into fine grains of sand, infiltrating the vehicle through its various crevices. Shortly thereafter, the truck's doors burst open with a thunderous crash. and a tempest of wind and sand erupted from within, enveloping bags of cash and sending them soaring into the distance. The armored truck, destabilized by the sudden force from behind, toppled over and began sliding forward, threatening to crush pedestrians nearby. With a surge of energy beneath him, Riga appeared in a flash before the truck, halting it with a single hand. He then bent his knees and leaped into the air, pursuing the swirling yellow sand, quickly catching up to the leisurely gale. With the target now within reach, Riga wasted no time, clenching his fist and unleashing a shockwave of explosive force. The swirling sands erupted as if a bomb had detonated within, sending yellow grains flying and scattering vibrant bills, which cascaded to the ground, inciting screams from the onlookers below as they rushed to collect the money. A thunderous roar emanated from the whirlwind, a coarse voice halting the frantic gathering of cash momentarily. Riga stood aloft, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the ever-shifting form of the sandstorm. Ultimately, a visage emerged from the chaos. With another furious roar, the discarded sand rapidly coalesced, shaping into a creature with a human upper body and a lower body of yellow sand. Indeed, it was Sandman, and Riga appeared somewhat astonished. The Sandman glanced at Riga and then at the bills strewn across the street, his heart seething with rage. After toiling for so long, he had merely crafted garments for these people. He extended his arm, clenched his right fist, and a fist comparable in girth to Riga's waist swiftly took shape. With a roar, he charged at Riga. Though the size was indeed intimidating, it did not guarantee effectiveness. Riga, too, tightened his fist, remaining steadfast, and unleashed a punch toward the advancing Sandman. The two fists collided, and once again, the Sandman was obliterated into fine grains of sand. Yet, the Sandman's true strength lay in the fact that as long as he remained in sandy form, he could not be vanquished. Even when injured, he could swiftly regenerate using the sand, and even absorb more to augment his size and enhance his offensive capabilities, proving to be quite a formidable adversary. The scattered sand began to flow back, reforming the Sandman's body. Riga emitted a cold snort. Without waiting for the Sandman to recover, he launched a flurry of punches, each echoing like thunder in the clear sky. After a series of explosive strikes, the Sandman's form was thoroughly dismantled, finally vanishing from sight. Riga scanned the surroundings, relieved to find no significant destruction. He had deliberately moderated his strength, mindful of the bustling urban area and the potential to harm innocents, which was why it took him so long to subdue the Sandman. Had he unleashed his full power, a single blow would have reduced the Sandman to mere grains. He did not believe the Sandman was truly defeated, but the street appeared undisturbed, prompting him to soar back home. Below, fine grains of yellow sand stirred without wind, slowly crawling along the street before finally slipping through a manhole into the sewer. Chapter 143. Escape. Despite the sparse population on this street, Riga refrained from employing explosive abilities to minimize impact and avoid injuring Peter. Instead, he relied solely on his physical strength to engage in combat. As Peter launched a fierce assault, Riga raised his left hand to block the incoming punch and retaliated with a powerful strike aimed at Peter's face. Peter quickly bent backward, his body forming a parallel bridge with the ground, narrowly evading Riga's blow. Following this, he braced himself with his right hand against the ground, twisting his waist and delivering a kick infused with the force of shattered gold and cracked stone towards Riga's midsection. Riga did not flinch. He tightened his right fist and brought his elbow crashing down towards Peter's left leg. Sensing danger, Peter's formidable physique allowed him to halt his movement abruptly, dodging Riga's attack once more. Riga's left fist followed suit, targeting the now off-balance Peter. Unperturbed, Peter spread his arms again, releasing two strands of webbing that latched onto a nearby lamppost. He then pulled himself away from the ground. Riga's punch met empty air, creating a crater in the ground, with spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading outward. After Peter evaded, he performed several agile backflips, creating some distance between himself and Riga. Donning the Venom suit had significantly enhanced all of Peter's physical metrics. His speed, strength, and reflexes were incomparable to before, as evidenced by his recent casual tossing of a car. However, Riga was no ordinary adversary. His physical prowess now surpassed that of Sif from Asgard, likely rivaling Thor himself. Even with the augmented strength bestowed by the Venom suit, Peter realized he could not overpower Riga. He quickly discerned this truth. His punches merely staggered Riga, while Riga's strikes easily sent him flying. Recognizing the futility of hand-to-hand combat, Peter unleashed a flurry of movements, weaving a spectral illusion in the air as strands of webbing shot forth from his wrists, ensnaring Riga tightly, creating an appearance akin to a white cocoon. "Apologies, my friend," Peter said, approaching while observing Riga's immobility, unable to resist a playful jab. With that, he shot another web and prepared to depart. However, the moment he turned, a sudden explosive sound erupted behind him. When he glanced back, the strands of webbing had been shattered by Riga, cascading down like tattered white rags. With a stoic expression, Riga declared, "Peter, since you refuse to shed that suit, allow me to assist you." Sensing the impending danger, Peter leaped into the air, firing a web to make his escape. Riga, undeterred, followed closely. They darted from one building to another, swiftly traversing several blocks. Despite Peter's remarkable agility and aerial dexterity, Riga's ability to fly allowed him to keep a vigilant watch over Peter's every move from above. Although Riga was aware that sound waves were Venom's Achilles heel, he found himself in a predicament without an appropriate metal pipe to create noise. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a nearby church. He swiftly extended his hand. Fingers splayed, and summoned energy that drew the large bell from the church's steeple. "To rescue Spider-Man, I shall borrow this bell," Riga mused, glancing at Peter, who was still below, evading his pursuit. With his left hand cradling the bell and his right hand striking it, a resonant clang echoed, reverberating through the air. Just as Peter reached out to launch another web, a thunderous toll filled the air, jolting him as if struck by electricity. It felt as though his very skin was attempting to separate from his body, prompting a cry of anguish as he plummeted to the concrete below. Riga followed suit, landing gently not far from Peter. Noticing that Peter appeared to have regained some composure, Riga struck the bell once more, this time from a closer distance, amplifying its effect. Peter knelt on the ground, his jaw clenched tightly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, fists clenched in fury, his face a mask of anguish. With a piercing scream, a grotesque creature, its mouth filled with sharp teeth, a gaping maw, and covered in black tentacles, was violently expelled from Peter's body by the tolling bell, only to reattach itself forcefully. Riga stepped forward, placing the bell upon the ground, and struck it repeatedly with both hands, sending waves of profound sound towards the creature. It writhed in torment, finally detaching completely from Peter, revealing its true form. Towering at 4 to 5 meters, its black, spider-like body was grotesque, its mouth agape, teeth resembling rows of daggers, and a long crimson tongue lashing out as it screamed at Riga in a fit of rage. The creature seemed to regard Riga's strength with disdain and unleashed another shriek, lunging towards him in an attempt to devour him. Riga scoffed. The venomous creature was relentless, still seeking to parasitize him. He grasped the bell with his right hand and swiftly struck its surface multiple times with his left. The tolling seemed to drive the poison into a frenzy. Contorting and shrinking, its form diminishing from its original height to less than a meter. Yet, Riga was unsatisfied and continued to strike it several more times. The creature, now genuinely terrified, had reduced itself to a pool of liquid, akin to shallow puddles after a rainstorm. Riga, holding the bell aloft, approached the pool, raising his left hand, poised to strike once more. The creature emitted a terrified shriek, barely managing to extend a tentacle in a gesture of supplication. Observing this, Riga snorted disdainfully and forcefully pressed the bell down upon the creature, embedding its lower edge deeply into the ground, leaving the creature with no escape. He then moved to Peter's side, helping him to his feet. Peter was drenched in sweat, eyelids drooping, pallid complexion, gasping for breath, utterly weakened, unable to stand upright. He shook his head, attempting to regain his composure. Upon seeing Riga beside him, he exhaled a breath of relief. "Thank you, my friend." "You're welcome. Let us return and allow you to rest," Riga replied. Peter nodded, wishing to utter no further words. "Wait, we must take this with us." Riga walked over, retrieving the bell, revealing the barely mobile pool of venom beneath. He crouched down, his hand slicing through the ground as if it were soft tofu, lifting the venom along with a portion of the earth before casting it into the bell. Subsequently, he supported Peter with his left arm and carried the bell with his right, lifting off the ground and soaring towards his home. Chapter 144. Venom. What on earth is this creature? On the table rests a transparent plastic container, within which lies a viscous black liquid. Yet this pool of liquid is anything but lifeless. It pulses with a formidable vitality. Natasha gazes curiously as it morphs into various irregular shapes. incessantly crashing against the walls of its enclosure in a desperate attempt to find an escape. Known as venom, this extraterrestrial parasite requires a host for survival. Without one, its existence becomes precarious. Riga pours a glass of water from the tap and hands it to Peter, who appears as though he has just endured a severe illness. His demeanor listless and weary. After bringing venom back, Riga instructed Natasha to find a container into which they cast the creature. Initially, upon its release, this cunning entity attempted to seize the opportunity to flee, only to be reprimanded by Riga with a heavy toll from a nearby bell. It subsequently sought to parasitize Natasha, but having received a prior warning from Riga, she swiftly teleported aside, encasing venom in a prison of ice. After considerable effort, they finally secured the little creature within the box. Casting a glance at the still restless venom, Riga struck the bell once more with force. The distant toll resonated again, prompting venom to emit a feeble shriek, retreating into a compact ball, obediently remaining in the center of the container, casting an expression of anger and fear towards Riga. Appearing rather pitiable, its small white triangular eyes adding an unexpected touch of humor. Natasha couldn't help but chuckle at Venom's disgruntled appearance. "How are you feeling?" Riga inquired. Peter adjusted the blanket draped over him, replying, "Fortunately, my memory seems intact. I just feel unlike myself," with an unusual surge of aggression that seems to ignite at the slightest provocation. Indeed, venom can sense your emotions and amplify them. When you are in a good mood, it mirrors that. When you are troubled, it too learns the darker inclinations. Natasha, intrigued by Riga's explanation, mused, "Isn't it akin to a child learning from their parents? If a child grows up this way, surely the parents would regret having brought it into the world." Riga scoffed at the notion. Natasha glanced once more at the venom within the box, its diminutive body appearing oversized in the head, reminiscent of a tiny octopus. With a mouth full of fangs and a long, flicking tongue, it meandered along the bottom of the container, occasionally extending a tentacle to probe the walls. Seemingly tempted to escape, but ultimately deterred by the presence of Riga and his bell. Natasha smiled. Venom's appearance, indeed, left much to be desired. "Peter, where did you encounter this creature?" Riga asked. "I am not entirely certain. That day, as usual, I donned my spider suit and ventured out. Upon my return, exhaustion overwhelmed me, and I collapsed onto my bed. When I awoke, I discovered that my attire had transformed into a shade of black. Subsequently, I realized that my aggression had intensified. Merely having someone obstruct my path or irritate me would provoke an uncontrollable urge to unleash a beating upon them, particularly when confronting criminals. I had never before recognized the extent of my own aggression. Had it not been for you, that car thief might have faced a brutal fate at my hands tonight." Peter's voice was laden with guilt. Though he was Spider-Man, he had yet to graduate high school and remained a mere child. "Do not take it to heart. This is not your fault," Riga reassured him. "You merely encountered venom by chance." "What a fitting name. This entity resembles a pool of venom," Peter remarked coldly, his gaze fixed on the substance within the box. "There is no need to blame it. Venom is a life form as well. Perhaps it has faced its own share of misfortunes, and you too simply resonated, manifesting that behavior. However, it is over now," Riga continued. Peter fell silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "You mentioned that venom can sense the host's emotions and amplify them?" "Yes." "Ah, I see." Peter nodded, murmuring to himself, "What is it?" "Nothing. I have been encountering some difficulties lately, which has made me somewhat impulsive." "What kind of difficulties?" Peter sighed, hesitating as the matter concerned his close friend's father. "If it is inconvenient for you to share, that is perfectly fine. You may confide in your friends or Gwen. Speaking about it will alleviate your burden. Harboring secrets can be overwhelming," Natasha gently suggested. Peter glanced at Venom once more and decided it was worth sharing. "Well, it wouldn't hurt to tell you. After all, you need not fear it. Perhaps it could even assist me in resolving my dilemma." "What is it?" "Are you familiar with Norman Osborn, the renowned tycoon, head of Oscorp?" Natasha nodded, well acquainted with him. He had previously collaborated with the military on developing exoskeleton combat gear, which, if successful, could significantly enhance soldiers' combat efficacy. S.H.I.E.L.D. was also aware of this. However, after S.H.I.E.L.D's dissolution, Natasha had not pursued the matter further, as the project had been progressing rather slowly. Riga, meanwhile, immediately thought of another figure, or rather the alias of Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, a maniac clad in a devilish mask, soaring on a glider, cackling maniacally while hurling pumpkin bombs and throwing knives. Is he causing trouble again? What you know is merely a fragment of him, Peter lamented. He possesses another aspect. A sinister one, known as the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin? This is the code name he has chosen for himself. Clad in a suit of green armor and gliding upon a glider, he has taken the lives of many. I have been endeavoring to thwart him these past few days. And then? Natasha inquired. His physique appears to be enhanced, seemingly possessing strength that surpasses even mine. In recent encounters, I have often found myself at a disadvantage, fostering a sense of resentment within me. And then you encountered Venom, Riga remarked. Indeed, it bestowed upon me a tremendous surge of power, and I was poised to exact vengeance upon Osborn, only to unexpectedly cross paths with you, Peter chuckled. At present, your strength is insufficient. You are unable to master Venom. Thus donning it would be of no benefit to you, Riga stated. Peter appeared somewhat dejected. However, you need not worry. Your potential remains largely untapped, still in a phase of ascension. With diligent effort, defeating the Green Goblin will be well within your grasp. Yes, Peter murmured, his gaze fixed on the floor ahead, his voice barely audible. In truth, I am not overly concerned about the Green Goblin. Should a confrontation arise, I would not fear him. My primary concern lies with his son, Harry, a dear friend who has aided me greatly. Now that his father has turned into such a foe, I cannot reveal this to him, leaving me in a state of inner turmoil about how to confront this dilemma. Riga nodded gently, acknowledging the complexity of the matter. Regardless, stopping the Green Goblin is imperative, yet he currently lacks a viable solution to address this issue. After a moment of silence, Peter abruptly stood. It is getting late. I should return. It would not bode well if Aunt May discovered my absence. Thank you for today, my friend. Not at all. Take some time to regroup. It would be wise to refrain from venturing out these days. The NYPD could use some activity, Riga replied. Peter smiled, waved, and departed through the window. Natasha gazed at Peter's youthful silhouette and asked, "Aren't you going to assist him?" Riga stared out the window, confessing, at this moment, "I am uncertain of the best course of action. I can aid him in confronting the Green Goblin, but ultimately, how he navigates his relationship with his friend remains his challenge. I cannot offer him sound advice. He is still young, although endowed with the powers of Spider-Man. He is yet unable to fully shoulder the responsibilities that accompany such a mantle, which serves as a valuable experience for him." Natasha, despite harboring her own thoughts, concurred with Riga's perspective, recognizing that this is indeed Spider-Man's dilemma, and it would be prudent for her to refrain from excessive involvement. And what of it? Natasha turned to glance at Venom, thrashing about within the box. I have devised a fitting destination for it, Riga replied with a subtle smile. Chapter 145, A Gift Riga? The captain looked at Riga at the doorway with a hint of surprise. Although residing in the Avengers Tower, the captain maintained an unwavering discipline, rising each morning to jog in the park. Today was no different. Upon returning to his room, drenched in sweat, he found Riga leaning against his door. "It is only 6:30. Why have you arrived so early?" "My apologies, I actually spotted you jogging in the park at 5:30 and have been waiting for an hour," Riga replied. The captain's expression darkened. "Have you truly succumbed to such tedium as to watch me run?" "Of course not. Do you think I relish in self-torment?" Riga rolled his eyes and straightened up. "I just arrived a minute ago, and I presumed you would be returning shortly. As it turns out, I was correct." "How did you know I would return at this hour?" "Your routine is so predictable that everyone is aware of it." The captain chuckled. "Come inside." Upon entering, the captain noticed Riga had brought along a black box. "What is this?" This is a gift for you." Riga placed the box on the captain's desk. "A gift?" the captain inquired, his curiosity piqued as he examined the tightly secured box. "May I open it?" "Of course, it is your gift," Riga replied. Reclining on the sofa, with a bemused smile, the captain pressed the button on the box. As soon as it opened, a stream of black liquid erupted, swiftly adhering to his arm. The captain gasped in shock and vigorously shook his arm, but to no avail. He then attempted to pry it off. Yet regardless of his efforts, the viscous substance remained steadfastly affixed to his skin. Subsequently, countless black tendrils emerged from the liquid, rapidly spreading across the rest of the captain's body, enveloping him entirely. The captain gasped for breath, his body trembling as he succumbed to one knee, seemingly acclimatizing to the unexpected situation. After several breaths, he appeared to recover and rose once more, clad in a form-fitting black suit that accentuated his muscular physique. The intricate patterns of the fabric highlighted his chiseled muscles, exuding a sense of overwhelming strength. A slightly protruding white pentagram adorned his chest, evidently tailored by the venom to suit the captain's preferences. The mask did not cover his face entirely like Spider-Man's, but rather concealed only his eyes, revealing the area below his nose. The white triangular eyes radiated fierceness and vigor, while the deep black, seemingly capable of absorbing light, drew the gaze inwards. What is this? The captain clenched his fists, surveying his transformed body, his expression a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. How does it feel to don this battle attire? Riga nodded with satisfaction. It feels powerful, unprecedentedly so. I feel as though I could easily vanquish my former self. Precisely, Riga affirmed. What exactly is this? The captain regarded Riga with a skeptical gaze. An extraterrestrial symbiote, reliant on cohabitation with others for survival, faces imminent demise without such companionship. Rhaegar spoke candidly, recounting how he serendipitously discovered this entity and, feeling a pang of sympathy, decided to take it with him to accompany you. Is this creature alive? The captain exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is a symbiote, naturally alive. However, it possesses a certain innocence. You must educate it as one would a homeless child, Rhaegar chuckled. This is no jest, the captain replied, his expression stern. Certainly not. I genuinely believe you have the capacity to guide it, allowing it a better existence by your side, which is precisely why I brought it here. But I currently sense a malevolent presence emanating from it, a desire for destruction. Yes, that stems from its previous negative influences. Like a child, it began as a blank slate but strayed down the wrong path due to misguided companionship, Rhaegar explained. That is why I wish for it to accompany you, in hopes that you can steer it towards righteousness. Why me? Because you are the most upright person I know. With very little darkness in your heart, Rhaegar pointed towards the captain's chest. In truth, the fact that you can don that uniform and still engage in a normal conversation here with me confirms my suspicions. You possess the strength to suppress its influence, resisting its corruption. I am currently engaged in a constant struggle against this malevolence, the captain frowned. I understand, but with your willpower, overcoming it should pose no challenge. Rhaegar remarked nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips. Sensing the captain's discontent, the symbiote began to retract, withdrawing from the captain's form. See, you've made it sad. It is prepared to depart from you. The captain observed as the symbiote indeed began to retreat, revealing his original short sleeves. Such cruelty. This creature is fragile. Without you, it cannot survive. Surely, you cannot bear to witness its demise. This is a life we are discussing, Rhaegar asserted, narrowing his eyes at the symbiote. As the symbiote descended, it abruptly halted, sensing its emotional turmoil. Rejected by the captain and threatened by Rhaegar, it remained helplessly in place, its dark tendrils flailing in the air. Hearing Rhaegar's words, the captain glanced down at the somewhat fearsome creature. Although it may appear unsightly, it possesses a beautiful spirit and formidable abilities that could serve as a significant asset to you, akin to wings bestowed upon a tiger. Noticing the captain's interest, Rhaegar seized the opportunity. Is that so? What capabilities does it possess? The captain's simple inquiry caused Rhaegar's expression to brighten significantly. It is a unicellular organism, capable of morphing its physical form at will. It can transform into weapons of all kinds, swords, spears, axes, and even firearms, exhibiting remarkable durability. It can even convert into handguns and rifles, launching projectiles composed of its own substance. It can also unleash strands reminiscent of spider silk. You know Spider-Man, right? Donning this suit allows you to swing between buildings with ease. It even has the capability to manifest a pair of wings, enabling you to glide through the air, alleviating any concerns of an airplane mishap. In essence, it can transform into anything your imagination conjures. As if to complement Riga's description and win the captain's favor. Each time Riga uttered a noun, venom instantaneously morphed into the corresponding object, displaying a rather obsequious demeanor. Its form is exceptionally resilient, capable of withstanding ordinary daggers and bullets. So if you were to wear it, you needn't fear ambushes. Should you sustain injuries, it can aid in your swift recovery and even enhance your regenerative abilities. The captain raised an eyebrow, intrigued by its remarkable capabilities. It can significantly augment the host's physical prowess, elevating your already formidable combat strength to unprecedented heights. I understand you are accustomed to wielding your shield. It can also transform into a shield. With a flourish, a sleek, obsidian venom shield materialized on the captain's arm. If you prefer your original shield, it can discreetly carry it within its form, allowing for easy access when needed, far more convenient than always holding it. Riga pointed to the corner where the vibranium shield lay, and Venom swiftly extended a black tendril, retrieving the shield and presenting it to the captain. Despite its unassuming appearance, it possesses intelligence. Donning this suit means gaining a reliable ally, providing cover during charges, safeguarding during retreats, and facilitating perfect concealment in the shadows. For missions involving infiltration or assassination, it can assist in reconnaissance, gather intelligence, and even eliminate enemies stealthily, proving itself as a versatile and unique companion. Riga's eloquent praises elevated Venom to celestial heights. And even Venom, who once bore resentment towards Riga, nodded in agreement, appearing quite satisfied. The captain, however, remained unfooled by Riga's words. Though he felt a flicker of temptation, the dangers they currently faced were escalating, yet his abilities seemed inadequate. Among the Avengers, aside from Hawkeye, he possessed the weakest capabilities. Although he excelled as a strategist, a certain level of combat prowess was essential. Thus, a sense of urgency stirred within him. Yet he struggled to find an appropriate means to enhance his abilities. Now that Riga had introduced Venom, it presented a splendid opportunity. The captain had heard Riga's assertions, and Venom had indeed validated that Riga spoke the truth. The only lingering concern was the ominous aura that Venom exuded, which unsettled him. Sensing the captain's intrigue, Venom eagerly ascended once more, enveloping the captain's form. I concede that your words possess a certain allure. However, if you fear it may prove uncooperative, summon it with the chime of a bell, for sonic waves are its Achilles heel. As Riga uttered this, Venom emitted a disgruntled sound, extending its tongue. Yet upon meeting Riga's gaze, it hastily sealed its mouth. Oh, that is indeed a rather useful piece of information. The captain raised an eyebrow. But it must remain a secret from our adversaries. Naturally, this shall be a confidential matter between the two of you. The captain pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Although Venom currently harbored malice, he was determined to guide it toward redemption. Perhaps it was the captain's formidable physique and mental fortitude that captivated Venom, or perhaps it sensed that the captain could better harness its abilities at this moment. Venom nestled close to the captain, exuding an unmistakable excitement and satisfaction. Does this creature have a name? The captain inquired once more. Its name is not particularly pleasant. It is called Venom, Riga admitted somewhat sheepishly. That name, upon hearing it, clearly suggests a villain. After all, protagonists do not bear such ominous monikers, yet it was unavoidable. Venom's appearance certainly did not lend itself to heroism. As anticipated, the captain furrowed his brow. Riga quickly clarified, this is a nickname bestowed by outsiders. You may communicate with it and give it a new name. The captain nodded, recognizing the necessity for a proper rebranding. How does it feel? With the captain having accepted Venom, Riga inquired further. You shall discover that for yourself. A glimmer of excitement flickered in the captain's eyes. Oh, Riga was somewhat taken aback. They were to try it now? Nonetheless, he too felt a surge of anticipation. Venom, the captain, the mere thought ignited his enthusiasm. To the underground training facility. With that, Riga dashed out with eagerness. Chapter 146. Venom captain in the underground training arena of the Avengers. Riga, clad in standard combat attire, stood face to face with the captain, who donned the black Venom suit, a mere 3 meters apart. The captain's aura subtly transformed upon wearing the Venom suit, especially in preparation for battle, as an almost imperceptible air of menace radiated from him, imbued with the essence of clashing steel and gallant warriors. Riga was exceedingly eager to witness the combat prowess that the captain could wield in conjunction with Venom. The two locked eyes intently, and suddenly, both of their feet moved simultaneously, charging toward one another without delay. Given that this was a deliberate test of the captain's capabilities, Riga did not employ his full strength from the outset, nor did he unleash any explosive powers. The moment they engaged, the force behind the captain's punch took Riga by surprise, and he thought to himself, this is bad. The captain, enhanced by the Venom suit, delivered a blow that carried a force equivalent to more than 10 times that of his previous strength. Due to carelessness and underestimation, Riga was sent sprawling by a powerful punch from the captain, crashing heavily against the surrounding titanium alloy walls, which yielded to the immense force, leaving several dents. Riga felt somewhat dazed. How could the strength be so exaggerated? The captain's current display of power was nearly on par with his own. This was merely the captain after donning the battle suit. If he continued to refine his synergy with Venom and their mutual understanding deepened, his strength would undoubtedly escalate to an even greater echelon. As Riga rubbed his sore left ribs, grimacing in pain, he rose to his feet, his expression shifting from casual amusement to genuine seriousness. The Venom captain was no longer the one he could easily manipulate. The captain appeared quite pleased with the effectiveness of his strike, a faint smile gracing his lips. Venom, too, relished the moment. This detestable foe had taken advantage of his weakness, bullying and tormenting him during a time of vulnerability. Now, delivering a punch that sent him flying provided a satisfying release of pent-up frustration. Riga, if you do not take this seriously, you risk defeat, the captain remarked with a chuckle. Riga rotated his neck and shoulders, clenched his fists, and surged toward the captain like an arrow released from a bowstring. He leaped high into the air, bringing his fist down with tremendous force. A resounding clang echoed throughout the training ground as his punch was intercepted by a shield, which Venom had earlier equipped the captain with during the demonstration. The shield absorbed Riga's blow, and in a flash, the captain retaliated with a right hook that struck Riga squarely in the abdomen, propelling him once more into the distance. Riga arced through the air, perilously close to landing awkwardly on the ground, but he quickly harnessed his abilities to stabilize himself, narrowly avoiding an embarrassing fall. Having been struck down again, he gritted his teeth, his gaze sharpening with resolve. Being knocked down once could be attributed to carelessness. To be knocked down twice indicated a disparity in strength. It seemed today would be a grueling battle. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Riga charged again. The diminutive training ground, merely a dozen meters wide, allowed him to reach the captain in mere moments. The previous two attacks had emboldened the captain, and eager to assess his own newfound power, he chose not to employ the shield against Riga's next strike, instead opting to block with his left arm. The tremendous force transmitted through his arm caused the captain's body to jolt, yet it was merely a momentary shock. This Venom battle suit indeed boasted remarkable enhancements, a significant upgrade from before. The ease with which he deflected Riga's assault exceeded the captain's expectations, showcasing the formidable strength he now possessed. Having found himself unable to dominate through sheer strength, Riga resolved to rely on speed. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, his movements accelerating with each strike. Each attack seemingly imbued with the fury of thunder and wind, transforming into a blur that defied the naked eye to trace their paths. The captain remained composed and unflustered. Although Riga's movements were swift, the enhancements provided by the Venom suit had significantly elevated the captain's abilities across the board. In this short-range confrontation, he felt no trepidation. Moreover, the captain was a rare combat prodigy, and coupled with his terrifyingly heightened battle instincts post-enhancement, he was able to react appropriately even when his eyes struggled to keep pace. As their figures danced and shifted, the dull thuds of their clashes resonated throughout the training arena. Occasionally, when one party missed a punch, striking the floor or wall instead, the entire space would tremble in response. With their strength and speed closely matched, the captain gradually overpowered Riga through superior combat techniques. The frequency of Riga's attacks diminished, while his defensive maneuvers increased. The captain felt a surge of satisfaction, yet he remained humble, for thus far, Riga had engaged him solely in hand-to-hand combat, without utilizing his explosive abilities. Feeling the force behind the captain's punches, Riga inwardly lamented his predicament, realizing he had willingly subjected himself to this trial. However, the captain seemed unsatisfied. Seizing an opportunity during an attack's lull, he extended his left hand and summoned a black rope, drawing a nearby dumbbell towards him. These dumbbells were custom designed for the Avengers, weighing significantly more than standard ones. Even this smaller one weighed 100 pounds. Just as Riga managed to block the captain's punch, he caught sight of the flying dumbbell out of the corner of his eye and quickly dodged, creating a defensive opening. The captain seized the moment and delivered another punch to Riga's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. As Riga fell, the captain swiftly followed, extending two black ropes to ensnare Riga's feet. Alarmed, Riga had no time to react before a sudden force pulled at his ankles, propelling him into the air. The captain, standing at a distance, gripped the ropes and, with a twist of his waist, forcefully flung Riga. Overwhelmed by a sensation of weightlessness, Riga traced a graceful arc through the air before plummeting toward the ground. His eyes widened in alarm as he activated his powers. A resounding explosion erupted beneath him, severing the captain's black ropes. In the next instant, he punched the ground to harness the explosive force, neutralizing the momentum of his descent. With his left hand supporting him, he executed a roll and regained his footing. The captain noted that Riga had finally unleashed his abilities. Clenching his fist, he lunged forward once more. Riga, no longer willing to hold back, was determined to test the limits of the venom-enhanced Captain America. Having endured a prolonged onslaught, he felt a surge of frustration. With another explosive burst beneath his feet, he surged forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, energy surging within him. He could not allow the captain to revel in such triumph. However, before his fist could reach, the captain spread his arms wide, and black silk threads shot forth, affixing themselves to the ceiling. With a swift pull, he propelled himself over Riga's head. Then, with a flick of his right arm, the vibranium shield, accompanied by a rushing wind, descended forcefully towards Riga's back. How astonishing that he adapted to the properties of the symbiote so swiftly, making his combat style so remarkably agile. Riga marveled inwardly, yet his actions were not to be delayed. He forcibly twisted his body and struck the shield away with a punch. Yet, immediately behind it stood the captain, clad in black, who then planted a foot on Riga's chest, driving him down to the ground. With a crack, the earth erupted in a spiderweb of fissures, enveloping Riga's body within. After stepping on Riga, the captain unleashed a flurry of attacks, countless black threads extending from his hands, wrapping Riga like a dumpling. Then, with a graceful flip, the captain leaped to the side of the pit. Riga exerted himself, and multiple small explosions erupted from his limbs, shattering the layers of silk that bound him, sending a flurry of black wisps into the air. He coughed a couple of times and freed himself from the pit. Gazing around, he beheld the training ground enveloped in dust, riddled with craters of various sizes, the surrounding walls uneven, and equipment strewn about, some severely deformed and rendered unusable. Observing the captain's impassive expression, Riga could not help but sigh. It seemed that without resorting to large-scale explosive abilities, he would not be able to contend with the captain. Yet, if it came to that, it would no longer be a test. The symbiote captain was more formidable than he had imagined. Nonetheless, this was a positive development. The captain's strength would only increase their odds of overcoming future challenges. "Shall we continue?" the captain inquired. Riga shook his head. "I would rather not be subjected to your torment." The captain chuckled at this, extending his hand. "Thank you. I truly appreciate the gift." "You're welcome." Riga replied with a smile. "From this day forth, you are the symbiote captain." Chapter 147. Deliberation. The commotion caused by Riga and the captain in the basement had already drawn the attention of the others, who hurried down to investigate. Upon seeing the captain clad in the black symbiote suit, their eyes widened in disbelief. The cold, lethal nature of the symbiote, combined with the captain's inherent good-natured qualities, created a subtle yet captivating charm that was both peculiar and alluring. "What is this?" Hawkeye was the first to inquire. "Allow me to introduce the symbiote captain," Riga said with a smile. The mask on the captain's face gradually receded, revealing his previously steadfast and sunny visage. "Hello, everyone," the captain greeted with a smile. "I apologize for waking you so early." "We can discuss that later," Tony interjected, pointing at the captain's symbiote suit. "Where did you acquire this?" "This is the venom suit that Riga gifted to me." The captain glanced at Riga beside him, who had referred to it as the venom suit. "The venom suit?" Falcon inquired, perplexed. During the recent battle in Washington, Falcon had performed exceptionally, swiftly replacing the chip and averting a potential catastrophe that could have resulted in mass casualties. Being a veteran, he possessed admirable qualities across various aspects, which ultimately led to his induction into the Avengers. The name of this suit stems from an extraterrestrial symbiote that relies on its host for survival. "Wait a moment, an alien symbiote?" Hawkeye interjected hastily. "Isn't that rather perilous?" "Indeed, it is quite dangerous. For you and me, this entity poses a significant threat. In fact, it took considerable effort for me to capture it," Riga elucidated. "However, the captain is capable of suppressing it, thus it serves as a considerable asset for him." "Why is that?" "Because he is the captain, the embodiment of justice, the nemesis of evil." Riga's statement elicited eye rolls from everyone present. "All right, enough jesting," the captain remarked, somewhat exasperated. "As Riga mentioned, this suit possesses consciousness, imbued with a destructive disposition that could potentially influence the psychological state of its host. If it were to fall into the wrong hands, the consequences could be dire." At this point, he surveyed the chaotic underground training facility. "You may not perceive it on the surface, but I am constantly suppressing its impulses every moment. It dawned on everyone that this suit was not as easily donned as they had initially thought. Was that commotion caused by you all? Tony queried. Yes. While it is inherently difficult to control, this suit can significantly enhance the host's physical attributes, granting them superhuman abilities, Riga explained. You may regard it as another form of armor, albeit biological in nature, unlike yours. Tony raised his chin slightly, regarding the captain, clad in black, with a scrutinizing gaze. All right, let us ascend. I have another piece of news to share with everyone, Riga stated. The group exchanged glances and proceeded upstairs. After a brief moment of freshening up, they all entered the conference room. In addition to presenting the suit to the captain, there was another matter that I had only recently discovered. What is it? Tony asked. A man composed of sand. A man made of sand? Hawkeye chuckled. In this day and age, there truly is no shortage of bizarre occurrences. What do you mean? The captain inquired. I conducted some research, and this individual is named Flint Marco, a criminal who, after escaping from prison, inadvertently encountered an experiment that resulted in his body being disintegrated and merging with sand, transforming him into a being capable of manipulating sand for lethal purposes. As Riga spoke, Tony began to search for data on the side, swiftly uncovering Marco's dossier. Alas, this individual has found himself imprisoned for armed robbery and murder, Tony inquired, raising his gaze. Are you suggesting we apprehend this criminal? No, I would prefer you to recruit him, Riga replied slowly. And the rationale behind that? The captain asked, furrowing his brow. Armed robbery and murder are heinous crimes of the gravest nature. His capabilities are formidable. He possesses the ability to elementalize at will and can transform into a lethal force, rendering him nearly indestructible. I have previously encountered him, and he proved to be quite a challenge. Then we should indeed detain him. A villain of such power poses an even greater threat, does he not? Tony questioned. Check if he has a daughter, Riga suggested. Tony lowered his gaze to the table, searching for a few moments before discovering a photograph of a little girl. A gravely ill child, unable to bear the exorbitant medical expenses, Tony murmured. Is that why he resorted to robbery? Nonetheless, murder is still inexcusable. I understand, Riga sighed inwardly, finding solace in this alignment. Thus, manslaughter should not be out of the question. I am not suggesting you simply invite him in. Necessary scrutiny cannot be overlooked. However, upon fully understanding the situation, we might consider granting him an opportunity to atone for his past transgressions. Moreover, with the leader of that inhuman faction currently untraceable, he could potentially assume any guise. In the face of such a formidable adversary, we must rally every ounce of fighting prowess. If he is indeed irredeemably wicked, we must detain him swiftly to prevent any alliances that could threaten society. The group exchanged glances, ultimately concurring with Riga's proposition. Speaking of that inhuman faction, do you possess any intelligence regarding them? The captain inquired. Riga shook his head. No, ever since that day he vanished, I have received no further information. Coulson and his team are intensifying their reconnaissance efforts in hopes of uncovering a lead. He then queried, what news do you have? None. The society is rife with individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. While we have tracked down a few, the vast majority are merely mutants with limited powers, struggling to survive. And we have found no relevant information pertaining to that individual. This man is the spiritual leader of Hydra. For years, Hydra has engaged in human sacrifices. He must possess extensive knowledge regarding their operations. Therefore, locating the remnants of Hydra should lead us to him. Hydra has been dismantled. Even Malik has been overthrown. Coulson's team has likely eliminated numerous members as well, the captain remarked. Indeed, the major factions have been eradicated, yet some minor groups undoubtedly remain. Given his abilities, it would not be overly challenging for him to gather a new following. Indeed, without the leadership above, Hydra has devolved into an ordinary terrorist organization, now nothing but a disjointed entity, with many factions having disbanded, making the search somewhat arduous. The captain shifted his tone, asserting that we must persist in our pursuit, for such individuals pose a grave danger. The task of locating the Inhumans will be entrusted to Tony and his team. As for the Sandman, I shall accompany you to investigate. If he truly possesses a benign nature as you suggest, we might consider his inclusion. If not, we must at least ensure he is contained. Keep me informed of any developments and provide mutual support. Upon hearing the captain's directives, the group rose and dispersed, each embarking on their respective missions. Chapter 148. Encirclement, shall we merely wait here? Under the night sky, Riga, the captain, and Natasha stood atop a towering edifice, gazing down at the ceaseless throngs of people and vehicles below. The night was clear, and a gentle breeze caressed Riga's face, invigorating his spirit. Adorned in his usual attire, he wore a fitted dark long-sleeve shirt paired with military trousers, complemented by custom combat boots. A dagger crafted from Edmund alloy was sheathed at the outer side of his right calf, a piece meticulously reforged by Strick, its sleek, matte black surface enhancing its air of mystery and gravitas. To his left, the captain donned a sleek black Venom suit, which had undergone subtle modifications since its inception. In addition to the white pentagram emblazoned on his chest, 3 white stripes, each approximately 2 fingers wide, extended from the center to his shoulders. The abdominal area now displayed an intricate pattern of muscle-like textures, further accentuating the captain's sculpted physique. On the right, Natasha appeared in a crisp, deep blue combat uniform, a dagger secured in a sheath on the outer side of her left thigh, while New York City shimmered brilliantly, heralding the commencement of vibrant lives for many. The trio found themselves in a somewhat desolate neighborhood, where the lights lacked the dazzling allure observed elsewhere, merely dotting the dark architecture with faint glimmers. The captain's gaze fixed upon a modest building not far ahead, where the windows of the 3-story structure emanated a dim, yellow glow. This is the residence of Marco S.'s daughter and ex-wife. I have had people monitoring this location for several days. They report seeing a man in the vicinity at night. And based on the descriptions, it is likely Marco, he explained. Isn't the police also searching for him? Haven't they discovered anything? Natasha inquired. Marco possesses the ability to transform into sand. While the authorities occasionally catch sight of him, he invariably slips away unnoticed. Moreover, he is becoming increasingly cunning. According to our reports, he often utilizes his sand form to land directly on rooftops, descending afterward, leaving behind stolen money before vanishing swiftly, the captain replied. Those funds must surely be ill-gotten, Natasha mused. His daughter required medical treatment, and robbery seemed to him the most expedient means, the captain remarked. In recent days, there had been several incidents of theft, yet the police had failed to apprehend any suspects. He could transform into a cloud of dust, seize the money, and vanish into the air. No one would suspect such a thing. Riga smirked, adding that even if they were to discover this, the police would be powerless against his ability to dissolve into sand. Even if they managed to capture him, imprisonment would pose a challenge. Natasha interjected. Riga chuckled, acknowledging the truth in her words. Once they captured the Sandman, his confinement would inevitably include ventilation openings and sewer systems, allowing him to escape. Unless they could confine him to a room that restricted his abilities, Riga found himself at a loss as to how that could be achieved. As the group conversed, a sudden gust of sand swept through the buildings, swirling the accumulated dust and debris from the rooftops into a chaotic dance in the air. He's here, Riga announced, just as the gust of wind and sand halted on the rooftop across the way. Gradually, the sand coalesced into a human form, Marco, who was carrying 2 bulging bags. He surveyed his surroundings before making his way down the stairs and into the building. Shall we move? Natasha inquired. Not yet. Let us wait for him to emerge. The captain replied. He is currently on his way to see his daughter. We will follow him and act once we're safely away from here. Moments later, Marco reappeared on the rooftop, though his demeanor suggested he was rather displeased, likely due to a quarrel with his ex-wife. He shook his head, seemingly attempting to dispel his irritations, and transformed once more into a gust of sand, soaring into the distance. Follow him, the captain commanded, and Riga and Natasha immediately complied. The Sandman's pace was leisurely, meandering through the night between the buildings. Not far behind, Riga soared through the air, his gaze fixed on the swirling dust below. Natasha flickered in and out of sight, teleporting vast distances in the blink of an eye, while the captain, adeptly leaping across rooftops, utilized the black tendrils generated by his venom to grasp the sides of tall buildings, swinging through the air like Spider-Man, deftly traversing from one block to the next. All 3 were masters of stealthy pursuit, their dark forms blending seamlessly with the inky night sky, resembling 3 phantoms gliding through the air, leaving no trace behind. The Sandman remained blissfully unaware that he was being tracked. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally came to a halt, gently descending to the ground and assuming his usual human guise, proceeding along the shadowy path ahead. Perhaps due to the ongoing manhunt, his residence was rather remote and exceedingly dilapidated. Yet, Despite his numerous robberies, he had not squandered the money on indulgences. Instead, he had devoted it all to his daughter, hoping to cure her ailment. Watching as the Sandman entered an abandoned factory, Riga, the captain, and Natasha also came to a stop. "Enter. Let us have a word with him," the captain declared, leading the way inside. The building, once a factory, was now strewn with dilapidated wooden planks and steel sheets. Remnants of broken furniture haphazardly arranged in the center, alongside empty oil barrels, tires, and wooden crates. Stark steel frames loomed around them, and the factory was enveloped in an eerie silence. "Marco," the captain called out as he walked. Riga and Natasha followed closely, their eyes darting around, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, a steel pipe sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, hurtling towards the back of Riga's head. Before he could react, Natasha moved like a flash. A glint of light arcing through the air as she cleaved the pipe in two. It crashed to the ground with a resonant clang, echoing through the stillness of the factory, drawing attention. Riga turned just in time to see Marco, now restored to human form, revealing himself. Seizing an opportunity, Riga picked up a steel pipe from the ground and swung it upward with force. The pipe whistled through the air, piercing the sand creature's body before slamming into the wall behind, creating a gaping hole. The sand creature glanced down at its chest, where sand was rapidly filling the void. It then lifted its head, a fierce expression etched upon its face. Clenching its right fist, its entire arm morphed into a massive sand hammer, poised to strike down upon Riga. At that moment, a gust of wind surged from behind him, and he felt his body plummet suddenly, his line of sight dropping significantly. When he looked again, his legs had vanished from view. The captain had seized the opportunity, deftly vaulting above, clad in his black venomous suit, blending seamlessly into the darkness. Before the sand creature could react, he delivered a powerful sweep, dispersing the creature's lower legs entirely. Natasha joined him, sheathing her dagger and grasping the sand creature's shoulders. Layers of frost materialized instantly, encasing the creature's remaining body in ice. The captain extended a black tendril from his right arm, coiling it around the frozen foe, and dragged it to the center of the factory. Afterward, the captain retracted his venomous suit, revealing his true visage. "Now let us converse." Chapter 149. The sand creature joins. The sand creature was clad in an utterly mundane green-striped short-sleeved shirt, paired with brown trousers, though its lower legs were conspicuously absent, leaving only half a limb. Encased in ice, the sand creature was immobilized, its eyes the only part of its body still capable of movement, a deliberate choice by Natasha to facilitate questioning. Glaring at Riga and his companions, the sand creature's eyes burned with resentment. "While the current circumstances seem dire, I must first clarify that we harbor no malice. As the leader of the Avengers, it was naturally his responsibility to persuade the Sandman to join their cause." The Sandman remained unyielding, continuously attempting to break free from Natasha's icy grip. His struggles caused cracks to form in the ice, prompting Natasha to exhale a fresh wave of frost from her palm, thickening the layer considerably. "Do not even think about escaping. It would be a futile endeavor," Riga remarked. The Sandman could not articulate his thoughts at that moment. Otherwise, he would have unleashed a torrent of invective. "You may not yet realize it, but we are the Avengers," the captain stated, gesturing to himself and the two others. "Riga, you are already familiar with him. He mentioned that you have clashed before, so you should possess some understanding of his abilities. Natasha can teleport, conjure ice, and possesses accelerated regeneration. Her strength is formidable. In comparison, I am rather ordinary, having merely enhanced my physical capabilities. We seek you out because we value your unique talents." A deep skepticism and confusion radiated from the Sandman's gaze. "Our mission is daunting. We aim to safeguard this world from threats, whether they arise from Earth itself or from distant planets. However, the number of threats is escalating, while our resources are severely lacking. Thus, we require the recruitment of individuals with exceptional abilities to aid us in fulfilling this mission." The captain's words evidently failed to ignite any interest in the Sandman. He was indifferent to the fate of the world, as his daughter constituted his entire universe. With her gravely ill, he had little inclination to assist others in saving the world. "I understand your disinterest in this proposal," the captain noted, undeterred by the disdain reflected in the Sandman's eyes. "However, joining the Avengers is not without its benefits." Riga glanced at the captain, surprised by the immediate temptation being offered. "Firstly, you will receive a substantial salary to cover your daily expenses, alleviating your financial struggles. Secondly, your criminal record will be expunged, freeing you from a life of hiding and constant anxiety. At that moment, the Sandman closed his eyes, still disinterested. No amount of salary could compare to the riches he had stolen. I know you are not swayed by these incentives. The captain's tone shifted slightly. But this would greatly benefit your daughter. The Sandman's eyes flew open, radiating intense fury. His agitation caused the ice to tremble, and more cracks began to appear, prompting Natasha to reinforce her icy prison once more. Do not be agitated. We have no intentions towards your daughter, the captain reassured him. We are aware of her grave illness, and you should understand. You have emerged from prison and committed theft to fund her treatment. We are fully aware of that. Furthermore, we have insights into your past of robbery and murder. Upon hearing the details of the robbery from years past, the Sandman's gaze dimmed, revealing a semblance of regret. Initially, he bore no intention of causing harm. It was merely an accidental discharge of his firearm that led to an irrevocable mistake. The captain observed Sandman's reaction with keen interest and continued, You find your prison sentence excessively lengthy, and your concern for your daughter prompted your decision to escape. Upon your release, you devoted all your efforts to her treatment, albeit through questionable means. When I mentioned that robbery, your regret was palpable. These factors indicate that you do not wish to continue living this life. If you were to join the Avengers, your daughter would receive the care she needs. You are aware of Tony Stark, a billionaire and a member of our team. Once you join, he can assure you that she will receive the finest treatment. Riga nearly chuckled at the unexpected way the captain had just sold Tony out. You may disdain our noble objective of saving the world or look down upon our organization, but consider this as a viable job, one that offers substantial security. You assist us in resolving our challenges, and in return, we will alleviate your burdens. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Sandman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Of course, this is contingent upon your decision to join us. Should you choose not to, you must comprehend the consequences. You are already a fugitive, now endowed with formidable powers. We cannot permit you to roam freely, as it would pose a significant threat to the public. Our duty is to manage complications such as yours. While you possess great strength, we are not without our own might. If you were to be apprehended, your daughter's treatment would become precarious. Not to mention the substantial troubles associated with the ill-gotten funds you currently provide her. Should she learn the origin of this money as she matures, how do you believe she will react? Joining us represents a win-win scenario. Rejecting our offer benefits no one. I trust you understand the choice you must make. Upon finishing his statement, the captain gazed silently at Sandman. This combination of carrot and stick had clearly laid out Sandman's path. He recognized that apart from collaborating with the Avengers, he had no alternative. The captain was correct. He held little interest in the grand mission of saving the world. Yet the prospect of better treatment for his daughter was compelling enough to drive him to compliance. If you agree, blink once, Natasha interjected, noticing Sandman's wavering resolve. Sandman blinked emphatically. Excellent. Since you have consented, there is no longer any need to confine you, the captain proclaimed. He stepped toward the icy prison and delivered a powerful punch to the frozen surface. Cracks rapidly spread along the point where the captain struck, and signs of strain appeared on the sand creature's face. With a resounding crash, he broke free from within. Upon emerging, grains of sand began to flow from all directions, reshaping the form of the sand creature. Riga and Natasha stood on high alert, prepared for any treachery. The sand creature's body was swiftly reformed. He glanced at Riga and Natasha before approaching the captain, fixing his gaze into the captain's eyes. The captain remained motionless, his expression tranquil as he regarded him. First, save my daughter, the sand creature stated stiffly. Of course, as long as you join us, the first order of business will be to transfer her to the best hospital. The captain responded with a smile. The sand creature regarded him for a moment longer, then extended his right hand. Then I shall join. Chapter 150. Undercurrents. During this period, Jia felt an overwhelming sense of panic. She could not comprehend why, despite having destroyed the massive stone, Reina still witnessed the return of the hive. Reina's precognitive abilities were infallible, so there must be something she had overlooked. Upon further inquiry, Jia learned that Reina had seen 5 small black stones. Initially perplexed, Jia soon realized these stones must have been excavated from the giant stone. The question now was who possessed them. Unfortunately, Reina had not seen the specific location of the stones, only the scene of the hive's return. Without Reina's assistance, Gordon alone was incapable of locating the stones. The last time S S.H.I.E.L.D. had gone to great lengths for that stone. If they had it, they would not have caused such a commotion, indicating a lesser likelihood of their involvement. Nonetheless, S.H.I.E.L.D. could not disregard this lead. Thus, she dispatched Gordon to monitor S.H.I.E.L.D's activities. However, to avoid detection, he could not draw too close, for falling into S.H.I.E.L.D's trap would yield disastrous consequences. Recently, Gordon returned with news of an apparent incident within S.H.I.E.L.D., the specifics of which remained unclear. Furthermore, S.H.I.E.L.D. had intensified its pursuit of Inhumans. S.H.I.E.L.D. had a premonition that this event was certainly connected to the Hive. Reyna's vision of future fragments was unlikely to deceive her. What she needed to do now was verify the situation. If the Hive truly returned to Earth, she would need to act swiftly. According to ancient texts, the Hive could control Inhumans, which meant it would undoubtedly seek them out. After the destruction of their world, the Inhumans had been taken by S.H.I.E.L.D., but Gordon had recently located some individuals whose powers were relatively weak. Some had not even awakened yet. Therefore, after registering them, S.H.I.E.L.D. had released them. Meanwhile, Lincoln and Alicia had been imprisoned, and now their numbers were critically low. A plan was necessary to rescue them. Additionally, it was imperative to recruit more individuals to strengthen their position in future negotiations. Fortunately, amidst the chaos, she managed to salvage some Terrigen crystals, which provided her with the means to make a comeback. Daisy's emotions were rather unstable, and her loyalty was not entirely assured. Thus, she could not be relied upon for the time being. The days had been arduous for her. The omnipresent surveillance of modern society rendered her attempts to hide exceedingly challenging, compelling her to frequently change locations. Gordon continued to primarily handle external communications and reconnaissance, yet yesterday, he unexpectedly brought forth intriguing news, revealing the discovery of a young man and woman, both possessing formidable abilities and seemingly harboring animosity towards Stark, albeit not being Inhumans. If possible, an alliance with them could be forged. S.H.I.E.L.D. found this prospect captivating. If these two individuals were indeed as Gordon described, they could significantly bolster her endeavors. Consequently, she resolved to meet them, hoping they might also assist in rescuing Lincoln and Alicia. Under Gordon's guidance, she soon encountered the duo, and was astonished to find them remarkably youthful, akin to her daughter Daisy. "Are you S.H.I.E.L.D.?" the girl inquired, observing the woman marked by numerous scars. "Indeed. May I ask your name?" S.H.I.E.L.D. replied. "Wanda Maximoff," the girl responded, gesturing toward the boy beside her. "This is my brother, Pietro Maximoff." S.H.I.E.L.D. offered a faint smile and extended her hand, greeting them. "Hello." It seems rather reckless for such young individuals to meet with strangers so boldly. "We can take care of ourselves," Wanda asserted. No sooner had she spoken than Pietro seemed to vanish from sight, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. S.H.I.E.L.D. felt a light tap on her shoulder, yet she could not discern his movement. "It appears I underestimated you both," S.H.I.E.L.D. remarked with a smile. "You indeed underestimated us," Wanda retorted coldly. "I just witnessed your plans regarding S.H.I.E.L.D., intending to use that crystal to annihilate them all. How did you come to know that?" S.H.I.E.L.D. inquired, astonished. "I am also aware of your suffering under Hydra's experiments, enduring hellish torment. We share a similar past, though ours was by choice," Wanda continued. "I can enter people's minds and glimpse their thoughts, not entirely, but enough to glean certain insights," she added, shifting her gaze toward Gordon. "For instance, I know your bodyguard harbors ill intentions toward me." S.H.I.E.L.D. chuckled softly, releasing her hand. "Gordon is not my bodyguard. He is my kin." "I know. May I inquire why you harbor animosity toward Stark?" "Stark destroyed our home." Pietro's voice brimmed with hatred. "He killed our parents. The Avengers are like that, believing that their power grants them the liberty to act as they please. They sought from me a stone capable of annihilating my kin, yet I cast it into the void of space. Consequently, they ravaged my homeland and captured my people. If you remain within my mind, you should be aware that I speak the truth," S.H.I.E.L.D. asserted. Wanda nodded. She now possessed the ability to glean profoundly impactful memories from her host through physical contact. Given sufficient time, she could even retrieve them in their entirety, though that was merely an ideal scenario. The greater the volume of memories she accessed, the more formidable her host's mental fortitude and physical state. Yet the expenditure of her own mental energy would also escalate. In the current situation, her intent was primarily to intimidate S.H.I.E.L.D, showcasing her power. I have sought you out because we share a common adversary, and in this regard, we can extend mutual assistance, support, and protection. Whether it be the Avengers or S.H.I.E.L.D, they are formidable entities, and alone we cannot achieve our objectives. After a moment of contemplation, Wanda suddenly inquired, that being who instills fear in you, the Inhuman, has he truly returned? I do not know, but I must prevent him from advancing. I wish to protect my kin, and I hope you can aid me, S.H.I.E.L.D replied, gazing at Wanda. You are always able to access my mind, and my presence here indicates that I harbor nothing to conceal, which is testament to my sincerity. My goal is for the Inhumans to live freely and peacefully. Wanda exhaled quietly, aware that S.H.I.E.L.D was oblivious to her current limitation of accessing a person's mind solely through contact. She had no intention of revealing this deception. Initially, it was prudent to cultivate a measure of apprehension in others. Wanda recognized that S.H.I.E.L.D was not benevolent, yet she was not deceiving herself regarding these matters. Furthermore, the woman made a valid point. It was indeed challenging for the two of them to confront Stark alone and to deal with Stark. They must also contend with the Avengers. With this thought in mind, she nodded. I can collaborate with you, but I must caution you. You are not the only one seeking us out. Who else? S.H.I.E.L.D furrowed her brow. Mutants. Chapter 151. Alliance. Upon learning of the recent emergence of two superpowered individuals in New York, Magneto became intrigued. According to reports from his subordinates, one of them possessed the ability to move at astonishing speeds, a truly practical skill, akin to the wind. The other appeared capable of telekinesis, though further details of their abilities remained unclear. Thus, he resolved to personally engage with them to ascertain their nature. If they were mutants, he would recruit them into his ranks, thereby augmenting his strength. To his disappointment, after their encounter, he discovered that they were not mutants. Nevertheless, the girl's abilities astonished him. Not only could she manipulate objects with her mind and unleash energy assaults, but she could also invade a person's consciousness, extracting their memories. Certainly, in comparison to Charles, she appeared rather inexperienced, yet her potential was undeniably immense. Even though her counterpart was not a mutant, Magneto sensed that there might be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Thus, he provided his contact information. Recently, a significant number of individuals with extraordinary abilities had emerged in society. Initially, he presumed they were mutants, only to later discover they were known as Inhumans. Despite Magneto's extensive experience, he had never heard of Inhumans before. It was not surprising, as most of them had previously resided in the afterlife, with only a scant few wandering into the outside world. Furthermore, they were unaware of their own identities. Even Professor Asgard, who had lived on Earth for centuries, had not encountered the term Inhuman in a long time, let alone others. From a capabilities standpoint, these Inhumans did not exhibit any remarkable powers that captured his attention, leading him to quickly lose interest in them. Thus, when he learned that an Inhuman had reached out to him, he felt a twinge of disdain. However, the message came from Wanda, who claimed that this individual possessed formidable abilities, compelling him to take it seriously. The Inhumans had also sought out Wanda. What plans did they harbor? Magneto resolved to meet with them. The meeting took place in a secluded suburban area, where both parties needed to maintain a low profile. Upon witnessing the diverse array of four individuals suddenly appear before him, Magneto began to pay closer attention. He had previously known someone capable of teleportation, but that individual had unfortunately perished, leaving him without a valuable ally. To his surprise, one among this group possessed such an ability, a delightful, unexpected turn of events. Magneto wore his signature helmet to shield against potential mental attacks, just as he had when he last met Wanda. Magneto, greetings. I am S.H.I.E.L.D of the Inhuman race, she said with a smile. You seem quite familiar with me. Indeed, while we have largely distanced ourselves from modern society, we have not been completely cut off from information. S.H.I.E.L.D quickly scanned the few individuals behind Magneto. She recognized only Mystique, having never encountered the others. However, I am entirely unfamiliar with you, Magneto replied coolly. I understand you wish to collaborate with me? Yes. And your rationale? In this human society, both we Inhumans and you mutants are regarded as minorities. We face oppression, are captured, labeled, cataloged, and live in constant fear. You share a similar plight. Society fears you, the government seeks to exploit you, and they wish for you to endorse registration legislation. We confront the same challenges and possess analogous identities. I believe we can forge a partnership in this regard. Magneto regarded the scarred yet composed Asian woman before him, her gentle smile provoking swift contemplation within his mind. Jiang spoke wisely. Mutants have long been subjected to discrimination and oppression due to their formidable powers, which is the very reason for his and Charles's lifelong struggle, albeit through differing paths. Regardless of the chosen route, the challenges are unimaginably arduous. Particularly, the radical organization he founded, the Brotherhood of Mutants, faces relentless persecution, as it must contend not only with humanity, but also with the X-Men under Charles's leadership. Currently, recruitment of new members proves challenging, primarily because formidable mutants are scarce, and many operations are hindered by a lack of personnel. The previous plan to utilize the mischievous one to reshape the leaders of various nations was thwarted by the X-Men. Thus, he has been contemplating another course of action. Presently, his ranks consist solely of Sabretooth, Toad, Mystique, Blob, and Pyro, although Sabretooth and Blob possess considerable abilities. There remains a shortage of manpower. He slightly raised his eyelids and inquired, "As you mentioned, the foundation for our collaboration indeed exists. But what is the purpose of our partnership? You seek to secure the freedom of the Inhumans, which must entail confronting adversaries, correct?" Jiang nodded gently, affirming, "Indeed. Our objective is S.H.I.E.L.D., as they currently hold 2 of our kin captive. I must rescue them. To confront S.H.I.E.L.D., we must face off against Riga." Riga? Magneto echoed a name he recognized. He is an Avenger, as you should know, and has a favorable rapport with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, it is inevitable that they will assist one another. Are you suggesting that I help you against S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers? Magneto retorted, wearing a sardonic smile. Our targets are S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, striving for the freedom of the Inhumans. Their objective is the Avengers. Jiang gestured towards the siblings Wanda and Pietro. While your aim is to uphold the rights of mutants. I fail to see a shared objective here. Surely you understand, Magneto replied. That mutual support between our 2 marginalized groups increases our chances of success. Acting alone could lead to our downfall. Jiang continued, moreover, you must be aware that there exists a superhuman among the Avengers. There are many superhumans within the Avengers, Magneto replied. I am aware. But have you taken note of the red-haired woman's abilities? Jiang probed. Magneto furrowed his brow. She possesses many powers, teleportation, accelerated healing, and the ability to create ice. What of it? Although our inhuman race boasts an array of peculiar abilities, I have never encountered such a diverse set of powers in a single individual. Thus, I am intrigued. Where do her abilities originate? The Inhumans have remained hidden deep within the mountains since before the destruction of our homeland, leaving the outside world oblivious to us, even you. As for Gordon, he is the only Inhuman I know capable of teleportation, yet he has never been captured, thus could not be subjected to experimentation. The phenomenon of accelerated regeneration is indeed a remarkable ability, yet we possess a semblance of it, albeit not to such an extraordinary extent. The capacity to conjure ice from thin air, however, is even more rare. I have yet to witness it myself. Therefore, her abilities cannot possibly stem from us. In cases of mutation, one typically encounters either a singular ability or closely related powers, rather than these 3 entirely disparate talents. Jiang softly inquired, what do you believe the source of her abilities might be? Magneto's expression darkened with concern. This is merely my conjecture. You may wish to investigate further, but I believe this to be the crux of the matter. If this is indeed the case, I must reclaim those genes, he stated solemnly. Of course, we shall assist you in this endeavor, Jiang replied with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Magneto asked, what abilities do your individuals possess? It would be beneficial for future collaboration to know. Gordon has the power of teleportation. Daisy, my daughter, can emit vibrational waves and even induce earthquakes, and Lena possesses foresight, she elaborated. This revelation piqued Magneto's interest. Foresight is a godlike ability. Of course, she can only glimpse fragments, he acknowledged. Yet that is sufficient. As for myself, Jiang said with a smile, my abilities are not conducive to demonstration in this setting. You shall come to know them in due time. Magneto gestured toward the individuals behind him. This is Mystique. She can alter her appearance at will. Sabretooth possesses accelerated regeneration. Toad, true to his name, has amphibious capabilities. Human Torch can manipulate flames, and Colossus boasts immense defense and strength. I can see they are indeed formidable, Jiang remarked. Since we are to collaborate, you should be aware of my adversaries, the X-Men. Jiang nodded in response. If you assist us in dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D, we shall likewise aid you against them. Thus, we shall establish a temporary alliance, advancing and retreating together. However, prior to that, I must investigate that woman thoroughly, Magneto declared as he rose. I shall await your updates, Jia-Ing concluded, vanishing with Gordon. Wanda and her brother nodded in agreement and swiftly departed. Are you intent on finding that woman? Magneto queried. Indeed, this matter must be resolved, he affirmed, casting his gaze into the distance. Around him, all present bore bloodthirsty smiles. Chapter 152. Hell's Kitchen. Will's return was fraught with difficulty. His physique was exceedingly frail. Having escaped S.H.I.E.L.D, he had exhausted his last reserves of energy and strength. Now, his eyes were sunken, his cheeks gaunt, his complexion pallid, and he appeared emaciated, as though he had endured a harrowing illness. The moment he returned from the alien realm, he recognized Malik beside him. After Malik's brother, NASA, was sent over, he was killed and parasitized, granting Malik the memories of NASA and revealing everything about himself. Initially, he intended to avenge NASA. However, acquiring the memories naturally led to an absorption of emotions, which in NASA's case manifested as intense hatred towards Malik. Yet, at that moment, both S.H.I.E.L.D and Rigo were present, and his frail body rendered him incapable of action. Subsequently, Malik was apprehended by S.H.I.E.L.D, leading him to believe that a lifetime of struggle was ultimately futile, thus extinguishing his faith in Hydra. Under Coulson's relentless interrogation, Malik divulged the locations of all Hydra's secret bases, prompting Coulson to dispatch operatives to eliminate these minor Hydra factions, culminating in the organization's eventual downfall. For millennia, Will had sustained his existence through the living sacrifices of Hydra. He not only assimilated NASA's memories, but also those of numerous other Hydra members. Although some families had grown so ancient that their descendants were nearly impossible to trace, nevertheless, certain lineages had persisted. Despite Malik's misconceptions and the majority of their influence being eradicated by S.H.I.E.L.D, a few remnants inevitably escaped detection, and Will had been diligently searching for them. However, this endeavor was fraught with difficulties. Lacking resources, manpower, and means, he found himself destitute, unable even to muster the strength to commit theft while evading S.H.I.E.L.D's pursuit. Thus, he wandered aimlessly, barely surviving from day to day. Fortunately, goodness still existed in society. He scavenged clothing from a thrift store to cover himself and relied on the meager charity of passers-by to sustain his existence. Thankfully, he sought raw meat, allowing him to procure a considerable amount of food with the little he received. Gradually, he grew somewhat stronger, though in relative terms. His physique remained exceedingly frail, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Beyond ensuring his safety and regaining strength, Will harbored another crucial objective: to acquire information. Having been imprisoned on an alien planet for thousands of years, his understanding of modern human society was limited and derived solely from the fragmented and often erroneous memories of his hosts. Now, he had the opportunity to access first-hand information and gain an authentic understanding of the state of human society. Simultaneously, he learned of the existence of mutants in this world, a fascinating phenomenon that seemed non-existent at the time of his creation. Astonished by the myriad extraordinary abilities possessed by mutants showcased in the news, Will recognized their similarities to the powers of Inhumans. Capturing such individuals would undoubtedly prove advantageous. However, they are fundamentally different from the Inhumans on a genetic level, and after parasitism, they would likely be incapable of exerting the same flawless control over the Inhumans. Thus, their loyalty becomes a matter of concern. Should any among them choose to betray, the repercussions would not merely affect one or two individuals. At that juncture, an attempt could be made. If unsuccessful, the original plan would need to be executed without delay, as the immediate priority is to regain strength. Yet, currently, whether in recovery or in the acquisition of information, the pace is far too sluggish to satisfy him. What he lacks most at present is time. Over the past few days, He has gleaned some information regarding the Avengers and has come to understand the nature of Riga, the one who apprehended him. Upon learning these details, his sense of urgency intensified considerably. He must devise a means to expedite progress, or even his own safety would be jeopardized. To restore swiftly, a substantial influx of resources is requisite, which in turn demands significant financial means and influence, neither of which he possesses. The Hydra organization has effectively ceased to exist. Unless he can rekindle it through his own strength, these scattered remnants will never amount to anything significant in the absence of leadership. After numerous twists and turns, he finally discovered a remnant of Hydra in Hell's Kitchen, New York. This organization consists of a pitiful 2 individuals, yet to his delight, one of them is an inhuman. S.H.I.E.L.D was Malik's former personal guard and confidant. After Riga's first visit, Malik dispatched S.H.I.E.L.D to protect his daughter, Stephanie. Following Malik's arrest, the majority of his assets were frozen, and former personnel either met with death, capture, or vanished. In short, the collapse of the organization led to the scattering of its members. Now, Hydra has been nearly obliterated, and S.H.I.E.L.D is actively pursuing Stephanie. S.H.I.E.L.D has been cautiously safeguarding her during this time. Their credit cards are unusable, and daily expenses must be managed with cash. Furthermore, they require a location to conceal their identities, and Hell's Kitchen presents an ideal refuge. Hell's Kitchen is an area on the west side of Manhattan, New York City, broadly defined by 59th Street to the north and 34th Street to the south, bordered by 8th Avenue to the east and the Hudson River to the west. In earlier times, it was a notorious slum on Manhattan Island, predominantly inhabited by the working-class Irish immigrant community. Crime was rampant here, and the living conditions were chaotic and dilapidated, with severe ethnic conflicts. Various criminal elements gathered in this locale, rendering it a veritable haven for lawbreakers. S.H.I.E.L.D possesses the formidable ability to control all non-biological objects within his line of sight. However, he cannot use this power indiscriminately, as attracting the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D's forces would leave him at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, his physical prowess and combat skills are remarkably exceptional, sufficient to tackle most challenges. And whenever he employs his abilities, there will be no witnesses left alive at the scene. Gira's choice of this chaotic locale was not merely due to its tumultuous environment. Rather, it was the potential to consolidate the local criminal organizations that intrigued him, enabling him to swiftly reconstruct Hydra and exact vengeance for his employer, Malik. Upon first encountering Will, Gira scarcely registered his presence. To him, Will was merely another vagabond, lying beside a dumpster and subsisting on the remnants of others' meals. Yet, Will recognized Gira instantly. The extraordinary qualities he possessed shone like a flame in the darkness to him. Consequently, he seized the opportunity to implore Gira for refuge. Initially, Gira was indifferent, contemplating the possibility of swatting away this gaunt and bothersome drifter. However, something about Will struck a chord of familiarity within him. Through their conversation, Gira soon discovered that the ties and history between them were far more intricate than he had ever imagined. Ultimately, Will found himself in the presence of Malik's daughter, Stephanie, the current leader of Hydra. He realized that his moment of opportunity had finally arrived.